Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Wasteland. August 15th, 2028, Lin Xiyao fell into a pit. Just moments ago, her boyfriend of 4 years had broken up with her. In her anger, Lin Xiyao stormed out of the restaurant. It was dark and the road was slippery. She lost her footing and fell into a deep pit dug for construction and repairs. Her head hit the hard stone with a heavy thud, knocking her unconscious. When she opened her eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. Lin Xiyao felt a splitting headache. Her whole body felt as if it were burning in intense fire, her breath hot enough to scorch her skin. Had she developed a high fever? Had she been sleeping at the bottom of the pit all night? Dazed, Lin Xiyao groped around and found her phone missing. No one was responding to her calls for help. Her instinct for survival kicked in, prompting her to climb up the pit wall. Before long, Lin Xiyao managed to pull herself to the edge of the pit and cautiously poked her head out. However, the world outside the pit left Lin Xiyao completely stunned. All she could see was a sea of green, towering ancient trees, massive vines entwined around them, and low bushes bristling with thorns. Lin Xiyao. Wasn't she in the city? How could she wake up in the wilderness? No, she was in a primeval forest. Could it be that she hadn't fully woken up? Just then, roar. The forest erupted with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as a massive black shadow lunged toward her at high speed. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in terror. The creature charging at her was as large as a tiger, weighing at least several hundred pounds. It had 2 pointed ears, was hairless, and its skin was covered in scarlet spines. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with a strange light, revealing sharp fangs. It resembled both a tiger and a cat. That moment, a powerful sense of oppression washed over her. Instantly, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down her back. This beast was unlike anything she had ever seen. Moreover, she seemed to have been marked as its lunch. What to do? Lin Xiao could only let go of her grip and fall back into the deep pit. With a loud thud, the light from the entrance was blocked. Roar. The monster roared as it leaped into the pit. In the next second, its massive body got stuck at the entrance, its menacing head pushing in desperately. Without time to think, Lin Xiao scrambled up the pit wall in a panic. Roar, roar, roar. The monster howled angrily, its sticky saliva splattering everywhere, its eyes filled with madness. Lin Xiao had never witnessed such a scene. She was convinced it was the end for her. Although the monster was stuck, the pit was surrounded by loose dirt, and if it struggled even a little, in the next second, the monster seemed to sense her thoughts and began thrashing wildly, causing the dirt of the pit wall to fall away. The pit grew larger, and its claws reached in. Danger was closing in. Lin Xiao. Damn, what a jinx. Just then, roar. The monster let out a heart-wrenching wail, and a foul-smelling black-red blood flowed down through the cracks of the pit. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. The monster was injured, which meant there were people outside. Great. Help. Help me. Lin Xiao shouted at the top of her lungs. At the same time, the monster, in pain, struggled to break free, its claws digging into the pit wall. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly fell silent, her eyes fixed on the monster. If that monster got free, she would undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, she unhesitatingly picked up a large stone in front of her. It was either the monster or her. When the time came, she could not hesitate. Bang! The heavy stone smashed down on the monster's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Roar, roar, roar. This act of provocation enraged the monster. It stopped struggling and turned to Lin Xiao, roaring furiously, as if it wanted to tear her apart. Lin Xiao was stunned by the monster's ferocity, standing frozen in place, the splattered saliva covering her. Oh my, this beast was too vicious. Did it want to drown her in its saliva? The two stared at each other. Puff, puff. In just a few seconds, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out again. This time, it seemed the people outside had struck the monster's vital points. After several strikes, it no longer had the strength to struggle, its wails growing weaker. Finally, the monster struggled a few more times, then fell silent, its head drooping limply as blood flowed into the pit like a stream. Seeing this, Lin Xiao dropped the stone in her hand and slumped down at the bottom of the pit. Had she been saved? In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A faint blue light slowly oozed from the monster's forehead. The blue light intertwined and circled, quickly forming a blue sphere. Inside the sphere was a miniature white kitten, lazily licking its paws and emitting soft, adorable sounds. Meow. A kitten? Lin Xiyao widened her eyes in disbelief and instinctively reached out her hand. The moment her fingertip touched the blue sphere, it immediately burst apart, turning into wisps of blue light that drilled into her body. Ding. Absorbed level 1 mutated cat beast energy. Host strength 1, speed 1, agility 1, mental power 10, combat power increased. Congratulations, host has become a level 1 Soul Devourer, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xiao's head. However, she was left utterly bewildered. What was going on? Soul Devourer. Had she just absorbed the soul of the monster in front of her? Whoosh! Before she could process it, the monster's corpse was pulled away from the pit, sunlight spilling in once more. A man with flowing purple hair and a tall stature slowly approached the edge of the pit. He slightly bent down, and his sharp yet lonely eyes gazed into the bottom of the pit. Lin Xiao stared up in a daze, her gaze meeting his. What an overwhelming pressure. The man wore a gray scarf, looked strikingly handsome, had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and his pitch-black eyes glinted with a cold light, exuding an aura that was both dangerous and unapproachable. After just one glance, the man coldly turned and walked away, his eyes devoid of emotion. Lin Xiao awkwardly reached out, but the words for help caught in her throat. Forget it. She would have to climb out on her own. That man looked like he was not to be trifled with. It was better to rely on herself. Soon, she heard the sound of dragging and shuffling outside the pit. It seemed that the man was dragging the monster's corpse away. After waiting a few minutes, Lin Xiao finally managed to climb out of the pit. There was no one outside anymore, just a deep trail of blood left behind. As her feet touched the ground, Lin Xiao immediately felt dizzy, as if her head was about to explode. Then, with a loud bang, countless fragmented images flashed through her mind, forcibly flooding into her head. It was now the 61st year of the apocalypse. The Earth has entered the wasteland era. She has crossed over, her soul reborn onto this wasteland. Chapter 2. Scrapping for Survival. 60 years ago, a terrible virus swept across the globe. The world underwent drastic changes. Animals mutated, the land was polluted, and humans were infected by the virus, turning into bloodthirsty zombies. The apocalypse had arrived. Surviving humans, in a bid for self-preservation, abandoned the cities and built high walls in remote areas to fend off zombies and mutated beasts. Afterward, an energy crisis, food shortages, and harsh climates made survival extremely difficult for humanity. Lin Xiao directly crossed over to the wasteland era 60 years later. The current city is nothing but ruins, desolate and dilapidated. Scavenging in the city is impossible. Although zombies fear sunlight, they continue to linger in the city. The forests are occupied by mutated beasts, each one massive and exceptionally fierce. There are fire-breathing red snakes, giant wolves that unleash wind blades, and incredibly destructive brown bears. The plants in the wild have also evolved drastically after long periods of growth. After the land was polluted, all plants began to grow uncontrollably, increasing in size by dozens of times. For example, apples, once the size of a fist, now they're bigger than basketballs. This world has completely overturned Lin Xiao's understanding. Additionally, on this wasteland, humans have discovered a type of energy crystal. Its exterior gleams like a diamond, containing powerful energy within. Humans cannot absorb it, but through special instruments, the energy can be converted into protective shields, providing a safe area for humanity. As for how the crystals are formed, it remains unknown. That it is only known that killing mutated zombies and beasts may yield them, or they can sometimes be found in mines and piles of corpses. 整理了一下脑袋里信息，林夕瑶无奈地叹息一声。The original body came to the edge of the forest where mutated beasts frequently appeared, hoping to find a crystal. Even a crystal the size of a grain of rice would suffice. However, just like her, the original body was unlucky and fell into a pit and died upon entering the forest. As for the original body situation, she was also named Lin Xiyao, living alone in a shanty town and surviving by scavenging. Despite waking up before dawn every day and diligently collecting scraps, she still struggled to find enough food, let alone save any resources or build a substantial foundation. She was utterly impoverished. After a moment, Lin Xiao, relying on her memory, walked out of the forest and arrived outside the shantytown. That IT was even more dilapidated, dirty, and chaotic than she had imagined, resembling a garbage dump. In the narrow pathways, ragged, emaciated people were everywhere. Most had skin that was rotten and festering, their eyes vacant, either lying around or sitting with their heads down, emanating a foul stench, resembling living corpses. This situation was due to their long-term consumption of toxic food that in this wasteland, all plants are poisonous, with toxicity levels categorized as high, medium, and low. Low toxicity food has toxin levels below 20, which humans can consume, and the toxins can be expelled from the body. Medium toxicity food acts like a chronic poison and is the most common staple for residents of a shantytown. High toxicity food has toxin levels above 50. Consuming it in excess leads to severe decay of the body, confusion, fatigue, vomiting, and death from bleeding from all orifices. Scavenging teams go out every day to gather vines, leaves, and fruits with lighter toxins that, of course, many times they fail to find edible food. When hunger becomes unbearable, people resort to eating high-toxicity food, resulting in their current state. In short, eating too much toxic food leads to death, and having nothing to eat also leads to starvation. Either way, it ends in death. The situation in the safe zone is completely different. There are hydroponic plants, fresh and non-toxic, edible meat from mutated beasts, fragrant rice, and uncontaminated water. As long as you have enough silver coins, you can eat whatever you want. The original body's biggest wish was to earn enough silver coins to buy a house in the safe zone. It is worth mentioning that 40 years ago, the Enhanced Human program was officially launched. Those who survive after injecting gene enhancers become enhanced humans, with their strength, speed, and skin hardness increasing several times. Those who do not survive face only death. Enhanced humans are mostly members of mercenary groups who earn silver coins by killing mutated beasts and zombies. Most mercenary group members live in earthen houses on the outskirts of the safe zone. Don't underestimate those earthen houses. Scavengers like Lin Xiyao will never be able to afford even 1 square meter of such a house in their lifetime. In summary, humanity in this world is divided into 3 classes. The upper class consists of the wealthy in the safe zone. The middle class comprises enhanced humans who live by killing mutated beasts and zombies, like the purple-haired man. The lower class consists of scavengers living in slums, like Lin Xiyao. Soon, Lin Xiyao arrived at the place where the original body lived, a simple hut made of branches and grass. The roof was covered with a plastic sheet to shield from the wind and rain, and the house was less than 10 square meters in size. The back of the room. There was a simple single bed covered with straw. One of the bed's legs was broken, and the original body had propped it up with a stone. On the floor were scattered various broken items, including several chipped porcelain bowls, clay pots, a faded plastic basin, deformed water bottles, and a woven square cloth. As for food, there was not a single item in the original body's home, which was understandable. If there were any food, she wouldn't have risked entering the forest. Lin Xiyao, was there a more miserable reincarnator than her, starting with only a place to stay? Forget it. The strong never complain about their circumstances. No matter what, she must strive to survive. After casually tidying up the room, Lin Xiyao sat on the small bed, deep in thought. Previously, the cat's soul she absorbed in the forest was quite strange. Lin Xiyao searched through her memories but found no information about Soul Devourers. The original body had no idea that she had awakened the ability to devour souls. From Lin Xiao's understanding, a Soul Devourer should be a type of mental power ability user, leveling up by consuming souls. This could be considered a unique existence. Level 1 Soul Devourer, at least it was a golden finger. Since she was here, she would make the best of it. Lin Xiyao started planning for her future life. First, she needed to solve the problem of food and clothing, and then find ways to enhance her soul devouring level. Regardless of where she was, having strong abilities was always the foundation for survival. The next morning, Lin Xiyao set out with a worn-out backpack to scavenge for scraps. She had been in this world for a day and had not eaten anything, not even a sip of water. If she didn't go scavenging, she would starve to death. As the first rays of sunlight arose, residents of the shantytown began to step out one by one. Many looked disheveled, their steps unsteady, and their eyes swollen, resembling ghosts. Lin Xiyao cleverly followed behind this group of people. They appeared sickly and low, hoarse coughs echoed from time to time. Chapter 3. The Mulberry Grove. At that moment, Lin Xiyao, with her keen eyes, spotted a frail boy of around 14 or 15. Who was coughing violently while covering his mouth. blood seeping through his fingers. He was coughing up blood. Alarmed, Lin Xiyao slowed her pace, her mind racing with the fear of a contagious disease. A mask? Oh no, I don't have one. Quickly, she rummaged through her memories, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It wasn't a contagious illness. This was merely the grim reality for scavengers. As long as they could move, regardless of their afflictions, they had to scavenge, for the alternative was starvation. Medical treatment? That was an unattainable luxury. In the safe zone, hospitals existed, and even the dilapidated areas outside had clinics. However, the cost of medication was exorbitant, requiring an abundance of silver coins. As members of society's lowest echelon, they could scarcely afford health care. Illness was something they bore with silent resilience. If one succumbed to their ailments, a body retrieval team would come to collect the corpse, unceremoniously discarding it into a mass grave within the forest. Those remains would ultimately serve as a meal for the beasts and the undead. Concepts such as dignity and human rights were non-existent here. Wealth reigned supreme. Without money, one lived a life worse than that of a dog. Lin Xiyao quietly added a new objective to her future plans: to amass wealth, considerable wealth. In this world, no one would extend sympathy to the weak. Just like the scavengers ahead, who embodied cold indifference and selfishness. The notion of mutual aid and compassion was a mere fantasy. It was a stroke of luck if they didn't stab you in the back. Scavenging in this wasteland was perilous. One had to guard against both beasts and humans. At that moment, a loud rumble echoed as a dilapidated grocery store swung open, releasing a pungent cloud of smoke. "We trade for scrap. Any kind of scrap will do," shouted a haggard man with a waxen complexion, his hair brittle and lifeless. As he spoke, his mouth revealed a set of yellowed, sparse teeth, his eyes narrowing, glinting with a hint of shrewdness. In his arms, he cradled a white rat, larger than an ordinary cat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat, with its beady black eyes, turned to Lin Xiyao, baring its teeth and emitting an eerie screech. Instantly, Lin Xiyao felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps prickling her skin, prompting her to quicken her pace. She had an intense aversion to rats. "Hey, what's the matter? Does she possess something precious?" The shopkeeper grinned widely, his gaze dark and fixated on Lin Xiao's retreating figure. This white rat, known as a treasure-seeking rat, was exceptionally perceptive, often employed to detect energy stones and provide early warnings. The rat's reaction to the woman indicated that she concealed something valuable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat squirmed restlessly, eager to pursue her. "Calm down. She will come to exchange for the energy stone eventually. There's no need to rush." Once past the shantytown, the greenery along the road flourished, vibrant and lush, the air infused with a subtle fragrance of foliage. Lin Xiao raised her hand, pressing her wristwatch against a leaf by the roadside. After a quick scan, the watch displayed a flashing red light indicating a toxin level of 70, advising against consumption. In the wasteland era, smartwatches have become nearly ubiquitous, capable of scanning for toxin levels in food. This particular watch was scavenged by the protagonist from the forest, specifically pried from the grasp of a corpse. Lin Xiao, not one to give up easily, tested several varieties of leaves nearby, only to receive the same disheartening result: highly toxic. Indeed, food in this post-apocalyptic world is not easily come by. On a seedling over a meter high, clusters of vibrant red berries, each the size of a bowl, hung tantalizingly beneath 4 flat leaves. They were unmistakably tomatoes. With excitement, Lin Xiao pressed her watch against them. The reading revealed a toxin level of 90, indicating extreme toxicity and a strong recommendation against consumption. The result doused her enthusiasm with a chilling realization. No wonder no one had harvested them. She had foolishly believed her luck could lead to a fortunate find, having delayed her progress. Lin Xiao found herself at the back of the group. It seemed that the surrounding flora had been thoroughly tested. Scavenging required one to venture ahead, as untested areas held the greatest resources. With this thought in mind, she summoned her energy and strode swiftly forward. In no time, she surpassed wave after wave of scavengers, positioning herself at the forefront. Lin Xiao felt a tinge of confusion. Her pace appeared unusually rapid. "Xiaowen, How is that woman moving so quickly? With strength, of course. One can move fast. Enough talk. Let's catch up. The mulberry grove was only partially tested yesterday. Perhaps today, we might discover some low-toxin leaves. The clear voices of two scavengers reached her from behind, piquing her curiosity. To her surprise, the scavengers were at least 300 meters away. Yet she could hear their conversation distinctly. Was this the power of mental acuity? Realizing the implications, Lin Xiyao felt a surge of satisfaction. The essence of the exotic beast had indeed proven beneficial. An hour later, Lin Xiyao arrived first at the mulberry grove. A delicate fragrance intertwined with the scent of fruit wafted towards her. Beneath the large, fan-like leaves hung clusters of black-purple fruits, each the size of grapes, glistening with ripeness. Lin Xiyao inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. The enlarged plant life of this world had its advantages. A single bunch of mulberries could satiate her hunger. And if she collected a few more, she could secure provisions for days. With this in mind, Lin Xiyao quickly surveyed her surroundings. Before harvesting, she needed to ensure the area was safe. She even traversed the narrow paths within the grove. If any exotic beasts were to emerge, she needed to have an escape route ready. After confirming there was no one and no danger, she felt reassured and set to work. Choosing a secluded spot, she adeptly climbed the mulberry tree, hiding beneath the leaves to conduct her tests. The toxin level registered at 45, suggesting moderate consumption was advisable. Fortune favored her, as the first bunch of mulberries she tested was indeed edible. Maintaining her composure, she plucked them and placed them in her backpack, continuing her ascent. Beep! The watch chimed again. Toxin level 30, advisable for moderate consumption. Oh my, another bunch! Upon her arrival in the mulberry grove, she swiftly gathered 2 clusters of sustenance. Alleviating her concerns of hunger for the morrow, Lin Xiyao, with a buoyant heart, continued her ascent. Beep! Toxin level 52, consumption not advised. What a pity. Foods with toxin levels above 50 are deemed highly toxic and should ideally be avoided. Beep! Toxin level 10, safe for consumption. Good heavens, Lin Xiyao paused, her eyes widening as she scrutinized her wrist device. To her astonishment, it indicated low toxicity. This cluster of food could be exchanged at the general store for several bottles of nutrient solution, sufficient to sustain her for days. Ha ha! Lin Xiyao erupted in laughter, carefully wrapping the mulberries in a mulberry leaf. Nutrient solutions, a unique sustenance from the wasteland era, are milky in appearance and serve a purpose akin to compressed biscuits. In truth, they offer little nutrition, merely satiating hunger. A single bottle can stave off hunger for an entire day. Today was indeed fortuitous. From just one mulberry tree, she had procured 3 clusters of edible fruit. With determination, she envisioned her future, thriving through scavenging. However, her stroke of luck was short-lived. Soon, the scavenging team began to arrive at the mulberry grove in droves. By the time she descended from another mulberry tree, the forest was teeming with people. Chapter 4. A chance encounter with a man. Everyone hunched over, examining the leaves of the mulberry trees, testing them one by one. Rustle, rustle, beep, beep. The forest resonated with the sounds of rustling leaves and the beeping of wrist devices. In such circumstances, Lin Xiyao found it nearly impossible to even find a spot to stand, let alone detect food. Never mind, she acknowledged her limitations. As a non-indigenous individual, she could hardly compete with others. With a sense of self-awareness, Lin Xiyao ventured deeper into the grove, seeking a less competitive gathering point. Beep, beep. Lin Xiyao, taken aback, raised her hand in surprise. The display marked a coordinate, a white light pulsating steadily at that location. Lin Xiyao was uncertain of its significance, yet the map indicated that it was not far ahead. If it happened to be a ferocious beast, her life could be forfeit. Moreover, the appearance of this light was exceedingly peculiar. Moments ago, she had searched her memory, and such an occurrence had never manifested on her wrist device. Boom! At that instant, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to an explosion. Lin Xiyao flinched, instinctively crouching down and shielding her head. En explosion? What was happening? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, fragmented voices echoed nearby. Ming Xian, don't blame us. I had no other choice. Xiao Han, why say so much? Hurry, dig for the raw stones. Upon hearing the term raw stones, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Collecting raw stones was undoubtedly superior to scavenging refuse. After a brief moment of hesitation, she turned and stealthily moved forward, eager to see for herself. After all, she had never laid eyes on raw stones before. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao crouched in the grass, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Before her lay a depression in the ground. The ground lay in disarray, splattered with blood, as a man with violet hair lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. Nearby, several monstrous carcasses were strewn about haphazardly. A man and a woman bent over, rummaging through the remains. "Shinkai, I found it. Look, it's a 5th-level raw stone." At that moment, the woman, who had her back turned to Lin Xiao, suddenly rose, raising her hand high. A brilliant milky white stone, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, glimmered under the sun. "Is this the raw stone? How beautiful!" Lin Xiao exclaimed. "Xiaoan, this is wonderful." The man rushed over, his face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, the violet-haired man on the ground stared intently at the two, his eyes filled with a fierce rage and hatred. Lin Xiao sensed the tempest of fury within him and glanced back at the man. It was him, the man she had encountered in the forest yesterday. How fickle fate could be. Just a day prior, he exuded an aura of immense strength and dominance, causing Lin Xiao to look up in fear. Who would have thought he would lie here today, gravely injured? His complexion was a deep shade of purple, his lips dark and stained, with a trickle of black blood at the corner of his mouth. It was evident he had been poisoned and was likely on the brink of death. After his initial excitement, Chen Kai eagerly began to tie the monstrous corpses together. Xia Yuhan approached the violet-haired man, feigning remorse as she spoke. "Mingxian, I'm so sorry. I've loved you for 5 whole years, standing by your side in the Starshine Mercenary Corps through thick and thin." Her tone was laced with an air of melancholy, and Lin Xiao watched from the grass, intrigued. What a dramatic turn of events. To destroy what one cannot possess. Betrayal, poisoning, colluding with her backup to seize a fortune, then retreating to the safety of comfort. Truly, the violet-haired man was a victim of unfortunate circumstances, a complete fool. The violet-haired man glared at Xia Yuhan with seething anger, his chest heaving, clearly infuriated by her presence. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his breath weakening considerably, his brows furrowed, and his face contorted in agony, as if he were enduring immense suffering. The poison was taking effect. "Mingxian, for the sake of our past, let me free you from this," Xia Yuhan said, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes as she drew a dagger from her waist. Lin Xiao could hardly bear to witness this charade. To be both a seductress and a victim? The poison was hers, and yet she pretended to be in pain. Who was she trying to deceive? It was utterly repugnant. As Xia Yuhan gripped the dagger, ready to plunge it down, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest. The ground trembled, and a foul stench filled the air. "Xiaoan, we must go. The scent of blood is too strong. It will attract the beasts of the forest." Fen Kyurget Andyosli, pulling Xia Yuhan away. "But Mingxian is still alive. Do not worry, he will not survive. He will soon be torn apart by the beasts." The two hastily fled, dragging the bundled, monstrous corpses with them. The performance was over. Lin Xiao was also preparing to retreat, yet her eyes were filled with confusion. How peculiar. Why was it that she had not encountered the soul of the otherworldly beast this time? Was it possible that the beast had perished too long ago, its spirit scattered? Or was it necessary for her to have personally slain the beast for its soul to manifest? At that moment, a scorching gaze pierced through the air. A man with violet hair tilted his head towards her, his eyes brimming with reluctance and even a hint of desperation. He did not wish to die. He yearned to live. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. Had she been discovered? "Take me away from here." The next instant, the violet-haired man's lips moved, issuing a faint whisper. Should Lin Xiao save him or not? After a moment's hesitation, she shot towards the man like an arrow released from its bow. In the astonished gaze of the violet-haired man, a powerful force lifted him, and he soon found himself resting against a frail back. With the man secured and the burden slung over her shoulders, Lin Xiao sprinted towards the mulberry grove at a remarkable speed. recently arrived in this world. She required the guidance of someone seasoned. The original owner of her body had left behind a plethora of useless information, but having grown up in a shanty town, her social experience and life encounters were woefully scant. Even her understanding of the safe zone was merely hearsay. Not to mention, she was utterly ignorant of the value of raw stones, the means to earn silver coins, or how to enhance one's abilities. Lin Xiyao was determined not to continue scavenging indefinitely. The man on her back could save her a considerable amount of time and effort. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival. Should he perish, she would abandon him amidst the refuse. From today onward, we are two peas in a pod. Lin Xiyao spoke coldly. I will not tend to your wounds. If you endure, I assure you, I will not let you go hungry when I have food. She refrained from mentioning the man's previous act of saving her. Thank you. The faint whisper of gratitude escaped the violet-haired man, who could no longer hold on. His eyes closed, and he fainted. Chapter 5. The ambush. Upon returning to the mulberry grove, the scavengers in the forest had dwindled significantly. Glancing at the time, it was now 3:30 in the afternoon. Not daring to delay, Lin Xiyao hastened towards the shantytown with the man on her back. Though her strength had been enhanced, she had not eaten for 2 days. Now, carrying a man weighing over 200 pounds proved to be quite laborious, and her speed diminished considerably. Boss, look quickly. There's a woman coming. What is so remarkable about a woman? No, she is actually carrying a man, and it seems there is cargo in her basket. The man's words instantly piqued the interest of the other two. In the next moment, 3 pairs of malevolent eyes fixed upon Lin Xiyao. She lowered her head, her gaze scanning the surroundings, her ears perked to catch the sound around her. This was bad. She was isolated. What should she do now? Stay calm, stay calm. Perhaps they are merely curious and want to cause any trouble. Lin Xiyao could only feign composure as she continued forward. However, as she passed a shaded area, the 3 men leapt from beneath the great tree, surrounding Lin Xiyao completely. She was intercepted. The leading man circled around Lin Xiyao with ill intent, resembling a rogue. Little girl, you must have had quite a harvest today. My buddies and I have been starving for days. Why don't you share some of what you've gathered? The man spoke with a brazen demeanor, his voice dripping with insincerity. Suddenly, his gaze grew fervent as he excitedly shouted, Put down the man on your back. What are you doing? Lin Xiyao replied coldly, raising her head. Boss, did you discover some treasure? One of the men eagerly inquired. Yes, a military dagger. It could fetch a handsome sum. Today is our lucky day. In his eyes, Lin Xiyao was merely a fragile girl. If she cooperated, he might let her off lightly. If not, he would dispose of her without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow in confusion. A military dagger? She hadn't noticed, but on second thought, the purple-haired man was a mercenary, which made it reasonable for him to possess some weapons. Seeing that Lin Xiyao made no move, the leader impatiently reached toward the purple-haired man's waist. Get lost. In the next moment, a low snarl escaped her lips, and an invisible pressure emanated from her, instantly intimidating the leader. Lin Xiyao was certain that the man on her back had not awakened. The warning had arisen from his instinctual perception of danger. What kind of man was so vigilant, yet had fallen to poison? Boss, are you all right? The other 2 men, noticing their leader had become as stiff as stone, called out in concern. Did you not hear me tell you to put him down? The man cursed vehemently, attempting to mask his fear. The earlier utterance had indeed frightened him, stirring an impulse to flee. Bang! Lin Xiyao was pushed to the ground, and the purple-haired man fell beside her, revealing the dagger at his waist. Lin Xiyao despised the weak. Time was of the essence. She suppressed her anger, thinking that avoiding trouble was better than incurring losses. The dagger, along with this man, Boss, there are several clusters of mulberries in this basket. Another man exclaimed with delight, rummaging through a nearby basket. Hearing this, Lin Xiyao bit her lip, her fingers slowly curling into a fist. She had no objections to relinquishing the man on her back, but they would not take her food without a fight. Ha! Let's take it all, the man replied cheerfully, satisfied with their haul today. Get lost. He then looked disdainfully at Lin Xiyao, who kept her head down as she gradually sat up, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. In the next moment, Lin Xiyao sprang into action. Like a swift cheetah, she lunged at the purple-haired man, deftly drawing the dagger from his waist. With a flash, the cold blade gleamed, momentarily blinding the man. With a sickening sound, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. With no superfluous movement, the sharp dagger plunged directly into his heart. Warm blood gushed forth, delivering a fatal blow. The man's eyes widened in shock, refusing to close even in death. He had inexplicably fallen victim to this unassuming woman. Boss, here's a bunch of low-toxicity mulberries. What incredible luck. Two individuals nearby remained oblivious to the imminent danger, excitedly discussing the bounty in the basket. A soft sound pierced the air. Lin Xiyao forcefully withdrew the dagger, her blood-stained right hand trembling slightly. As a police academy student, she had undergone rigorous training for 4 years, shooting, combat, physical fitness, marching 10 kilometers with weight, and overcoming obstacles. Thus, Lin Xiyao possessed commendable skills. However, this was her first experience with taking a life, and a flicker of trepidation gripped her heart. She understood all too well that in this apocalyptic wasteland, hesitance could lead to her own demise. With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground. The sound caught the attention of the two nearby, yet before they could react, Lin Xiyao had already struck. The dagger pierced one man's chest, and with a swift turn, she slashed the throat of the other. A stunning double strike, clean, precise, and lethal. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiyao had dispatched 3 men. Confirming their demise, she wiped the blood from her dagger and began to gather their possessions. The trio had formed a team, accompanied by a small wooden cart that bore 3 baskets filled with unidentified leaves and roots. Lin Xiyao emptied the contents into her own basket, ensuring she had enough sustenance for at least 3 days. Additionally, she discovered several bottles of nutritional liquid and a box of hemostatic ointment on the man. This ointment, known for its rapid blood-stopping capabilities and infection prevention, was both effective and portable, albeit costly, affording it was a luxury many could not afford. It seemed these men had engaged in their fair share of robbery. Satisfaction washed over Lin Xiyao as she placed the ointment into her basket. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of penetrating eyes observed her every move. Chu Mingxian recognized that this woman was not to be underestimated. Her ability to decisively eliminate 3 individuals without hesitation indicated not only remarkable skill, but also a certain audacity. Clearly, she possessed a clear understanding of her desires, enabling her to act without second thoughts. Chapter 6. The General Store Awake? Lin Xiyao turned, a slight smile gracing her lips. She had sensed Chu Mingxuan's consciousness returning the moment he opened his eyes, and she made no attempt to conceal her actions. There was no need to do so. She trusted that Chu Mingxian was of a similar ilk, both ruthless in nature. Had he not been injured, it was likely that these 3 would have met their end at his hands. You're fortunate. There's a cart here. Lin Xiyao approached the small cart, introducing herself. I am Lin Xiyao. Chu Mingxian, he replied, his voice raspy and low, betraying a hint of discomfort. He struggled with social interactions, unsure of how to engage with a stranger. Thank you for saving me. In the next moment, Chu Mingxian slightly lowered his head and murmured his gratitude. If you truly wish to thank me, then let it be something of substance. Lin Xiyao replied with a swift motion, assisting him onto the trailer. After a prolonged pause, Chu Mingxian struggled to articulate. What do you desire? I am gravely injured and possess nothing of value. Once I recover, I shall ensure you receive a generous reward. With a solemn expression, he made his promise. Enough. I do not relish your empty words. Lin Xiyao interrupted, leaning closer to him, delicately lifting his chin with her slender finger, her lively eyes fixed intently upon his. If you lack money, then you shall work to repay your debt. This gesture was imbued with a flirtatious ambiguity, a fragrant essence unique to youthful femininity wafted into the air. Chu Mingxuan's face flushed slightly as he stammered. What do you want me to do? Observing his reaction, Lin Xiyao broke into a mischievous smile. To her surprise, the man who had exuded an overwhelming, frosty demeanor yesterday was beneath it all, quite innocent. Just a little teasing was enough to redden his cheeks. With this thought, Lin Xiyao leaned in closer, her soft, pink lips nearly brushing against his. Can you warm my bed? She whispered, her lips parting. Chu Mingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing, blood surging through him. This woman was undeniably bold and brazen. Suddenly, he felt a rush of blood in his throat and hastily turned his head, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. Noticing the crimson hue of his ears, Lin Xiyao couldn't help but chuckle. This man, when cold and indifferent, was intimidating, yet when teased, he became quite amusing. Coughing persistently, Chu Mingxian heaved out thick, dark blood, unsure if it was from fear or sheer excitement. Glancing at the sky, Lin Xiyao quelled her playful spirit and trudged forward with the trailer. As for the 3 corpses, she chose not to bury them. Even if discovered, it mattered little. No one would intervene, and there were no enforcers to apprehend her. In this desolate land, corpses littering the streets merely indicated one's lack of strength. At this hour, the general store had yet to close, and she needed to exchange some items. Upon pushing open the door, a pungent cloud of smoke enveloped her. Inside the modest store, smoke swirled about. "What would you like to exchange?" the shopkeeper asked lazily from his tattered recliner, eyes closed. The large white rat in his arms, upon seeing Lin Xiyao, began to thrash about excitedly, baring its sharp teeth. It was thrilled. Her energy was exceptionally pure, and it was drawn to her. However, upon catching sight of Chu Mingxian on the trailer, the rat immediately fell silent, retreating into the shopkeeper's embrace. "I wish to exchange for water," Lin Xiyao stated clearly from the entrance. "Water, you say? I have evolved pure water, moderately polluted lake water, and natural rainwater. Which would you prefer?" The shopkeeper described with a disinterested tone, as it was merely a trivial transaction. Rainwater, Lin Xiyao selected the cheapest option. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper of the grocery store displayed a face of disdain. He had anticipated this. Clearly, this individual was a pauper. What could possibly be offered in exchange? At this moment, Lin Xiyao rummaged through her bag and produced 3 moderate toxic food items, placing them upon the counter. "These," she stated. The shopkeeper reluctantly opened his eyes, the look of disdain momentarily fading as he noted the items before him. "I do not provide the containers for these." In the next instant, the shopkeeper's gaze fell upon Chu Mingxian, and he startled, leaping to his feet. "Ah, is this not Captain Chu? What has transpired? Are you injured? I have excellent coagulation ointment. Would you like to exchange for it?" The shopkeeper's demeanor transformed instantly, adopting a sycophantic expression, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. This was indeed a significant customer, a veritable god of wealth. The treasures he possessed were plentiful. Lin Xiyao noted the stark contrast in treatment. It was painfully obvious. Struggling, Chu Mingxian sat up from the cart and retrieved a pea-sized raw stone from his pack. Its dazzling brilliance flickered, causing Lin Xiyao to narrow her eyes, a glimmer of intrigue passing through her gaze. "A first-level raw stone. Let us exchange it for 5 bottles of detoxification agents and 5 bottles of nutrient solution." Before Chu Mingxian could finish, the shopkeeper sprang from his reclining chair. "Captain Chu, such an exchange is not feasible. You are well aware of the rarity of detoxification agents. I can offer you at most 2 bottles. Chu Mingxian narrowed his eyes. 3 bottles. That is simply unfeasible. Quite impossible, I assure you. Very well, then. Chu Mingxian began to retract the raw stone, preparing to lie back down. Hey, let us negotiate. The shopkeeper grimaced, gritting his teeth. All right, 3 bottles. And I will require 5 bottles of nutrient solution. Captain Chu, you're being excessive. Will you exchange or not? After much haggling, the shopkeeper eventually procured 3 nearly expired bottles of nutrient solution along with 3 bottles of detoxification agents. In the future, should you acquire anything of value, make certain to come seek me for an exchange. This transaction has left me at a loss. With tears in his eyes, the shopkeeper pushed the items towards Lin Xiyao. Am I water? Lin Xiyao reminded him. The shopkeeper turned and brought forth a small bucket of murky water. Very well, in consideration of Captain Chu's presence, I shall gift you this barrel, the shopkeeper proclaimed generously. The value of rainwater lay in this very barrel. The affluent residents of the safe zone, along with the mercenaries, looked down upon the dirty rainwater. Only the inhabitants of the slums found it useful. During rainfall, Those without containers to collect the water would come to the grocery store to barter when in need. As they prepared to depart, Chu Mingxian cast a knowing glance at the yellow-bearded shopkeeper. You understand what to say and what to withhold. Today, I comprehend the rules. I am quite the discreet individual. I shall not divulge any client information. Upon returning to the dilapidated, cramped shelter, Chu Mingxian surveyed the room. Even with prior knowledge of Lin Xiyao as residents in the slums, he was taken aback by the stark impoverishment. It was indeed desolate, bare walls adorned with nothing but a small bed. Shall I sleep on the floor? Chu Mingxian suggested, perching himself upon the small bed. At that moment, Lin Xiyao approached, holding a chipped ceramic jar, and began to remove her clothing. Chapter 7. Mulberry Porridge. Lin Xiyao had changed her mind. The man was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the wasteland. Should he survive, his future utility would be immense. Thus, she resolved to treat him. Upon observing Lin Xiao's actions, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Mingxuan's gaze. Had she not declared that she would not render him assistance? Hard exterior, soft heart? Contemplating this, Chu Mingxian ceased his hesitance and promptly removed his shirt. The moment Lin Xiao lifted her gaze, her eyes were transfixed. His robust and muscular torso was sculpted to perfection, boasting 8 distinct abdominal muscles, each sinewy contour sharply defined, devoid of any excess flesh, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Glistening beads of sweat adorned his sun-kissed skin, both austere and tantalizing. Lin Xiao found herself unable to avert her gaze, her mind consumed by a singular thought, an insatiable desire for his physique. Ahem. Chu Mingxian cleared his throat awkwardly. Lin Xiao's predatory stare rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Hearing the cough, Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she hastily averted her eyes. Goodness, Lin Xiao, have you never encountered a man before? Why gaze at him so unabashedly? Steady yourself. Do not succumb to temptation. She chastised herself internally, yet could not resist stealing another glance. She could not be blamed for her lapse. His physique was simply too exceptional. Observing her reddened cheeks, Chu Mingxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. This little girl was truly amusing. Let me clean your wound and apply some medicine, he said. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. As she drew closer, her brow furrowed involuntarily. A long, deep knife wound marred Chu Mingxuan's right abdomen, the flesh grotesquely torn and blood gushing forth. Hours had passed, and he had not uttered a single sound. Did he not fear succumbing to blood loss? Lin Xiao gently wiped the wound, then delicately applied ointment with her slender fingers. The wound was rather large. If it could be stitched, healing would be expedited. It's nothing, Chu Mingxian remarked dismissively. Aside from the abdominal injury, his back bore numerous scratches, both new and old, creating a ghastly tableau. However, these external injuries were trivial compared to the true peril within, poison coursing through his veins. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. It was only due to his enhanced physique that he could endure such torment. After tending to the external wounds, Lin Xiao produced a vial of detoxification liquid. How is this to be used? Chu Ming Sun in Guit, so mewat astonits. Just hand it to me. The antidote is for oral consumption. Is she truly from the wasteland? Lacking even this fundamental knowledge? At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed the blood-soaked black fabric of Chu Mingxuan's trousers. She had previously overlooked it, having assumed his inability to walk stemmed solely from the effects of poisoning. Are your legs injured as well? She pressed. Chu Mingxian averted his gaze, replying evasively. It's nothing, I want to die. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao initially intended to disregard it. Yet, observing the dripping dark blood, her curiosity got the better of her, and she rolled up Chu Mingxuan's trousers. The sight was shocking. Chu Mingxuan's kneecaps were utterly shattered, flesh and blood in disarray. Sharp fragments of bone protruding from the mangled tissue, dark crimson blood cascading down his legs. The wounds were identical, mercilessly crushed by someone's violent stomp. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's expression turned noticeably colder. What kind of enmity could provoke such brutality? Poisoning, stabbing, and even the deliberate shattering of his kneecaps This was a clear indication of a lethal intent towards Chu Mingxian. With a self-deprecating smirk, he thought of Chun Kai, the vice-captain of the Xingyao mercenary corps. He then internally added that he had been set up. It wasn't Ti Chun Kai, nor was it Xia Yuan. Someone else was undoubtedly behind this. Lin Xiyao noted Chun Kai's name. He certainly possessed remarkable patience. Without further inquiry, she gently tended to the wounds. Tomorrow, I will visit the clinic to see if I can acquire a new wheelchair. Your legs, I fear, are beyond saving. Indeed, Chu Mingxian replied, his gaze dimming, before extending his hand. Add me as a friend. Rest assured, wherever my skills may be of use, I will exert myself to the fullest. I shan't be a burden. Lin Xiyao had no intention of supporting him without cause. Currently, he was incapacitated and devoid of funds. His only asset was his experience, which he understood all too well. At this, Lin Xiyao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, dealing with an intelligent individual required little unnecessary dialogue. Such a man was to her liking. She glanced at Chu Mingxian's watch. Chu Mingxian, could you enlighten me as to what this white dot signifies? She then retrieved a screenshot from earlier that day, her curiosity piqued by the blinking white point. This watch has been upgraded. It possesses scanning and alarm functions. Did you find it? He inquired. How did you know? Lin Xiyao responded instinctively, realizing this was indeed the watch the original owner had discovered in the forest. An upgraded watch of Chu Mingxian's caliber was exceedingly expensive, unaffordable even for many mercenaries. While Lin Xiyao was quite impoverished and could not buy such an item. So, what does this white dot represent? Exotic beasts. If it were zombies, it would show a red dot. Chu Mingxian elucidated. Lin Xiyao nodded, realizing that the watch the original owner had inadvertently acquired was indeed a treasure. With it, future scavenging excursions would be devoid of worries about ambushes from exotic beasts or zombies. Quite commendable. The original owner had left her with a valuable item. By the way, are you familiar with the profession of Soul Devourer? She shifted the conversation. Soul Devourer? Chu Mingxian was taken aback, questioning the existence of such a profession. Never mind. I was merely inquiring. I shall prepare dinner, Lin Xiyao said, handing him the detoxification agent. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she turned away to rummage through her backpack. She couldn't bear to consume the low-toxicity mulberries, intending to save them for tomorrow's wheelchair exchange. After selecting 2 bunches of medium-toxicity mulberries, she retrieved a ceramic jar, opened the solar charging panel, poured in rainwater, and once it boiled, added the mulberries. The water in the pot instantly transformed into a deep purple-black hue. After boiling for 2 minutes, Lin Xiyao poured in a dose of nutrient solution. Soon, a pot of mulberry porridge was ready. Throughout the process, Chu Mingxian observed intently. Her heart filled with perplexity. She could prepare food typical of the slums, yet lacked the most fundamental knowledge. She was remarkably agile, yet did not know how to operate a smartwatch. She was not indolent, yet her home bore no reserves. What a contradiction she was. Lin Xiyao served a bowl of mulberry porridge to Chu Mingxian and filled one for herself, slurping a small sip. To be honest, it was not particularly palatable. The mulberries, with their sweet and sour flavor, were initially appetizing, but were marred by a faint fishy and plastic taste. This amalgamation rendered the flavor rather unappealing, yet it was filling. As she ate, Lin Xiyao suddenly felt a wave of homesickness. She missed her father and the meals prepared by her mother. Having studied away from home for 4 years, she had seldom spent time with her parents, only to lose her life over a scoundrel. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. Why was she so upset? It was merely a breakup. A swift slap across the scoundrel's face would have sufficed to send him packing. Had she acted sooner, she might have avoided falling into this pit. Chu Mingxian kept a watchful eye on Lin Xiyao and quickly sensed her unusual demeanor. However, he remained silent, merely observing quietly. The emotional fluctuations were quite pronounced. Chapter 8. A chance encounter with scoundrels after finishing their meal. Lin Xiyao spread some straw on the ground. Naturally, the small bed was to be offered to the injured, and she could simply make do with a mat. This act deeply moved Chu Mingxian. To be honest, even if Lin Xiyao had only afforded him a corner to stay in, he would have had no complaints. The next day, Lin Xiyao rose early, hastily making her way to the clinic guided by her memory. Hey. Stop right there. What are you doing? As she rushed towards the clinic. The elderly security guard at the entrance halted her. I'm here to seek medical attention, Lin Xiyao replied, momentarily taken aback. It was baffling. The hospital was open for business, but refused entry to those seeking care. Seek medical attention? Young lady, with those rags you're wearing, do you have the money for treatment? Listen to me. If you're here to scavenge, go elsewhere. The old man scrutinized Lin Xiyao with a disdainful gaze. Though his words were couched in concern, they dripped with contempt. Lin Xiyao realized she was being mistaken for a beggar. No, she was deemed even lower than a beggar. The old man was wary of her sneaking in to steal something. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiyao managed a faint smile. Sir, you truly have a keen eye. I'm indeed not here for medical treatment, but to deliver takeout. Takeout? The old man exclaimed in astonishment. In this desolate land of food scarcity, what could possibly constitute a profession of takeout delivery? Lin Xiyao nodded affirmatively. Yesterday, a lady in the clinic expressed interest in the mulberries I sell and asked me to deliver some to her. She mentioned she manages medical equipment here. After a round of fabrication, the old man finally grasped her purpose. Oh, so you're here delivering goods. You should have said so earlier. The logistics department is on the 3rd floor, office 307, he said gruffly. Lin Xiyao shouldered her basket and cheerfully walked inside. Office 307. Seated within was a robust, middle-aged woman, her hair styled in large waves, adorned with striking red lips. What do you want? The middle-aged woman raised her eyes, her tone laced with impatience. In an instant, an intangible aura of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Xiyao realized that one should not judge by appearances. The corpulent woman before her was, in fact, a formidable presence, exuding a profound energy, unmistakably a person of enhanced abilities. Lin Xiyao immediately donned a charming smile, expressing her desire to exchange her wheelchair. A wheelchair? The middle-aged woman arched an eyebrow, nonchalantly stating that it would cost 5 silver coins. What do you offer in exchange? Lin Xiyao frowned at the mention of 5 coins, knowing that even a scavenger could hardly accumulate such wealth in a year of toil. Is it truly so exorbitant? Sister, I can offer a string of low-toxicity mulberries in exchange for an old wheelchair. Even one that is broken will suffice. As she spoke, Lin Xiyao retrieved the mulberries from her basket and placed them on the desk. The middle-aged woman gazed hungrily at the luscious mulberries, swallowing with desire. You are fortunate. We happen to have a broken wheelchair in the storeroom. I will write you a note. You may collect it on the 5th floor. Those discarded items are destined for disposal, so why not grant this young girl a chance? She can enjoy a taste of the mulberries. It's a win-win situation. The woman, pleased with her thoughts, readily penned a note. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Xiyao hurried to the 5th floor. The middle-aged woman's thoughts were transparent. She understood well that the affluent would not discard their refuse without reason. For the impoverished, however, the notion of gain and loss must be set aside. Having acquired a dilapidated wheelchair, Lin Xiyao also scavenged some discarded gauze from a nearby bin. With no money to her name, she was compelled to be frugal. Aren't you forbidden from coming here? I am merely concerned for you. The prenatal checkup is on the 5th floor, and should you fall, what a baby in your womb. Goodness, what a jinx. Yes. In the corridor outside the examination room, a couple sat seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, openly displaying their affection. Lin Xiyao cast a fleeting glance, her dark eyes narrowing. Wasn't this the very pair who had poisoned Chu Mingxian in the forest? How curious. This woman is with child? Akai, how goes the matter with the group? Those old bones are still holding out, but they will soon relent. Xiaoan, do not concern yourself with such matters. Focus on nurturing the baby. Very well. Lin Xiyao walked past nonchalantly. Yet the creaking of the wheelchair drew an irritated frown from Xia Yuhan. What is the matter? Am I disturbing you? Chen Kai immediately noticed Xia Yuhan's discontent, rising abruptly, intent on confronting Lin Xiyao. Disturbing his son was a grave offense. Never mind. Xia Yuhan interjected, rising lazily. I shall visit the restroom. You wait here for the report. Very well. At the nurse station ahead, did you see those two? It is quite a rarity. 2 enhanced individuals can conceive a child. Perhaps their genes are exceptionally strong. I suspect that man is likely wearing a green hat. Enough talk. They're approaching. The mutation of enhanced human genes makes conceiving a child exceedingly difficult, and the nurses engaged in hushed gossip, their expressions brimming with curiosity. Lin Xiyao perked up her ears, listening with keen interest. She was well aware of her own capabilities. At present, she was no match for the two enhanced individuals. Encountering this pair of shameless lovers merely afforded her the opportunity to indulge in their scandalous affair. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through. Xia Yuhan hurriedly strode past Lin Xiyao, heading towards the end of the corridor. Where's she going? Lin Xiyao pondered, wishing to follow yet fearing discovery. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she unleashed a thread of mental energy. In an instant, the scene at the corridor's end became remarkably clear. This was the first time Lin Xiyao had attempted to control her mental power, and to her surprise, it worked effectively. Xiaoan, it's me. What are you doing? Just as Xia Yuhan reached the restroom, a large hand yanked her into the men's toilet. Beside the sink, their bodies pressed against one another. The man, of modest stature and with a rotund visage, hastily kissed Xia Yuhan's neck, displaying an urgent demeanor. Lin Xiyao, perched at the stairway, found her lips curving into a subtle smile. She had unexpectedly stumbled upon such a tantalizing scene. Chapter 9. Scavenging together, what are you doing? Chen Kai is still outside. Xia Yuhan forcefully shoved the man away, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Isn't it because I can't stop worrying about our child? The man replied, feigning innocence as he attempted to approach once more. Smack! In the blink of an eye, Xia Yuhan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face, fiercely threatening him to be silent. Li Qing, we agreed from the beginning that this child has nothing to do with you. Li Qing, clutching his stinging cheek, spoke with a heavy heart. Xiaoan, I can't bear to let go. I've done everything you asked, poisoned the captain's water, switched his food. Smack! Are you looking for death? Hearing this, Xia Yuhan struck him again. Lin Xiyao, gripping the armrest of her wheelchair with a grave expression, pondered who this Li Qing was. How could he so easily poison Chu Mingxuan's food and water? This matter must remain buried. Otherwise, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Xia Yuhan's eyes as she coldly threatened him. Li Qing, aware that he had uttered words he should not have, slowly lowered his head. I'm sorry. I just love you too much and don't want to lose you. Xia Yuhan scoffed disdainfully in her heart. Li Qing was merely a lowly servant, unworthy of such affection. Remember my words. Xia Yuhan had no desire to entangle herself further with Li Qing and turned to exit the men's restroom. Having overheard a shocking secret, Lin Xiyao felt a tumult of emotions. This wretched woman had seduced Li Qing to poison Chu Mingxian, and now sought to ensnare Chen Kai with the prospect of a child. Truly sinister. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the incandescent light above Xia Yuhan. An idea sparked within her. She concentrated her mental energy entirely on the bulb. In the next instant, with a loud bang, the bulb exploded, crackling and sending shards of glass flying in all directions. A sudden twist of fate startled Xia Yuhan, prompting her to scream. As her foot slipped, she fell to the ground. Xiaoan, are you all right? Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qing rushed out of the men's restroom, worry etched across his face. Xia Yuhan clutched her abdomen, her face pale with pain. Meanwhile, Chen Kai sprinted towards them. Hide quickly, she urged, pushing Li Qing in haste. If Chen Kai sees you, we're doomed. Get away. Li Qing felt a mix of frustration, reluctance, and helplessness. Lin Xiyao, observing the scene with a sense of amusement, unlocked a new understanding. Her psychic ability could not only probe the surroundings, but also launch attacks. Indeed, this was the essence of a level 1 psychic power. If she were to ascend several levels, wouldn't she become invincible? Lin Xiao mused, though her perspective remained overly simplistic. She was not merely a psychic. She was a formidable soul devourer. The ability to probe and attack was merely the foundation. The true strength of the soul devourer had yet to reveal itself. Xiaoan, what's the matter? Chen Kai soon arrived at the restroom, scooping up Xia Yuhan, while Li Qing had already slipped into the men's restroom, perfectly avoiding the encounter. Lin Xiao pouted in disappointment, realizing the lack of entertainment and deciding to leave. As for the child within Xia Yuhan, Lin Xiao felt no interest. Whether it was lost or saved held no significance for her. Upon exiting the clinic, the duty officer at the door regarded her with disdain. Isn't this merely scavenging? Chu Mingxian had long awakened, sitting at the bedside, hesitating as he gazed at her. Lin Xiyao paused for a moment before realizing he must be needing the restroom. This thought brought her some difficulty. Although there were public toilets in a shantytown, how could a woman like her enter the men's restroom? Just thinking about it felt embarrassing. I can manage. Just help me to the wheelchair, Chu Mingxian stated. He understood Lin Xiao's thoughts, nearly wearing the word awkward on his face. It warmed his heart to know her concerns. What woman would willingly care for someone in such a state? Women who could share joys, but not sorrows, were plentiful. Yet Lin Xiao was different. From the perspective of a stranger, her willingness to assist was commendable. Are you able to do this? Lin Xiao sighed in relief as she helped Chu Mingxian into the wheelchair. All right, he nodded. Even if it was challenging, he would find a way. He could not expect a young lady to assist him with such intimate matters. By the way, do you know Li Qing? Lin Xiao pushed Chu Mingxian towards the public restroom, casually inquiring along the way. Yes, he works in the cafeteria of the Xingyao Mercenary Corps. How do you know him? I encountered the two individuals who harmed you today when I visited the clinic. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxian glanced over, anxiety coursing through him. Did they hurt you? In the future, maintain your distance from them. You're not their match. Lin Xiao did not argue, but simply nodded obediently. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Mingxian felt his tense heart finally relax. It is quite late. Do you still intend to scavenge? He inquired. Of course, she replied. Take this dagger for protection. Furthermore, he mentioned, I am aware of a nearby potato field. Perhaps you could try your luck there. Chu Mingxian gently handed the dagger to Lin Xiao, his voice soft and considerate. The midday sun's ultraviolet rays were intense, rendering it an unsuitable time for exposure. Yet Lin Xiao was eager to venture out. So he meticulously planned the nearest and most fruitful scavenging site for her. Potatoes? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Potatoes were a staple, far superior to the roots and leaves she had previously foraged. How had she been unaware of such a bountiful place? Zhu Mingsun, Smai. I will send you the exact location shortly. As a mercenary, the forest was his battleground, each element of the woodland firmly etched in his memory. To be candid, he had once looked down upon scavenging, but his perspective had since shifted. Upon arriving at the public restroom, Chu Mingxian maneuvered his wheelchair inside, leaving Lin Xiao waiting outside. The thought of savoring a delicious potato that evening made her mouth water. Before her arrival in this desolate world, she had been quite selective with her food, rarely consuming potatoes, fearing they would cause weight gain. However, in just 2 days since her arrival in this wasteland, the food she had once turned her nose up at had transformed into delicacies. It could only be said that the wasteland had a way of reforming even the most finicky of eaters. Yao, what brings you here? A cheerful voice interrupted her thoughts. Lin Xiao lifted her gaze to find a ragged girl standing before her, small and frail, resembling a sprouting bean sprout. Her large eyes sparkling. In an instant, fragments of memories rushed back to her. The girl was Ji Wansu, her sole friend from the dilapidated housing area, of the same age as she. They had often scavenged together, sharing everything. Recently, however, Ji Wansu had been unable to join her due to her brother's injury, which required her to stay home and care for him. Wansu, is your brother feeling better? Lin Xiao asked. Yes, much improved, Ji Wansu responded. Yao, are you not going scavenging today? I was planning to look around nearby. Do you want to join me? Ji Wansu extended a warm invitation, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Xiao's as she used to. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, Chu Mingxian emerged. Why not go together? It would be safer with company, he suggested, recalling the incident from the previous day when Lin Xiao had been cornered by 3 scavengers. Scavenging was indeed safer in pairs. Yao, who is he? Ji Wansu asked, her expression laced with suspicion as she scrutinized Chu Mingxian. Lin Xiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. How should she introduce Chu Mingxian? Should she speak the truth? Chu Mingxian raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Lin Xiao, equally eager to learn her explanation. A brief silence enveloped the air. Suddenly, Ji Wansu gasped. Yao, could he be your brother who went missing? Have you found him? How wonderful. Is he injured? With Ji Wansu's reminder, Lin Xiao recalled that the original owner of her body indeed had a brother. 3 years ago, he vanished while scavenging. And since then, the life of the original owner has become exceedingly arduous. She has always yearned to locate her brother. Greetings, I am Ji Wansu. Immediately, Ji Wansu greeted her with an unreserved familiarity. A twinge of disappointment surged within Chu Mingxian, and he replied with a gentle smile, "Hello, I am Lin Chu." The man's response was quite swift, even altering his surname. However, living in a shanty town under the guise of her brother's identity is not without its merits. At the very least, it alleviates a multitude of troubles. You two bear resemblance. It is evident, Ji Wansu effusively praised. Lin Xiao shook her head in exasperation. Where do they resemble each other? Truly a naive girl. Once you're ready, come find me. All right. While waiting, Lin Xiao retrieved some bandages she had collected from a hospital, placed them in a porcelain jar, and boiled them in hot water for a few minutes before hanging them out to dry. Chu Mingxian, while fiddling with his wristwatch, observed her closely. Lin Xiao is indeed an enigmatic woman. Her knowledge of using high temperatures for sterilization indicates a certain level of medical understanding. Yet, it is peculiar that someone devoid of basic life skills possesses medical knowledge. Soon, Ji Wansu arrived. Brother, I shall take my leave. Lin Xiao hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder, grabbed a bottle of water and a vial of nutritional solution, and dashed outside. Chu Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. What did she just call him? Brother? This term felt unfamiliar, yet heartwarming. She is quite carefree under the scorching sun. She seems oblivious to the need for any sun protection. Chu Mingxian found himself involuntarily concerned, casting a glance around the desolate house. Alas, poverty reigned supreme. Subsequently, he dialed a number. Team leader, are you still alive? That is splendid news. Before long, a robust young man burst in. Upon seeing Chu Mingxian, his eyes reddened with emotion. The smart wristwatch is of utmost importance. Unless one is deceased, no one would casually remove it, despite the undeniable evidence. The comrades in the team remained skeptical. They had braved the dangers of being attacked by beasts and zombies, searching through the forest for an entire night, only to find nothing. Fangwen, what is the situation within the team? Chu Mingxian inquired somberly, maneuvering his wheelchair. Team leader, your leg? At that moment, Fangwen finally noticed that Chu Mingxian was in a wheelchair, his expression one of shock. It is nothing. Fangwen's anger flared as he suddenly remembered something. That despicable scoundrel, Chen Kai. Zhu Mingsu not dead. Fangwen, instruct old Zhou to collect a bribe and agree to let Chen Kai take over as team leader. Team leader, you. Fangwen appeared perplexed. Just do as I say. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao walked for an hour under the blazing sun, finally arriving at the gathering point. Her skin felt scorched and painfully tender, and her throat was parched. Yao Yao, why didn't you bring any sun protection gear? You gotten quite tanned. Ji Wansu asked with a puzzled expression. Filling my stomach is of utmost importance, Lin Xiao replied, tugging at the strap of her backpack, her eyes gleaming with determination. The forest ahead is modest, with only a few scattered potato sprouts. Yet these sprouts reach over 1 meter in height, and their leaves are as large as a palm. It is evident that the potatoes buried beneath must be substantial. With exuberance, Lin Xiao dashed towards the nearest potato sprout, energetically bending over to toil, pulling leaves, and digging for potatoes. Hey, wait for me. Ji Wansu, a step behind, looked on with confusion. The Lin Xiao of the past would never have exhibited such vigor. She had always scorned toxic food. Detection indicates toxin content at 80. Consumption is not advised. Detection indicates toxin content at 78. Consumption is not advised. Gazing at the potatoes in her hands, Lin Xiao expressed regret. Such large potatoes seemed a pity to waste. With such a scarce quantity, and all being highly toxic, it was no wonder that no one came here to gather them. Was this trip in vain? She began to suspect that Chu Mingxian was merely leading her astray. At that moment, Ji Wansu exclaimed, Yao Yao, I found one. I found one. Lin Xiao looked up to see Ji Wansu, beaming with joy, cradling a potato as large as a watermelon. The weight must be no less than 10 pounds. A potato larger than a watermelon. Can you believe it? Low toxin levels. Yao Yao, we struck it rich. Ji Wansu's voice trembled with excitement, while Lin Xiyao looked on with envy. Wansu, your luck is extraordinary. Let us keep at it. The two resumed their diligent digging for potatoes, brimming with enthusiasm. Detection indicates toxin content at 35. Consumption is advised in moderation. At last, Lin Xiyao unearthed a potato deemed safe for consumption. It was not large, weighing about 3 pounds, but she felt content. 3 pounds were better than none. They continued their efforts. 2 hours later, all the potatoes in the forest had been dug up. Lin Xiyao had gathered around 5 pounds, while Ji Wansu had procured over 20. Their bounty was plentiful. 30 pounds of potatoes would sustain a family for a month, and if this were to be sold outside, how many would envy their fortune? Yao Yao, shall we explore nearby? Never mind. The sun is scorching. Let us rest under a tree. Lin Xiyao declined Ji Wansu's suggestion. The sun blazed fiercely. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying the refreshing scent of greenery. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. Such an afternoon was perfect for a nap. Suddenly, a series of urgent beeping sounds pierced the tranquility. Lin Xiyao jolted awake, instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist. There's a beast. Chapter 11. Level 2 Soul Devourer. A powerful surge of psychic energy emanated, instantly radiating outward. In the next moment, Lin Xiyao located her target. Not far away, in an open area, were 2 gray rabbits the size of goats, with short tails, pointed ears, and crimson eyes. Their appearance bore little difference from the rabbits of the pre-apocalyptic world, and Lin Xiyao recognized them immediately. The 2 rabbits were closely intertwined, rolling playfully on the grass. Lin Xiyao cautiously approached with her psychic energy, her curiosity piqued. What were they doing? Were they harming each other? Could it be that she has stumbled upon a significant advantage? Yet in the next moment, Lin Xiyao awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. It was quite a sight to behold. 2 strange beasts engaged in mating. Goodness! Yao Yao observed Lin Xiao's tense posture and serious expression, prompting Ji Wansu to inquire with confusion. Hush! Lin Xiao gestured for silence, gradually lowering herself to crouch beneath the great tree, gazing intently at the clearing ahead. Ji Wansu, her face a mask of skepticism, followed suit. Lin Xiao mused to herself that once the 2 beasts were finished and had moved on, they would promptly depart from this place. Little did she know, they remained in that position for half an hour. My word, the combat prowess of these beasts was indeed formidable. As Lin Xiao's mind wandered restlessly, 2 distinct growls suddenly pierced the air. Squeak, roar. Subsequently, the 2 rabbits, previously intertwined, separated. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. It was finally over. To encounter such bizarre circumstances was truly beyond words. Afterward, the male rabbit hopped energetically into the forest, while the female lay sprawled on the grass, lazily squinting her eyes in exhaustion, as if utterly drained. Observing this, Lin Xiao, who had been slowly retreating, halted her movements. Tired, perhaps? This might be her opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as she looked at the beast resting on the grass. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light raced toward the beast's head with incredible speed. Ji Wansu's eyes widened in astonishment. If she wasn't mistaken, the golden light emanated from Lin Xiao's forehead. How could this be? Whoosh! The golden light struck the beast's head with force. Boom! A gruesome scene flashed in Lin Xiao's mind. Brain matter exploding, blood vessels bursting, a chaotic spray of crimson, akin to shattered tofu. Done for. Squeak, squeak. Before Ji Wansu could comprehend the unfolding events, a shrill squeal pierced the air. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao dashed forward with remarkable swiftness. Wansu, wait for me here. She was off to claim her spoils. To her astonishment, her mental attack had proven so effective. A single strike had claimed a life. The female rabbit struggled in agony for a few moments before finally succumbing. Upon reaching the clearing, Lin Xiao raised her hand to touch the beast's forehead, and a stream of green light began to emanate from it. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a sphere of green luminescence. Within this orb, a small, adorable gray rabbit blinked its large eyes, gazing at Lin Xiao with a charmingly naive expression. Ah, the soul of a strange beast. Lin Xiyao exclaimed with delight, her slender fingers brushing against the green orb. Just as she had surmised, only by personally slaying or participating in the defeat of the beast could its soul manifest. Ding! Absorbing level 1 gray rabbit soul. Strength 1, Speed 1, Agility 1, Mental Power 10, Battle Power Enhanced. Soul Devouring level upgraded to level 2. Soul Capturing Technique unlocked. As the green light entered her body, a mechanical prompt resonated once more in Lin Xiao's mind. This time, she distinctly saw a faint green glow flash across the dial of her watch. It seems that this watch is truly remarkable. Perhaps the awakening of her soul-devouring abilities is somehow connected to it. However, time is of the essence, and Lin Xiao cannot afford to delve into its mysteries at the moment. The device detected a toxin level of 7, indicating it is safe for consumption. Shortly thereafter, the watch emitted a sound, signaling the completion of the analysis. There is also a male rabbit nearby. She must hasten her departure. Wanshu, gather your belongings and let us leave quickly, Lin Xiao shouted as she ran. Ji Wanshu gazed at her in astonishment, disbelief filling her eyes. Could it be? The frail Lin Xiao was sprinting while carrying a mythical beast? This is simply too surreal. How could such fortune befall her? She too wished to partake in this adventure. Wanshu. Noticing Ji Wanshu lingering beneath a large tree, Lin Xiao called out in urgency. All right, I'll pack up right away. Just then, a roar echoed from deep within the forest. The ground shook violently, and an overwhelming pressure began to spread. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Hearing the thudding sounds behind her, her heart raced uncontrollably. It was undoubtedly the male rabbit, driven mad by the mournful cries of its mate, charging toward them. Who would have thought that such a docile creature could become so terrifying when enraged? They were in no position to confront it. We must flee. Lin Xiao unleashed her full speed, dragging Ji Wanshu along as they dashed toward the tree. There was no time to pause. Stopping was not an option. Yao Yao, slow down. Being pulled along, Ji Wanshu struggled to keep pace with Lin Xiao, nearly stumbling several times. After 10 minutes, they finally escaped the woods. Lin Xiao extended her spiritual awareness to confirm that the beast had not pursued them before finally coming to a breathless halt. What about the beast you have? Ji Wanshu gasped, trying to catch her breath. I found it in the forest. We shall have meat to eat tonight. Really? You actually found it? Yavansu exclaimed. It doesn't even have any wounds. It can't be dead from illness, can it? She innocently speculated. Despite her earlier doubts, she completely trusted Lin Xiao. If she said she found it, then it must be true. Lin Xiao smiled gently. In truth, she wished to divulge that the rabbit had succumbed to exhaustion from overindulgence. Yet, fearing Ji Wanshu might overthink it, she could only stifle her laughter and shake her head. It's fine, I've tested it. That's a relief. Ji Wanshu responded, her expression brightening with a smile. Today's luck is simply extraordinary. Indeed, the value of a mythical beast far surpassed that of mere potatoes. Finding one so fortuitously was nothing short of miraculous. Exactly. At that moment, it was the time for scavengers to return. Lin Xiao scanned her surroundings, and suddenly her eyes lit up with inspiration. Surrounding the forest was a vast expanse of long, slender bulrush. Bulrush is known for its cooling properties and bitter taste, effective in clearing heat and detoxifying. Not only that, but it is also suitable for weaving mats. Subsequently, Lin Xiao harvested the bulrush to use as cover. Soon, their baskets were filled to the brim with bulrush, and Lin Xiao even bundled a large heap separately, stuffing the body of the mythical beast inside. How about this? It should be unnoticeable now. Let us go. Lin Xiao, with a basket on her back, briskly moved forward while dragging a bundle of grass. Meat. At long last, she would be able to savor meat. After 3 days traversing the wasteland, her diet had consisted solely of nutritional liquids and the leaves and roots of plants, rendering her palate almost numb to flavor. The mere thought of roasted rabbit, braised dishes, clear stews, and barbecues made her mouth water. Chapter 12. Maintained dignity as the two of them carried such a substantial load of lampwick grass. Numerous curious gazes were cast in their direction. A woman with shifty eyes lingered on their baskets for quite some time. deciding to test the waters. She hastened to catch up with the lagging Ji Wansu. "Little girl, why have you gathered so many leaves? I happen to need some dry grass to replenish my basket. Could you lend me a bit?" Ji Wansu was reluctantly compelled to halt, furrowing her brow in displeasure. This was the first time she had heard of someone borrowing dry grass. Leaves were abundant, easily plucked. Why would anyone specifically seek her out? As Ji Wansu lifted her head, ready to decline, several suspicious glances swept over her. Suddenly, she understood the ruse. It became clear that the request for grass was merely a pretext to ascertain whether there were valuable items within her basket. "I am sorry, madam, but these leaves are insufficient for my needs," Ji Wansu gently declined. "You little girl, being so stingy over a few leaves," the woman exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration. Seeing Ji Wansu remain unmoved, she angrily lunged forward, tearing at the bundled grass. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ji Wansu cried out in alarm, attempting to intervene. Yet she was easily shoved aside by the woman. Meanwhile, passers-by halted, their eyes wide in shock. "Wow, what a large potato! Little girl, you've had quite the haul today." Before long, the woman had rummaged through the basket, revealing a sizable potato hidden within. "This potato is truly exceptional. No wonder it was concealed. This young lady is quite fortunate. If it's low in toxins, it could fetch a handsome sum." Instantly, a murmur of conversation arose among the onlookers. The woman's greedy gaze fixated on the potato. "I haven't eaten in 2 days. Why don't you give me that potato? Consider a loan. I'll return it in a couple of days." With a brazen grin, she shamelessly extended her hand to seize the potato. Witnessing this, Ji Wansu felt a surge of desperation, tears welling in her eyes. She was no match for the woman. She couldn't outfight or outmaneuver her. What was she to do? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. With a loud thud, the woman, bent over in her attempt to snatch the potato, was sent flying backward like a projectile. "Have you no sense of shame?" A cold voice rang out. Lin Xiyao stood protectively before Ji Wansu, gathering the scattered grass and potato into her basket. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. "Yao Yao," Ji Wansu's voice trembled, struggling to hold back her tears. "That person was truly outrageous. Ouch, that hurts. Which scoundrel kicked me?" The elderly woman, having fallen to the ground, steadied herself with a hand on her aching waist and cast a fierce glare at Lin Xiyao. Her vigilant gaze then swept the surrounding men, convinced that such formidable strength could only belong to a man. The audacity of the young girl before her to stand up. There must surely be someone backing her. "Oomph. Attempting to borrow something with empty words, what difference is that from being a thief? Kicking you would be a light punishment," Lin Xiyao coldly replied, her eyes fixed intently on the woman. What an eye-opener this was. This was not borrowing. It was a blatant act of robbery. "Young girl, are you tired of living?" Initially, the elderly woman felt a twinge of fear, but after scanning the area and realizing no one was coming to Lin Xiao's aid, she became emboldened, gritting her teeth as she charged at her. "Today, I shall tear your mouth apart for meddling in matters that do not concern you." With a smirk, Lin Xiao responded dismissively. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the woman was sent flying backward once more. This time, she clearly saw it. The young girl had merely lazily lifted her leg, yet it felt as though she had received a tremendous blow, propelling her through the air. Someone's been killed." Upon hitting the ground, the elderly woman spat out a mouthful of blood, lying there in feigning distress. She dared not charge forward again. If she did, her life would surely be at stake. Although the large potato was valuable, her life was far more precious. "Wansu, let us depart." Lin Xiao, uninterested in engaging with such a rogue, hoisted her backpack and began to pull Ji Wansu away. However, the surrounding crowd was not inclined to let them leave easily. "Stop. Young girl, do you think you can simply walk away after injuring someone?" A man, as thin as a monkey, leapt forth, blocking their path. Lin Xiao raised her gaze to him, a cold smile curling her lips. In the next moment, she drew a dagger from her waist, her voice icy as she said, "What? Do you wish to defend her? I wouldn't mind adding a few more corpses to this path." The skinny man's eyes darted nervously, shrinking back in terror. What the hell? How does this girl have a dagger? His bravado immediately dissipated, his gaze flitting around the crowd. Someone come. Surround them, even if she has a dagger. A single fist cannot compete with many hands. Yet, apart from the skinny man, no one was eager to take the risk. This girl was exceedingly dangerous. Good dogs do not block the way. Get lost, came a sharp command. The skinny man trembled in fright, his legs shaking as he stepped aside. With him intimidated, Lin Xiyao quickly urged Ji Wansu forward. All the while, Lin Xiyao exuded a chilling aura that deterred several waves of onlookers who attempted to test the waters. A single large potato had ignited envy among the scavengers. If they discovered the corpse of a rare beast, they would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means to seize it. At that point, whether she and Ji Wansu would survive was uncertain. As they pushed open the door, a gust of cold air swept in. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Chu Mingxian inquired with concern, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Lin Xiao reined in her fierce demeanor, allowing a smile to grace her lips. "It's nothing. Zhu Mingsun. I stumbled upon a remarkable treasure today," Lin Xiao said mysteriously, dragging a large bundle of grass leaves into the room before slamming the door shut with a thud. Chu Mingxian wore a puzzled expression. "Look, it's an edible exotic beast. Tonight, we shall feast on meat." Lin Xiao eagerly tore apart the pile of grass, revealing the corpse of a gray rabbit. With just a glance, Chu Mingxian comprehended the situation. Raising his gaze once more, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. They must have attracted the covetous eyes of many along the way. However, Yao, we cannot keep this exotic beast. Chapter 13. Scanning function. Lin Xiao stared in confusion for a moment, her mind racing. Indeed, consuming meat would undoubtedly release an enticing aroma. Once exposed, the residents of the shantytown would transform into greedy wolves, swarming and devouring them without leaving a trace. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. It was a brutal era where the weak were devoured by the strong. Without formidable power, one was unworthy even of a meal. Fortunately, Chu Mingxian had alerted her. "I shall make a trip to the grocery store." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao's desire for meat dissipated as she rewrapped the exotic beast's corpse with the grass leaves. "I'll accompany you," Chu Mingxian offered, his brow revealing a hint of admiration. With just a slight nudge, Lin Xiao understood. She was not willful and could effectively manage her desires. Only individuals like her could thrive in this desolate wasteland. "What do you wish to exchange?" On their way to the grocery store, Chu Mingxian casually inquired. Lin Xiao tilted her head, suggesting she wanted to trade for some nutritional liquid. "Additionally, your antidote is used up. Let us see if we can exchange for a bit more." At her words, Chu Mingxian looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. By some strange twist of fate, he blurted out that antidotes are quite expensive. "I am aware, which is why you must take good care of yourself and not waste the exotic beast I brought." Lin Xiao pouted, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. After 2 days of interaction, she could sense that Chu Mingxian genuinely cared for her. Given this, why should she withhold his salvation? Lin Xiao's temperament was one of reciprocity. If one treated her sincerely, she would return the sincerity. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept upon his lips. He had encountered many selfish individuals. In this wasteland, he had witnessed people fighting over scraps of food, ruthlessly killing their companions, and even selling their own kin to survive. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed different. Upon arriving at the grocery store, the air was still thick with smoke. The white rat bared its teeth upon seeing Lin Xiao. She waved her hand to disperse the acrid smoke, her expression one of disdain. "This old man will eventually suffocate himself. Old Huang, smoke less. All the hard-earned money you've accumulated over the years is spent on tobacco. Is it truly necessary?" Zhu Mingsun can li advis. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but he spoke up for Lin Xiao's sake, as she could not tolerate the smell of smoke. This is my only hobby." Huang, the old man chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his gaze shifting to Lin Xiao. "What would you like to exchange today?" "Firstly, let me know that I have no interest in the grass leaves." Lin Xiao was fully aware that the man with the yellow beard looked down upon them and swiftly extracted the corpse of a peculiar beast hidden within. A gray rabbit beast. Its condition is remarkably pristine. This is indeed a valuable find. "My dear girl, You haven't poisoned it to death, have you? The yellow-bearded man exclaimed in astonishment. There were no visible wounds on the beast, and given its apparent poisoning, he could not fathom any other cause of death. Not at all, Lin Xiyao retorted as she placed the beast upon the counter. You may examine it. Ah, a discerning individual. In commerce, one must first verify the goods before discussing the price. The yellow-bearded man appreciated her adherence to protocol, which undoubtedly enhanced his regard for her. After conducting a thorough inspection, his face lit up with delight. Speak, what do you wish to trade for it? He inquired, already envisioning his profits. The low-toxicity meat of the beast was highly coveted among the affluent, and coupled with such flawless fur, it was sure to fetch a handsome price. Profits abound. A vial of antidote and 10 vials of nutrient solution, she stated. Good heavens, Captain Chu, your demands are exorbitant. This cannot be arranged. The yellow-bearded man shook his head, feigning distress. Yet, Lin Xiyao felt the offer was still insufficient. How could a corpse weighing several dozen pounds yield merely a single vial of antidote? The last time, Chu Mingxian had exchanged a grade 1 raw stone for 3 vials of antidote. Yes, the raw stone. Lin Xiyao suddenly recalled that she had yet to excavate any raw stones and was uncertain if the beast's body contained one. Old Huang, should there be a raw stone within, you stand to gain significantly, Chu Mingxian murmured, unwilling to relent. My dear Captain Chu, this is akin to a blind box. Who knows if there's a raw stone? I can offer you but 1 vial of antidote. The nutrient solution is non-negotiable. The yellow-bearded man was equally unyielding, and thus commenced their haggling anew. Standing beside them, Lin Xiyao reminisced about the gruesome scene when she had slain the gray rabbit beast. In a moment of inspiration, she quietly released a thread of mental energy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Instantly, the large white rat became agitated, chattering incessantly. Quiet down, we are engaged in serious business here. Lin Xiao's mental energy had infiltrated the gray rabbit beast's mind. Sure enough, a bloody image materialized within her thoughts. A pool of thick crimson fluid was replete with disorganized chunks of white brain matter. Lin Xiao endeavored to search through the fragmented cerebral matter for a raw stone. Moments later, she indeed discovered a stone the size of a pea. A grade 1 raw stone. This scanning ability is truly invaluable. Having located the raw stone, the yellow-bearded man's blind box was rendered irrelevant. In the next instant, Lin Xiao withdrew her dagger from her waist and plunged it directly into the gray rabbit beast's skull. With a soft thud, the sounds within the room ceased abruptly. The yellow-bearded man stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. It's ruined. The quality is compromised. It is now worth far less. My dear girl, you could have sold it with its pristine fur intact. Why'd you have to pierce it? He lamented, feeling a pang of regret. Chu Mingxian remained silent, merely observing from the side. Lin Xiao deftly pried open the skull of the strange beast, and a viscous torrent of blood mixed with white brain matter gushed forth, creating a scene of chaos at the counter. Just as Huang Huzi was about to reprimand her, a glimmering object caught his eye, momentarily blinding him. Was it a raw stone? The reprimanding words transformed instantly into exclamations of surprise. How fortuitous! His blind box had been opened. After the initial astonishment, Huang Huzi was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for his thoughtlessness. Wasn't it merely 10 vials of nutrient solution? He could have given him those nearing expiration. They were hardly valuable. Now, having unearthed a raw stone, the worth of this strange beast had multiplied several times over. Level 1 raw stone. Boss Huang, we need to renegotiate this exchange, Lin Xiao said, picking up the raw stone with a radiant smile. Chu Mingxian gave her a thumbs up. His little girl was truly remarkable. Such audacity was worthy of his praise. It was essential to note that failing to unearth a raw stone would have drastically diminished the beast's value. Forget about the antidote. Even the nutrient solution would barely fetch a few bottles. Huang Huzi's expression darkened. What a stroke of bad luck. What was there to exchange? 3 vials of antidote and 10 vials of nutrient solution, but not those that were close to expiration. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a large potato resting beneath the counter. Wasn't this the potato that Ji Wansu had unearthed? Why was she selling it? With a shift in thought, Lin Xiao pointed to the large potato to add to the exchange. Huang Huzi must have been foolish. He hadn't made any profit and had thrown in a big potato for free. Chapter 14. Toxic Outbreak, returning home laden with goods. Tonight's dinner would consist of mashed potatoes and nutrient solution. After the meal, Lin Xiyao sliced the remaining potato in half, placing one portion in a basket. "I'll go check on Wansu," she said hastily before heading out with the basket. Ji Wansu had unearthed only one large potato today, yet she had sold it. What would she eat tonight? Lin Xiao felt a twinge of worry and resolved to see her. Chu Mingxian did not accompany her, opting instead to tidy up at home. Such days were both simple and fulfilling. Though the dwelling was small, it served as a harbor of solace, and despite their poverty, it was filled with the person he cherished most. This was home, wasn't it? How many years had it been since he felt the warmth of a home? Chu Mingxian was lost in thought. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The toxins were surfacing. Merely a day without the antidote had caused his body's toxins to spiral out of control. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chu Mingxian took out the antidote and swallowed it whole. However, his symptoms did not alleviate. His temperature plummeted, and the pain rendered him numb, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. In the next instant, Chu Mingxian toppled from his wheelchair, curling up on the ground in agony. Crimson streaks gradually filled his dark eyes, veins bulging, and the intricate patterns of his blood vessels slowly emerged. In that fleeting moment, an aura of ferocity and bloodlust enveloped him. As consciousness gradually faded, Chu Mingxian clenched his teeth, inwardly exclaiming, "Not good." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao arrived at Ji Wansu's humble abode. The dilapidated porcelain jar simmered with a few potato leaves, and the cramped room was permeated by a foul stench of decay. Ji Xiaoyang lay pale against a pile of grass, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. "Yao Yao, what brings you here?" Ji Wansu asked timidly as she approached the door. Her home was exceedingly shabby, and Ji Xiaoyang's injuries were severe, with the wounds festering and emitting an unpleasant odor. She feared that Lin Xiao would find it distasteful. "Wansu, I came to check on you. How is your brother?" Lin Xiao entered without hesitation, placing the basket she carried down. "We're all equally poor. There's nothing to be ashamed of," she remarked, for her own circumstances were not much better than Ji Wansu's. Mentioning Xiaoyang, Yivensuis Aizreddinet. "He has a fever. He might not survive. Let me take a look." Lin Xiao approached the pile of grass, and, upon closer inspection, her expression turned grave. There were deep gashes on Ji Xiaoyang's back, exposing bone. Flesh was torn, and yellow pus mixed with blood continuously oozed from the wounds. The injuries had rotted and become infected. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao understood the situation. In this impoverished setting 60 years later, the residents had little opportunity to learn basic medical knowledge. If left unattended, Ji Xiaoyang might not make it through the night. "Wansu, is there any water at home? Bring some over. Also, start a fire," Lin Xiao instructed. "Okay." Soon, Ji Wansu had kindled a fire and brought over a basin of murky rainwater. After sterilizing the dagger, Lin Xiao turned to Ji Wansu. "Hold his shoulders down. Don't let him move." "What are you going to do?" Ji Wansu, though filled with questions, complied obediently. "The necrotic tissue on the wound must be removed." Lin Xiao spoke slowly, placing her hand on Ji Xiaoyang's back. With swift and precise movements, she excised the dead flesh and immediately applied the coagulation ointment in one fluid motion. Ji Xiaoyang, still unconscious, let out a pain groan, but fortunately did not struggle. Before long, all of Ji Xiaoyang's wounds were treated. "Yao Yao, you are truly remarkable. Aren't you afraid?" Ji Wansu expressed her admiration. She had considered treating Ji Xiaoyang's injuries as well, but upon seeing the gruesome wounds, her hands trembled. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. "I am afraid, but life is paramount. Wansu, whether he can pull through depends on your brother's fate. Oh, by the way, Yao Yao, wait a moment." Ji Wansu, feeling a bit dejected, suddenly remembered something and pulled out a silver coin from her pocket, handing it to Lin Xiao. "Yao Yao, this coagulation ointment is precious. Thank you. Please take this silver coin." Lin Xiao accepted the coin, examining it with curiosity. "Is this the currency circulating in the wasteland?" "It resembles the silver dollars from the Republic, nothing particularly extraordinary." After her assessment, Lin Xiao pressed the silver dollar back into Ji Wansu's hand. The hemostatic powder belongs to my brother, and there is no need for payment. Keep the silver coins safe. When your brother awakens, buy some food to nourish his body. Lin Xiao smiled as she spoke. Strength without oppression. Authority without tyranny. How could she ever accept money from Ji Wanshu? Carrying such money would surely invite misfortune. Thank you. Ji Wanshu expressed her gratitude. A box of hemostatic powder costs 10 silver coins. After Lin Xiao departed, Ji Wanshu picked up the basket on the ground, and upon seeing the potatoes inside, her eyes reddened, and she wept openly, moved to tears. The hemostatic medicine and food were treasures in the slums. Lin Xiao's willingness to lend a helping hand during her moment of desperation was a kindness she would cherish forever. Creak. Upon returning home, as soon as Lin Xiao pushed open the door, a wave of intense unease washed over her. Dongji. In the next moment, she was forcefully yanked into the room, the dilapidated wooden door slamming shut with a resounding thud. Before she could comprehend the situation inside, a dizzying whirlwind engulfed her. Lin Xiao crashed heavily onto the small bed, her hands bound. Chu Mingxian straddled her waist, his clothing open, revealing a robust and enticing physique. A wicked smile curled his lips, his eyes a deep crimson, brimming with insatiable desire, akin to a beast in heat. This primal visage was irresistibly alluring. In an instant, Chu Mingxian leaned down, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping her. A cold kiss landed on Lin Xiao's neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Lin Xiao thought, what on earth is happening? While she might admire Chu Mingxuan's physique, it was merely an appreciation and nothing more. Being forced into this situation ignited a surge of anger within her. With a tearing sound, her clothes were ripped apart. A chilling breath traveled along her neck to her shoulders and chest, filled with impatience. Zhu Mingsun, Lin Xiao shouted angrily, her expression turning frosty as she secretly summoned the soul power within her body. If he continued his reckless behavior, she would surely kill him. A unique scent infiltrated her senses, and the bloodthirsty agitation within her was swiftly subdued, allowing Chu Mingxuan's consciousness to gradually return. In the next moment, he trembled, halting all actions. Cold. Bang. As the words fell, Chu Mingxian collapsed onto Lin Xiao. Damn it, you're crushing me. Get off. Chapter 15. Their S.A. tail behind Lin Xiao managed to free one hand and push him away with all her might. Chu Mingxian had already lost consciousness, his crimson eyes returning to their natural black. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Xiao. Fortunately, it wasn't tea as she feared. It must have been the poison that caused him to lose his reason. With that thought, she prepared to rise. However, at that moment, Chu Mingxian suddenly rolled over, clinging to her tightly like a koala, and a sense of suffocation enveloped her. Lin Xiao became alert once more. Could he be pretending to be unconscious? In the next instant, Chu Mingxian lifted a leg and draped it over her. Lin Xiao, she exclaimed. I'm cold. Unconsciously, Chu Mingxian emitted a low murmur, his voice imbued with a hint of plea. Lin Xiao, wait a moment, he thought. How could his legs possibly move? Hadn't his kneecap been shattered? How could it rest upon her? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Chu Mingxuan's knee, which just days prior had been a gruesome sight, flesh torn and bones protruding. Now, it had formed a scab, the jagged bones seemingly vanished. Was the physique of a strengthened individual truly so formidable, capable of self-healing, even shattered bones? Unheard of, indeed. It was rather fantastical. Lin Xiao assumed this was a characteristic of those enhanced, yet unbeknownst to her. The reason for Chu Mingxuan's recovery lay in the uniqueness of his body. Realizing that Chu Mingxian was genuinely unconscious, Lin Xiao ceased her struggles and surrendered to slumber, simply embracing the act of sleep. The following day, sunlight streamed into the room, and Lin Xiao lazily opened her eyes. Truth be told, resting in Chu Mingxuan's embrace was rather comfortable. After a night of sound sleep, her once vigilant heart had dissipated into nothingness. Awake? A deep, magnetic voice resonated. Chu Mingxian sat in a wheelchair, a smile gracing his lips as he basked in the sunlight, his purple hair shimmering with a faint violet glow. His extraordinarily handsome visage was captivating. Let us eat, he gently suggested, offering her a cooked potato. All right, what about the poison in your system? All cleared, he replied, deftly shifting the conversation. Have you decided where to gather today? Lin Xiyao shook her head. At this hour, the scavenging team had already departed, and she couldn't even accompany them to the collection point. Noticing her predicament, Chu Mingxian spoke softly, a glimmer flashing in his eyes as he regarded her. Who was she? The aura surrounding Lin Xiyao managed to suppress the bloodthirsty impulse within him. 10 years prior, his parents had sold him for a sack of potatoes. The enhancement program had been executed in the wasteland, yet dissatisfaction with the combat prowess of the enhanced individuals led to the creation of underground laboratories. Those involved were referred to as Crimson Shadows. That night marked his first loss of control. He became a devil consumed by slaughter. The warmth of fresh blood driving him into a frenzy, while the terrified screams of the people heightened his excitement. In a single night, he annihilated everyone in the slums, including his own parents and siblings. Reflecting on this, Chu Mingxian bowed his head, a chilling aura emanating from him, his hands stained with blood. Chu Mingsun. Suddenly, Lin Xiyao felt a shiver run down her spine and looked up in astonishment. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Mingxian's gaze instantly cleared. Are there peaches to eat? Yes, near the potato grove. I'll send you the coordinates. Soon, Lin Xiyao had gathered her things and set off to scavenge. Exiting the shanty town, she fortuitously encountered Ji Wansu, and the two naturally decided to proceed together. As Lin Xiyao left the shanty town, Chu Mingxian brought the bulrushes inside. Xiao Wu. Here, a figure appeared instantaneously outside the shack. Follow her and ensure her safety on the way, Chu Mingxian instructed, all the while tending to the bulrushes. The figure outside hesitated for a moment before departing. Fong Wu, the twin brother of Fong Wan, also served as a covert guard for Chu Mingxian. He had just arrived that morning. Lin Xiyao often encountered unpredictable situations whenever she ventured out, so it was prudent to send someone along for her protection. Shortly thereafter, Fong Wan arrived at the makeshift shelter, carrying a large bucket of water. What on earth are you doing, boss? Upon witnessing the scene inside, Fong Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Surely, he was not mistaken? Chu Mingxian had paused in his task of weaving a bamboo mat. Set that down and leave, he instructed. No, boss, your hands are meant for slaying beasts. If you desire a bamboo mat, I can easily bring one to you. Who was Chu Mingxian? The king of warriors in the Eastern District. He had once ventured alone into the forest, unarmed, and slain a level 6 wind wolf, earning him the title of leader of the Xingyao mercenary corps. He had bravely infiltrated the lair of the Red Serpent, annihilating the Red Serpent King and dispatching dozens of the creatures, thus clearing a vast area for the residents of the shantytown to safely gather resources. The common folk revered him as the strongest warrior, while the affluent in the safe zone regarded him as the purple-haired Demon King. Regardless of the titles, the sight of him weaving a mat was utterly inconceivable to Fong Wan. Chu Mingxian was different. This was a bamboo mat for Lin Xiyao's slumber. How could it be entrusted to another? Fong Wan was bewildered. Meanwhile, not far into her journey, Lin Xiyao keenly sensed that someone was following her. Initially, she paid it no mind, thinking perhaps it was merely a scavenger on the same path. However, an hour later, the individual still trailed behind her. Lin Xiao realized she was being targeted. Who had sent this person? What were their intentions? Yao, look. There is indeed a peach orchard ahead. At that moment, Ji Wansu excitedly pointed forward, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Her train of thought interrupted. Lin Xiao lifted her gaze to behold a vast expanse of peach trees, each adorned with luscious, ripe peaches, the air thick with their enticing sweetness, and the sight of the vibrant fruit was utterly mouth-watering. Who would have thought that Chu Mingxian could be so reliable? It's truly a rarity to find such a splendid peach grove. Fong Wu exclaimed. Isn't this the leader's private orchard? Yao, hurry up, what are you waiting for? Never having seen so many peaches, Ji Wansu eagerly rolled up her sleeves and sprinted forward at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash. We must make the most of today. Lin Xiyao thought to herself. She truly is reckless. Doesn't she even check the surroundings before collecting? Subsequently, Lin Xiao extended her mental energy outward. There appeared to be no immediate danger. Yet 100 meters away, concealed in the grass, lay a man clad in black. As for the man, she decided to observe for the time being. Toxicity level at 42. Consumption in moderation is advised. Yao, look, they're edible. Ji Wansu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she cradled a peach larger than a pumpkin. It weighed at least 5 pounds. Lin Xiyao couldn't help but marvel. This was the true essence of the pan tao. Chapter 16, Market Day. Toxicity level at 75. Consumption is not recommended. Subsequently, Lin Xiyao ascended a peach tree and commenced her testing. Highly toxic food, having traversed the wasteland for 3 days. She had grown accustomed to and remarkably composed in this environment. It was commonplace here that food was inedible. Onward to the next specimen. The toxin level registered at 18. Deemed consumable. My goodness, a low-toxin fruit. Lin Xiyao joyfully plucked it and placed it into her basket. Since her rebirth, her fortune had been rather favorable, as she consistently harvested low-toxin provisions. Could it be that she had experienced a turn of fate? Had she acquired the constitution of a lucky koi? Onward. Rolling up her sleeves, she pressed on. The toxin level read 80, indicating a highly toxic food, not advisable for consumption. The next registered at 73, also not recommended. Following this, all the fruits Lin Xiyao tested were of high toxicity. Where was the promised lucky koi constitution? After examining one peach tree, Lin Xiyao climbed to yet another. A succession of trees yielded only inedible peaches. Lin Xiyao felt numb. She had become desensitized. The toxin level indicated 3, consumable. Lin Xiyao paused, looking down at her watch. 3. Could it truly be 3? Astonishing. This was the lowest toxin level she had ever encountered in a fruit. In disbelief, Lin Xiyao decided to test it once more. Indeed, it was extraordinary. To encounter such a rare gem, her luck was truly exceptional. She carefully collected the large peach, unable to suppress the smile curling at her lips. Throughout the morning, Lin Xiyao had gathered 5 large peaches, weighing over 20 pounds collectively. Among them, 2 were low toxin, and 3 were of medium toxicity. A bountiful harvest. Ji Wansu had gathered 6 large peaches, albeit all of medium toxicity, which was still commendable. At noon, under the scorching sun, the 2 of them sat beneath the peach tree to enjoy the shade. Wansu, how is your brother faring? He has awakened, and the fever has subsided. He even consumed some nutritional medicine this morning. Yao, I am truly grateful to you. Ji Wansu expressed her heartfelt appreciation. That's wonderful. I will visit again in a couple of days. Lin Xiyao waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. By the way, tomorrow is the monthly market day. Yao, do you wish to go? Ji Wansu inquired, tilting her head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's mind instinctively recalled memories of market day. The last day of each month marked the market day in the Eastern District. The marketplace, bustling with crowds, lay just outside the safe zone, brimming with rare items. Sure, let's go take a look. Lin Xiyao readily agreed, considering it an opportunity to broaden her horizons. All right, I will come by early tomorrow to fetch you. Just then, Ji Wansu suddenly clutched her stomach and shyly exclaimed, Yao, wait a moment. I urgently need to go. Ji Wansu hurriedly dashed out of the peach grove, having forgotten to relieve herself in her rush to leave that morning. After holding it in for the entire morning, she resolved to take care of it in the wild. Observing this, Lin Xiyao chuckled and shook her head. She quite liked Ji Wansu. Genuine, simple, and kind-hearted, albeit a bit soft-spoken. Once Ji Wansu had run off, Lin Xiyao settled beneath the tree, engrossed in studying the watch on her wrist. According to her speculation, the abilities of the Soul Devourer should be bestowed by the wristwatch. However, she had never found the time to verify this. With a gentle swipe of the dial, Lin Xiao's pupils contracted in astonishment. Just like swiping a smartphone screen, she navigated to the second page, which displayed a single icon, the Soul Devourer. This was peculiar. She distinctly remembered that on the first day, she used the wristwatch. There had been no second page. Could it be that the wristwatch had upgraded alongside her? As she pondered this, Lin Xiao became increasingly convinced of her hypothesis. The original owner had never encountered the warning function while using the wristwatch. It had only upgraded after she became a level 1 Soul Devourer. Now, It had upgraded once more, revealing a second page. Upon this realization, Lin Xiyao reached out and tapped the icon of the Soul Devourer. Instantly, a brilliant light emanated from the dial, and a green beam surged into her mind. Information regarding the Soul Devourer unfolded within her consciousness. A Level 2 Soul Devourer unlocks the soul capture technique, enabling the manipulation of another's soul with soul power, thus making it serve the Soul Devourer. Naturally, this requires immense soul power, and failure to capture a soul results in backlash. In severe cases, one soul power may remain at Level 2, rendering any further upgrades impossible. As for the origins of the Soul Devourer and subsequent levels, the information remained blank. Lin Xiyao felt a sense of emptiness. Just then, a piercing scream pierced the air. Lin Xiyao stood up, alert. How could she have forgotten that a man with ill intentions was lurking in the bushes? Ji Wansu was in danger. Realizing this, Lin Xiyao swiftly drew her dagger and raced towards the edge of the peach grove. Don't come any closer. Outside the grove, Ji Wansu had fallen to the ground, her face flushed, resembling a frightened rabbit as she shrank back. Opposite her stood a man in black, hesitating, his mouth slightly agape, as if he wished to explain something. What do you want? Stay away from Wansu. Lin Xiyao shouted coldly, maintaining her momentum as she delivered a powerful kick to the black-clad man's body. With a tremendous impact, the man, unprepared, was sent flying several meters away. Lin Xiyao glanced down and saw Ji Wansu's trousers had slipped down to her thighs, exposing her fair skin, her eyes glistening with tears. This scene ignited a blaze of fury within Lin Xiyao. No wonder he had been following them. He intended to act lewdly. This man was courting death. Without allowing him a moment to recover, Lin Xiyao tightened her grip on the dagger and charged at him. The blades flashed, each strike lethal. Lin Xiao's movements were swift and ruthless, determined to eliminate this scoundrel. Fang Wu struggled to evade her attacks, finding himself at a disadvantage. What need did such a fierce woman have for protection? At this moment, it was he who required safeguarding. Let me explain, he implored. You scoundrel. Lin Xiao seethed, her voice laced with fury, a look of confusion flickering in her eyes. Observing his skills, he appeared to be a professionally trained mercenary, not merely a slacker from slums. But why had he been trailing them all along? Did they even wish to bully Ji Wansu? Was it her beauty that caught their attention? Impossible. Lin Xiao possessed a keen self-awareness. In their current disheveled state, they resembled beggars devoid of any allure. Swish! The sharp blade of a dagger barely grazed the man's throat. Had he been a moment slower to react, his life would have been forfeit. I am here on the orders of the captain to protect you. In desperation, Fang Wu shouted, retreating several steps. When one cannot confront, it is best to keep a safe distance. The captain? Zhu Mingsun. At this, Lin Xiao ceased her advance, but remained vigilant. Yes, indeed, it is Captain Chu. Fang Wu nodded vigorously, striving to muster a semblance of sincerity in his smile. In such dire circumstances, invoking Chu Mingxian was his only refuge. Lin Xiao, skeptical yet curious, questioned, if you're sent by Chu Mingxian, why would you bully Wansu? No, I did not. Fang Wu exclaimed urgently. This is a misunderstanding. Chapter 17, Uprising Wansu. He did not bully me, it was I. At that moment, Ji Wansu, her cheeks flushed, interjected with an explanation. The circumstances were too embarrassing to fully disclose. It turned out that after urgently escaping the peach grove, Ji Wansu sought a private spot to relieve herself, unwittingly choosing the very thicket where Fang Wu was concealed. Lin Xiao found the situation awkward. Turn around. After clarifying, she cast a fierce glare at Fang Wu. Why choose such an unsuitable hiding place? This is entirely your fault. Receiving Lin Xiao's disdainful and menacing gaze, Fang Wu could only turn away, feeling unjustly accused. As a shadow guard, it was imperative to remain concealed. How could he have anticipated such an unforeseen event? Subsequently, Ji Wansu hastily adjusted her clothing, feeling both embarrassed and indignant as she rose. Yao, let us leave. This is too awkward, she said, eager to escape the scene. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Wait a moment. Hearing their conversation, Fang Wu hesitated and slowly turned back to face Ji Wansu, caught in a quandary of words. What else do you wish to do? Lin Xiyao asked irritably. She had yet to confirm Fong Wu's identity. With that thought, Lin Xiao raised her wrist and initiated a video call to Chu Mingxian. Beep, beep, beep. The watch emitted a series of chimes, prompting Chu Mingxian to pause his task and casually lift his hand. It must be that rascal Fong Wu. In the next moment, his heart skipped a beat. It's Lin Xiao. Is something amiss? Yao Yao. Chu Mingxian quickly pressed the answer button, concern flashing in his eyes. Is this person one of your subordinates? Lin Xiao aimed her watch at Fong Wu, whose appearance was somewhat disheveled as he stood awkwardly at a distance. Zhu Mingsun, observing the situation, realized Fong Wu had been discovered. How could it be so swift? As a shadow guard, Fong Wu's skills in concealment were unparalleled, nearly imperceptible. How had Lin Xiao detected him? Zhu Mingsun. Yes, Yao Yao. His name is Fong Wu. After confirming Fong Wu's identity, there was a brief silence on the line. All right, I understand. Having confirmed Fong Wu's identity, Lin Xiao no longer adopted a confrontational stance. Instead, she took Ji Wansu's hand and gracefully strolled towards the peach grove. She did not require protection. Just as flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest's fury, so too must one confront life's adversities with courage to flourish. Xiao. Who is that person? Yavensu inquired softly. Lin Xiao, fabricating a response, merely stated, he is a friend of my brother. He fears for our safety outside and has sent his friend to escort us. I see. Brother Lin is truly considerate, though it is somewhat inconvenient. Indeed. Dare he leave work early? Upon contemplating this, Fong Wu, with a bold face, followed suit. Passing by the potato gathering site from the previous day, Lin Xiao halted. Her senses heightened. There was an energy fluctuation within the forest. Xiao? Ji Wansu gazed at Lin Xiao in confusion. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the woods. The sound was harrowing, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear. Yavensu tremblet, inching closer to Lin Xiyao. What a terrifying roar. Have we encountered a beast? Fong Wu reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of two. There is a beast. We must vacate this place. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity in the beast's roar. Noticing the silence behind him, Fong Wu turned, realization dawning upon him. As a diligent shadow guard, he was well-versed in reading situations. His employer wished to know what transpired ahead. Reflecting on this, Fong Wu lowered his head and swiftly checked his wristwatch. Yesterday, a young girl had unearthed a remarkable potato. Subsequently, Fong Wu whispered the information he had gathered. Ji Wansu, the girl he mentioned, must be you. Lin Xiao looked at Fong Wu in astonishment. Does the watch possess such a feature? Today, an elderly lady had assembled a scavenging team and stumbled upon the potato grove, only to encounter a beast within the woods. After being attacked, the lady issued an urgent rescue mission. It can't be that reckless old woman from yesterday, can it? She truly is persistent. What happened next? Fong Wu paused for a moment, then continued. The Starry Mercenary Corps accepted the mission. Boom! A loud explosion échoué. It was evident that a battle was underway ahead. Fong Wu exclaimed in shock. What the hell? It's our team. They had unwittingly found themselves embroiled in their own affairs. What do you intend to do? In the next instant, Fong Wu rushed forward in a frenzy, only to be seized by Lin Xiao. Help us! Humph! Lin Xiao scoffed, maintaining her composure as she assessed. Your team is engaged in a mission. It must consist of at least a group of individuals, correct? Yes, 5 per team, 10 per squad. Lin Xiao continued. 5 enhanced individuals are insufficient to vanquish a beast. What level do you believe the beast ahead is? Nodding, Lin Xiao concluded. So what can you accomplish by charging in now? Delivering yourself as a meal? Though Fong Wu felt disgruntled, he refrained from arguing, harboring a sense of reluctance. Indeed, confronted with a third-tier aberration, even 10 Fong Wu's would be futile unless Chu Mingxian joined. Just then, Fong Wu's wristwatch vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he broke into an unrestrained laughter. No need to go. Leading the charge ahead was Chun Kai's brother, Chun Jiahao. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. Haha, let us be off. We shall not wade through this murky water. Lin Xiao was utterly speechless. This man changed his demeanor with greater speed than one could turn the pages of a book. Just moments ago, he was prepared to face death, yet now he adopted an attitude of indifference. However, Fang Wu's mention of Chun Kai piqued Lin Xiao's interest. I should go take a look. Did you not say you wouldn't go? I merely stated that your presence would be of no use, not that I would refrain from going. You stay here to protect Wansu. Lin Xiao set down her backpack and instructed with a firm voice. Yao Yao, be careful. Ji Wansu gently reminded her, having grown accustomed to Lin Xiao entering the forest alone on numerous occasions. As for Fang Wu, he believed Lin Xiao, much like Chu Mingxian, was a challenging individual to manage. Chapter 18. The third-tier aberration. It was once again that familiar clearing. 3 burly men were entangled in a fierce struggle with a gray rabbit beast, trees splintering and the ground caving in, blood staining the earth. The battle raged with intensity. 2 bloodied men lay in a pool of crimson, barely clinging to life. How good! This aberration has lost control. It's exceedingly vicious. We must retreat at once. What bad luck to encounter a rampaging beast. Typically, aberrations would instinctively flee if overwhelmed. Yet, this one was different. It preferred to sustain injuries rather than retreat, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against them. Lin Xiao concealed herself in the nearby grass, her eyes narrowing. Something was amiss. The aura of this gray rabbit beast was overwhelmingly potent, significantly stronger than yesterday. What nonsense! Xiaohai and Zhuang are still on the ground. What will happen to them if we retreat now? Lin Xiao cast a detached glance in their direction. Is he Qin Jiahao? He certainly displays a sense of loyalty, far surpassing that of his brother, Chun Kai. Suddenly, Chun Jiahao was sent flying by a swipe of the beast's claw, followed by an earth-shattering roar from the aberration. To the astonishment of all, the gray rabbit beast bizarrely raised its rotund rear. With a resounding flatulence, a cloud of yellow smoke erupted forth. It just let out a foul fart? How utterly ridiculous! Just as Lin Xiao was about to laugh, her keen senses detected something peculiar. The yellow smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly enveloped the clearing. In almost an instant, the smoke permeated the entire area. Was this an exceptionally foul odor? How long had it been since it last released such gas? Lin Xiao mused in disbelief. In the clearing, Chun Jiahao reacted the quickest, springing up like a carp and making a hasty escape. This was a third-tier aberration. It had awakened its powers, and that smoke was toxic. After letting out a howl, Chun Jiahao disregarded the fate of his teammates and turned to flee. Lin Xiao had just praised his loyalty moments ago. Unexpectedly, he is a treacherous scoundrel. The robust figure of Hao, wielding a large cleaver, stood at the edge of the clearing, swiftly pursuing Chun Jiahao. Unfortunately, another individual was not so fortunate. Having inhaled too much toxic gas, he collapsed after merely a few steps. Upon witnessing the escape of the two, the gray rabbit beast did not pursue them, but rather contemptuously fixed its gaze on the fallen giant. In an instant, the gray rabbit beast leaped high, landing beside the man, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs that sank into his neck. Vivid crimson blood erupted, spraying in all directions. The giant still retained some awareness, his body trembling and convulsing from the pain, veins bulging with exertion. Yet, he was powerless to resist, lacking even the strength to open his eyes. With a series of crunches, the gray rabbit beast voraciously tore into the giant, greedily devouring his flesh and blood. Moments later, it slowly raised its forepaw, and with a swift motion, its razor-sharp claws sliced into the giant's abdomen, blood gushing forth. The beast ravenously ripped open his belly, and as a portion of intestine was violently extracted, Lin Xiao turned her head away, covering her mouth as her stomach churned violently. The scene of such brutal consumption was overwhelmingly gruesome. Observing this live spectacle from such proximity was unbearable. A slight movement caught the creature's attention, prompting it to halt its feeding, alert and vigilant. Just as the alarm bells rang in her mind, Lin Xiao felt the ground tremble beneath her. She glanced towards the clearing, where the beast had vanished, leaving behind a mangled, blood-soaked corpse. This was bad. She had been detected. Reacting with remarkable speed, Lin Xiao sprang to her feet and retreated. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the very thicket she had just crawled through. The gray rabbit beast descended from above, its massive form crashing heavily upon the grass. Had she hesitated for even a second, she would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. There was no escape. Gripping her dagger tightly, Lin Xiyao turned to face the beast, hastily retreating to create distance. Upon seeing a woman, the gray rabbit beast's demeanor shifted. It was no longer as ferocious as it had been towards the giant. Its eyes were filled with disdain, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. In the next moment, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in the beast's crimson eyes as it bared its teeth at Lin Xiyao. It was her, the very one. The gray rabbit beast roared in fury, its voice brimming with intense hatred. This detestable human had taken away its beloved mate and torn her apart. The reason it lingered near the clearing was to find the one who had taken its companion. With a ferocious roar, the gray rabbit beast charged towards Lin Xiyao. She clumsily dodged the beast's onslaught, her brow furrowed in confusion. Oddly, she felt as though she could sense the creature's emotions. This gray rabbit beast harbored deep-seated animosity towards her. Was it because she had slain the mother beast? Lin Xiyao continuously evaded, inciting the displeasure of the monstrous beast. It raised its forepaw and casually swiped, causing a colossal tree to shatter and collapse. Soon after, another tree fell. Lin Xiyao realized that the beast had developed a modicum of intelligence. Seeing her dart toward the trees, it sought to sever her escape route. A third-tier beast was indeed formidable. Its actions bore a deeper significance, as Lin Xiyao recalled the yellow toxic mist lingering in the clearing. The mist, spread by the wind, would surely disperse faster in the open than within the forest. Sensing the creature's intent, Lin Xiyao resolved to cease her retreat. She could not allow it to release the poisonous gas. In the next moment, gritting her teeth, she concentrated the soul power within her body, gripping her dagger tightly as she charged toward the beast, preparing for close combat. If her speed was sufficient, she still stood a chance against such a behemoth. With a powerful thrust, a surge of mental energy struck the beast's head, causing its attack to falter for an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiao's sharp dagger slashed deeply into the beast's flesh, blood gushing forth. However, the wound was not fatal. Regaining its senses, the beast roared furiously, wildly swinging its claws and lunging at Lin Xiao. With such a ferocious assault, she could only evade once more. A single, decisive strike was essential. Otherwise, she would merely be worn down by the beast. At that moment, a reckless thought surged within her. She would gamble everything. Instead of fleeing from the rapidly approaching beast, Lin Xiao charged toward it, adopting a suicidal tactic. Fang Wu had just arrived when he witnessed this incredible scene. Had she lost her mind? A gunshot echoed as a bullet sped toward the beast. In an instant, a vibrant spray of blood erupted from the beast's body. The bullet failed to penetrate, inflicting no mortal wound, but distracted the creature momentarily. Now was her chance. With a powerful surge of soul energy, Lin Xiao struck the beast's forehead. Simultaneously, she propelled herself upward, her legs powering her leap. In the sunlight, her sharp dagger glimmered with a soft radiance as she soared through the air. Fang Wu stood frozen, gun in hand, off filling his eyes. This move was undeniably magnificent. With a soft sound, the dagger pierced directly into the head of the gray rabbit beast. In its final moments, the beast lashed out in agony, its anguished roar echoing as it swung its paw with all its might. Chapter 19. Wind Wolf Cub with a resounding crash. Lin Xiao was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, the impact unavoidable. Thankfully, she had triumphed. A searing pain shot through her chest as she expelled a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, a torrential stream of blood flowed from the gray rabbit beast's head, its eyes wide with defiance, bearing its crimson maw before collapsing. The battle concluded. She had slain a third-tier beast. Lin Xiao stood, clutching her chest, a smile gracing her lips as she strode forward with unwavering determination. She was continuously growing stronger. She firmly believed that with relentless effort, she could thrive in this desolate wasteland. Approaching the gray rabbit beast, Lin Xiao gently placed her hand upon its head. In the next moment, A wispy, gray-white glow gradually emanated from it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This time, the little gray rabbit within the glowing sphere was decidedly displeased with Lin Xiyao, baring its teeth and squeaking in evident reluctance. Nevertheless, it was still absorbed by Lin Xiyao. As the gray-white light entered her body, a warm current instantly spread throughout her being. The scant soul power that remained within her surged, and the agonizing pain in her chest vanished in an instant. Feeling refreshed and alert, Lin Xiyao sensed that her strength had seemingly progressed to a new level. Feng Wu was profoundly astonished, remaining in a state of shock. How impressive! Simple and brutal, a single strike to kill. Most importantly, she had slain a Tier 3 beast. Such power he had only witnessed in Chu Mingxian. After absorbing the soul of the beast, Lin Xiyao grasped her dagger and began to probe its brain. Clink! A crisp sound echoed. Lin Xiao's expression brightened. With a swift flick of her dagger, a pearl larger than a marble shot out. A Tier 3 crystal. Instantly, Lin Xiao's heart raced with excitement. This was the most valuable item she had obtained since her arrival in this world. How delightful! As for the mercenaries lying on the ground, one had been bitten to death, while the other two succumbed to poison. There was no saving them. Sister Lin, let me handle this heavy lifting, Feng Wu eagerly exclaimed, rushing over with a sycophantic grin. Indeed, the leader was truly wise. With an eye for talent, it was no wonder he had lingered in this makeshift shelter. If he were in his shoes, he would cling to it as well. Fine, if you wish to move it, go ahead. Lin Xiyao dusted off her clothes. Having someone willing to assist with the several dozen pounds of beast carcass was more than welcome. All right then. Feng Wu put in considerable effort, tearing down vines to bind the beast's body, executing his actions seamlessly. At that moment, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious as her gaze deepened, focusing on the area beyond the clearing. You take Wansu and leave here first. I will join you shortly. After hastily relaying her instructions, Lin Xiao dashed towards the clearing. Hey, Sister Lin, Feng Wu called out, perplexed, but Lin Xiao had already crossed the clearing and plunged into the forest. Feng Wu was utterly astonished. Her speed was astonishingly swift. In the forest, howls echoed. Following the faint cries of the weakened beasts, Lin Xiao discovered a concealed cave. Was this cave the lair of the gray rabbit beast? Would it be younglings inside? She felt no remorse. The beasts of this wasteland were bloodthirsty, ruthless, and held grudges. If she showed mercy today and spared the young beasts within the cave, she would undoubtedly face their vengeance in the future. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao tightened her grip on her dagger and cautiously ventured inside. The dim cave was filled with chilling gusts, carrying an unpleasant, rancid odor. Howls of urgency and weakness reverberated through the air. With a sharp crack, the beast's roar within the cave abruptly ceased. Lin Xiao cast her gaze downward, realizing that she had stepped upon a fragment of white bone, which had produced the sound. This bone, whether belonging to a human or an animal, was inconclusive, and as she ventured deeper, the ground became increasingly strewn with skeletal remains. It was evident that the gray rabbit beast was a carnivore, having presumably preyed upon countless creatures, both extraordinary and human alike. Eventually, Lin Xiao arrived at a more spacious area within the cave. The dim light revealed flickering glimmers upon the ground, amidst which lay grotesque, decaying remnants of flesh and limbs. Some were human, while others belonged to bizarre beasts. A soft whimper echoed through the space. Lin Xiao's vigilance heightened as she turned her attention to the corner of the cave, where curled up a creature as dark as night, roughly the size of a small dog, with pointed ears and a pair of amber eyes filled with terror. A shard of bone had pierced its small tail, pinning it in place. It was clear to Lin Xiao that this was not a young gray rabbit beast. How had it become trapped in this cave? A thought crossed her mind, and she incredulously pondered whether it had been domesticated. Given the conditions within the cave, the gray rabbit beast evidently lacked for food, suggesting it preferred live prey, which might explain why it had kept the young creature confined within its lair. It was astonishing to think that even a third-tier beast could possess such intelligence. With cautious steps, Lin Xiao approached the small beast. It immediately shrank back, baring its unformed milk teeth and emitting low growls from its throat. Despite its fierceness, It lacked any real intimidation. Lin Xiyao halted, a teasing smile gracing her lips. In that moment, she recalled the Soul Master's soul capture technique. Perhaps she could attempt it on this creature. While she was wary of trying on an adult beast, a juvenile might yield a successful outcome, and at the very least, she would not suffer backlash. Resolutely, Lin Xiyao concentrated, gathering the soul energy within her. In an instant, a gentle stream of soul power floated toward the small beast, enveloping it. Initially, the creature struggled fiercely, yelping in fear. Gradually, however, its demeanor softened, and the hostility in its gaze dissipated as it looked at Lin Xiyao. Soon, the soul energy was wholly absorbed into the little creature's body. Lin Xiyao observed intently, her heart filled with uncertainty. Had the soul capture technique succeeded? Moments-latte. The small beast gazed at her with gentle eyes, even displaying a hint of affection. It attempted to wag its tail, but the movement caused it to yelp in pain. Lin Xiao's expression brightened. The technique had worked. She had successfully gained control over a juvenile beast. In the wake of her exhilaration, she saw the little creature still struggling and promptly instructed, "Stay still, be good." The small beast obediently lay down on the ground. Swiftly, Lin Xiao removed the shard of bone, and the newly freed creature joyously circled around her. This soul capture technique is indeed remarkable, she mused. In that moment, she could distinctly sense the emotions of the juvenile beast. It regarded her as its closest companion. This implies that once her soul power grows stronger, she will have the ability to capture the souls of other extraordinary beasts, even those of mature ones. The thought alone is exhilarating. In the future, when she ventures out accompanied by a few ferocious beasts, who would dare to provoke her? Nevertheless, thoughts aside, she now faces the dilemma of how to deal with the little beast. Lin Xiyao finds herself in a quandary. In the desolate wasteland, food is scarce, and those who struggle to fill their bellies abound. In such circumstances, who has the surplus to nurture extraordinary beasts? What should she do? It seems a pity to kill it, yet she cannot afford to keep it, and releasing it feels like a loss. Lin Xiao is torn. At that moment, the little beast darted out, digging around the cave with fervor. Lin Xiao looked on in confusion. Chapter 20. Her pet. My goodness, it's a raw stone. Lin Xiao exclaimed in delight. 1 second-tier raw stone and 2 first-tier raw stones. Goodness, this unexpected gift is truly to her liking. It even comes with money for milk powder. Very well, I shall keep you. From now on, you shall be called Little Dot. Lin Xiao joyfully gathered the raw stones, cradling the little beast as if it were a treasure. Emerging from the cave, Lin Xiao walked with a spring in her step. By the end of the afternoon, she had collected 1 third-tier raw stone, 1 second-tier raw stone, and 2 first-tier raw stones, 4 raw stones in total. If such bounties were to continue daily, would she still worry about affording a house in the safe zone? Soon, Lin Xiao caught up with Ji Wansu and the others. Fang Wu glanced at the little beast in Lin Xiao's arms, his expression peculiar, hesitant to speak. Ji Wansu, feeling a tinge of fear, couldn't help but ask Yao Yao, "Did you find that in the forest? Is it dangerous?" Lin Xiao, in high spirits, reassured her, "Not at all, it's very well behaved." At her words, a chill ran down Fang Wu's spine, and cold sweat trickled down. Truly, this was eye-opening. Did they not realize how fearsome extraordinary beasts could be? Even a cub could easily kill an ordinary person. To dare pick up such a dangerous creature? This time, with Fang Wu present, the scavengers along the road, despite their envy and jealousy, dared not approach. Upon returning to their shelter, Chu Mingxian was already waiting at the door. When he saw the little beast in Lin Xiao's arms, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but it was merely a fleeting moment before he returned to normal. Chu Mingxian smiled and remarked, "It seems you had a good haul today. Did you see? A third-tier extraordinary beast." Chu Mingxian cast a surprised glance at Lin Xiao and asked, "Did you catch it?" Lin Xiao grinned, "Just lucky, really. This beast was surrounded and attacked by several mercenaries for quite some time. I merely picked up the leftovers." However, Chu Mingxian knew well that third-tier extraordinary beasts were not so easily acquired. Yet, he chose not to confront her. "You weren't injured, were you?" "No, I'm fine." By the way, Chu Mingxian, I wish to keep this little beast, Lin Xiyao casually mentioned. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Mingxuan's mouth twitched slightly. The young wind wolf beast could fetch 30 gold coins in the pet market. At this, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. Her mind filled with a vision of glimmering gold coins cascading down. Money. Gold coins. Is this little beast truly worth that much? Perhaps I should sell it? Perceiving Lin Xiao's thoughts, the small beast let out a plaintive whimper, nuzzling affectionately against her. In an instant, Chu Mingxuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. How infuriating! He had never been so bold, yet this little creature had the audacity to intrude upon his territory. A surge of jealousy coursed through him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to crush the small beast. A tingling sensation enveloped Lin Xiyao as she gently lifted the creature, contemplating its fate. Ultimately, she resolved to keep it, for it was a soul that had been captured, and selling it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Thus, she chose to nurture it. Hearing her decision, Chu Mingxian could only sourly call out for Xiao Wu to prepare a cozy nest outside for it. Fang Wu promptly set aside the carcass of a gray rabbit beast, responding eagerly to the request. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. With the small beast no longer vying for affection, Chu Mingxuan's mood brightened remarkably. He spoke tenderly as he maneuvered his wheelchair, presenting the meticulously prepared meal, nutritional liquid paired with mashed potatoes. Yao Yao, the lairs of the exotic beasts are fraught with peril. You should refrain from recklessly venturing into them in the future. Understood, Lin Xiao replied, nodding obediently while savoring her food. With a sense of pride, she produced 4 gleaming, original stones. Danger and opportunity coexist. As Chu Mingxian gazed at the sparkling stones, he was momentarily taken aback, compelled to reassess Lin Xiao's capabilities. It was common knowledge that even a mercenary group could not procure 4 original stones within a single day. Evidently, he had underestimated her. Do you trust me so readily? Lin Xiao paused mid-chew. Indeed, she harbored no defenses against him, immediately sharing her newfound wealth. Such a considerable fortune could pose a risk if Chu Mingxian harbored ill intentions. Of course, I consider you family, she asserted. Yes, she continued. Only family would inspire such trust, and only family would selflessly share. Upon hearing her words, Chu Mingxian averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Did he truly deserve a family? After a moment of silence, he replied, I do not require anything. It is named Little Dot. Lin Xiao calmly pointed out. Isn't there meat over there? Silly girl, he scolded gently. That is a 3rd-level exotic beast, which could fetch a substantial price. He then proceeded to enlighten her about the market prices for meat in the wasteland. The higher the level of the exotic beast, the more tender the meat, and, consequently, the higher the price. For pet care, purchasing the internal organs and bones of 1st-level exotic beasts would suffice. Lin Xiao realized that there was indeed an art to consuming meat. Following Chu Mingxuan's advice, she planned to carry the gray rabbit beast carcass to the market for sale, deciding to let Little Dot go hungry for the night. After their meal, Lin Xiao noticed that a cool mat had been laid upon her pile of weeds, woven from lampwick grass. A wave of warmth filled her heart. It seemed that Chu Mingxian was rather considerate, crafting her a cooling mat. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, she said cheerfully before drifting off to slumber. Chu Mingxian cast a disdainful glance at the small bed, feeling the pangs of solitude. How lonely it is to sleep alone. It's much warmer when we huddle together. In the dead of night, low moans echoed through the room as Chu Mingxian clenched his jaw, curling up in agony. Another bout of poison had struck. Soon, a pair of eerie crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness. The next day dawned. As the dawn broke, Lin Xiao comfortably turned over in bed. In the next moment, her hand brushed against a robust chest. Startled, Lin Xiao opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, how did you get here? Zhu Mingsun, bare-chested save for a pair of black trousers, had his violet hair entwined with her dark locks. As he stirred from his slumber, he waved a large hand and pulled Lin Xiao into his embrace. Did you not say to keep the bed warm? Now, it is you who is nurturing me. Naturally, I must fulfill my obligations. Lin Xiao had indeed jested, but it was merely in jest. Get lost. Who asked you to warm my bed? With that, Lin Xiyao lifted her foot and kicked Chu Mingxian away. This abrupt action jolted him fully awake. Yao Yao, we should be leaving. At that moment, Ji Wanchu's voice echoed. Flustered, Lin Xiyao scrambled to her feet and shot a fierce glare at Chu Mingxian. Chapter 21. Absurd housing prices. Hearing Lin Xiao's playful protest, Chu Mingxian couldn't help but smile. She was in a playful mood while he found amusement in her antics. Perhaps this was what happiness entailed. Even after being kicked, he was more than willing. Soon, Lin Xiao had gathered her belongings and, shouldering the carcass of a strange beast, stepped outside. She was still fuming. How could she have lost all sense of vigilance? It was truly peculiar that she had been oblivious to Chu Mingxian crawling into her bed in the middle of the night. Logically, it should not have happened unless his strength was so formidable that she could not perceive it. But how powerful could a cripple be? Yao Yao, what are you thinking? Ji Wanchu inquired, tilting her head in confusion. I was saying we can sell the peaches later. They only ripen for a season, making them a scarce commodity. We can set a higher price. Ji Wanchu spoke with a smile in her eyes. All right. By the way, why is Fong Wu still following us? Fong Wu was trailing behind, carrying the corpse of a third-tier beast. Lin Xiao explained that having Fong Wu around was advantageous. At least no one would dare to target them. Upon hearing this, Ji Wanchu chuckled. Yao Yao, have you forgotten? During the monthly market day, various mercenary groups are responsible for the safety of the market. Robberies do not occur, though we must be wary of pickpockets. Lin Xiao nodded, and the two of them traversed the shanty town, gradually encountering rows of earthen homes. The security and environment here were indeed significantly better than in the shanty town, exuding an air of sophistication. Soon, the bustling sounds of people began to fill the air. On a main thoroughfare, individuals had spontaneously set up a marketplace, sitting on the ground with their wares laid before them. A variety of edible wild fruits, leaves, and roots were on display, alongside discarded items salvaged from rubbish heaps, such as a broken plastic basin, a faded thermos, tattered clothes, old shoes, and shattered phone cases. Lin Xiao walked curiously down the street, even spotting a bundle of 100 yuan bills from 60 years ago for sale. This was the marketplace of the wasteland, where one could find anything and everything. In a bustling market, where discarded items, food, weapons, and clothing were laid out in hopes of fortune, Lin Xiao, accompanied by Fong Wu, set up a stall to sell peaches for Ji Wanchu. They made their way to Peng's butcher shop, where the owner was idly chatting with his assistant. On market days, mercenaries refrained from undertaking missions, resulting in the shop being deprived of fresh exotic beast meat, while the scraps displayed were far beyond the means of scavengers. Despite the lively crowd, the butcher's business was rather dismal. Do you purchase exotic beast meat? A melodious voice inquired. The owner, momentarily distracted, lazily gestured towards the scraps, stating, 3 copper coins per pound. Choose as you wish. Suddenly, a hefty gray rabbit beast carcass was unceremoniously tossed onto the stall. Fong Wu, with an impassive expression, queried the owner, will you accept this level 3 exotic beast meat? The owner's demeanor shifted instantly as he eagerly responded, of course, we must accept it. Xiao Wei quickly conducted the inspection. As he called to his assistant, his eyes scrutinized Fong Wu and his brother. This must be the exotic beast you defeated yesterday, right? Yes. After a night, the meat was no longer fresh, and Fong Wu frowned at the proposed price. How much? He asked. The owner, about to quote a price, was interrupted by his assistant, who whispered excitedly in his ear. Level 3 exotic beast meat was in high demand even in the safe zone, and even overnight. It could fetch a good price. Realizing this, the owner quickly closed his mouth, his eyes gleaming with calculation. How about 8 copper coins per pound, brother? Lin Xiao was astonished at the value of the exotic meat, noting that selling by weight could yield several gold coins for dozens of pounds. She suddenly felt that they had significantly undervalued the exotic beast carcass sold yesterday. This is level 3 exotic beast meat, worth 2 silver coins per pound, Fong Wu asserted. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the revelation of potential profit. The owner, however, hesitated, suggesting, how about 1 gold coin? Too low, I'll check elsewhere. Fong Wu replied with resolute determination. Typically, this price would be reasonable, but today was different. Exotic meat was scarce, especially high-grade meat. What about 15? The owner proposed. 18. Fong Wu countered. That's too high. I can't accept it. The owner shook his head, looking troubled. At that moment, Lin Xiyao leaned in. 18 is fine. I also have a few raw stones to sell with it. The owner's excitement was palpable at the mention of a level 3 raw stone, knowing it would ensure his profit. Half an hour later, Lin Xiyao emerged from the butcher shop, clutching 50 gold coins and a half bag of scraps. Gold coins. She had never seen one in her life. Just a few days after her arrival in this world, she had amassed a considerable fortune. Fong Wu, I owe you one. What would you like to eat? It's on me, she generously offered. Fong Wu humbly declined. No need, Lin Xiyao. Are you not saving money to buy a house? Perhaps you should continue to save. Intrigued by Fong Wu's words, Lin Xiyao inquired about the housing prices. The most rudimentary earthen house at the outskirts of the mercenary guild costs 10 gold coins per square meter, and only mercenaries are eligible to purchase. Conversely, in the safe zone, the cheapest price is a staggering 100 gold coins per square meter. Astonished, Lin Xiyao shook her head repeatedly, feeling acutely impoverished. With such a sum, she could scarcely afford a restroom. Meanwhile, at the clinic, Xia Yuhan was being discharged. After a fall that had unsettled her pregnancy, she had spent 2 days in a hospital. Sister-in-law, my brother sent me pick you up, Chun Jiahao said, taking Xia Yuhan's bag with a warm smile. Not having seen the person she longed for, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xia Yuhan's eyes. Sister-in-law, since my brother is busy with guild matters, shall I accompany you for a stroll? All right, let's go. I feel like having some peaches, Xia Yuhan replied, her expression somber as she walked ahead. Although she had not been granted a title, Chu Mingxian had treated her with much care and affection, unlike Chen Kai, who did not even come to collect her upon her release. With increasing frustration, Xia Yuhan felt a pang of regret. How had she ever believed Chen Kai's sweet words? Nonetheless, regret was futile. Every choice was her own, and she had to endure the consequences. Sister-in-law, there's a stall selling peaches over there. At that moment, Chen Jiahao spotted Ji Wansu's stall and pulled Xia Yuhan towards it. Peaches for sale, 1 silver coin each. Ji Wansu called out cheerfully. I'll take them all. Chen Jiahao declared grandly, pointing to the basket. All right, Ji Wansu responded, her smile brightening as she swiftly packed the peaches. What luck? Just set up and already encountering a big customer. Little girl, I'll take that one too, Chen Jiahao said, indicating another basket containing a single large peach. Not for sale. That is a superior celestial peach, Ji Wansu shook her head. Hearing this, Chen Jiahao's expression darkened. Little girl, do not try to deceive me. Startled, Ji Wansu raised her wrist innocently. See? I'm not lying. The toxin content is 3. Did you hear that? This truly is a superior celestial peach. Yavensu earnestly explained. Xia Yuhan's interest was piqued. A toxin content of 3 was indeed remarkable, comparable to the toxin-free food in the safe zone. Such nourishment was ideal for pregnant women. Chen Jiahao glanced at her and discerned her thoughts. Did you not say the peaches were 1 silver coin each? Yavensu nodded, bewildered. Yes, I did. Then I shall take all the peaches from your stall, and it would not be unreasonable to settle the payment accordingly, would it? Chen Jiahao said with a sly grin. Ji Wansu suddenly realized, exclaiming, not including that peach. That belongs to someone else. How could I dare to sell it? Well, a word once spoken is like spittle that cannot be taken back. Here are 10 silver coins. Chen Jiahao generously tossed out 10 silver coins and reached for the peaches in the basket. Is this not an act of sheer insolence? I refuse to sell. Cease this at once. Ji Wanshu was instantly struck with fear, desperately clutching her basket, only to be pushed down by Chen Jiahao. Little girl, I have taken a fancy to your peaches. Consider it an honor. You dare chatter? Do you believe I won't end your life? Chen Jiahao retorted impatiently. The commotion attracted a considerable crowd. Release me. I have stated that I will not sell. Ji Wanshu argued fiercely, yet her efforts were in vain. No one stepped forward to speak on her behalf. Only cold, indifferent gazes surrounded her. You seek death. In the next moment, Ji Wanshu seized Chen Jiahao's arm. He turned with a dark expression, striking out with a swift motion. A fierce gust of wind followed. With a crack, Ji Wanshu's frail body was sent flying. Her shoulder dislocated. This is the tragic plight of the lower-class scavengers. When confronted with violent robbery, they are powerless to fight back or reason. They can only accept their fate in silence. Should they resist, they risk severe injury or even death. Desperation flickered in Ji Wanshu's eyes. She feared she could not protect her peaches. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, a figure suddenly caught her, cradling her in his arms. "It's you." Ji Wanshu gasped in surprise upon seeing the familiar face. Hadn't he left with Lin Xiyao? How would he be here? "Oh, is that not the second young Master Chun?" The man smirked, his gaze penetrating as he looked ahead. Fong Wu was taciturn, while Fong Wen was astute and quick-witted. Fong Wen remarked, "Second young master, I am aware that your task failed yesterday, resulting in the loss of 3 brothers. This compensation must amount to a considerable sum, yes? If funds are lacking, do let me know. There is no need to trouble a young girl." Fong Wen's smile was insincere. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to shift their perceptions. So it was due to a lack of funds that they resorted to robbing a young girl's peaches. How utterly disgraceful. Scavengers have it hard enough. Fong Wen, silence yourself. Chun Jiahao's face flushed with anger, his teeth clenched in fury. Fong Wen, we are engaged in a legitimate transaction. What is your interference meant to achieve? Seeking attention? At that moment, Xia Yuhan stepped forward with a fierce countenance. Fong Wen cast a casual glance her way. A legitimate transaction? Did I not hear this young girl say she is unwilling to sell to you? Xia Yuhan's face flushed. It is not your property, so you have no say. Just then, Lin Xiyao pushed through the crowd, running in a panic. "Wanshu." It was indeed Ji Wanshu who was in trouble. "Yao Yao." Ji Wanshu called out. Her head hung in shame, feeling utterly useless for failing at such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Fong Wu, upon spotting Fong Wen, hastily donned a cap to blend into the crowd. Aside from Chu Mingxian, no one in the group was aware they were twins. Lin Xiyao glanced at Fong Wen, a glimmer of realization in her eyes, before turning to the 2 instigators. "Oh, what a familiar face." In the next moment, Lin Xiyao let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at the disheveled stall and the coins upon it, instantly deducing what had transpired. "This peach belongs to me. If you wish to purchase it, it will cost you 10 gold coins. In business, as long as one can afford the price, who is not willing to sell? 10 gold coins? Are you extorting us?" Xia Yuhan shouted, her face contorted with rage. Lin Xiyao scoffed. "Isn't that precisely what I am doing? What is the matter? Can't you afford it? Why pretend to be wealthy when you clearly cannot pay?" Her sarcasm was palpable as she regarded the notion of offering 10 silver coins for a peach worth 10 gold coins with disdain. "Why don't you go ahead and steal it?" Xia Yuhan pointed at Lin Xiyao, trembling with fury, yet unable to articulate a retort. The crowd around them erupted in murmurs. "This is indeed excessive. It is no different from outright theft. No wonder that girl refused to sell at all costs. Anyone who sells to her is a fool." "Fine, we don't even want your heavenly peach," she declared, tugging at Chun Jiahao with a dark expression, ready to leave. "Stop." Lin Xiao's icy voice pierced the air. "You think you can just walk away after injuring my friend? What about the medical expenses?" Chun Jiahao, turning in anger, dismissed her with contempt. "You're just a lowly wretch. You expect compensation? What a delusion." He was seething with pent-up frustration. If it weren't for Fong Wen's presence, he would have dealt with these 2 women long ago, sparing himself this humiliation. Now, this woman persisted, providing him with a justification to act. Fong Wen furrowed his brow and stepped forward, intending to mediate. "This has gone on long enough. What further need is there for medical fees?" However, Lin Xiao preempted him. "You don't wish to pay? Then let us exchange injury for injury. You injured Ji Wansu, and I demand double the recompense." 2 days prior, when Lin Xiao encountered Xia Yuhan, she had to endure, for her strength was insufficient. But 2 days later, facing Xia Yuhan once more, she was emboldened by her newfound power. Strength represented everything. Lin Xiao would accept no losses. As her words faded, Lin Xiao sprang into action. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Her fingers clenched into a fist as she charged forward. With a single punch, a resounding boom echoed. Before anyone could react, Chun Jiahao was sent flying like a rag doll. Then came a sharp clap. Lin Xiao, racing forward, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Xia Yuhan's face, knocking her to the ground. A moment of silence enveloped the air as everyone stood frozen in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Wen was rendered motionless. This woman was formidable. Who exactly was she? You dare strike me? Xia Yuhan, sprawled on the ground, exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with venomous rage. Indeed, it is you I strike. Another slap followed, reddening Xia Yuhan's cheek, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers. She was utterly dazed, grappling with the reality that she had been struck by a commoner. Chapter 23. The beast tamer. At that moment, Lin Xiyao, propelled backward, roared furiously and charged forward like a madman. His skin gradually morphed into a deep gray, and his muscles swelled dramatically, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. The enhancement ability, known as hardening, rendered his skin as resilient as steel, amplifying his power to such an extent that even the sharpest of teeth could not pierce it. Sensing the energetic fluctuations in the air, Lin Xiyao slowly straightened her posture. In the next instant, a formidable wave of mental force surged forth with great speed. Bang! Immediately, it felt as though Lin Xiao's head had been struck by a heavy hammer. A searing pain enveloped him, causing him to instinctively lurch forward, clutching his head in agony. It hurt so much. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with menace, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself sprawled on the ground, thrashing about. This bewildered the onlookers nearby. Thud! Lin Xiao released Xia Yuhan and approached unhurriedly, placing her foot squarely on Lin Xiao's chest. You injured Wansu's shoulder. Is it excessive for me to crush your chest? A harmless smile played on her lips, yet her words sent shivers down spines. Beside her, Fang Wen felt an involuntary chill run through him. Could one survive a shattered ribcage? Under the excruciating pain, Lin Xiao could no longer maintain his enhanced state. The energy within him dissipated rapidly, and his skin gradually returned to a wheatish hue. What have you done to me? Crack. I'll pay. As Lin Xiao pressed down with force, Lin Xiao's ribs shattered with a resounding crack. He cried out in torment, desperately clutching her foot on his chest, his pallid face betraying a flicker of terror. Lin Xiao was not jesting. She genuinely intended to trample him to death. Fear gripped Lin Xiao. This sensation was far more terrifying than facing a beast. 10 gold coins, came her cold voice. I'll pay. Lin Xiao nodded incessantly, trembling as he fumbled in his pocket for a second-level crystal. Boss is magnanimous. If you had produced it earlier, none of this would have happened, Lin Xiyao said gleefully, accepting the crystal with satisfaction, another addition to her earnings. Subsequently, Lin Xiao bent over, awkwardly assisted Xia Yuhan as they made their escape. As they departed, Xia Yuhan shot a venomous glance at Lin Xiao. This grudge she would not forget. Lin Xiao, unfazed, merely curled her lips in a smirk. She had no fear of such weaklings who resorted to underhanded tactics. Only someone as foolish as Chu Mingxian would fall for their schemes. The reason she refrained from delivering a lethal blow was not out of mercy, but rather due to the several powerful auras that had locked onto her. Impressive, beautiful lady. Would you be interested in joining the Starry Mercenary Corps? Having witnessed Lin Xiao's prowess firsthand, Fang Wen excitedly extended an invitation to her, unaware that the woman before him was the one who had rescued Chu Mingxian. Fang Wen thought to himself, having discovered such a formidable woman, the boss would surely commend him. Did he dare to pursue a woman that Chu Mingxian had his eyes on? Was he courting death? Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao regarded Fang Wen with a peculiar expression. An invitation to join Chu Mingxuan's mercenary group? How intriguing. Sure. Really? Fang Wen was momentarily astonished, scarcely able to believe that things could proceed so smoothly. Come, I will take you to register. Without hesitation, Fang Wen set aside Ji Wansu, afraid that Lin Xiao might have a change of heart, and eagerly pulled her along. Who wouldn't want to be a strong warrior? Lin Xiao offered a few instructions, her gaze drifting towards the crowd. Fang Wen nodded in understanding, and only then did she follow Fang Wen. The Mercenary Guild, in the Eastern District, the Xingyao Mercenary Corps stood unrivaled, possessing the greatest strength. Within the guild, Lin Xiyao came across a portrait of Chu Mingxian along with his profile, the king of mercenaries in the Eastern District. To her surprise, she had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant figure. I will add you to the mercenary group. It will provide real-time updates on various tasks. Completing these tasks will yield additional rewards and exclusive points. Points can enhance a mercenary's rank and can be exchanged for supplies at the end of the year, Fong explained excitedly. Lin Xiao nodded. What rank is Chu Mingxian? The leader is naturally of the king level, Fong replied proudly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Xiao, however, was still merely a bronze. Young lady, keep striving. Upon exiting the mercenary guild, Lin Xiao made her way to the marketplace, intending to search for a weapon. The dagger at her waist would eventually need to be returned to Chu Mingxian, so she wished to plan ahead. Meanwhile, Ji Wansu was tidying up her stall, continuing to sell peaches, one exquisite celestial peach having fetched a gold coin. Hey, didn't you leave with Yao Yao? Ji Wansu asked, perplexed. All right, thank you for earlier, Fong Wu replied, having mistakenly expressed gratitude to the wrong person. After 2 hours of wandering through the marketplace, Lin Xiao purchased several necessities. With money in hand, she felt it imperative to elevate her standard of living. The coarse sea salt was intolerable for her palate, so she opted for the refined salt that only the affluent could afford. She acquired clean clothing, soap pods, worn-out sneakers, an iron pot porcelain bowls, and a stainless steel basin, all essentials, costing a total of 3 gold coins. As Lin Xiao walked, she lamented the exorbitant prices in the wasteland. Money is hard to earn. My stomach is never full, and yet everything is so expensive. At that moment, she spotted a stall displaying a rusted curved saber, its blade crescent-shaped, with an unknown delicate vine wrapping around the hilt. Lin Xiao felt a pang of regret. Unfortunately, the rust had deteriorated it significantly, rendering the blade nearly unusable. Beautiful lady, care to take a look? It's a bargain. The vendor warmly beckoned. Curious, Lin Xiao casually inquired about the price. 5 gold coins, the vendor replied, holding up 5 fingers. Lin Xiao scoffed. Does he take me for a fool? Such a piece of junk, and he dares to ask for 5 gold coins? Why not just rob me? She turned to leave. Suddenly, her wristwatch vibrated. Lin Xiao glanced down to find that it had automatically scanned the saber, revealing its truest form. The silver blade was double-edged, as thin as a cicada's wing. Typically, a curved saber would have only one edge, which struck her as peculiar. Moreover, she knew that the watch would not scan without reason. Perhaps she could seize an unexpected opportunity. As Lin Xiao lifted her gaze once more, she altered her decision regarding the gold coin. A deal was struck. She would sell for the cash. The vendor, eager to rid himself of such worthless items, was more than willing. Grasping the curved dagger, Lin Xiao contemplated seeking an iron workshop in hopes of removing the rust from the blade. Stepping away from the cacophony of the bustling market, she ventured into a deserted alley. The air was permeated with a foul stench, and an eerie silence enveloped her surroundings. She halted, her senses heightened. How strange! Had the old man not mentioned that the iron shop was in this direction? At that moment, a melodious tune from a flute echoed through the alley. Suddenly, a roar erupted, followed by a thunderous crash as a massive shadow descended from above. Chapter 24. The Squirrel Beast in the Narrow Alley. A giant squirrel the size of an adult Tibetan mastiff blocked her path. It bared its conical teeth, swaying its head in rhythm with the flute's melody. An expression of sheer enjoyment plastered on its face. Lin Xiao cautiously stepped back, tightening her grip on the curved dagger. The creature did not seem friendly. What business did a beast have in the territory of the mercenary guild? Just then, the flute's melody shifted to a frantic tempo, entirely different from before. The squirrel beast halted, its gaze fixated on Lin Xiao, its eyes gradually turning fierce, veins of crimson seeping into its irises. A thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, the squirrel beast lunged towards Lin Xiao with remarkable speed, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon her. She thought to herself how swift it was. If she turned to flee now, she would scarcely make it a few steps before being tackled by the beast. It was better to confront it head-on. With that resolve, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, her body leaning forward like a cannonball as she charged ahead to counterattack. The squirrel beast swung its razor-sharp claws, its maw agape, aiming a sweeping strike at Lin Xiyao. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, swirling dust in the air. As a crescent-shaped blade of wind shot forth from the creature's paw, Lin Xiyao quickly retreated to evade it, her heart racing. Wind-based abilities. Chu Mingxian had mentioned that only beasts of level 3 and above possess such powers. Damn it, Lin Xiyao thought, exasperated at her misfortune to encounter such a formidable creature. With a thunderous crash, the wind blade struck the wall, causing the entire structure of the narrow alley to collapse in a cacophony of rubble. Frustrated by its miss, the squirrel beast became enraged, baring its fangs as it lunged at Lin Xiyao once more. She had no choice but to dodge swiftly. After several failed attempts, the beast's momentum caused it to lean forward, losing its balance and unable to halt its advance. An opportunity presented itself. With a powerful surge of mental energy, Lin Xiyao unleashed a formidable strike. Simultaneously, the rusted dagger soared towards the beast's head. This blow was unavoidable for the creature. In a moment of crisis, the melody of the flute shifted once again. The squirrel beast cleverly tilted its head, causing the dagger to slice into its forepaw instead, embedding half of the blade into its flesh, and a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth. The creature emitted a piercing howl as it felt pain, its furry, short tail whipping towards Lin Xiyao. A fierce gust of wind surged forth. If Lin Xiyao were to be struck, she would not only face severe injury, but possibly death. With no other option, she swiftly dodged, retreating rapidly to distance herself from the squirrel beast. The curved blade in her hand, once stained with blood, now gleamed in a radiant silver, the mottled rust having vanished. How remarkable this blade is, she thought. Yet at that moment, Lin Xiyao had no time to contemplate the transformation of her weapon. The creature's last attack had been unavoidable. Why was that? In the next instant, a realization struck her, and she summoned a wave of mental energy that radiated outward. A beast tamer. There must be a beast tamer nearby. Closely monitoring their battle and directing the creature's attacks through the melody of a flute. Indeed, on the earthen roof of a nearby adobe house sat a man clad in white, playing his flute while observing the commotion in the alley. Having identified the source, Lin Xiyao devised a plan and charged toward the injured beast. A gentle golden aura surrounded her. The creature raised its sharp claws menacingly, but this time its claws hesitated, an expression of confusion flashing across its eyes. The disturbance caused by her mental energy disrupted the flute's melody, leaving it uncertain whether to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiyao brought her curved blade down heavily onto the creature's back. In a swift motion, she sliced across with great force, causing blood to spatter as a gory wound appeared on the squirrel beast's back. An anguished howl echoed through the air. Lin Xiyao did not grant the beast a moment's respite. After the initial strike, she pivoted her wrist, allowing the sharpened back of the blade to graze the beast's right hind leg. In the blink of an eye, the man on the rooftop, previously calm, became agitated and leapt to his feet. The squirrel beast was wounded and disfigured. This was disastrous. He was merely a tamer, an employee in essence. How could he explain this to the creature's owner? With a sense of urgency, he hurriedly descended from the roof, continuing to play the flute as he dashed into the alley. After delivering a series of relentless strikes, the squirrel beast collapsed into a pool of its own blood, struggling desperately for survival. The strength of a domesticated pet was no match for that of a wild beast. Soon, the man in white appeared at the end of the alley, rushing forward frantically. Lin Xiyao narrowed her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. She had been waiting for this moment. In the next heartbeat, she bent her legs and leapt into the air, the sharp blade aimed directly at the beast's head. "Stop!" the man in white exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror as he ceased playing the flute, calling out urgently. The moment his words left his lips, the blade pierced into the squirrel beast's skull. With a final thrust, the blade plunged deeper into its brain. In an instant, the creature breathed its last. Life extinguished completely. It was over. "This is indeed the pet of Madame Wu Min. Are you courting death?" the man in white shouted as he rushed over, his expression dark and foreboding. Lin Xiyao curled her lips into a bloodthirsty smile, her gaze slightly lifted. Do not be hasty. It is your turn now. Whoosh. As her words faded, Lin Xiao drew her curved blade and charged swiftly towards the man in white. Thud. The sound of steel piercing flesh echoed. The man in white looked at the woman before him in terror, his pupils quivering. Her face and body were splattered with blood, and there was no hint of emotion in her eyes. She did not even blink as she struck him down. Was she a devil? Thud. The curved blade withdrew, and the battle concluded. The alley lay in disarray, stained with splattered blood. Lin Xiao stood amidst the carnage, her body drenched in blood, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of a harbinger of death. Who does not wish to be a delicate, charming girl? Becoming a demon merely stems from the harshness of life. This time, she had provoked a significant figure within the safe zone. However, she held no regrets. It was either to be devoured by the beasts or to retaliate fiercely. To survive, one must struggle with all their might. Whoosh! At that moment, a blinding white light burst forth, and amidst the intertwining brilliance, a sphere of white light flew towards Lin Xiao. The soul of the squirrel beast was absorbed. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have leveled up. Strength 1, Speed 1, Agility 1, Mental Power 10, 3rd level Soul Eater, unlocking spatial teleportation ability, opening space. The system's notification echoed in her mind. As the words settled, Lin Xiao's consciousness entered a space of less than 10 square meters. It was 10 meters high, 10 meters wide, perfectly square, all in white, resembling a small room. This was her space? Lin Xiao surveyed her surroundings with delight. Chapter 25. The first fortune with this space, scavenging, slaying beasts, and stockpiling resources would become immensely more convenient. This truly is a delightful surprise. I just heard a loud noise. What happened over there? It's unclear, but it seems there are also the roars of beasts. Let us go take a look. Immediately, a flurry of footsteps approached. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiao quickly exited the space. A team of mercenaries was making their way towards her, and she needed to leave at once. In the next moment, Lin Xiao summoned the soul power within her body and reached out to the corpse of the squirrel beast. Whoosh! The squirrel beast was stored within the space. Following that, she approached the man in white, crouching to reach for him. At that moment, she noticed a tattered piece of cloth tucked away in the man's pocket. A corner of the rag was exposed. Lin Xiao thought this cloth looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she pulled out the tattered fabric. Looking down, Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes, a hint of coldness appearing between her brows. Indeed, this was the rag torn from her own clothing. So, it was all a conspiracy. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh. Xiao Yuhan and Chun Jiahao were truly insidious. They were so eager to eliminate her. What a pity. Their efforts would come to naught. Captain, we have made a discovery. What the hell? Why has the wall collapsed? Captain, there are bloodstains. Are there any bodies? None. Soon, a group of guards rushed into the alley, only to find a scene of chaos and bloodshed. Yet no casualties were discovered, a most peculiar occurrence. Emerging from the alley, Lin Xiao donned a sunshade cloak and hurried home. The corpses of the squirrel beast and the man in white were concealed within her spatial storage. Although the third-tier squirrel beast bore no precious stones, she did find a pouch filled with dozens of gold coins on the man in white. This constituted a considerable windfall. As Lin Xiao entered her home, she was met by the grave expression of Chu Mingxian, who sat in his wheelchair, his demeanor tense. The stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Had this young girl engaged in a fight? Was she injured? In the next moment, a flicker of wariness flashed in Chu Mingxuan's eyes. Something was amiss. It was the distinctive odor of an exotic beast. Hadn't she gone to the market? Then, as if struck by a thought, Chu Mingxian anxiously shut the door. Yao Yao, quickly take a shower. There's water in the cubicle. Lin Xiao was bewildered. Upon seeing Chu Mingxuan's serious countenance, she realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation or further inquiry, she turned and proceeded toward the cubicle. Give me your soiled clothes. Understood. Before long, flames danced in the stove of the makeshift shelter, incinerating all the blood-stained garments, and Chu Mingxian noticeably exhaled in relief. Yao Yao, did you encounter a domesticated exotic beast? He queried with certainty. Lin Xiao paused in her bathing. responding softly. How'd he know? Chu Mingxian elaborated that domesticated exotic beasts were extraordinarily valuable. Their owners would mark them with a distinct scent. If they escaped or went missing, treasure hunting mice would track them down, as well as anyone who had come into contact with them. Realization dawned on Lin Xiyao. She was splattered with the blood of the squirrel beast, making her easily traceable by its owner. She had nearly exposed herself, but fortunately, Chu Mingxian was there. Afterward, Chu Mingxian refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired, opting instead to wait in silence. Eventually, Lin Xiyao emerged, her long hair damp, clad in a loose shirt. Her fair, slender thighs glistened in the sunlight. Her curvaceous figure subtly accentuated, and her delicate face was charming and alluring. Chu Mingxuan's gaze shifted momentarily, his throat involuntarily constricting. He averted his eyes, striving to resist the temptation of her wet form. "You should tidy yourself up. I'll come back shortly," he said, his ears tinged with a faint blush, before hastily exiting as if fleeing. Lin Xiyao blinked in confusion. Outside, Chu Mingxian took several deep breaths, attempting to suppress the turmoil within him. Just then, Feng Wu, who had been stationed outside the door, exclaimed, "Boss, you're bleeding from your nose." In an instant, a gust of wind swept through as Chu Mingxian swiftly lunged toward Feng Wu, clamping a hand over his mouth. "Be quiet," he admonished in a low voice, feeling a surge of embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. Observing this, Feng Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Has the boss's leg healed? But why is he still sitting in a wheelchair? Subsequently, Chu Mingxian wiped away the trickling blood from his nose, casting a warning glance at Feng Wu to refrain from speaking carelessly. Feng Wu, understanding the unspoken message, nodded in acknowledgement. The request was for women's attire. In the next moment, Chu Mingxian released Feng Wu, his figure flickering as he resumed his position in the wheelchair. Feng Wu dashed away in haste. Could it be that his superior was experiencing a stir of romantic feelings? When next encountering Lin Xiyao, he would undoubtedly be most respectful, striving to leave a favorable impression on the commander's wife. Chu Mingxian found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that, after her cleansing, the young girl would appear quite lovely. Lin Xiyao produced the daily necessities she had purchased, stating, "I encountered Xia Yuhan today." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's account, Chu Mingxuan's brows knitted tightly. A man in white, his hands instinctively clenched, a glint of cold ferocity flashing in his eyes. How dare someone make a move against him? They were courting death. Clearly, Xia Yuhan must be dealt with swiftly. "All right, this is a gift I brought for you." Once she was organized, Lin Xiao revealed a palm-sized white porcelain bottle containing some plum wine. Chu Mingxian accepted it with delight. The young girl was truly thoughtful. With newfound wealth, she even remembered to bring him a gift, a clear indication that she held him in her heart. "This is for the little one." Next, Lin Xiao produced a large bag of minced meat and headed towards the door. Chu Mingxian mused, indeed, that beastly pet was quite bothersome. Having earned her first pot of gold, Lin Xiao contemplated how to make her money work for her. Long-term scavenging was not a sustainable solution. Undertaking tasks to slay beasts was a perilous gamble. Although she yearned for rapid growth, she had to consider her own safety, did she not? Now that she possessed a space to store more resources, what should she do? Farming? That seemed impractical. Although she had traversed from 60 years in the past, she genuinely lacked agricultural skills. The mere thought of breeding plants posed a challenge, not to mention the need for uncontaminated land once the seed sprouted. This was an immense undertaking and hardly feasible. Just then, a refreshing scent of plums wafted through the air. "What are you pondering, little girl? Try this plum wine." Chu Mingxian poured a small bowl of plum wine and pushed it toward Lin Xiyao. She gazed at the murky liquid in the bowl, a sudden realization striking her. Of course, she was born in a wine-producing region where every household brewed their own. Given the limited conditions here, brewing complex spirits like sorghum or rice wine was impractical. But she could attempt the simplest fruit wine. If it proved popular, she could even establish a winery. Wouldn't that bring in money? Haha. With this thought, Lin Xiyao nearly burst into laughter. Truly, she was a genius. Chapter 26. An expensive gift with a newfound goal. Lin Xiyao was instantly filled with vigor. However, Her expression wilted upon seeing the sticky dinner laid before her. Why was it mashed potatoes again? Chu Mingxian smiled and inquired, "What would you like to eat?" A plethora of delicacies flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Her taste buds yearned for something exquisite. At this moment, a hot pot would be divine. Wow, the epitome of deliciousness. Hot pot. Lin Xiao blurted out, her eyes sparkling like gems, the little foodie nearly drooling. Was Chu Mingxian hot pot? Lin Xiao mused, deciding to let it go. After finishing their meal, noticing that there was still ample time, she paid a visit to Ji Wansu's home to assist Ji Xiaoyang with his bandages. Decades later, humanity's physical constitution and immunity had become remarkably robust. Without the use of any anti-inflammatory medication, Ji Xiaoyang's injuries had nearly healed. Ji Xiaoyang smiled faintly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao." "No need for thanks," she replied. "By the way, how did you get hurt?" Lin Xiao casually inquired. Upon mentioning this, Ji Wansu became irritated, glaring at Ji Xiaoyang. "My brother has a penchant for scavenging in abandoned dumps. It's dangerous there, yet he insists on going every day." Lin Xiao understood that on the fringes of the forest, there existed a large garbage site where unwanted refuse from the safe zone was disposed of. Logically, it should be a treasure trove for scavengers. However, it attracted not only humans, but also mutated beasts, making the area perilous. "He only picks up useless junk," Ji Wansu lamented, exasperated by her brother's peculiar habits. Yet what could she do? In this world, they only had each other for support. "It's not junk," Ji Xiaoyang retorted, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Once I create a solar-powered engine, we'll have a vehicle, and we can escape this wretched place." Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. 60 years ago, humanity fled the cities, seeking refuge in the forests to evade catastrophe. In the wasteland of 60 years hence, energy was scarce. Neither electric vehicles nor fuel-powered cars could be ignited. Transportation was inconvenient, and information was isolated, relying solely on one's own two legs for mobility. Although this avoided the menace of zombies, the forest had become a prison for humankind. After an engaging conversation, Lin Xiao realized that Ji Xiaoyang possessed an astonishing talent for physics. His theories, at the very least, were feasible, albeit lacking in materials and specialized knowledge. Ji Xiaoyang also divulged that someone in the safe zone was researching solar-powered engines. Lin Xiao reflected on the harsh conditions of the forest and the scarcity of resources. Despite the cities being abandoned and decrepit, they still held astonishing supplies. Some items may have expired, decayed, or deteriorated, yet others, even after decades, remained intact. For instance, munitions, military rations, medical equipment, and machinery from factories. Just then, a faint sound echoed from outside the door. Lin Xiao, alert, rushed out. In the night, a shadow flitted past. "Hey, Yao Yao, wasn't that?" Ji Wansu stood at the door, gazing at the vanishing figure, puzzled. Lin Xiao, too, was baffled by Fong Wu's furtive behavior. "Yao Yao, what is this?" At that moment, Ji Wansu picked up a small fabric bag from outside the door. Upon opening it, she discovered a brand new set of gray sportswear inside. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Could it be that Fong Wu has taken a liking to Ji Wansu? "Yao Yao, this outfit is beautiful. It must be for you." Ji Wansu retrieved her sportswear, a flicker of astonishment and envy gracing her eyes. Such attire was a privilege reserved for the affluent within the safety zone. As a scavenger at the lowest echelon, most individuals don garments salvaged from refuse or stripped from the deceased. This extravagant gift led Ji Wansu to instinctively believe it was intended for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao cast a fleeting glance, indicating, "This is for you. I cannot wear this size." It was evidently a set tailored for a different fit. Ji Wansu's eyes widened with delight. Her cheeks flushed, a peculiar warmth blossoming within her heart. How considerate! Yet, she remained oblivious to her mistaken identity. Meanwhile, within a resplendent villa in the safety zone, the room radiated with light. Thud thud. 2 writhing burlap sacks were unceremoniously discarded onto the living room carpet. A meticulously adorned socialite reclined on the sofa, lazily cradling a teacup, her gaze drifting indifferently toward the commotion. Is it them? Indeed. Open it. With a muffled whimper, Xia Yuhan, disheveled and disoriented, emerged from one of the sacks. A piece of white cloth was stuffed into her mouth, her hands and feet bound. It was apparent she had been forcibly abducted. The other sack contained Chun Jiahao. "Where's my beast companion?" The socialite wasted no time, her inquiry curt and direct. The bodyguard expertly removed the cloth from Xia Yuhan's mouth. Faced with the formidable presence of the wealthy, she could only prostrate herself like a dog, trembling as she pleaded. "Madam Wu Min, I did not steal your beast companion. You must believe me." A cold scoff escaped Wu Min's lips, her expression devoid of warmth as she signaled to the bodyguard. Understanding her cue, the bodyguard approached Chun Jiahao, lifting his foot to deliver a crushing blow to his left calf. Crack! Ah! Chun Jiahao writhed in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face as he curled up, casting a desperate glance at Xia Yuhan. "This old hag is excessively cruel. How painful! Speak of what I wish to hear." Wu Min's gaze remained impassive. "Filthy wretch." Xia Yuhan trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror. The grayish-white carpet became stained with blood as Chun Jiahao's leg was shattered. So ruthless, still unwilling to speak. "Continue." With a chilling tone, the bodyguard raised his foot once more, this time bringing it down upon Chun Jiahao's right leg. Ah! In an instant, Chun Jiahao convulsed violently, the cloth falling from his mouth as he emitted a harrowing scream. Wu Min raised an eyebrow in displeasure, urging him to silence his cries. "It's late, and Wei Wun-ti wanted to stir the neighbors." The bodyguard nodded in compliance, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist. It appeared he intended to end Chun Jiahao's life. At that moment, Xia Yuhan finally grasped the identity of the woman behind the ordeal, the seller of peaches. "The seller of peaches?" Wu Min's gaze sharpened. Yes, Xia Yuhan stammered, a flicker of confusion stirring within her. Bai Jun was simply too consumed by vanity. "In that case, you are of no further use. Take them away and dispose of them." Wu Min spoke softly, waving her hand in a leisurely manner. "Madam Wu, please spare me. The beast pet is truly not with me." Xia Yuhan's complexion paled instantly, and she cried out in fear, pleading for mercy. "Xiaoan Jiahao, madam, I implore you to show leniency." Just then, Chun Kai rushed in, his face etched with urgency. Chapter 27. The vineyard. Shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, entered the room. Upon observing the scene in the living room, he frowned disapprovingly and reprimanded. "What are you causing a commotion about now?" Wu Min languidly reclined on the sofa, disregarding his words. "Captain Chun, please take your fiancé, and brother away. As for your brother's injuries, I shall offer compensation. I hope this matter does not affect our collaboration." The middle-aged man, appearing apologetic, turned and spoke amicably. Chun Kai clenched his fists in anger, yet considering the man's status, he could only reluctantly relax his grip and forced a smile. "Dr. Li, you are too considerate." Once Chun Kai and the others had departed, Li Tsangnan cast a dark look at Wu Min. "Human lives are as insignificant as weeds. I never realized you were so malicious." Wu Min curled her lips into a sardonic smile. "Malicious? You could even use your own flesh and blood for experiments. Is there anyone more malevolent than you in this world? As for the lives you deem insignificant, Li Tsangnan, do you lack the souls tormented in your laboratory? We are hardly different. You are utterly unreasonable. I warn you, do not harm those two, or else." Li Gangnan skuldaba minli, flaring his sleeves as he stormed upstairs. Unable to argue further, Wu Min chose to feign deafness. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. "Duffy, go find that woman selling peaches." Yes, in the hideout, under the dim light of a kerosene lamp, Chu Mingxian lowered his head, his long fingers swiftly scrolling through his watch. What exactly is hot pot? The search results emerged, and Chu Mingxian eagerly began reading. The more he read, the more astonished he became. 60 years ago, the world was referred to as the Age of Civilization, the most coveted existence for all wasteland dwellers. During that time, technology flourished, bustling streets thrived, the world enjoyed peace, and people lived in comfort, unburdened by the threats of beasts and zombies. Clean water sources, fashionable clothing, endless bread, milk, and hot pot. Chu Mingxuan's eyes deepened with contemplation. Could Lin Xiyao be from 60 years ago? In the next moment, He suddenly recalled a phrase Lin Xiyao had uttered, which he had found incomprehensible. Get lost. Chu Mingxian immediately searched again. The result, it turned out to be an insult, a dialectical expression. Now he was certain. Recalling their first encounter, Lin Xiyao had been trapped in a deep pit, a pool of dried blood in the bottom. Yet she bore no injuries. At that time, he had assumed it was left by someone else. Now, reflecting on it, creak. At this moment, the door swung open. Upon seeing Chu Mingxian, Lin Xiyao paused momentarily. Aren't you asleep yet? Yao Yao, there are 2 sets of clean clothes here. Thank you. By the way, here's your dagger back. Lin Xiyao accepted the cloth bag and returned the dagger she had unfastened from her waist to Chu Mingxian. Today, I stumbled upon a curved blade at the market. You may keep the dagger for self-defense, she remarked. Chu Mingxian, are there any fruit orchards nearby? I wish to gather some fruits to brew fruit wine. Chu Mingxian, taken aback, asked, You can brew wine? Lin Xiyao retorted, Can't you? Brewing fruit wine is quite simple. It merely requires sealing and fermentation. Chu Mingxian, without needing to guess, was utterly convinced that Lin Xiyao hailed from 60 years in the past. Chu Mingxian, are you all right? Yes. The following day, Chu Mingxian shared the location of the grape gathering site. Lin Xiyao mapped out her route and set off with a nutrient solution in hand. She ventured out to scavenge and gather, knowing she would be gone all day. It was essential to bring provisions. However, she refrained from disclosing the matter of her spatial abilities to Chu Mingxian. It was not due to distrust, but rather a necessity to always have an escape route. Her spatial ability was her greatest secret and trump card. In times of peril, it would be her means of survival. One must always have a backup plan. After following the navigational route for approximately 2 hours, Lin Xiyao arrived at the grape grove. Before her lay a breathtaking scene, with grapevines as thick as her wrist climbing over crumbling walls, adorned with translucent grapes. Lin Xiyao stood in awe for several seconds. How had Chu Mingxian discovered such a remarkable place? Moreover, with so many grapes, why had the scavengers not come to harvest them? What she did not realize was that the gathering sites within the forest were divided into territories. Each major mercenary group possessed its domain, and as the leader of the strongest faction, Chu Mingxian held the most territory, being the only one to selflessly share a gathering site. In other gathering areas, scavengers were required to pay to access resource-rich locations. The watch indicated that the ruins ahead were once a supply rest stop, now abandoned due to an attack by beast hordes a decade ago. This meant that the area was quite perilous. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiyao extended her mental energy. Safety. No one was nearby. There were also no lurking or ambushing beasts. Moments later, Lin Xiyao rolled up her sleeves and set to work. Toxin levels, 60. Not recommended for consumption. Toxin levels, 35. Advisable to consume in small amounts. The enticing grapes, each bunch weighing about 10 pounds, were plump and glistening like ping-pong balls. They were irresistibly charming. However, unlike mulberries, these grapes varied in toxicity. Some were highly poisonous, while others were less so. What to do? Considering the wine she intended to brew, Lin Xiyao could only exercise patience and test each grape individually. Time slipped away quietly until her stomach began to grumble, prompting her to pause. The ground was a chaotic mess, littered with highly toxic grapes, while her backpack contained only a small portion of edible ones. Lin Xiyao mused, the ideal is beautiful, but reality is stark. At this pace, it would take her a week to test the entire grape grove, yielding only a meager amount of consumable grapes. Suddenly, Lin Xiyao smiled, her resolve firm. Let us get to work. Lin Xiyao brandished her curved blade, and with a swift thrust, a whole cluster of grapes fell to the ground. She deftly caught the grapes with her hand, storing them into her spatial pocket with remarkable ease. Thus, Lin Xiyao roamed through the grapevine grove, unknowingly succumbing to the thrill of harvesting, gradually distancing herself from the ruins. It was only when her spatial pocket was nearly full that she paused, slowly lifting her gaze. The vicinity was devoid of any more grapevines, and ahead lay a dense forest. Towering trees filled her vision, their gnarled branches and withered leaves forming a thick carpet on the forest floor, where the light was dim and the air was stiflingly humid. Beside a stout tree trunk, A mushroom larger than a basin flourished. Its pink cap, supported by a stem as thick as her wrist, resembled a vibrant red umbrella. Goodness, are the mushrooms here truly this enormous? If only she could find a non-toxic one, it would suffice for a day's meal. Lin Xiyao exclaimed in disbelief, racing towards the forest. Chapter 28. Mushroom Foraging Toxicity Level 70, containing hallucinogenic properties. Consumption not recommended. Lin Xiyao lamented. What a pity. The red umbrella would certainly lead to a day of discomfort. Scanning her surroundings, she soon discovered another mushroom, reminiscent of a porcini. Toxicity level 30, recommended for limited consumption. Lin Xiyao grinned widely, joyfully digging it up, utterly enamored. Although the flora of the wasteland had mutated, their characteristics remained unchanged. For instance, the vividly colored mushrooms were unmistakably inedible and highly toxic. Lin Xiyao deliberately sought out those that were unattractive and of muted hues, accurately assessing their safety with each test. Before long, she had filled her basket to the brim with mushrooms. Who truly understands the joy of mushroom foraging? Yet again, it was a day filled with bountiful harvests. After collecting the mushrooms, Lin Xiyao took the opportunity to dig a large pit in the forest, burying the bodies of Beast Tamer Bai Jun and the squirrel beast within. The cleanup was imperative. By interring the exotic beasts in this forest, even if Madame Wu Min discovered the bodies, she would never deduce who had slain them. Clever indeed. Soon after, a voice pierced the stillness. Unexpectedly. Bang! Kid, hand over anything valuable you possess. Lin Xiyao quickly bent down, using the thick underbrush to conceal her presence. Through the gaps, she observed two burly men cornering a young boy against a massive tree. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Standing approximately 1.60 meters, fair-skinned, dressed in a white shirt and gray vest, clutching a hefty tome. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. This child was evidently not a scavenger. The glimmer of intelligence in his eyes suggested he had emerged from a safe zone. How peculiar. What brought him alone into the depths of the forest? I have no money. No money? Well, that's easily remedied. We brothers have yet to experience the taste of a child. Why not let us entertain ourselves a bit? Upon hearing this, one of the burly men leered with a wicked grin. The boy's face turned ashen with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, the brute lunged eagerly toward the boy. Scoundrel! Lin Xiyao cursed inwardly. The scene unfolds with a disheartening cruelty, as even children are not spared from the play of violence. A young boy finds himself wrestled to the ground by a burly man, struggling desperately as his white shirt is torn to shreds. An onlooker stands nearby, his face alight with excitement. Suddenly, a voice bellows, "Who goes there?" The spectator turns abruptly, his gaze fixed on the thicket where Lin Xiyao is concealed, having revealed her basket. In an instant, 3 flying daggers are hurled towards the foliage. With a resounding thud, one of the blades strikes Lin Xiao's basket, sending her tumbling out of the underbrush and crashing to the ground. The force is staggering. The mushrooms within her basket scatter, many crushed upon impact, and a look of anguish crosses her face. Her precious mushrooms. "Haha, brother, it's a girl. Consider her a gift," the burly man remarks dismissively, losing interest in Lin Xiyao as he continues his assault on the boy. The man who threw the daggers approaches Lin Xiyao with a malicious grin. "Little lady, do you enjoy spying? I'll let you get a closer look," he leers, reaching out for her as though she is already his prey. A fierce determination ignites in Lin Xiao's eyes. She faces a choice: flee or fight. These men are clearly mercenaries on a mission in the forest. If she escapes, her secret may be revealed. Thus, she resolves to fight. Just as the man's hand is about to grasp her, Lin Xiao vanishes in a flash. The man stands bewildered, caught off guard. In the next moment, she reappears beside a towering tree, wielding a curved blade, her expression icy as she strikes downward. With conviction, Lin Xiao shows no mercy. The unsuspecting brute, consumed by lust, feels a sudden pain at his nape. Blood erupts, splattering forth as his head rolls away. Maintaining a look of excitement even in death, warm blood splatters across the young boy's face, eliciting a scream of terror. A headless corpse collapses to the ground, blood gushing forth like a torrent. The previously unnoticed woman stands with a blood-soaked blade, a faint smile gracing her lips, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. "Boss!" The remaining man cries out in despair, drawing his machete and charging towards her, fueled by rage. "You shall pay." He swings his weapon towards Lin Xiao's head. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanishes once more. This time, her two instantaneous relocations push her limits. Her soul energy is nearly depleted, leaving her unable to summon even her mental strength. But it suffices. With a flash of her blade, Lin Xiao plunges the sharp curve into the man's back, striking true. She has always aimed for a swift, decisive kill, leaving no chance for retaliation. "The ones who deserve to die are you," her cold voice echoes. "Those who prey upon children and have destroyed her hard-earned mushrooms shall not live." "Who are you?" The man gasps, bewildered. The man lowered his gaze, staring at the curved blade that had pierced his heart, disbelief etched in his eyes. They were both seasoned fifth-tier mercenaries, battle-hardened and experienced. Yet they had been swiftly dispatched by a mere scavenger. With a cold detachment, Lin Xiao withdrew the blade. As you can see, scavenger. Beside her, a young boy was already trembling in terror, his lips quivering as tears streamed down his face. A life had been taken. Having eliminated the two mercenaries, Lin Xiao expertly rifled through the man's belongings. She discovered coagulated blood ointment, several gold coins, a dagger, nutrient solution, an antidote, and two first-tier primal stones, a substantial windfall. Lin Xiao accepted it with a smile. When it comes to wealth, nothing surpasses highway robbery, particularly when targeting mercenaries whose resources are most bountiful. However, Lin Xiao had no desire to engage in such murderous thievery. Everyone struggled to survive in the wasteland, so why complicate matters for one another? Of course, should anyone provoke her, they could not blame her for her ruthlessness. After gathering the supplies from the two men, Lin Xiao dug a deep pit to bury them. The mercenary's identity was delicate. She wished to avoid unnecessary complications, so she handled the scene with utmost caution. At that moment, a book that had fallen to the ground caught Lin Xiao's attention. Encyclopedia. This was the first physical book she had encountered since traversing the wasteland. The book lay tattered on the ground, its cover riddled with cracks like a spider's web, the pages yellowed and the spine damaged. It was evident that it had seen better days. Chapter 29. Crimson Shadow, Cold Radiance. Lin Xiao? Could this possibly be a book from 60 years ago? Contemplating this, Lin Xiao bent down to retrieve the book. Publication date, 2024. Wow, she had unexpectedly come across something from over 60 years ago. "Can you return the book to me?" The young boy beside her spoke in a hushed sob, summoning the courage to look at Lin Xiao. "Certainly, but you must tell me where this book came from." Lin Xiao replied, raising the book in her hand. The boy hesitated for a few seconds. "It belonged to my great-grandmother. It turned out that when the apocalypse struck, some fled with large sums of cash, others with gold and jewels, while some chose to escape with books. 60 years later, cash had become as worthless as scrap paper, and gold and jewels could not fill one's stomach. Only books remained. Knowledge is power. As civilization crumbled, books, once deemed insignificant, became the most precious commodities in this world, embodying the legacy of culture. The boy's family, possessing an astonishing collection of books, had risen to wealth within the safety zone. He had ventured into the forest to confirm the existence of the mushrooms recorded in the book. "Here," Lin Xiao said, having grasped the situation. She tossed the encyclopedia to the young boy and turned to search for mushrooms. They were a bit rotten, but still edible. "Can you take me with you? I'm lost." The boy stammered, cautiously approaching Lin Xiao. "Aren't you afraid I might sell you or kill you?" In response, Lin Xiao feigned fierceness, turning her head. The boy clutched the book tightly, his face pale as he shook his head. "I'm not afraid." "Very well, keep up. I want to wait for you. Furthermore, what you witnessed today must remain confidential. It is imperative that no one speaks of it, lest I find out." Soon, two figures, one large and one small, ventured towards the forest's edge. Simultaneously, the headquarters of the Starry Mercenary Corps received a distress signal, originating near the vineyard. The leader, Feng Wu, relayed the intercepted information to Chu Mingxian. "Near the vineyard? Could it be that Yao Yao is in trouble?" Chu Mingxian rhythmically tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. his expression grave as he pondered the situation. Feng Wu sent a message to old Zhou, instructing him to investigate. Understood. The young boy behind her departed as soon as they exited the forest. Upon returning home, Lin Xiyao rushed into the partitioned area without delay. Zhu Ming soon. No need to investigate further, he instructed nonchalantly. Yes, boss, trouble is brewing. Old Zhou just sent word that Madame Wu Min has taken people into the forest. Chu Mingxuan's expression tightened. Shortly thereafter, Feng Wu reported back to the boss that Madame Wu Min had discovered the corpse of a squirrel beast in the woods. I see. Chu Mingxian responded, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze deepening, concealing a hint of murderous intent. Madame Wu Min is quite swift in her actions. Now that the squirrel beast's body has been located, she will undoubtedly be enraged. Moreover, Xia Yuhan and Chun Jiahao have encountered Lin Xiyao. It is inevitable that she will begin a thorough search of the shantytown. It appears he must hasten his pace. Before long, Lin Xiyao emerged from the partition, a hint of confusion crossing her features. What could Chu Mingxian be contemplating, so lost in thought? Zhu Ming soon. Yao Yao. Quite well. At this, Lin Xiyao flashed a smile, dashing out of the shelter, returning with 3 baskets brimming with grapes. Chu Mingxian, could you please help me sort these? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's request, Chu Mingxuan's face paled. There must be at least 100 pounds of grapes here. Measure them one by one. Under Lin Xiao's clear gaze, he could only force a smile as he plucked a grape and checked it with his watch. Indeed, it was highly toxic. This little girl certainly knows how to keep him occupied. Seeing Chu Mingxian begin to work, Lin Xiao did not remain idle either. She went out and returned with a basket of mushrooms. We'll have mushroom soup tonight. Chu Mingxian couldn't help but inquire curiously. Lin Xiao paused, replying vaguely, I have great strength. Was Chu Mingxian to believe that his mind had been consumed by dog, no matter how strong she was? It was impossible for her to carry 4 baskets larger than herself simultaneously. Very well. If she preferred to keep her secrets, he would not press her. Noticing Lin Xiao's waning energy, Chu Mingxian felt a pang of sympathy. Allow me to assist. You should rest for a while. All right. Lin Xiao readily accepted, sitting beside the haystack, cheerfully counting her coins. Over the past few days, she had amassed a total of 130 gold coins. And with today's haul of raw stones, she could purchase a modest 15-square-meter apartment in the mercenary guild. Keep it up. Chu Mingxian first cleaned the mushrooms, then set a large pot over the fire to prepare mushroom soup. Yao Yao, why do you wish to buy a house in the safe zone? As the water boiled, he added the mushrooms. Before long, the unique aroma of mushrooms enveloped the room. As Chu Mingxian busied himself, he curiously inquired. Lin Xiao, reluctant to consume, or even utilize the pristine water source, was solely focused on saving coins to purchase a home, which piqued his curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao collected the coins, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. The original owner yearned to acquire a residence within the safe zone, not for indulgence, but to seek out her brother. In a lofty and refined safe zone, scavengers could not enter unless they possessed a home. 3 years ago, my brother vanished. It was a peculiar time when young individuals venturing out to scavenge often disappeared. Rumors circulated that they were captured by researchers within the safe zone. After years of investigation, the original owner leaned towards the latter rumor. Thus, her relentless desire to buy a house. Hearing this, a flicker of light sparkled in Chu Mingxuan's eyes. Yet he refrained from further inquiry. Yao Yao, you may eat now. Today's mushroom soup, devoid of nutritional additives, exuded the most primal scent of food. Lin Xiao, like a greedy cat, opened her appetite and devoured 3 large bowls. The mercenary guild. In the late hours of the night, a chilling wind battered against the window, creating a cacophony of sounds. Chun Jiahao awoke with a start, instinctively rolling over, only to be met with a sudden, excruciating pain in his feet. Ah, damn it. Aunt Zhang, give me some painkillers. Chun Jiahao shouted within the room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had been incapacitated by another, while his own elder brother, too cowardly to utter a word, left him in the room under the care of a mere nanny. How could life be so suffocating? Just then, the door swung open abruptly. You old fool, why are you hesitating to bring a medicine? Lin Xiyao cursed vehemently, glaring at the doorway, his eyes widening in astonishment. The newcomer was clad in black, a long sword slung across their back, with a pair of crimson eyes gleaming with an eerie light in the darkness. King, the enigmatic figure of the Cold Radiance mercenary group. Lin Xiyao trembled as he called out. He was the most mysterious presence within the mercenary ranks, perpetually masked, with none having glimpsed his true visage. It was only known that he possessed black hair and red eyes, wielded a long sword, mastered unparalleled swordsmanship, and his combat prowess reached the level of a monarch. Within the entire mercenary group, only Chu Mingxian could contend with him. Yet, he never mingled with others nor resided within the guild. He only appeared for tasks worthy of his attention. Why would he come tonight? Lin Xiyao tilted his head, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the long sword was drawn. In an instant, a flurry of blades illuminated the air. Lin Xiyao, filled with terror, widened his eyes, mouth agape, his entire being resembling a statue, frozen in place. Minutes later, a drowsy ant wandered into the room. My young master, can you please refrain from shouting in the dead of night? How can anyone sleep? She complained as she approached the bedside, the kerosene lamp in her hand leaning forward. Oh my, he is dead. In the next moment, the ant let out a piercing scream, causing the kerosene lamp to fall to the ground as she collapsed in shock. The white sheets became stained with blood, and Lin Xiyao lay with unblinking eyes, a haunting expression frozen on his face. A slender wound, resembling a red line, marred his neck, from which blood flowed incessantly. Upon hearing the scream, Chun Kai, who was not far away, abruptly sprang into action. What happened? On the bed, Xia Yuhan lazily stretched out her smooth arm, wrapping it around Chun Kai's waist. What trouble is Jiahao causing now? I'll go take a look. Chun Kai replied softly, his face betraying a hint of fatigue. He causes a ruckus every night. Just ignore him. Xia Yuhan grumbled in discontent. It's just a couple of broken legs, after all. Jiahao has been causing disturbances for several nights, preventing me from getting a good night's sleep. It's not like I was the one who had Madame Wu break his legs. Why is he making such a fuss? Chun Kai hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to check on him. After all, he was my younger brother. You stay here and sleep. Xia Yuhan turned away in annoyance and quickly fell back asleep. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, help! Aunt Zhang, weak and trembling, crawled towards the exit, her screams echoing in the night. What terrible luck to encounter a corpse. Aunt Zhang, what are you screaming about in the middle of the night? A nearby mercenary rushed in first. He's dead, a corpse. Lin Xiyao is dead. Aunt Zhang stuttered, her finger trembling as she pointed towards the bed. Upon hearing her words, the man instantly awoke from his stupor and dashed into the room. Quick, summon the captain. At that moment, Chun Kai approached with a grim expression. His heart sank when he saw Aunt Zhang paralyzed with fear. Captain Jiahao. As he took in the scene within the room, a chill crept up his spine, and a wave of sorrow enveloped him. Who? Who did this? Jiahao, wake up. It's your brother. Chun Kai stumbled towards Chun Jiahao, his eyes reddening. How could this happen? Just earlier today, my brother was perfectly fine. Who could have harmed him? Could it be Wu Min? As the thought crossed his mind, Chun Kai's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. She has already crippled Jiahao. Does she intend to eliminate him completely? Suddenly, a realization struck him. No, Xiaoan. Chun Kai rushed out of the room in a frenzy. Creaking open the door, Xia Yuhan, still groggy, heard the sound. Akai, I told you not to worry about Jiahao. Come back to bed. In response, a sharp sound akin to a sword's whistle pierced the air. Xia Yuhan's eyes flew open, and she rolled swiftly across the bed several times. Though she was pregnant, she was an accomplished 6th-level mercenary, highly attuned to danger. With a swift movement, she evaded a deadly strike, though her arm was still grazed. In the midst of her evasive maneuvers, Xia Yuhan retrieved a handgun from beneath her pillow, aiming it at the intruder with practiced precision. The next moment, she gasped, It's you. How could it be Lung Yi? She had accompanied Lung Yi on several missions and had attempted to forge a good relationship with him. Unfortunately, a person is often true to their name. Lung Yi is indeed cold and indifferent, showing no regard for anyone. Lung Yi, we're all part of the same group. I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. Xia Yuhan spoke, hoping to buy time and discern Lin Yi's intentions. However, Lin Yi resembled a frigid killing machine, uttering not a single word, merely raising his sword and attacking once more. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Xia Yuhan decisively fired her weapon. In the next moment, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The high-velocity bullet halted in midair before Lin Yi, as a shimmering blue mist coalesced before his chest, rendering the bullet powerless to approach him. Is this truly Lin Yi's real strength? He shows no fear even of bullets. Compared to him, Chu Mingxian is still lacking. Pucci. In the next heartbeat, the sword rose and fell, a spray of crimson blood erupting forth. Chun Kai, hearing the gunfire, felt a surge of panic within him, silently praying, "Shaoan, please, do not let anything happen to you." Xia Yuhan lay in a pool of blood, her carotid artery severed, utterly silent. A piercing scream echoed throughout the mercenary guild. In the span of a single night, Chun Kai lost his only kin and the woman he cherished most. The next day, Lin Xiyao chose not to forage but instead remained in her shed to brew wine. First, she visited the grocery store to purchase some clay pots and honey. Sugar in the wasteland is a luxury, exceedingly expensive. Thus, she opted for wild honey instead. She washed the grapes, crushed them, removed the seeds and skins, and placed them in the clay pots to ferment, successfully crafting the wine. With temperatures exceeding 40 degrees in the wasteland, it would take merely 10 days for the wine to be ready for sale. Chu Mingxian observed silently, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is it truly that simple? Can the wine produced even be consumed? "Hey look, there's a man here," one exclaimed. "He is not bad-looking, albeit disabled. This young girl used to go foraging only once every few days. Now she scavenges daily. I wondered what had prompted her newfound diligence. It turns out she has taken in a man." Due to the cramped conditions of the shed, Lin Xiyao took the porcelain pots and grapes outside to work. Unbeknownst to her, this attracted the gossip of a few nosy women. Lin Xiyao thought to herself, what on earth? Are these women so bored that they have nothing better to do than chatter? Bang! In an instant, Lin Xiyao tossed the grapes aside, her gaze sharp as she lifted her head. "What you all saying? You spend your days gossiping and stirring trouble. Aren't you afraid your mouths will rot away?" Lin Xiao's fierce demeanor caused the passing women to shrink back in fear. One woman, unable to contain her frustration, shouted back, "You little girl, why are you acting so fierce? You sound like a shrew. Get lost." Lin Xiao retorted, hands on her hips, cursing loudly. When faced with gossip mongers, one must be even bolder and sharper to ensure they understand you are not to be trifled with. Chapter 31. The wine-selling girl, Chu Mingxian, observed from the side, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just how many facets does this young girl possess? The unruly young girl, indeed, lacks proper upbringing. Let's depart. The women, unable to withstand Lin Xiao's audacity, retreated in dismay. How ironic that a few gossiping women would dare speak of manners. The next time they pass by my home, I shall unleash my dogs upon them. Lin Xiao cursed indignantly, while the small creature beside her obediently howled twice. Suddenly, Fongwen rushed into the hut, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. However, that was of little consequence now. "Boss, something terrible has happened. Xia Yuhan is dead." The next moment, Fongwen turned to Chu Mingxian, his tone urgent as he relayed the news. Lin Xiao's heart sank. She quietly crouched down, resuming her task of washing grapes, her ears perked to eavesdrop. How could that woman be dead? Chu Mingxuan's expression tightened. "Do we know who did it?" Fongwen shook his head. "No. Last night, at the third watch, Chun Jiahao was murdered, and shortly thereafter, Xia Yuhan was found dead in her dormitory." "Understood. But boss, why are you not anxious at all? With Xia Yuhan dead, Li Qing becomes useless and without a witness. What of our plan?" Fongwen trailed off abruptly, suddenly aware of their audience. Lin Xiao and Chu Mingxian narrowed their eyes. Li Qing had long been under their control. The reason he had not harmed Xia Yuhan was that he was waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Xia Yuhan was dead, Li Qing, a mere pawn, had lost his value. "What do we do now? We must dispose of Li Qing. However, Captain, you must quickly devise another plan," Fongwen urged, pacing anxiously. Chu Mingxian, a man already deemed dead, held no mercenary status. He could no longer accept missions. What would he do for a living? Rely on Lin Xiyao for sustenance for the rest of his life? For now, let us leave it be. Investigate who is responsible. Chu Mingxian instructed, his demeanor unchanged, his voice calm. All right then. By the way, beautiful lady, what brings you here? Lin Xiyao lifted her gaze. This is my home. Do you know this young girl? Chu Ming Sun In Guit, young brother? Lin Xiao realized that the Xingyao mercenary corps was divided into two factions, Chun Kai's and Chu Mingxuan's, with the corps following whoever recommended them. Thus, Lin Xiao was considered a subordinate of Chu Mingxuan's faction. The roles had reversed. Lin Xiao was no subordinate, but rather a significant figure, his benefactor. Fang Wen, utterly bewildered, walked away, unable to comprehend whether all of this was mere coincidence or a calculated scheme. Suddenly, a figure collided with Fang Wen. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry. Here, take this. Ji Wansu, blushing, apologized and forcefully handed him a boiled sweet potato. Thank you for saving me that day and for the clothes. With that, she shyly dashed away. Fang Wen was left in confusion. When had he given her clothes? Just then, someone snatched the sweet potato from his hands before he could warm it. Xiao Wu. Seeing the person seizing the opportunity, Fang Wen exclaimed in astonishment. This is for me. You may leave, Fang Wu coldly stated. In an instant, Fang Wen felt as if his mind was entangled, nearly overwhelmed. Subsequently, he gazed at the retreating figure, suddenly enlightened. Xiao Wu, have you developed feelings for that little girl? No. Fang Wu hurriedly denied, swiftly departing. Observing this, Fang Wen couldn't help but voice his bewilderment. Today, Chu Mingxuan's reaction is quite peculiar, and even Fang Wu is acting strangely. As dusk fell, thick clouds of black smoke billowed above the mercenary guild. Chun Kai, through cremation ceremony, laid to rest Xia Yuhan and Chun Jiahao. Lin Xiao gazed contemplatively towards the mercenary guild. The simultaneous demise of Xia Yuhan and Chun Jiahao brought her both advantages and disadvantages. Yet, who was assisting her? Heaven or Chu Mingxian? The following day, Chun Kai, accompanied by a large group, stormed Wu Min's villa, demanding an explanation. Life must go on. Over the next 10 days, Lin Xiao ventured out to scavenge, always accompanied by Xiao Budian. She inspected food, while Xiao Budian roamed nearby, occasionally bringing back small beasts that had met their demise, such as mountain chickens, field mice, young squirrels, and small snakes, as if it had raided their nests. Whenever she encountered the carcasses of these small creatures, Lin Xiao would scowl in disgust and flee, fearing that if she lingered, she would be mistaken for an accomplice and attacked by the parents of the fallen beasts. One day, Lin Xiao's homemade grape, wine, was finally ready. Not bad, she nodded in satisfaction. Her winemaking endeavor had succeeded at last. Next, she aimed to sell this batch of wine and observe the response before deciding whether to continue producing the next batch of fruit wine. With this thought, Lin Xiao excitedly strapped several clay jars of wine to her back and headed towards the mercenary guild. After Lin Xiao departed, Chu Mingxian secretly sampled a few sips. The flavor was delightful, much richer and sweeter than the fruit wine produced in the safe zone. He was surprised to discover Lin Xiao's hidden talent. At the mercenary guild, it was not market day. The streets were quiet, with only a few hurried passers-by. Selling wine. Although the streets were sparsely populated, it did not dampen Lin Xiao's enthusiasm. She casually found a conspicuous spot, set up her jars, and began to call out. Curious glances were drawn to her stall. Not at the jars, but at Xiao Budian. A young girl selling wine had a beast pet. How extraordinary and incredible. Come on, don't be lazy. Strike a pose for good fortune. Noticing the crowd's interest in her pet, Lin Xiao cleverly maneuvered Xiao Budian into a beckoning cat pose, compelled to perform. Xiao Budian, unable to express its frustration, had to grin and bear it when approached by curious onlookers. Life as a beast companion was indeed challenging. Chapter 32, An Unexpected Encounter with Wu Min Little Girl. Your wine smells delightful. How much do you sell it for? The adorable little figure, imbued with the rich aroma of wine, coupled with Lin Xiao's enthusiastic calls, finally compelled the hurried passers-by to pause in their tracks. A robust man, His face flushed and, still carrying a faint scent of alcohol, staggered over. It was evident that the effects of drink had yet to wear off, and he was a habitual imbiber. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. A potential patron. "Brother, do taste this exquisite grape wine," she urged, pouring a small bowl of the wine and offering it to the burly man. In the realm of commerce, integrity is paramount, and support from connections is essential. At the outset, one should not be overly concerned with gains and losses. If there are those willing to taste and purchase, half the battle is won. The establishment of relationships is crucial. Even if this batch of wine yields no profit, the next batch may well be profitable. Such is the wisdom of business. Free samples? Very well, I'll have a sip. What is the price? He inquired. "Brother, a gold coin per bottle, and today it's buy one, get one free. The more you buy, the more you receive," Lin Xiao cheerfully explained, gesturing towards the white porcelain bottles on the table. Each bottle could hold 3 taels of wine, so the buy one, get one offer amounted to 6 taels. Selling for a gold coin, she would still make a profit. "There's a promotion, you say? All right, I'll take 3 bottles. The robust man casually tossed 3 gold coins to Lin Xiao. The first transaction was complete. The stall had officially opened. Elated, Lin Xiao accepted the coins and busily poured the wine. With the first sale secured, she anticipated a second and third, fully immersed in her bustling activity. Just then, the air resonated with the crack of whips. The ground trembled, sending ripples through the wine in the ceramic pots. Lin Xiao sensed an earthquake. Roars echoed, deafening and primal. She looked up in confusion. Thud, thud, thud. A magnificent carriage raced down the street, drawn by 2 ferocious beasts. The idea of using exotic creatures as steeds was quite peculiar. Each beast was the size of a small horse, bearing sharp teeth, resembling large German shepherds from the pre-apocalypse era. On either side of the carriage sat 2 men clad in white, wielding long whips, their expressions haughty, occasionally cracking the whips against the backs of the beasts. They were likely escorting a person of considerable importance from the safety zone. Lin Xiao thought, best to avoid trouble. The crowd gathered around her stall hurriedly stepped aside, and she prudently shielded her ceramic pots. Should her precious wine be spilled, who would she turn to for redress? Better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Once the carriage sped past, she would return to selling her wine, and they could go their separate ways. However, as the carriage approached her stall, a cold voice pierced the air. "Stop! Halt! Bring this to a standstill." The 2 men in white scrambled to pull on the leashes and wield their whips. After a flurry of chaotic movements, the carriage finally came to a halt 100 meters ahead of the stall. A noble woman, resplendent in a luxurious silk gown, with cascading, gently curled hair and exquisite makeup, emerged from the carriage. Her 10 fingers were adorned with striking red nail polish, and she wore a pair of red-high heels embellished with rhinestones. Lin Xiao gazed intently at her. To be honest, it was the first time she had encountered a woman so exquisitely dressed amidst the wasteland. "How much does it cost?" The woman, gracefully striding in her sky-high heels, approached with an air of elegance. Lin Xiao enthusiastically called out, 1 gold coin per bottle, buy one get one free. The woman wrinkled her nose in disdain and retorted, "I'm not referring to the wine, but to that." Her gaze then shifted to the little creature beside Lin Xiao, and a flicker of awe passed through her eyes. Ah, it was the beast companion that had caught her attention. "This is a fortune-bringer, not for sale," Lin Xiao mused. It was indeed charming, but not particularly bright. Could it not comprehend human speech? "Ah, isn't that Mrs. Wu Min? What brings her out of the safe zone?" Just then, someone in the crowd recognized the woman and whispered. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. So, she was Wu Min, the squirrel beast that had attacked her, along with the white-clad beast tamer, were indeed her subordinates. Wu Min awaited Lin Xiao's offer, but alas, she seemed lost in thought. Moments later, a flash of anger crossed Wu Min's eyes as she impatiently signaled to a man beside her. The man immediately glared menacingly and swung a long whip toward Lin Xiao. "Madam is addressing you, you wretched creature." Crack! The whip sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's face, intent on marring her beauty. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xiao slowly raised her hand and effortlessly seized the incoming whip. "Not for sale, do you not understand?" Her voice, once warm, now carried a chilling coldness. Attempting to bully her with power? Sorry, that tactic does not work with her. Today, regardless of who it was, even if they offer a mountain of gold, she would not part with her little companion. The little creature beside her sensed the malice emanating from the group and bared its teeth, preparing to attack. Witnessing this, Wu Min's admiration deepened. Such a spirited little thing. I like it. You must be a beast tamer, right? She then arrogantly turned her gaze toward Lin Xiyao and condescendingly offered, "Join me. I'll provide food and shelter, and grant you a house within the safe zone. Of course, you must bring this little creature along." Lin Xiyao smirked with derision. "Not for sale. I have no interest in a house in the safe zone." Once again rejected, Wu Min erupted in fury. How many people yearn to enter the safe zone? This woman truly does not know her worth. I hope you do not regret your decision. With that, Wu Min indignantly departed, flanked by two men in white. TCH, what is so impressive about some filthy money? Who cares? Lin Xiao remarked irritably. Wu Min's graceful figure paused momentarily, her fingers tightening into a fist. Such a bold woman was a rarity. Young lady, you shouldn't provoke Wu Min. Her status in the safe zone is immensely prestigious. You may suffer for this. Indeed. As Wu Min's carriage vanished into the distance, well-meaning mercenaries in the crowd stepped forward to warn her. Lin Xiao smiled gratefully, yet internally disagreed. Just because Wu Min held a noble position, must she endure her bullying? There's a saying that suggests enduring for a moment leads to calm waters. However, if this endurance comes at the cost of her companion, she simply cannot acquiesce. Upon arriving in the wasteland, aside from Chu Mingxian, Little Dot was her only companion. The bond between them was her bottom line. Any provocation would invoke her wrath, and she would never concede. Chapter 33. Yangmei Grove. A minor incident did not dampen Lin Xiao's spirits regarding her wine sales. Soon, the entire stock of wine she had carried was sold out, yielding a modest profit. Upon returning to her humble abode, Lin Xiao eagerly counted the gold coins, 35 in total. This endeavor proved fruitful. Glancing at the remaining clay jars, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. A rough estimate suggested that this batch of wine could fetch at least 100 gold coins. Excellent. She had found yet another means of livelihood. As long as she had sufficient raw materials, she could thrive in the wasteland through her winemaking skills. Yao Yao, dinner is ready, Chu Mingxian called out, presenting a plate of sauteed mushrooms alongside steamed buns he had specially exchanged for the grocery store. The rich aroma instantly filled the room. Chu Mingxian, are you familiar with Lady Wu Min? Lin Xiao inquired as she ate. I know her. What happened? Chu Mingxian paused in his munching, concern flickering in his gaze. It's nothing. I just happened to encounter Lady Wu Min today and want to learn more about her. Lin Xiao replied, feigning casualness, not wishing to burden Chu Mingxian with worry. All right, he nodded, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Wu Min is 40 this year. Before the apocalypse, her parents were researchers at the Academy of Sciences. This settlement was established by her and her husband, Li Songnan. Over a decade ago, Wu Min had a son, but he passed away shortly after birth. Since then, she has become infatuated with raising exotic beasts to the point of obsession. Beast tamers emerged around 10 years ago. In this settlement, Wu Min possesses the most beast companions, reportedly employing over 30 beast tamers. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Over 30 beast tamers meant she likely kept more than 30 exotic creatures. The polarization in this wasteland era was stark. Those without money were impoverished beyond measure, while the wealthy indulged in a menagerie of pets. By the way, Chu Mingxian, has the poison in you been neutralized? Is the antidote finished? I still have 2 vials. Lin Xiao shifted the conversation with concern. The poison has been neutralized, and my wounds are nearly healed. It's just that my leg, it may be permanently damaged. Chu Mingxian replied, his expression somber. It's all right. Now that we have some money, we can seek medical treatment at a hospital. Just tell me what you need, Lin Xiao reassured him. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxian was touched. Yao Yao, you truly do not despise me? Of course not. Lin Xiao replied earnestly. She had never looked down on Chu Mingxian. Each person's role was unique. With Chu Mingxian by her side, she had managed to amass such wealth in such a short time. With the presence of Chu Mingxian, she was able to evade numerous dangers and survive amidst the wasteland. "Half of the money I earn belongs to you," Lin Xiyao stated earnestly. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Lin Xiyao refrained from scavenging. Instead, she carried wine to sell daily. Yao Yao, the mercenary guild, is organizing scavengers to pick bayberries. "Will you join?" Ji Wansu greeted her enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. She had been lamenting the lack of fruit for brewing, and just as fortune would have it, an opportunity arose. "Let's go. We need to sign up." To the southeast of the forest lies a vast bayberry grove, a private domain of a certain bigwig in the safe zone. Every year at this time, the bigwig hires scavengers for the harvest. The scavengers are required to give 70% of their pick to the bigwig, retaining 30% as their reward. The more they gather, the greater their bounty. It is said that those with good fortune among the scavengers might even make a small profit. After signing up, Lin Xiao was filled with anticipation. Early the next morning, she, along with the little one and Ji Wansu, headed to the mercenary guild for assembly. Such a rare opportunity to earn money drew nearly all the scavengers from the shantytown. By the time they arrived, the area outside the mercenary guild was already teeming with people, all queuing for numbers. Observing the lengthy line ahead, Lin Xiao felt quite disheartened. Would they even secure a number? She mused that had she known this would be the situation, she should have camped out overnight. Just then, she spotted a familiar emblem, the insignia of the Starry Mercenary Corps. For this collection, mercenaries were assigned to clear the path and provide escort, with each mercenary group designated their own territory. Scavengers who received their tokens would follow their designated groups to the gathering site. Lin Xiao thought to herself that as a member of the Starry Mercenary Corps, having acquaintances in the group would surely facilitate matters. Thus, she tugged Ji Wansu to switch to the line for the Starry Mercenary Corps. "Hey, beautiful, what are you doing here?" Before long, the patrol officer Fongwen spotted Lin Xiao and inquired, astonished. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. "Lucky me. I've run into someone familiar. We're heading to the Bayberry Grove," she replied. Upon hearing this, Fongwen waved his hand grandly. "As a member of the Mercenary Corps, you need not queue. Cool me. Follow me to the front for your number." Seeing this, Lin Xiao was immensely thrilled. Such treatment was indeed a pleasant surprise. The crowd in front cast envious glances at her. After successfully obtaining her number, Lin Xiao stood amidst the throng, awaiting departure. Before long, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached. Clad in black and sporting shoulder-length hair, she exuded an air of competence and decisiveness, her presence commanding attention. Fongwen leaned closer to Lin Xiao and whispered, "That's our team leader, Zheng Xiaowen, a 7th-level mercenary, as cold as ice and particularly hard to deal with. Do not provoke her. What are you murmuring about?" Fongwen. Just as he finished speaking, Zheng Xiaowen cast a frosty glance in their direction. In an instant, a formidable sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings. Ji Wansu trembled in fear, seeking refuge behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned in displeasure, disapproving of the pressure tactics employed. She found it quite distasteful. "Team Zheng, it's nothing." Fongwen awkwardly forced a smile. "Humph," Zhang Xiaowen snorted, suddenly casting a sharp gaze towards Lin Xiao. A scavenger accompanied by a beast pet. How peculiar. "Team Zheng. She is a newly joined mercenary," Fongwen hurriedly clarified. "Ah, so she's a newcomer." As Zheng Xiaowen passed by Lin Xiao, a subtle smirk graced her lips, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Moments later, a cool voice proclaimed, "Let's depart." Once all those assigned their identification tags had gathered, Zheng Xiaowen moved to the front of the formation, leading the group towards the designated collection site. Chapter 34. Harvesting Waxberries After 2 hours. The collection team finally arrived at the designated harvesting location. Wild waxberry trees filled the landscape, their vibrant red fruits glistening against the lush green foliage. Clusters of ruby-red berries hanging heavily from the branches. 2 decades prior, the settlement had designated several nearby forested areas for experimental cultivation, planting waxberry trees on a large scale. However, the fruits remained toxic, marking the endeavor a failure, and thus, the trees were left to grow wild. This grove often attracted ferocious beasts, rendering it perilous, which is why mercenaries were tasked with the harvesting. It was said that every year, several scavengers met with mishaps here. Following her assigned tag, Lin Xiyao approached her designated area. A dozen waxberry-laden trees awaited her attention for the day's work. With agility, Lin Xiyao climbed to the treetop, her gaze sweeping across the picturesque scenery, rolling hills undulating like waves, the red clouds dancing gracefully in the breeze, and the aroma of the berries wafting through the air. The view is indeed quite beautiful. Detected toxin level 30. Recommend limited consumption. Chimed a notification. Calmly, Lin Xiyao plucked the waxberries, tossing them into the basket strapped to her waist. The berries, the size of her fist, were succulent and juicy, sweet and tart. If she filled her basket, her trip would not be in vain, and she could earn a small profit. However, Lin Xiyao harbored other intentions. Detected toxin level 17. Edible. The notification continued. Lin Xiyao extended her hand. Aha, here we go. In the blink of an eye, the waxberry she tossed into the basket vanished. Indeed, Lin Xiyao had discreetly pocketed the low-toxicity berries, despite the mercenary core-stern warnings against hoarding or consuming the waxberries. With the risk of immediate disqualification from harvesting and expulsion from the grove, Lin Xiyao, with her unique advantage, was determined to be cautious and evade detection. She was only interested in the low-toxicity varieties. Detected toxin level 10. Edible. As she climbed higher into the treetops, the toxicity of the waxberries diminished. Lin Xiyao gleefully continued her harvest. It was said that 20 years ago, researchers had developed a purifier meant to cleanse the contaminated soil, leading to the establishment of this experimental cultivation area. Unfortunately, the purification efforts had failed, yet the yield of these waxberry trees remained superior to those in other harvesting sites. By midday, Lin Xiyao had successfully gathered 15 low-toxicity waxberries, while her basket contained only a handful of those with higher toxicity. At noon, there was an hour of respite for meals, hydration, and nature's call. As the whistle blew, the scavengers of the brigade gathered together. Yao Yao, how was your harvest today? Ji Wanshu, her cheeks flushed, trotted over to Lin Xiyao. Her basket brimmed with a generous haul of bayberries. Not too shabby, Lin Xiyao replied lightly, lifting her basket. But luck was not on my side. I only managed a few. Is that all? Ji Wanshu glanced at Lin Xiao's basket, horrified by the meager contents. No witties. Yao Yao, I picked plenty. Let me share some with you. With that, Ji Wanshu began pouring her bayberries into Lin Xiao's basket. This act instantly drew the disapproving gaze of a nearby matron. The plump woman, her face speckled with freckles and crowned with a messy bun, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, the little lady is quite generous. I didn't gather much either. Perhaps you could share some with me as well?" Yvonne's hooponsed, casting a disgruntled look in the woman's direction. Unacquainted and unrelated. How could this matron dare to make such a request? Wanshu, don't pour any more, Lin Xiyao urged, holding her hand. There's still time this afternoon. It's all right. I can't carry so many anyway. Consider it a favor. Ji Wanshu insisted on sharing some of her bayberries, for despite her own meager means, she cherished Lin Xiao's kindness. Can't carry them, huh? I have an empty basket you could borrow. The matron interjected before Lin Xiyao could respond. Such individuals were indeed irksome. Ji Wanshu shot a furious glare at the woman. Enough, Wanshu. There will always be those who, unable to reach for the grapes, declare them sour. They lack ability, yet still covet what others possess. Lin Xiyao seated Ji Wanshu and handed her a bottle of nutritional supplement. The matron, visibly agitated, raised her voice. Covetous? Who are you calling covetous, you little wretch? What have you been doing all morning? Don't you have any self-awareness? Picking just a handful of bayberries to elicit sympathy from a girl, hoping for a share? Such tricks are old hat to me. Suddenly, the matron sprang to her feet, transforming into a self-proclaimed guardian of justice, launching into a tirade against Lin Xiyao. Yet, her petty intentions were transparent to all. Lin Xiyao, disinterested in engaging in a quarrel, focused her thoughts. In the next instant, a shadow leaped forth from the low bushes. A chilling sensation grazed her head, followed by a sharp sting. The matron's mouth fell agape, her eyes widening in horror as she fixated on the creature that soared above her, landing before her. Roar! The small creature, fierce and menacing, clutched a tuft of hair in its mouth, revealing its newly grown, sharp teeth. A beast! Help! The matron, instantly paralyzed by fear, trembled and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in terror. What is happening? Soon, Lin Xiyao arrived with a band of mercenaries. Upon spotting the small creature, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, an unpleasant stench of urine wafted through the air, prompting Lin Xiyao to cast a disdainful glare at the elderly woman on the ground. Streams of yellow liquid trickled down the woman's legs, soaking her trousers. Lin Xiyao was genuinely startled, her reaction almost comical in its intensity. Lin Xiyao, control your beast. Lin Xiyao admonished coldly, retreating a few steps while pinching her nose. Lin Xiyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The elderly woman, thoroughly frightened, gazed at Lin Xiyao with wide, terrified eyes. Those who could afford to nurture a beast would hardly concern themselves with a few bayberries. It was her own fault for speaking so carelessly. Lin Xiyao preferred action over idle chatter. When one possesses strength, disputes and arguments are mere frivolities. After this minor incident, the scavengers resumed their ascent up the bayberry trees. Given the necessity to reserve 2 hours for their return journey, the afternoon gathering time was limited. The little one had not wandered far, playing joyfully in a nearby thicket. Soon, the signal to conclude the harvest sounded. Lin Xiyao slid down from the bayberry tree, her half-filled basket signifying her yield for the day, all tainted bayberries. If the other scavengers were equally unfortunate, the mastermind behind this endeavor would surely be seething with frustration at the losses incurred, far too substantial to be justified, even less than the wages of mercenaries. Little one, it's time to go. Upon descending the tree, Lin Xiyao noticed the absence of the little one and called out. At that moment, the little one was busy chasing butterflies in the thicket, thoroughly engrossed in play. When Lin Xiyao finally found the little one, she could only shake her head in exasperation. A palm-sized orange butterfly flitted about, soaring high and dipping low, teasing the little one as it glittered in the sunlight. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed. A luminescent butterfly? Such butterflies were rare. Lin Xiao recalled having read about them in a book, though the details eluded her for the moment. Little one, a wave of unease surged within her, prompting Lin Xiao to shout. Upon hearing her voice, the little one paused, turning with delight. In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. Tiny sparks of luminescence erupted from the thicket. With a rustle, countless orange butterflies surged toward Lin Xiao in an overwhelming tide. In an instant, the air became thick with swirling dust. Lin Xiao's heart raced. Poisonous. Without waiting for the swarm to approach, Lin Xiao swiftly teleported away, covering a distance of 10 meters, neither long nor short. Just as she steadied herself, the sound of flapping wings filled the air behind her. The butterflies seemed to have fixated on her. Teleporting once more, Lin Xiao drew a curved dagger from her spatial pocket, holding her breath as she anxiously scrutinized the thicket. The little one was ensnared within the choking dust, swaying unsteadily, clearly afflicted by poison. What to do? Lin Xiao urgently contemplated her options. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed. A powerful blow struck her back, sending her hurtling toward the swarm of butterflies. She had been ambushed. Damn it! Who could it be? After 2 consecutive teleportations, Lin Xiao had completely exhausted her soul power, rendering her oblivious to the approaching presence. Thud! Lin Xiao crashed heavily to the ground, her breath hitching as the surrounding dust swiftly invaded her body. Roar! Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's injury, the little creature let out an enraged howl, struggling to reach her side and glaring fiercely ahead. Protect the master. Little one, flee quickly. Every escape counts. The beast's physique was far more formidable than hers. Perhaps it could dash through the dust and escape. The little creature hesitated, remaining still. Go! Lin Xiao shouted urgently. In the next moment, the little creature turned and sprinted towards the thicket. Her consciousness gradually faded, her head heavy and her eyelids impossibly weighted. Just as she saw the little one burst through the underbrush, Lin Xiao could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. What kind of poison is this? And who is responsible? In her daze, Lin Xiao glimpsed a pair of crimson eyes slowly approaching her. Meanwhile, Ji Wansu was forcibly taken away by mercenaries. The assembly time had passed, and Lin Xiyao had yet to arrive. Ji Wansu stubbornly insisted on searching the forest for her. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaowen did not grant her that opportunity. Lin Xiyao fell into a deep unconsciousness, her awareness sinking deeper into darkness. No matter how she struggled, she could not awaken. In her hazy state, she heard indistinct voices. "Bang, what do you think you're doing? Am I in your way?" The sharp female voice fluctuated in pitch, and Lin Xiyao caught the words wind wolf beast. So, their target this time was the little creature. Could it be Wu Min? Damn it. That woman truly harbors unrelenting greed. Take her out and deal with her. Madam, this woman is exceptionally difficult to capture. Her physique is extraordinary. It may be better to send her to the research institute. Ah, indeed. This sharp-tongued little girl, allowing her to die so easily would certainly be too lenient. Send her over. Understood. In the shanty town, for reasons unknown, Chu Mingxian felt an inexplicable sense of unease today. Summoning Fong 1, he learned that Zhang Xiaowen was leading the team, which should have put him at ease. After all, she was a level 7 mercenary with her presence. Safety should be assured. Yet, he remained troubled. Brother Lin, Ji Wansu gasped, her voice laced with urgency. This is serious. Chu Mingxian clenched the armrests of his wheelchair, his heart plummeting. Something truly had happened to Lin Xiyao. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Ji Wansu quickly recounted the circumstances at the collection site. I suspect she has encountered danger in the forest, but Captain Zheng. With a solemn expression, Chu Mingxian began to maneuver his wheelchair towards the makeshift shelter. Imanating a Xiyin Goha. Brother Lin, I will go find her, but it's already 5 o'clock. We have half an hour until dark. Even if we set off to the collection point now, it will be too late, Ji Wansu thought anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. Fong Wu, here. Notify Fong when to ensure he finds out Lin Yao's whereabouts. Yes. A moment later, as the day gradually descended into darkness, a shadow darted swiftly towards the forest. The chilling roars echoed intermittently within the woods. In the obscurity, flashes of sword light appeared, and any beast that obstructed the path was vanquished beneath the gleam of the blade. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After an indeterminate period, Lin Xiyao awoke, slowly opening her eyes. A blinding expanse of white greeted her, the harsh glare of fluorescent lights stinging her vision. Lin Xiyao felt a heavy fog enveloping her mind as she vacantly surveyed her surroundings. Where is she? The walls were white, the floor tiles gleamed white. The door was white, and even the cabinets were white. What on earth was happening? Struggling against the ropes binding her hands and feet, Lin Xiyao found her body weakened. The remnants of poison still coursing through her veins, leaving her utterly powerless. At that moment, she resembled a lamb poised for slaughter. To her dismay, she realized she had been ensnared by a swarm of poisonous butterflies that had rendered her unconscious with their toxic dust. Yet, it struck her as peculiar. Such a multitude of venomous butterflies could not possibly be tamed by a mere beastmaster. Moreover, she had not heard the sound of flute or any other call that might have commanded them. Why then had they targeted her? Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. During her departure, Su Xiaowen had patted her shoulder. Could it be that she had been compromised at that moment? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. How truly underestimated she was, ensnared by the collusion of elite mercenaries and the powerful, simply to orchestrate her downfall, a mere nobody. Was her life truly forfeit merely for refusing to sell beast companions to women? The relentless oppression was suffocating. Living under the whims of others was unbearably stifling. It appeared that in order to live freely, she must carve out her own domain. As those thoughts swirled in her mind, Lin Xiyao began to assess her surroundings. Though her curved dagger had been confiscated, she was relieved to find a dagger still hidden within her space. With a mere flicker of intent, a sharp blade materialized in her grasp. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering bottles echoed from beyond the door. Someone was approaching. Lin Xiyao hastily concealed the dagger within her sleeve and closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Chapter 36. The white-eyed zombie. The door burst open. Moments later. 2 nurses clad in white coats wheeled in a cart laden with medical supplies. The patient requires a virus injection today. Remember to transfer her to the intensive care unit shortly. The female nurse stated, her voice devoid of emotion, as cold and mechanical as a robot. She maneuvered the cart next to Lin Xiyao and opened the medicine box. Inside lay an unfamiliar dark red vial. Upon hearing this, the male nurse's expression stiffened. Why is she being injected with a virus upon arrival? He inquired. It was instructed from above, she replied. In the midst of their conversation, the female nurse had already drawn the medication into a syringe and was preparing to inject it into Lin Xiao's arm. In a sudden burst of awareness, Lin Xiyao opened her eyes wide, her gaze fixed coldly on the female nurse. Startled, the nurse's hand trembled, a flicker of shock crossing her features. She is already awake? The sharp dagger slipped from the sleeve, and with a swift motion of her wrist, Lin Xiao severed the ropes binding her. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, dagger in hand, and lunged towards the female nurse. The nurse let out a piercing scream and recoiled in terror, while the male nurse behind her appeared horrified by the syringe, shouting, "Be careful with that needle." With a loud thud, the female nurse collapsed to the ground, her syringe shattering upon impact, releasing a dark red serum that spilled forth. At that moment, Lin Xiao had freed herself from her restraints. As she advanced cautiously towards the female nurse, the male nurse, cowering by the door, suddenly shrieked, "Ah, Xiaowei, you're infected. Your hand is bleeding." In the next heartbeat, he seemed to witness something dreadful, scrambling away in a panic. The information he divulged sparked immediate alarm within Lin Xiao. Infection? What is this virus? The female nurse sat dazed on the floor, staring blankly at her bloodied left hand, where her index finger had been cut by shards of glass. Almost instantly, her body began to convulse, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. This place is no longer safe. Lin Xiao abandoned her murderous intent, sidestepping the pool of serum, and fled towards the exit. Before her stretched a stark white corridor, flanked by identical rooms, each door firmly shut, concealing their contents. Exhausted, she pressed forward, unaware of the corridor's length, only knowing she must escape. Just as Lin Xiao felt her strength waning, a large hand suddenly grasped her and pulled her into a connecting hall. Gritting her teeth, she swung her dagger, but the man easily subdued her. "Chill, I'm here to save you," he whispered, covering her mouth with one hand while restraining her weapon with the other, pinning her against the wall. As she recognized the man before her, confusion flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. Why is it him? The male nurse from earlier. Yet, she did not know him. "Come with me," he urged, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Once he confirmed they were not being pursued, he released Lin Xiao. In an instant, she retaliated, delivering a punch to the man's face and breaking free from his grasp. Their positions reversed. Lin Xiao now held the dagger to his throat. "Who are you? Who sent you?" she demanded coldly, clearly skeptical of his intentions. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. He was taken aback. Just half an hour ago, he had personally tested Lin Xiao's blood. She was poisoned. The toxins coursing through her veins rendered her weak, so frail she could barely walk, far less mount a counterattack. How had she managed to fight back? "I'm asking you a question," she pressed. "It was young Master Shun who sent me." "It's about that encyclopedia," he replied. At the mention of the familiar book, Lin Xiao was instantly reminded of the little boy in the forest, Shun Nanqing. "We must leave at once," he urged. "Everywhere around here, surveillance caméra abonde. Moreover, Xiaowei has contracted a virus, which is bound to incite chaos." "We must leave at once," the man urged. At this moment, she found herself with no alternative. She could either place her trust in the man or rely on her own strength to escape. What virus has she contracted? The zombie virus. The path ahead may reveal some astonishing sights. It is imperative to remain composed and to make no sound, the man instructed gravely as they ventured deeper into the corridor. His watch flickered with a red light, resembling a disruptor. Lin Xiao closely followed the man. Though she had decided to depart with him, she remained cautious, discreetly consuming a vial of antidote. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing personal strength is crucial to navigate any crisis. Soon, they arrived at another corridor. The rooms here were transparent glass enclosures, sealed with precision, devoid of doors. Each room, no larger than 10 square meters, was starkly empty. lacking even a bed. Lin Xiao raised her gaze slightly. Although the rooms were vacant, each corner was filled with miniature cameras. Even the ceilings bore them. What purpose do they serve? This is the intensive care unit. If that needle pierces your arm, you shall be confined here, the man suddenly interjected. Fear can be paralyzing. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a dark figure hurtling down the corridor. Bang! A tremendous crash resonated. Lin Xiao was genuinely startled, her heart racing uncontrollably. A soaked man appeared beside her, his hospital garb torn into strips, his body covered in festering sores, and his gray-white eyes devoid of pupils. A chilling roar erupted, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. The man pressed against the glass, his mouth slowly widening. As if boundless, his lips taut. Suddenly, a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed. The man's mouth split open, gaping to the roots of his ears. Dark red blood streaming down the glass wall. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a character from a comic book, with crimson gums, a mouth full of blood, and the man's gray-white eyes filled with excitement and madness, resembling a deranged individual. It was terrifying, instilling fear in the heart. Lin Xiao instinctively recoiled a few steps. Crack, crack, crack. The man, with his gaping maw, incessantly gnawed at the glass, his sharp nails scratching against it, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine. Lin Xiao swallowed hard, her mind fixated on a single thought: flee, escape from this place. This was no longer human. These were individuals infected with the virus. In a sense, they had mutated into zombies. The man halted, softly speaking as he glanced at Lin Xiao, a hint of admiration in his eyes. It was the first time he had witnessed someone remain so composed in the face of a zombie. Such courage was commendable. Chapter 37. Shen Nanqing, what does that mean? Lin Xiao asked, her voice trembling. The man continued his forward stride, articulating that it had been 60 years since the outbreak of the zombie virus, and humanity had long since developed antibodies against it. The likelihood of infection from being bitten or scratched by a zombie had significantly diminished. However, 2 decades prior, a radical idea was proposed. What if the blood of zombies were injected into human bodies? Would they succumb to infection and become zombies, or would they evolve? Lin Xiao scoffed in disbelief. The outcome was that 99 would transform into zombies, while only 1 would evolve. The man continued, his voice growing colder, explaining that those who evolved possessed immense strength, capable of healing from even the gravest injuries automatically. The sole drawback was their crimson eyes, their ferocity and bloodlust devoid of any emotion, rendering them mere killing machines, a concept known as the Crimson Shadow Project. As Lin Xiao listened, a chill crept down her spine. What could they possibly intend to create with such merciless beings? Moreover, crimson eyes, she had encountered them before. Are you implying that this project has never been halted? How many crimson shadows exist? Not many, just a handful. The man narrowed his eyes, revealing that they were persistently searching for the source of evolution. Some desired the invulnerable physique, yet were hesitant to attempt it. The test subjects endured unimaginable torment, inadvertently fulfilling the dreams of those in power. How ironic, he remarked with a voice laced with derision. Lin Xiao felt a heavy weight in her heart. In this era where human life held little value, those in positions of power acted with impunity. Their desires were magnified without restraint, while the common folk bore the brunt of suffering. She would wager that the Crimson Shadow Project was merely a tool for them to manipulate the world. Moreover, if they desired something, they would not hesitate to conduct research on living subjects. A profound silence enveloped them as they continued down the corridor. Within the confines of the hospital room, individuals were enduring the agonizing process of mutation. Some had completely lost their sanity, reduced to mere husks of their former selves. Others inflicted self-harm or desperately gnawed at their own flesh. The sight was grotesquely cruel. For the selfish gain of a few, these individuals were condemned to such torment. Most distressingly, Chu Mingxian must have endured similar suffering. The thought pierced Lin Xiao's heart with pain. "All right, my dear," the man said. "I shall escort you no further." After half an hour, he halted before a heavy iron door, skillfully swiping a card, inputting his fingerprint and password. The young master awaits you beyond this door. With a resonant thud, the imposing iron door creaked open. My dear, I hope you can forget everything you have seen today. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble. He cautioned in a hushed tone. Lin Xiyao nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. As the door swung wide, a young boy stood outside, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Sister, we meet again. Nanxing, she replied warmly. Do you remember my name? Of course. Let's be on our way. Shen Nanxing joyfully grasped Lin Xiao's hand, and together they dashed towards the end of the corridor, where he produced a white cloak and a mask. Sister, please cover for me. My car is right outside. Lin Xiao inquired, is it a special car service? A horse carriage? Subsequently, Shen Nanxing pushed open the corridor door, and Lin Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. The vehicle before her was not a horse-drawn carriage, but rather a genuine automobile, a sleek, black sedan, replete with a dedicated driver in white gloves. Who on earth is this young man? Sister, quickly get in the car. Shen Nanxing gallantly opened the door and urged Lin Xiao to enter. Suppressing her curiosity, Lin Xiao climbed into the vehicle. Now was not the time for questions. Uncle Wang, drive, she commanded. Yes, young master, came the reply. The car began to move towards the gate, and through the window, Lin Xiao observed the Research Institute's FAOD. Surrounding her were 5-story buildings constructed of steel and concrete, adorned with vibrant tiles, and some even fitted with air conditioning. The spaces between the structures were generously spaced, filled with greenery, blooming flowers, ornamental trees, smooth cement paths, trash bins, and fountains, a modern industrial zone. After all, we are currently in the wasteland era. The hovel she resided in was more befitting of that desolate standard. How could such a lavish compound exist atop the ruins? Soon, the vehicle halted before a heavily guarded entrance. After a thorough inspection, they were permitted to leave the Research Institute, and Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. At that moment, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found Shen Nanxing staring intently at her, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiao asked. Shen Nanxing shook his head, grinning widely to reveal his charming little canine teeth. You look beautiful, sister. Lin Xiao mused to herself that this boy's words were as sweet as honey. How many young maidens would he enchant in the future? By the way, how did you know? Before Lin Xiao could finish, Shen Nanxing cheerfully explained. Yesterday, I saw DeFei carrying a burlap sack and wielding a curved blade. I recognized it immediately as yours. I see. Lin Xiao realized that Shen Nanxing had arranged for the male nurse to rescue her in advance. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that without Shen Nanxing, her escape would not have been so seamless. You saved me once. I'll save you once. Or even now. Sister, here's your curved blade, he said, producing the weapon from beneath his seat and handing it to Lin Xiao. With the weapon in her possession, she felt a sense of security wash over her. By the way, sister, what did you do to provoke that old hag Wu Min? Lin Xiao's expression hardened. It was indeed Wu Min's machinations. Let us not discuss it. I merely refused to sell her a beast pet. Understanding the situation, Lin Xiao felt utterly exasperated. Surviving under someone else's thumb was undeniably arduous. Do you still have a beast pet? Yes. I wonder how the little one is faring. Has it managed to escape? Has the poison been neutralized? At the thought, Lin Xiao felt a surge of urgency. No, you can't go. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanxing shook his head seriously. It's easy to leave the Research Institute, but the safe zone, without an identification badge, you can't exit. Is the security at the gate really that stringent? With facial and fingerprint recognition, Lin Xiao felt a sense of urgency and suddenly thought of calling Chu Mingxian for assistance. She lifted her wrist, prompting her sister to inquire whom she intended to contact. Nodding in response, she was immediately halted by Shen Nanxing, who cautioned her against it, citing surveillance concerns. Is it truly that advanced? Lin Xiao questioned, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 38. The library, with a confident grin revealing his small canine teeth, Shen Nanxing assured her. However, Lin Xiao discerned a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. Yet, with no better alternatives and dusk approaching, she indeed required a place to rest. Soon, a sleek black car glided into a luxurious villa. At the grand entrance stood 2 rows of uniformly dressed maids, a sight she had only witnessed on television, leaving Lin Xiyao quite astonished. "Go and prepare a guest room," Shun Nanxing commanded with a serious demeanor, his aura shifting from that of a carefree child to one of authority. "Understood," came the prompt reply. Upon entering the villa, Lin Xiao's attention was instantly captivated. The opulence was overwhelming. Crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars in the night sky. The plush carpet cushioned her steps, and the leather sofas exuded elegance, accompanied by jade sculptures and exquisite wall art. This lavish living room seemed to belong to a world apart from the desolate wasteland she inhabited. "Are you hungry? Let's have a meal first," Shen Nanxing suggested with a smile, guiding Lin Xiao towards the dining room. Soon, a table was laden with an array of exquisite and sumptuous dishes: braised chicken, sauerkraut fish, sweet and sour ribs, stewed pig trotters, cucumber salad, and stir-fried bean sprouts. The sheer abundance left Lin Xiao in a state of shock. Her life in the wasteland had consisted of roots, leaves, wild fruits, and nutrient solutions. She had never even encountered a wilted vegetable leaf, let alone anything edible that wasn't toxic. In such an environment, Lin Xiao pondered, even the affluent in the safe zones must not fare much better. Yet, she found herself in a stark contrast, akin to heaven and hell. "Sister, do eat more," Shen Nanxing insisted, continually adding food to Lin Xiao's bowl. However, she found little pleasure in the meal, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. It dawned on her that the scarcity in the wasteland was not due to a lack of resources, but rather the monopolization of those resources by the wealthy. The impoverished toiled tirelessly, scraping the earth for sustenance, often contending with beasts for survival, while the affluent in the safe zones indulged in extravagant waste, enjoying the finest resources available. Why did they deserve such privilege? "Nanxing, is the car we traveled in powered by fuel?" she inquired. "No, it's electric. Due to limited energy resources, it cannot travel far. However, my uncle is researching solar energy. Soon, we will be able to drive freely through the forests," Shun Nanxing replied, a hint of pride illuminating his face, oblivious to Lin Xiao's despondent mood. "What about the meat?" she pressed. "Rest assured, it's all fresh produce. The safe zone has breeding farms where chickens, ducks, and even fish are raised in abundance." Lin Xiao fell silent at this revelation. The existence of large-scale farming indicated that poultry was not lacking here, yet the poor remained unable to afford it. Such provisions were reserved exclusively for the elite. The days indeed feel stifling. She fought desperately against the monstrous beasts, yet could scarcely bring herself to consume even a morsel of meat. Meanwhile, the affluent here indulged in their feasts, savoring every bite. During this meal, Lin Xiao experienced a cacophony of emotions. After dining, Shun Nanxing escorted her to the guest room. It boasted floor-to-ceiling windows, a plush sofa, a television, a refrigerator, a soft bed, and a plate of dragon fruit adorning the coffee table. The bathroom was replete with a bathtub, a shower, and all manner of toiletries. That very bathroom was larger than her own home, evoking a twinge of envy and resentment within her. Had this been the time before the apocalypse, it would have been tolerable, but now, in this wasteland, she found herself transmigrated to the lowest strata of society. The disparity was difficult for her to accept. "Sister, please rest. If you need anything, just call for me. I reside next door," Shen Nanxing said with great thoughtfulness before gently closing the door. Lin Xiao gathered her thoughts and luxuriated in a soothing bath. Given her current circumstances, she resolved to embrace the moment. Overthinking was futile. After all, the rules of this world were thus. After her bath, she consumed a vial of detoxifying agent and began to regulate her internal energy. Although her soul power had not significantly recovered, the toxins within her body had nearly dissipated. A night's rest would restore her to her peak condition. Knock, knock, knock. An hour later, the door was rapped upon. Shen Nanxing invited her to the library, and after a moment's contemplation, she decided to accompany him, eager to discover the extent of the collection housed within the villa. The library. An ancient plaque adorned the entrance. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld a room comparable in size to the living area, brilliantly illuminated. The space was lined with shelves brimming with books. Lin Xiao took a leisurely stroll around, her amusement mingling with disbelief. A veritable cornucopia of literature lay before her. Comics, novels, study materials, examination papers, and even doodled language textbooks. The four great classic novels were scarcely represented. In summary, apart from the tomes brought forth by the Shun family's matriarch, the remainder seemed to have been salvaged from refuse. Who would have imagined that, 60 years hence, a tattered book could transform into an antique? How do you find it, sister? There are quite a number of books here, aren't there? Lin Xiao seated herself on the sofa and nodded politely. Indeed, there were many. Xiaoxing, who is this? Just then, an elderly woman with a head full of silver hair entered, leaning upon a cane. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiao, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Great-grandmother, this is my friend. Her name is Lin Xiao, Shen Nanxing promptly responded, dutifully assisting the elderly lady. Lin Xiao stood up awkwardly, her curious gaze scrutinizing the old woman. Silver hair, wrinkles, sagging skin, a stooped figure, yet she radiated vitality. Like all elders, time had etched its unique marks upon her visage. However, upon closer inspection of the elderly woman's features, Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Had she encountered her before? Surely not. Oh, what a lovely name. Young lady, please take a seat. The old lady spoke with a warm demeanor. Great-grandmother, she is the one who saved me in the forest. Shen Nanxing leaned closer to the elderly woman, specifically noting, the library was the old lady's most cherished domain. She never permitted outsiders to enter. He deliberately informed her in advance, hoping that the elderly woman would, in light of Lin Xiao saving his life, refrain from driving anyone away. The old lady chuckled softly. My dear, how do you find the books here? She inquired, almost as if to boast. Lin Xiao replied, there are quite a few. Indeed, the collection seemed abundant. Yet when compared to a library, it was but a drop in the ocean. In truth, the number of books here was not particularly impressive. 60 years ago, even an ordinary university library would have dwarfed this one. The old woman spoke calmly, there are not many books here. Lin Xiao suddenly jolted. How old are you this year? 80, the old lady replied. This meant that the woman before her was a survivor of a bygone era. One who was aware of the world from 60 years ago. Instantly, Lin Xiao felt a warm familiarity toward the elderly figure. They shared a common past, though the elder had experienced far more than she. 60 years ago, I attended the police academy. You bear a striking resemblance to a classmate of mine. Lin Xiao froze at the old woman's murmured words. Your name is Shunjia. Chapter 39. Stay away from her. Boom. Lin Xiao's mind erupted. Shunjia. She was a dear friend, a roommate. 60 years ago, they shared everything, close enough to share meals and sleep in the same bed. No one could have anticipated their reunion after such a long time. Now, Shunjia had transformed into a silver-haired matriarch, and the situation felt surreal. What should she do? Should she reveal her identity? A myriad of thoughts raced through Lin Xiao's mind as she hesitated. The old lady's unwavering gaze bore into her, filled with countless emotions. An identical visage, even sharing the same name. Such coincidences seemed impossible. Thus, she had intentionally tested her. At that moment, the old woman had already reached a conclusion in her heart. Yao Yao, have you been well? The gentle inquiry from the elderly lady glistened with tears, her face brimming with hope. Lin Xiao nodded numbly. She was all right. However, when Lin Xiao's gaze returned to the old lady, the words she wished to speak lodged in her throat. How could she articulate it? Reborn? Transcended through time? The bond that once existed between them had shifted. Her beloved confidant had transformed into a frail elder while she remained in her youthful prime. She feared that if Shunjia discovered the truth, her emotions might surge uncontrollably, leading to a dire situation. Indeed, the consequences could be severe. Moreover, Shunjia appeared to be living a better life, surrounded by family, enjoying a prosperous and peaceful old age. Knowing this was sufficient for Lin Xiao. Subsequently, Shunjia's repeated attempts to probe were met with Lin Xiao's evasive responses. Xing, promise your great-grandmother one thing. What is it? Stay away from her. Shen Nanxing did not understand why his great-grandmother insisted on this and wanted to argue, to refuse. Yet he acknowledged her request. I will send her away tomorrow. Good. Now go to sleep, Lin Xiyao said with a satisfied nod, wearily waving her hand. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. She and Lin Xiyao had become strangers. On the other side, after a night of searching, Chu Mingxian failed to locate Lin Xiyao. He spent the entire day waiting in the shed, yet still received no news. As night fell, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the mercenary guild. Who could it be? Zhang Xiaowen had just finished her bath, drying her damp hair, when her keen eyes suddenly darted towards the window. Outside, a fleeting shadow passed by. Zhang Xiaowen, on high alert, discarded the cloth in her hand, opened the drawer, and retrieved a dagger and a pistol. With the gun raised, she cautiously approached the window. No one was outside. Nonetheless, Zhang Xiaowen did not lower her guard, turning instead towards the door. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash shattered the glass, and a figure burst through the window. The sounds of gunfire and the clash of swords resonated simultaneously. Mere moments later, Zhang Xiaowen was knocked to the ground, several deep wounds visible on her body. A long sword was pointed directly at her head. "Where's Lin Xiyao?" came the chilling inquiry. Zhang Xiaowen looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. "I don't know," she replied. It was Lin Yi, who had never spoken in all these years. To hear his voice for the first time, asking about Lin Xiyao, was unexpected. What is so special about that newcomer? I have little patience. Lin Yi's lips parted slightly, his voice devoid of any emotion. In the next instant, he flicked his wrist, and the sword swept past. Zhang Xiaowen grimaced in agony, letting out a piercing scream. Her right hand's tendons were severed. Rendered useless, she would struggle to even hold a gun again. "Where's she?" The pressure was palpable as Lin Yi inquired again. "I don't know. Lin Yi, this is not a place for your recklessness. Do you believe someone will burst in here any moment?" Zhang Xiaowen's face twisted in defiance. She would rather die than reveal any information about Lin Xiyao. Betraying that powerful figure would undoubtedly lead to her demise. With death looming regardless, she preferred to endure. The gunfire had certainly attracted other mercenaries. As long as someone arrived, she could be saved. Yet Lin Yi perceived her thoughts with clarity. In the next moment, a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he leaned closer, whispering, "Before they arrive, I assure you, you will regret ever coming into this world." As his words faded, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Blood splattered. "Please, spare me. I will tell you," Zhang Xiaowen begged, writhing in pain. Soon, a group of mercenaries stormed into Zhang Xiaowen's room. The gruesome scene before them made even the strongest, most seasoned men retch. The floor was drenched in blood. Zhang Xiaowen's limbs had been severed, her eyes wide open, filled with crimson veins, her visage more terrifying than a specter. Yet this was not the most horrific aspect. The true terror lay in the fact that she was still alive. With her last breath, she endured the excruciating agony of her severed limbs, a fate worse than death. It was unbearably cruel. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Xiao's departure, chaos erupted within the research institute. A blood-soaked nurse suddenly burst forth, lunging directly at the medical station, targeting a staff member. A feral roar echoed through the room, instantly paralyzing the other personnel with fear. The woman who was tackled screamed in terror. In the next moment, with a sickening crunch, the nurse sank her teeth into the woman's neck, causing blood to spatter everywhere, eliciting a wretched scream of agony from her victim. "Quick! Someone pull her off!" After a few seconds, finally, someone reacted, rushing forward to drag her away. However, in the next heartbeat, the nurse turned and pounced on her assailant. "What are you doing? Help! Help!" The nurse, with her murky, vacant eyes and bloodied mouth, lunged viciously at the woman. Chaos erupted in the room. Upon receiving news of the incident, Li Tsangnan promptly sealed off the floor and dispatched guards to eliminate the nurse and the injured staff. The scene was swiftly cleared, with all bodies incinerated to ensure no further infections could spread. Following this, Li Tsangnan reviewed the surveillance footage. In the control room, he ordered stop. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the footage on the computer screen, his expression grave. The dagger wielded by the little girl appeared as if it had materialized from thin air. After replaying the strange scene multiple times, he remained baffled. At just over 50 years of age, having been born into a post-apocalyptic world, he had never indulged in the apocalyptic novels common on mobile devices. The notion of spatial phenomena was entirely foreign to him. Who had sent this little girl? Dr. Li, it is your wife, came the response. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaongnan's expression soured, his countenance darkening even further. Investigate the origins of this girl. Soon, the staff uncovered information about Lin Xiyao and her recent circumstances. For the top research institute in their settlement, this was not a challenging task. Lin Xiyao, a 20-year-old orphan from the slums, had lost her brother 3 years prior. With this revelation, all details regarding Lin Xiyao were laid bare. After hearing the report, Li Xiaongnan's complexion turned increasingly grim. Have you determined who is responsible? Not yet. Send someone to the slum area for inquiries. Understood. The staff member departed, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, Li Xiaongnan made a video call. After reviewing the institute's surveillance footage, a frail voice emanated from a screen. Xiaongnan, this girl cannot be allowed to remain. Erase all traces of her existence immediately. Chapter 40. The exposure of Chu Mingxian on September 15th. Lin Xiyao had been transported to the wasteland for a full month. After a night of recuperation, her strength had been restored. Following a lavish breakfast, Shun Nanxing, albeit reluctantly, escorted Lin Xiyao to a secluded corner of the safety zone's high walls. Sister, I can't bear to part with you. Why not stay a few more days? Shun Nanxing said, his head bowed and a sorrowful expression etched on his face. He longed to keep Lin Xiyao close, yet Lin Xiyao gently patted Shun Nanxing's head, responding softly, Nanxing, thank you. If you miss me, you can come find me in the slums. Shun Nanxing lifted his gaze. Bathed in the gentle glow of sunlight, Lin Xiyao radiated a soft luminescence. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, exuding an ethereal charm that captivated all who beheld her, evoking an irresistible desire to keep her close. Indeed, Shun Nanxing nodded vigorously, his gaze suddenly resolute. I shall seek you out. He yearned to grow stronger, powerful enough that no one could sway his resolve, so that he could ultimately be with Lin Xiyao. The sturdy high walls, coupled with the protective energy shield, rendered the defenses of the safe zone nearly impenetrable. Escaping from within was virtually impossible. Yet, amidst such stringent security, there are invariably flaws. With a mischievous grin, Shun Nanxing discreetly peeled back the vines adorning the high wall. Beneath the dense foliage lay a small opening, reminiscent of a dog-esque den, roughly excavated and uneven. Nanxing, is this what you meant by a way out? Lin Xiyao inquired. Indeed, we shall crawl through this dog hole. It was undoubtedly a child's trick. Nevertheless, it proved effective, allowing for a stealthy escape from the safe zone. But how do we breach the external shield? She pressed, following Shun Nanxing into the tunnel, her worry palpable. Have no fear. The shield is merely energy. If we can temporarily disrupt its balance, we shall be free. Sister, we must be swift. All right. As they spoke, the duo emerged from the tunnel, a blinding white light flooding their senses. Lin Xiyao instinctively squinted against the brightness. Shun Nanxing's wristwatch emitted a blue glow. In the next moment, he grasped Lin Xiao's hand, leading her into the radiance. Instantly, Lin Xiyao felt herself engulfed by an overwhelming force. Breathing became arduous, and she found herself immobilized, akin to a drowning individual ensnared by an invisible pressure, unable to break free. Panic, unease, and dread surged within her as she instinctively struggled to escape. Just then, a powerful force yanked her outward. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiyao gasped for air, her face a mask of terror, her heart racing from the harrowing experience. How frightening! Was this the might of the shield? Moments ago, she had sensed the very breath of death. Sister, this is as far as I can take you. Once beyond the shield, Shun Nanxing spoke softly, casting a reluctant glance back at Lin Xiyao before dashing back into the light barrier. Sister, this forest is where our paths first crossed. Almost immediately, his voice echoed within the shield as a reminder. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. She hadn't even had the chance to express her gratitude. Oh well. Taking a moment to survey her surroundings, she inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation of freedom. The air in the forest was far more refreshing and liberating than that of the safe zone. Glancing at the map on her wristwatch, Lin Xiyao followed the route and soon arrived at the ruins where grapes were harvested. Here, the map was no longer necessary. With a light-hearted stride, she made her way toward the gathering place. Suddenly, a chill crept down her spine, and a sense of impending danger surged within her. A sudden ripple traversed the air. Lin Xiyao deftly sidestepped, drawing her curved blade in a swift motion. With a sharp sound, she evaded a lethal strike. Yet before she could regain her footing, a fierce gust of wind surged toward her. The clash of blades rang out. Lin Xiyao discerned the assailant before her, a man of striking stature, clad in a crimson robe, his face obscured by a black mask, save for his piercing crimson eyes. He wielded a hefty cleaver, his gaze icy, exuding an aura of deadly intent. The name Crimson Shadow flickered in Lin Xiao's mind. Could this be the infamous figure? In the next instant, the man in red lifted his foot, delivering a swift side kick, while simultaneously bringing down his cleaver with ferocious intent. The assault was relentless, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. Activating her teleportation, Lin Xiao vanished just as the cleaver struck empty air, causing the man to momentarily stagger. Yet, a sudden whoosh resounded behind him, a silver arc of light cutting through the air. With a deft flick of his wrist, he spun around, clashing with her blade. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Her signature move had been countered by him. Truly, the Crimson Shadow was formidable. However, she possessed more than just teleportation. In an instant, a glint of cold light sparked in her eyes as she unleashed a torrent of mental energy toward the man's mind. Lin Xiao was unconcerned with the efficacy of her psychic attack. As long as he was occupied, she would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. With precision, she swung her curved blade at his head, nearly succeeding, but the man, ever vigilant, retreated just in time, the keen edge barely grazing his cheek. The black mask was knocked aside, revealing a handsome face, features exquisitely defined yet tinged with youthful innocence. Upon recognizing him, a tumultuous wave of emotion surged through Lin Xiao, destabilizing her composure and causing her breath to quicken, memories flooding back like a tide. "Brother," she involuntarily called out, a familiar yet distant plea. A chill ran through her. This was perilous. The man, undeterred by her exclamation, seized the moment. He swung his cleaver with unerring precision. Lin Xiao, in a flurry, raised her blade to parry. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous force bore down upon her, the sharp edge of the cleaver slicing into her shoulder. With a thundering impact, he followed up with a powerful kick, sending Lin Xiao hurtling through the air like a rag doll. This was absurd. The man in red was her brother. Her unexpected turmoil stemmed from the original host's deep-seated obsession with him. In the midst of battle, distraction was fatal. Such an opening could spell disaster. Judging by the man's reaction, he had no recollection of the original host. What was she to do? As Lin Xiao soared through the air, a chilling flash of the blade pursued her relentlessly. Indeed, a top-tier assassin would never permit their opponent a moment's respite. "Brother, it's me, Yao Yao." With her teleportation disabled and nowhere to evade, Lin Xiao resorted to appealing to their bond. "I hope the man in the crimson robe still remembers his original self, even if only a fragment." Chapter 41. Descending into Hellbang. The tremendous impact sent Lin Xiao sprawling to the ground. Upon hearing her cry, the man in the crimson robe hesitated momentarily as his enormous blade descended. His scarlet eyes fixated intently on Lin Xiao, a flicker of confusion crossing his cold visage. Yao Yao. Such a familiar name. Where had he heard it before? After a brief pause, the man resumed his assault, the blade slicing downward once more. Lin Xiao realized she could not evade this strike. She had wagered incorrectly. Her life dangled precariously, and she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The blade, gleaming like a chilling edge, drew ever closer to her head. In that moment of peril, a streak of sword light grazed Lin Xiao's ear, rushing forth to intercept the descending blade. With a swift parry, it repelled the formidable weapon, averting disaster. A man clad in black appeared before Lin Xiao, his crimson eyes piercing through the shadows. The clash of black and red erupted in a fierce skirmish. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Xiao was both astonished and elated. Another figure in red emerged, the man's raven black hair billowing in the wind, his face concealed by a dark mask, revealing only his striking red eyes. Exuding an aura of immense power, his swordplay was ruthless, reminiscent of an ancient swordsman, mysterious and formidable. Who was this individual? Why had he come to her aid? As Lin Xiyao pressed her hand against her bleeding shoulder, she slowly rose, observing the confrontation. The two combatants were evenly matched in strength and speed, yet the man in black displayed a more ferocious sword technique. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of strikes, culminating in the defeat of the man in crimson, who fled in disarray. Lin Xiyao had narrowly escaped assassination. Watching the figure vanish into the distance, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Her brother, Lin Xiyao, had always been an ordinary man. How could he have transformed into the Crimson Shadow? Had he truly been abducted for experimentation 3 years ago? And why had he come to kill her, failing to remember her? Let's go. A cold voice interrupted Lin Xiao's thoughts. The man in black sheathed his sword and turned towards the direction of the gathering place. It was evident he had come to rescue her, prompting Lin Xiao to jog after him. Who are you? Lin Yi. Why did you save me? I was entrusted with the task. Lin Xiao surmised that Chu Mingxian had surely sent him to rescue her from the forest. Lin Yi, are you also a Crimson Shadow? Curiosity tinged her inquiry. But upon hearing it, Lin Yi's body stiffened. No, the Crimson Shadows wear red robes. I am merely a failed experiment. A failed experiment more potent than a true Crimson Shadow? How can that be? Where's Chu Mingxian? Waiting for you at the nest. Instantly, Lin Xiao lost her desire for conversation. Though intrigued by Lin Yi, the dialogue was reduced to a stark exchange of questions and answers, devoid of emotion. The atmosphere grew stiflingly silent, making further conversation seem futile. As they approached the gathering place, Lin Yi abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the assembly ahead. The sky above billowed with thick smoke, and faint cries and screams echoed in the air. Lin Xiao noticed the peculiar scene ahead, her heart trembling with foreboding. Something terrible had transpired. Before she could dash forward, Lin Yi's figure surged ahead at a startling speed, vanishing from her sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao had thought herself a third-level Soul Devourer, a paragon of strength. Yet, to her dismay, she had encountered 2 red shadows in succession, each more formidable than the last. It seemed she must strive harder to grow stronger, immensely powerful. As she ran, her mind raced, unaware that ahead lay a veritable hellscape. Flames soared, and the cries of despair rang out from the shantytown. Outside the gates, a warning line had been drawn. A group of soldiers clad in gray armor, wielding long swords and riot shields, stood resolutely at the entrance. Amidst the thick smoke, a throng of residents burst forth from the slums, desperate to flee. A piercing scream shattered the air as a small boy, no more than 3 or 4, dashed beyond the warning line, only to be mercilessly slain. Xiaoyuan, I will fight you, cried a grief-stricken mother, frantically waving her arms as she charged forward. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed violently across the ground. An infected individual had infiltrated the shantytown, and until she was captured, none could escape this place. The captain of the guard spoke with chilling indifference to set an example. The crowd, now gripped by terror, recoiled in fear, pleading, "Let us go." Behind them roared the raging flames, and before them lay a row of sharp blades. "Please, we are uninfected. Just give us a chance to escape." The desperate cries of the people filled the air, imploring the guards for mercy. Yet, the captain remained unmoved, coldly blocking the entrance. As more individuals surged forth, a cruel smile crept across his lips. "That will suffice. A decree to eliminate has been issued from above. Not a single resident of this gathering place shall be spared. Kill!" With a sharp command, the soldiers behind him raised their long blades in unison, swinging them towards the crowd. In an instant, blood splattered, and the wails of anguish reverberated. By the time Lin Xiyao arrived at the scene, it was already a gruesome tableau, bodies strewn across the ground, rivers of blood staining the earth, the scene reminiscent of a purgatory. Countless corpses lay before her, some of guards, others of impoverished residents. What had transpired here? Suddenly, Lin Xiao's expression hardened, anxiety propelling her towards the inferno. Zhu Ming Sun. The makeshift dwelling had been devoured by flames, thick smoke filling the air and choking her throat, while the crackling of the fire resonated ominously. "Chu Mingxian, where are you?" Lin Xiyao stood at her doorstep, her heart racing, calling out desperately. With a determined grit, she braved the searing heat and charged towards the burning structure. "Stay calm," she admonished herself, forcing her mind to settle as she surveyed the ferocious blaze. Then, she emanated a flicker of spiritual energy. Inside the small dwelling, flames danced wildly. And through the haze of smoke, Lin Xiao discerned a burning wheelchair and the fallen form of a man with violet hair. "Yao Yao," came a soft whisper. Chu Mingxian was still inside. She could not falter. She had to rush in. In the next instant, Lin Xiao, disregarding the potential exposure of her secret, retrieved a bucket of water from her spatial storage and drenched herself entirely. Subsequently, she tore off a piece of rag to cover her mouth and nose, and without hesitation, dashed toward the fire. With a forceful kick, she broke open the door engulfed in flames, revealing a man lying on the ground, Chu Mingxian. "Yao Yao." Chu Mingxian gazed at the woman rushing toward him, his expression one of astonishment. The last time Lin Xiao had recklessly charged toward him without a thought for her own safety, and now, with such a fierce blaze. Was she truly willing to risk her life? In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao reached Chu Mingxuan's side, struggling to lift him up. "Chu Mingxun, I will take you out of here," she urged anxiously. However, Chu Mingxuan's feverish palm pressed against her arm. "Yao Yao, I cannot leave." Lin Xiao thought she had misheard him and incredulously turned her head. "What are you saying?" "Never mind, let's get out first. Trust me, I can get you out." She still had one more teleportation left. Lin Xiao was confident she could lead Chu Mingxian to safety. Chapter 42. Escape, they will not spare me. "Only when I am dead will they find peace," Chu Mingxian said hoarsely, gazing at Lin Xiao with deep affection. "You must live well." "What are you talking about? Who are they? What do you intend to do?" Lin Xiao shouted in a rush. Chu Mingxuan's behavior was uncharacteristic. What was he truly after? At that moment, a crackling sound emerged above. "Yao Yao, be careful." The burning beams overhead began to collapse, and at the same time, Chu Mingxian forcefully pushed Lin Xiao away. With a thud, several thick logs fell upon Chu Mingxian. Lin Xiao screamed in terror, stumbling forward. "Yao Yao, hurry." With the beams crashing down, the structure was clearly about to give way. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Mingxuan's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck Lin Xiao, sending her flying backwards. "Chu Mingxun, Yao Yao, as long as I can protect you, what does my life matter?" Chu Mingxian watched Lin Xiao being thrown away, a blissful smile gracing his lips. With a rumble, the shelter collapsed in a cacophony, burying Chu Mingxian in the raging fire. No, all that remained was the searing flame, and Chu Mingxuan's figure vanished from sight. Lin Xiao's heart-wrenching cries echoed as she fell to the ground. With a violent surge of emotions, she spat a mouthful of blood, staggering to her feet, intent on rushing back into the inferno. "Why? Chu Mingxian, I will not let you die. You must live." In that moment, her mind became a blank slate, incapable of thought, filled only with thoughts of Chu Mingxian. He was still within the flames. She had to rescue him. In this world, she had no family. It was only after encountering Chu Mingxian that she began to feel less alone. His gentle demeanor and sincere care warmed her heart. The mere thought of Chu Mingxian waiting for her at home provided her with purpose and motivation. He was the brightest light in her heart. The merciless flames surged forth, searing the skin of Lin Xiao with their intense heat. Pain, excruciating pain. Lin Xiao numbly pressed on, each step laden with immense suffering. Yet, she remained undeterred. Her sole desire was to rescue Chu Mingxian. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the nape of her neck, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed. A figure swiftly caught her and vanished into the inferno. Meanwhile, a fierce blaze erupted in the home of Ji Wansu, forcing the siblings to flee from the encroaching flames. "Brother Lin is incapacitated. We must save him." Ji Wansu thought of Lin Xiao's unknown fate, knowing her brother awaited in their makeshift dwelling. With the fire raging, it was possible that Chu Mingxian was trapped within. At this moment, she could not stand idly by. However, Ji Xiaoyang released Ji Wansu's hand. anxiously turning back to plunge into the flames. Wansu, you must go. My battery and tools are still inside. Ji Wansu stomped her foot in frustration. Are you trying to throw your life away? What should we do? Great, you're all right. Come with me. Fang Wu found Ji Wansu amidst the thick smoke, pulling her towards safety. I want to leave. My brother is still inside. Ji Wansu was on the brink of hysteria. Her voice choked as she stubbornly refused to abandon her sibling. Dealing with a brother like him filled her with both helplessness and anger. But what choice did she have? Could she truly leave him behind to save herself? She could not. Seeing Ji Wansu's unwillingness to depart, Fang Wu hesitated for a moment. You go ahead. I'll bring him out. With a hurried instruction, Fang Wu dashed back into the flames. Fang Wu, Ji Wansu gasped, her expression turning to one of deep concern. In such a perilous moment, he was willing to risk himself to save her brother. Fang Wu truly cared for her. Boom! Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted from the fire as the household battery succumbed to the extreme heat. The force of the blast hurled both figures away. Brother! Fang Wu! Ji Wansu rushed forward, panic-stricken, as she beheld the two, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Particularly alarming was Fang Wu, whose left leg bore a grievous injury. A wooden splinter piercing through his bone. What? What do we do? Help! Someone please! Blood gushed forth as Ji Wansu wept and cried out, her mind racing in a frenzy. No one could have anticipated such a calamity, and now Fang Wu was injured. What was she to do? Fortunately, mere moments later, several burly men charged in. Upon recognizing the leader among them, Ji Wansu froze, tear-streaked and stunned. Another Fang Wu? Xiao, I'll get you out. Fang Wu gazed at the gravely injured and unconscious Fang Wu, his heart heavy with sorrow. He gently lifted Fang Wu onto his back. But when he turned to Ji Wansu, the compassion in his eyes morphed into deep resentment and fury. Witnessing the shanty town ablaze, Fang Wu had defied Chu Mingxian's orders for the first time, abandoning his mission to rush here, only to suffer such severe injuries. Take them with you as well. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Wu turned to the two robust men beside him and spoke. Ji Wansu was the object of Fang Wu's affection. If he were to refuse assistance in her time of need, Fang Wu would surely resent him upon awakening. Alas, as an elder brother, his heart was truly burdened. It was only at this moment that Ji Wansu realized she had encountered two individuals. The one who had consistently cared for her was Fang Wu, while it was Fang, one who had rescued her at the market. Her feelings had initially stirred because of the one who saved her, yet she gradually found herself drawn to Fang Wu. Meanwhile, at the mercenary guild, Chen Kai led a large contingent of mercenaries to hunt down and eliminate those affiliated with Chu Mingxian. With a wicked grin, Chen Kai savagely dispatched one foe, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. An older mercenary, unable to tolerate the brutality, felt a flicker of concern in his eyes. Despite their differing factions, they had fought alongside one another for years, sharing life and death. Such ruthless slaughter seemed excessive. Captain, they are still part of our guild. If we eliminate them all, our strength will inevitably diminish, the old mercenary remarked. Chen Kai, smirking, wiped the blood splattered at the corner of his eye. Old Liu, you're still too soft-hearted. Leaving them alive will only invite disaster. How can that be? Have they not already submitted? Questioned the old mercenary, perplexed. What if Chu Mingxian were still alive? Do you think they wouldn't conspire to overthrow me as captain? Strike first to gain the upper hand. Chen Kai appeared almost entranced, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty intent. The old mercenary felt a chill run through him, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chen Kai gone mad. Those mercenaries who once followed Chu Mingxian were doomed, signifying the fall of Chu Mingxian himself. Chapter 43. Rising from the ashes, the fire at the gathering place raged for an entire day, permeating the mercenary guild with a heavy scent of blood. A group of individuals fled in haste into the forest. The privileged in the safe zone observed with cold indifference, listening to the cries and screams echoing in the air, their hearts unmoved. Just a bunch of lowly peasants. If they were all burned to death, another batch of peasants would be available to serve them. Crackling sounds of burning would echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. She detested and resisted this sound with all her being. Why? Suddenly, Lin Xiyao opened her eyes in terror. Zhu Ming Sun. Yes, awake? She sat up abruptly, only to hear a cold voice pierce the silence. Where's this? The cave was dim and damp, with flickering firelight casting shadows. Lung Yi sat by the fire, casually adding firewood. Lung Yi, where's Chu Mingxian? He's dead. What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyao became agitated, glaring furiously at Lung Yi. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you should know in your heart. His icy words fell like cold water on Lin Xiao's heart. Indeed, she had witnessed Chu Mingxian trapped beneath the beam, consumed by flames. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air, heavy with sorrow. Lin Xiao curled into a ball, resembling a wounded beast, tenderly licking her wounds in solitude. Chu Mingxian was truly gone. She would never see that purple-haired man again. Her heart ached profoundly. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the cave resonated with anguished groans. Lin Xiao lifted her reddened gaze. In the corner of the cave lay two injured men, Fong Wen and Ji Wansu, silently accompanying them. Fong Wen, could you enlighten me on what transpired? The leader has been exposed, he recounted, his eyes reddening. This morning, the people in the safe zone ordered a search of the shantytown. After the search, he and Fong Wu were dispatched on a mission. I presumed they would abandon their efforts upon failing to locate the leader. To my horror, they crazily set fire to the shantytown, attempting to force the leader into the open. The truth is utterly appalling. Lin Xiao clenched her fists, an overwhelming fury bubbling within her. Was it merely the position of a mercenary leader? Was such ruthless extermination truly necessary? In the eyes of those in power, could they not tolerate even a speck of sand? She felt utterly out of place, unable to integrate into this world. If that were the case, she would forge her own path and rise above. To hell with the safe zone. May those in power and their oppression vanish into oblivion. She vowed to avenge Chu Mingxian. An icy resolve enveloped her, her eyes ablaze with hatred. The slumbering lion had awakened. Lord Lung, what shall we do now? Xiao Wu has sustained grave injuries and urgently requires medical supplies. Fong Wen turned to Lung Yi, respectfully inquiring, a hint of urgency in his tone. Regrettably, my grocery store has been completely burned down. Otherwise, I could have provided some medicine, came the voice of the bearded man from the grocery store, still cradling the large white rat in his arms. Perhaps sensing the immense energy radiating from Lin Xiao, the rat, upon seeing her, shrank back in fear rather than displaying its usual aggression. The most pressing matter now is to elect a leader. Whether or not to rescue them rests with the leader. The bearded man proposed. How can a fragmented group survive in the forest? Selecting a leader is of utmost urgency. The others in the cave nodded in agreement, their gazes unanimously fixed on Lung Yi, for he was the strongest among them. Lung Yi leisurely discarded the twig in his hand. Chu Mingxian once stated that everything should be directed by Lin Xiao. Listen to a woman? The bearded man scoffed. When did Chu Mingxian ever say that? Upon hearing this, Fong Wen lowered his head in silence, trusting that Lung Yi would not lie, and acknowledging that Chu Mingxian held Lin Xiao in high regard. Was he intending to entrust unfinished business to her? Ji Wansu and the other two strong men had no objections. However, the ease with which this unfolded felt too convenient, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Did it mean she was being manipulated? Was she overthinking it? Subsequently, Lin Xiao produced a coagulating ointment and instructed Fong Wen to apply it to the injured man. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, we shall devise a plan to fill our stomachs. As for other matters, we will deliberate further. That night, the group found refuge in a cave, its entrance securely blocked by a large stone placed by Lung Yi, providing a semblance of safety. At dawn, Lin Xiao accompanied Lung Yi into the forest to hunt exotic beasts. A true warrior never laments their circumstances, regardless of how dire her situation became. Lin Xiao was determined to persevere. She had no time for sorrow or distractions. Her sole focus was on survival, for only by satiating her hunger could life unfold its endless possibilities. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's keen ears detected a series of high-pitched squeaks emanating from above, indicating the presence of creatures perched upon the towering trees. With heightened vigilance, She halted, extending a thread of her mental energy outward. Lin Xiyao raised an eyebrow, his arms crossed, scrutinizing Lin Xiyao intently, seemingly oblivious to the nearby beasts. How had she perceived them? In no time, Lin Xiyao pinpointed the location of the exotic beast. Not far ahead, on the massive trunk of a grand tree, a colossal squirrel beast was leisurely enjoying its breakfast. It sat upon the thick branch, clutching a bloody piece of raw meat, its head bent in gluttonous delight. A smile crept across Lin Xiao's lips as she held her breath and stealthily advanced. Just as she was nearing the tree, an abrupt series of beeping sounds erupted from her wristwatch. The alert function. She had forgotten to deactivate it. How embarrassing. With a faint blush, she glanced at Lin Xiyao, who wore a smirk that seemed to convey, "You've truly outdone yourself," startling the unsuspecting. The squirrel beast, startled by the beeping, immediately sensed their presence. It angrily discarded its meat, resembling a ruffled cat, baring its bloodied, sharp teeth, glaring fiercely at the intruders who had disrupted its meal. What a predicament! Lin Xiyao calmly inquired, seemingly unfazed by the agitated beast above, more concerned with Lin Xiao's response. Should they flee or confront it? Seeing the situation, Lin Xiyao decided to abandon her stealth, stepping out from behind the tree with a resigned shrug. "Let us do this. I want to let breakfast escape today." "All right." Lin Xiyao nodded. In the next instant, he darted forward with remarkable speed, drawing his sword with a swift motion. With a sharp clang, the sword sang as it was unleashed. Lin Yi's agility was extraordinary. He leaped onto the tree trunk, alternating his powerful legs to ascend the giant tree. Impressive, Lin Xiao thought, marveling at his legendary lightness of foot. Jealousy and admiration stirred within her. Lacking such finesse, she clung to the nearby tree, slowly making her ascent. Her pace resembled that of the tortoise in the fable, while Lin Yi soared like the hare. How mortifying! If only she had a bow or even a firearm. As Lin Xiao managed to climb halfway, a fierce battle had already commenced above. Although Lin Yi's swordsmanship was exceptional, the squirrel beast was elusive and nimble. At that moment, the creature slyly turned its gaze toward Lin Xiao, as if sensing her clumsiness. A flicker of derision gleamed in its eyes, as it seemed to relish the opportunity to exploit her apparent lack of skill. First, eliminate that woman. It may still seize the opportunity to escape. In the next moment, the squirrel beast deftly evaded the fierce sword light, leaping into the air towards Lin Xiao, who was still climbing the tree. Lin Xiao lunged forward with her sword but struck only emptiness. Cold Yi, astonished, voiced a warning, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. This squirrel beast was exceedingly cunning. Whoosh! The air rippled as the squirrel beast approached with an imposing presence, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Lin Xiao had to admit, this extraordinary creature was quite intelligent and adept at seizing the right moment. Were she an ordinary person, she would surely be toppled by the beast's onslaught, whether she slid down or ascended. But she was no ordinary individual. A surge of formidable mental energy erupted, striking the squirrel beast's head. Concurrently, Lin Xiao extended her arm, propelled herself off the trunk with her feet, and swung onto a nearby branch. Squeak! Under the mental assault, the squirrel beast emitted a pained squeal. Its body, momentarily suspended in midair, became uncontrollable and plummeted downward. Lin Xiao was poised. As soon as the opportune moment arose, she would hurl her curved dagger to dispatch the squirrel beast and conclude the battle. It would be akin to a free kill. Closer, closer. Lin Xiao calmly aimed at her target, ready to release the dagger when suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light pierced through the air. Thud! A sharp long sword penetrated the heart of the squirrel beast from behind. A mournful howl escaped it. After a final twitch of its legs, the creature fell silent, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xiao gazed in astonishment at the squirrel beast lying in a pool of blood. Well then, with a master at hand, it was not her turn to intervene. Whoosh! In the next instant, Cold Yi elegantly leaped down from the tree to inspect the carcass of the beast. His brow furrowed, his crimson eyes filled with bewilderment. The squirrel beast's earlier pause had been a significant flaw. Could have been mere happenstance. The battle concluded. Lin Xiao ascended to the branches. standing upon a sturdy trunk, gazing into the distance. The scenery was delightful. A verdant expanse enveloped in a gentle mist resembled a celestial realm. Suddenly, Lin Xiyao spotted a structure that resembled a tall building. Cold-E, whoosh. Hearing Lin Xiao's call, Cold-E sprang onto the trunk, his demeanor tense. What is it? Do you see the tall building? What place is that? Is it a city? Lin Xiao, brimming with excitement, pointed towards the distance. Cold-E, with a composed expression, replied, That is not a city. It is an ancient town, seemingly named Songxi Ancient Town. What? Upon hearing Cold-Ye's words, Lin Xiao nearly lost her balance, her body swaying involuntarily. Cold-E hesitated before extending his hand, but by the time he intended to assist her, Lin Xiao had steadied herself. Songxi Ancient Town? Are you certain? Lin Xiao sought confirmation. Ha ha ha. At his words, Lin Xiao erupted into joyous laughter. Songxi Ancient Town was her birthplace, the very town where she had grown up. To think she had traversed to her origin, having been here for a month. She had only known herself to be in the Eastern District, believing herself an outsider. Yet, it turned out she was indeed a true native. In her hometown, every brick and tile of the small town was profoundly familiar to her. Cold-E gazed at Lin Xiao in utter bewilderment. Was she truly this exhilarated by the discovery of an ancient town? Cold-E, would you like to explore the old town? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The data indicated that 60 years ago, the permanent population of Songxi Ancient Town exceeded 100,000. Yet during the viral outbreak, fewer than 10,000 managed to escape. Implicitly, this meant that at least 100,000 zombies lurked within the ancient town at present. How audacious of her to consider a visit. Lin Xiao smirked slightly. Did the information mention that Songxi Ancient Town was a wine-producing town, with every household harboring cellars stocked with copious amounts of sorghum, rice, and wheat? Furthermore, there existed a mining area just outside the town. Cold-E shook his head, dazed. The data had not indicated this. There is always a way out. Lin Xiao mused, harboring a rough plan for the future. Dismounting from the large tree, Lin Xiao crouched beside a squirrel beast and gently stroked its head. In the next moment, a beam of white light surged into her body. This was a second-level exotic beast. Its soul energy was insufficient for Lin Xiao to level up, yet every little bit counted. After all, having absorbed the squirrel beast's essence, Lin Xiao stood up with satisfaction. Cold-E stood silently beside her, an expression of curiosity etched on his face. Moments ago, he had sensed an energy fluctuation, and Lin Xiao's actions appeared decidedly peculiar. What are you doing? Startled, Lin Xiao fibbed. This creature met such a tragic end. I am offering it a prayer. What is a prayer? Cold-E, unfamiliar with the term, inquired with childlike curiosity. It is a wish for a swift rebirth. Hoping it will not be a wild beast in its next life, but rather a human, Lin Xiao replied. In response, Cold-E remarked with depth. Being human is not as desirable as being a beast. Lin Xiao was taken aback, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. Indeed, in this world, humans often fared worse than beasts. Upon returning to the cave, Cold-E skillfully skinned and gutted the squirrel beast, roasting it over the fire. Meanwhile, Ji Wansu and the others busied themselves, having ventured into the forest early to collect drinkable dew. On their first day in the forest, they had huddled in the cave and enjoyed a hearty meal. Lin Xiao also learned that the two robust men in the cave were known as Old Zhou, an elder of the mercenary guild and a former subordinate of Chu Mingxian, a 7th-level mercenary, and Yi Chengwei, a bespectacled youth, was someone Chu Mingxian had placed in the research institute solely to pilfer energy conversion technology. Thus, it was evident that Chu Mingxian had long harbored intentions to establish his own faction. Lin Xiao shared similar thoughts. Chapter 45. The mountain village at noon. The sun blazed fiercely. In the forest, two figures sprinted forward with great speed. Outside Songxi Ancient Town lay a vast mining area, beneath which was a small village named Banshan Village. The village was perched at the forest's edge, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with a rural road leading directly to Songxi Ancient Town. Its geographical location was superb, easily defendable yet difficult to assault, making it an ideal place for them to settle. Thus, Lin Xiyao resolved to investigate in preparation for establishing a base. Soon, the two emerged from the forest. The wild grass in the fields towered over them, obscuring any view of the village and the road etched in her memory. The visibility was severely hindered. Lin Xiyao could only brandish her curved blade, systematically clearing away the obstructive weeds. "What are you looking for?" "Leng yi inwided, perpliet." "The road. There should be a road here." Lung Yi stopped dawdling. Lin Xiyao replied as she continued to slash through the wild grass. Raising an eyebrow, Lung Yi retorted, "How do you know there's a road here?" Lin Xiyao hesitated, fabricating a story about having seen a topographic map of Songxi ancient town in Shun Nanxing's library. At her words, Lung Yi's demeanor shifted abruptly. With a swift flick of his sword, he unleashed a fierce arc of blade light that severed a large swath of grass in an instant. "Shun Nanxing treats you quite well. Not everyone can access his library," he remarked, the atmosphere growing oddly tense. Lung Yi's tone turned sardonic, leaving one to ponder whether it stemmed from envy or jealousy. Lin Xiyao opened her mouth to explain, but reconsidered. After all, her relationship with Lung Yi was merely that of teammates, lacking any profound intimacy. What was there to clarify? With this thought, she fell silent. Before long, a rural road revealed itself. The pair followed the path, clearing the way until they finally stumbled upon Half Mountain Village. The village lay in disarray, overrun with weeds and ravaged by 60 years of weathering, coated in dust and spiderwebs. A chilly wind swept through. Tattered sheets and clothing hung out to dry at the village entrance, emitting an eerie, rustling sound. The scene resembled a ghost town from a film. Having been uninhabited for years, it exuded a chilling aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiyao cautiously stepped into the village, surveying her surroundings. The first structure at the entrance was a single-story house, stark and rectangular, standing like a coffin. The building was exceedingly dilapidated, with large patches of plaster peeling away to reveal the red bricks beneath. Green-black moss clung to every surface, and scattered across the ground were bones, indistinguishable as human or animal. Lin Xiyao exchanged a wary glance with Lung Yi, both on high alert. There were clear signs of zombie activity here. With a mere glance, Lung Yi understood Lin Xiao's intent. He slowly approached the rusted security door. With a loud crash, he kicked the door open. In the dim room, a pair of grayish-white eyes flickered momentarily. A chilling roar reverberated through the space. An emaciated elderly zombie lurked in the shadows, its gray-white eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. It turned towards the entrance, detecting the scent of the living in the air, its excitement morphing into madness as it provocatively bared its teeth. The elderly zombie's mouth opened wide, revealing a desiccated blackened gum devoid of teeth. On its bloodied and decayed gums, numerous maggot-sized, white larvae writhed, feasting upon the flesh, while streams of black pus trickled down. An unbearable stench of decay swiftly filled the air. This elderly zombie is unlike those found within the research institute. It resembles a desiccated corpse, its flesh and blood long since devoured by maggots, leaving only skin stretched over bones. The only truly terrifying aspect is its nails, which have gone untrimmed for 60 years, sharp as daggers, akin to a sinister mountain demon or a toothless tiger. "Shall you take the lead, or shall I?" Lin Xiyao inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the interior of the room. Subsequently, she shifted aside, revealing no intention to strike. What is this cold fellow up to? Ever since the beginning, he has appeared rather awkward. Never mind. If it must be done, then let it be done. In the next moment, Lin Xiao gripped her curved blade tightly and charged into the room. Observing this, Lung Yi's eyes flickered with concern. Indeed, the woman seemed unaware of the zombie's characteristics. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao unleashed her blade as the chilling light glinted within the room. The elderly zombie, having dropped to all fours, displayed an expression of sheer exhilaration, leaping away with remarkable speed, evading the sharp edge of the blade. Witnessing this, Lung Yi felt a tightening in his chest, a wave of regret washing over him. What would he say if Lin Xiao were to come to harm? He should not have indulged in his whims. Just as he prepared to intervene, Lin Xiao's form flickered. Suddenly, A withered zombie head was propelled towards the doorway. Lengi instantly dodgit acide. The head landed outside with a sickening thud, rolling twice before emitting a mournful wail under the scorching sun. In swift succession, the decayed head began to rot at an observable pace, transforming into a pool of blackish red, foul-smelling blood. Zombies are averse to sunlight. Their skin, flesh, bones, and even the maggots within them are incinerated by its rays. Inside, the headless zombie collapsed with a resounding thud. Lin Xiyao delivered a swift kick, sending it sprawling out the door. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a zombie and earned 1 point," a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. What purpose does this point serve? Lin Xiao pondered with confusion. The more points you accumulate, the better the items you can exchange for, responded the voice. There is such a function? Lin Xiao mused, contemplating a moment to explore the marketplace on her wristwatch. After defeating the zombie, she stepped outside, her gaze fixated on the glutinous, foul-smelling pool of blood. "Since you lack any raw stones, let us proceed to the next location," she remarked, casting a disdainful glance at him, her mind filled with questions. This was her first experience in vanquishing a zombie. Compared to the exotic beasts, slaying zombies was remarkably effortless. She then voiced her inquiries aloud. Lin Yi paused before responding. "The number of zombies is overwhelming. At night, they converge from all directions to ambush human settlements, making them nearly impossible to defend against. While the exotic beasts are ferocious, their numbers are comparatively sparse." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. It seems that if she wishes to establish herself in the city, she must invest more effort into fortifications. Not long after, the eerily silent village erupted into chaos. The sound of the village gates being battered echoed ominously, accompanied by the chilling roars of zombies rising and falling in a cacophony. Lin Xiyao came to a sudden halt, astonished by the overwhelming number before her. It appeared that the presence of living beings had stirred the zombies into a frenzy. However, weren't they supposed to fear the sunlight? How could they possibly emerge? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed something amiss. Did the zombies truly need to break down the door to escape? The reinforced door that Lin Yi had kicked open had been locked from the outside. Could it be that there were survivors within this village? Chapter 46. Survivors. At that moment, a faint wave of energy rippled through the air. Instantly, the previously agitated horde of zombies fell silent, returning the village to an eerie stillness. It was bizarre, too bizarre. Was it the Zombie King? Lin Xiao's heart raced, and she stood frozen in the sunlight, hesitant to move forward. Lin Yi suggested, "Perhaps we should leave this place." "No," Lin Xiao replied with a resolute shake of her head. Her purpose for coming here was to ascertain the situation within the village. If she wished to avenge Chu Mingxian, she needed to proceed with caution. First, she must find a secure refuge. Living in a cave was not a sustainable plan. With a stable base, she could expand her influence and strengthen her power. After taking the initial step, could she truly retreat? No, absolutely not. With determination, Lin Xiao set forth. Lin Xiao, Lin Yi grumbled, following closely behind. This woman was undeniably stubborn. Leaving now means we would return tomorrow. If it truly is the Zombie King, we might as well resolve it today. Lin Xiao spoke firmly. To achieve great things, one must avoid procrastination. Hesitation and retreat will only lead to stagnation. She was acutely aware of her desires and was prepared to fight and gamble for them. Before long, they arrived at an abandoned small attic. The earlier energy had emanated from this very place. The old wooden door creaked ominously as a chilling wind swept through, revealing a dimly lit corridor through the cracks. Steeling herself, Lin Xiao gripped her curved blade tightly and pushed the door open. The corridor was thick with dust, the light dim, and a pungent mustiness filled the air, lending an ominous atmosphere. Ahead lay a modest living room, cluttered with various items. Teacups, plastic bags, towels, clothing, books, exercise notebooks, and a small teddy bear, scattered haphazardly alongside dry bloodstains. The disarray suggested a hasty departure. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the books on the floor. They were first-grade Chinese textbooks. Early education was crucial, and in this apocalyptic era, such textbooks were akin to rare treasures. They were surely more valuable than ancient relics and could be exchanged for a considerable sum of raw stones. Bending down, Lin Xiyao eagerly picked up a book. Just then, a strong stench wafted towards her. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, and the foul odor emanated from within. Lin Xiyao peered curiously inside. Suddenly, she beheld a chilling sight. A skeletal figure slumped against the toilet. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, and those hollow eyes fixated on her with an eerie intensity. A shiver coursed down Lin Xiao's spine. It was the corpse of a child, dressed in a tattered and filthy princess gown. This textbook must have belonged to that little girl. I apologize for intruding, Lin Xiao stammered, feeling a pang of remorse. At that moment, a flicker of cold luminescence flashed in the child's empty gaze. In the blink of an eye, what once were mere eye sockets now shimmered with dark eyeballs. The black orbs darted about, startling Lin Xiao. In the next instant, the child's jaw unhinged with a swift motion, and a shadowy figure shot forth from its mouth. What on earth is this? The horrifying scene caused Lin Xiao to stagger backward in terror. Is this some kind of ghost? Suddenly, Lung Yi brandished his long sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of light. A piercing squeak echoed as a gaunt little mouse was cleaved in half, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. So it was merely a mouse, Lin Xiao observed, her heart still racing. But Lung Yi, look, this mouse is so small, she exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world. Just like those from 60 years ago. This is the first non-mutated animal I've encountered. The large white rat in Huang Huzi's embrace was at least 10 times the size of this one. Lin Yi, with a calm demeanor, explained that the mutations in flora and fauna were linked to radiation, not viruses. Are you suggesting that the nuclear radiation here is minimal, or perhaps it has dissipated over the past 60 years? Lin Xiao inquired. Lung Yi shook his head, his gaze shifting towards the second floor. No, it likely pertains to the individuals residing here. Lin Xiao's caution heightened. There are people living here? Just then, a series of thuds echoed from upstairs. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from the shadows. She wore a floral blouse, her back hunched, and her disheveled white hair cascaded about her. Her abrupt appearance was undeniably eerie. The old woman moved sluggishly, pausing to rest after only a few steps. Moments later, she reached the top of the staircase, looking down upon them. Her voice hoarse as she barked, "You're not welcome here. Leave at once." Lin Xiao could scarcely fathom that, after 60 years, a survivor still lingered in this attic. How had she managed to survive? Moreover, this village was filled with zombies. "Excuse me, ma'am," Lin Xiao ventured to ask. In an instant, the old woman raised her head, revealing a face lined with deep wrinkles, her toothless gums receding, her mouth now resembling a withered flower. "Leave," she shouted, her voice filled with fury, her grayish-white eyes glinting ominously. Lin Xiao's heart raced. Could she be a zombie? How is that possible? As soon as the old woman's words left her lips, she suddenly froze, her eyes shining as they locked onto Lung Yi. "Chenran, is that you?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Who was Chenran? Moreover, the enigmatic figure of Lung Yi, perpetually shrouded in a mask, rendered his visage unrecognizable. How, then, did the old woman discern his identity? In a mere heartbeat, she lunged down the stairs, her speed astonishing, arriving before them in an instant. Before any reaction could manifest, she grasped Lung Yi's hand, and in a blink, they vanished. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. She had encountered formidable opponents before, yet even her own ability to teleport paled in comparison to this. Casting her gaze around, she extended her mental energy, scanning her surroundings. However, the entire loft lay desolate, devoid of Lung Yi's presence. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her as she glanced at the second floor once more. There, in the corridor, faint energy fluctuations were detectable. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xiyao ascended the staircase, but just a few steps in, she abruptly halted. Something was amiss. The stairs ahead were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, yet she distinctly recalled the old woman rushing down. Why were there no footprints? In the next instant, Lin Xiao slowly turned her head, her eyes widening with terror. The staircase behind her, too, was shrouded in dust, devoid of any traces of footsteps. How could this be? She had climbed each step meticulously. How could there be no marks? Astonished, Lin Xiyao looked down, noticing that the step she had just trodden bore her imprint. This was utterly bizarre. Chapter 47. The illusion, such an extraordinary occurrence, was unprecedented for her. With resolve, Lin Xiyao pressed onward. Lin Yi remained trapped on the second floor. Despite the eerie danger surrounding her, retreat was not an option. She considered the possibility of becoming ensnared in the stairwell, akin to a phantom trapped in a wall, unable to reach the second floor. Or perhaps further strange phenomena would unfold. Yet, contrary to her fears, she swiftly arrived at the corridor on the second floor. Casting a suspicious glance behind her, she confirmed the absence of footprints in the stairwell. Her gaze shifted downward, where teacups, garments, notebooks, and books lay precisely as she had observed below. Something fell off. How could it be an exact replica? Hadn't she taken a language textbook with her? Her heart raced furiously as she delved into her spatial awareness. Indeed, the textbook she had placed in her space had vanished. Was everything merely an illusion? Suddenly, a man donned in a baseball cap and white t-shirt, paired with denim jeans, burst forth from a nearby room. His shirt was stained with splotches of blood, and as he raised his chin, a grotesque visage was revealed. A gaping, bloody wound stretched from his right cheek to his neck, exposing flesh, veins, and bone in gruesome detail. Beneath the cap, his gray-white eyes glinted with a predatory hunger. With a gruesome roar, he unleashed a torrent of black blood from his torn throat, emitting a chilling, frenzied sound. This was evidently a newly transformed zombie. How could this be? The male zombie lunged at Lin Xiyao with a primal growl. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. Regardless of its nature, she would strike it down. In an instant, she tightened her grip on the curved blade and swung fiercely towards the zombie's head. However, Lin Xiao's curved blade cut through the air, its edge slicing a sharp arc along the zombie's head. Yet, she felt as though it had merely struck the void, weightless and insubstantial. A roar echoed. In the next instant, the male zombie bizarrely passed through her body, racing towards the stairwell. Lin Xiao pondered, is this yet another illusion? Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through her body, as if her head had been struck by a heavy hammer, the agony intensifying. No, this is not an illusion. This entity, though seemingly ethereal, possesses a tangible aggression. What on earth is this? Lin Xiao doubled over in agony. Just then, a ghastly zombie burst forth from the room once more. Lin Xiao stared in astonishment, her peripheral vision involuntarily drawn to the stairwell. The zombie that had rushed down the stairs had vanished. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Lin Yi was led into a pristine and orderly room. Everything inside gleamed brightly, starkly contrasting with the dusty and chaotic environment outside. The old woman discarded her cane and tightly embraced Lin Yi, rushing into his arms like a young bride awaiting her husband's return. Lin Yi's expression soured, a desire to resist blossoming within him. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Old madwoman, let go of me, he gritted his teeth, coldly reprimanding, his dark eyes scanning the room restlessly. Shenran, what are you saying? It's me, Wani. Don't you remember me? Upon hearing Lin Yi's indifferent tone, the old woman looked up at him, wounded. She expressed her grievances, and to his astonishment, 2 streams of crimson tears trickled down her grayish-white eyes. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed a photo frame on the bookshelf. Inside it was a group photo. When he discerned the man's features, his body stiffened involuntarily. Shenran, have you changed your heart? Suddenly, the old woman ceased her sobbing, her voice turning icy. Is it because of that woman outside? I will kill her. In an instant, a tremendous energy erupted from the old woman, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire room, rendering one breathless. No, Lin Yi shouted in panic. I am not Shenran, but I know of him. The old woman glared at him, demanding, what are you saying? Lin Yi's gaze narrowed slightly as he softly spoke. The person you are waiting for died 20 years ago. He was my grandfather. The old woman clearly doubted Lin Yi's words, a sardonic smile creeping onto her lips. If you wish to rid yourself of me, there is no need to concoct such lies. I'm not. Lin Yi quickly denied. If only there were a mirror, he would wish to show the old woman a reflection of reality. How could they possibly belong to the same era? I know you. Your name is Su Wani, the first wife of my grandfather. 60 years ago, Lin Yi's grandfather had recently married and set out to conduct business, yearning to escape the life of a miner shrouded from the sun. Little did he know, within a year, the zombie virus would erupt, heralding the end of days. Afterward, he had retreated into the forest. What did you say? The first wife? Did he have other wives? The old woman glared fiercely at Lin Yi, as if suddenly awakening, no longer perceiving him as Chun Ran. Hesitatingly, Lin Yi nodded, confirming it was Aunt Wanru. Since childhood, their grandfather had forbidden them from calling her grandmother, insisting instead on Aunt Wanru. Is she Su Wanru? Upon hearing this, the old woman angrily grasped Lin Yi's shoulders, her voice harsh as she demanded an answer. Upon receiving confirmation, she alternated between weeping and laughing maniacally, resembling a madwoman. Haha, Chun Ran, I have waited for you for 60 years. From the age of 20 to 80, you actually married Su Wanru and had a grandson. What am I to you? The old woman shouted frantically, her gray-white eyes cold as ice. In an instant, her wrinkled face smoothed out, her hunched back straightened, and her skin became increasingly smooth and pale, her nails elongating sharply. I will kill you. The old woman exuded a chilling, murderous intent, her sharp nails reaching for Lin Yi's heart. Just then, the door to the room was kicked open. In a critical moment, Lin Xiyao used teleportation, pulling the immobilized Lin Yi aside to evade the old woman's attack. After dodging the strike, Lin Xiyao infused a thread of soul power into Lin Yi's body. In the next moment, Lin Yi regained movement. The reason Lin Xiyao could burst in was that she had shattered the old woman's illusion. The old woman before them had transformed into a young woman of striking beauty. She was formidable, possessing immense mental strength, capable of creating illusions and instilling fear in the zombies of the village. Was she a mutated zombie? Chapter 48. The Cruelty of Fate. Thud. Just as Su Wani lunged forward, Lin Yi suddenly knelt down. Grandma, Suvanyi Furoze, I think Hermoshin. Grandma, do you not remember? 60 years ago, you gave birth to a son. Lin Xiyao, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Wani seemed to recall something, murmuring in a daze. Yes, Chun Ran, we had another son. Where did he go? She appeared almost mad. It seems Su Wani had forgotten much. Lin Yi spoke. When the zombie virus outbreak occurred, your family planned to flee to the forest, but you refused to leave, entrusting your son to Aunt Wanru. This was all information Su Wanru had conveyed to him. Hearing this, Su Wani suddenly fell silent. Yes, I sensed the presence of the living. The enticing food drove me to madness as I attacked the man. His mouth moved as if shouting something. Wani, I am Chun Ran. Wani, how did you become like this? Ultimately, she bit into the man's leg, and he escaped the village at the cost of severing his own limb. She clutched that delectable thigh and gnawed on it for an entire day. Gagging, Su Wani's stomach churned at the thought. No, it wasn't like that. Lin Xiyao softly inquired. In the next moment, her gaze was drawn to the photograph. The man in the picture appeared strikingly familiar, as if she had encountered him before. Who is this? Lin Xiyao unconsciously inquired. Grandmother. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. It was evident that Lin Yi was aware of the identity of the person in the photo. This interruption felt rather deliberate. What was he concealing? Grandmother, Grandpa has passed away. He never forgot you throughout his life. Humans and zombies cannot ultimately coexist. Boom! Lin Yi's words resonated in Su Wani's mind like a thunderclap. A zombie. Indeed, she had transformed into a zombie. But how did this transformation occur? Right? It was not her who rejected having children. It was Su Wanru. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, their family fled in haste. Yet her niece suddenly mutated and lunged at Su Wanru. It was Su Wanru who had pulled her back. She was bitten by her niece, and the child fell to the ground. Ha! What a twist of fate. What about Su Wanru? Aunt passed away shortly after Grandpa's death. They have all perished. Then what significance does my survival hold? The departed are gone. Su Wani felt as though all her strength had been instantly drained, her complexion turning ashen, as her once youthful body rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, Su Wani transformed into a frail, hunched old woman. For 60 years, I have awaited here, longing for just one more glimpse of Chun Ran. Yet, I did not anticipate this. Su Wani, leaning on her cane, began to descend the stairs slowly, her withered face resembling a lifeless tree. "Grandmother, what are you doing?" Lin Xiyao shouted, hastily preparing to pursue her. In the next moment, the room began to shake violently, the furniture and decor vanishing at a visible speed. Both Lin Xiyao and Lin Yi were left in shock. "Grandmother!" Sensing danger, Lin Yi called out loudly, attempting to arouse Suwani. However, that solitary and desolate figure did not halt. Soon after, the room they occupied transformed into a dim corridor. A ray of warm sunlight illuminated Lin Xiyao. The two found themselves standing in an open space at the center of the village, with the old, decrepit attic not far away. It turned out that they had never truly entered the attic. Everything had been an illusion. Such formidable mental prowess. Lin Xiyao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. Suwani opened her arms, exposing herself to the sunlight. She was finally liberated. After 60 years, she could finally step out of the attic. Boom! The scorching sunlight seared Suwani's form, transforming her into a being of flames. "Grandmother!" As the fierce fire blazed, Lin Yi knelt, his eyes brimming with tears. Moments later, a beam of white light penetrated Lin Xiao's body, though she remained unaware of it. Roar! Roar! With Suwani's suppression lifted, the zombies in the village became restless once more. Bang! Bang! The iron door was shattered. One by one, the zombies erupted from the room, ravenous and red-eyed, rushing towards the open space. With a resounding chime, a level 4 zombie was vanquished, granting a reward of 10,000 points. Another zombie fell, yielding points totaling 10,002. Yet another demise added 10,003 to her score. The mechanical notifications echoed incessantly. Lin Xiyao had accomplished nothing, yet she found herself with over 15,000 points. At that moment, the horde of zombies in Banshan village surged toward the sunlight as if possessed, heedless of their safety. Initially, Lin Xiyao believed that the presence of the living was what drew the undead. However, she was taken aback when a grotesquely burned zombie suddenly collapsed before Suwani, awkwardly kneeling down. Then, one after another, zombies filled the open space, all kneeling within mere seconds. Moments later, the ground was stained with pools of viscous blood and a thick layer of black ash. The entire zombie population of the village met its end in this self-destructive manner, a conclusion that Lin Xiyao had never anticipated. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing a glimmering gemstone hidden beneath layers of dust. Lin Xiyao approached and picked up the stone, which was the size of a pigeon egg, crystalline and exquisite. "This is your gemstone. Take it," she said, handing it to Lin Yi. Since it belonged to his kin, it was only fitting that it return to its rightful owner, serving as a cherished memento. Lin Yi slowly lifted his gaze. This was a level 4 gemstone. Lin Xiyao was well aware of this, yet she believed that a gentleman should acquire wealth through honorable means. A flicker of gratitude crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he accepted the gemstone in silence. Subsequently, the pair returned to the attic, where the scene mirrored that of her visions precisely. After conducting a thorough inspection of the village, they departed from Banshan village. Lin Xiyao had scarcely touched the supplies within the village, not out of disdain, but because she resolved that Banshan village would henceforth serve as their stronghold. Why transport resources back and forth when they could remain in their rightful place? On the journey home, Lin Yi's demeanor was noticeably subdued. He remained silent throughout. Lin Xiyao, however, found herself preoccupied with a group photo. The man in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Mingxian. Yet how could that be? After all, he was Lin Yi's grandfather, not Chu Mingxuan's. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's heart raced as she cast a fervent gaze at Lin. Could it be that Lin Yi and Chu Mingxian were one and the same? Both possessed crimson eyes, though Chu Mingxian had violet hair, while Lin Yi's was black. Deep down, Lin Xiao harbored a lingering disbelief that Chu Mingxian had perished in the flames. The male nurse had mentioned that the Red Shadow possessed remarkable healing abilities. It was possible he had survived the inferno. Lin Yi, may I see your true form? Lin Xiao found herself unable to contain her curiosity any longer and posed the question. Chapter 49. The Watchmal. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Yi halted his steps. "Are you certain you wish to see?" Lin Xiao nodded fervently. "Of course. A man so enigmatic, who has just deliberately concealed his identity. Who wouldn't he be curious? Seeing that Lin Yi did not object, Lin Xiyao nervously extended her small hand. The answer was about to be revealed. What could be concealed beneath the mysterious mask? Could he possibly be Chu Mingxian? Let be clear, if you remove my mask, you must take responsibility for me. In the next moment, Lin Yi stood resolute, his deep-set eyes penetrating. Responsibility? How so? By marrying me, and thereafter, you shall have no other man but me. At his words, Lin Xiyao was taken aback, followed by a wave of hesitation. What nonsense? Marriage? She had never contemplated such a union with Lin Yi. If it were Chu Mingxian, she might consider it. No, thank you. It was only after her loss that she understood her heart had long been claimed by Chu Mingxian. That violet-haired man illuminated her heart like a ray of sunlight. He was her guiding light and her constant worry. In this lifetime, she would never harbor feelings for another man. If Lin Yi were not Chu Mingxian, she could not bear such a responsibility. The sun was nearing its descent. We must leave, Lin Xiyao urged, suppressing her curiosity as she walked briskly ahead. Lin Yi gazed at her receding figure, emotions swirling within him. Was he truly inferior to Chu Mingxian? Upon returning to the cave, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xiyao shared her thoughts with the others. Presently, Banshan village had become an abandoned settlement. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize it. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the bearded man was the first to voice his opposition. I disagree. Although there are no longer zombies in Banshan village, its defenses are far from secure. It is less safe than the cave. To move into the village recklessly could lead to our annihilation. Lin Xiyao was well aware of these circumstances. In this world, nothing is gained without effort. To establish a solid defense, one must rely on their own hands. We're going to find something ready-made. What about you? Her gaze swept past the bearded man to the others. Fong Wen and the others remained silent, their faces etched with hesitation and conflict. Very well. If you choose not to go, I shall not force you. However, I will certainly be heading to Banshan village. Lin Xiao's expression conveyed her unwavering determination. A forced choice yields no sweetness. She had always disliked pressuring others. Just then, Ji Wansu, who had been caring for Fong Wu, cried out in panic, turning to Lin Xiao with alarm. Yao Yao, Fong Wu has developed a high fever. What should we do? At her words, Fong Wen swiftly rose, rushing toward Fong Wu with concern. How could he have a fever? Wasn't he just fine a moment ago? Fong Wen looked at Ji Wansu, his tone tinged with reproach. If it weren't for the Ji siblings, Fong Wu would not be in this state. This is all my fault. I take the blame, Ji Xiaoyang said, filled with guilt and self-reproach. What use is there in saying this now? Quickly fetch a towel and water. Fong Wen's voice was cold as he rebuked Ji Xiaoyang, his disdain for him evident. Understood, Ji Wansu replied, her voice lowered in humility. Let me take a look. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt it unnecessary to say more and stepped forward to examine Fong Wu's injury. Fong Wu's entire body, marred by burns, has begun to scab after the application of hemostatic ointment. However, his kneecap remains a source of concern. Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. Fong Wu was incapacitated. His injuries were akin to those of Chu Mingxian, yet his physique lacked the resilience that Chu possessed. Consequently, the wound on his knee showed no signs of healing, and the shattered bones failed to mend, leading to an infection that induced a persistent high fever. What to do? But she felt powerless. Lin Xiao, I agree to go to Banshan village. I implore you, please save Xiao Wu. Fong Wen choked out, his voice thick with emotion as he beheld Fong Wu's suffering. First, use cold water to sponge him down. Perhaps it will help reduce the fever, she suggested. In this era of scarce medical supplies, how could an ordinary person afford anti-inflammatory medications? Even if you were to venture into the city and find such medicines, they would likely be expired. Thus, Lin Xiao hesitated to make any promises. After much effort, Fong Wu's fever subsided. As night fell, fierce winds howled outside the cave, the rustling leaves mingling with the eerie roars of wild beasts. Shortly thereafter, torrential rain poured down, heralding the arrival of the rainy season in this desolate land. With the sound of the rain intensifying, rivulets began to flow into the cave. The group finally comprehended that while the cave offered safety, it was not a place for prolonged habitation. In the dim light of the flickering fire, Lin Xiyao sat within the cave, examining her wristwatch, which indeed displayed a marketplace interface. Upon entering, her eyes widened in astonishment. The marketplace offered medicines, firearms, and essential supplies for base construction, each accompanied by descriptions of their attributes. For instance, in the medicine category, there was anti-inflammatory white ointment 1, which promised to alleviate pain and inflammation with a single application. Priced at 10,000 points, redeemable by a level 2 Soul Devourer. Purification Liquid 1 could cleanse contaminated soil and food with just a spray, ensuring fresh and non-toxic sustenance. Priced at 100,000 points, redeemable by a level 3 Soul Devourer. Goodness, Lin Xiyao marveled. Every item in this marketplace is a treasure. She gazed longingly at the offerings, wishing to possess them all, but lamented their exorbitant costs. Flipping to the weapons section, she discovered a shotgun, colloquially known as a spitter, priced at 10,000 points, with ammunition sold separately. A wild bull submachine gun was listed at 50,000 points, an armored vehicle at 100,000 points, and a set of field combat gear at 30,000 points. Lin Xiyao felt a pang of desire. She desperately needed points. As for the base construction section, it lay blank. Lin Xiyao surmised that this was due to her lack of an established base, hence the absence of information in the system marketplace. Casting a glance at Feng Wu, Lin Xiyao reluctantly exchanged for a bottle of anti-inflammatory white ointment. Ding! The anti-inflammatory white ointment you exchanged has been delivered to your space. Upon her first use of the system marketplace, a notification congratulated her with a newcomer gift pack 1. Almost immediately, a red envelope popped up on the marketplace interface. Lin Xiyao eagerly clicked on it. Buy one, get one free. Not bad. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a 1 milliliter trial pack of purification liquid. Lin Xiyao scoffed. A 1 milliliter trial pack? How many drops can that yield? This stingy system is truly miserly. Complaints aside, Lin Xiyao accepted the offer with a sense of gratitude. Having something is certainly better than possessing nothing. In the latter part of the night, Feng Wu succumbed to a high fever once again. This time, the fever surged rapidly, causing Feng Wu to convulse incessantly, dark red blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Feng Wu was on the brink of collapse. Lin Xiyao promptly applied an anti-inflammatory ointment to his wounds. Miraculously, within seconds, Feng Wu's fever subsided. Such a miraculous remedy. The system surely produces nothing but excellence. Chapter 50. Establishing a base. The following day, the sky cleared. The group, led by Lin Xiyao, set off towards Ban Mountain Village. Although Huang Huzi expressed his discontent, he realized that remaining alone in the forest would only hasten his demise. The wild grass grew wildly, and the dilapidated village appeared before them. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Ban Mountain Village, a chill ran through the group. It was small and decrepit. Would such a place truly be habitable? Lin Xiyao walked ahead with an impassive demeanor, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. The sentiment remained unchanged. Those willing to stay could do so, while those who wished to leave were free to depart at any moment. Upon entering the village, Lin Xiyao assigned the day's task of clearing the weeds. The wild grass surrounding the village must be eradicated entirely. With an unobstructed view, the level of danger would diminish. Additionally, she could set traps in the open spaces to bolster the village's defenses. Lacking advanced technology, they would resort to primitive traps, digging pits, burying explosives, and employing any sharp branches with lethal potential. Before long, the group commenced their work while Lin Xiyao conducted a thorough inspection of the village, both inside and out. Near the mountain wall, she discovered a deep well with unpolluted water, providing a viable source of sustenance. This alone was sufficient for Lin Xiyao to choose this location. Reflecting on her experience at the gathering place, where she had to drink foul, sour rainwater in exchange for food, she could hardly believe her fortune here. Subsequently, Lin Xiyao joyfully uncovered several boxes of explosives and some abandoned barbed wire. The explosives could be utilized to set traps, and if the barbed wire were repaired, It could serve as a secondary line of defense. Should she manage to find a generator, electrifying the wire would significantly enhance the village's defensive capabilities. Indeed, humanity thrives best in urban environments. Even a forsaken village offers more resources than a barren gathering place. At that moment, a notification sound reverberated in Lin Xiao's mind. The page for the mall-based facilities had opened. The system urged the host to reinforce the original base with a defense rating evaluation in 7 days, promising rewards based on the level of fortification achieved. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Building defenses for the base would yield rewards? She would have to devise a meticulous plan, not just for future safety, but also to acquire superior system rewards. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao commenced her planning. The trap area outside the village could be entrusted to Lung Yi and Feng Wen for setup. As seasoned mercenaries, they were certainly well-versed in traps and explosives. Afterward, Lin Xiao glanced at her watch and noted that she still had over 5,000 mall points remaining. Landmines were prohibitively expensive, and she was not in a position to afford them at present. She could only settle for second best, exchanging over 1,000 points for dozens of traps. With the trap zone secured, her attention turned to the buffer zone. Should the invading beasts and zombies breach the trap area, they would soon encounter the barbed wire. If only high-voltage electricity could be connected, the defense of the barbed wire would be formidable. Yet, at present, it remained uncertain whether the village could even access electricity. The wire would undoubtedly fail to deter them. The buffer zone must effectively slow the intruder's advance. What to do? Suddenly, Lin Xiao had a brilliant idea. She envisioned a primitive pit. Behind the barbed wire, she would excavate a trench 5 meters wide and 5 meters deep to serve as a buffer zone. As long as the beasts could not leap over the pit, they would fall in, impaled by the sharp wooden stakes within. This, too, would constitute a powerful trap. However, the excavation of this pit would be a significant undertaking, and Lin Xiao decided to classify it as a temporary measure. Next, she turned her focus to the village entrance. A narrow tower was imperative, serving both as a lookout and a means of attack. The final line of defense for the base would be a protective shield of raw stones. The broader the shield's coverage, the more energy it would require. Lin Xiao could only afford to fortify the village's central area. Consequently, the residents' activity space would be reduced. But thankfully, the population was small enough to manage within these confines. Having established a preliminary plan, Lin Xiao entered the watch's marketplace. On the base construction page, she found barbed wire, large steel gates, solar panels, battery generators, and even gasoline and diesel for sale. The prices remained exorbitantly high. With her remaining points, she couldn't even exchange for a single gate. In despair, Lin Xiao opted to convert all her points into barbed wire. With a thought, she gathered the traps, barbed wire, and explosives together. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated behind her. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Cold E, concerned for Lin Xiao's safety in the village. I come to find her. He spotted her stealthily, standing in the open. Lin Xiao's heart raced, and she turned around in a flurry. How could this Cold E be so stealthy in his movements? I discovered some explosives and barbed wire, Lin Xiao said, forcing herself to sound calm as she subtly shifted her position. Cold Yi's gaze swept across the scene, and a wave of suspicion washed over him. The pristine, gleaming barbed wire and traps starkly contrasted with the worn-out wire scattered nearby. It was evident they were not from the same batch. However, Cold E chose not to expose her. Instead, he feigned surprise and slowly approached. Lin Xiao was genuinely incapable of lying, making a challenge for him to play along in this charade. Explosives, traps, barbed wire. These are all valuable items, he remarked. Well, Cold E, I'll leave the trap zone's arrangement to you. Do you think it could be set up before sunset? No problem, Cold E replied confidently, shouldering the box of explosives as he made his way outside the village. Their survival until tomorrow depended on these explosives. Subsequently, Lin Xiao began to scavenge the supplies within the village, room by room. Televisions, refrigerators, air conditioners, electric vehicles, bicycles, moldy clothing, seasonings, rice, gold and silver jewelry, sofas, wardrobes, expired toiletries, and more. Lin Xiao meticulously removed all these items, piling them outside the house for later selection. After 3 hours, she had thoroughly scoured the small village. To her delight, she discovered several grain storage cellars within the village. These oval-shaped cellars had their interior walls baked for extended periods to eliminate moisture. The cellar floors were compacted to prevent collapse, layered with thick dry hay, crushed coal slag, and peppercorns for moisture resistance, finally sealing the entrances. 60 years later, upon opening the grain cellar, Lin Xiyao was greeted by the fragrant aroma of rice, with the golden grains distinct and, aside from a bit of dust, entirely free from mold. The ingenuity of the laboring populace was truly astonishing. Afterwards, Lin Xiyao conducted a toxicity test on the grains, non-toxic. This was splendid news. Although aged grains might not be palatable in this desolate era, the ability to consume grains was a tremendous blessing. Lin Xiyao estimated that the village stored approximately 1,000 pounds of grain, which, if rationed, would sustain them for several months. Clean water sources and non-toxic food created a slightly inadequate defense, yet such a base was surely superior to those cannibalistic enclaves. Next, Lin Xiyao came across a vegetable garden. Beneath the dense pumpkin leaves lay a large, orange pumpkin, looking exceedingly tempting. Tonight's dinner would be pumpkin porridge. However, upon testing, the toxin content was alarmingly high at 80, rendering it unfit for consumption. Suddenly, Lin Xiyao recalled the purifying liquid gifted from the marketplace and decided to experiment by dropping a single drop of it onto the pumpkin. Moments later, the pumpkin emitted a delightful fragrance. Lin Xiyao tested it again. 0 toxin content, safe for consumption. She marveled at the miraculous transformation. A pumpkin laden with toxins was rendered harmless with just 1 drop of purifying liquid. This truly was a golden finger, essential for home, travel, and survival. With the purifying liquid, she no longer had to worry about hunger. Indeed, there was a reason behind its expense. Joyfully, Lin Xiyao harvested the pumpkin and constructed a simple stove in the open space to cook the porridge. Soon, a large pot of fragrant, thick pumpkin porridge was ready. Fong Wen and the others were drawn by the enticing aroma. "Wow, boss, what is this? It smells amazing. Can we eat what's in the pot?" They gathered around, their faces filled with astonishment. Such a luxurious rice porridge was something they had never experienced. Although they were mercenaries, the meager earnings from their missions barely sufficed to fill their stomachs, let alone afford rice. Huang Huzi, with a nonchalant demeanor, shot them a disdainful glance. "Country bumpkins. What was all the fuss about? It was merely rice porridge." "Lin Xiyao, is this porridge safe to eat? Will it be toxic? We can't afford to be poisoned," Huang Huzi inquired. Lin Xiyao held a bowl of pumpkin porridge, savoring a small sip. Actions speak louder than words. One can choose to indulge or abstain. Observing this, Fong Wen gulped, eagerly serving himself a bowl. If Lin Xiyao could drink it without issue, it must be safe. After tasting a spoonful, he smacked his lips and took 2 more sips. It was delicious, an exquisite blend of the natural fragrance of rice mingled with the sweet, soft essence of pumpkin. The flavor far surpassed that of any nutritional supplement, a true sustenance for humankind. Soon, a frenzy ensued as everyone clamored for a taste. In the midst of eating, Fong Wen suddenly found tears welling in his eyes, emotionally declaring to Lin Xiyao, "From now on, I will follow you." "Me too, boss," echoed the others. After experiencing the delightful taste of the porridge, they all expressed their sentiments. Even Huang Huzi nodded in agreement. A faint smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. She had not anticipated that a mere pot of pumpkin porridge would win her the loyalty of several. "Rest assured, you will have rice to eat every day from now on," Lin Xiao promised. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up in astonishment, including Lung Yi, who turned his gaze toward Lin Xiyao. Rice was a precious commodity. Only when utterly weary of nutritional supplements would he consider purchasing some low-toxicity rice. How could Lin Xiyao boldly make such a claim? In the next moment, Lung Yi suddenly recalled something and, filled with excitement, inquired, "Have you found a cellar?" Lin Xiao nodded. Apart from Lung Yi, the others appeared bewildered. The term cellar was novel to them. A cellar brimming with provisions was something they had never even glimpsed. In the wasteland of 60 years hence, the elite within the safe zone would not impart any knowledge to the impoverished, treating them merely as slaves and beasts of burden. Civilization was regressing. This was the lament of the lower classes. At that moment, Yao, Xiao Wu has awakened. You must go and see. Ji Wansu rushed over, filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Fang Wen immediately set down his bowl. Xiao Wu has truly awakened? How wonderful! This place is indeed a blessed land. Fang Wen exclaimed as he dashed toward the attic, with everyone following closely behind. After awakening, Fang Wu appeared extremely weak, sipping a bit of pumpkin porridge before slipping back into a drowsy slumber. This was a positive omen. His consciousness returning signified hope for survival. Yao, it is my fault that Fang Wu is like this. Ji Wansu spoke with a weary expression, her voice heavy with sorrow. Having been away from the gathering place for 2 days, she had vigilantly stayed by Fang Wu's side, consumed by worry, tension, fear, and guilt, scarcely uttering a word. Lin Xiyao sighed softly. Wansu, no matter what has transpired, we must remain strong. The past cannot be altered. Excessive self-reproach is futile. It will be better to focus on taking care of Fang Wu and yourself. There will always be a time when the clouds part and the sun shines through. Do not dwell on it. Lin Xiyao gently reassured her. With tears in her eyes, Ji Wansu nodded, feeling almost overwhelmed by guilt, which had driven her into a shell. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's comforting words provided solace. Before long, night descended, bringing with it the true peril. Shortly after nightfall, the forest echoed with the sounds of distant beast roars. Cold He stood atop the rooftop, keenly attuned to the surrounding sounds. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the stillness of the night. In the pitch-black darkness, a fierce light erupted. A monstrous beast had entered the trap zone, igniting explosives. The powerful detonation obliterated the creature, scattering its remains in a gruesome display. Before long, the pungent scent of blood attracted nearby zombies and aberrant beasts. A cacophony of roars ensued as the creatures clashed in a desperate struggle for sustenance. That night, Ban Mountain Village narrowly escaped disaster. A notification chimed in Lin Xiao's mind. Zombies killed, 1 point. Another, level 1 beast killed, 50 points. She had unlocked new discoveries. After establishing her base, she realized that every zombie and beast slain contributed to her score. Lin Xiao reflected that taking the step to establish a base was indeed the right decision. Had she remained in the slums, scavenging for survival, she would never have accessed the system's marketplace or comprehended the extraordinary capabilities of the watch she possessed. She eagerly anticipated the surprises her watch would unveil next. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight symbolized a rebirth for Ban Mountain Village. Breakfast consisted of roasted meat, while the corpses of the zombies transformed into pools of blood under the sun's glare. Having weathered the night safely, spirits were high, and confidence surged among the villagers. Without Lin Xiao's prompting, everyone willingly engaged in reinforcing the village's defenses. Given that Ban Mountain Village was situated in a mining area, a perimeter of barbed wire had long been established to deter thieves and troublemakers. However, after 60 years, many sections had collapsed or deteriorated. Today's task was to reinforce the aging barbed wire. The villagers worked diligently, inch by inch. Even the giant rat contributed by fetching tools for them. This effort persisted throughout the day. Finally, before nightfall, a 3-meter-high barrier of barbed wire encircled the village. Lin Xiao repositioned the damaged traps. But before she could clean the bloodstains from the ground, darkness enveloped the area. Although they believed their defenses were stronger, that night, Ban Mountain Village nearly faced utter annihilation. Chapter 52. The pack of windwolves. That night, the air was filled with distant howls and sporadic explosions. Cold He remained vigilant on the rooftop, while Lin Xiao, lulled by the system's notifications, drifted into a light slumber. After an unknown duration, a peculiar rustling sound reached her ears, like something dragging through the grass. Lin Xiao's instincts kicked in, and she opened her eyes, bolting from her room. Outside, darkness reigned. Clouds obscured the moon, leaving no trace of light. Lin Xiao, what is it? Cold He asked, his face a mask of confusion upon seeing her. It was 4 a.m, the hour of deep slumber. Why was she awake? Lin Xiao glanced at Cold He atop the roof, feeling a bit embarrassed as she extended her hand. Cold E, help me up. Without lightness, this is quite inconvenient. Cold E flashed a smile, leaping gracefully from the rooftop. In the next moment, a refreshing scent of grass and trees wafted into the air. Lin Xiyao pulled Lin Xiyao close, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. With a powerful leap, they soared upward. Whoosh! A rush of wind filled their ears, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiyao found herself standing on a rooftop, Lin Yi's arms securely around her waist, their bodies pressed closely together. What had just transpired? How did she ascend to the rooftop? Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, someone's heart raced uncontrollably. Such a rapid heartbeat could not belong to her. Flushing with embarrassment, Lin Xiyao turned away, inhaling deeply as she released a wave of mental energy. The rustling sounds around the village intensified, and she furrowed her brow in confusion. As a soul devourer, her perception was sharper than most, yet still limited to a radius of 50 meters. Within the trap zone, spanning several hundred meters, she could only hear the rustling but could not discern the situation outside. Just then, the clouds above began to part, allowing a beam of luminous moonlight to cascade down. In the open area beyond the trap zone, pairs of grayish-white eyes flickered to life. A multitude of eyes converged from the direction of the road. Excitement, greed, hunger. A horde of zombies surged forward like ants returning to their nest, converging upon the village. How could there be so many zombies nearby? Lin Xiyao. It was as if they had stumbled into a den of the undead. Judging by their direction, they must have come from Songshi town, and they showed no inclination to retreat. They intended to either overrun the village before dawn or be reduced to ashes. These zombies were relentless. With a serious expression, Lin Xiyao commanded that everyone be roused to prepare for battle. Yes, Lin Yi did not dare to delay and vanished into the night with a swift motion. Roar! The intoxicating scent of blood ignited the first roar from a zombie. Soon, more and more zombies joined in, their frenzied howls echoing as they charged toward the village. Bang! 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 As the horde entered the trap zone, explosions erupted and flames burst forth. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They flooded the trap zone like a relentless tide, surging toward the barbed wire. A gaunt zombie was the first to reach the wire, pressing its palate, twisted face against it, gnashing its teeth. It voraciously bit at the barbed wire, snapping its remaining 2 front teeth with a sharp crack. In an instant, black blood splattered everywhere, mingling with the foul-smelling pus. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a wave of zombies crashed against the barbed wire, the throng behind them pressing forward relentlessly. The wire rattled violently. Lin Xiyao realized this was unsustainable. The barbed wire would not hold for long. What to do? Bang! Just then a bullet struck the gaunt zombie squarely in the forehead, the tremendous impact sending it flying. With a thud, the airborne zombie toppled a mass of others behind it. Goodness, how could there be so many zombies? With a pistol in hand, the man with the yellow beard burst forth, his complexion paling at the sight of the dense horde of zombies before him. Let's talk. Charge ahead, Fangwen exclaimed, sprinting forward with remarkable speed, wielding a shotgun. Defending their territory was the mercenaries' duty. The newly constructed defenses must not be breached by these undead creatures. In the next moment, several blades of light flashed, and a fierce wind howled as a multitude of zombies collapsed instantaneously. Truly, he was the strongest mercenary with formidable attacking prowess. Lin Xiyao attempted a few jumps, but alas, her agility did not match that of Lin Yi. Faced with a 3-meter-high barbed wire fence, she found herself unable to leap over it. It appeared that she had no choice but to use teleportation. Boss, allow me to assist you. At that moment, Fangwen rushed over and crouched down. All right, Lin Xiyao, not one to be overly sentimental, stepped on a Fangwen's back and soared over the barbed wire. With a swift motion, she brandished her curved dagger, striking down upon a zombie's head before she had even touched the ground. Blood sprayed forth as the creature's cranium split in two. However, upon landing, the zombie's claws suddenly lunged at her abdomen. Lin Xiyao tightened her grip on the dagger and swung upward, severing the zombie's claw at the wrist, causing the decayed hand to plummet to the ground. Such was the power of the double-edged curved dagger. It required no elaborate techniques. Merely wielding it with force could inflict damage. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiyao found herself encircled by a throng of zombies, their gaping maws and clawed hands reaching out to devour her. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted from her being. It was a soul power attack, a formidable force that sent the surrounding zombies scattering, their heads exploding with a resounding crack. One after another, a dozen zombies fell to the ground, never to rise again, their already decaying brains reduced to a mushy pulp. Incredible! Fongwen gasped as he emerged from the barbed wire, witnessing the astonishing scene before him. Lin Xiyao was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what he had anticipated. Not only was she unharmed amidst the assault of numerous zombies, but she had also sent them all flying with her sheer force. Such depth of inner strength was astonishing. Even Lin Yi, not far away, was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to execute his sword techniques. The energy was overwhelming. After repelling one wave of zombies, yet another swarm surged towards Lin Xiyao with alarming speed. Claw-like hands slashed through the air as the zombies roared excitedly, eager to tear her apart. Kill! Lin Xiyao brandished her curved dagger, dispatching each zombie with lethal precision, her movements swift and decisive. There was no retreat for her. She had no choice but to fight to the bitter end against the zombies awaiting dawn, though it seemed nearly impossible. Human stamina and the energy within one's body were limited, and the open space was filled with countless zombies. Would she truly be unable to escape this night? At that moment, a pack of wind wolves surged from the depths of the forest. Chapter 53. The Protective Shield of Raw Stones. Under the veil of night, the wolves' silvery fur glimmered with a faint sheen, while their emerald eyes radiated a savage ferocity. They rushed towards the village like a tempest. Leading the pack was a slightly smaller wolf cub, baring its sharp fangs as it exerted every ounce of strength to sprint forward. Lin Xiyao gazed at it in delight. Little one, howl! After a few days apart, the little one had grown, now exuding a touch of dominance and wildness. Lin Xiyao had thought she would never see the little one again. To her astonishment, it had come back. In that moment, a wave of emotion surged within Lin Xiyao, and she grasped the true purpose of the soul captivation technique. It was not to manipulate or control the beast, but to lead her to her closest companion. Roar! Just then, a bloodied zombie lunged at the little one. The cub deftly dodged the attack. Simultaneously, a flurry of wind blades surged forth, targeting the horde of zombies ahead. The pack of wind wolves stood behind the little one, providing it with protection. Lin Xiyao watched in astonishment. The legendary wind blades. Truly, the wind wolves were the sovereigns of the forest. Thud, thud. In an instant, blood mist erupted, merging light and crimson in a chaotic display. With this singular assault, dozens of zombies were vanquished. Howl, howl, howl. Soon after, an unending tide of zombies surged towards the wolves. The wind wolves, exuding an air of authority, engaged in fierce combat with the horde. The battle raged with fervor. Before long, the dawn broke, the sky ablaze with hues of crimson as the sun ascended, casting golden rays upon the earth. Daylight returned. Roar! Howl! The zombies, now in a state of panic, fled towards the forest. However, the forest belonged to the beasts, and the wind wolves would not allow the zombies to intrude. They stood in a commanding line at the forest's edge, unleashing another barrage of wind blades. The tide of zombies continued to crash against the wolves, but after a few minutes, they could not breach the defenses of the wind wolves. Becoming nothing more than pools of blood, the battle concluded. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the narrow escape. Without the assistance of the wolf pack, they would have been unable to withstand such a wave of zombies. Grateful, the crowd turned their eyes towards the wolves. Howl! The little one joyfully bounded to Lin Xiao's side, wagging its tail incessantly. Thank you, little one. Lin Xiao affectionately patted the cub's head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Reunited after a long separation, the little one excitedly nudged against Lin Xiao, nearly toppling her over. Howl! Just then, a robust wind wolf approached with an elegant stride. Its eyes sparkled with a commanding light, exuding an aura that was chilling to the bone. In an instant, a wave of invisible pressure enveloped them. Lin Xiao's heart raced, Her spine tingled with cold, and her body trembled involuntarily. The Wolf King. Its rank was at least level 5 or higher. This formidable presence could crush a person. As Lin Xiyao appeared unwell, the small one turned around in dissatisfaction, barking at the Wolf King. A glimmer of tenderness flickered in the Wolf King's profound gaze, and with a resigned sigh, he diminished his imposing aura. Thus, he took on the role of protector, truly a rebellious offspring. Locking eyes, the Wolf King and the small one exchanged glances, leaving Lin Xiyao uncertain if they were communicating or engaged in something else entirely. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the Wolf King raised his head high, casting a reluctant glance at the small one. In the next moment, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiyao, the warning unmistakable. Lin Xiyao gradually rose to her feet, solemnly assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of the small one." Hearing Lin Xiao's promise, the Wolf King nodded in satisfaction before vanishing into the depths of the forest with his pack. That night, Lin Xiao earned 3,000 points, 5 first-level ores, 3 second-level ores, and several mangled corpses of bizarre beasts. After being besieged for 2 consecutive days, the explosives found in the village had been exhausted. Lin Xiao had no choice but to exchange her points for the cheapest landmines, reburying them in the traps. This trap zone was merely a consumable resource. All her earned points were spent on traps, leading to a deficit. Fortunately, after breakfast, good news arrived from Wei. The energy converter had finally been installed, and placing the ores would activate the protective shield. With this shield, the surrounding beasts and zombies would no longer dare to approach easily, allowing Lin Xiao a moment to breathe. However, activating the shield required 9 ores of level 3 or higher, and the central support point necessitated a level 4 ore. First and second level ores could only be used for routine maintenance and energy replenishment. Listening to Wei, Lin Xiao pursed her lips, suggesting, "Perhaps we could crowdfund?" She then presented all her ores, regrettably noting that not even a single level 3 ore was among them. How impoverished she felt. Fongwen rummaged through his pockets in a dawdling manner, as did the others. "I have some," came a sudden exclamation. With a thud, Lung Yi tossed out a bag. Upon opening it, a dazzling brilliance instantly blinded everyone's eyes. Inside were over a dozen level 3 ores and 2 level 4 ores, each the size of pigeon egg. "Wow," they exclaimed, realizing that Lung Yi was the true affluent one, remarkably discreet in his wealth. "Use these for now. As for the ores needed next month, I will gather them promptly," Lung Yi stated nonchalantly. Lin Xiao looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Wei accepted the ores and explained, "Boss, 9 ores will only sustain the protective shield for 1 month." Lin Xiao understood, realizing that next month, they would need to procure another batch of ores. This was indeed more costly than a gold-devouring beast. Who could afford such an extravagant shield? In an instant, Lin Xiao lost her desire to utilize it. 8 level 3 ores and 1 level 4 would secure merely a month of safety. This was exceedingly unfeasible. "Leave the ore matter to me. You focus solely on fortifying the base's defenses," Lung Yi declared, seemingly aware of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Lin Xiao replied, "All right then. We'll use these for now, and once our defensive capabilities are enhanced, we can remove the converter." That afternoon, the raw stone defensive shield was finally erected, ensuring the safety of the half-mountain village. In the days that followed, everyone diligently fortified the base. Trenches, barbed wire, arrow towers, guard booths, and defensive walls were all constructed in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao also took out the bayberries from her space and brewed a batch of bayberry wine. This time, she not only added purification liquid, but also incorporated some 60-year-old aged liquor, enhancing both quality and taste. This batch of bayberry wine would be the cornerstone of her prosperity. Meanwhile, in the Research Institute of the Safe Zone, Shen Nanxing underwent the Enhanced Human Program, receiving an injection of genetic enhancers. Today marked the day he emerged from the experimental pod. Old Madame Shun had been waiting outside the pod early, while Yi Tsangnan stood respectfully beside her. "Do not worry, Madame Shun. Young Master Shun's various indicators are quite promising. His strength and speed enhancements have reached the pinnacle of perfection. There will be no issues." Old Madame Shun nodded lightly, hoping this to be true, for Nanxing was the sole heir of the Shun family. Li Tsangnan immediately flattered with young master's qualifications. There is certainly no problem. In this year's mercenary competition, young Master Shun will surely shine. Chapter 54. A promising future upon hearing this. A glimmer of pride flashed in old Madame Shun's eyes. By the way, Madame Shun, I heard there are some changes in this year's competition. Noticing her good mood, Li Kangnan supli pruvat. Shun Jia cast him a sidelong glance, smiling lightly. Indeed, the reward for this year's mercenary competition have increased. The private territory for the strongest mercenary has doubled, and it is theirs to choose. Is that so? Hearing this, Li Tsangnan's eyes brightened, unable to contain his excitement. Will Dr. Li also be sending Qi Ying to compete this time? Li Tsangnan lowered his head, concealing the glimmer of greed and ambition in his gaze. I am uncertain. After the last mission failed, I am currently training him. If he is well prepared, he will certainly participate. Old Madame Shun disdainfully curled her lips. The creations he manufactured were hardly worthy of the spotlight. The strongest mercenary was far from being represented by his Qi Ying puppet. At that moment, the door of the experimental pod slowly opened, and a tall figure emerged from within. The man slightly bowed, his voice deep as he addressed great-grandmother. He stood tall, clad in an expensive suit, exuding an air of elegance and confidence, with his red-tinged lips pressed tightly together and a hint of composure in his deep-set eyes. In just 3 days, Shun Nanxing had shed his youthful demeanor, becoming mature and steady. His physique had rapidly developed through the enhancement process. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters, he appeared transformed compared to just days prior. Old Madame Shun looked at the person before her, nodding with satisfaction. Nanxing, congratulations. The second-generation Enhanced Human Program has been successfully completed. A flicker of light passed through Shun Nanxing's profound gaze, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled upward. The second-generation Enhanced Human Program had been proposed a decade ago. At 13, he became one of the first experimental subjects, taking growth-inhibiting medication, all in preparation for a decisive leap 10 years later to fully unleash his body's potential and attain greater strength. It seemed the results were promising. Subsequently, Shun Nanxing stepped forward to assist the elderly matriarch, his heart racing with urgency. He pondered what expression Lin Xiyao might wear upon witnessing his current state. The mere thought of her caused a smile to involuntarily bloom at the corners of his mouth. The girl who gathered mushrooms was here. Yet, upon his arrival, the gathering place had been reduced to a desolate ruin, marred by the scars of a devastating fire. Countless charred corpses laid bare to the air. Lin Xiyao, confronted by the horrific scene, Shun Nanxing dashed into the wreckage, desperately calling out in despair. This cannot be. Where has she gone? How could this fire have ignited? I had the power to protect her, yet she has vanished. Why is this happening? Yaya, where are you? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shun Nanxing's fist struck the ground in anger. He should never have allowed Lin Xiyao to depart. With a thunderous crack, the earth split open, and the surrounding scorched structures crumbled with a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave erupted, stirring a fierce gale. The wind howled, swirling dust and debris. Shun Nanxing knelt, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry, his eyes gradually turning crimson as a wave of intense hatred consumed him. Moments later, he staggered to his feet, fists clenched tightly, the crimson in his gaze fading to a chilling indifference. Yao Yao, I know this fire is not insurmountable. You must have escaped. One day I will find you. Wait for me. The one who forced you away shall not escape my wrath. With an icy glare, Shun Nanxing surveyed his surroundings and turned away, vowing that those responsible for their separation would pay. Upon returning to the villa, Shun Nanxing burst into the library, his gaze icy as he confronted the elderly matriarch. Grandmother, is the inferno at the gathering place connected to you? His question, devoid of emotion, caused Shun Jia to glance up with displeasure, her expression momentarily frozen. The cold gleam in Shun Nanxing's eyes and the sinister smile curling at his lips exuded a menacing aura that was entirely at odds with the obedient grandson she remembered. Was Lin Xiyao truly that significant to him? It has nothing to do with me, Shun Jia replied curtly, instinctively tightening her grip on her cane. It is best that it remains so, Shun Nanxing replied coldly, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Xiyao before departing. A few moments later, the elderly matriarch trembled as she rose to gaze out the window. Yao Yao, flee. 7 days swiftly passed. Ding! Detection of protective barriers, barbed wire, defensive walls, traps, tunnels, and a guard dog. The base defense level is assessed as level. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 solar photovoltaic panel, 1 battery, 1 generator, and 1 combat suit. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. To her surprise, the exotic beast could also serve as the base's defense, directly elevating the defense level to a higher tier. Guard dog, she mused with a chuckle. It appeared she would need to nurture more exotic beasts in the future. After the rewards were dispensed, Lin Xiao eagerly tried on the combat suit. The brand new camouflage outfit was loose and breathable, crafted from lightweight, silky material that felt far from cumbersome. How comfortable! Lin Xiao did not think much of it, merely believing it to be a garment made from exceptionally fine material. After an afternoon of diligent work, she installed solar photovoltaic panels on the attic, connecting them to the village's existing power lines, generators, and batteries. At last, the village was illuminated. That evening, a bonfire was kindled, with the villagers roasting the meat of exotic beasts and sipping on bayberry wine. They gathered around the flames, singing and dancing in celebration of the establishment of their new base the following day. The future appeared promising. Just 7 days prior, no one had imagined they would have access to electricity, clean water, toxin-free food, and a secure shelter. Everything felt surreal. Yet deep down, everyone understood that this remarkable transformation was the result of Lin Xiao's efforts. To Lin Xiyao, I raise my glass, said the bearded man, unsteadily approaching the bonfire with a bowl of bayberry wine. Today is a joyful occasion. I must commend you. You have accomplished this in just 7 days. Truly remarkable. Lin Xiao took a hearty sip of the wine, responding, "This is not solely my achievement. It is the fruit of everyone's collective labor." Ah, how humble and refined. I admire your spirit. Come, let's all raise our glasses together. The inebriated bearded man was determined to intoxicate Lin Xiao, offering her several bowls of wine in succession. Just as she was about to drink the 5th bowl, someone snatched the porcelain bowl from her hands. Lin Xiyao lifted his mask, revealing a resolute jawline, and downed the contents of the bowl in one gulp. The bearded man was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Xiyao voluntarily remove his mask, even if only partially. Yet, it was rumored that those who had seen Lin Xiao's true face met with dire fates. Did this count as such? The bearded man shivered, sobering up considerably. That is enough, Lin Xiyao said coldly, his voice laced with a hint of menace. Yes, of course, the bearded man stammered, retreating in trepidation at Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiyao, today is a day of celebration. Do not wear such a stern expression. Lin Xiao, feeling a bit tipsy, playfully placed her hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder, her gaze hazy as she reached for the porcelain bowl he held. Did she not realize how enchanting she appeared at that moment? How dare she draw so close to him? Chapter 55. The Zombie Factory. In the ensuing time, Lin Xiao prepared a plot for trial cultivation, utilizing diluted purification liquid to cleanse the soil. This could be seen as a proactive measure. Food supplies would eventually dwindle, and to survive in the wasteland, one must endeavor to grow their own sustenance. Additionally, livestock rearing needed to be initiated. Initially, the unruly young chicks caused quite a commotion, creating chaos within the base. It was only after Lin Xiao employed a soul-binding technique that the chicks settled down. She believed that soon, she would be able to harvest eggs. Fang Wen and Old Zhou willingly took on the task of scavenging and gathering resources. Following purification, the food became consumable. Yet this rapid usage quickly depleted Lin Xiao's supply of purification liquid. The trial size was far too insufficient. Once her points accumulated sufficiently, she resolved to exchange them for a full-size bottle. Notably, under Ji Wanshu's attentive care, Fang Wu awakened. After waking, Fang Wu became taciturn and prone to fits of anger. Get lost. I've told you, there is no need for your care. His roar echoed once more. Ji Wansu, with reddened eyes, silently gathered the remnants of broken dishes scattered on the floor. Leaning on his cane, Fang Wu limped out in a huff. As he reached the doorway, He collided directly with Ji Xiaoyang. Feng Wu glared at Ji Xiaoyang menacingly. "Take your sister away. I don't want to see her here." With that, he ignored Ji Xiaoyang and stormed off in a rage. Ji Xiaoyang, filled with concern for Ji Wansu, approached her and knelt down to help her clean up. "Wansu, let me bring your meals tomorrow." "Brother, it's fine. If you bring the meals, his temper will worsen." "Alas, it's all my fault." Ji Xiaoyang's face was etched with guilt, his eyes brimming with helplessness. If only he could exchange his legs for Feng Wu's. Then his sister would not have to endure Feng Wu's wrath. "Brother, don't overthink it. Xiao Wu is just having a hard time accepting things. I believe he will come to understand, and I will take care of him for life." Ji Wansu gently reassured him. Her words weighed heavily on Ji Xiaoyang's heart, deepening his self-reproach. "Wansu, sorry. It's all my fault, and yet you have to bear the burden." "No, brother, I like Xiao Wu. I am willing to be with him and care for him," Ji Wansu said earnestly. The base was steadily developing, under the stern demands of Lin. Her skills and physical abilities had been enhanced. One day, Lin Xiyao prepared to visit the electronics factory 30 miles away, hoping to earn some points in the process. Shen Nanqing revealed that the solar energy vehicle was nearing successful research. Next, the elites within the safe zone would likely turn their attention to the city. Seizing the initiative was paramount. Coincidentally, her target was also the resources within the city. She intended to gather whatever she could. Subsequently, Lin Xiyao donned her combat attire, tied her hair up, and after checking her equipment, she set out. She moved with agility and decisiveness. Upon reaching the village entrance, she spotted Lin Yi basking in the sun atop a rooftop. "Lin Yi, would you like to go for a stroll?" Lin Yi leapt down from the roof in an instant, a glimmer of indulgence flashing in his eyes. "Where to?" "The outside is fraught with danger," he remarked. Yet Lin Xiao's demeanor was casual, as if she were simply going to a shopping mall. Lin Yi was impressed. Nevertheless, the woman he fancied deserved pampering, and he would accompany her through fire and water if need be. To Chenghui Electronics Factory, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Yi's gaze. "Wasn't that scene in the library? I was unaware there was a factory nearby." "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded, pushing aside an old bicycle and dusting off the seat. Playfully, she declared, "Come on, sister will take you for a ride." This bicycle was the only available means of transport in the village. Riding it was certainly faster than walking. Observing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can ride?" Lin Xiao forgot that the wasteland resembled a scene from the 1940s or 50s. Those from the slums had hardly seen a bicycle, let alone ridden one. "Just a little practice, and you'll get the hang of it." "Let's go." "You won't fall," Lin Xiao explained, her voice tinged with anxiety. Soon, a bicycle wobbled along the road outside the village. The woman riding appeared composed, neither hurried nor breathless. However, the man clad in black on the rear seat, burdened by a long sword, awkwardly clutched at the backrest, his long legs finding no comfortable place to rest. How embarrassing. Lin Yi regretted his decision immensely. Had he foreseen this, he would have opted to run instead. This scene, although seemingly harmonious, carried an air of humor. Not long after, a snow-white wolf dog came galloping after them. At the village entrance, Feng Wu and others gathered, their expressions filled with curiosity as they gazed at the road. Even the usually taciturn old Zhou could only remark that only Lin Jitazang could persuade the esteemed Lung to ride on that rickety bicycle. "Oh, you wouldn't understand. This is what we call romance," someone jested. "But that bicycle is in such disrepair. I doubt it moves swiftly. Lung must be enduring quite a trial." Indeed, the crowd empathized with Lin Yi for a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao pedaled the bicycle, her mind racing with calculations. Killing a single ordinary zombie yielded merely 1 point. To amass 100,000 points, she would need to eliminate a staggering 100,000 zombies, an overwhelming task. While zombies held little value, they could drop raw stones, prompting her to consider venturing to a densely populated factory. Lin Xiao recalled an electronics factory just outside Songxi ancient town, boasting a workforce of over 10,000. With that many zombies, she aimed low, hoping to kill just 1,000, which might yield 100 raw stones, sufficient for her needs. After an uninterrupted hour of cycling, Lin Xiao arrived near the electronics factory. The area surrounding the factory was eerily deserted, the establishment having adopted a fully enclosed management system. At that moment, the vicinity was silent, save for the abandoned shared bicycle strewn haphazardly along the roadside. Continuing forward, she encountered several accident sites, some overturned, others crashed into utility poles, with a few vehicles having collided with one another. The ground bore the remnants of dried blood. Vehicles sat empty, and rusty doors hung ajar, revealing fragments of human remains, strands of hair clinging to scalps, desiccated chunks of flesh, shattered eyeballs, and mangled innards. The scene was grotesque, a grim testament to the horrors that had unfolded with the advent of the apocalypse. Chapter 56. The new arrival before long. A vast industrial park came into view. The factory gates stood firmly shut, and the security booths on either side were splattered with dried blood, showcasing their dilapidated state. For 60 years, this factory had remained untouched by survivors, likely harboring a multitude of zombies within. Of course, it also promised a wealth of resources. Lin Xiyao carelessly abandoned her bicycle by the roadside and made her way toward the factory. Lin Xiyao, allow me to show you around a factory from 60 years ago. Lin Xiyao furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the area. Within the industrial park, towering trees stood like sentinels, wild grasses thrived, and dense ivy entwined the rows of high-rise buildings. The grandeur of the park was palpable, a remnant of a factory long past. Yet, how had Lin Xiyao discovered this place? Even with a map, it seemed implausible to find it with such precision. In contrast to the cold and suspicious the wind wolf beast exuded a simplicity of spirit. It frolicked around Lin Xiyao, joyfully circling her, occasionally darting into the grass by the roadside to roll about, clearly in high spirits, as if its master had taken it out for a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, as Lin Xiyao passed the security booth, the wind wolf beast's demeanor shifted, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes as it bared its teeth and emitted a warning growl. In the next instant, a loud bang echoed from within the booth, as a zombie clad in a security uniform thrust its skeletal hand, consisting of only 2 bony fingers, through the door crack, reaching out towards Lin Xiyao. The security zombie, with its gaunt skin and a visage marred by grotesque black veins resembling those of a reptile, possessed a pair of grayish-white eyes filled with insatiable greed and excitement. It craved sustenance, living food. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air eclipsed all concern for the searing sunlight. All it desired was to seize Lin Xiyao and drag her into the booth for a gruesome feast. With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao gripped her curved blade and severed the outstretched hand. A powerful kick followed, sending the booth's door flying off its hinges, causing the security zombie to retreat in terror to a dark corner. In a flash, her blade descended upon a zombie's head, piercing and withdrawing, extracting a first-grade crystal from its remains, after which the security zombie collapsed, lifeless. Pleased, Lin Xiyao pocketed the crystal. 60 years on duty at the factory gate. You've worked hard, she remarked as she continued deeper into the premises, her eyes now tinged with vigilance. Corners like the security booth were most easily overlooked, posing the risk of a zombie ambush at any moment. Thus, she had to remain cautious. 60 years prior, the factory grounds flourished with greenery, and now, half a century later, it resembled a miniature forest, lush and vibrant. In the thicket, pairs of grayish-white eyes greedily followed the two, lurking in the shadows. Without needing instruction, the wind wolf beast dashed into the woods, transforming into a ruthless lone wolf, swatting a zombie aside with a paw. With a leap and a bite, the zombie met its end. Good. You'll be providing for the family from now on, Lin Xiyao praised as the little creature returned. Proudly wagging its tail and presenting 3 first-grade crystals, its head held high. Lin Xiyao affectionately patted its head, offering generous commendations. In response, the little creature's tail wagged even more enthusiastically, casting a disdainful glance at The. See, I'm a master's favorite. This household cannot do without me. Meanwhile, had never encountered such a petulant creature vying for attention. At that moment, Lin Xiyao keenly sensed a wave of energy. Quickly, She pulled cold E and the little creature into the sunlight, enveloping them with her soul force. Clack, clack, clack. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from the direction of a nearby building. Lin Xiyao exchanged a glance with cold E, both their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Was it possible that there were survivors here? In the next instant, a woman clad in a blue uniform emerged from the shadowy corridor. She wore a subtle makeup that made her appear to be in her early 20s, holding a fruit phone that was the latest model from 60 years ago. With a graceful visage and a nameplate pinned to her chest, she introduced herself as Yao Wenli, the supervisor of Workshop 3. You must be here for the interview, right? Come with me. I'll show you around the workshop. Oh, the factory does not allow dogs, so please leave your dog with the security. The woman briskly directed Lin Xiyao and her companion as she walked ahead. Lin Xiyao lifted her gaze once more to behold an abandoned building now covered in lush greenery, transformed into a resplendent garden, where the nearby woods had been replaced by elegant landscaping. Lin Xiyao and Lung Yi found themselves standing in an industrial park that dated back 60 years. A mirage? Lung Yi looked perplexed, and even the little one seemed quite dubious. Just then, a series of bells echoed through the park. What are you dawdling for? It's time to start work? Hurry up. The woman turned around, scolding them with discontent. Lung Yi quietly asked what they should do, remembering their previous encounter in the attic. Lin Xiyao quickly regained her composure and decided to follow. If they were indeed trapped in an illusion, attacking the woman would be futile and might even harm them mentally. She was curious to see what this mutated zombie intended to do. Upon entering the building, a chilling gust swept through, sending shivers down their spines. They traversed a dim corridor before the woman led them into a bright and spacious room, filled with the sound of a relentless assembly line. The workshop was populated by men and women clad in blue uniforms, their youthful faces mechanically repeating the motions of their tasks. You're the newcomers. This will be your future work. A base salary of $1,500 with piece rate bonuses. If you perform well, you can earn over $6,000 a month, along with meal subsidies and attendance rewards. As for the dormitory, Lin Xiyao interjected, what a load of nonsense. I'm not here to find a room. Lung Yi, with a playful smile, leaned closer to Lin Xiyao and asked what finding a room meant. Lin Xiyao rolled her eyes in response. Xiaoqin, please guide these two newcomers, the woman commanded haughtily before leading them to a workstation. The young girl at the station clearly felt displeased but dared not protest, merely nodding in a daze. Once the woman departed, the girl indignantly remarked, what S with her attitude? She only became a supervisor because she S-linked to the deputy factory director. Ugh, acting like she S all that, just a pathetic mistress. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyao slightly furrowed her brows. The girl appeared to be only 18 or 19, yet her words were surprisingly sharp. What are you still standing there for? Go bring that box over here. She barked at the two of them. The toil of the workers was evident. In such a workshop, age held no significance. Only experience mattered. Regardless of one's years, in the presence of those more seasoned, one was merely an apprentice. Even if the other was a young girl, she deserved to be addressed as master. Being summoned and scolded was a common occurrence. Lung Yi had never endured such treatment. His gaze hardened as he swiftly drew his sword. Just then, the factory bells rang once more, and the scene shifted dramatically. Chapter 57. Her obsession in the bustling factory cafeteria, which can accommodate thousands, the air is infused with the enticing aroma of food. Dressed uniformly in work attire, the patrons are engrossed in their meals. Hurry up and eat. Why are you dawdling? Urged Yao Wenli, smiling from across the table. Lin Xiyao glanced down to find a tray before her, featuring stewed pork ribs with potatoes, stir-fried greens, 2 fragrant fried eggs, and a generous serving of rice. The rich fragrance was tempting, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. The factory's meals were indeed commendable. However, she dared not indulge. Lin Xiyao observed that not only did she and Lung Yi have their meals, but even Feng Longshou had a tray before him, filled with minced chicken breast and a bloody steak. The little one's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the tray, his tongue extending long, drooling profusely. It was truly enticing. The tender chicken and the alluring scent of blood made this place feel exceptional. He had no desire to leave. With that thought, the little one eagerly opened his mouth, In the next instant, Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as a surge of soul power emanated from her. In an instant, the raw meat on the tray morphed into a plate of repulsive maggots. The size of a fingernail, the white maggots writhed incessantly in the dish. The little one was immediately petrified, every hair on his body standing on end as he shrank back in fear. That should teach you a lesson, Lin Xiao thought, to be tempted by what strangers offer. At that moment, Lin gently touched the hem of Lin Xiao's garment. The once lively cafeteria, filled to capacity, suddenly fell into an eerie silence, as if all had vanished. The dining hall became a scene of desolation, shrouded in dust and chaos. Yao Wenli, seated across from them, seemed oblivious to the transformation, continuing her monologue. I started working at this electronics factory right after graduating from middle school. Being young, I could only apprentice. The factory provided meals and accommodation, paying me 800 yuan a month. When I received my first paycheck, I was so thrilled that I couldn't sleep all night, never imagining I could earn money to support a family. Yet, it wasn't enough. It didn't cover the family's expenses, nor did it suffice for my brother's education or his future family. No matter how hard I worked, no matter how many hours I put in, the earnings were still insufficient. 8 years have passed, yet I remain penniless. Yao Wenli spoke slowly, treating them as her confidants. Lin Xiao, however, frowned in confusion. What was she trying to convey? Why keep them trapped here? Was it merely for a listening ear? No. Suddenly, Lin Xiao grasped the unsettling truth. She was not confiding. She was stalling for time. They were unable to venture into the sunlight, only able to await the sunset. It was akin to a spider ensnaring its prey, first entangling them in webs before savoring the feast. Meanwhile, Yao Wenli's voice continued, I have thought about leaving here, but with no education and no skills. What can I do? I am trapped in this factory, unable to escape, yet not starving. What should I do? Having realized the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao grew disinterested in her ramblings. Lin Yi took action to restrain her, and he nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, the long sword was drawn, its sharp edge aimed at Yao Wenli's head, delivering a fierce strike. With a resounding impact, Yao Wenli was cleaved in two, like rippling water, the tremendous force also severing the dining table before her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, both Yao Wenli and the table restored themselves. Later, I encountered the deputy factory director, an old and diminutive man who audaciously sought to support me financially. He slipped drugs into my drink and violated me. Yet I refrained from reporting him due to his wealth. By staying with him, I had an endless supply of money. Behold, this is the latest model of the phone he purchased for me. How many envy my fortune? Ha ha ha. Yao Wenli emitted a chilling, maniacal laugh. Suddenly, hearing her mad ramblings, Lin Yi swept his sword and severed her head. However, in the next instant, Yao Wenli reappeared, restored once more. With a grave expression, Lin Yi tightened his grip on the long sword. It was utterly bizarre. How could she not be slain? Just then, Lin Xiao concentrated a powerful soul force and shouted, Break it for me. Boom! An explosive sound followed as two forces collided, resulting in a tremendous blast, the scene before them fracturing like shattered glass, with countless cracks appearing. In the next moment, a deluge of glass shards surged toward the two. Instinctively, Lin Yi embraced Lin Xiao, shielding her within his arms. A roar erupted. Lin Xiao did not close her eyes. At that moment, the shadow of the building had crept up to their feet. A withered, sharp zombie claw reached out toward her. With a swift motion, the silver curved blade was unleashed. The zombie, lying in the shadows, slowly lifted its head, and the sharp blade pierced directly into its forehead. Such trivial tricks, dare to ambush me? Lin Xiao coldly remarked. As her voice fell, a deafening roar echoed from within the building. A horde of zombies surged forth from the workshop, all clad in worker uniforms, their faces grotesque and rotting. Lin Xiao was acutely aware that a mutated zombie lurked within the workshop. Unless it was eliminated, this electronics factory would remain unconquerable. Rather than succumbing to the mental manipulation of the mutated zombie, it was better to strike now. With determination, Lin Xiao tightened her grip on the curved blade and charged into the building. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by her decisiveness, then smirked. raising his sword to follow suit. The wind wolf beast also refused to be outdone, bravely charging ahead. It still remembered the time it was fed maggots. This grudge must be avenged. With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao dispatched a zombie, her movements crisp, brutal, and lethally precise. Her actions were stunning, exuding a remarkable grace. She had made significant progress. Meanwhile, Lin Yi observed, feeling a slight sense of accomplishment. In the dim corridor, a throng of zombies amassed, and the notification sounds in Lin Xiao's mind rang incessantly, indicating an increase in her maul points. Boom! Lin Yi executed a powerful move, the sharp sword light sweeping through, and in an instant, the zombies in the corridor were reaped like wheat, a testament to his prowess as the Crimson Shadow. Such an attack was truly impressive. In haste, the two individuals rushed into the workshop. The atmosphere within was dim and thick with a pungent stench, dust layering the assembly line. Lin Xiyao extended a thread of her mental energy, probing into the farthest corner of the workshop where a scattering of eerie white bones lay. A shadow, akin to a beast, crouched atop the skeletal remains. With a ferocious roar, the shadow sprang into action, vanishing amidst the blinding light above. Lin Xiyao shouted, her gaze snapping upwards. The zombie, clad in factory attire, bore a nameplate that flickered with a dull glow. It was Yao Wenli. Chapter 58. Level 4 Soul Devourer with a howl, the emaciated zombie swiftly positioned itself above Lin Xiyao. In an instant, it descended from the ceiling. Its gaping maw twisted in a grotesque snarl, sharp claws poised for attack, excitement glimmering in its ashen eyes. Kill her. Simultaneously, a fierce burst of mental energy surged from the zombie towards Lin Xiyao. Realizing the woman before it posed a formidable challenge, it resolved to ensure its assault was flawless. How foolish. Boom. Sensing the disturbance in the air, Lin Xiyao unleashed her formidable soul force, sending shockwaves that erupted in a dazzling display, stirring a cloud of dust. The mental attack from the zombie was dispersed before it could reach her. In the next heartbeat, Lin Xiyao leapt into the air, her curved blade aimed directly at the descending zombie. Bang! The zombie's withered body collided with the blade, the force of the impact sending it reeling backward, while Lin Xiyao plummeted to the ground. Lacking any means of support, she braced herself for a harsh landing. Yao Yao! Cold Yi shouted in concern, dashing towards her. Bang! In an instant, Lin Xiyao fell into a cold embrace. Cold Yi discarding his sword to catch her with both arms. What did you call me? Lin Xiyao asked, her expression one of skepticism as she raised her hand to lift the mask that was so near. Chu Mingxian often called her Yao Yao, a voice she could not mistake. However, Cold Yi grasped her wrist, cautioning her that this was not the moment for distraction. As if to affirm Cold Yi's warning, the hurled zombie let out an enraged roar. A faint trace of blood marked its chest, a superficial wound that had merely grazed the surface. Lin Xiyao pondered. A full force strike only managed to break its skin? Is it made of copper and iron? This zombie must be at least level 4. Having undergone multiple evolutions, its defenses now unyielding. Be careful, Cold Yi murmured softly, gently setting Lin Xiyao down. She nodded in acknowledgement. Howling fiercely, the wind wolf beast leaped into action, eager to attack the zombie. It bore a grudge against the wretched creature that had nearly made it wretch. Its memories of the revolting maggots were still fresh. The loathsome zombie must be torn apart. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xiyao, filled with concern, shouted, fearful that the creature might suffer harm. Grasping her curved blade, she charged forward, embodying the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, facing a formidable level 4 zombie. The sounds of growls and roars filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the wind wolf beast pounced upon the zombie, engaging in a fierce struggle of bites. When it comes to the art of combat, the exotic beasts undoubtedly excel, as it is their inherent skill. How could a zombie possibly contend with them? In a mere exchange, the zombie bore several claw marks, while the small creature, with its mouth brimming with sharp fangs, sank its teeth into the zombie's shoulder. The zombie, on all fours, similarly opened its maw wide, delivering a vicious bite. In the next instant, the small beast abruptly raised its head, yanking forcefully, tearing away a large chunk of bloody flesh. The zombie, having bitten into nothingness, felt no pain, yet this act of provocation ignited its fury. With a whoosh, a powerful mental attack surged towards the small beast. The creature yelped, rolling on the ground in agony, its cries echoing. "Damn it, underhanded tactics," Lin Xiyao exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight. She lunged forward with her silver curved blade. With a thud, the mutated zombie, having tasted the blade's ferocity, evaded to the side. Lin Xiao lost control, tumbling forward. The zombie, witnessing this, flashed a smirk of triumph. In an instant, it unleashed another mental attack while leaping towards her. Just then, a glimmer of sword light flashed behind the zombie. The creature roared with excitement midair, opening its gaping maw to lunge at Lin Xiao. It was close, so close. If it devoured this woman before it could evolve once more. Soon, it would fear no sunlight and would possess immense power to escape this wretched place. The emaciated zombie's eyes sparkled with frenzied excitement. However, with a crack, its sharp teeth clashed together in vain, its upper lip colliding with its lower, and without warning, its head fell away. It had been so close to achieving success. Why was it plummeting down? With a thud, before the zombie could comprehend, its head landed on the ground, its grayish-white eyes rolling about in disbelief. It had been severed from its body. At this moment, a shadow emerged from behind. It was the man. The zombie stared in disbelief, realizing that the man who had remained passive was the true master. The sword in his hand had shattered its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao swiftly turned and plunged her blade into the zombie's skull. With a resounding thud, the zombie's body collapsed. The level 4 zombie had been slain. As the curved blade was withdrawn, a thick spray of dark red blood erupted, revealing a gemstone the size of a pigeon. Lin Xiao smiled brightly as she unearthed the gemstone, glancing at Lung Yi with curiosity. "How did you manage to breach its defenses?" Lung Yi sheathed his sword, gazing at Lin Xiao with affectionate admiration. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate key. As long as one is swift enough, no defense is insurmountable. As she spoke, a stream of white light emanated from the zombie's head. Lin Xiao's excavation of the raw stone momentarily halted. In the next instant, the white light was entirely absorbed by her. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host has leveled up and become a level 4 Soul Devourer. Strength 1, Agility 1, Speed 1, Mental Power 10. Rewards include a doubling of space and an increase in teleportation distance by a factor of 2, along with the acquisition of the soul-devouring technique Scatter Soul." Following this announcement, a line of small text appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Scatter Soul, a soul master attack technique, disperses soul power onto a carrier for attack. It can divide into 2, 4, or 8, serving as a group attack skill. "Wow!" Lin Xiao exclaimed in delight. A group attack. She was enamored by the concept. For instance, dispersing her soul power into countless fragments to attach to falling leaves, directing them to launch an assault. This not only caught opponents off guard, but also possessed formidable attack and explosive capabilities. A rain of petals was nothing in comparison. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Xiao burst into wild laughter. "Could it be that I am possessed?" Cold amused. Moments later, Lin Xiao, with a beaming smile, excavated the raw stone. It turned out that killing mutated zombies could also enhance her soul power. Had she known earlier, high-level exotic beasts were hard to find, while zombies in the city were plentiful. She was eager to discover what soul techniques a level 5 Soul Devourer would possess. After dispatching the level 4 zombie, Lin Xiao began to gather supplies from workshop number 3. The spoils must be claimed. Chapter 59, Exposure of Space in the Staff Changing Room. Rows of locked storage cabinets lined the walls, each containing clothing, shoes, and towels. Lin Xiao forcefully unlocked them, discovering an abundance of mobile phones, keys, cosmetics, toiletries, various bags, and perfumes, predominantly feminine items. From just one changing room, the amassed supplies reached mountainous heights. In the face of the apocalypse, these items seemed of little utility. Yet, in this wasteland era, take perfumes and cosmetics for instance. There were no factories in the safe zone producing such goods. Wealthy ladies loved to adorn themselves. What to be done? They could only use expired products. 60 years had passed. Even expired cosmetics could be hard to come by despite having money. These supplies, though somewhat diminished, had their value multiplied several times over. Luxury items had never been a burden for the impoverished. Lin Xiyao planned to exploit these items to take advantage of the affluent women in the safe zone. With this thought, her habitual small hand reached out, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain of supplies before her vanished into her space. Cold, he stood nearby, his eyes wide with astonishment, scarcely believing what he had witnessed. What the hell? It's gone. So much provision had disappeared in an instant. It was over. The space had been exposed. She completely forgot that Cold E was beside her. What to do? Eliminate him? What a joke. Cold E was inscrutable, and she truly had no confidence in defeating him. Just his exquisite swordsmanship was enough to leave her at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Lin Xiyao shrugged nonchalantly. Well, if it's exposed, so be it. In the future, she would often undertake missions alongside Lung Yi, and concealing her abilities was rather exhausting. It would be far better to be open about it. I possess a small space, Lin Xiyao explained. Lung Yi gazed at her with profound eyes. Are you implying that all those supplies have been stored within your space? Indeed. Lin Xiyao nodded. In the next moment, Lung Yi posed an exceedingly foolish question. Can you retrieve them? Lin Xiyao tugged at the corner of her mouth. With a mere thought, a mobile phone materialized in her palm. Observing the sudden appearance of the phone, Lung Yi's brow furrowed instinctively. Your secret must remain concealed from everyone. Swiftly, Lung Yi picked up a backpack from the ground and tossed it to Lin Xiyao. Carry this to disguise your ability. Remember, do not utilize this power in front of anyone. He warned her with a serious demeanor, his voice laden with gravity. Possessing such a treasure could be a curse. He understood better than Lin Xiyao the avarice of the elite within the safe zone. Envy and jealousy barely scratched the surface of their true nature. Greed, perversion. A pack of lunatics aptly defined them. Should they uncover Lin Xiao's secret, they would stop at nothing to seize her. Imprisonment, vivisection, various grotesque experiments. Such was the fate that awaited her. Ultimately, it was clear that Lin Xiyao would never escape the confines of the safe zone. As she accepted the backpack, warmth spread through Lin Xiao's heart. She had expected Lung Yi to bombard her with questions or to shun her as an outcast, much like one would regard a monster. To her surprise, he was proactively helping her keep her secret. Subsequently, Lin Xiao scavenged the warehouse, discovering dozens of bottles of mineral water, bundles of mops and brooms, and several boxes of expired instant noodles and sausages. She collected everything from the office: computers, desks, chairs, sofas, water dispensers, printers, air conditioners, and even the curtains, taking them all into her space, regardless of their utility. The machinery on the assembly line was unfortunately too cumbersome to dismantle, leaving her with a sense of loss. After thoroughly scouring the workshop, her gaze landed on a heap of bones. Nestled within the skeletal remains was a tattered mobile phone. Isn't this the latest model of the fruit phone that Yao Wenli flaunted? It cost over 10,000 60 years ago. Truly, the factory workers could not afford it. Who would have thought she still kept it? If Su Wani's obsession revolved around waiting for a beloved to return, what was Yao Wenli's fixation? Was it a desire to escape or something else? Exiting the third workshop, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to a neighboring building. Let us depart. It is getting late. We shall return tomorrow. She glanced at the sky, deciding against further searches, and withdrew from the factory. As she cast one last look at the dilapidated bicycle, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. The area outside the factory was filled with parked cars. With such vehicles available, who would still wish to ride a bicycle? Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if she attempted to start one of the cars? The vehicle had not been ignited in 60 years. Its body was rusted and covered in dust. Even the keyhole had succumbed to corrosion. After a series of searches, Lin Xiao finally discovered a fully fueled and operational pickup truck. Lung Yi, get in. She beckoned as she parked the vehicle in front of him and opened the passenger door. Reluctantly, Lung Yi climbed aboard. Having witnessed Lin Xiao's capabilities before, he was no longer surprised by such things. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if she could actually drive away. In the safety zone, professional drivers were akin to artisans, earning high wages. Lin Xiao, do you have a license? Lin Xiyao cautiously. She shook her head, revealing that she had yet to obtain one, fastened her seatbelt, and prepared to depart. Lin instantly felt a surge of anxiety. No license, and she dared to drive? Noticing his hesitation, Lin Xiyao sighed softly and leaned over to help him secure his seatbelt. In that moment, the refreshing scent of grass and would fill the air, causing a flutter of excitement within her. The sound of a heartbeat, akin to thunder, reverberated in the vehicle, raising the temperature dramatically. Lin Yi's deep and captivating eyes were irresistibly alluring. Their gazes collided. It was utterly overwhelming. Why did she lack the courage to lift Lin Yi's mask? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiyao pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the pickup truck surged forward at great speed. Barking and howling echoed as the wind wolf beast, which had been crouching by the roadside, leapt up in a frenzy, desperately chasing after them. It felt abandoned by its master. Having not traveled far, Lin Xiyao suddenly sensed that she had forgotten something, glancing into the rearview mirror. Oh no, she had forgotten the little one. The tiny creature was chasing after them, looking utterly forlorn with tears in its eyes, a pitiful sight indeed. Slamming on the brakes, Lin Xiyao barely managed to prevent the passenger, Lin Yi, from being thrown forward. This is truly unsafe, he remarked, as she quickly retrieved the little one and restarted the vehicle. Chapter 60. Level 5 Zombie. At that moment, Lin Xiyao realized the necessity of teaching the residents of the base how to drive. Transitioning from the forest to the city, acquiring additional skills would ensure greater security. In critical moments, it could even save lives. That night, the pickup truck made countless rounds within the base, with everyone eager to take a turn, except for Lin Yi, who appeared disinterested. Meanwhile, in the electronics factory, darkness enveloped the area as the night fell, accompanied by chilling winds. A deafening roar erupted. A massive shadow slowly rose from the desolate workshop, its grayish-white eyes open, devoid of familiar sense, and the shadow clenched its fists, slamming them down in anger. The ground shook with a resounding crash, reverberating throughout the entire complex, causing the zombies to tremble in fear and flee in panic. The king of level 5 zombies had awakened. The ground cracked, and the workshop trembled as thick dust cascaded down. Despite the commotion, the familiar scent was still absent, infuriating the shadow. In an instant, it lifted its massive body and leapt upward with a swoosh, producing yet another thunderous sound. The workshop's ceiling was shattered. A colossal shadow leaped down and made its way towards workshop number 3. Roaring fiercely, the shadow seemed to be calling out to someone. With each step, it left behind an enormous footprint, causing the entire compound to tremble as if it had experienced an earthquake. Soon, the shadow arrived outside workshop number 3, its grotesque visage bellowing at the interior. Moments later, in a fit of rage, the immense figure raised its hand and struck the building with a resounding crash. In an instant, a gaping hole was created, and countless shards of debris fell to the ground. Observing the devastation, the shadow seemed unsatisfied and swept its hand once more. At that moment, the corpses of zombies and a severed head became exposed. The shadow paused, seemingly in shock, before reaching out its hand to gently lift the zombie's head. Gazing at the severed cranium in its palm, the shadow hesitantly prodded it with a finger. A familiare sense rapidly dissipative. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, the shadow threw back its head and let out a mournful roar. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove behind the village, Lin Xiyao remained awake that night, practicing her teleportation and soul dispersion techniques with the wind wolf beast, who was born a natural strongman. Behind every strong figure lies relentless effort and arduous sacrifice. With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao teleported 10 meters away, leaving the wind wolf beast bewildered, for it had been running ahead. Undeterred, the wind wolf beast gathered its strength and accelerated to pursue her, almost catching up. In the next moment, Lin Xiyao teleported again, now 15 meters away. The wind wolf beast protested, feeling unfairly treated. Having exchanged points for energy replenishing pills, she consumed one of the 3 brown capsules, instantly restoring her depleted soul power. Revitalized, Lin Xiyao stood up, ready to continue her training. Time passed unnoticed as dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind swept through. The bamboo swayed, and leaves rained down in a cascade. It was the perfect moment to practice soul dispersion. Lin Xiyao concentrated all her soul power, meticulously sensing the positions of the bamboo leaves. She divided her power, splitting it into halves, then quarters, and so forth, precisely attaching it to the leaves. Under the immense pressure, she felt as though her head might explode, yet she pressed on. In swift succession, several beams of white light flashed. The bamboo leaves, which had been drifting downwards, suddenly froze mid-air. The next second, 16 leaves shot forth like hidden weapons, hurtling towards their target. A series of muted thuds echoed. Each leaf struck the bamboo with pinpoint accuracy, creating thumb-size holes. Success. With impressive speed and formidable power, Lin Xiyao nodded in satisfaction. At her current level, being able to disperse 16 units of soul power for an attack was indeed commendable. Regarding the explosive force, Lin Xiyao had not practiced. She certainly did not wish to disturb the residents of the base at such a late hour. A thunderous roar echoed shortly after, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Rain was imminent. Just as she turned, she suddenly sensed a faint surge of energy deep within the bamboo grove. At the same moment, the wind wolf beast also perceived it and dashed forward. "Little one," Lin Xiyao shouted, her eyes flashing with vigilance. Who could be in the bamboo grove at this hour? Could it be a zombie or a mutated beast? She decided to investigate. With a swish, in the clearing of the bamboo grove, a figure brandished a long sword. Executing swift and fierce swordplay, their form agile as sharp sword rays sliced through the air. The bamboo leaves danced, guided by the sword's energy, resembling joyful butterflies fluttering and intertwining. This scene was something she had only witnessed on television, an ethereal spectacle. Lin Xiyao was entranced. Who? In the next moment, the figure in the clearing bellowed, redirecting the sword towards Lin Xiyao with alarming precision. Lin Xiyao thought merely to observe. There was no need for lethal force. As long he discerned the individual before him, astonishment flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he forcefully altered the trajectory of the sword, releasing it from his grasp. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, enveloping Lin Xiyao in his arms and evading to the side. "What brings you here?" As they landed, Lung Yi softly inquired, devoid of reprimand. Only concern evident in his gaze. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, his breath heavy, deep crimson eyes reflecting intensity, and his strong arms enveloped her. Lin Xiao's heart momentarily skipped a beat. "Lung Yi, has Chu Mingxian truly perished?" Lin Xiao fixed her gaze upon him, her voice steady yet probing. The glimmer of uncertainty in Lung Yi's eyes weighed heavily on her heart. If he were indeed Chu Mingxian, why would he resort to such destruction? And why not reveal his identity to her? If he was not, what was he concealing? The following day, a torrential downpour persisted throughout the night, and as the skies cleared, a pickup truck sped forth from the half-mountain village. This time, Lin Xiao had brought along Fong Wen and Old Zhou. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the electronics factory. As they stepped into the compound, Lin Xiao halted, her instincts on high alert. Building 3 had suffered extensive damage, with a portion of its structure collapsed and debris scattered around. "How peculiar," she mused. "It appeared intact when we left yesterday. Who could have caused such destruction?" Just then, the wind wolf beast tucked its tail tightly, trembling, retreating incessantly. Its emerald eyes were fixated on the interior of the compound, as if it had spotted something dreadful. "Retreat." Observing the little one's reaction, Lin Xiao decisively commanded a withdrawal. The sensitivity of animals to danger was acute. Something perilous must be lurking within, causing such distress in the wind wolf beast. Chapter 61. The Soul Dispersal Technique Roar. No sooner had she spoken, the ground beneath them trembled, and from the adjacent thicket, a colossal shadow suddenly surged forth. The shadow leaped into the air, instantly eclipsing the sunlight above. Quick dodge! Lin Xiao swiftly maneuvered alongside her 2 companions, evading danger within the park. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. The very spot where they had just stood was now a gaping pit. Before them materialized a grotesque humanoid figure, an enormous, flabby mass. Its limbs sprawled on the ground, weighing no less than 400 pounds. with a disproportionately small head perched atop its body. Its physique was more exaggerated than that of a sumo wrestler. The creature's pallid skin was marred by layers of excess flesh, giving it an unsettling resemblance to a human at first glance. "Brother, we mean no offense." Fong Wen stepped forward diplomatically, seeking to ease the tension. "We are all human here. There is no need for conflict. Everything can be negotiated." In the next moment, the grotesque creature slowly raised its small head. Its ravaged face bore two ashen eyes, one higher than the other, and its features were distorted, creating a disconcerting visage. Blood and pus mingled on its face, punctuated by numerous thumb-sized pits, reminiscent of severe acne. Upon closer inspection, writhing white maggots could be seen squirming within those cavities, frolicking with abandon. Lin Xiyao nearly retched at the sight, while Fong Wen staggered back in shock. This zombie was unlike any they had encountered before, apart from its face. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a human and showed no fear of sunlight. "Be cautious," Lin Yi warned urgently. "That is a mutated zombie." With a piercing shriek, the mutated zombie let out a furious scream after missing its target. Instantly, the sound pierced the air like countless needles stabbing into the minds of the onlookers. Fong Wen and Lao Zhou, the weakest among them, cried out in agony as blood trickled from their ears, their legs buckling beneath them as they nearly collapsed. Even the wind wolf beast lay on the ground, howling in pain. In a swift motion, Lin Xiyao unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, shielding her companions. Just then, a powerful gust of energy surged toward them, manifesting as a whirlwind. With a thunderous crash, the fierce wind sent Fong Wen and Lao Zhou hurtling into the nearby thicket. Lin Yi grasped Lin Xiyao, narrowly evading the onslaught. In a mere moment, the mutated zombie had demonstrated its formidable strength, catching them all off guard. With a resounding thud, Fong Wen and Lao Zhou landed awkwardly, their bodies crashing into the ground. What in the world is this creature? Fong Wen's complaint had barely escaped his lips when, from beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves, gnarled hands suddenly emerged. A sharp claw ensnared Fong Wen's left foot, viciously dragging him backward. There's a zombie!" Fong Wen screamed, struggling to rise. But just then, a cacophony of rustling echoed from the forest. A horde of zombies emerged from the shadows, their grayish-white eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The two were now surrounded by the undead. Faced with such a multitude, their scalps prickled, and a chill coursed down their spines. They had truly fallen into a den of zombies. Their misfortune was palpable. Lin Xiyao cast a glance at the state of the forest, a flicker of profundity flashing in her eyes. The two had been deliberately blown into the woods, evidently by the mutated zombies. Such intelligence is quite remarkable. "Little one, go assist them." "How?" Upon hearing this, the wind wolf beast dashed swiftly into the forest. As long as it did not confront the large creature, everything else was negotiable. At that moment, Lin Xiyao tightened her grip on the curved blade. "I will go. You save Fong Wen." Just as she charged forward, Lin Yi stepped ahead, speaking in a solemn tone. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, several gunshots echoed through the woods. "Understood. Be cautious." Lin Xiyao nodded and promptly turned to run deeper into the forest. Lin Yi's concerns were not unfounded. With only the firearms in Fong Wen's and his companion's possession, they could not eradicate the horde of zombies. Boom! Just as Lin Xiyao dashed away, a cloud of dust rose as a mutated zombie lunged toward Lin Yi. Lin Xiyao aimed for a swift resolution, intending to eliminate the zombies in the forest before rushing to support Lin Yi. "Don't come over." Bang! As Lin Xiyao entered the woods, she heard Fong Wen's frantic cries. Fong Wen was clinging desperately to a large tree, his face a mask of terror as he screamed, his legs flailing in a futile attempt to climb higher. Beneath the tree, a throng of zombies swarmed, with a tall, gaunt zombie waving its claws and gaping maw, continuously leaping upward. Its forehead was sunken in, one eyeball bulging grotesquely, while the other remained a bottomless pit of blood. With poor visibility, the gaunt zombie believed it was on the verge of capturing its prey, nearly grasping it, just a fraction away. Thus, it kept leaping, claws outstretched. In a twist of fate, the sharp claws indeed latched onto Fong Wen's ankle. Roar! In an instant, the zombie emitted an excited roar, tugging fiercely downward. Fong Wen screamed in terror, trembling as his weapon slipped from his grasp. Oh no! He realized that even divine intervention could not save him now. Help! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Fong Wen was about to be yanked from the tree, the dry leaves on the ground suddenly fluttered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several leaves flew toward the densely packed horde of zombies. Then came the sounds of explosions. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if a zombie horde had erupted. A single leaf fell, immediately igniting a wave of heat and flames soaring into the sky. The second and third leaves ignited into a roaring inferno, their tremendous explosive force sending countless zombies flying. Boom! Boom, boom! The air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire. Fong Wen was saved. He turned in excitement. In the dim light of the forest, a striking figure rushed toward him. God, a savior! Which hero has come to rescue him? Just as Fong Wen felt a surge of gratitude, the final dry leaf fluttered slowly down to the base of the tree. With a thunderous sound, a horrific scream pierced the air as the very tree Fong Wen clung to was uprooted and blasted away. Fong Wen traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air, soaring outward. Lin Xiyao, in her inaugural use of the explosive skill, found her aim yet to be precise. Indeed, it was clear that practice was essential. With a sudden fall, Fong Wen crumpled to the ground, utterly unable to rise. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao became the new target of the zombie horde, which surged towards her like an unstoppable tide in the dim light of the forest. The cacophony of their roars was deafening. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. With a flick of her small hand, a potent energy pill materialized in her palm. The soul dispersion technique required an immense amount of soul power, and if she wished to end this swiftly, she had no choice but to resort to the pill. I hope this does not lead to a loss, she murmured, swallowing the energy pill and gripping her curved blade as she charged forward. With a whoosh, the teleportation activated. A silver flash darted forth, severing the heads of several zombies in an instant. As more zombies pressed forward, Lin Xiao activated the teleportation once more. Not far away, Fong Wen stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. In mere seconds, Lin Xiao appeared in various directions, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that dazzled the senses. Fong Wen almost believed she could clone herself. Chapter 62. Expansion of territory. What are you doing lying around? Get up and slay the zombies. While dispatching the undead, Lin Xiao did not spare Fong Wen, tossing him a gleaming dagger. Kill as many as you can. I do not nurture idlers. In the moment Fong Wen was taken aback, only a few zombies remained surrounding Lin Xiao. She was astonishingly swift. Fong Wen realized he could no longer afford to remain idle. He picked up the dagger and charged deeper into the woods. Seeing this, Lin Xiao shouted in exasperation. Are you foolish? If it weren't to save you and old Zhou, I wouldn't have rushed into the woods. Wouldn't it be better to lure the zombies out? This dolt left her speechless. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Fong Wen felt foolish, just as he was about to turn back. Suddenly, a massive horde of zombies, their heads askew and bodies twisting, surged towards him, thousands by the looks of it. Ah, so many zombies! Fong Wen screamed in terror as he turned to flee. With a swift stroke, Lin Xiao dispatched the remaining zombies and glanced over at old Zhou, who was still besieged by a dozen zombies, battling valiantly alongside the wind wolf beast. The situation was dire, and Lin Xiao had no choice but to employ the soul dispersion technique once more. Old Zhou, little one, retreat. Without hesitation, little one turned and dashed towards Lin Xiao. Old Zhou, however, hesitated. Retreat now? What a joke. Surrounded by the horde if I do not attack. Those zombies will tear me apart with a single swipe. Just as old Zhou wavered, a flurry of withered leaves shot towards him. In the next instant, each leaf found its mark, piercing the heads of the zombies with uncanny precision. Time seemed to freeze as the zombies, caught in their attacking stance, suddenly froze in place. Black blood oozing from their foreheads. A chill ran down old Zhou's spine, a mix of shock and delight flooding over him. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary method of attack. Precise and formidable, more potent than bullets. Who exactly is Lin Xiao? When he learned that he would have to heed Lin Xiao's commands, a sense of reluctance welled within him. Why should mere girl command them? However, being a reserved individual, he kept his thoughts to himself, trusting in Chu Mingxuan's judgment. As it turns out, Chu Mingxuan's discernment was indeed astute. Lin Xiyao was not only powerful, but also possessed a keen intellect and profound knowledge. Following her, they might truly carve out a path for themselves. Old Zhou, what are you standing there for? Run. At that moment, Fong Wen's voice echoed. Lin Xiyao carved a path through the chaos, leaving behind a trail of dismembered zombies, clearing the obstacles in their wake. Soon, they burst forth from the woods, basking in the warmth of the sun. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Outside the forest, the battle between Lin Yi and the mutated zombies raged on. The scene before them was a wasteland, with craters and fissures scattered across the ground. The heavyweight mutated zombie was sent flying by a powerful kick from Lin Yi, crashing directly into building number 3. Then, Lin Xiao witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. As a mutated zombie soared through the air, Lin Yi sprinted forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was before the mutated zombie, leaping into the air. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. 5 golden beams of sword energy intertwined, forming a dazzling pentagram in the sky. In the next instant, the 5 beams pierced through the mutated zombie's body. The mutated zombie, still alive, let out a defiant roar, its grotesque visage contorted in fury. Such a stylish move, they thought, though confusion arose among them. The zombie was clearly not dead yet. Why had Lin Yi sheathed his sword? Just then, a series of squelching sounds echoed, reminiscent of a ruptured pipe. A torrent of black blood erupted like a fountain, and the zombie's disproportionately small head suddenly flew off. Its limbs separated from the torso, leaving behind a grotesque mass of flesh. With a resounding thud, the bare torso crashed into the building, creating a massive pit, swiftly buried under the falling debris. The severed hands and feet trembled on the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao's mind conjured the phrase human pig. In her past life, Lin Yi must have been a tyrant, one who relished in severing limbs. The individuals standing outside the forest felt an icy chill sweep over them, their bodies shivering in terror. It was utterly horrifying. They could only wonder how the mutated zombie had provoked Lin Yi to unleash such a devastating move. As the crowd's hearts raced, Lin Yi slowly stepped forward, lifting his foot to stomp heavily on the zombie's head. With a resounding crack, the tiny head burst like a balloon, sending a spray of white maggots mixed with viscous black-red liquid flying. In an instant, the air was thick with a foul stench. Lin Yi bent down and picked up a round stone, about the size of a ping-pong ball, covered in a layer resembling a grotesque blend of vomit and excrement in shades of red and yellow. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Yi presented the orb. A nauseating stench overwhelmed the air, causing Lin Xiao to cover her mouth and retch. Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 5 zombie. Reward: 30,000 shopping points. Current total: 70,000 points. Level 5 zombie? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Lin Yi had actually slain a level 5 zombie. Impressive indeed. Perhaps you should keep it for now. I appreciate raw stones, but not those that smell so foul. Next time, wash it before presenting it to me. At that moment, a wisp of white light floated from the gooey mess and swiftly entered Lin Xiao's body like a fleeting breeze. She was suddenly stunned, as fragments of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. Gao Yuan, 40 years old, a man from a rural background, had dropped out of high school to work in a factory, where he had toiled for 13 years. Intelligent and hardworking, he understood the nuances of human relationships and gradually rose through the ranks in the electronics factory. He achieved both career and love until he met Yao Wenli, with whom he developed a deep affection over time. However, being short, overweight, and already married, he was dismissed by her. Despite repeated rejections, Gao Yuan did not waver. Instead, his obsession grew. There were plenty of fake couples in the factory. Why couldn't they be one? With a home in the countryside and another in the factory, it was a common arrangement. Yet, Yao Wenli remained resolute, unwilling to become his lover, intent on escaping him. On the night the zombie virus erupted, he viciously bit into her flesh and drank her blood. She was his, and he would never relinquish her to anyone else. Lin Xiyao felt a chill run down her spine. Such a perverse desire for control. Even after becoming a zombie, he still sought to bind her to him. No wonder Yao Wenli had yearned to flee. Having vanquished the level 5 zombie, the remaining threats in the area were no longer formidable. The group spent nearly a day cleansing the factory of zombies, clearing each building methodically. Standing atop the last high-rise, Lin Xiyao boldly drove her curved blade into the ground, as if declaring her dominion. This electronics factory is now mine. This vast establishment had been painstakingly claimed by her, rightfully belonging to the Tomorrow base. Congratulations to the host for expanding territory by 30 miles. Reward, 100,000 shopping points. Current total, 250,000 points. As the system announced the rewards, a detailed blueprint appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, illustrating a plan stretching from the mountainside village to the electronics factory. The design transformed the entire factory into a breeding base, with all wild grass and trees along the roadsides cleared away, revealing an expansive planting area. Additionally, barbed wire along the forest's edge extended around the factory, enclosing the entire 30-mile territory. Sentinels, arrow towers, guard booths, and trap zones are scattered throughout, accompanied by drainage ditches, control rooms, warehouses, and defensive walls. The blueprint provided by the system has delineated the layout of the base with utmost clarity, greatly easing Lin Xiao's tasks. It would be foolish not to utilize such resources. However, the scale of this project is monumental, and relying solely on her small team, it is uncertain when it will be completed. It appears that her next step must involve recruiting talent for the base. Chapter 63. Evolution data. With the blueprint in hand, Lin Xiao found her workload considerably lightened, akin to following a designer's meticulously crafted plan. Moments later, she was approached by her subordinate. "Boss, what shall we do now?" Lin Xiao smiled, knowingly, of course. "We gather the spoils of war. The farm does not require an abundance of supplies. Merely having a room and a fence suffices." Thus, Lin Xiao set about emptying the resources from this location. Understood. The others immediately sprang into action. Their arduous battles were all for this moment. Lin Xiao focused her efforts on the dormitory building, collecting bedding, toiletries, plastic basins, towels, water bottles, and rice cookers. Everything that could be transported was stowed away in her spatial storage. However, space was limited, with only 20 square meters available. She could not accommodate a substantial amount of supplies, resembling a mere storage closet, as resources would undoubtedly increase in the future. The need to transport them would become increasingly cumbersome. It seemed imperative to devise a means to upgrade her spatial capacity. After gathering the supplies, Lin Xiao drove a large truck to the factory entrance. "Boss, you should come and see this." At that moment, Fong Wen rushed over, breathless with excitement. "What's wrong?" "We discovered a workshop. It has electricity. Incredibly, there's power in the workshop." Fong Wen exclaimed eagerly. Lin Xiao turned to him, astonished and skeptical. "It's been 60 years. How can there still be electricity in the workshop?" "Don't jest. What kind of power lasts for 60 years? "Really?" Fong Wen insisted, tugging Lin Xiao toward the workshop. The brightly lit workshop was eerily empty, with glaring white lights emanating from the ceiling. Lin Xiao gasped, "There really is electricity." In the next moment, she scanned the workshop, her gaze landing on a corner where a faint red light flickered. The walls were lined with surveillance cameras, and, crucially, they were still operational. This indicated that the monitoring system was active. However, in such an empty workshop, what warranted surveillance? "Fong Wen, when you entered, was the main door to this workshop closed?" Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xiao, her expression turning tense. Fong Wen nodded, "Yes. It took us quite a bit of effort to open it." He then pointed at a large hole in the ceiling. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered. This must have been a containment area for level 5 zombies. Containment? Lung Yi looked at Lin Xiao, puzzled. Why use the term containment? Isn't that level 5 zombie the king of zombies here? Lin Xiao did not elaborate further. Instead, she immediately unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the surveillance cameras within the workshop shattered. Following this, Lin Xiao approached the innermost white wall of the workshop, meticulously exploring its surface. Within this wall, an imperceptible rumble emanated. Several individuals glanced at Lin Xiyao, bewildered, utterly unaware of her intentions. Moments later, Lin Xiao's fingers encountered a protruding section. A resounding rumble echoed as the wall before her began to part, resembling an automatic door, slowly sliding open. "What is this?" The crowd murmured in awe. Behind the wall lay a modest room, housing a large generator and a glass enclosure. Inside the glass chamber was a control room, where several computers were accompanied by a series of buttons, next to which rested a small slot containing a diminutive chip. "Boss, what is this place?" Lin Xiao was equally uncertain. It appeared that this location was designed for power generation and monitoring that particular zombie. But why monitor it? Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the unique traits of the mutated zombies, fearless of sunlight. For 60 years, everyone believed that as long as they remained at safe distance, zombies posed no threat. The comforts of life had led them to forget that zombies possess another characteristic: evolution. If a level 5 zombie is impervious to sunlight, well, a level 6 or a level 7, someone is conducting research on evolving zombies, gathering data on their progression. While this seems beneficial, Lin Xiao had lost faith in the researchers of the wasteland. Who knows what they might do with such data? Might they develop even more aberrant entities? With this thought, Lin Xiao resolved to take decisive action. She commanded the removal of everything from the room while discreetly pocketing the small chip. The bearded man, his eyes gleaming, circled the cargo truck several times. Clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics, electronics, and furniture, all essential items. In this resource-scarce wasteland, each of these items is a coveted treasure. The impoverished inhabitants of the slums, preoccupied with merely filling their stomachs, could scarcely afford such luxuries. Meanwhile, the affluent, unconcerned with sustenance, pondered how to enhance their quality of life. Alas, my grocery store is no more. If it were still operational, this truckload of goods could sustain us for a lifetime. The bearded man lamented. Fongwen chuckled. Though the grocery store is gone, we can always open another. Upon hearing this, the bearded man suddenly brightened. That's right. We can establish another grocery store. Indeed, we can head to other gathering places. The bearded man grew increasingly animated, gazing at the truck brimming with supplies, as though he had stumbled upon a mountain of wealth. At that moment, Lin Xiyao stepped forward and softly inquired, "Which gathering place do you wish to visit?" "The Qinxing Gathering," he replied. "It's not far from here, just about 2 days' journey, and I have a friend there." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed in concern. The Qinxing Gathering is under the control of the Shun family, and he wished to prevent Lin Xiao from encountering Shen Nanqing. "Choose another location." "Let's go to the Qinxing Gathering," Lin Xiao interjected decisively. The next step, she had originally planned to liquidate these supplies in exchange for food and raw stones. Since Huang Huzi had acquaintances, they would head to the Qin's star gathering place. At this, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes in anger, casting a sharp gaze at Huang Huzi. Why choose to go there of all places? But to the territory of Shen Nanqing? Huang Huzi felt a chill creeping down his back. With the itinerary set, Lin Xiao prepared to depart the following day. Thus, she and Huang Huzi spent the night selecting lightweight yet valuable supplies. That would suffice. Lin Xiao suggested bringing Ji Xiaoyang and Yi Chengwei along the next day, each carrying a portion. These supplies would surely fetch a good price. Huang Huzi excitedly proposed. In the past, itinerant merchants relied entirely on manual labor for transporting goods. The more one carried, the greater the profit. It would just be the 3 of us. The others will stay back at the base. Lin Xiao, with a profound gaze, firmly declined. The base could not be left unguarded, and defensive fortifications needed to be maintained. This time, she intended to take only Huang Huzi and Lin Yi. What about the supplies? I will find a way. You should go rest now. Very well. Chapter 64. Purchasing property. Meanwhile, in the city, atop a 28-story building, a luxurious and bright office awaited. A mere glance downward revealed a street teeming with zombies. A tall man with a dark complexion entered after knocking. The research site in Songxi Ancient Town has been discovered, and the evolution data of the 5th-level mutated zombies has been lost. Someone has entered the city? A cold male voice inquired. Yes, the tall man bowed his head, trembling as he activated his wrist device. A surveillance screen materialized, revealing Lin Xiao's delicate visage. How intriguing, he mused. There are indeed those fearless enough to emerge from the forest and scavenge supplies in the city. Aya, the icy voice called out. The woman named immediately bowed respectfully. With cascading waves of long hair, a subtle touch of makeup, fair skin, and strikingly long legs, her crimson eyes rendered her exceptionally enchanting. Before long, a small helicopter ascended from the rooftop, heading towards the eastern forest. The following morning, Lin Xiao and her companions, burdened with bulging backpacks, ventured into the forest. Before their departure, she had specifically instructed Fong when to thoroughly clear all the wild grasses in the base, preferably uprooting them entirely. With limited food reserves, the base needed to cultivate a crop before winter's arrival. Along the way, Lin Xiao learned that there were about 20 to 30 gathering places in the entire eastern district. And indeed, more than one safe zone existed. The Chen Star gathering place was under the jurisdiction of the Shun family, with all direct relatives residing there. The reason Shun Nanxing appeared at the Lingdong gathering place was to undergo the gene alteration program for enhanced individuals. In simple terms, within the Chen's Star gathering place, the Shun family held significant power. Offending the Shun family was akin to offending Wu Min. One could vanish in an instant. This realization further reinforced Lin Xiao's awareness of the oppressive nature of authority. In a desolate wasteland where resources are already scarce, the impoverished are driven to primal desperation, willing to resort to the most savage instincts for a mere morsel of food. Meanwhile, the elite, ensconced in their lofty positions, appear more preoccupied with exploitation, oppression, and consolidating their power than with guiding the populace out of their plight. Living in such an oppressive environment is, indeed, suffocating. 2 days later, amidst a dense forest, Lin Xiao gazed in astonishment at the barbed wire before her. Who would erect such a barrier in the woods? Was it to protect against intruders or to ward off feral beasts? As she pondered, it became clear that this wire had been laid by the mercenary group of the Shun family. They had cordoned off the most bountiful gathering spots in the forest, ostensibly to prevent damage from wild creatures, but also to levy collection fees. Collection fees? Lin Xiao queried. Is this area akin to the Yangmei Grove, belonging to private ownership? If such a vast stretch of forest were indeed under the Shun family's control, how would the scavengers survive? Soon, Lin Xiao observed a perimeter of protective fencing, enclosing a potato gathering area. Several mercenaries stood guard outside, while within, dozens of scavengers were bent over, laboriously digging for potatoes. In that moment, Lin Xiao was transported back to her own early days in the wasteland, recalling the countless trials she endured to unearth a single edible potato. The distinction was that the food she had gathered was free of charge, whereas the scavengers here were compelled to surrender half of their harvest to the Shun family. It appeared that the Shun family was far from benevolent. At that juncture, the previously silent Lung Yi suddenly called out. He then produced a mask and sunglasses that he had prepared in advance. We're nearing the gathering point. Conceal your identity, he instructed. Lin Xiao, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement, handing the sunglasses to Lung Yi and donning the mask herself. Equipped for their mission, the trio ventured into the Qinxing gathering area. The slums were uniformly grim. The environment was filthy and chaotic, with cramped shelters accommodating 4 or 5 people. The three navigated through the shantytown, making their way directly to the mercenary guild located outside the safe zone. Before a formidable iron gate, a group of armed guards stood vigilant, their voices mingling with the cacophony emanating from within. The mercenary guild was ensconced within a protective barrier of raw stone, offering an unparalleled sense of security. Noticing the large backpacks the trio carried, 2 guards halted their advance. Please open your backpacks, they commanded. Lin Xiao, taken aback, turned to Yellow Beard with confusion. Another inspection? She questioned. In response, Yellow Beard plastered a broad smile on his face, explaining, Dear guards, we're not here to sell anything. Here, as my mercenary license. The guard glanced at Yellow Beard's wristwatch, then coldly warned, setting up unauthorized stalls will result in the confiscation of all your goods. It would be wise not to act foolishly. Of course, Yellow Beard replied hastily. Once they passed through the iron gate, he lowered his voice to explain, "To set up stalls here, scavengers must surrender half of their goods. Any attempt to conceal resources will lead to complete confiscation." Lin Xiyao could not suppress an expletive at this revelation. She had thought the Lin Dong gathering area was malevolent enough, only to discover that the exploitation here was even more pronounced. The scavenger must surrender half of their collected resources for sale and subsequently hand over an additional half. After laboriously toiling as a scavenger, what remains is merely a quarter of the original resources. This situation is even more outrageous than the infamous greedy landlord. For an ordinary person to rise above their circumstances seems nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Xiyao, please refrain from your astonishment. There is a rationale behind the high prices, as the yellow-bearded man insinuated. Lin Xiyao lifted her gaze. Before her stood a row of uniformly constructed two-story buildings, with roads weaving through them, flanked by streetlights. The environment resembled a community from the pre-apocalyptic era, clean, orderly, and comfortably serene. Although the surroundings were appealing, the cost of residing here was quite exorbitant. The Mercenary Guild, what? A mere 20-square-meter storefront demands 1,000 gold coins? A two-story villa is priced at 5,000 gold coins? Are you extorting us? Hearing the ludicrous quotes from the staff, Lin Xiyao was nearly driven to exclaim in disbelief. Her entire fortune amounted to just over 300 gold coins. The staff, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Xiyao, remarked that if she found it too costly, there was a special offer available for a slightly more remote, standalone loft priced at 2,500 gold coins. Lin Xiyao could not afford it. Absolutely not. Is it possible to rent a storefront? Unfortunately, without a residence registered at the Mercenary Guild, rentals are not permitted. Lacking a residence is akin to lacking a household registration. Not only can you not rent, but even staying over at a friend's house would require a formal explanation. Faced with this predicament, Lin Xiyao could not help but frown. Establishing a shop was proving to be quite a challenge. What to do? Should she relinquish half of her resources to set up a temporary stall? Reluctantly, she dismissed the thought. Just then, a heavy pouch of coins landed on the table. "I want a two-story building in a prime location," Cold East stated coldly, regarding the staff with a piercing gaze. "What kind of look is that? Who do you look down upon?" The staff, skeptical yet intrigued, opened the pouch and was instantly blinded by the glimmering gold within. "Very well, sir. May I kindly request your mercenary certificate for registration?" Upon witnessing the substantial amount of gold, the staff's demeanor shifted entirely, becoming obsequiously accommodating. Cold East swiftly pulled Lin Xiyao to register her details. Chapter 65. Unusual preferences. Lin Xiyao thought, what an extravagant display. Has she been taken under someone's wing? The very act of procuring a property seemed extravagant. Ultimately, Cold East chose a charming villa worth 6,000 gold coins, featuring a storefront on the ground floor. 3 rooms on the second floor, a rooftop perfect for barbecues, night views, and gardening. The staff warmly facilitated Lin Xiao's registration for residency, the employment verification, and 2 temporary residence permits. Consequently, Lin Xiao's villa could accommodate a long-term assistant of the Mercenary Guild and invite 2 friends for temporary stays. Dear esteemed owner, here are your keys, property certificate, and other documentation. Please keep them safe. After all the formalities were completed, the staff humbly presented the keys. Gazing at the keys in her hand, Lin Xiyao felt as though she were in a dream, utterly surreal. Until the staff led them into the building and closed the door behind them, Lin Xiyao felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. "Lingyi, how do you possess so many gold coins? It's a dowry. You mustn't suffer a loss. Otherwise, I won't be able to marry at all." The mere gift of a house left her utterly astonished for quite some time. "It's truly worthwhile." Lin Xiyao, still in a daze, nodded and reassured him, "Don't worry. How could I let you remain unmarried? I will repay you promptly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned icy, and he ascended the stairs in a huff. Wasn't his message clear enough? Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, Lin Xiyao wore an innocent expression. What is wrong with him? The man with the yellow beard chuckled. "You must cherish this opportunity, Lin Xiyao. There aren't many men who can gift you a house. If you wish to buy a house in the safe zone, I can provide you with one." At that moment, Chu Mingxian had also mentioned gifting her a house. Now, Lin Xiyao had purchased this building for her without a second thought. Their actions were remarkably similar. Yellowbeard, how should we decorate this first floor? The yellow-bearded man surveyed the area and said earnestly, we just need to make a few cabinets. Tomorrow, we'll head to the forest to chop down some large trees. Understood. The following day, Lin Xiyao accompanied the yellow-bearded man to the forest. As for Lin Xiyao, he was nowhere to be seen early in the morning, leaving her to wonder where he had wandered off to. Lin Xiyao assumed they would merely chop down a few trees. But she soon discovered that the yellow-bearded man had specific requirements for the display cabinets. Only camphor wood would suffice. According to him, camphor wood possesses anti-decay and insect-repelling properties, ensuring the cabinets would last for decades. Lin Xiyao decided to go along with his wishes. After searching several hills, they finally found a few camphor trees atop one peak. The yellow-bearded man wielded his axe and began chopping vigorously at the trunk. Lin Xiyao intended to assist, but she inadvertently stumbled upon a concealed cave. Upon releasing a wisp of her soul energy, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiao's eyes moments later. Within the cave lay a natural hot spring. This is irresistible. Yellowbeard, I shall investigate the cave, Lin Xiao announced, her steps light as she made her way inside. Very well. Upon entering the cave, a wave of humid air enveloped her. Not far off, steam from the hot spring swirled, and sunlight filtered through the crevices of the mountaintop, casting mottled shadows that danced in the water, creating an ethereal ambience. Lin Xiao first tested the water temperature and then assessed its quality. Non-toxic, and the temperature is just right. This truly is a treasure. Envy and admiration swelled within her. With such an exquisite hot spring, Lin Xiao contemplated relocating it to the base. As she luxuriated in the warm waters, she felt invigorated. Just then, she recalled the sight of Chu Mingxian's back, marred by grotesque and fearsome scars when she had applied medicine to him. Indeed, to ascertain whether Lin Xiyao was Chu Mingxian, aside from unmasking him, there was another way. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xiao emerged from the cave and eagerly assisted the yellow-bearded man in chopping wood. Yellowbeard, there's a hot spring in that cave, and it has remarkable effects. The yellow-bearded man looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Do I smell? He assumed Lin Xiao was suggesting he should go wash up. No. The yellow-bearded man nodded knowingly, his attention fixed on me. It turned out that Lin Xiao was displeased with Lin Yi's lack of hygiene. It was understandable. After all this time, he had indeed never seen Lin Yi take a bath, and it was high time he did so. Satisfied, a triumphant smile curved at the corners of Lin Xiao's lips. That night, she kept a close watch on the movements in Lin Yi's room. At midnight, the door creaked open, and Lin Yi stealthily slipped out. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed him, determined to ascertain whether Lin Yi had any connection with Chu Mingxian. In the pitch-black cave, the only sound was the gentle rush of water. Lin Xiao concealed herself behind a rock, her heart racing with anxiety. It was too dark to see anything. He should have come during the day. Fortunately, a few minutes later, fortune smiled upon her as a beam of silvery moonlight streamed through a crevice in the mountaintop. Beside the hot spring lay a neatly folded set of black clothing. In the misty waters of the spring, a tall, robust figure emerged, partially obscured. Lin Xiao's heart raced with excitement as she gazed over. Lin Yi still wore his mask, and the defined lines of his chest muscles and powerful torso were unmistakable, resembling a flawless work of art that captivated her with its strength and allure. Smooth droplets of water cascaded down his chest, his eight-pack abs firm and evenly sculpted, radiating a mesmerizing charm under the moonlight. Lin Xiao held her breath, her heart pounding wildly. His physique was truly breathtaking. Calm down, calm down. Lin Xiao struggled to suppress her tumultuous emotions, a droplet of saliva escaping her lips unbidden. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Who's there? In the next moment, a surge of powerful energy rippled through the spring. With a splash, countless droplets of water shot into the air. As Lin Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether to make a sound, the overwhelming spray of water came hurtling toward her hiding spot. Realizing she would be drenched, she activated her teleportation only to find her aim awry for the first time. Suddenly, she materialized above the hot spring. In the next instant, bang! Lin Xiyao plunged into the water, sputtering and choking on several mouthfuls. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi who rescued her. Lin Xiyao, I had no idea you had such peculiar tastes, he said with a wicked grin, his crimson gaze fixed intently upon her. You enjoy watching men bathe? The two found themselves closely entwined, and Lin Xiyao could feel the heat radiating from Lin Yi's body, as well as the unmistakable desire that was growing in his eyes. After the initial shock, Lin Xiao's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. I was actually planning to enjoy the hot spring too. I had no idea you would come first. Oh, Lin Yi replied lightly, his burning gaze locked onto Lin Xiao. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath and slowly released her. In that case, I've nearly finished my bath. As he spoke, with a splash, Lin Yi stood upright. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Lin Xiao, both embarrassed and irritated, covered her eyes. The exhibitionist stood up, though she had no intention of gazing at him. No, she had just caught a glimpse of his white shorts. Therefore, cold, he had not disrobed entirely? With this thought, Lin Xiao bravely opened her eyes, peering through the gaps between her fingers. Cold, he was facing away from the hot spring, dressing himself, his back displaying defined contours and flawless skin. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a complex glimmer passing through her eyes. It was not Chu Mingxian. How could it be? Cold he had long seen through Lin Xiao's little tricks and schemes. Chapter 66. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After Cold he exited, Lin Xiao remained in the hot spring alone for quite some time. Only when her head began to spin did she dazedly walk out of the cave. The evening breeze blew, bringing a wave of coolness. After the great fire, she constantly felt that Chu Mingxian was by her side, never truly leaving her. But where was he? Be careful not to catch a cold. At that moment, a warm coat was draped over Lin Xiao's shoulders. Cold, he had been waiting outside the cave, and upon seeing the sorrowful expression on Lin Xiao's face, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Yao, wait a moment. Lin Xiao, if Chu Mingxian is not dead, what do you wish to do when you find him? Cold, he suddenly asked during their descent. Indeed, she had never pondered this question. What did she want to do upon finding Chu Mingxian? I just want to know if he is okay, where he is, and how he is faring. Do you like him? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Did she like him? Perhaps she did. Chu Mingxian was her concern, which drove her to search for him obsessively, testing Cold E as she clung to a sliver of hope, fantasizing that Chu Mingxian was still alive. However, after tonight, that hope would wane. Cold E was Cold E, and Chu Mingxian was Chu Mingxian. Chu Mingxian was my kin. Let us go. With that, Lin Xiao tightened her clothing and strode forward. Is Cold E merely kin? Before long, the Lin family general store opened its doors. The display cases were filled with an array of everyday necessities: beverages, nutritional liquids, coagulation ointments, detoxifiers, and more. Lin Xiao's store was not located in the market area, but rather on an upscale commercial street. Those who could afford to stroll down this street were the affluent, powerful, and wealthy women. Soon, the general store welcomed its first group of customers, a pair of stylishly dressed and charming young sisters. Wow, Shunning, this hairpin is exquisite, and this nail polish and lipstick, I adore everything here. The adorable girl, clad in a Lolita skirt, tugged her companion inside. One could easily tell she hailed from a wealthy family. The yellow-toothed shopkeeper quickly grinned and approached them. Welcome, ladies. Do take a look and see if there is anything you fancy. Who are you? Get away from us. You have a mouth full of yellow teeth. It's disgusting. Shunning, a 16-year-old from a branch of the Shun family, covered her mouth in disdain, chiding him loudly. She was pampered from a young age, exhibiting the quintessential traits of a princess, commanding the household servants with disdain and naturally looking down upon the scruffy man with a yellow beard. Upon hearing her words, the man scowled, reluctantly replying, "If you require anything further, do not hesitate to call." Had it not been for the fact that this was the inaugural transaction of the day, he would have had no inclination to engage with her. In his days in the slums, others would plead with him for exchanges. He had never encountered such contempt before. Ying, please don't act this way. Let's take a look around a bit more, the Lolita girl cooed, tugging at Shun Ying's sleeve in a playful manner. Shun Ying relented, her eyes filled with disdain for the items on display. I have plenty of such things at home. If you fancy anything, feel free to choose. I shall gift it to you. Really? Thank you, Ying. The generosity of Shun Ying filled the Lolita girl with immense joy as she eagerly began selecting items. Moments later, the two placed their chosen goods upon the counter. Time to settle the bill. The Lolita girl selected a hairpin, a lipstick, and a bottle of perfume, while Shun Ying opted for an array of over 10 items. The man with the yellow beard pulled out an abacus, leisurely moving the beads. A few minutes later, he announced, "My lady, your total expenditure amounts to 1,035 gold coins. As it is our grand opening today, I'll waive the change, so you owe me 1,000 gold coins. How would you like to proceed with the payment?" Upon hearing the man's quote, Shun Ying was taken aback, then shrieked, "What? 1,000 gold coins? Are you running a scam?" Subsequently, with a fierce expression, she threatened, "I am Shun's daughter. If you wish to continue your business here, it will be prudent to show some courtesy." With that, she raised her chin proudly. Whenever she invoked her family's name, the shopkeepers would tremble in fear. Now that he was aware of her lineage, the old man before her would surely bow in reverence, ultimately presenting her with the items they had chosen. The man with the yellow beard, displeased, adopted a stern countenance and retorted, "My lady, our prices are clearly marked. If you cannot afford them, simply say so." Taken aback by his lack of expected flattery, Shun Ying's eyes widened in indignation. The man then picked up a bottle of perfume and stated, "This perfume is valued at 178 gold coins, and you have selected 3 bottles. Do you see this brand? The, a prestigious perfume from 60 years ago, is rarely available for purchase. It can only be found at auction houses." Upon hearing this, the two girls stared intently at the perfume. Recognizing the brand, Shun Ying felt a pang of guilt, yet defiantly called out, "Bring your boss here." The man with the yellow beard mused to himself how difficult it was to satisfy the wealthy. Meanwhile, in a living room on the 2nd floor, Lin Xiyao lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, listening to the commotion below. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lung Yi and instructed, "You go." With a sigh of resignation, Lung Yi rose and descended the stairs, asking, "What is the matter? You are the owner of this establishment, are you not?" Shun Ying, filled with rage, began to complain. However, when she lifted her gaze, she was immediately intimidated by the man's imposing presence. He was evidently a mercenary, and a formidable one at that. The family teachings of the Shun clan dictated that while they could bully the common folk, they must never provoke a mercenary. For one can never truly fathom the dreadful actions of a deranged mercenary. In simpler terms, they prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Cold, he raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired about my companion's well-being. "Nothing at all," came the meek response. Confronted by Cold Yi's overwhelming presence, Shun Ying's earlier bravado dissipated, and she timidly asked, "Could these items be a bit less?" "Not a single coin less," was the merciless refusal. Just as Shun Ying contemplated a retort, she lowered her head in trepidation. It seemed that if she did not procure these items today, she might not escape this establishment at all. What a foolish tongue she had. "What do you call yourself, boss?" "Deliver it to the Shun residence for payment." "Delivery fee, 50 gold coins," Cold Yi stated languidly. Upon hearing this, Shun Ying felt as though she might weep from the pain. Yet she found herself with no alternative but to nod repeatedly, No problem. Shall you let us depart?" Subsequently, the two fled the general store in a flurry. "Ying, that amounts to 1,000 gold coins. Aren't you afraid of Uncle Shin's wrath?" No, it's fine," Shun Ying replied, casting a fearful glance back at the store as cold sweat trickled down her back. The oppressive aura emanating from that man was simply terrifying. In comparison to the prospect of being scolded, Shun Ying was far more concerned about her own life. Cold Yi possessed an inherent and formidable presence. Would she dare to refuse him? The conversation outside was crystal clear to Lin Xiyao. "I have matters to attend to," she stated before descending the stairs to create price tags. Clearly marked, "Take it or leave it." Chapter 67. The Crimson Serpent Egg on the very first day of opening. The general store garnered over 4,000 gold coins in sales. This was beyond Lin Xiyao's expectations. A tremendous windfall. The wealthy patrons here were genuinely affluent. A single bottle of nail polish, priced at 99 gold coins, was purchased without a moment's hesitation. By the end, the affluent customers were practically snatching items off the shelves. Business was thriving to an extraordinary degree, and Lin Xiao's hands grew weary from counting gold coins. The merchandise on the first day was precisely what the wealthy young ladies desired. Yet, the stock was limited, and many items had already sold out. The yellow-bearded man, clutching a large white rat, lamented his predicament. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao set down the coins in her hands. "I have more," she said, opening her large backpack from the corner and flipping it upside down. With a clatter, a cascade of supplies tumbled forth. The yellow-bearded man initially gazed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. A mountain of supplies, towering high. He even questioned whether his vision was impaired. What kind of bag is this? It can hold so many supplies? The items before him would not fit into 3 bags, yet Lin Xiao managed it with just one. Unbelievable. Storing items is indeed an art. By the way, he has another bag, Lin Xiao remarked mischievously. It was not her intention to conceal the space. Rather, he had instructed her to do so. Using the backpack as a guise was preferable to having others doubt her capabilities. Having resolved the supply issue, Lin Xiao handed over the entire day's earnings to Cold. Observing the pouch of coins before him, he remained unperturbed, exuding a chilling aura. "I do not lack for money. You should keep it for yourself." Lin Xiao found herself perplexed. Had he truly given up everything, even their shared savings? What was this enigmatic Coldy thinking? The following day marked the monthly market day at the Star Gathering Place. As noon approached, with business in the store slowing down, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to take Coldy out for a leisurely stroll. The grocery store's affairs had gradually stabilized, and it was time for them to depart. While gold coins might depreciate, food would remain a constant. Upon reaching the temporary stall area, the market was as lively as ever, bustling with throngs of people, vendors calling out with fervor. After visiting several shops, Lin Xiao spent 10,000 gold coins on 3 tons of low-toxicity rice, equating to 6,000 pounds of sustenance. Naturally, she also procured essential goods, such as salt and spices. The coins accumulated quickly, yet they vanished just as fast. Exiting the shop, Lin Xiao felt a surge of lightness. 6,000 pounds of rice assured her food security for the winter. With the food dilemma resolved, Lin Xiao and wandered aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out, ordering everyone to clear the way. A large contingent of soldiers, clad in armor and wielding weapons, rushed down the thoroughfare, their presence imposing. What was happening? Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd, and Lin Xiao found herself trapped among the throng, unable to move. A blaring horn heralded the approach of a black car, making its way slowly toward the market. "Oh, my car! How grand!" Instantly, the crowd stirred with excitement. Lin Xiao was swept along by the tide of people, jostled forward. Why the commotion over a mere vehicle? Just as she felt she might topple, a strong hand grasped her wrist. In an instant, he pulled her close, shielding her protectively. Inside the car, Shen Nanqing seemed to hear a familiar sound and curiously pressed down the window, scanning the crowd with penetrating eyes. Lin Xiao? Just as Shen Nanqing's gaze fell upon her, Coldy assertively pressed Lin Xiao's head down, concealing her within his embrace. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, "Nanqing, what are you looking at?" asked an elderly lady. "Great-grandmother. I'm just getting some fresh air." Thus, Lin Xiao and Shen Nanqing missed their moment of recognition. Once the black car had driven away, released Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said, a hint of displeasure in her eyes as she rubbed her sore nose. "There were too many people." Replied with a calm demeanor, his gaze still fixed on the departing vehicle, exuding an air of icy menace. Noticing this, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. How strange. Seemed to harbor an inexplicable enmity toward the Shun family. Did he know them? This time, Lin Xiao resolved not to heed Yi's caution and intended to continue exploring. However, Yi was not inclined to let her wander alone. "Fine, I'll accompany you," he conceded. As the car departed and the soldiers withdrew, the market returned to its previous vibrancy. Moments latte. Lin Xiao spotted a group gathered around a stall and curiously squeezed her way through. "Look, it's an egg," she exclaimed, as she beheld an enormous white egg displayed upon a black cloth. Lin Xiao had never encountered an egg of such considerable size, and she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Little girl, this is an egg of the fire serpent beast. Unfortunately, it is a dead egg," a kind-hearted man beside her explained, earning a scornful glance from the stall owner. "What does a dead egg mean?" Lin Xiao inquired, puzzled. It was her first time hearing that eggs could be categorized as alive or dead. "It simply means it cannot be hatched," the man casually clarified. Meanwhile, the stall owner was already sharpening his knives behind the counter, muttering to himself. "These people truly have too much to say. Do not listen to them, young lady. Whether it can be hatched depends entirely on luck. If fortune smiles upon you, and a fire serpent hatches, you will strike it rich. This creature can breathe fire." The stall owner attempted to entice her, casting a warning glare at the man. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao crouched down and placed her hand on the white egg, slowly infusing it with a trace of her soul power. She was genuinely curious about what a fire-breathing serpent would look like. In the next instant, a series of soft thuds resonated. Lin Xiao blinked in surprise, as she could distinctly perceive the faint sound of a heartbeat emanating from within the egg. In the following moment, the soul power she released was completely absorbed by whatever lay inside. "Isn't this alive?" the man asked eagerly. "What do you think, little girl?" The stall owner, aware of the truth that it was indeed a dead egg, was merely seeking a gullible buyer. 50 gold coins, I shall take it." Still in a state of shock, Lin Xiao instinctively attempted to haggle. "My mother said to bargain down a half." "Deal. This egg is now yours." The stall owner, not adhering to the usual protocol and fearing Lin Xiao might change her mind, promptly agreed, thrusting the white egg into her arms. Instantly, those around her regarded her as if she were a fool. There truly is a simpleton haggling over this worthless item. It wasn't until she had paid that Lin Xiao remained in disbelief. Her soul power had been siphoned away. What exactly was this egg? Chapter 68. The Blazing Flame Girl Group Whoosh. Stall owner, I will take this egg for 100 gold coins. Smack! In an instant, a pouch of coins was tossed onto the stall. The act of seizing the egg and throwing the money was executed seamlessly. The stall owner looked up in confusion. "Miss, did you not just say you did not want it?" "Well, now I do," the woman replied, clad in a tight-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. With a voluptuous chest, a slender waist, and long legs, her hair pulled back into a sleek ponytail, exuding charm and grace. She caught the undivided attention of all the men surrounding the stall. This figure is simply breathtaking. The woman beamed at the white egg cradled in her arms, seemingly unfazed by the envious gazes around her, turning to leave. "Stop!" Lin Xiao called out sharply. "Is there something you need?" "That fire serpent egg has already been sold to me by the stall owner for 50 gold coins," Lin Xiao stated flatly, implying the egg had an owner. Upon hearing this, the woman scoffed disdainfully. "If that's the case, then 100 gold coins are yours. You have profited 50 gold coins." Lin Xiao retorted, "Who cares about 50 gold coins? Isn't this outright robbery? Can one even be robbed while purchasing an egg? Am I too accommodating?" She appeared too delicate, evoking a sense of vulnerability that made her seem easily bullied. With an empty embrace, the alluring woman suddenly wore a fierce expression, as if to say, "You're courting death." She belonged to the Inferno Girl gang. In the next moment, without a word, she drew a handgun from her waist and aimed it at Lin Xiao. Bang! The gunshot rang out, sending the onlookers into a panic, scrambling to shield themselves. Truly, the more seductive a woman, the more ruthless she can be. A mere disagreement leads to violence. Chaos erupted at the stall. Lin Xiao, seizing cold, instantaneously transported herself to the rooftop. This woman was excessively domineering. "Hold on to my beast egg. Don't drop it." Had she not been a soul devourer, Lin Xiao's life would have been forfeit, her eyes glinting with cold, lethal intent. However, Cold grabbed her firmly. "Wait. The Inferno Girl Gang is the foremost mercenary group in the Star Gathering, the only female mercenary organization in the entire Eastern District. All its members are women, each one fiercely capable and ruthless. He feared for Lin Xiao's safety. No need. As her words fell, Lin Xiao leaped down from the rooftop. At that moment, the seductive woman was still amidst the frenzied crowd, searching for Lin Xiao's silhouette. When she sensed impending danger, bang, a figure flickered before her, and the woman was sent sprawling to the ground with a kick. Subsequently, crack. The wrist holding the gun was crushed underfoot, causing the handgun to clatter away. Recognizing the person before her, a glimmer of fear flashed in the woman's eyes as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Do you dare to harm me? Do you know who I am? I am for the Inferno Girl Gang. Humph. Can't you come up with a different line? Perhaps something like spare me, noble warrior?" Lin Xiao coldly interrupted the woman from her elevated position. People in the wasteland genuinely seem to relish exerting power over others, believing they can bully her because she lacks backing. However, the barefoot have no fear of those in shoes. Regardless of her identity, anyone who dares to strike her must pay the price. The seductive woman was rendered speechless, astonished, in star gathering. Who does not know the name of the Inferno Girl Gang? This woman before her was utterly indifferent. Now let us settle the score. You stole my belongings and sought to silence me. Tell me, should I cripple your hands or simply end your life? Lin Xiao sneered, applying more pressure with her foot and slowly leaning down. The woman cried out in pain, her face paling as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She finally recognized fear, pleading for mercy. I realize my mistakes. Spare me, noble warrior. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled wickedly, a glint of severity in her eyes. Acknowledging one's faults is commendable. However, life is singular and opportunities are limited. This woman had harbored murderous intent against her. How could Lin Xiao possibly spare her? With a swift motion, Lin Xiao drew a dagger from her waist, aiming it rapidly towards the woman's neck. To kill in broad daylight was a first for her, yet it mattered little now. If she were to strike, it would be for the sake of life itself. No, as the sharp dagger lunged towards her, the woman's pupils dilated in terror, and she let out a startled cry. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the air. From the 10 o'clock direction, a small stone hurtled through space like a streak of light. Lin Xiao swiftly evaded it with a quick motion. Young lady, heed my advice. Eliminating this woman will only bring you trouble, the stall owner selling exotic beast eggs said earnestly as he sat cross-legged on the ground. The man's presence was immensely formidable, exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure. Lin Xiao realized this man was a master. Indeed, the mercenary gathering place was teeming with experts. Even an inconspicuous vendor possessed such an aura of authority. Hey, what are you doing? Get away, the alluring woman exclaimed, clutching her injured wrist as she fled in haste. Now that the man had intervened, how troublesome, Lin Xiao muttered under her breath as she sheathed her dagger. Whether or not she harmed the woman, trouble had found her regardless. What difference did it make? The stall owner was clearly shielding the woman. Lin Xiao, you should consider establishing a mercenary group. Let us call it the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps, suggested Lung suddenly during their walk back to the shop. Lin Xiao shot him a skeptical glance. What is the point? It would allow you to recruit mercenaries, strengthen your base, and participate in the mercenary tournament 3 months from now, he explained. At this, Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. The recruitment aspect was secondary. What truly excited her was the prospect of the tournament. Competitions always came with rewards, and Lin Xiao relished opportunities that required minimal effort for maximum gain. Let us go to the Mercenary Guild, she declared. Before long, the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps was officially registered, with Lin Xiao as the leader and Lung Yi as the deputy leader. When the staff learned that the Corps comprised only 8 members, they scoffed and mocked their ambitions of participating in the tournament, deeming them foolishly optimistic. Lin Xiao paid no heed to their derision. The registration was complete, and what rewards they might earn later was of little concern to her. An hour later, as they exited the Mercenary Guild and had only taken a few steps, Lin Xiyao halted. Lin Xiao sensed something peculiar about him, but chose not to dwell on it. Everyone had their secrets. With a casual wave, she departed. Once she was out of sight, Lung Yi stealthily slipped into a secluded alley. Master, he called out soon after, as a figure emerged. Respectfully bowing to report that Ye had arrived. The shadow informed him that she was there to investigate the missing evolution data from Songshi ancient town. Calmly, Lung Yi retrieved a chip from his pocket. This is what she seeks. With the mercenary tournament approaching, find a way to hand this over to her and send her on her way. Understood. By the way, have someone from the Shun family deliver it to her. Shinning will suffice. She is dim-witted enough. Very well. The individual departed with a respectful nod. A sly smile crept across Lung Yi's lips. Gu Qingzhou, aren't you suspicious? Then take your time investigating the Shun family. It would be best if it devolves into a dog-eat-dog scenario. Chapter 69. The Truth of Years Past. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao strolled past a narrow street and inadvertently glanced inside. According to Huang Huzi, this narrow street is renowned as the gathering place of the stars, celebrated for its vibrant entertainment scene. Pubs, brothels, and casinos welcome anyone with money, regardless of their status as mercenaries. Thus, on market days, this street bursts in a lively commotion. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. Hey, someone else trying to get a free ride. Lin Xiao shook her head, uninterested in such frivolous noise. Let go of me, you scoundrel. In the next instant, a man's furious shouts echoed from the depths of the street. Lin Xiao paused, her foot raised, as the voice struck a familiar chord. Where had she heard it before? After a moment's contemplation, she turned and ventured deeper into the alley. Before a dilapidated, low building, a middle-aged man, trousers in hand and face twisted with rage, stood over a disheveled woman who clung desperately to his leg. Try to get a free ride? No way. Pay up, with your kind. How dare you expect me to pay? The man spat venomously, his annoyance palpable. Yet the woman was no meek creature. She retorted fiercely. What do you mean you're kind? Didn't you enjoy yourself with someone like me? Hurry up and pay. Or I'll go to the Shun family and tell them I recognize you from your days as a clerk in their shop. The man's face fell at her words, realizing the implications. As her shouts attracted the attention of passers-by, he begrudgingly fished out a silver coin. What bad luck here! He tossed the coin disdainfully onto the ground, shaking off the woman and storming away in a huff. Bam! Just a few steps later, the agitated man collided with Lin Xiao. Watch where you're going, he barked, but as he looked up, his words caught in his throat. Well, a pretty young girl. How much for a night? Upon seeing Lin Xiao's exquisite beauty, a lecherous grin spread across his face as his hands reached out with ill intent. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao deftly seized his wrist. Let me go. With a slight exertion of force, the man screamed in pain, his face turning a shade akin to that of liver. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback before forcefully pushing him away. Had he not recognized her? What the hell? Why do I keep encountering oddities today? Just because you have a bit of beauty doesn't make you worth my time. The middle-aged man stumbled to his feet, cursing as he departed. Lin Xiao gazed at his retreating figure, her resolve firm as she followed closely. This man, named Li Datong, had been the last to see her brother 3 years ago, claiming that Lin Juanhao had gone missing. Not long after that, Li Datong and his family had moved away from the slums. What brought him back here? And where were his wife and child? Following his trail, Lin Xiao arrived at a dimly lit tavern. In a corner, Li Datong sat nursing a drink, chatting with a few dubious companions. Lin Xiao ordered a fruit wine, her focus unwavering as she watched. What was the truth from those years ago? Why had her brother been sold to Li Songnan's laboratory, transformed into a red shadow? Miss, your fruit wine, the server announced, interrupting her thoughts. At the bar, a young bartender smiled brightly as he handed over a glass of fruit wine. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just call me if you need anything. The bartender's demeanor was exceptionally pleasant, and Lin Xiao did not detect anything amiss as she took a delicate sip. The aroma of fruit was rich. Not bad, she mused, though it pales in comparison to the bayberry wine I brew myself. At that moment, in the corner, Li Datong staggered to his feet. I've had a bit too much. Need to relieve myself. As he spoke, he made his way toward the back door of the tavern. Noticing this, Lin Xiao quickly followed. The back door led to a filthy, narrow alley, littered with garbage and grime, the air thick with an unpleasant stench of urine. Li Datong sighed with relief as he leaned against the wall. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. Li Datong. Who is it? Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, He involuntarily shuddered. Is that you? After arriving at Qinxing, he had changed his name, and no one knew his surname was Li. Here, he was known as Old Zhao. Who is this little girl? I am Lin Xiyao. A cold smile played on her lips as she fixed her gaze on him. It's you, Yao Yao. You've changed quite a bit. Even Uncle Li couldn't recognize you. I was just embarrassed earlier. It's all right. I didn't expect to run into you here, Uncle Li. I wanted to ask about my brother's disappearance all those years ago, Lin Xiyao inquired gently. Upon hearing this, Li Datong's expression darkened. I've said all I need to say. It won't help you to keep asking me. Lin Xiyao, stop following me. I've heard you've become a servant for the Shun family. Congratulations, Uncle Li. At this, Li Datong halted, his hands clenching involuntarily. Yes, life is a bit better now. A few moments later, his voice turned somber as he approached Lin Xiyao. Suddenly, he swung his fist with fierce intent. You little brat, didn't your brother teach you to mind your own business? Lin Xiyao effortlessly sidestepped him, executing a swift capture technique that subdued Li Datong in an instant. Dealing with such a person posed no challenge for her. With a seemingly innocent smile, she said, Uncle Li, why did you strike me? You used to be best friends with my brother. As she spoke, she tightened her grip, causing Li Datong to emit a cry of pain. It hurts. Let go. What do you want from me? This time, Lin Xiyao did not inquire about her brother's disappearance. I'm curious. How did you manage to enter the Shun family? Their threshold is high. Even mercenaries might not gain entry. Yet you, a scavenger, how did you get in? Why do you want to know this? Let me go. Bang. In the next moment, Lin Xiyao delivered a solid kick to his backside. Li Datong tumbled forward, face planting on the ground, his chin striking hard enough to knock out a tooth. Cries of agony echoed. Before Li Datong could rise, Lin Xiyao stepped on his back. In an instant, a sharp curved blade pressed against the nape of his neck. Uncle Li, I have little patience. A chilling voice of threat echoed from above, and a stabbing pain surged through Li Datong's neck, causing him to tremble with fear as he cried out, I came here and sold Xiaojing, using that money to purchase the position of a Shun family worker. Your Aunt Li couldn't accept it and hanged herself. Li Gang was Li Datong's only son, who had been merely 5 years old when their family left. Sister Yao Yao, wait for me. What a beast. Xiaojing is so young, and you actually sold him. I was forced into it, Yao Yao. Please let me go. Li Datong bit bitterly, pleading pathetically for mercy. Thus, Li Datong's job had been bought. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened, and the blade plunged deep into Li Datong's back. Do you dare deceive me? A scream pierced the air. A searing pain coursed through Li Datong's body, and he trembled as he begged Yao Yao. I truly did not deceive you. Please let me go. A flicker of doubt crossed his terrified face. In his memory, Lin Xiao had been dark and thin, fragile as a wisp of smoke, speaking cautiously. How had she transformed into such a ruthless individual over the years? The position in the Shun family is not something that can be bought with mere wealth. Was my brother also sold by you? Lin Xiao questioned coldly. According to Li Datong, after their family arrived at Qinxing, he had sold Xiaojing to secure a job. However, upon reflection, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. The gathering place of Lindong was at least 3 days' journey from Qinxing, traversing through dense forests. A family of scavengers could not possibly reach Qinxing unless escorted by mercenaries. And no, with a fierce determination, Li Datong refused to speak. Lin Xiao tightened her grip, driving the blade further into him, piercing his innards. I will speak. I did not sell him. Your brother went willingly. That day, we saw a recruitment notice of the mercenary guild. The Shin family factory was hiring young individuals under the age of 20, offering generous compensation. Your brother wanted to provide you with a better life, so he signed up. To my surprise, after the medical examination, the supervisor handed me a bag of money, claiming it was the price for him. Li Datong's features twisted in agony as he spoke in a trembling voice. Lin Xiao's gaze remained cold and piercing. The Shun family factory? This matter is still related to them. I do not know. Seeing such a large sum of money, I became greedy. Yao Yao, I did not deceive you, I swear. Everything I said is true. Li Datong swore fervently, hoping Lin Xiao would spare him. After arriving at Qinxing, his life had not been smooth. With money in hand, he no longer wished to scavenge, yearning instead for a job that would elevate his status. when he faced repeated failures. He encountered the same supervisor from when he had applied. Thus, he offered his wife to the supervisor and sold his son, accumulating enough money to secure a position. Yet, working as an assistant at the Shun family shop appeared glamorous and enviable. However, in truth, he was merely a servant of the Shun family. He had not only failed to acquire wealth, but had also lost his wife and child, and he regretted his choices long ago. Upon discovering the truth from that fateful year, a surge of wrath welled up in Lin Xiao's eyes. For the sake of a mere bag of money, this man had deceived the original owner for 3 years. How despicable! You truly deserve your fate. Due to your avarice, Lin Xiao perished in the forest, while Lin Juanhao endured 3 years of inhumane torment, transforming into a shadow of despair. A chilling voice echoed in the air. Li Datong was taken aback, bewildered by her words. Lin Xiao coldly drew forth her curved blade, causing blood to spatter instantly. In the next moment, with a flash of cold light, the blade plunged deep into Li Datong's back. With a cry of agony, he fell silent, collapsing like a lifeless fish into a pool of blood. At last, she had identified the culprit. This could be seen as a form of retribution for the original owner, avenging her demise. Lin Xiao rose coldly, murmuring, "This is your so-called good neighbor. In your next life, remember not to trust anyone easily." At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. "Sister Fei, she is here." In the blink of an eye, a dozen uniformly dressed women flooded the narrow alley, blocking it completely. The young bartender stood at the forefront with a sultry woman, his eyes gleaming with arrogance as he looked at Lin Xiao. "Sister Fei, I slipped some drugs into her drink. Rest assured, she can't escape today," the bartender boasted. The seductive woman nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sharp. "You little vixen, daring to snatch my possessions. Today, you shall learn that some beings are deities you can never afford to offend." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile mockingly. "Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten begging for mercy while I had you beneath my foot? Kill her!" The sultry woman screamed, her face contorted with humiliation and fury. Her name was Sophie, a level 7 mercenary and the vice captain of the Blazing Flame Brigade. Yet she had been subdued by Lin Xiao in a single move, left beneath her heel. She had never endured such disgrace, and this vendetta must be avenged. Clearly, Sophie had been driven to madness by Lin Xiao, losing her capacity for rational thought. Bang! 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 Upon receiving the command, the women fired their weapons without hesitation, each shot more ruthless than the last. Swish! Lin Xiao was not one to relent. With the enemy advancing, she would not hold back. Activating her teleportation, she vanished in an instant, appearing against the wall of the alley, narrowly evading the onslaught. However, as she utilized her soul power, she sensed something amiss within her body. It felt as if a fiery orb was rampaging inside her, swiftly incinerating her soul energy. Soon after, Lin Xiao felt lightheaded and weak all over. She knelt down partially, her fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. Poisoning her! How despicable! Yet, the more vile the opponent, the harsher her retribution would be. Swallowing a potent energy pill, Lin Xiao lifted her icy gaze. She was above them. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Swish! 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 The mercenaries at the alley's entrance turned in unison, aiming their guns at Lin Xiao. Bang! 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 A bullet grazed past Lin Xiao's ear. She leaped into the air, activating her teleportation, while at the same moment, the small stones scattered in the alley unexpectedly began to levitate. Witnessing this scene, the women's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Was this a supernatural ability or sorcery? Countless streaks of light shot forth with incredible speed, akin to bullets flying at high velocity. Realizing the impending danger, Sophie shouted for everyone to take cover. Bang! 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 Before her words could fully escape her lips, Sophie's eyes widened in terror. Around her, blood-splattered, brain matter erupted, and a warm spray of blood splashed onto her face. The elite female mercenaries she had brought with her were all struck by the flying stones. In the next instant, a cold gleam flashed. Puffed! Sophie maintained a look of horror as she collapsed straight down. A crimson gash marred her neck, her throat severed, blood gushing forth, nearly decapitating her. Sophie, the harbinger of death, seemed to have provoked the wrong individual. In a matter of seconds, Lin Xiyao had dispatched over a dozen foes. Bang! As Sophie fell, Lin Xiyao also touched the ground. A wicked smile crept onto her lips as she gripped her bloodied curved blade, striding towards the bartender who lay crumpled on the floor. Ah, she has killed someone. Stay away from me. It's not my fault. They forced me to drug them. The bartender, confronted with such a gruesome sight, succumbed to panic, scrambling backwards while shouting in terror. His courage was commendable. Lin Xiyao merely offered him 4 words before raising her hand and swiftly dispatching the bartender. The battle concluded. Staggering, Lin Xiyao made her way towards the alley's exit. This place was no longer safe. She needed to leave promptly, but her soul energy was depleted and the effects of the drugs were taking hold. Lin Xiyao felt a wave of weakness wash over her, the world spinning, her head spinning uncontrollably. She wished to exchange for an energy-replenishing pill, but alas, her will was strong, but her body weak. At that moment, she could not even access her spatial abilities. After stumbling a few steps, Lin Xiyao collapsed to the ground with a thud. In her dizziness, she instinctively sent her coordinates to Chu Mingxian. Whenever she found herself in peril and in need of assistance, she would habitually seek his help. Chapter 71. Unmasking. Elsewhere, as her eyelids grew heavier, Lin Xiyao suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure rushing towards her. Chu Mingxian, is that you? She murmured softly, unable to hold on any longer. Darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Lin Xiyao. Lin Yi rushed to the alley's entrance and quickly scooped Lin Xiyao into his arms. At the same time, he beheld the gruesome scene within the alley. Blood flowed like a river, bodies sprawled everywhere, all of them mercenaries from the Flaming Women Squad. Lin Yi realized that so many mercenaries had besieged Lin Xiyao alone. It was no wonder she had been injured and fainted. These people truly deserved their fate. Meanwhile, at the back door of the bar, several heads cautiously peeked out. Xingyi, a cold voice resonated. A figure abruptly appeared at the alley's entrance, respectfully kneeling on the ground. If Lin Xiyao were awake, she would certainly be astounded. The shadow guard had followed them for so long, and yet she remained utterly unaware. This only illustrates that Feng Wu and Ying Yi operate on an entirely different level of prowess. Eliminate them all, leaving no one alive. Lin Yi cast a frigid glance towards the tavern, issuing a cold command. Understood. Qing Yi responded, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood at the entrance of the tavern. A murder had occurred in the alley. Should they alert the guards? My goodness, is that not Sophie from the Blazing Flames girl group? Is she dead? This is monumental news. That masked woman is indeed ruthless. The back door of the tavern was crowded with onlookers, intoxicated patrons drawn by the gunfire that had startled everyone. Those who value their lives slipped away amidst the chaos, while the curious lingered. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a sword echoed behind the crowd. Moments later, the tavern was littered with corpses, all lifeless. Old Huang, come quickly and see what has happened to her. Lin Xiyao felt as if her entire body were searing with heat, unconscious, and emanating an intensely scorching breath. This condition suggested poisoning. Old Huang, upon seeing Lin Xiao's bloodied form, rose in a fluster. Quick, lay her on the bed. Let me examine her. After taking her pulse, Old Huang's expression turned peculiar. What is the matter? Lin Xiyao is unharmed. She merely fell victim to the most rudimentary aphrodisiac. The antidote? Lin Yi spoke in a low, steady tone. No matter the poison, he sought only the antidote. Old Huang chuckled suggestively. Well, there isn't an antidote for this one. Unless, perhaps, you are willing to sacrifice a bit of yourself to relieve her. Tension? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's cheeks flushed with indignation. What are you babbling about? How crude. Am I such a person? Lord Lung, Old Huang replied. This is your opportunity. If you are unwilling, simply immerse her in cold water until the effects wear off. Get out. Of course. Old Huang hurriedly exited, shutting the door behind him, his demeanor now grave. Such formidable willpower. Faced with such a sedative, most would have succumbed to madness. Yet Lin Xiyao managed to consciously seal her awareness. Quite remarkable indeed. In the room, after some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to carry Lin Xiyao to the bathroom, submerging her in the tub while continuously adding cold water. Half an hour later, with concern, Lin Yi reached out to touch Lin Xiao's forehead. It seemed she was no longer so feverish. Just then, Lin Xiyao in the tub suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked. In the next instant, she swiftly reached out and tore off Lin Yi's mask. Time froze in that moment. Lin Yi stood petrified. What had just transpired? Caught off guard, the mysterious mask had been unveiled. Her soft, delicate voice carried a hint of playfulness. Lin Yi was immediately covered in goosebumps. In the next moment, Lin Xiao leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Her gentle, velvety lips glided softly, the searing warmth radiating against his skin, while a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into his senses. Lin Yi trembled all over, his Adam's apple rolling as the flames of desire within him were ignited. Faced with the alluring Lin Xiao, who could possibly resist? Lin Xiao, you are the one who first provoked me. Lin Yi, grappling with overwhelming restraint, gritted his teeth and hoarsely declared his claim. Wrapping his arms around Lin Xiao's waist and leaning down. With a splash, water erupted around them. Like a wild beast, Lin Yi domineeringly grasped Lin Xiao's head, kissing her with an insatiable fervor. Their bodies pressed tightly together. After the kiss, only the fire of passion remained in Lin Yi's eyes, his body ablaze with unquenchable heat. Yet, Lin Xiao's furious cry echoed. Overcome with unmet desires, Lin Yi gazed at the unconscious Lin Xiao, wishing he could strangle her. His breath came in quick gasps, the cold water enveloping him, and the soft form of Lin Xiao beside him. Moments later, Lin Xiao lay upon the bed while Lin Yi was submerged in the bathtub. The following morning, Lin Xiao awoke with a splitting headache, surveying her surroundings as the vigilance in her gaze gradually faded. Ugh, my head aches terribly. In the next instant, a wave of weakness washed over her. Her internal energy felt utterly depleted. Awake? Just then, Lin Yi emerged from the bathroom clad in a loose-fitting robe. Morning light filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting dappled patterns upon his shoulders. Glimmering droplets of water cascaded down the contours of his taut muscles, creating a breathtaking image. The robe hung loosely, inadvertently parting as he moved, revealing glistening beads of sweat on his bronzed chest and the faint outline of his muscles. Lin Xiao found herself momentarily entranced. A captivating figure, even without showcasing his face, this powerful physique was enough to make countless young women scream in delight. If he were to reveal a handsome visage, Lin Xiao shuddered to think of how many women would lose their minds. Why are you bathing in my room? Lin Yi advanced step by step, his icy aura permeating the atmosphere around them. Lin Xiao pondered what she had done. Lin Yi was undressed and in her room. Her thoughts spiraled into a myriad of inappropriate images. Could it be that they had truly spent the night together? Anxiety gripped her as she anxiously lifted the covers. Her clothes were intact. Her body showed no signs of anything amiss. Thankfully, nothing had occurred, indicating that they had not crossed any boundaries. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed to have no recollection of the previous night. Frustration bubbled within her. She longed to pounce on him right then and there. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart raced, the heat within him surging once more. Stay calm. If he were to act on that impulse, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly kick him out. As anticipated, Lin Yi merely sought to cleanse the bloodstains on his body. By the way, Lin, what about the scarlet serpent egg? Chapter 72. Reinforcing the base again, Lin Yi gestured toward the sofa. After we parted ways, I encountered an acquaintance connected to my brother's disappearance. To my surprise, when I tracked him down to a tavern, the bartender had drugged my drink. That woman, accompanied by a group of mercenaries, ambushed me. Remarkably, all of this was instigated by the beast egg. Lin Xiao spoke softly. Regarding the dominance in the wasteland, she found herself utterly powerless to express her disdain. Such behavior had become habitual. What the affluent discard, the impoverished must acquire at exorbitant prices, and whatever the wealthy desire, must be offered willingly by the less fortunate. She, possessing a rebellious spirit, could not reconcile with this injustice. Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the sofa, and in an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. Had an egg shattered? The sofa was strewn with fragments of white eggshell. At that moment, something within the covers stirred. Soon after, a slippery entity coiled around Lin Xiao's ankle, gradually slithering upward. It was chilling to the bone. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. What on earth? Lin Xiao abruptly threw back the covers. To her bewilderment, a slender crimson snake was entwined around her ankle, its body thinner than her pinky finger, with vertically slitted pupils exuding a sinister aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sudden brightness seemed to startle the little red snake, which opened its mouth, baring its elongated fangs, ready to strike. You dare? A commanding voice rang out. Lin Yi moved with lightning speed, his long fingers gripping the snake's head, swiftly yanking it away. The little serpent writhed in his grasp, sensing peril, and opened its mouth, its bright crimson tongue flickering menacingly. Hiss! A sharp sound pierced the air. In the next moment, a flame erupted from the snake's mouth. Lin Xiao was astounded. Could there truly be a fire-breathing snake? The small flame shot directly towards Lin Yi's face mask. His gaze sharpened, and an invisible barrier materialized before him. The flame halted inches from his form, dissipating in the blink of an eye. Hiss, hiss. The snake, realizing it was no match for the man before it, emitted a terrified cry and yearned to flee. Humph. Attempting to bite your master right after hatching? What use do you serve? A cold voice resonated. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi cast the little red snake out of the window as if it were mere refuse. The motion was remarkably swift and decisive. Lin Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. 50 gold coins just discarded like that? Do not concern yourself. The young of extraordinary beasts are not as fragile as you believe. It was born of your essence and will not stray far. Lin Yi explained gently, settling beside her as if tending to an ailing patient, tenderly covering her with the blankets anew. Lin Xiao interjected, Do not speak nonsense. When have I ever hatched an egg? When shall you depart from Qinxing? Tomorrow, perhaps. Is my brother's sale to the laboratory truly related to the Shun family? Lin Yi's gaze flickered, offering a subtle explanation. To undergo genetic enhancement injections is not merely a matter of wealth. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao's spirits plummeted. Her brother was merely a pawn sent by the Shun family, insignificant, all for the sake of elevating Shenanqing. The truth she had sought for years struck her as both ironic and disheartening. The impoverished truly dwelled in the depths of insignificance, their lives, their emotions. Their very beings held no value in the eyes of the affluent. Lin Xiao clenched her fists in silence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi, the creature involuntarily quivered and swiftly darted towards the bed. Hiss! Lin Yi once more seized the little red snake, twisting and lifting it with a firm grip. His gaze remained fixed on the serpent. Lin Yi, what are you doing? A male. Bang! In an instant, with a look of disdain, Lin Yi flung the red snake outside, coldly warning it to keep its distance from Lin Xiao. The little snake seemed to comprehend, curling up pitifully by the door. What do you mean by male? Lin Xiao mused, feeling as if Lin Yi had transformed into an entirely different person upon awakening. From now on, all males are prohibited from approaching Lin Xiao. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiao commenced reinforcing the defenses once more. She aimed to transform Banshan village into a true bastion of steel. Only in this manner could they survive in the harsh, predatory wasteland, ensuring a better life for the residents of the base. Over the course of several days, Fang Wen and others had cleared all the wild grass from both sides of the road. Before her stretched a winding road leading directly to the electronics factory. To achieve prosperity, one must first establish access. With the obstruction of wild grass and vines removed, it now took merely 30 minutes to walk from Banshan village to the electronics factory, and only 10 minutes by car, an enhancement of over double the speed. Standing atop the loft and gazing at the expansive fields, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with hope. At last, she had found a place to call home. There was no time to waste. All the barbed wire along the forest's edge had been erected, and Lin Xiao dedicated 7 days to transforming the electronics factory into a large-scale breeding area. The assembly lines within the workshop were replaced with breeding cages and solar panels. Generators and batteries were set up accordingly. Access to water was also crucial. The well water in Banshan village was too distant from the factory, and the factory had previously relied on tap water, which was no longer viable. Lin Xiyao, therefore, led her team to dig a deep well on site. Without professional drilling equipment, they relied solely on manual labor, resulting in a well that was not very deep, ultimately yielding only low-toxicity water, barely usable. With the water supply issue resolved, the focus shifted to the raising of poultry. Due to the wild nature of the exotic beasts, Lin Xiyao dared not allow them to roam freely and could only confine them within cages. A slight modification to the conveyor belt on the assembly line transformed it into the most convenient feeding mechanism for the breeding farm. Lin Xiyao embraced a casual approach, placing chopped raw meat, vegetable leaves, and drinking water on the conveyor belt for a continuous cycle. Eat as they pleased. The G siblings, responsible for managing the breeding farm, were utterly astonished. Are we really providing a buffet for the poultry? Chapter 73. The air raid shelter. Next came the planning phase. Lin Xiao's points in the marketplace were barely sufficient to exchange for 3 bottles of purifying agent. With so much land, it was undoubtedly inadequate. She could only designate a specific area for planting sweet potatoes, and vegetables, while the base's planting areas were under the management of Feng Wu and Yi Chengwei. With the breeding farm and planting areas meticulously planned, Lin Xiao busied herself with upgrading the defenses. This time, she not only reinforced the barbed wire and walls, but also enhanced the trap zones, installing a large iron gate at the village entrance and constructing a drawbridge. In the beginning, to prevent monstrous beasts from invading the village, she excavated a trench 5 meters deep and 5 meters wide around it. Now, with robust defenses established around the village, this trench appeared somewhat superfluous. After several days of contemplation, Lin Xiao conceived a brilliant idea. The trench could be transformed into an inner river. By filling the trench with rainwater, it would serve multiple purposes, irrigating the fields, nurturing mutated fish, and still functioning as a defensive moat. With only minor modifications, the trench could be effectively utilized. Subsequently, Lin Xiao took it upon herself to dig flood outlets in the lower terrain and carve out water channels. When one outlet proved insufficient, she excavated 2, 3, and even 10 just to be on the safe side. It was not the ferocity of the beasts that worried her, but their potential ability to swim. Before long, the trench was successfully renovated, coinciding perfectly with the rainy season. Within a few days, the inner river unique to Banshan village was brimming with rainwater. Lung Yi personally ventured into the forest lakes to catch fish and shrimp, releasing all he caught into the newly formed river. In just a month, the base underwent a remarkable transformation. Huang Huzi also dispatched personnel to deliver raw stones needed for the protective shields and the purchased grain. Holding on to gold coins served no purpose. When departing, Lin Xiao had instructed Huang Huzi to use all the gold earned from the general store to purchase grain, aside from high-grade raw stones. With the general store generating income externally and achieving self-sufficiency internally, how could such a base not flourish? One day, Lin Xiao was approached urgently by Feng Wan, who implored her to accompany him. Confused, Lin Xiao wondered why Feng Wan had not gone with old Zhou to inspect the mines of the back mountain. What had transpired? We have discovered a concealed air raid shelter right beneath the mines, Feng Wan announced. Intrigued, Lin Xiao decided to investigate. Upon arrival, they found the entrance to the shelter obscured by an assortment of stones, varying in size and shape, rendering the area desolate and lifeless. Without a meticulous search, one could easily overlook the entrance, descending several flights of stairs and opening a dilapidated iron door. Lin Xiao was astonished to find an abandoned trench-style air raid shelter. This shelter had seen better days, built over a century ago as a government project for emergency refuge during wartime. After the war's conclusion, the shelters fell into disrepair. In peacetime, the government leased out some of the older shelters for recreational venues or dining establishments, such as the city's most renowned hot pot air raid shelter, which offered a unique experience, warm in winter and cool in summer, allowing patrons to enjoy hot pot while relishing performances and the vibrant ambience of life. As Lin Xiao explored the air raid shelter, she conducted a thorough inspection of its interior and exterior. The ventilation system, electrical wiring, and deep wells were all intact. With some care and renovation, the shelter could indeed be habitable. Just as she pondered this, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Detection of air raid shelter 1 complete. Base defense level increased. Rewards granted. 1 generator, 1 electronic iron door, 10 solar panels. Lin Xiyao was pleasantly surprised to discover that the addition of an air raid shelter had elevated the base's defense level, accompanied by rewards, an unexpected delight. It appears that the system is intent on having her construct this bomb shelter. Moreover, it serves as an escape route for the inhabitants of the base. Should the village fall, there remains a refuge to retreat to. Without hesitation, Lin Xiyao embarked on a comprehensive renovation of the shelter over the course of the next fortnight. Although the tunnel was not particularly spacious, partitioning it into a dozen rooms posed no challenge. With the installation of an independent generator and electrical connections, the shelter was instantly illuminated, and the generator operated with remarkable quietude. The interior was adorned in a simplistic style, with all rooms crafted from wood. The heavy iron door at the entrance was replaced by a sophisticated electronic gate provided by the system. Upon its installation, Lin Xiyao was astounded to discover that this iron door functioned as a lifting steel barrier, equipped with a password and fingerprint unlock system, as well as facial recognition activation. A product of the system, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. In this post-apocalyptic era, such an advanced door was a century ahead of its time. It truly stood as a singular example of security and reliability. Once the iron door was secured, not even the most fearsome beasts or zombies could breach its defenses, let alone withstand a collision with a vehicle. After completing the shelter, Lin Xiyao moved in that very night. Her room was furnished with a sofa, a grand bed, a carpet, a bathroom, a wardrobe, a vanity, and a refrigerator, everything one could desire. This was a true dwelling, vastly superior to the rudimentary shack she had previously inhabited. Notably, over the span of a month, the little red snake had grown considerably, its body now as thick as a thumb, with an increasingly vibrant crimson hue and emerging patterns. Under the training of Lin Xiyao, the snake dared not approach Lin Xiyao, remaining instead in her vicinity. Even so, this arrangement left the little creature quite dissatisfied. The wolf and the snake often engaged in skirmishes over her affection. On a day when the rain had ceased and the sun shone bright, Lin Xiyao basked outside the shelter, but the red snake's attempt to approach her was thwarted by the wind wolf beast. The two creatures exchanged fierce glares, and a disagreement quickly escalated into a brawl. The red snake leapt gracefully into the air. In an instant, it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The wind wolf beast howled in response, having matured into a large wolf dog form, shedding its youthful appearance for a more imposing stature, increasingly resembling the former wolf king. With a swift motion, the wind wolf deftly evaded the flames and leapt into action, brandishing its sharp claws. The impact sent the red snake flying, and the wind wolf pursued relentlessly. Inevitably, the red snake found itself pinned beneath the wolf's weight. The little red snake hissed defiantly, its scarlet skin growing ever more vibrant. Soon, the wind wolf howled in discomfort from the intense heat, retracting its claws. The two creatures faced off, tension thick in the air. Just then, Lin Xiyao arrived for her meal. Upon hearing her voice, the wolf and the snake ceased their conflict, joyfully rushing towards her. She presented a special lunch of several first-grade raw stones, causing both creatures' eyes to light up with excitement. In an instant, they began to tussle over the prized morsel. Lin Xiyao could only shake her head in bemusement. Her two beast companions appeared to be natural adversaries, always clashing upon meeting, whether through theft or confrontation. Fortunately, their skirmishes were not truly severe. If the wind wolf had unleashed a gusting blade, the red serpent would have found it difficult to evade. Conversely, should the red serpent have launched a serious ambush, the diminutive figure would have faced burns from the flames. Thankfully, no lasting harm was done. Lin Xiyao believed that, deep down, the two beasts shared a bond akin to affection. At that moment, Ji Wansu hurried over, her expression fraught with urgency. "Xiyao, you must go check on the poultry at the breeding farm. Several have inexplicably perished. Could it be an outbreak of plague? Just 2 days ago, everything was fine. Wasn't it? For over a month, the farm had been thriving. Chickens were laying eggs, goats were producing milk, and there seemed to be a good yield. Why the sudden deaths? I don't know. You should go take a look." Ji Wansu replied. Just then, Fang Wu approached, limping slightly. Lin Xiyao, there's an issue with the planting area. Upon seeing Fang Wu, Ji Wansu immediately lowered her head. Fang Wu cast a cold glance her way, but said nothing. It was Lin Xiao's intention to keep the Ji siblings and Fang Wu apart, hoping that over time it would allow them to cool their tempers. Yet, it seemed that a chasm still existed between them. Lin Xiao first examined the planting area. Before her lay a lush expanse, yet the seedlings were wilting, their leaves riddled with tiny holes from insect damage. At this rate, not only would flowering and fruiting be in jeopardy, but even the survival of the plants was uncertain. Xiaowu, have you applied fertilizer? Have you used any pest control? Yes, indeed, Fang Wu replied, looking bewildered. Lin Xiao was confident that the soil was not the issue. Rather, it was likely a problem with the cultivation method, though she was no expert herself. Let us check the breeding farm. Before long, they arrived outside the breeding farm, where a foul stench permeated the air, nearly overwhelming Lin Xiao. After donning a mask, she entered the workshop. Inside, the chickens either drooped their heads in lethargy or frantically plucked at their feathers, exhibiting little interest in the food and water on the conveyor belt. Lin Xiao meticulously examined the feed and the corpses of the deceased chickens. The feed was satisfactory. The chickens had not succumbed to starvation. It seemed they had indeed perished from illness. What should we do now? Xiao, please bear with it a little longer and try relocating them to another workshop, she instructed. Understood. After a month, this workshop had become filthy and malodorous, littered with excrement. Perhaps a cleaner environment would yield better results. Returning to the air raid shelter, Lin Xiao wore a look of despondency. In the novels she read, others cultivated land and raised livestock with remarkable ease, often glossed over in a mere sentence. Yet, here she was beset by challenges at every turn. Reflecting on the situation, Lin Xiao concluded that her lack of experience was a significant factor. After all, in a technologically advanced society prior to the apocalypse, where life quality was high, individuals like her, university students, had never received specialized training in agriculture or animal husbandry. Recognizing all the crops in the fields was considered quite an achievement. In the desolate era, Fang Wu and his companions were oblivious to such knowledge. She felt an urgent need to acquire specialized knowledge. What could she do? The phrase, "only when the book is needed does one regret not having enough," resonated deeply with Lin Xiao at this moment. Suddenly, she was invigorated. Books are a vast ocean of knowledge, a ladder to human advancement. The answers she sought could all be found within the pages. Lin Xiao recalled that there was a library in Songxi Ancient Town, along with several bookstores. Resolving to visit Songxi Ancient Town the following day, she noted that the library was situated at the heart of the town, and traversing there under the blazing sun posed no significant challenge. However, entering the library would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. After all, the town center was the most bustling area, teeming with zombies that could not endure the sunlight, and thus sought refuge within the buildings. Additionally, the bookstores were scattered around the local elementary and middle schools, which were equally perilous as they too were located near the town square. After much contemplation, Lin Xiao ultimately decided to head to the library. She was in search of highly specialized books that were unlikely to be found in the elementary and middle school bookstores. With her route planned, Lin Xiao re-entered the spatial marketplace. After 60 years, the zombies in the city had long since gone mad with hunger, their numbers far surpassing those on the outskirts. She needed to prepare thoroughly. Upon reopening the marketplace, Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised to find that the inventory had expanded. For instance, there were new medicinal items. Yet, upon reading the names of the medicines, she fell silent. The fertility pills increased the chances of conception, invigorating the blood and nourishing the kidneys, priced at 10,000 points. Redeemable by a level 4 Soul Devourer. Damn it, what a ridiculous system, she thought. Surely, a contraceptive pill would be preferable to a fertility pill. With determination, she swiped past it. In the weapons section, a powerful rocket launcher had been added, priced at 100,000 points, with ammunition costing 10,000 points each. The firepower was impressive, yet she remained too impoverished to even consider it. Next, an attacking whip was featured. A special whip produced by the system that could channel soul power into the whip, delivering triple the attack power and capable of area damage. Priced at 10,000 points. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. She purchased it. The whip was not only affordable, but also ideal for her needs. Following that, in the base construction section, a mountaineering zip line appeared, also reasonably priced at 1,000 points. She readily bought it. It would be prudent to have a means of escape in critical moments. Additionally, Lin Xiao acquired grenades, energy pills, and anti-inflammatory ointments, essential supplies. With her preparations complete, Lin Xiao lay down to rest. Meanwhile, The, accompanied by two men in black, visited the Qinxing Shun family. Over the course of a month, she had nearly scoured the entire eastern district, yet had still found no leads on the chip or Lin Xiao. Madame Sengguodumdi welcome daya. In the opulent living room, Madame Shun sat amiably on the sofa, while Shuning stood awkwardly beside her. Yeah, how is your grandmother's health? Quite robust, indeed. Madame Shun nodded vigorously, her robust demeanor a stark contrast to my own frailties, plagued by various ailments. In the next moment, Shuning, with a demure expression, interjected to flatter her great-grandmother, proclaiming, "You shall surely live a long and prosperous life." Did not Brother Nanxing invite Dr. Qi? I noticed your complexion has improved considerably since taking his prescribed medicine. Upon hearing this, Madame Shun's smile faltered, and she refrained from responding, inwardly thinking, what a fool. Can't she discern my courteous remarks? Shuning, in front of guests, has laid bare our family's affairs. Truly, she is astonishingly naive. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room grew awkward, silence enveloping the space as palpable as a falling pin. Did Shuning err in her words? Clearing her throat twice to alleviate the tension, Madame Shun finally spoke. Xiaoya, a visit warrants you staying with this old woman for a few days. It has been far too long since we last met. Madame Shun softly inquired, "Oh, what troubles you?" Aya exchanged a knowing glance, prompting the figure in black behind her to produce a printed sheet and place it on the coffee table. The document bore a blurry photograph, which Madame Shun instantly recognized as Lin Xi's image. "I need to locate this girl," she stated. "Is that so?" Madame Shun's eyes narrowed. "Ying, go fetch my reading glasses. I wish to examine this." After instructing Shuning, she turned to Aya, cautiously asking, "What does Mr. Goose seek from this girl?" "She has taken something she should not have," came the reply. Chapter 75, An Unnecessary Move. At these words, a jolt of concern shot through Madame Shun. Was Gu Qingzhou fixated on her? Lin Xiao, you truly have a knack for creating trouble. Great-grandmother, your glasses. Shuning quickly returned with the spectacles. Madame Shun donned them, feigning a thorough inspection. Aya, I must confess, I have not encountered this girl before. Understood. Just then, Shun Nanxing entered the living room. Great-grandmother, we have a guest? He greeted, only to have his gaze fall upon the printed sheet. Eyes widening in shock, it was a photograph of Lin Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward to seize the document from the table. Nanxing, Aya is here. Did you not notice? Madame Shun swiftly called out, halting his hand mid-air. Nanxing, it has been quite some time. Do you recognize this girl? Aya inquired, a glimmer of intrigue surfacing in her eyes. Shun Nanxing found himself in a precarious position. In an instant, he cleverly picked up the printed sheet, feigning admiration. This girl is quite lovely, Aya. Who is she? Upon hearing this, disappointment flashed in Aya's eyes. I'm searching for her. Nanxing, should you encounter her, please inform me. Certainly. As the conversation drew to a close, Aya should have taken her leave. Yet her suspicion regarding Shun Nanxing's peculiar demeanor prompted her to decide to stay at the Shun residence for the night. Madame Shun, may we stay here for the evening? Of course, came the reply. Would that be too much of a disturbance? Not at all. Your presence brings me great joy. Madame Shun, with a radiant smile, hurriedly instructed her servants to prepare a room. Shuning gazed thoughtfully at the departing figures of the two. The identity and status of Aya were remarkably elevated, to the extent that even Madame Shun sought to curry favor with her. If she were to present a few modest gifts to Aya, might it lead to an advantageous connection? With this thought in mind, Shuning rushed out of the Shun residence and headed to the commercial street to select gifts. After spending a night, Aya noticed nothing amiss and prepared to take her leave. Shun Ying deliberately presented a carefully prepared painting to her, stating that it was a small token of her appreciation. Upon witnessing this, Madame Shun's expression darkened. It was an unnecessary gesture, a foolish move. Little did Madame Shun realize that Shun Ying's action would nearly bring calamity upon the Shun family. Out of respect for Madame Shun, Aya reluctantly accepted the gift and departed with a smile. After bidding farewell to Aya, Madame Shun dismissed Shun Ying, leaving only herself and Shun Nanxing in the living room. Great-grandmother Lin Xiyao is still alive, Nanxing interjected. I have warned you to keep your distance from her. Do you understand that she is the person Gu Qingzhou is searching for? You nearly endangered the Shun family. Madame Shun reprimanded fiercely. However, Shun Nanxing was no longer the naive child he had once been. So what if it's Gu Qingzhou? As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on Lin Xiyao, he retorted disdainfully, rising and striding toward the exit. Nanxing, have you lost your mind? Associating with her will implicate the Shun family as well, Madame Shun shouted, her voice hoarse from desperation. Indifferent to the potential consequences, Shun Nanxing proclaimed, I only want Lin Xiyao. Madame Shun, nearly overwhelmed with anger, felt a pang of regret flash through her eyes. She should not have shown leniency. She ought to have eliminated Lin Xiyao. The following day, a pickup truck sped along a desolate highway. As it approached the ancient town, the road became increasingly difficult to navigate. On the right, the exit was choked with abandoned vehicles, the aftermath of numerous accidents rendering escape nearly impossible. On the left, the entrance to the town was also marred by cars colliding head-on. One could only imagine the chaos that ensued as people desperately fled from the town in the wake of the viral outbreak. Suddenly, in a moment of inattention, the pickup collided with a white sedan that had come to a halt in the middle of the road. The impact jolted the vehicle violently, prompting Lin Xiyao to instinctively slam on the brakes. In the next instant, the two unusual beasts within the vehicle turned their alert gazes toward the windshield. On the ground lay a man clad in casual attire, wearing a baseball cap, positioned directly beneath the chassis of the white sedan. Lin Xiyao thought to herself, surely this is not the case. At least one should have a coffin to lie in. What is the meaning of sleeping beneath a vehicle? With a crash, the white car was propelled aside, and the scorching sunlight bore down on the casual man, causing his garments to ignite in wisps of smoke. In an instant, the man sprang up, howling and lunging towards the windshield of the pickup. With a resounding thud, a bloodied visage pressed against the glass, leaving a grotesque imprint. Its face was marred by putrid scratches, utterly disfigured, with a gaping black hole in its neck, and its grayish-white eyes radiated a bloodthirsty glimmer. It was evident that it had been bitten by a zombie on the neck. Suddenly, the zombie opened its blood-soaked maw, gnashing its teeth against the windshield. Dark, viscous blood poured forth from its torn throat, leaving a sticky imprint on the glass. After several futile attempts to reach the occupants of the vehicle, the zombie grew impatient. With a resounding crash, an unexpected event transpired. The zombie slammed its head forcefully against the glass. In an instant, its forehead became a grotesque mess, caving in, with a small patch of decaying flesh sticking to the windshield. Lin Xiyao had encountered foolishness before, but had never witnessed such a senseless zombie. The two beasts within the vehicle braced themselves for an attack, yet Lin Xiyao waved them off. I'll handle this. In a heartbeat, she reversed rapidly, then pressed the accelerator, expertly executing a drift that sent the zombie flying. The maneuver was seamless, showcasing her remarkable driving skills. Cold E and the two beasts were drenched in cold sweat, struggling to keep their composure as the vehicle swerved violently. Cold E thought it would have been better to let Lin Xiyao exit and dispatch the zombie herself rather than endure such torment. The two beasts, disoriented from being tossed around, begged to join the fray, wishing to abandon the vehicle. Having shaken off the zombie, Lin Xiyao pressed the gas pedal, propelling the car forward at breakneck speed. Zombie eliminated, 1895 points awarded. The fallen zombie disintegrated into ashes within mere seconds. Its time had come. Ordinary zombies, exposed to sunlight for even 5 seconds, would be reduced to dust, not out of fear of heat, but rather of the sun's rays. Before long, Lin Xiyao spotted the sprawling roads ahead. The entrance to the ancient town was not singular, she skillfully maneuvered onto a main thoroughfare, racing into the heart of the town. Cold, he was no stranger to such sights. Lin Xiyao was more familiar with the town's layout than he was. Once a bustling hub, the ancient town now lay desolate and forlorn, its structures unrecognizable, ravaged and scarred. The broad streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, scattered debris, and dried bloodstains. Even posters from 60 years past had long since faded. The wind howled, producing a chilling resonance that amplified the sense of desolation. Upon halting the vehicle, Lin Xiyao equipped herself for the next leg of their journey to the library. The air was thick with the scent of living beings, prompting a cacophony of growls from the dilapidated buildings surrounding them. Under the scorching sun, the two humans and two beasts traversed the forsaken streets. Suddenly, as they ventured not far, a withered arm emerged from beneath an abandoned bus, abruptly seizing Lin Xiao's ankle. Its sharp claws scraped against her pant leg. Chapter 76. The library with a sharp sound. A piercing scratch resonated, causing Lin Xiao's heart to skip a beat. Though humanity had developed antibodies against the virus, immunity was not absolute. As Lin Xiao contemplated the possibility of a zombie's sharp claws tearing through her skin, she anxiously thought to herself, I must not falter in such dire straits. The thought of becoming a zombie was unbearable. In the next instant, the silver crescent blade materialized in Lin Xiao's hand, and without hesitation, she swung it down. With a crisp snap, a charred, blackened arm was severed. The dismembered hand clutched desperately at her pant leg. Unable to wait for the sunlight to reduce it to ashes, Lin Xiao seized the arm and yanked it with all her strength. With a tearing sound, the sharp claws grazed her pants once more, yet left no mark. To her surprise, the combat gear provided by the system proved remarkably durable, alleviating her initial alarm. Suddenly, Cold, witnessing Lin Xiao's near mishap, vented his frustration with a powerful kick against the bus. The seemingly gentle nudge sent the massive vehicle soaring into the air, flipping twice before crashing onto its side, revealing the horde of zombies hiding beneath. Their numbers were substantial. The moment the zombies caught sight of the living, they erupted in excitement, their voices trembling as they lunged forward. At that moment, a clear, ringing sound of a sword echoed. Cold, swept his blade with precision, and in an instant, several zombies collapsed to the ground, dispatched in a single strike. After neutralizing the threat, Cold, turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, a mix of anger and concern in his eyes. Be cautious. The zombies in the city lurk in every conceivable shadow. Lin Xiao nodded obediently. Cold, have you been to the city? Yes, he replied. Lin Xiao had previously thought that mercenaries in the wasteland only hunted in forests, never venturing into cities to eliminate zombies and scavenge for supplies. It seemed her perspective was narrow. The mercenary group occasionally dispatched missions within urban areas, but only those ranked 7 or above were permitted to take them. Cold, elaborated, and Lin Xiao understood that entering the city signified an increase in danger. Indeed, only high-level mercenaries could handle such challenges. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xiao, and she inquired, have you been to Songxi Ancient Town? Cold Yi's reaction was quick. I have. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression turned curious. Have you also visited Banshan Village? Cold Yi averted his gaze, a hint of guilt flashing across his features. I went to the library. Lin Xiao felt a nagging suspicion that Cold Yi was concealing many things from her. The library boasted 7 floors. The first was a beauty salon, the second a CAF, the third a gym. It was only on the 4th to 7th floors that one would find the actual library. Before the apocalypse, it was a hub for leisure and entertainment, perfectly accommodating parents and children alike. Before entering, Lin Xiao assessed the surroundings of the building. There is an underground parking lot with 2 entrances, the main door and a side emergency exit. At that moment, no zombies were in sight. Let us go, she urged, cautiously stepping through the shattered glass doors of the main entrance on the 1st floor, where the remnants of broken glass were stained with bloody footprints and bits of flesh. It was evident that zombies frequently visited the library. As she ventured deeper, Lin Xiao came to an astonished halt within the grand hall of the 1st floor, where the corpses of zombies lay strewn about, and the air was thick with a foul, putrid stench. The corpses of the zombies lay in a grotesque state, with scarcely a single body remaining intact. Most were severed, their dismembered limbs scattered across the ground amidst the splotches of blood. Had someone ventured ahead? Caution was paramount. Lin Xiyao held his long sword firmly, leading the way, wary of any lurking threats among the lifeless forms. Behind the grand hall stood a beauty salon, its rooms flung open, revealing a hollow expanse thick with dust. It was evident that the supplies on the first floor had been thoroughly pillaged. Arriving a moment too late, they found the path surprisingly unobstructed. Even the CAF and snack shop on the second floor were devoid of any zombies, an astonishing stroke of fortune, as if an unseen hand had smoothed their passage. At that moment, a low, guttural growl echoed from the staircase leading to the third floor. The sound of violent pounding against the iron door followed. The third floor housed a gym, and it was clear that the zombies were attempting to break in. Thus, there must be someone inside. Lin Xiyao turned to Lin Xiyao, and their exchanged glances conveyed mutual understanding. Without further ado, they dashed toward the fourth floor at the swiftest pace. In the next instant, Lin Xiyao tightened her grip on the silver crescent blade and surged upward. The glint of silver flashed as she deftly dispatched several zombies, reaching the third floor. The security door on the third floor stood firmly shut, but the cacophony of deafening roars within mingled with barely audible human voices. Indeed, there were survivors. Lin Xiyao paused momentarily before charging toward the fourth floor. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as the security door on the third floor was violently flung open. The sudden entrance startled the occupants inside, clearly unprepared for the presence of others in the stairwell. In the next heartbeat, a wind wolf beast lunged at the intruder. Caught off guard, the creature cared not whether its target was human or zombie. It simply attacked. The man facing this sudden onslaught was no ordinary foe. He evaded swiftly, drawing his gun and aiming with a dizzying speed. Fortunately, he understood that firing in such a chaotic moment was not wise and refrained from pulling the trigger. "Little one," Lin Xiyao called out, managing to halt the wind wolf beast just in time. Lowering her gaze, she met the strikingly handsome visage of the young man. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes upon seeing her. Amidst the commotion above, a flurry of footsteps and growls cascaded downwards. "Su Xiaoyang, what are you dawdling for? Move!" A sharp female voice pierced through the chaos. A woman clad in black combat attire rushed toward them, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the two newcomers and the wind wolf beast, a glint of murderous intent flashing within her gaze. "Intruders shall perish." In an instant, Su Xiaoyang seemed to grasp her intentions, seizing her arm with urgency. His unwavering gaze met Lin Xiao's, proposing a collaboration to carve a path through the encroaching horde. The invitation was unmistakable. In an instant, the zombies above began their descent, surging forth with a menacing fervor. Amidst the dense throng of zombies, the majority were children, their nimble forms darting forward with claws outstretched. The staccato of gunfire erupted from the corridor on the third floor, drowning the air in a cacophony of deafening roars, akin to beasts tearing at their throats in a heart-wrenching cry that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Xiyao glanced towards the source. In the dimly lit gym, countless female zombies surged forth from the far end, resembling malevolent spirits clawing their way from the depths of hell, frantically rushing towards the few who had retreated. They were flanked by zombies on both sides, effectively caught in a vice. Lin Xiyao swiftly assessed the situation, her gaze resolutely fixed on the upper floor. Rather than engage in a futile battle with the zombies on the third floor, it would be far more prudent to ascend to the fourth, their ultimate destination. With a determined grip on her curved blade, she charged up the stairs, disregarding Su Xiaoyang's suggestion of a collaborative escape, trusting others could lead to unforeseen pitfalls. Her path was clear. She would make for the fourth floor. If Su Xiaoyang and his companions chose to linger on the third, that was their prerogative. The child zombies possessed a much greater offensive capability than their ordinary counterparts, their speed and agility reminiscent of playful monkeys, making them difficult to strike down. An average person would surely fall victim to their relentless assaults, but Lin Xiyao and Lin Xiyao, formidable in their own right, could deliver precise, lethal blows amidst the chaos. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing her resolve, wasted no time in following her lead, with the woman trailing closely behind. At the stairway, the wind wolf beast surged upwards at breakneck speed. As it ascended, its massive form inadvertently collided with the woman, sending her tumbling backward. "Damn it, you reckless beast!" she cursed, barely managing to regain her balance. Her face contorted in anger. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyang quickly steadied her, inquiring if she was unharmed. "What a wretched creature," she muttered, her expression dark as she contemplated revenge. Lin Xiyao, catching the venom in her words, felt a flicker of murderous intent, but there was no time to deal with her now. "We must hurry," Su Xiaoyang urged, pulling her along with urgency. As they turned, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The wind wolf beast had leaped at a child zombie, while several others lunged at it from the sides. A precarious situation. Then an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A crimson serpent coiled upon the wind wolf beast's head, erupting with a surge of searing flames. In an instant, a flurry of wind blades followed, decimating the zombies that had been poised to attack. Su Xiaoyang felt a chill creep up his spine at this display. Just moments ago, he had refrained from firing his weapon. Faced with two beasts endowed with extraordinary powers, he would have had no chance of escape. In such circumstances, injury equated to certain death. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies in the gym surged forward, reaching the doorway. A female zombie clad in athletic wear leapt dramatically from the ground. In the next moment, she pounced on a retreating man, her claws tearing through his clothing. Sister Lien, help!" With a sickening squelch, the zombie crawled atop the man, her sharp talons slicing deeply. In a brutal act, she extracted a still-beating heart. The creature's eyes sparkled with gluttonous delight as she voraciously devoured the man's flesh. "Dashin!" Shun Fenglian cried out in anguish, turning to rush down the stairs, only to be forcibly restrained by Su Xiaoyang. "We must go. He's beyond saving." However, amidst their conversation, the man was swiftly overwhelmed by innumerable zombies. Shun Fenglian bit her lower lip in fury, turning to Lin Xiyao with eyes brimming with intense hatred. It was all her fault. Had she not appeared at the staircase, her people would have already rushed out to secure the safety door on the third floor. Lin Xiyao could not fathom why she was being blamed when she had done nothing wrong. With a resounding crash, the zombies in the stairwell were swiftly dispatched, and Lin Xiyao hurried toward the safety door on the fourth floor. Behind her surged a massive tide of zombies, while those on the fifth floor, alerted by the commotion, began to descend. It was a race against time. Should she falter even slightly, she would find herself caught in a deadly sandwich. Run! Boom! At last, Lin Xiyao and her group burst into the fourth floor. With a resounding thud, the safety door slammed shut, locking them in. Exhausted and anxious, they sank to the ground. Lin Xiyao panted heavily, relieved to have reached their destination. The fourth floor housed the first level of the library, featuring a stunning design characterized by a spiral staircase. The grand stairway served as a bookshelf, surrounded by numerous reading rooms with staircases. This unique architectural style had once made the library immensely popular, transforming it into a trendy spot in the ancient town, attracting countless visitors. As Lin Xiyao gazed upon the familiar scene, she couldn't help but reflect. It had been 60 years since her last visit. "Xiaoyang, what should we do now?" Shun Fenglian inquired pointedly, glaring at Lin Xiyao as if she owed her a debt. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaoyang gently shook his head. In his eyes, Lin Xiyao was a formidable individual, someone capable of nurturing exotic beasts, certainly not a commoner. Shun Fenglian was deeply dissatisfied with Su Xiaoyang's decision and muttered under her breath. "Be quiet. Listen to me." Su Xiaoyang spoke firmly, taking a few steps forward. "And you, beautiful lady, what is your name?" "Lin Xiyao." "Miss Lin, greetings. I am Su Xiaoyang from the Lin Xiyao mercenary group." Su Xiaoyang politely extended his hand, his intentions to establish a connection with Lin Xiyao unmistakable. Lin Xiyao hesitated, her gaze drawn to the emblem on Su Xiaoyang's chest. "What is this?" she inquired. Curiosity piqued as she extended her hand in return. Just as their hands were about to meet, a long, imposing hand intervened. Cold E, with a stern expression, introduced himself as a member of the Mingri mercenary group. "Su Xiaoyang, I have never heard of you." In the next moment, his attractive brows knitted tightly together, displaying immense strain. It felt as though his hand might fracture from the grip. What a coincidence, Miss Lin. Are you also here in search of esteemed works in physics? Lin Xiyao appeared utterly bewildered. Isn't that the case? Are you not aware of this task? Su Xiaoyang inquired tentatively, while Shun Fenglian beside him stared in shock. Did Su Xiaoyang truly lack insight? These two individuals seemed like country bumpkins, completely unacquainted with such high-level tasks. How could such a lucrative opportunity be divulged to them so easily? Miss Lin, would you care to join us on the 5th floor? Su Xiaoyang then invited. Lin Xiyao was taken aback for a moment. 5,000 gold coins for a single book. Indeed, the Shun family was extravagantly wealthy. No, thank you. I prefer to wander about and explore. Su Xiaoyang, striding through a zombie nest. Was that appropriate? In that case, I wish you good luck. Su Xiaoyang, feeling embarrassed, made his way towards the escape route after gathering himself. As they departed, Shun Fenglian smirked mockingly, her eyes filled with disdain. What a so-called mercenary group. I've never even heard of it. Her sharp and caustic tone was executed to perfection. Lin Xiyao could no longer tolerate it. If that woman uttered another word, she would send her to meet her maker. Fenglian, enough! Su Xiaoyang reprimanded loudly, his expression rife with impatience. The woman, begrudgingly, stamped her foot in frustration. Chapter 78. Firepower cover. Following this, Lin Yi promptly pursued them. He needed to ascertain the safety of the escape route, and once these individuals had departed, he would immediately secure the safety door. Lin Xiyao, however, headed towards the spiral staircase. What she sought was not merely one or two books, but the entirety of the collection. This was the reason she chose not to ascend to the 5th floor. The zombies on the 4th floor had been lured to the stairwell, rendering this area relatively safe. Moreover, she recalled that the tomes on cultivation and planting were located on the 4th floor. Why would she risk an ascent to the 5th floor? Upon reaching the spiral staircase, the air was thick with a musty odor. The ladder of knowledge, which had witnessed humanity's growth and progress, was now cloaked in dust, its wise volumes buried beneath. Lin Xiyao picked up a children's book with a sigh. If human civilization still thrived, her grandchildren and great-grandchildren would likely be here reading and learning as well. What a pity. With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao stored the book in her space. Subsequently, she extended her small hands, feverishly collecting books row by row, irrespective of their utility, all in her space. What if 60 years from now, she truly had grandchildren and great-grandchildren? It was better to be prepared. After gathering the children's literature, Lin Xiyao ascended the central spiral staircase. This area was filled with books on cultivation. She took them all. At the top of the spiral staircase, there were texts on agriculture and architecture. In just 5 minutes, all the books on the spiral staircase had been transferred into her space. Lin Yi noted the astonishing speed. If he had known it would be this quick, he wouldn't have bothered to close the door. Aren't you going to take a look at the 5th floor? As they were about to leave, Lin Yi reluctantly inquired. Given Lin Xiyao's speed, a mere touch of her small hand could easily yield hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Such a money-loving individual. Why had she so readily given up today? Lin Xiyao meaningfully replied that while the task was indeed worthwhile, one must also possess the means to pursue it. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she had attempted to extend a wisp of soul power to the 5th floor, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of danger. The 5th floor of the library harbored an exceedingly perilous mutated zombie. Thus she chose to refrain from venturing there. The reason she did not disclose this to Su Xiaoyang was not due to stinginess, but rather her unwillingness to engage with the foolish. Speaking too much could lead to misunderstandings and unfounded suspicion. They would simply assume she fabricated a lie to monopolize the books on the 5th floor. In response, Lin Yi ceased his attempts at persuasion and posed the question of how they would escape. Would they fight their way out? Lin Xiyao first approached the doorway, assessing the situation in the stairwell. Outside, a throng of zombies crowded the corridor, madly pushing inward, while those at the door pounded and crashed against the safety door. As for the escape route, Lin Xiyao would not consider it. What if those above betrayed them? It would lead to a situation where they could neither advance nor retreat, with the added risk of being overwhelmed by zombies. Then, Lin Xiao turned her gaze to the library's floor-to-ceiling windows. The zip line could be utilized. Shattering the glass to slide down the outer wall seemed the safest option. With this thought, Lin Xiyao retrieved 3 sets of zip line ropes from her space, one of which was meant for the little one. With a decisive crash, she shattered the 4th floor's glass window, the resounding noise sending the horde of zombies in the stairwell into a frenzy. They howled and roared, frantically pushing towards the safety door. Creaking under the strain, the safety door of the 4th floor emitted ominous groans. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the door would be breached. Simultaneously, the door to the 5th floor slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. A profound silence enveloped the space, an unsettling stillness that weighed heavily upon them all. Su Xiaoyang's heart raced, a potent 6th sense warning him of the impending danger within. He paused at the threshold. "Xiaoyang, why aren't you moving?" Shun Fenglian urged. "Something feels off here. We should retreat." "Retreat? After all the effort to reach the 5th floor, are you willing to forfeit the gold? What about your sister's illness?" Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang hesitated. Indeed, his sister was waiting for him, relying on him to procure the funds for her treatment. Just then, the lights on the 5th floor suddenly flickered to life, illuminating the scene before them. The breathtaking spiral staircase was lined with an abundance of books, and there were more stacked upon the steps. The reading room on the 5th floor was devoid of any zombies. In an instant, all were left astounded. Those were not merely books. They were riches, glimmering gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone surged forward, under the seductive allure of wealth. The crowd showed little inclination to ponder why, 60 years hence, the 5th floor of the library remained illuminated. Among the tomes was a physics book titled The Evolution of Physics. I discovered electromagnetic theory, the very book that Madame Shun had specifically requested. The excitement surged, and the crowd erupted in jubilant shouts, frantically stuffing their backpacks with books. At that moment, above the spiral staircase, a grotesque humanoid creature hung from the ceiling like a spider, its ashen eyes glimmering with a fervent thrill. The throng remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. With remarkable speed, Shun Fenglian seized several renowned physics texts, contentedly zipping up her backpack. If only she could carry more. For the tomes within her bag were worth thousands of gold coins, an unimaginable fortune for an ordinary person who would toil a lifetime to amass such wealth. This expedition was indeed worthwhile, she thought with glee. Just then, a thick droplet fell from the ceiling, landing squarely on her face. It was sticky and reeked abominably, a stench far worse than excrement. What on earth is this? With a sudden jolt, Shun Fenglian looked up, her gaze fierce. From the white ceiling dangled a bat-like humanoid creature, its gaunt body wrapped tightly in black skin, and its gray-white eyes bulging like light bulbs. With a mocking grin, the creature twisted its head in a full 360-degree rotation upon noticing her gaze. "Ah!" Shun Fenglian screamed. "Bang!" Su Xiaoyang, quick to react, fired at the creature while urgently calling for a retreat. The monster sparked as the bullets struck its body, yet they proved utterly ineffective. In the next heartbeat, the creature lunged at Shun Fenglian, sinking its teeth into her shoulder. "Ah, Xiaoyang, save me." A searing pain erupted as blood gushed from her shoulder. A chunk of flesh torn away. Yet, true to her status as a level 7 mercenary, Shun Fenglian's skin hardened instantly, preventing a second bite. With determination, she delivered a powerful punch to the creature's head. The beast was sent reeling, dark blood streaming from its mouth, a bloody fragment falling to the ground. Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, then bellowed from the doorway, "Fire cover, quickly." Shun Fenglian was not yet dead, and he was not the kind to abandon a comrade in peril. In such a moment, one must strive to save. Chapter 79. Lung Yi was bitten as his command echoed. The fleeing crowd immediately turned back. Bang! 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 The sound of relentless gunfire filled the air as they fired without restraint. With the formidable firepower providing cover, Shun Fenglian made her way to the door. Just as the group prepared to descend to the 4th floor, a foreboding sense of unease washed over her. Something was amiss. The creature was powerful. Why had it fallen silent? Why was it not pursuing them? In the dimly lit stairwell, a pair of grayish-white eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty glow. The creature persistently trailed behind them without attacking. What could be plotting? In the next moment, Shun Fenglian beheld a gaping maw of the abyss. Suddenly, numerous crimson threads, reminiscent of spider silk, shot toward them. Be careful! Shun Fenglian shouted in alarm, instinctively dodging to the side. However, the thread aimed at her ensnared Su Xiaoyang. What is this? Captain, save me. As the delicate red threads wrapped around everyone, they instantaneously transformed into a pool of crimson liquid. The liquid expanded and spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were rendered powerless, ensnared like dumplings. Su Xiaoyang cast a hopeful glance towards Shun Fenglian. Everyone was trapped, yet she had escaped, if only she would lend a hand. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Shun Fenglian let out a piercing scream, utterly disregarding her comrades' fates as she stumbled downward in a panic. Do not blame her. She had not desired this. She was simply powerless to act. As she fled, Su Xiaoyang's eyes brimmed with despair. Ultimately, he had misallocated his affections. Shun Fenglian hailed from a branch of the Shun family and possessed considerable strength. They had frequently undertaken missions together. Over time, Su Xiaoyang had developed feelings for her. He had intended to confess his affection after this mission, once he had cured his sister's ailment. Little did he anticipate that the crimson liquid would envelop him entirely, leaving his consciousness suspended in an abyss of despair and regret. Soon, the creature, dragging 6 crimson cocoons, contentedly ascended to the 5th floor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xiyao successfully descended from the library. Just as she unfastened her zip line, she heard a frantic cry for help. Help! Help me! Shun Fenglian emerged from the library's escape passage, clutching a large bag, staggering as a horde of ravenous zombies pursued her. The zombies are unleashed. Shun Fenglian is truly audacious, Lin Xiyao thought. However, the next moment, a frown creased her brow. Had only she managed to escape? Where were the others? Were they still on the 5th floor? Contemplating this, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the 5th floor. A beastly roar erupted from within the building. The inadequate lighting rendered the scene obscured. Yet Lin Xiyao could sense a pair of chilling eyes fixated on her from the darkness, sending shivers down her spine. The oppressive aura was palpable. Danger loomed. At the same time, just as Shun Fenglian was about to reach the sunlight, a zombie lunged at her, knocking her down. Help me! Save me! Shun Fenglian screamed, landing a punch on the zombie's head. Instantly, a torrent of dark red blood mingled with yellowish-white brain matter erupted forth, as the zombie's skull shattered from her blow. This demonstrated her formidable strength. However, this delay allowed the throng of zombies to overwhelm her completely. Let us go, Lin Xiyao spoke coldly. This situation appears utterly hopeless, and in truth, she had no intention of offering assistance. She had not forgotten the incident in the corridor where Shun Fenglian cursed the monstrous creatures. Rescuing such a bitter and caustic woman would only invite trouble upon herself. Wait, that backpack might prove useful. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke up and charged towards the horde of zombies. Lin Yi, Lin Xiyao shouted in confusion. What could that backpack possibly do? In the next instant, she recalled the purpose of Su Xiaoyang and the others ascending to the 5th floor. Could it be that Lin Yi was motivated by monetary gain? In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi reached the front and seized the backpack. However, just as he bent down to retrieve it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deep, guttural roar resounded. The zombies surrounding Shun Fenglian were suddenly blasted away by an overwhelming force. On the ground, covered in blood, Shun Fenglian lunged forward in a grotesque posture, sinking her teeth into Lin Yi's left foot. Her blood-soaked face bore a sinister smile, and her eyes, filled with madness and streaked with crimson, widened in a frenzy. Shun Fenglian had transformed. In that instant, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat as she gasped, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupting from her being. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the backpack and swiftly retreated, dragging Shun Fenglian into the sunlight. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, small pebbles around them began to levitate. With a whoosh, as Lin Yi emerged from the shadows, countless stones rained down upon the zombie horde. In the sunlight, Shun Fenglian clung tenaciously to Lin Yi's foot, refusing to let go. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lin Yi's fingers curled into claws, pressing down upon her head. Logically, given Lin Yi's strength, dealing with a newly transformed zombie would be a simple task, especially in the sunlight. Eliminating Shun Fenglian was a foregone conclusion. However, sensing danger, Shun Fenglian decisively released her grip, letting out a wail as she squirmed away like a slippery eel. Miraculously, she escaped from beneath Lin Yi's palm. No one anticipated such a turn of events, least of all Lin Yi, who stood dumbfounded. A newly transformed zombie had managed to evade his grasp? How was that even possible? In the next moment, the fleeing Shun Fenglian whipped her body around, once again lunging at Lin Yi, nearly skimming the ground. Simultaneously, a long whip lashed out towards her. The air rippled as the whip struck Shun Fenglian's back with a resounding crack, causing her to shriek in pain. Empowered by spiritual energy, the whip not only struck her body, but also lashed at her very soul. Shun Fenglian's back was mercilessly torn apart, prompting her to flee in a panic. Yet, Lin Xiyao was not one to let her escape easily. Shun Fenglian sensed an unprecedented feeling of peril, struggling fiercely while casting her gaze towards the 5th floor of the library, emitting a series of heart-wrenching wails as if pleading for help. In the next instant, Lin Xiyao tightened her grip on the whip, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes as she exerted force. With a sickening splatter, a bloodied head rolled away, severed from its body. Wang Fenglian's body convulsed violently, the gruesome, severed neck gushing forth with torrents of blood. The system's voice chimed in, announcing the defeat of a level 2 mutated zombie, granting 50 points, bringing the total to 5,680. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. How could it be a level 2 mutated zombie? It had only recently transformed, and yet its level had skyrocketed. Just then, the ground beneath Lin Xiyao trembled violently, a furious and discontented screech piercing through the air. The shrill cry reverberated in her ears, leaving her head throbbing painfully. Yet, facing the wail of the level 5 mutated zombie, Lin Xiyao remained unfazed. She could hardly fathom the level of the zombies lurking within the library. Chapter 80. Escaping to Safety Run. Quickly, a frantic alarm blared in her mind. Little one, Lin Xiyao shouted, suppressing her pain as she dashed to Cold Yi's side. At the same moment, the wind wolf beast staggered over. Lin Xiyao grasped Cold Yi's arm with one hand and seized the wind wolf beast's ear with the other. With a swift motion, they teleported. Just as they departed, a dark crimson pool of blood erupted from the library. 20 meters away, Lin Xiyao dared not be careless. She teleported again. 40 meters, 60 meters, 80 meters. She continued to teleport until her soul energy was entirely depleted. After consuming an energy pill, she released the wind wolf beast and sprinted forward with Cold Yi, refusing to linger, not daring to pause for even a moment. Lin Xiyao dashed onward until she spotted a pickup truck in the distance, allowing her to exhale in relief. However, in the next instant, she felt a chilling sensation creep down her back, as though a venomous serpent had targeted her. The danger was far from over. Damn it, little one, hurry! Lin Xiyao shouted, her scalp prickling as she teleported once more. Although she could not see what was pursuing them, she trusted her sixth sense wholeheartedly. The peril was palpable. The wind wolf beast, tail tucked, surged forward at lightning speed, the red serpent that had coiled around it suddenly dropping onto its tail, entangling it in a chaotic frenzy. What was happening? It had merely blinked, and now it was fleeing for its life. This time, Lin Xiyao teleported directly to the side of the pickup truck, flung open the door, and roughly shoved Cold Yi inside. Without delay, she slid into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and accelerated, her movements fluid and seamless. It was then that she caught sight of what had been relentlessly pursuing her, not a zombie, but a swirling mass of dark crimson blood. How utterly bizarre. With a roar, she slammed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly reversing and turning the vehicle, preparing for the wind wolf beast to jump aboard. The blood mass was closing in rapidly, mere moments away from catching up to the wind wolf beast. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from the beast's rear. In the next moment, flames erupted directly onto the pool of blood. The hissing sound resonated as a thick plume of black smoke ascended, the dark red liquid sizzling under the scorching heat. The air was filled with a series of howls, causing Lin Xiyao to become instantly alert. The source of the eerie cries seemed to emanate from that very pool of blood. Could it be that the blood had a life of its own? With a resounding crash, the wind wolf beast leaped onto the pickup truck. Almost simultaneously, the vehicle sped away, escaping from peril. Lin Xiao remained uncertain whether the pool of blood had been extinguished. All she knew was that the overwhelming sense of danger had gradually dissipated. They were safe now, thanks to the timely intervention of the red serpent beast. In the back of the truck, the wind wolf beast raised its tail in a display of sorrow, tenderly licking its wounds. Its white fur had been singed. The little red serpent, with its head held high, looked on disdainfully. Fearless and unyielding, it declared that it would seek vengeance the next time they encountered that monster. Wind wolf beast, keep your distance from me. As the truck sped away, they finally departed from Songshi ancient town. Cold, he was drenched in cold sweat, a large chunk of flesh missing from his left leg, blood oozing profusely. Lin Xiao tossed him a bottle of antiseptic ointment. Thank you. Upon receiving the medicine, Cold, he gazed deeply at Lin Xiao. Aren't you afraid I might become infected and turn into a zombie? Lin Xiao understood the implications behind his words. She was well aware of how the red shadow came into existence. Did Cold, he not have an inkling of whether he might transform into a zombie? Furthermore, in comparison, which was more toxic, the zombie virus or the blood of zombie? What was Cold, he truly trying to convey? Yet, oblivious to her thoughts, he continued to muse about how, should she turn into a zombie, he would remain steadfast by her side, ensuring she was well-fed and healthy. Such morbid sentiments. Who would cherish such unwavering devotion? If you find yourself in need of money, feel free to tell me. I can have Huang Huzi send some gold coins your way. Lin Xiao remarked, shifting the topic as she glanced at the bloodied backpack, implying that Cold, he need not risk his life for financial gain. Despite their numerous missions together, this was the first time she had witnessed Cold, he wounded. It was indeed reckless. It is not about the money. These books serve as stepping stones. Cold, he said meaningfully. What do you mean? Whose door are we knocking on? The Shun family. In a month, there will be a mercenary competition, and we need to leverage the reputation of the Qinxing gathering place to participate. Lin Xiao had heard about the mercenary competition several times. Yet, she pondered why Cold, he was so determined to compete, risking everything for it. What was so exceptional about this competition? It pertains to the division of territory. The higher the ranking, the more land the mercenary group acquires. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, causing the pickup truck to veer off course. If that were the case, participation was indeed essential. She murmured to herself, realizing that territorial division meant she had to ensure that Songshi ancient town did not fall into the hands of others. Coldy continued, stating that this competition would not only delineate the forest but also determine the ownership of cities. The elite would allocate the eastern cities to one or several mercenary groups based on the competition rankings, granting them control over the resources within the city. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao fell into silence. Once the mercenary competition concluded, the victorious groups would undoubtedly rush into the cities to seize the resources. The impending clash between humanity and the undead loomed ominously. Yet, Lin Xiao was perplexed. For 60 years, humanity had sheltered in the forests. What prompted the sudden desire to reclaim the cities? Was it the unbearable conditions or an inevitable trend? Or perhaps it was a conspiracy? Coldy, have you noticed? Shun Fenglian's mutation is extraordinarily peculiar. She not only exhibits no fear of sunlight, but is also transformed into a level 2 zombie. Do you think this could be related to the previous evolution data? Lin Xiao spoke solemnly. Previously, she had believed that zombies in this world were all afraid of sunlight. However, reality painted a different picture. She harbored a nagging suspicion that someone was deliberately misleading public perception. But what could their aim be? A frenzied pursuit of wealth? Lin Xiao quickly dismissed this notion. She had visited the Shun family's mansion. The wealth amassed by a prominent family over 60 years was no trifling matter. Even if the Shuns were to do nothing, their fortune could sustain them for generations. Under such circumstances, contentment with the status quo seemed wiser than reckless ventures. Yet, apart from the allure of wealth, Lin Xiao could conceive of no other motives. To improve the lives of the common folk? She found that utterly implausible. Such a notion was inconceivable. Chapter 81. The Red Serpent's Den. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiyao promptly tended to Cold Yi's wounds. During their expedition to Songxi ancient town, she had acquired numerous books on aquaculture, agriculture, and architecture, along with several esteemed works in physics. Additionally, she had earned thousands of marketplace points and a dozen first-grade raw stones. The mission was largely successful, save for Cold Yi's injury. Subsequently, Lin Xiyao gathered the residents of the base and distributed the books among them. At the moment they received the books, tears of joy filled their eyes. These were the fabled tomes of wisdom. Lin Xiyao was undeniably impressive, possessing such an abundance of literature. It was another day of admiration directed toward her. They all instinctively cradled the books with reverence. Boss Fong, thank you. I shall cherish this book as a family heirloom to pass down to my descendants. Indeed, we feel the same. Lin Xiyao, what are you all doing? These books are for you to study, not merely to collect. Old Joe, Lin Xiyao, do not jest. We can barely recognize a few characters. How can we study? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyao felt a pang of frustration as she slapped her forehead. In the wasteland, only the elite could read. The mercenaries knew few letters, and the common folk were nearly illiterate. How could she have overlooked this detail? Very well, she conceded. With no other recourse, Lin Xiyao could only study late into the night, delving into one book after another, seeking answers pertinent to the actual conditions of the base. 2 days later, she instructed Fong Wu and Yi Chengwei to remove the excess seedlings from the fields. This process, known as thinning, was necessary due to an overabundance of seeds that had resulted in overcrowding. To ensure the seedlings had adequate space and nutrients for growth, it was imperative to eliminate the surplus. This was a fundamental aspect of cultivation, yet they were oblivious to it. Next came the breeding grounds. A filthy environment would foster bacteria and viruses, leading to lethargic and irritable poultry that were more susceptible to illness. This was a common occurrence. Lin Xiyao directed the Ji siblings to clean and tidy the breeding cages daily. The waste collected from the cages could be transported to the planting area, serving as natural organic fertilizer, thus preventing waste. Having addressed the issues in both the breeding and planting zones, Lin Xiyao contemplated taking advantage of the bountiful autumn harvest to gather more seeds from the forest for the upcoming planting season. The following day, she set off into the woods with a bamboo basket and 2 beasts to forage. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a small patch of peanut plants. The peanut seedlings stood over half a meter tall, and the peanuts buried in the soil were larger than her palm. Lin Xiyao crouched down, casually unearthed a peanut, and performed a toxicity test. The reading indicated it was a high-toxicity food with a toxin level of 70, not recommended for consumption. In the past, she would have discarded it without a second thought. However, now she possessed a golden finger. Lin Xiyao tossed the peanut into her storage space, quickly clearing the small peanut patch. Afterward, she discovered an array of crops in the forest, including soybeans, sorghum, cotton, beans, wheat, cucumbers, onions, and chives. This was indeed the correct approach for a scavenger. She left no edible item unturned in her wake. At noon, Lin Xiyao sought refuge from the sweltering heat in a bamboo grove, taking the opportunity to enjoy her lunch. The weather was scorching, and her wind wolf beast lay languidly nearby, panting heavily. It was unbearably hot. A cool breeze would have been a welcome relief. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the bamboo grove to rustle and showering down leaves. The wind wolf beast enjoyed the coolness. However, mere seconds later, the gust ceased abruptly, leaving the beast once again struggling with the heat, panting heavily. It resorted to its previous tactic, summoning another fierce wind. Lin Xiyao marveled at the wind wolf beast's ability to conjure such gales, a testament to its wind-based powers. Nevertheless, utilizing its abilities for mere cooling was quite extravagant. On another branch, a small red snake leisurely hung, swaying with an air of enjoyment. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught Lin Xiao's attention. From the bamboo above the little red snake, a diminutive crimson snake gracefully descended. Its red vertical pupils shimmered with shyness, and its slender tail arched elegantly. The snake's body undulated as it approached, dancing and twisting in a captivating manner. Its scarlet tongue flicked out vigorously, tasting the air for the scent of the little red snake. Lin Xiao observed with curiosity, wondering if this was a courtship display. In the blink of an eye, the young red snake entered its mating season. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao chose not to interfere, respecting her pet's right to engage in courtship. It would be rather unkind to disrupt a rare encounter with a fellow creature. The female snake approached the young red snake, gently brushing against its body, slowly entwining itself in a desire for a moment of intimacy. However, the young red snake proudly lifted its head, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Suddenly, it opened its jaws and lunged at the female snake, clearly rejecting her advances. Such a refusal was emblematic of a resolute spirit, perhaps a steel-hearted serpent. Startled, the female snake retreated, her gaze turning cold and venomous. Having failed in her courtship, she slinked away in discontent. Yet, Lin Xiao could hardly have anticipated that the animal kingdom, too, harbored its share of treacherous females and duplicitous suitors. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xiao felt the temperature in the bamboo grove rise abruptly. Even in the shade, beads of sweat cascaded down her brow as the grove transformed into a sweltering furnace. Under such conditions, she could no longer remain seated. Suddenly, an eerie rustling sound echoed from all directions. The young red snake instinctively positioned itself protectively in front of Lin Xiao. This sound was not akin to the rustling of leaves, but rather reminiscent of slithering creatures. The next moment, a vast expanse of crimson materialized before Lin Xiao's eyes. Countless small red snakes crawled forth, some entwined with one another, while others coiled around the bamboo stalks. The sight was enough to send shivers down her spine. Was this a nest of red snakes? In an instant, they were enveloped by a throng of these serpentine creatures. Lin Xiao rose cautiously, clutching her curved blade tightly. Hissing filled the air as the previously departed female snake reappeared, now entwined with a robust red snake, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "You chose not to select me, did you, young red one?" Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao furrowed her brow. It became evident that the machinations of the female snake were at play. How enlightening this was! The young red snake, defiantly raising its head, let out fierce hisses at the multitude of serpents surrounding them. Yet, the red snakes possessed a formidable territorial instinct. They would not permit an outsider to frolic upon their domain. The leading red snake emitted an enraged hiss, as if issuing a command. In an instant, the red snakes raised their heads, opening their jaws to unleash torrents of searing flames. The billowing waves of fire surged forth, incinerating the verdant bamboo into ashes. The combined might of hundreds of red snakes unleashing flames was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, as the flames erupted, Lin Xiao swiftly teleported with her two pets, recognizing the futility of confrontation. Had she not possessed the ability to teleport, she would have been ensnared by a female serpent today, meeting her demise amidst the bamboo forest. A narrow escape indeed. After several swift teleports, Lin Xiao finally fled the confines of the bamboo grove. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, the bamboo forest resonated with the frenzied hissing of the crimson serpent beasts. A relentless tide pursuing her. Run. Fixing her gaze on a particular direction, Lin Xiao sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Only after distancing herself from the bamboo thicket, with no trace of the serpent beasts lingering, did she come to a breathless halt. Safe at last, the little crimson snake nuzzled her ankle, its eyes brimming with tears. It felt a wave of self-reproach and guilt. It was all its fault. Had it accepted the female serpent's advances, this ordeal would never have transpired. Lin Xiao gently patted its tiny head, offering words of comfort. "It's not your fault. It's all right. If you can't fight, just run. There's no shame in that." The little snake nodded fervently, deeply touched. Then, Lin Xiao lifted her wrist, intending to consult her wristwatch for the terrain map. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, causing her to flinch in fright. In the depths of the forest, the growl of a wild beast reverberated, imbued with a palpable sense of resentment and fury. What was happening? In the next moment, driven by curiosity, Lin Xiao projected a wisp of soul energy. In the forest, a gray-brown bear was encircled by a dozen robust mercenaries. Not far off stood an extravagantly adorned elderly woman. Upon witnessing this, a glint of cold malice flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. It was Wu Min. How long it had been since they last met. She had yet to settle the score with Wu Min for the abduction that had led her to the research facility. Lin Xiao clenched her fists. Typically, she would not concern herself with mercenaries hunting exotic beasts, merely observing for any opportunities to gain. However, if Wu Min were to slay an exotic beast, oh, how unfortunate. She was never one to harbor a broad heart. Vengeance was a promise she intended to fulfill tenfold. With that thought in mind, Lin Xiao decided against seeking the map and stealthily advanced towards the battlefield. Her profound soul energy radiated outward as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed behind the brown bear a cave with a fuzzy little head peeking out. The bear cub had emerged. Quickly, at the same moment, the sharp-eyed Wu Min had also discerned the cub, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she issued commands. No sooner had she spoken than the exotic beast beside her darted towards the cave with remarkable speed. Roar! The large brown bear bellowed in fury, swinging its massive paws as it swiftly barreled towards the cave to shield it. However, against the onslaught of numerous agile mercenaries and several exotic beasts, the large brown bear struggled immensely. A brutal slaughter ensued. Realizing Wu Min's intentions, Lin Xiao understood that she sought to seize the bear cub. The young are the easiest to tame, and the brown bear is immensely powerful, exhibiting great combat prowess. How absurd! Even possessing dozens of beast companions was insufficient. She had to personally venture into the forest to capture more. It was merely by chance that she encountered her, marking Wu Min's own path to destruction. Xiao Qi, do you wish to avenge the recent grievance? After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao revealed a sly smile. She was particularly adept at orchestrating treachery from behind. The little red snake felt an unsettling chill enveloping its entire body. Soon, Lin Xiao deftly wielded a wisp of soul power, silently approaching the cave. Upon spotting the bear cub, she swiftly pounced. The bear cub let out two pained whines, but mere moments later, clarity returned to its eyes. The soul-capturing technique had succeeded. Almost instantaneously, the formerly timid bear cub dashed out of the cave, exuberantly heading toward Lin Xiao. Hurry, it's escaping. Catch it! Wu Min shouted frantically as she lifted her skirt and sprinted in her high heels. The large bear was equally frantic, roaring as it broke through the throng. But alas, the mercenaries would not afford it any opportunity. Madame Wu Min, it's dangerous. Wait. Two bodyguards pursued closely behind her, soon witnessing the little bear dart into the bamboo grove. Wu Min halted at the edge of the forest. Where are those mercenaries? They need to hurry. If the bear cub escapes, I will make them pay with their lives, she declared with a fierce countenance. Meanwhile, the little red snake had already slipped into the bamboo forest, eyeing the group of red serpents ahead and issuing a provocative hiss. Kill it. Yes. In the next instant, a swarm of red serpents surged forward, their mouths agape, lunging at the little red snake. Seeing this, the little red snake turned and fled back toward the bamboo grove. The master said that fleeing is not shameful. In the bamboo grove, a chase ensued. At that moment, Wu Min remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the grove. Observing that the mercenaries had yet to catch up, she anxiously led her bodyguards deeper into the forest. A bunch of useless fools. They sprint like the wind when it comes to money, yet they dawdle at critical moments. Wu Min fumed, entirely unaware that upon entering the bamboo grove, the beast behind her had halted, trembling and retreating. One of the bodyguards, eager to appease, remarked, "Have you noticed how unusually warm it is in this forest?" The two bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. In the next moment, a roaring inferno surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the three in an instant. Ah, help! The anguished screams echoed. Thick black smoke billowed upwards, transforming the bamboo grove into a raging sea of flames. Lin Xiao stood at a distance on a hillside, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. It's ablaze. What now? Madame Wu Min is still inside. Have you lost your mind? Such a massive fire would spell certain death for anyone who enters. Damn it. If Wu Min dies, we won't survive either. Hurry, before long. The mercenaries in the forest arrived at the bamboo grove, witnessing the fierce flames, some shouting in alarm, while others recklessly charged into the inferno. As Lin Xiyao beheld the mercenaries, the young brown bear at her feet turned anxiously and dashed into the forest, running wildly. Upon seeing the large brown bear lying in a pool of blood, its eyes instantly filled with tears. The cub rushed to its mother's side, nuzzling its small head against the bear's arm. "Mother, please wake up." The great bear, covered in wounds, bore a gaping hole the size of a fist in its chest. Hearing the cub's call, it struggled to open its eyes. Chapter 83. Level 5 Soul Devourer. Lin Xiyao hurried after them and witnessed an astonishing scene. The large and small bear heads were pressed tightly together. A faint white energy slowly emanated from the forehead of the great brown bear, seeping into the body of the cub. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. What was happening? Moments later, the large bear slumped down, its lifeless eyes fixed on Lin Xiyao, filled with reluctance and a plea. The cub remained by its mother's side, lamenting in heart-wrenching cries and shedding tears. In that fleeting moment of shared gaze, Lin Xiyao understood. The great bear was entrusting its child to her. She solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, I will take good care of it." Hearing Lin Xiao's promise, the great bear slowly closed its eyes. The cub let out a soul-rending wail. From that moment onward, it would no longer have a mother. The air was thick with sorrow, each wail echoing the profound grief that tugged at the heartstrings. Seconds later, a peculiar sight unfolded. A beam of white light gradually emerged from the top of the great bear's head, intertwining with shadows. A miniature gray bear materialized within the white light. Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow in astonishment. The bear was not truly dead in her hands. Why then did its soul appear? In the next moment, the bear in the light turned to Lin Xiyao and respectfully bowed. Immediately after, the light surged and entered Lin Xiao's body. "Thank you. From now on, please take good care of Xionglo." At that instant, a gentle voice resonated in Lin Xiao's mind. Confused, before she could comprehend, a tremendous energy erupted from within her. Boom! Her aura surged, doubling her soul power and elevating her to the pinnacle of level 4. In that instant, Lin Xiao seemed to grasp something profound, her heart a tumult of emotions. The brown bear mother willingly sacrificed its soul power. For a child, it was willing to give everything, even its life and soul. Is this the essence of maternal love? Moments later, the small bear, stifling its sorrow, dragged the great bear's body into a cave. Boom! It then moved a large stone to seal off the entrance tightly. Gazing at the familiar cave, the cub's eyes brimmed with reluctance, sadness, and anguish. As it turned away, a fierce hatred filled its gaze. Meanwhile, the mercenaries rushed into the flames, anxiously searching for Wu Min. They are all enhanced beings, their skin hardened to effectively withstand the searing heat of flames. Do not panic. Lin Xiyao, the vengeance for Mama Bear will surely be avenged. As her words fell, the wind wolf beast instantly understood, raising its head high and letting out a piercing howl. The wind howled fiercely, dark clouds gathered ominously, and a tempest swept toward the bamboo forest. The fire blazed higher and higher. Just when the mercenaries were on the brink of collapse, suddenly, the whirlwind erupted within the bamboo grove. With a thunderous boom, the mercenaries were hurled into the air by the raging winds, unable to maintain their hardened skin. Run! The abrupt turn of events sent screams echoing. The flames scorched their bodies, and in sheer terror, everyone fled towards the edge of the bamboo thicket. Hiss! 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 Just as they were about to burst forth from the inferno, a multitude of crimson serpents blocked their escape route. You've all come in. What do you think you can run to? Hiss! Hearing the mercenaries' cries of anguish, the little brown bear cast a complex gaze toward Lin Xiyao. Revenge shall be served. Each mercenary possessed formidable strength, and it contemplated fighting to the death alongside them. Yet, to its surprise, Lin Xiyao effortlessly extinguished them with a mere gust of wind. How magnificent! Moments later, it is our turn. With a swift leap, Lin Xiyao descended the ravine, racing toward the charred bamboo forest. The air was thick with smoke, and amidst the chaos lay a dozen charred corpses, each entwined by the crimson serpents. Hiss! 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 They bared their sharp fangs, ravenously devouring the burnt remains. The atmosphere was permeated with the stench of charred flesh mingled with a rich metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, a vigilant crimson serpent raised its head, its cold, slitted eyes fixated on Lin Xiyao. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, the serpent hissed furiously, its forked tongue flicking as a chunk of flesh, the size of a fingernail, fell from its maw. The flesh resembled a half-cooked steak, charred on the outside, dripping with blood within. Utterly repulsive. Lin Xiao felt a shiver run down her spine, and with a swift motion of her hand, a powerful surge of spiritual energy shot forth. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of pebbles, akin to high-velocity bullets, hurtled towards the crimson serpents clinging to the corpses. With a series of puncturing sounds, their heads were penetrated, leaving behind bloodied holes no larger than a peanut. A single strike to the head, effortlessly dispatching them. This was not due to Lin Xiao's enhanced strength, but rather, at this moment, the crimson serpents were utterly exhausted, making it the opportune time to eliminate them. A wolf roar. Seeing Lin Xiao take action, the two beasts behind her eagerly charged forward. A brutal clash ensued. Deep within the bamboo thicket, a young crimson serpent was cornered beneath a large stone. The leader of the crimson serpents fixed its piercing gaze upon it, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The young serpent curled up in fear, its head bowed low. You cannot escape judgment. Hiss, hiss. The mother serpent, dripping with condescension, elongated her neck and lunged at the young serpent. You chose not to select me. Now you know the taste of regret. The little red snake bared its fangs, retaliating against the grotesque figure. At that moment, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air. A long whip shot forth, striking the green tea mother snake with great force. The crack echoed, and the serpent's skin split open, writhing in agony. Its vertical pupils filled with terror. In the next instant, the little red snake sank its sharp fangs into the mother snake, refusing to let go. The two serpents became entangled in a fierce struggle. Sensing imminent danger, the red snake leader abandoned the mother snake and fled. With a mighty leap, the winged wolf beast descended, its eyes glimmering with a haunting green light, and brought its heavy paw down upon the red snake leader's head. Blood erupted forth as the leader's skull was crushed. "Brother, you've finally arrived," cried the little red snake, overwhelmed with emotion. "If you had arrived any later, my life would have been forfeit." After vanquishing the mother snake, the little red snake wept bitterly as it lunged towards the winged wolf beast, which disdainfully sidestepped. "Look at your pitiful state." The nest of red snakes in the forest was entirely eradicated. Countless white orbs slowly ascended, all entering Lin Xiao's body. Though the souls of several hundred red snakes were only of the second rank, their collective energy formed a formidable force. With a thunderous roar, a surge of tremendous energy erupted within her. She had leveled up to a level 5 Soul Devourer. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your strength, speed, agility, and mental prowess have all increased. The skill soul capture and teleportation have improved, doubling the spatial area and unlocking the level 5 Soul Devourer skill, Soul Power Shield. Activating the Soul Power Shield enhances one's defenses, rendering one immune to all physical attacks for 3 seconds, while also providing protection against wind, rain, poison, and dust. Has Lin Xiao just activated cheat? Is this invincibility mode? She marveled. The Soul Power Shield was indeed extraordinary, akin to a pie falling from the sky, an unexpected delight. After the battle, the winged wolf beast instinctively led the two little ones to dig for raw stones, proving to be a diligent and frugal creature. It then paused beside a charred, contorted corpse. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the winged wolf beast raised its paw and pressed down upon the corpse's head. The splatter of blood and brain matter was horrific, leaving the remains utterly unrecognizable. The winged wolf beast seemed to exhale its frustrations, lifting its head high and departing with pride. Lin Xiao wondered, why is it desecrating the corpse? Upon closer inspection, the charred high heels stood out conspicuously. To her astonishment, it was Wu Min's body. Clearly, the winged wolf beast harbored grudge. Chapter 84. A return to the library. On this expedition, Lin Xiao not only leveled up but also earned over 100 raw stones. Raiding a red snake nest was indeed exhilarating. Most importantly, she had acquired her third beast companion, the overwhelmingly powerful brown bear beast. What a tremendous gain! The rewards were abundant, filling her coffers to the brim. On this day, a young man paid a visit to the Shun family, presenting the esteemed elderly matriarch, Madame Shun, with a renowned physics masterpiece she had long coveted. Upon gazing at the volumes on the table, Madame Shun was overwhelmed with excitement and instructed her servant to fetch gold coins. However, Qing Yi shook her head, stating, "I do not desire gold." Madame Shun was taken aback for a moment, for she was not a miser. These books were ones she had specifically sought to acquire, each priced at 10,000 gold coins, totaling no less than 50,000 coins. Such a substantial fortune, and he chose to refuse it? What is it that you seek? She inquired. A qualification to participate in the mercenary competition, he replied. Hearing this, Madame Shun's expression grew serious as she asked, "What is the name of your mercenary group?" "The Tomorrow Mercenary Group." "Who is the leader?" Ving Yi hesitated before responding, Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Madame Shun was astonished, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Is it the Lin Yi of the Starry Dawn Mercenary Group?" Indeed. With her affirmation, Madame Shun's heart raced with excitement, a smile spreading across her face that she could scarcely contain. "This is splendid. With Lin Yi's involvement, how could we possibly fail to secure the title of the strongest warrior? I happen to have another entry slot available." Zhang Ma, the nearby servant, nodded in understanding and ascended the stairs. While the servant retrieved the entrance pass, Madame Shun subtly inquired, "Might I ask what your relationship with Lin Yi is?" The insinuation was not lost on her. "In that case, I would appreciate it if you could convey my gratitude." As she bid farewell, Madame Shun not only provided the entrance ticket for the competition, but also gifted Qing Yi 55,000 gold coins, of which 5,000 were intended as a fee for his assistance, while the remaining 50,000 were for Lin Yi. Such generosity was befitting the head of the illustrious Shun family. Qing Yi, momentarily taken aback, did not decline the offer and departed with the entrance pass and the gold. Why would he refuse what the Shun family willingly offered? Furthermore, their base was quite impoverished. These coins would ensure their comfort throughout the winter. Why not embrace such fortune? However, upon reaching the village entrance, Fong Wen and old Zhou hurriedly approached him. "Lin Xiyao, trouble has arisen. Lord Lung seems to have gone mad upon waking and nearly throttled Fong Wen," old Zhou reported, still trembling from the encounter. Fong Wen nodded, revealing the large bruises and distinct finger marks on his neck. "Where is Lin Yi?" Old Zhou glanced towards the village outskirts. "Lord Lung has exited the village." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed in concern. Where could Lin Yi have gone? Moreover, night is fast approaching. "We must call Lin Yi," she commanded with a steely voice. Fong Wen and old Zhou exchanged uneasy glances, hesitating. Observing their reluctance, Lin Xiao asked in disbelief, "Do you not have Lin Yi's friends?" Fong Wen nodded. In the past, within the group, Lin Yi was notoriously aloof. Who would dare add him as a friend? After arriving at Mid-Mountain Village, he had spent all his time with Lin Xiyao, and they had not dared to bring it up. "What about you?" Lin Xiyao asked, shaking her head in exasperation. She too had no means of contact. Only at this moment did she realize she had never seen Lin Yi use a wristwatch. In the wasteland, a wristwatch was akin to an identification card. Was Lin Yi concealing some secret? Or did he perhaps lack any form of identification altogether? Achète existence. As Lin Xiao found herself in a state of desperation, pondering the absence of any friends, Qing Yi entered the half-mountain village, carrying a substantial bag of gold coins. Who is this? Lin Xiao wondered, perplexed by the unexpected addition to her base. Noticing her confusion, Fong Wen quickly approached her and whispered, "Boss, this is Qing Yi. He is Lord Lung's personal bodyguard, and I've seen him a few times. Whenever our team had dealings in the past, it was always Qing Yi who handled them." Fong Wen was naturally familiar with him, and Lao Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. With a thud, Qing Yi placed the heavy bag of coins on the ground. "This amounts to 55,000 gold coins. My master instructed me to deliver it to you." "And where is Lin Yi?" Lin Xiao inquired. "He has gone to Songxi ancient town," Qing Yi replied. Lin Xiyao paused for a moment, recalling the difficulty she had escaping the ancient town. What could he possibly be doing there? Well, Qing Yi continued. He mentioned he wanted to visit the library and asked me to deliver the books from my backpack to the Shun family. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. There is a formidable zombie lurking within the library. Could it be that Lin Yi was in peril? I must make a trip to the library, she resolved, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Boss, it's dark now. Nightfall is the domain of the zombies. Venturing out recklessly would be perilous. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until dawn, Qing Yi cautioned. Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before responding. I fear Lin Yi may not be able to wait. After a moment's deliberation, Qing Yi took large strides to follow her. In Songxi ancient town, at least 100,000 zombies lurked. As night descended, the entire town appeared to be engulfed by the horde. Countless zombies surged onto the streets, swaying their heads and moaning, battering the doors of the shops. Outside the library, a dense throng of zombies surrounded the building, rendering it impenetrable. With a resounding crash, the safety door on the 5th floor was breached and innumerable zombies poured inside. Under the moonlight, one could faintly discern a man in black wielding a long sword, facing off against a humanoid monstrosity. The zombies, having caught the scent of the living, howled in frenzy as they lunged towards the man. In the next moment, a violent shockwave erupted, sending the zombies hurtling back, as if repelled by a crimson barrier. The zombies could see him, but could not reach him, their hunger intensifying in frustration. Surrounded by darkness, a pickup truck sped along the empty road. She had to discover the quickest route to the library. The truck reached Songxi ancient town in record time. From a distance, the town appeared teeming with a terrifying sea of the undead. With a thunderous roar, the pickup truck barreled into the southwestern entrance of the ancient town, careening as though it were an explosive force. The deafening noise stirred the zombies into a frenzy, drawing them in droves towards the vehicle. A few moments later, several dark figures stealthily infiltrated the ancient town, employing a strategy to lure the zombies away. Chapter 85. Lost in a mirage, just as Lin Xiao burst into the ancient town, an elderly zombie suddenly emerged from the derelict park beside her. Clad in a blood-stained, tattered tank top and crimson shorts, the elderly zombie bore a gaping wound in its abdomen, its insides hollow, clutching a piece of bloody flesh in its gnarled hands. It momentarily froze as its gaze met mine. Clearly, it had not anticipated encountering a living soul in this ancient town. With a guttural growl, the zombie opened its maw, stuffing the flesh into its mouth as it lunged toward Lin Xiao. Fortune smiled upon her. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao brandished her silver crescent blade, producing a crisp, ringing sound. Before the zombie could reach her, its head was severed from its body. At that moment, Lin Xiao glanced at the decapitated head rolling on the ground, still holding the morsel it had failed to swallow. Could this be the flesh of Cold Yi? A chill ran down her spine as her gaze turned cold and fierce toward the park. On the lawn lay a small corpse, likely that of a strange beast. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a gaunt rat. Relieved, Lin Xiao drove her blade into the zombie's head with a swift motion. What a fool to wander aimlessly at this hour. How much safer it would be to sleep at home. With a squelch, she extracted her blade, drawing forth a glimmering raw stone. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged from the garden, howling and clawing as they charged toward her. Without needing her command, 3 strange beasts leapt forward, tearing into the approaching zombies. After dispatching this initial wave, Lin Xiao heightened her vigilance and sprinted toward the library. 10 minutes later, she held her breath, quietly concealing herself in an abandoned shop. Before her, the library was swarmed with a dense throng of zombies. No wonder. Apart from the group in the park, she had not encountered any others along the way. They had all congregated here. Little one, she whispered, contemplating her next move. There was no time to eliminate zombies now. She needed to employ a diversionary tactic, and the Wind Wolf Beast was perfectly suited for the task. The Wind Wolf Beast nodded in understanding and darted out in a flash. With a howl that echoed through the night, it displayed its lupin nature. Under the moonlight, its graceful form and chilling howl created a commanding presence. It perfectly embodied the essence of a wolf's arrival. Instantly, The dense mass of zombies was drawn to the sound, surging toward the wind wolf beast. A formidable wave of undead approached, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. Meanwhile, the small red snake upon the wind wolf beast's back seemed eager for greater chaos. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the darkness of the ancient town, followed by a fierce blaze. The light frightened the zombies, causing them to instinctively retreat, preparing to scatter. A powerful figure had arrived. Quick, flee! Yet, as the flames extinguished, the wind wolf beast remained motionless. A paper tiger? In the midst of a horde of zombies, a daring challenge was issued. With a resounding roar, the brothers sprang forth, intent on tearing the creatures apart. In an instant, the zombies seemed to lose their minds, howling in fury as they lunged toward the two beasts. Witnessing this, the little red snake recoiled in fear. Oh no! It appeared they had made a grave mistake. Run! The wind wolf beast, in utter disbelief, turned to flee. The master had merely instructed to divert them, not to provoke their wrath. Now, they were stuck, unable to shake them off. Brother Red Snake, you should have warned me earlier, it exclaimed, its throat burning with exertion. The wind wolf beast lamented its hapless companion. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the enraged zombies was successfully led away. Lin Xiyao, accompanied by her adorably clumsy brown bear beast, dashed into the library. After dispatching a handful of zombies, she ascended towards the 5th floor with urgency. Bear Lu, if danger arises, you must flee first and find Xiao Budian and Xing Yi, she instructed as she ran. After all, Bear Lu was still a cub with limited offensive capability. Given the unknown situation on the 5th floor, Lin Xiyao felt it prudent to remind her companion, lest it foolishly venture into peril. Charge forth! The little brown bear held its breath, propelling itself towards the 5th floor. Moments later, it crashed through the safety door with remarkable speed. Lin Xiyao followed closely behind. Just as she crossed the threshold, a blinding white light swept over her. Reacting instinctively, she squeezed her eyes shut. This was a lapse in caution. Upon reopening her eyes, Lin Xiyao found herself in an unfamiliar corridor. Ahead lay a vast hall, flanked by rows of orderly glass enclosures. It bore a striking resemblance to Li Songnan's research facility. Was this an illusion? Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow, cautiously advancing towards the hall. Simultaneously, in the library, a gaunt zombie charged at Lin Xiyao, its cavernous maw wide open, driven by a ravenous hunger for fresh flesh. The zombies on the 5th floor, already drooling over the cold light within the barrier, were now frenzied by the presence of a living human beyond it. They could hardly contain their excitement and madness. At that moment, a fierce roar erupted as the brown bear beast leaped in front of Lin Xiyao, standing upright and brandishing its sharp claws at the approaching zombie. Unaware of Lin Xiao's sudden stillness, it felt compelled to protect her. With a swift motion, its claws sank into the gaunt zombie's neck, leaving 5 deep gashes that revealed bone beneath. A stream of dark red blood flowed forth. The gaunt zombie emitted a shrill scream, lunging forward with alarming speed. The creatures within the red barrier were displeased by Lin Xiao's intrusion, their brows furrowing in discontent. However, they did not terminate the illusion. Just as Lin Xiao stepped into the hall, a zombie clad in a white hospital gown suddenly lunged, crashing into the glass wall to her left with a resounding thud. Instantly, a blood imprint stained the pristine glass surface. The zombie gaped its blood-stained maw, howling like a madman, its face a ghastly display of fangs, relentlessly gnawing at the glass before it. Lin Xiao cast a wary glance in its direction. Just then, 2 heavily clad personnel, swathed in protective gear, approached from the opposite side. They dragged along a frail child dressed in a white hospital gown, his emaciated frame barely clinging to life. Heavy iron chains shackled around his neck and feet. He bore the marks of recent torment, his garments stained with blood, his weary legs dragging on the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson behind. Moving mechanically, Lin Xiao wondered if they could not see her. As they drew near, the young boy slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes opening wide. His gaze was devoid of any emotion, like a still pond, unruffled and lifeless. It was a zombie. Instinctively, Lin Xiao sidestepped. Yet, in a swift motion, One of the personnel passed right through her. Chapter 86. Sharing joys and sorrows. Lin Xiyao was taken aback, incredulously touching her own body. Phew. Thankfully, she was intact. In her moment of distraction, the workers had already moved on with the boy in tow. Gritting her teeth, she pursued them. Soon, the boy was unceremoniously thrown into a sealed iron chamber. Lin Xiyao pressed against the iron door, faintly hearing voices within. There were others inside. But how could she enter? In the next moment, a spark of inspiration struck her. If the personnel could pass through her, perhaps she could also traverse the iron door. With that thought, Lin Xiyao took a deep breath and hurled herself against the door. To her astonishment, she truly passed through the iron barrier. Before her lay a small room, barely 10 square meters. Coldy, how are you holding up? Can you still endure? A pale-faced boy in the corner whispered softly, his eyes dark as night. Upon hearing the name Cold-E, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. The gaunt child before her was indeed Cold-E. I'm fine. I can still hold on. I'll go tomorrow, he replied, though a look of compassion crossed his companion's face as he spoke. I'm all right. Just 3 more days. As long as we endure for 3 days, we can escape. Cold-E suddenly opened his crimson eyes, their depths profound. Cold-E, once we are out, will we truly survive? Yes, he affirmed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must strive to live. At this, his companion lowered his head, disheartened. They had both been sold to the research facility on the same day and were naturally assigned to the same room. After 3 days of confinement in the iron chamber, they were famished, dizzy, and weak, aware of their impending fate as test subjects. 3 days later, the staff informed them that only 1 subject was required per room. One who could endure for 15 days, and both could be released. They could alternate, deciding who would go first based on their own choice. If no one volunteered, they would simply take someone at random. That evening, the children in the other iron rooms suffered grievous injuries, none willing to be the first to test the drug. In their room, Lin Yi and his companion devised a plan. One would test the drug while the other would provide care. If one could no longer endure, they would switch roles. This way, they might have a chance to escape. Over time, they cultivated trust and camaraderie, solidifying their resolve to endure the 15-day drug trial. It was now the 12th day of Lin Yi's trial. Lin Xiyao observed his frail and weakened state, a pang of sorrow flashing through her heart. He was still a child, yet he bore such inhumane torment. In the blink of an eye, the 13th day arrived. Lin Yi fainted from the pain and did not awaken. The staff took phone away. Lin Yi, you have persevered for 12 days. Now allow me to protect you. Just 3 more days, and I will surely hold on, Lin Xiyao vowed, following phone as he traversed the rows of glass rooms to a grim surgical chamber. The cold operating table was stained with blood, and at the far end of the room, there was a transparent interrogation chamber filled with various instruments of torture. Barbed whips, pliers, iron rods, daggers, and sharp knives. What were they planning? Wasn't this a drug trial? Why was there an interrogation room? Lin Xiyao pondered in horror. Was this the other person in cage 25? At that moment, a young doctor clad in a white coat entered, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, high cheekbones, and a pallid complexion. His face gaunt like a skeleton, with cold, piercing eyes. It's rare to see you two endure together for so long. You're almost at the finish line. Keep it up, young man, the doctor encouraged, though a flicker of mockery danced in his gaze. Alphonse nodded earnestly, his resolve unwavering. Yes, I will persevere. Lin Xiyao could see clearly that the researchers had no intention of letting them go. Their words were merely a fade to instill a glimmer of hope to keep them going. Damn, these scoundrels even deceive children. Let's begin, the young doctor said with a satisfied nod as he retrieved a vial of dark red liquid from his cooler. The cold needle pierced Feng's skin. Before the syringe could empty, Feng convulsed, foam frothing from his mouth as he screamed in agony. Hold it down. Soon, the injection was complete. The young doctor discarded the syringe, tugging at his rubber gloves, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. Take him inside. Lin Xiyao thought, what does this pervert intend to do? Feng was swiftly taken to the glass room, suspended by heavy chains. His anguished growls filled the air, his dark eyes marred by crimson veins. Crack! The barbed whip struck Feng's body with a resounding thud, blood splattering instantly. A deep, Bone-revealing lash mark appeared on his skin. Lin Xiyao clenched her fists, rage boiling within her. Were these people insane? Why must they treat him this way? Crack, crack, crack. The long whip descended relentlessly, and within a mere minute, Alphonse was left bloodied and battered, transformed into a figure drenched in crimson. The vibrant red blood flowed incessantly. "Document this," remarked the young doctor. The staff hurriedly noted the details. It was time to proceed to the next test. Lin Xiyao shouted in fury, "Stop! Do you intend to kill him?" Their objective was to gather data on the automatic healing of wounds. They injected the blood of the undead into a living body, whipped them, and observed the healing process. How utterly inhumane! And this was merely the first phase of their research. With a roar, the young doctor discarded the blood-stained whip and picked up the pliers resting on the table. At that moment, Alphonse underwent a transformation. He did not turn to the crimson-eyed undead, but instead developed a pair of grayish-white pupils, his eyes marred by crimson veins. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the young doctor's gaze as he approached Alphonse cautiously. "Oh, little one, did you not promise to endure? How could you not last a single day?" With a sudden snap, the sharp pliers clamped onto Alphonse's nail, yanking it off with a gruesome display of blood. With all 10 fingers connected to the heart, Alphonse still retained some awareness, letting out a pained roar. The young doctor, witnessing this, became increasingly deranged, his face twisted with madness. "You truly are naive. Did you think you could walk out of here alive? Once you are sold in, your life is no longer yours to command. Whether you become a zombie or a shadow, you cannot escape the fate of being studied. After all, you are but lowly vermin." Amidst the young doctor's perverse remarks, Lin Xiyao sensed the resentment emanating from Alphonse escalating rapidly. His consciousness was fading swiftly. Soon, Alphonse was consumed by rage, his transformation into a zombie complete, and the research targeting him was only just beginning. Chapter 87. Rescuing Lin Yi. It is difficult to imagine how the young Lin Yi endured 12 days of torment. The chilling echoes of anguished howls persisted. The scene shifted, and Lin Xiyao found herself once again in the corridor. Suddenly, a zombie clad in a white patient gown collided violently with the glass wall. Its grayish-white eyes were filled with excitement and madness, its gaping, blood-red mouth wide open, pressing its distorted face against the glass, as rivulets of dark crimson blood trickled down the surface. This scene mirrored exactly what Lin Xiyao had witnessed upon her arrival. It became clear to her that the one confined within the glass chamber was Alphonse. What was he trying to convey? With a thunderous crash, a powerful gust surged through the laboratory, leading to an explosion. The glass chamber shattered, the building trembled violently, and the fierce air currents wreaked havoc upon everything in their path. A shard of sharp glass hurtled towards Lin Xiyao. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield herself. Lin Yi in the next instant, a deep, hoarse voice called out from afar. Lin Xiyao abruptly lowered her hand. Yes, where was Lin Yi? Before her lay a dim expanse, where a gaping crimson void materialized, swirling like a wormhole. The sound emanated from within. The lives of the impoverished are as fragile as ants. Even if we escape, what then? We cannot survive. Fate is unjust. The heavens are cruel. And having endured so much suffering, why not resist? To break and be reborn. Lin Yi, join me in the annihilation of this world, and together we shall forge an era that belongs to us. A hoarse voice murmured. A small figure took deliberate steps towards the sanguine abyss. Lin Yi, Lin Xiyao shouted, panic surging within her as she hurriedly pursued. Yet, in the next moment, an invisible barrier halted her. With each step, Lin Yi drew closer to the blood hole, igniting a sense of urgency in Lin Xiyao. No, she must not allow Lin Yi to enter. This was clearly the allure of that zombie. Resolutely, Lin Xiyao gathered all her soul power, unleashing a formidable force that collided violently with the barrier before her. Bang! Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your illusion. Lin Xiao's gaze turned steely as she once more concentrated her soul power, launching herself at the barrier like a cannonball. Crash! She collided heavily against the barrier, a crisp sound of shattering resonating. Spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread across the surface. Meanwhile, Lung, he had already stepped into the crimson void. Damn it, don't force my hand. Pressed against the barrier, Lin Xiyao gritted her teeth, tilted her head back, and slammed it against the crack. With a resounding thud, the impact felt as if her skull had compressed an inch. Dazed and disoriented, a warm trickle began to flow down her forehead. In her life, she had never engaged in such reckless behavior. To be truly ruthless, one must be harsh upon oneself. With a cacophony, the barrier before her shattered like glass, scattering shards everywhere. Lung, don't go. As the barrier fell, Lin Xiyao shouted and surged forward. Hearing the familiar voice, Lung paused, slowly turning his head. Lin Xiyao. Boom! Instantly, the entire world erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The illusion shattered. Such pain. In the next moment, Lin Xiyao experienced a fierce throbbing in her head. Upon touching it, her hand was soaked in blood. The surroundings transformed into the library on the 5th floor, where she stood at the entrance. Inside the library lay several dismembered corpses of zombies. A young brown bear cub stood protectively before her, dark crimson blood dripping from its sharp claws. Belle? Lin Xiyao called softly. Upon hearing her voice, the cub turned in surprise, and in that instant, Lin Xiyao was taken aback. Its body was covered in numerous bite wounds, bloodied and raw. One could only imagine the fierce battle it had endured. All this to protect her. Instantly, Lin Xiao's eyes reddened. Didn't I tell you to run if danger approached? Roar. The bear cub adorably nudged closer to Lin Xiao, its little head occasionally rubbing against her feet. The superficial wounds were merely a trifling inconvenience. At that moment, a roar echoed from the staircase of the gallery. Lengi, we're the best of brothers. Why do you refuse to unite with me? A creature, emaciated and resembling a desiccated corpse, opened its mouth wide, its throat quivering as it emitted a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Lin Xiao was taken aback, doubting whether she was still trapped in a mirage. How could a zombie speak? Was the world descending into madness? How could a corpse that had been dead for decades still possess the ability of speech? Afong, I cannot concur with your perspective. Although this world is filled with malevolence and suffocating despair, there remains hope in my heart, along with someone I care for deeply. I cannot allow you to destroy this world, nor her. Lung tightened his grip on his sword, his voice steady and resolute. Having relived the anguish of his childhood, Lung Yi's spirit felt extinguished, devoid of the courage to continue living. It was Lin Xiao who rekindled his resolve. Are you certain you won't regret it? No regrets, he affirmed, for I have someone to protect, something to cherish, and dreams yet to realize. Is it because of that woman? I killed her. You dare? Lin Yi shouted vehemently. Lin Xiao looked innocently perplexed. How had the flames of war reached her? In the next moment, Lin Xiao anticipated a formidable attack from the creature. But instead, it raised its sharp claws and, with a swift motion, slashed its own left wrist. Self-harm? Drip, drip. Moments latte. Several drops of dark red blood fell to the floor. This scene jolted Lin Xiao's memory, reminding her of the eerie blood that had pursued them before. Lengi, she cried out. Simultaneously, the blood that dripped onto the floor vanished inexplicably, and a wave of intense unease surged within her. Danger. Extreme peril. Every cell in her body screamed, emitting signals of imminent threat. Whoosh. The soul energy shield activated instantaneously. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt her feet become damp as a pool of blood coalesced beneath her. With a resounding crash, the blood surged rapidly toward her. But the shield held firm against the onslaught. The tremendous impact sent Lin Xiao flying. The creature's target was her. On the other side, Lung Yi wielded his sword, charging at the beast. Upon witnessing the situation unfolding with Lin Xiao, he shouted in disbelief, You devoured Shui Ruan? She was willing to merge with me, allowing me to evolve. Crash! The sword struck heavily against the creature's shoulder as Lung Yi roared in anger. Do you have any idea she has searched for you for 10 years? The typically indifferent Lung Yi was now furious, unable to comprehend Ah Feng's actions. Was it fair to ruin someone else's umbrella simply because one was caught in the rain? Chapter 88. Shui Ruan. Years ago, a catastrophic explosion occurred at the research facility. In his escape, Lung encountered Shui Ruan, who was also a scarlet shadow. Furthermore, like him, Shui Ruan possessed water-based abilities. Such powerful scarlet shadows, once freed, would be unmatched in strength. Subsequently, Lin Yi chose to adopt a different identity and lead a discreet life. However, Shui Rao firmly believed that Afeng was not dead and resolutely embarked on a quest to find him. It was later revealed to her that Shui Rao and Afeng had grown up together. Upon discovering that Afeng had been sold to a research facility, she willingly became a test subject there solely to reunite with him. This profound loyalty moved him. How could Afeng have acted so ruthlessly? She searched for me for 10 years? How could that be? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Afeng expressed disbelief, even eliciting a hint of derision. Lin Yi, are you attempting to disturb my peace of mind with such words? I refuse to believe you. Bang! In a fit of rage, Lin Yi kicked Afeng aside. You have no idea what Shui Rao sacrificed for you. Ha ha! Lin Yi, your anger suggests you might have developed feeling for Shui Rao. She resides within me. Together, the three of us could obliterate this world. Lin Yi remained obstinate. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao was locked in a fierce battle with the pool of blood. A moment's inattention could result in her being ensnared by it. Lin Xiyao could only use her whip to attack, concentrating intently and proceeding with caution. However, Afeng's words caused her focus to waver. Does Lin Yi have someone he cares for? Whoosh! At that moment, the blood pool seized the opportunity and lunged toward Lin Xiyao. What the hell? Indeed, the allure of male beauty is perilous. This jest allowed the blood pool to exploit her distraction. A drop of dark crimson blood splattered onto Lin Xiao's arm. In the blink of an eye, the blood pool coiled around Lin Xiao's arm like a stubborn piece of taffy, creeping across her body. In a moment of peril, a blazing flame erupted. Lin Xiao's arm was instantly engulfed in fire, and the blood pool sizzled and emitted a mournful wail. Fire conquers water. Roar! In the next instant, unable to withstand the scorching flames, the blood pool fled from Lin Xiao in panic. Hiss! At that moment, the red serpent charged in, fixating on the blood pool and unleashing another torrent of flames. Brother, I promise to avenge you. Watch closely. The wind wolf beast rolled its eyes in exasperation. Before seeking revenge, perhaps you should learn the way. Originally, the two beasts were guiding the zombies toward the ancient town's exit. All of this was Red Serpent's fault for misdirecting them. Sizzle. Soon, the raging inferno encircled the blood pool, leaving it with no means of escape. Amidst the crackling sounds, piercing cries echoed. Ah! Xiao Zhao! Afeng, hearing the anguished cries, panicked and made a feint with her sharp claws, lunging toward the flames. A flicker of struggle crossed Lin Yi's gaze, but when he looked at Lin Xiao, his expression turned resolute. In the next moment, a sudden mist enveloped the library, and a wall of water appeared before Lin Yi. Instantly, the water wall shattered, and countless droplets floated in the air. Whoosh! Following that, a deluge of tiny droplets shot forth like high-velocity bullets. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao was taken aback. She recognized this technique. She had seen it before in the hot spring cave. At that moment, she believed that Lin Yi had unleashed a formidable force, manipulating droplets of water to attack. Little did she know, Lin Yi possessed extraordinary water abilities. How powerful could he be? Bang! 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 In an instant, all the water droplets struck Afeng's body, effortlessly penetrating through it. Afeng's forward motion came to an abrupt halt, crashing to the ground with a thud. Lin Xiao found this power utterly astonishing. Afeng! I am sorry. Lin Yi sheathed his sword, his eyelids slightly lowered. I do not blame you. Afeng lay in a pool of blood, crimson liquid continuously oozing from him. In his final moments, he gazed at the raging fire before him, filled with regret. He had, with his own hands, killed the woman he cherished most. Hatred blinded his eyes, and boundless resentment plunged him into madness. Gradually, his awareness returned, and he recalled everything. The malevolence surrounding him intensified, a bloodthirsty restlessness compelling him to annihilate this world. Just then, Shui Rao appeared. That foolish woman smiled and told him that she was willing to give everything for him, should he desire it. It was all my fault, brother. You were right, a phone whispered softly, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, his flesh and blood rapidly corroded, transforming into a chilling skeleton in the blink of an eye. A stone as large as an egg rolled out from bones. A 6th-level stone. Lin Xiyao clenched his fists, sorrow flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a strand of white light slowly ascended, swiftly coalescing into a white orb. Within the orb, a miniature handsome man stared intently at Lin Xiyao. In this life, I have ultimately erred. From now on, please take good care of Lin Xiyao. I must go accompany Shui Rao. As the words fell, the white orb dove into Lin Xiao's body. Boom! The soul power within her surged, tumultuously roaring like a tempest. Instantly, Lin Xiao's soul power surged significantly, reaching the pinnacle strength of a 5th-level Soul Devourer. Lin Xiyao was a phone seeking redemption? Bang! Bang! A few seconds later, from the ceiling of the library, Fermin suddenly fell. Lin Xiyao focused her gaze. Were those not Su Xiaoyang and his team? Their pallid faces heaving chests, and faint breaths indicated they had been trapped here by a phone for 3 days, yet still lived. Remarkable indeed. Cautiously, Lin Xiao approached to investigate. But Lin Xiyao suddenly reached out to stop her. You go gather supplies. I will check. All right. Be careful. Lin Xiao nodded, turning to ascend the spiral staircase. The 5th floor held twice as many books as the 4th, and just as she reached the staircase, a nauseating stench assaulted her senses. Bloodstains marred every step, with scattered fragments of white bones and raw flesh littering the floor. Lin Xiao reached out to the bookshelf, gathering supplies while remaining vigilant as she ascended. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, she suddenly halted. On the shelf at the corner rested a transparent glass jar, filled with blood, containing a swollen, decaying human head. The severed head had been submerged for an indeterminate duration. Its eyes were long gone, leaving behind 2 dark hollow sockets. The skin of the face had swelled grotesquely, and the features had twisted into a disfigured mass, rendering any semblance of identity unrecognizable. A gaping wound marred the crown, with the brain matter having long since transformed into a pulpy mess, infested by an abundance of white maggots writhing amidst the congealed blood. Disgust surged within Lin Xiyao, prompting her to recoil a couple steps. At that moment, fragments of memory flickered through her mind. These heads were trophies of a Feng's gruesome exploits, preserved in blood to satiate his perverse vanity and to reserve the finest sustenance for Shui Rao, whom he nourished. The horror of it sent a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine, her nerves taut with trepidation. Such a grotesque predilection. A phone possessed memories, thoughts, and the capacity for communication. Yet this could not alter the undeniable truth of his existence as a zombie. Perhaps this was the very reason why Lin Xiyao had dealt ruthlessly with his former comrade. No matter how he evolved, the sanguinary and brutal instincts embedded within him remained immutable. Lin Xiao maneuvered past the glass tank, ascending slowly, lost in contemplation. Of Lin Xiyao, it was said that the Blood Shadow was even more ferocious and volatile than a zombie. Were the rumors unreliable, or had they merely masked their true nature too effectively? Chapter 89. Level 6 Evolution Data. Before long, Lin Xiao had collected all the tomes from the 5th floor. Soon after, Su Xiaoyang and his companions awakened, appearing dazed and physically weakened. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Su Xiaoyang's eyes brightened with clarity. Thank you for saving us. It was Lin Xiyao who rescued you, not me, Lin Xiao replied coolly, unwilling to take credit for his deeds. At her words, Su Xiaoyang glanced at Lin Xiyao, surprise flickering in his gaze. He had not anticipated that this cold, unfeeling man would be their savior. Subsequently, Lin Xiao retrieved several vials of nutritional fluid from her backpack, offering them to replenish their strength. The 4 expressed their gratitude, devouring the sustenance eagerly. Just then, Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he strode toward the entrance. Zombies are approaching. With a resounding thud, the safety door to the 5th floor slammed shut. Lin Yi raised his hand, summoning a gust of wind that swept through the space, sending old tables, chairs, and bookshelves crashing against the door, barricading it effectively. Stay vigilant. He instructed the Wind Wolf and the Blood Serpent, who obediently positioned themselves behind the door. The display of his strength was not only impressive, but also exuded an air of authority that rendered the two beasts utterly compliant. It was wise not to provoke Lin Xiyao, the living embodiment of death. The young brown bear lay feebly to the side, appearing docile. "I will stay with you," it murmured. Lin Xiyao promptly tended to its injuries. "It's not serious. A few days of care will suffice." Turning to Lin Xiyao, Lin Xiyao spoke softly, "We must stay here tonight." She nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies, drawn by the two beasts, began to encircle the library once more. The cacophony of their screams outside was deafening, and the chaotic sound of their footsteps grew ever closer. Soon, they would surge forth. In such circumstances, they could only stay here for one night. "Come on, everyone capable of movement, stop sitting idly. Move the furniture and barricade the main entrance." With this thought in mind, Lin Xiyao turned to Su Xiaoyang and the others. "Everyone must contribute. Do not rely solely on Lin Xiyao." Even though they were injured, she would not indulge them. Soon, wooden tables and chairs were stacked up, blocking the doorway. Several ventilated glass windows were also securely blocked with wooden bookshelves. Subsequently, Lin Xiyao pulled out a roll of wire mesh from her backpack, reinforcing the barricade of tables, chairs, and bookshelves. The sturdier, the safer. The group pondered how Lin Xiao's backpack seemed like a treasure trove, appearing modest yet containing everything. After ensuring every corner had been checked, Lin Xiao finally felt at ease enough to rest. "Lin Yi, why are you here?" While they rested on the steps, Lin Xiao handed him a bottle of mineral water and inquired. Su Xiaoyang, however, wore a perplexed expression upon hearing her words. "What do you mean? Haven't they always been here?" After a few moments, Lin Yi finally spoke. "I was summoned here." "Summoned? You mean Shun Fenglian bit you, you contracted the virus, and fell under its control?" Lin Xiao speculated, recalling Shun Fenglian's actions before her demise, gazing towards the 5th floor. "Indeed, the virus within Feng is peculiar. It can control the zombies it infects." Lin Yi replied coldly, his brow furrowed, revealing his own confusion. "Are you all right now?" Lin Xiao asked. "I am fine." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang could no longer contain himself and inquired, "What are you talking about? Shun Fenglian? Zombies? Haven't you all been here?" Lin Xiao, uninterested in explaining, merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Xiaoyang. "You should check the time." Su Xiaoyang, bewildered, looked down at his wristwatch, his face instantly paling. The other three shared his reaction. Three days? How is that possible? "Captain, I remember Pan Yin and Li Li were captured with us. They are missing." With the realization dawning upon them, the four began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. If even Lin Yi could not withstand the virus, could it be that the zombie virus had evolved? Was this the reason Shun Fenglian had directly mutated into a second-tier zombie? Generally speaking, the oppressive aura of advanced zombies would instill fear in lower-tier zombies, preventing them from approaching. Yet it cannot control them. Now, this new virus. Imagine if a zombie king commanded millions of obedient zombie minions that were unafraid of sunlight. What a terrifying power that would be. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. How could this be? She could accept the evolution of zombies. After all, humanity was continually growing stronger. But for the virus itself to evolve, was there no hope left for survival? The group fell into a heavy silence, each lost in their own thoughts, and the atmosphere in the library grew increasingly oppressive. As the moon reached its zenith, the library, both inside and out, was teeming with zombies. The stairwell was densely packed with a horde of zombies, unable to ascend or descend, forming a long line that stretched to the rooftop. Outside the library, a multitude of zombies surrounded the building, climbing atop one another, their sharp claws scraping against the exterior walls as they ascended with a rustling sound. Suddenly, a zombie's claw pierced through a bookshelf, reaching in through the window. The bookshelf that blocked the window was breached, creating a gaping hole. Instantly, the scent of the living wafted into the air. A number of splintered wood shards embedded themselves into its flesh, yet the zombie felt no pain, continuing to push forward, its gaping maw howling with hunger. It seemed to believe that if it squeezed through the small opening, it would feast upon delectable prey. Such mindless creatures. They failed to consider how a fist-sized hole could accommodate their heads. Lin Xiyao picked up a ballpoint pen from the ground and casually threw it towards the bookshelf. With a whoosh, the sharp pen, imbued with a thread of spiritual power, traced a luminous arc in the dim room. In the next moment, the pen accurately pierced the zombie's gaping mouth, penetrating its skull, causing it to plummet to the ground. Kill a zombie. Go seal that hole. All right. Su Xiaoyang tore off several wooden planks and approached with nails in hand. Lin Xiyao turned to Lin Yi. Let us take turns keeping watch tonight. We'll focus on surviving this night first, and we can discuss the new virus and the evolution of the zombies later. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Just then, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon a smooth wall. Ah Feng often stared blankly at that wall. What is so interesting about this wall? Curiously, Lin Xiao approached. Only through the trials of hell can one cultivate the power to create paradise. Only fingers that have bled can pluck the world's most exquisite notes. A mural of a famous quote by Tagore adorned the wall, and Lin Xiyao gently lifted it. Beneath the mural, there was a small indentation the size of a thumb. Intrigued, Lin Xiyao reached out and poked it. Suddenly, the wall before her began to open slowly like an automatic door. Behind the wall lay another secret chamber, equipped with apparatus identical to those found in an electronics factory. Control panels, computers, generators, and chips. Chapter 90. The Shun Family Trapped. Yet another secret chamber was discovered. Lin Xiao stepped inside, her gaze landing on a chip that recorded data on the evolution of level 6 zombies. Speaking of which, where had she misplaced the chip from the electronics factory? She distinctly remembered placing it in her pocket. Lin Xiao was puzzled, unable to recall where the chip had gone. Just as she reached out, a long hand swiftly snatched the chip away. Lin Yi, you're so forgetful. I'll keep it for now. Lin Yi's movements were remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, the chip was tucked into his pocket. Lin Xiao reflected on how she had lost the first chip due to her negligence in not placing it in her storage space. As for this second chip, never mind. She decided not to dwell on it any longer. In her hands, this object was nothing but a useless fragment. Even if she managed to extract the data within, she lacked the expertise to comprehend it, rendering it utterly pointless. If Lin Yi wished to keep it, so be it. Meanwhile, it was regrettable that the evolutionary data and surveillance footage were mostly destroyed, rendering them obsolete. Aya lowered her head, bracing herself for the impending storm. After a considerable pause, a chilling voice pierced the silence. Is this a gift from the Shun family? Gao Qingzhou, seated, lifted his gaze, his eyes shadowy, a smirk playing upon his lips as he inquired. Indeed, she replied. The smile on Gao Qingzhou's lips deepened, revealing his intrigue. A data chip, even if acquired by an ordinary person, could not be easily destroyed. The Shun family possessed the means to deliver a damaged chip. Was it a provocation or something else? Let us go meet the Shun family, he stated coldly after a moment's contemplation. A day later, a convoy of black vehicles rolled into the gathering place of the stars. Halting before the Shun villa, dozens of top-tier luxury cars accompanied an armored vehicle, leaving the Shun family's servants in a state of astonishment. Who were these visitors? Such an extravagant display, in the presence of a light armored vehicle. There were scarcely a few in existence in this world, impossible to manufacture. Those who could utilize such a vehicle were undoubtedly of considerable wealth or status. Soon, dozens of fully armed men disembarked from the black car, clad in uniforms and military boots, wielding heavy machinery, each exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. Boom! The door swung open, and Ayer respectfully stepped aside. Moments later, a young man emerged. Dressed in a dark suit, he was tall and robust, his pale face marked by sharp, handsome features, and his deep-set eyes radiated an icy demeanor. A chilling glance swept over the Shun servants, causing them to fall silent, too intimidated to utter a word. Second young Master Gu, it has been a while. The elderly matriarch of the Shun family exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Madam Shun, please do come in, she urged. In the living room, Gao Qingzhou surveyed his surroundings, commenting nonchalantly on the Shun family's prosperous years. The decor here is quite luxurious. Second young master, you flatter us. Compared to the Gu family, our possessions are nothing, replied the matriarch with a smile, her heart racing. What business did this little tyrant have at the Shun family? Madam Shun, last time Aya received a painting, which I found delightful. May I inquire about the sender? I wish to meet her. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression grew grave. What did this mean? He wanted to see Shunning. The matriarch, astute as she was, quickly discerned that Gao Qingzhou's intentions extended far beyond a mere meeting with Shunning. Faced with a dilemma, she pondered excuses when suddenly, great-grandmother Shunning rushed into the living room, excitement radiating from her as her gaze fell upon Gao Qingzhou, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. What a handsome man! Is he the distinguished guest from our family? Must you act so boisterously? Have you no sense of decorum? Upon encountering Shunning, the expression of the matriarch, old Madam Shun, instantly darkened, and she rebuked her with a voice laden with fury, nearly bursting with rage. Shunning had ventured out on her own, leaving her no room for evasion. Ying, Aya greeted her with a warmth that caught Gu Qingzhou's attention. Is that her? He mused, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, upon hearing the esteemed guest converse about her, Shunning was overwhelmed with joy and approached them, blushing. Aya, it has been too long, she thought to herself, convinced that her previous gift had not gone unnoticed. This time, Aya's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. As she actively engaged with her, was this not a step toward elevation? At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. Old Madam Shun, Aya began, having discovered something in the calligraphy gifted by Shunning. Now that you are here, I must inquire, why does the Shun family possess this? Gu Qingzhou placed the data chip on the table, his gaze icy as it bore down on Shunning. Upon seeing the chip, old Madam Shun's eyes widened in shock. This was the evolution data of a level 5 zombie, albeit damaged. Old Madam Shun, I believe you owe me an explanation. The weight of Gu Qingzhou's words struck old Madam Shun like thunder, leaving her mind blank. The evolution of level 5 zombies was a project under the Gu family scrutiny. And now, the most crucial data chip had surfaced within the Shun household. The Gu family had every reason to suspect that the Shun family coveted their research findings. With dire consequences looming, Shunning stood to the side, utterly bewildered. What were chips, data, and zombies? How absurd to think they could pin the blame on her. In a misguided attempt at cleverness, she interjected, Great-grandmother, I did not send that chip. The calligraphy was chosen from my family's shop. Silence. Old Madam Shun thundered, advancing swiftly to deliver a sharp slap across Shunying's face. The sound echoed sharply. Shunning, clutching her stinging cheek, teared up in disbelief. Great-grandmother, you hit me, she whimpered. Old Madam Shun, seething with indignation, retorted, hitting you is the least of your worries. Where did you acquire this chip? I did not. I swear. You can ask Chief Hu. He wrapped it for me. Shunning protested, feeling wronged and desperately seeking to absolve herself, oblivious to old Madam Shun's veiled insinuations. The chip had already been discovered. At such a juncture, one could easily find a random shop to take the blame, as long as it wasn't affiliated with the Shun family. However, Shunning, as foolish as she was, had unwittingly placed the entire Shun family in jeopardy. Old Madam Shun, what now? Old Madam Shun inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at Shunning. Second young Master Gu, my family will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. Gu Qingzhou readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall await your favorable news. By the way, I heard that Shun Outyin solar power generator research has been successful. This is wonderful news. The Gu family has a factory well suited for producing generators. I will take him to see it. Old Madam Shun, I must take my leave now. My people will await your news outside the safe zone. With that, Gu Qingzhou rose gracefully. Upon hearing this, Elder Shun was instantly consumed by rage. Gu Qingzhou, how dare you? This is clearly an act of kidnapping. Gu Qingzhou responded with a mischievous smile. In this world, there is nothing I am afraid to do. Subsequently, Shen Outyin was taken away, and Gu Qingzhou's men proceeded to seal off the safe zone, prohibiting any entry or exit. The Shen family found themselves trapped. Chapter 91. The Purge of Zombies. No. Nanxing is an intensive training and must not be disturbed. I will personally explain this matter to Elder Gu. Elder Shen pondered, casting a disdainful glance at the weeping Shunning, wishing she could strike her down. It was due to Shunying's foolishness that this elderly woman, over 80 years of age, had to venture outside, risking her safety. In the library, as the sun rose, the group had safely endured the night. With the main entrance intact, only a zombie's head was lodged in a shattered window on the 5th floor, its decayed face smeared with blood and flesh, sharp with splinters embedded in its cheekbones. It was unable to enter or exit, howling pitifully under the sunlight. Soon, a group of individuals slid down from the 5th floor window. Lin Xiyao, thank you. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Su Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude once more. Lin Xiyao nodded, offering a faint smile. He was indeed an interesting person, always intent on repaying a favor that had been rendered by Lin Yi. Meanwhile, outside the ancient town, Qing Yi awoke in the pickup truck, stretching his sore arms. Ah, this is the plight of the shadow guards. Their presence is so minimal that they are easily forgotten, he mused to himself. He had stood guard outside the ancient town all night and knew without a doubt that Lin Xiyao had overlooked him. Indeed, it was only at this moment that she remembered Qing Yi. Surely Qing Yi is not still waiting outside the ancient town? Yes, he definitely is. Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. He knew his men well. Qing Yi would not depart without being seen. Lin Xiyao offered an awkward smile. All right then. The pickup truck's fuel tank was nearly empty. It was time for a refill. After searching the library, Lin Xiyao found a sturdy off-road vehicle filled with gasoline. With a roar, she pressed the accelerator, and the black SUV sped out, picking up Qing Yi outside the ancient town. The mission was successfully concluded. They had rescued Lin Yi, obtained a 6th-level crystal stone, located a chip, and gathered a stack of books. Overall, the journey to the ancient town was quite worthwhile. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiyao slept through the day, and thus, her base gained a new member. Qing Yi proved to be quite capable, adept at cleaning, tending to the vegetable patch, washing clothes, and cooking. One day, Lin Xiyao took her beast to train in the bamboo forest on the back mountain, and coincidentally, Qing Yi was there digging for bamboo shoots. Bang! Bang! The sandbags echoed with each strike. Qing Yi turned at the sound, just in time to witness Lin Xiyao unleashing powerful punches. Qing Yi is formidable, he thought, noting her strikes were precise and fierce. No wonder Lin Xiyao always managed to emerge unscathed from battles. Only through relentless daily training can one cultivate such formidable strength. By the time Lin Xiyao concluded her training, Qing Yi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. The feast consisted of bamboo shoot braised chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy cabbage, and Crucian carp soup. With 3 dishes and a soup, the meal was bountiful and well-balanced. The 8 individuals gathered around the table marveled at the delectable spread before them, reflecting on how the rations at the base had significantly improved, signifying the burgeoning strength of their community. In the wasteland era, those outside were still scavenging to fill their bellies, while they had already embraced a modestly prosperous lifestyle characterized by 3 dishes and a soup. There was more than enough food, far too much to consume. In that moment, a wave of sentiment washed over the group. Realizing how right their decision had been to follow Lin Xiyao to Banshan village. Feng Wen, Old Zhou, tomorrow you shall head to the back mountain to gather some stones and fortify the village's defenses. Understood. Lin Yi, will you accompany me tomorrow to exterminate some zombies? Lin Yi nodded in agreement. With less than a month remaining until the mercenary competition commenced, the base had made significant strides in agricultural output, having newly planned a vast area for cultivation, effectively doubling arable land. The livestock sector had expanded to include pig pens, cattle and sheep enclosures, and rabbit hutches, with the inner river now separating newly added fish and shrimp ponds, leading to enhanced yield and a greater variety of produce. The future of the base appeared promising. Lin Xiao's sole concern now was the nearby zombies. Should the base face a horde of the undead, the fruits of their labor over the past months would be rendered futile. Thus, she resolved to dedicate her efforts to eradicate the surrounding zombies in the forthcoming days. The next day, Lin Xiao drove her black SUV towards National Highway 408, accompanied by 3 beast companions. This highway, situated near Banshan village, was a necessary route to access the expressway. The extermination operation would commence here and extend all the way to Songshi ancient town. Moments later, She encountered a series of large trucks that had collided, completely blocking the road. Lin Xiyao quickly surveyed the scene, noting a long line of vehicles stretching out. With at least 100 cars comprising private vehicles, large trucks, semi-trailers, tourist buses, and red delivery vans, all halted before they could even reach the expressway. "Let's get to work," she commanded. The zombies lurking beneath the vehicles needed to be eliminated. Lin Xiao exited the vehicle, assigning tasks to her beasts and Lin Yi. "Yes," they replied eagerly, charging ahead. Noticing Lin Xiao's lack of immediate action, Lin Yi inquired, "What will you do? With you all here, my presence is scarcely necessary. I'll simply take a leisurely stroll behind you and search for supplies." "All right then. If you find anything, just call for me." Lin Xiao nearly burst into laughter. She had not anticipated Lin Yi's sense of humor. Just then, the wind wolf beast uncovered the first zombie hidden beneath a vehicle. It crouched low, extending its claws to excavate beneath the low chassis, growing increasingly agitated as it failed to grasp the zombie. With a thud, the stout brown bear beast gently lifted the front of the vehicle with ease. With a swift motion, the wind wolf beast darted in and struck the zombie on the head with a paw. Wasn't this as simple as cracking crab? Indeed, the wind wolf beast pondered. How had it not realized this sooner? Having dealt with a lone zombie, the two beasts altered their strategy, maneuvering their vehicle with an air of playfulness. The red serpent beast languidly trailed behind them, only intervening when necessary. Observing this scene, Lin Xiao felt a swell of pride. Her extraordinary beasts had begun to think for themselves. At that moment, a voice rang out, cold and commanding. Cold, he stood atop a crimson freight truck, evidently having discovered a cache of supplies. Lin Xiao approached and swiftly climbed onto the truck, lifting the rain tarp. To her astonishment, the truck was filled to the brim with feed. With a mere gesture, she absorbed the entire load of feed into her possession. Next came a delivery van. Cold, he effortlessly tore off the lock and swung open the container doors, revealing a truck packed with parcel boxes. "Please check the goods," he quipped. As Lin Xiao gathered her bounty, Cold, he swiftly leaped onto another vehicle. There was no alternative. Whatever Lin Xiao desired, he was compelled to accommodate. If she sought supplies, he would assist in locating them. The duo behind them coordinated seamlessly, one searching for supplies, the other collecting them. However, the beasts at the forefront were struggling. As the vehicles moved, more zombies were exposed. They had been peacefully slumbering, only to have their coffins abruptly disturbed. The zombies, reanimated, became frenzied. Chapter 92. A thorough sweep with a fierce leap. The wind wolf beast pounced upon a zombie, crushing its skull with a single swipe. Following suit, the brown bear beast launched itself, displaying remarkable combat prowess. Lin Xiao glanced upwards. "Do not worry. This is a splendid opportunity for their training. Let us proceed," Coldy stated. In the span of a day, the national highway from Mid-Mountain Village to Songxi Ancient Town was entirely cleared. Upon returning to the base, everyone eagerly tore open the parcels, delighting in the unexpected treasures contained within. Another significant windfall. The following morning, Lin Xiao set forth towards Songxi Ancient Town, clearing the path as she went. As a renowned wine-producing town, it was home to a crucial grain processing plant situated on the outskirts, employing thousands. Lin Xiao's parents had once worked there, long-standing members of the factory workforce. In her sophomore year of college, when their hometown was demolished, her family received a compensation payout. Lin Xiao encouraged her parents to resign from their jobs at the factory and take a well-deserved rest. Driving up to the familiar yet dilapidated factory gates, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with nostalgia. In her childhood, she would rush to the factory after school, eagerly awaiting her parents' return. At that time, the grain processing facility was newly established and modest in size. She would chase and frolic with her friends in the open space, playing hide and seek. Filled with laughter and joy, on the factory's walls, she had scrawled heartfelt graffiti proclaiming her commitment to diligent studies and eternal love for her parents. Those childhood days were fleeting yet filled with unparalleled joy. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. "Lin Xiao, is there a problem here?" Cold, he inquired with a puzzled expression 10 minutes later. "Does a rundown factory warrant such prolonged scrutiny?" "Very well," she replied. Cold, he was instantly filled with excitement. And even the three strange beasts seemed eager to join in. With a roar, the black off-road vehicle violently smashed through the factory gates, charging into the expansive factory area. Before long, a massive row of buildings came into view, encompassing dormitories, a cafeteria, an administrative building, and a production zone. The building before them was merely Workshop 1, with another 6 similar structures behind it, totaling 7 workshops. Lin Xiyao parked the vehicle beneath the dormitory. Since that night, at the library, the Wind Wolf Beast and the Crimson Serpent Beast appeared to be at odds. The small red serpent no longer coiled around the Wind Wolf Beast's back. Instead, it boldly rested on Cold ES' shoulder. It was quite normal for children to squabble and engage in silent treatment, so Lin Xiyao did not intervene. Charge! At the command, the Wind Wolf Beast dashed into the dormitory building, crashing through the door with a resounding thud. A commotion erupted within the dimly lit and silent dormitory. The chilling howls of zombies soon filled the air, but quickly subsided. Oddly enough, the sunlight could not penetrate the dormitory. Why weren't the zombies rushing out? Were they perhaps confined within? Oh, woo! The Wind Wolf Beast stood in the corridor on the first floor, conveying a message to Lin Xiyao. Master, it's safe. Confirming that no wandering zombies were present, Lin Xiyao kicked open the first room. A nauseating stench assaulted her senses. Inside the dusty room, where spider webs were abundant, 4 emaciated female zombies lunged at Lin Xiyao. Their pale, ghastly eyes were terrifying, and their hair was reduced to a few sparse, withered strands, while their decaying mouths gaped wide, teeming with maggots. Top! 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 A rapid succession of gunfire erupted. Lin Xiyao, with poise, brandished her weapon, unleashing a flurry of shots. For this cleansing operation, she had exchanged for numerous weapons. Unfortunately, her marksmanship was lacking. Despite expending a considerable number of bullets, not a single zombie fell. Could this possibly be a toy gun? She lamented. Ha! Roar! As the gunfire ceased, the 4 zombies roared and charged forward in a frenzy. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Just then, 4 muffled gunshots rang out in succession. Cold, he had dispatched the 4 zombies with just 4 bullets. Truly deserving of the title king of mercenaries, his aim was divine, every shot finding its mark. All yours. This isn't my forte, Lin Xiyao said, relinquishing her gun and ammunition to Cold E, all of which had been exchanged for him. Her 4 years at the police academy had seemingly gone to waste. Her shooting skills didn't even compare to his prowess, and she preferred not to embarrass herself. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Cold E remarked with a faint smile. Learn what? I'm simply not cut out for this, Lin Xiyao replied, fully aware of her limitations. As she proceeded to the next room, opening another door revealed 3 female zombies confined within. Whoosh! With a swift motion, 3 zombie heads were severed cleanly. The curved blade proved efficient. After clearing several more rooms, Lin Xiyao confirmed that this was indeed a female dormitory. However, the staff dormitory here accommodates 8 individuals in a room, yet only 2 or 3 zombies occupy each unit. Where then are the others? Have they all gone to the factory for the night shift? As Lin Xiyao ascended the floors for a thorough search, her perplexity deepened. They had caused such a commotion. Yet within this dormitory building, apart from the restrained zombies, no others emerged. Even if they had vacated to the workshop upon hearing gunfire, surely the zombies would have surged forth. Having completed the inspection of the dormitory, Lin Xiyao proceeded to the factory workshop. However, the cafeteria hall, administrative office building, and factory workshop were all eerily vacant, devoid of even a solitary wandering zombie. This should be a positive sign, yet Lin Xiyao sensed something amiss. She was acutely aware of the number of employees within this factory. The figures simply did not align. Even during a holiday, considering the rotating shifts, it was implausible that only such a meager number of zombies remained. So, where had the others vanished? Were they slain, fled, or perhaps hidden? Let's move to the next workshop, she suggested. The number of zombies here appeared scarce. Perhaps they are in another workshop, she murmured in agreement with Lin Yi. Just then, Lin Xiao's left foot unexpectedly came down upon something hard. She halted, lifted her foot, and retrieved the object. To her astonishment, it was a gold ring, a rather commonplace design, lacking distinctiveness. What luck to have found a gold ring. as Lin Xiyao prepared to stow it away. Her gaze was drawn to the inscription within the ring. 0528. After finishing her college entrance examinations, she had worked 2 months during summer to save up for a pair of gold rings, each engraved with their names and wedding anniversary. They were identical. This was her mother's ring. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. How could such a coincidence occur? Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind her, accompanied by a foul gust of wind. Chapter 93. Zombie nest. Lin Xiyao whirled around abruptly. Behind her, a gaunt zombie lunged forth with a chilling howl. Its emaciated form was nothing but skin and bones, ribs starkly defined, and its visage was grotesque, flesh drawn tightly against its skeleton, with grayish-white eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, aesthetically indistinguishable from other zombies. Yet around its thin neck dangled a 4-leaf clover necklace. It was no designer piece, merely a common silver chain, now tarnished and void of its original luster. Upon sighting the necklace, Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, her emotions surging. Mother. In the next moment, a flicker of light passed through the murky eyes of the gaunt zombie. Boom! With a ferocious howl, the wind wolf beast pounced, bringing the zombie crashing down, its sharp fangs sinking into the creature's arm. The zombie shrieked in response, desperately fighting back. Little one, let it go! Lin Xiao shouted anxiously as she rushed forward. Hearing this, the wind wolf beast paused, perplexed, its expression one of bewilderment. Let go of the zombie. What is happening? The emaciated female zombie seized the opportunity to escape, swiftly darting down a corridor in the workshop on all fours. How could the wind wolf beast allow its prey to flee? With an expression of reluctance and fierce determination, it pursued the creature. It must have misheard the command from its master. There was no way the master would permit it to let the zombie go. Little one, Lin Xiao called out as she chased after it, but was abruptly halted by Lung Yi. What are you doing? He asked, his voice icy. What do you mean? What am I doing? I need to chase after the little one. Lin Xiao insisted, blinking nervously before turning to continue her pursuit. Lung Yi's gaze darkened immediately. Her behavior was peculiar, as if she was anxious about the female zombie. He suspected that she had fallen under some form of control, yet the circumstances did not align with that theory. The two followed the corridor, where several zombies lay with their heads crushed, a gruesome sight that bore the hallmark of the wind wolf beast. Lin Xiao's expression was tense as she scrutinized the fallen corpses, fearing that the wind wolf had killed the female zombie. Damn it, she thought, a hint of regret washing over her. Why had she raised the wind wolf to be so ferocious? Moreover, was that gaunt female zombie truly her mother? Having been reborn 60 years later, and having endured a long apocalypse, she was acutely aware that her parents had long since passed. Who could have imagined that she would encounter a zombie that resembled her mother in a food processing factory? The necklace around the zombie's neck and the ring it clutched were unmistakably her mother's possessions. She had clearly urged her parents to resign from their jobs. How could these items have ended up in the factory? No, she had to find out the truth. Soon, Lin Xiao noticed the wind wolf beast halting before a small door, pacing anxiously as if torn by indecision. The powerful aura emanating from within instilled a primal fear in it, yet the beast was compelled to kill the zombie. That zombie does not need to be killed. Why pursue it relentlessly? Lin Xiao thought. As a formidable and excellent beast, the wind wolf could not afford to let any prey escape. Approaching the small door, Lin Xiao illuminated the darkness within with her flashlight. A narrow iron staircase spiraled downward into an abyss of shadow. Had the female zombie slipped inside? After a moment as contemplation, she bent her back to enter, but Lung Yi swiftly intervened. Lin Xiao, you cannot go down there. Why not? She retorted. Lung Yi stared intently at her. Since encountering the female zombie, she had lost her usual composure and steadiness. Had the zombie so thoroughly disturbed her mind? Then he spoke. It's dangerous inside. The wind wolf has already located it. We must leave this place. Absolutely not. Lin Xiao rejected without a second thought. Stubborn as ever. Lin Yimusit. But what could he do? He could only indulge her without conditions. Even if it were dangerous, he would follow her into the depths of hell if that was her wish. Fine, if you insist on going down, you must listen to me. He led Lin Xiao to a corpse of a zombie lying nearby. Lin Xiao looked perplexed. What was he trying to accomplish? In the next moment, a thick, viscous liquid, a nauseating blend of yellow, white, and red, smeared across Lin Xiao's face and clothes. The overwhelming stench nearly caused her to faint, reminiscent of something recently dredged from a cesspool. Ugh, what are you doing? Lin Xiao gagged, attempting to dodge the foul substance. Cold E gently reassured her. Did you not wish to enter? This liquid will mask your human scent. Gagging again, Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for words, even hesitant to breathe. The odor was unbearable. Had she ever heard of zombie den? It was likely that they were standing right above one. Cold E resigned, coated himself with the repugnant liquid as well. Let us go. You three, stay vigilant here. Moments later, two individuals, reeking of the foulest stench, descended into a pitch-black doorway. With no trace of light, Lin Xiao released her soul power, granting her a form of night vision. Meanwhile, Cold Yi's crimson eyes glimmered with an eerie light in the darkness, illuminating the path as if they were a beacon. Descending the staircase, they entered a vast control room spanning hundreds of square meters, filled with orderly rows of equipment resembling a labyrinth. Lin Xiao was taken aback. She had never known such an extensive facility lay beneath the grain factory. Suddenly, an intense sense of pressure enveloped her. On high alert, Lin Xiao paused and turned to her right. A guttural roar erupted. On the adjacent machine, a female zombie crouched like a monkey. In the blink of an eye, the creature extended its neck, sniffing vigorously, nearly pressing its grotesque face against Lin Xiao's. The majority of its visage was devoured, exposing ghastly white bones, with one eye bulging and a grayish iris darting about. Its decaying, maggot-ridden mouth gaped wide open. So close, Lin Xiao could distinctly see the writhing white maggots, the size of rice grains, crawling amidst the rotting flesh of its gums. Oh my God! Lin Xiao gasped, instinctively raising her knife to eliminate the threat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air. Cold E seized Lin Xiao's wrist and bellowed at the female zombie. An invisible force of intimidation surged forth, his crimson eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glow. The female zombie recoiled in fear, obediently flattening itself against the machine. Having deterred the zombie, the duo pressed onward, communicating solely through their gazes. Lin Xiao thought, Cold E impressive. Your ability to intimidate zombies is quite remarkable. Cold E acknowledged, scaring off a zombie is indeed a skill. As they ventured deeper, Lin Xiao's trepidation grew. The control room concealed thousands of zombies. Had they truly stumbled into a den of the undead? Fortunately, Cold E had preemptively smeared himself with zombie blood. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. Chapter 94. A Parent's Love Bang. Soon, a loud crash resonated from the back door of the control room, followed by a series of sharp, piercing screams. Lin Xiao halted, probing with her soul power. Oh my heavens! The room was densely packed with zombies clad in work uniforms, akin to a grand assembly, with an estimated several thousand present. These undead were once workers from a grain processing plant. They swayed their heads, mouths agape with decay, occasionally emitting guttural roars. At the far end of the chamber, a low platform bore a tattered, faded sofa. Upon it sat a bald zombie, its layers of flabby flesh sagging over the armrests, short limbs protruding, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth that incessantly chewed. A rusted nameplate hung from its chest, inscribed with the name Guidui. Lin Xiao had a vague recollection of him. Deputy Factory Director, a short and portly man with a receding hairline. 60 years prior, he had been miserly and lecherous, notorious for his unwelcome advances toward the female workers. Her mother had been among those harassed, leading to a confrontation where her father had dealt him a sound thrashing, resulting in their visit to the police station, a memory etched in her mind. Who would have thought he would metamorphose into a zombie, surviving for 6 decades? The bald zombie clutched a rotting arm, gnawing at it with a crunch, dark blood dripping from its maw. Lin Xiao harnessed her spiritual energy to search for other zombies. Just then, a female zombie was thrust onto the platform, trembling on the ground. The bald zombie let out an enraged roar, and as it opened its mouth, bloodied fingers fell to the floor. The surrounding horde erupted into a frenzy of howls upon hearing its bellow. Lin Xiyao looked on in confusion. What were they doing? In the next moment, the bald zombie lunged excitedly towards the female zombie, as if a mountain had descended upon her. With a sickening crunch, it sank its teeth into her back. The female zombie screamed in agony, yet dared not resist. Witnessing this, the surrounding zombies grew even more agitated, surging forward in a frenzied dance of chaos. It was an unprecedented spectacle, zombies bullying their own kind. Countless skeletal hands reached for the female zombie, dark blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, a male zombie in a blue work uniform charged onto the platform, brandishing claws to fend off the others valiantly. The bald zombie was toppled, and the battered female zombie collapsed into the male zombie's embrace. The male zombie, with a cavernous mouth, roared at the encroaching horde, his grayish-white eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity. His nameplate became visible, Lin Xiyao, father. Upon recognizing the name, Lin Xiyao gasped in shock. Was it her parents being tormented? In an instant, her defenses crumbled, and a surge of murderous intent welled within her. Meanwhile, her cry exposed their presence. Detecting the scent of the living, the horde surged towards them like a flood. Get back! A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted. Discarded iron nails and shattered bones levitated from the ground, shooting towards the horde with a swift whoosh. A sudden turn of events unfolded. Beside him, Lin Xiyao stood in a daze for a full 2 seconds. What was happening? Was that Lin Xiao's father? Hence, his future father-in-law was a zombie? No matter, let's proceed. With a resounding boom, a cloud of mist rose, and countless droplets of water surged forth like a torrential downpour. An ultimate move was unleashed. The zombies charging at the front fell in droves, their bodies strewn across the ground. Before Lin Xiyao could catch his breath, another wave of zombies surged forward. Top! 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 Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiyao raised his machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. There was no choice. Even ultimate skills had a cooldown time. The cacophony of gunfire and screams melded into chaos. The ruckus attracted the attention of the zombies in the control room, who came barreling in. The situation was dire. Trapped between two fronts, Lin Xiyao brandished her curved blade, facing the advancing zombies. She swung her weapon fiercely, cutting through as she pressed forward. Mom and Dad, wait for me. With precise strikes, she felled one after another, carving a path toward the platform. Just as Lin Xiyao was about to reach the platform, a hulking zombie let out a roar. Its oversized head bobbed awkwardly, revealing a head the size of an infant emerging from the side of its neck. Its grayish-white eyes fixated on Lin Xiyao, a lewd smile curling at its lips. Roar! My beauty, I am coming. In the next instant, it lunged forward with astonishing speed. Using both hands and feet, Lin Xiyao realized that this double-headed zombie was indeed formidable. Despite its massive size and short, thick limbs, it moved with surprising agility. Its claws were razor-sharp, leaving deep gashes on the ground as they scraped by. Swish! In a flash, Lin Xiyao activated her teleportation ability, vanishing from her original spot. Immediately after, she appeared at the side, launching a surprise attack with her sharp curved blade, striking heavily upon the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's head was as hard as iron, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Remarkably, the sharp silver moon curved blade could not cleave through its skull. A moment later, the double-headed zombie emitted a furious shriek. The sound of its piercing scream struck directly at Lin Xiao's mind. Swish! Lin Xiyao swiftly activated her soul power shield. Although she managed to withstand the damage from the zombie's shriek, she was still knocked back by a powerful gust. Thud! The double-headed zombie leapt into the air, lunging at the flying Lin Xiyao. Danger! At that moment, two zombies on the platform, one on the left and the other on the right, seized the double-headed zombie's legs. Boom! Instead of soaring, it crashed to the ground. In a rage, the double-headed zombie kicked away the female zombie and turned to swipe its claws at the male zombie's head. Dad! Lin Xiyao shouted, instantly switching weapons. And with a heavy swing, her soul power whip lashed out. Crack! In the next instant, the whip coiled around the double-headed zombie's arm. Its withered fingers plunged into Lin Jiangwo's head, dark red blood flowing freely. As Lin Jiangwo slowly lifted his gaze towards Lin Xiyao, his murky grayish-white eyes gradually regained clarity. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo opened his mouth wide, calling out anxiously. Lin Xiyao fell to the ground, gripping her long whip tightly. Her eyes reddened. "I want to leave. I have finally managed to see you both." "Dad, Mom." Lin Xiao understood that her parents had certainly recognized her, which is why they desperately clung to the feet of the two-headed zombie. Regardless of whether they were zombies or humans, they were still her parents. She refused to leave unless they were taken along. With a roar, there was a sudden release of strength. Lin Xiao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. At that moment, the corners of the two-headed zombie's mouth curled into a taunting smile as it looked at Lin Xiao. A soft sound echoed, and black blood splattered. Lin Jiangwo's head exploded in an instant. In that moment, Lin Xiao's heart ceased to beat, her eyes filled only with the spray of blood. "No, please no." Lin Xiao's mind went blank. Her body felt as if it were laden with lead, unable to move, her ears deaf to any sound. The world around her fell into a terrifying silence. Drip! The sound of blood fell to the ground. Chapter 95, Always With You. Thud! After an unknown span of time, Lin Xiao's heart began to beat again, followed closely by a searing pain. It felt as though a gaping hole had opened in her chest, a profound sorrow enveloping her heart. Thud! Lin Jiangwo fell heavily to the ground, while her mother, in a frenzy, lunged at him. With a strike, she was sent flying. As her senses returned, Lin Xiao witnessed this heart-wrenching scene. A wave of immense grief washed over her, and a menacing aura enveloped her entire being. Her eyes growing increasingly crimson. "Kill it!" With a powerful roar, her soul force surged forth, the surrounding winds howling violently, a faint black mist rising from beneath her feet. Her hair billowed wildly as the dark mist swirled around her, her scarlet eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. Not enough. She was still not powerful enough. "Lin Xiao!" Lung Yi shouted, recognizing the signs of her going mad. No, it must be stopped. Thinking this, Lung Yi darted forward. However, before he could reach Lin Xiao, a formidable force sent him flying backward. The next moment, a thunderous crash resounded. A potent wave of soul force swept over the two-headed zombie like a hurricane. Its two heads exploded instantaneously, akin to a smashed watermelon, splattering black-red liquid mixed with white brain matter everywhere. A stone the size of a pigeon egg fell out. A fifth-level zombie. One strike kill. Yet it was still not enough. Boom! Boom! The two-headed zombie's corpulent body erupted violently, white maggots mingling with red and white meat flying in all directions. Ashes to ashes. The horde of zombies in the room howled, surging towards the doorway. An overwhelming force, a suffocating sense of danger, instinctively grasped them. The relentless battle waged on for Lin Xiao. Bang! 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 The powerful surge of her soul energy obliterated the heads of the advancing zombies, transforming the surroundings into a hellish nightmare. Yet it was not enough. She screamed in a frenzied rage, her aura darkening as her eyes dulled with an eerie emptiness. "Lin Xiao, enough. Wake up!" Cold Yi shouted in a panic. What should they do? If this continued, Lin Xiao would become a mindless creature, driven solely by the desire to kill, devoid of any emotion. What had gone awry? At that moment, a female zombie crawled forward, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as she reached out, yearning to draw closer to the lifeless body of Lin Jiangwo. "Hiss, hiss, hiss!" she cried out, her mournful calls piercing the air. Lin Xiao, rigid with shock, turned towards the sound. The sight of the bloodied female zombie, sprawled over her father's chest, left her breathless as tears of blood streamed down her face. A wave of indescribable anguish crashed over her, causing the dark energy surrounding Lin Xiao to dissipate in an instant, clarity returning to her eyes. Bang! She knelt down, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was all her fault. She blamed herself for failing to protect her parents. The female zombie turned her gaze towards Lin Xiao, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light. With great effort, she lifted her right hand, her bony fingers slowly unfurling. Lin Xiao looked up. In the palm of the zombie's hand lay a crumbled piece of white cake, long spoiled and covered in dark spots, a remnant of a time long gone. Lin Xiyao froze in shock. Seeing her in action, the female zombie raised her hand, making soft hissing sounds, urging her to take it. In that moment, Lin Xiao broke down in tears. Mom, I'm sorry. Just the night before she had broken up with her unworthy partner, she had called her mother, expressing her longing for the white cake her mother made and her father's braised ribs. I'm sorry. With trembling hands, she reached out, weeping uncontrollably. The female zombie smiled tenderly, her throat emitting intermittent sounds reminiscent of her mother's gentle admonitions. In the past, she had perceived those words as mere nagging, but now she yearned for her mother's voice to fill the silence once more. A soft thud echoed as the female zombie collapsed, her eyes slowly closing. Mom! Lin Xiao screamed, lunging forward, the fragments of the cake scattering to the ground. Suddenly, blood gushed from her mouth, staining the fallen delicacies crimson. She fell heavily to the ground, her gaze fixed on her parents, so close yet so far, tears streaming uncontrollably. She longed to be with them. Why? Why could she not join them? Lin Xiao. Cold, he sprinted forward. Lin Xiao had exhausted her soul energy, her body rendered immobile. Despair and pain filled her eyes as she slipped into a state of oblivion. At that moment, a radiant white light intertwined, and two ethereal figures gradually coalesced, entering her body. Lin Xiao, in a state of distress, was urgently called by Lung Yi, who scooped her up and rushed outside. In the midst of the half-mountain village, a chilling voice echoed. Lung Yi stared at the unconscious Lin Xiao on the bed, his hands clenching involuntarily. 3 days had passed. If this continued, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly perish. Suddenly, Qing Yi slowly materialized, standing respectfully to the side. Deploy the shadow team. Spare no effort to seize the number 8 suppressor. At these words, Qing Yi looked up in astonishment. The number 8 suppressor was, in fact, the second-generation gene enhancer, capable of altering human genetics and inhibiting the virus within the Crimson Shadow. In the previous mercenary competition, the Eastern Research Association had offered a No. 8 suppressor as a reward for the strongest troop, which had been claimed by the Starry Glory mercenary group. As the champion of that group, Chu Mingxian had naturally received the suppressor, but its effects had been lackluster. This year's mercenary competition had been meticulously prepared for the suppressor. Acting prematurely would diminish their chances of success. Understood, Qing Yi replied before taking his leave. Lin Xiao, I will not let you die, even if it costs me everything. His low murmurs resonated in the air. Outside, Qing Yi sighed, realizing how deeply his master cared for Lin Xiao. Yao Yao, Xiao, in a daze. Lin Xiao seemed to hear the calls of her parents. Dad, Mom. As she softly murmured, Lin Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, bewildered by her surroundings. The solid wooden wardrobe, the desk, the sturdy bed, and the Pikachu plush toy beside her. Wasn't this a room? Knock, knock, knock. Yao Yao. It's time to get up for breakfast. A knock followed by her mother's gentle voice urging her to rise echoed through the door. Shortly after, a familiar and indulgent voice resonated from the living room. You spoil her. It's already 10:30. The sun is high, yet she still hasn't gotten up. What kind of behavior is that? Lin Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. How could you be here? Hadn't her parents turned into zombies? How is this possible? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the alarm on the phone placed on the bedside table rang. Lin Xiao, in a daze, picked up the phone. Yao Yao, your dad and I are heading out for a bit. Breakfast is ready. Remember to eat. Her mother's voice resounded once more from outside the door. In the next instant, Lin Xiao dashed out, throwing herself into her mother's arms. Mom, don't go. The warmth enveloped her. It was her mother's comforting scent. Tears welled in Lin Xiao's eyes. You child, you're all grown up. What are you doing? Her mother said with a chuckle. Isn't it good that she's attached to you? She shot an annoyed glance at her father and then turned to Lin Xiao, speaking softly. Yao Yao. What is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? No, I just wanted to hug Mom and be with you. All right, her mother cooed affectionately. Just then, a shadow lunged toward Lin Xiao. Quick as lightning, she pulled her mother aside, dodging to the side. With a thought, She sought to retrieve the silver moon scimitar from her space, only to find her hands empty. Lin Xiyao paused, momentarily bewildered. Was this all just a dream? With her parents present, whether in dreams or illusions, she was reluctant to awaken. Thus, she remained beside them. Meow. That dark shadow was captured by her father, and Lin Xiyao caught a glimpse of it. Surprisingly, it was a small cat, entirely black, with claws bared. Its pair of emerald green eyes sparkled with an eerie light. Fixated intently on Lin Xiyao. Hiss meow. With a fierce cry, the black cat revealed its sharp fangs, its gaze filled with menace. A shiver ran through Lin Xiao's heart. Why is this little cat so mischievous? Her father remarked, tapping the cat's head disapprovingly, causing it to behave obediently. Mom, how do we end up with a cat? Don't be afraid. Her mother gently patted Lin Xiao's arm. You must be hungry. Look at how you've lost weight since school. I'll go make you something delicious. Her mother smiled and turned to bustle in the kitchen. Meanwhile, her father entertained the black cat while conversing with Lin Xiyao, inquiring about her meals at school, whether she had enough money, and if she was ever hungry. It was an ordinary yet heartwarming scene. Yao Yao, all we wish for is your safety, health, and happiness. Graduation is approaching. Don't let the pressure overwhelm you. If you don't pass the civil service exam, that's all right. Your father will support you. Lin Xiyao felt deeply moved by her father's affection. What kind of father are you? Promising to support your daughter for a lifetime. At that moment, her mother emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sweet and sour ribs. Yao Yao, don't listen to your father. You must strive on your own. Venture forth fearlessly. Your parents will always be your steadfast support. Do not fear failure. Even if you fail, we will be here. This will always be your home. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. Hiss meow. Just then, the previously quiet black cat bared its sharp teeth, arched its back, first standing on end, its eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, hissing at Lin Xiyao. Meow. In the next moment, the black cat lunged at Lin Xiyao, and, this time, her father failed to catch it. With its sharp claws poised to strike Lin Xiao's face, a blinding white light suddenly erupted. The surroundings were instantly engulfed by the light, rendering Lin Xiao unable to see anything. Yao Yao, do not be afraid. Your father and mother are always here, and they will forever accompany you. The voices of her parents grew increasingly ethereal as Lin Xiao anxiously called out, Dad, Mom. In the next instant, Lin Xiao abruptly opened her eyes, her heart aching sharply. Lin Xiao, you have finally awakened. A hoarse yet joyous voice rang out. The scene before her was blurred. Only after a moment could Lin Xiao see the person in front of her clearly. Lung Yi, yes, I am here. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? What happened to me? You have been unconscious for 3 days. Suddenly, Lung Yi's expression turned serious as he coldly admonished Lin Xiao. You must never engage in such dangerous activities again. Exhausting your strength can harm your body, and an unstable mind can allow malevolent forces to take advantage. The consequences of losing control are unimaginable. Do you understand? After finishing his reprimand, Lung Yi's long fingers firmly poked Lin Xiao's head. Ah, that hurts. Lin Xiao cried out in pain. Cold Yi swiftly withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with compassion. Yet he resolutely stated, knowing pain is good. Let's see if you dare to do it again. I won't, Lin Xiao replied, softening her demeanor. Instantly, Cold Yi's anger dissipated as he gently pressed his hand against her forehead. Lin Xiao reveled in Cold Yi's tender ministrations, leaning against the headboard, lost in contemplation. Why had she succumbed to madness? Moreover, that peculiar black cat in her dreams was undeniably strange. Cold, if I truly have lost my sanity, what form would I take? A mere shell of a person. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Congratulations, host, you have activated the guardian system and acquired a guardian soul. Lin Xiao's expression turned bewildered. What does that mean? The system clarified. Just now, the host experienced a backlash from the soul, but with the guardian soul, you managed to pass through safely. Soul backlash. Lin Xiao instantly thought of a phone. At that moment, she had sensed something was amiss. She had killed Shui Rao. Cold Yi had slain a phone, and a phone had implored her to take care of Cold Yi. It was quite perplexing. In retrospect, it seemed a Fang's spirit was causing trouble. Soul Devourers could absorb souls to augment their power, but were also prone to backlash. What about the guardian soul? Were there two? Could be her parents? Lin Xiyao abruptly sat up, her head colliding painfully with Cold Yi's sturdy chin. Ouch, she winced. What a hard chin. The following day, Lin Xiyao returned to the grain processing factory, adorned with a silver necklace that bore a pair of golden rings. Her parents had always been there, silently guarding her in their own way. With that thought, what was there to fear? Just as her mother had advised, she would boldly venture forth and carve out a realm of her own. Kill, she roared. With newfound confidence, she dispatched zombies with swiftness and ferocity. Not a single one touched her hem. They were cleaved in two. Alongside her 3 beast companions and Cold Yi support, within 3 days, Lin Xiyao eradicated every zombie in the processing plant. In total, she had slain over 8,000 zombies and amassed more than 500 first and second grade raw stones. The entire factory lay desolate as Lin Xiyao, exuding an air of menace, plunged her silver crescent blade into the ground. Expansion of territory confirmed. Reward: Wind Power Generation System 1, Territory Blueprint Planning 1, Reward: 100,000 points for the Space Mall. Reward: Doubled Space Area. Lin Xiyao joyfully examined the territory blueprint. Her domain had expanded. The grain processing factory would remain unchanged, serving to process the autumn harvest, and by installing wind turbines, it would become operational. From henceforth, she would also possess a factory. Chapter 97, Goof Family Space Mall. This was the most points she had ever accumulated in a mall. Lin Xiyao gazed in delight, feeling as though she had suddenly become affluent. With no financial constraints, she could exchange freely. In the medicine section, alongside the energy restoration pill, anti-inflammatory white medicine, and fertility pill, 2 new items have been added. The suppression liquid could alleviate and suppress all toxins related to diseases, effectively delaying the onset of viruses. Priced at 1 million points. The antidote is priced at 10 million points. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. Although the price is somewhat steep, it has the ability to suppress and eliminate all toxins in the world. Its efficacy is extraordinary and undeniably valuable. At this moment, Lin Xiao remains unaware that Lung Yi's participation in the mercenary competition is solely for that inferior suppressive liquid. Unfortunately, her points fall short. As her fingers glided, she found herself in the weapons section. A new set of field combat gear had been added, camouflage in style, crafted from special material that is fireproof, waterproof, and scratch-resistant. It keeps one warm in winter and cool in summer. And most importantly, this combat suit can reduce physical damage by 10. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The combat suit she wore, gifted by the system, only had scratch-resistant properties. In contrast, this suit from the spatial marketplace was nothing short of her dream attire. Perfect, even more formidable than armor itself. After her initial delight, Lin Xiao glanced at the price tag, 10 million points. Astonished, she muttered her farewells. The marketplace had dealt her a harsh blow. With her meager 100,000 points, she could not afford a single good item. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao felt that as her level increased, the items available in the marketplace became increasingly extraordinary. She secretly resolved to acquire that combat suit, vowing to accumulate 10 million points no matter what. In the base construction section, new additions included drones, turrets, and a control room. After reviewing the descriptions, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the control room. Although her base already had one, it could only manage the equipment of Half Mountain Village, while the livestock farm and grain processing plant relied on separate generators, making management rather inconvenient. The control room offered by the system could connect all devices within her territory, equipped with a radar system, smart networking, a radio, and a butler function. It was user-friendly and worry-free. Any disturbances in the base would be promptly relayed to Lin Xiao by the butler. Priced at 800,000 points, it was redeemable by a 5th-level Soul Devourer. This was truly appealing. Lin Xiao felt compelled to act, especially as she was about to embark on the mercenary competition. She could not allow her haven to be compromised. With determination, she made the exchange. Ding! Exchange successful. Control Room 1 has been placed in the base's air raid shelter. The system's voice resonated, followed by a mechanical female voice echoing in Lin Xiao's mind. Territory power system, surveillance, and anti-theft security door connection successful. Initiating radar system. Main control console activation complete. As the words faded, a room materialized in Lin Xiao's mind, devoid of extravagant decorations, featuring only a few buttons and a large screen. The screen displayed all areas of Tomorrow Base, Half Mountain Village, planting zones, livestock farms, and the newly expanded grain processing plant. Indeed, there's a reason for premium pricing. With this, she could promptly be informed of any disturbances in the base and take necessary actions. Feeling reassured, Lin Xiao subsequently spent 300,000 points to redeem 10 drones. Solar energy charging is both convenient and worry-free, capable of transmitting surveillance footage in real time, making it an ideal tool for reconnaissance in mining areas. Having exhausted her 110,000 points, Lin Xiao finds herself with only a few thousand remaining. She has redeemed several energy supplements, leaving her with just 800 points, insufficient for her needs. No matter how many points she accumulates, they always seem inadequate. She longs for the suppressants, detox solutions, combat suits, and armored vehicles available in the shop, yet her points fall short. One of the advantages of partnering with Lin Yi is that, regardless of how astonishing Lin Xiao's possessions may be, he never questions her. This mode of interaction is remarkably comfortable, allowing for openness and minimal explanations. Upon their arrival at the village entrance, they encounter Fong Wen and Old Zhou. Lin Xiao here? Fong Wen says, handing her a bulging backpack. Without hesitation, he presents it to her. The pack is filled with raw stones, containing no fewer than 1,000 pieces. Lin Xiao nods in satisfaction. She has secured her combat suit. What's the situation at Qinxing? She inquires. The safe zone remains sealed, restricting entry and exit, making business difficult. We can't even utilize our coins. All the books we brought have gone unsold. The Shen family refuses to buy, and the impoverished cannot afford them. Huang Huzi is looking for ways to transport them to other safe zones, Fong Wen reports as they walk. Lin Xiao nods thoughtfully. The circumstances at Qinxing are far from optimistic. The Shen family is under house arrest, resulting in a lack of business even at the general store. A solution must be devised. What the Shen family's situation? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's concern for them, Lin Yi furrows his brow. Shen Aoyan has developed a solar energy engine, but it was taken by Guqing Zhou. Consequently, Elder Shen personally went to the East Research Association. As for Shen Nanxing, he remains in intensive training, Fong Wen informs her, eliciting a cold glare from Lin Yi. You've all worked hard. Please take some rest. Lin Xiao softly says after concluding the report. Once they depart, her expression grows grave. The solar energy engine could provoke Guqing Zhou into suppressing the Shen family. If her drone were detected, would invite an assault from him? What is troubling you? Lin Yi inquires, noticing Lin Xiao lost in thought. In the next moment, Lin Xiao produces a solar-powered drone from her space. Lin Yi instantly comprehends the situation. It's fine. Use it as you wish. There's no need to fear Guqing Zhou. I'm here for you, he assures her. Do you know Guqing Zhou? I've had dealings with him a few times, he replies. Lin Xiao recalls Fong when mentioning that among the 4 wealthiest families in the East District are the Shen and Gu families. The Shen family ranks last, priding themselves on their wisdom, while the Gu family possesses even greater strength, amassing numerous researchers focused on developing enhancers. Fong Wen's description of the Gu family is cold and ruthless. They view the impoverished as burdens, thus lacking slums within their territories. Only the most outstanding talents can aspire to join the Gu family. It is hard to fathom that Lin Yi has interacted with the haughty Gu family. Don't overthink it. I have only clashed with the Gu family a few times during the mercenary tournament, explained Lin Yi. Is the Gu family participating in the mercenary tournament as well? Lin Xiao inquired. Of course, all 4 major families will send representatives. Therefore, claiming the top position in the tournament is no easy feat indeed, Lin Xiao nodded. Recognizing that the strength of the 4 great families far surpasses that of ordinary mercenary groups. Do not worry too much, as long as you make it to the finals. That is sufficient. There are 10 spots available in the finals. Aside from the 4 families, there are a few other places as well. Lin Xiao, I have faith in you, Lin Yi said, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and motioned for Lin Yi to sit down. You may be overestimating me. I believe you possess such capability, and besides, I will assist you. The pressure of being expected to perform well felt suffocating. Lin Xiyao decided to change the subject. Lung, shall we continue to the ancient town to eliminate zombies tomorrow? Sure. The next morning, Lin Xiyao drove a black SUV straight to Songshi Ancient Town. The area surrounding the ancient town only featured a large grain processing factory, while the other factories were small and inconsequential. As long as the town did not face a zombie outbreak, her base would remain secure. With a creak, Lin Xiyao parked the vehicle at the entrance of a small community. Let us conduct a thorough cleanup. This time, she brought along Old Zhou and Fong Wan, significantly increasing the speed and ease of zombie extermination. In just one morning, they conquered a main street. This was the new street of the ancient town, a purely commercial avenue brimming with supplies. Songshi Ancient Town was not a tourist destination. Thus, the shops on this commercial street were essential businesses frequented by local residents, such as bathroom supply stores, grocery shops, supermarkets, mobile service centers, home textiles, and furniture stores. Come, let's take a break. We'll have lunch and continue. The sun blazed down, and the group rested inside the SUV. Lin Xiyao retrieved the lunchboxes she had prepared that morning, one for each person. As for the three beast companions, they had a box filled with raw chicken, including large drumsticks. The lunchboxes contained 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried chicken, and shredded potatoes, accompanied by a boiled egg. Since arriving at Banshan Village, the group's meals had elevated several notches, and their taste buds had grown accustomed to better fare. Now, they found it impossible to consume the unpalatable nutritional liquids and toxic food. Lin Xiyao, your culinary skills are truly impressive, Old Zhou exclaimed, devouring his meal while expressing his praise. Among the entire base, Lin Xiao's cooking was the most diverse and delicious, with little repetition. He wished he could eat her cooking every day and would gladly accompany her on missions. Lin Xiyao smiled lightly. At home, she was the pampered princess, but outside, she had to learn to cook for herself. Take your time eating. I'll go down and check for loot. After finishing her meal, Lin Xiyao got out of the car, ready to gather the spoils of war. Fong Wan, having hurriedly stuffed his mouth with several bites, stood up anxiously. Wait, I'll go with you. Sit down. Why do you want to accompany me? Of course, to protect you, boss, Fong Wan replied obediently. He should obediently eat his meal. 60 years have passed, and the food has long spoiled, such as instant noodles, cola, chicken feet, chips, and cookies from the supermarket. Lin Xiao bypassed the perishable items and focused on gathering long-lasting supplies. She collected bathtubs, gas stoves, toilets, tiles, sinks, ceramics, and stainless steel from the bathroom store, items that would remain intact for a century. The furniture, too, was substantial: solid wood beds, sofas, wardrobes, tables, chairs, and coffee tables. All were stored in her space, sufficient to replace the furnishings in every room of the base with new ones. From bedding in the home textile store to goods in the grocery store, tea from the tea shop, and appliances from the electronics store. Everything usable on this street, except food, was taken by Lin Xiyao. After several upgrades, her spatial area had expanded to over 2,000 square meters, alleviating any concerns about storage. Help! Lin Xiao reached the street corner and faintly heard cries for help from across the way. Across the street stood a grand building, the wide road littered with abandoned vehicles, exuding a desolate atmosphere. In the afternoon, shadows began to loom beneath the building, where 7 or 8 zombies wandered, howling at the nearby structure. This was indeed a rarity. During the day, zombies had nowhere to go but remain in the shadows. What could possibly attract them? Lin Xiao's gaze was drawn curiously across the street. Opposite her was a 5-story building, where a figure stood on the rooftop, waving frantically and shouting for help. Is that a living person? Lin Xiao thought, incredulous. In broad daylight, encountering someone alive, pleading for assistance, felt more surreal than spotting a zombie. It was merely the 5th floor. If he wanted to escape, he could slide down a rope or, if necessary, jump down and survive with at least half his life intact. Was there truly a need to call for help? The nature of humanity had changed. Who knew if this was a trap? In an instant, Lin Xiao vanished from the street. The young girl gasped in astonishment. Where did he go? Why are you shouting? Her actions caught the attention of others on the rooftop, who gathered around. No, there was someone just now, the girl insisted, flustered and unable to comprehend how he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're imagining things. There's no one there. Stop yelling, or you'll attract the zombies. They chided. We should focus on finding a way to escape. The group reprimanded her, and the girl felt tears welling in her eyes. Brother, there really was someone. Lulu, I believe you, Su Xiaoyang said softly, gently patting her head, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the street across. Meanwhile, among the crowd, a woman dressed in mercenary attire harbored envious and resentful feelings. She had feelings for Su Xiaoyang. Yet, his thoughts were entirely consumed by that frail woman. Just a sickly girl. Why did she deserve all his affection? Moreover, their plight was all her fault. Seeing Su Xiaoyang defend her so fiercely, the woman gritted her teeth in hatred. With no other options remaining, she contemplated jumping down. At such a height would she dare? Below, a horde of zombies awaited. Leaping down would surely spell her demise. Responding to the woman's words, Zhang Yang countered without hesitation. He was an ordinary person, and for someone like him, this height was lethal. The reasons for their presence here were intricate. Shun Fenglian had perished on a mission, and the Shun clan of the Anyuan Mercenary Corps had deliberately sabotaged Su Xiaoyang, preventing his team from participating in the mercenary tournament. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyang, being astute, had secretly hidden a book, which he later exchanged for gold coins in the black market to treat his sister's illness after the isolation ended. However, there was no place for them in the Anyuan Mercenary Corps anymore. Thus, Su Xiaoyang contemplated seeking refuge with Lin Xiyao. The ordinary individuals on the rooftop were their relatives and loved ones. Uncertain of the tomorrow base's exact location, Su Xiaoyang could only bring them to the ancient town in hopes of fortune, but instead, they found themselves trapped in this building. It's all your fault. What are you complaining about? If not for you, we wouldn't be stuck here. With no way to convince the others, the woman directed her ire at Chen Lu, glaring at her with resentment. Chen Lu lowered her head in guilt, feeling responsible for their predicament. Witnessing this, Su Xiaoyang's anger surged. Guo Qianqian, when you came in search of food, you agreed to. Do not place all the blame on Lu. Guo Qianqian, furious, retorted at Su Xiaoyang. Why do you care so much for her? That's enough, Su Xiaoyang shouted, silencing her. Chen Lu clutched his shirt, remaining silent. With a huff, Guo Qianqian seethed, her anger boiling over as she marched to the edge of the rooftop. If you care for her so much, then you can wait for death together. She lamented her previous folly in wanting to leave the gathering with him. Previously, she had refrained from coveting Su Xiaoyang's affection due to Shun Fenglian's presence. Now that Shun Fenglian was dead, she yearned to take her place beside Su Xiaoyang. Regrettably, such a devoted, brotherly protector had no space for her in his heart. If she could not win Su Xiaoyang's affection, why endure suffering and danger with them? Going solo seemed far more appealing. Back at the gathering place, several admirers awaited her, which was certainly better than lingering in this perilous situation. Qianqian, do not be angry, the young man interjected softly. Is there anyone who wishes to leave with me? They were all encumbered with family, except for Guo Qianqian. A bunch of cowards, she scoffed, cursing as she stepped onto the railing of the rooftop and leaped down. She was an enhanced individual, and this height was a trivial matter for her. A smug smile crept across Guo Qianqian's lips as she glanced back at the rooftop, her gaze laced with scorn. Fools! As long as we abandon those few ordinary people, we can escape just fine. I truly do not understand what they're holding on to. In another 2 hours, everyone on this rooftop will meet their end. As Guo Qianqian reveled in her moment of triumph, a sudden roar echoed from the building across the street. With a resounding crash, the 11th floor window shattered, and a long, blackish-purple tendril shot forth, ensnaring Guo Qianqian's slender waist with alarming force. The grotesque appendage, at least 10 meters long and as thick as a wrist, bore pockmarked, corroded surfaces, sticky and damp. Its shape resembled that of a serpentine tongue. A piercing scream escaped Guo Qianqian's lips as she was dragged into the adjacent edifice. Help! Save me! She cried in desperation, her voice mingling with the muffled roars that followed, soon punctuated by her chilling wails. The onlookers across the street stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the horrific spectacle before them. In an instant, Guoqianqian's screams ceased, replaced by a splatter of crimson that stained the 11th floor glass. "It's a zombie," someone gasped, collapsing to the ground in terror, shrinking back in fear. Su Xiaoyang's expression turned grave as he fixated on the building across. Indeed, it was a zombie, and a mutated one at that. They were now utterly trapped on the rooftop, with no viable escape from the creature's impending ambush. The sheer absurdity of the situation chilled Su Xiaoyang to the bone. He had never encountered such a monstrous being. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao, concealed in the shadows, witnessed the unfolding horror. At that moment, Lin Yi approached, gazing intently at the opposite building, his brow furrowed. A potent surge of energy emanated from within, accompanied by a pervasive scent of blood. "Call Fong Wen and Old Zhou. We must act," Lin Xiyao instructed. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to Su Xiaoyang. "What's he doing here? Is he trying to save them?" "No, I'm far more intrigued by that mutated zombie. We came here to eradicate zombies. Entering that building is inevitable. Why not seize the moment?" "Well, as long as it's not about Su Xiaoyang, I'm on board," Lin Yi replied with determination. In no time, the group surged from the street corner, charging toward the ominous structure. With swift precision, several gleaming blades sliced through the air. The zombies before the building were swiftly dispatched, decaying heads rolling across the ground. The crowd atop the rooftop stood agape, bewildered by the surreal turn of events. "What just happened?" they murmured, having only glimpsed fleeting shadows before witnessing the aftermath of severed zombie heads and sprawled corpses. "It's Lin Xiyao. We are saved," Su Xiaoyang exclaimed, his eyes alight with hope. Chun Lu quietly inquired, "Is she the leader of the Tomorrow base you mentioned?" "Yes, Lu. She is formidable." "We are indeed saved," Su Xiaoyang affirmed. Chun Lu murmured, "If she came to rescue us, why not approach us directly?" "Wow, that handsome guy in black was so impressive. With a single swing of his sword, he captured my heart," a young girl in the crowd exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Lin Xiyao has garnered her first admirer. Enough of the infatuation. That building is perilous. Will they manage to escape alive?" Another man expressed his concerns, anxiety lacing his tone. Yet in the next moment someone shouted, "Look, they've reached the second floor." Shadows flitted past the windows on the second floor, leaving everyone astounded. So swift? With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao wielded her curved blade, dispatching a zombie with each strike as she cleared the scattered undead from the office on the second floor. This building serves as an office complex, lacking the density of zombies typical in residential areas. Each floor housed only a handful of zombies, making the ascent to the 10th floor remarkably effortless. On the 11th floor, she forcefully kicked open the safety door. The corridor before her was drenched in blood, with splattered stains adorning the walls. A chilling breeze swept through, rendering the blood-soaked hallway far more horrifying than any crime scene. Having previously encountered the dangers of mutated zombies, Lin Xiyao activated her soul power shield the moment she entered the 11th floor, ensuring the protection of her companions. Cautiously, the group advanced. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from an office beside the corridor as a solid wooden door was violently struck. A low, excited growl from a zombie reverberated through the air. The wind wolf beast bared its sharp fangs, its gaze fierce, preparing to charge. With a loud crash, the office door burst open, and a grotesque, blood-soaked zombie lunged out. Its grayish eyes sparkling with excitement, claws poised to leap at Lin Xiyao behind the wind wolf beast. A foul odor enveloped the space as the zombie opened its mouth. The wind wolf beast was ready to attack, yet the zombie soared past it, disregarded entirely. Underestimating the wolf, are we? With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao swung her sword, the blade's edge severing the zombie's head cleanly. The decapitated head rolled across the floor, crimson blood gushing forth in torrents. Astonishingly, the creature hadn't even blinked before losing its head. With a triumphant roar, the wind wolf beast leaped, crushing the dismembered head beneath its paw. D, it exclaimed, irritated by the zombie's lack of awareness. In an instant, a viscous mixture of dark red fluid and brain matter splattered everywhere, white maggots writhing amidst the carnage. The scarlet serpent beast dodged swiftly, displeased with the wind wolf beast's brutality. "Could you not be a bit gentler? I relish the thrill of crushing heads," retorted the wind wolf beast as the two beasts exchanged heated glances. Just then, a wave of air surged through the space. "They are coming," Lin Xiyao whispered, tightening her grip on her curved blade. With a swift motion, she prepared for the impending confrontation. At the corner of the corridor, a thick, elongated, blood-red tendril shot forth. The foremost tip of the tendril, resembling a sharp triangle, was adorned with menacing barbs, and beneath the heavy flesh, rows of sharp fangs could be discerned. Twisting and writhing, it surged forward like a massive serpent diving downwards. One could only wonder what this creature had mutated into. A foul wind, reeking of blood, howled as the crimson tongue darted towards the group. Thanks to Lin Xiao's warning, they managed to evade in time. With a swift motion, Lin Xiyao brandished her silver crescent blade and charged forward. Just as she was about to make contact, her figure flickered, leaving a ghostly afterimage in her wake. In the next instant, Lin Xiao appeared above the long tongue, her sharp blade plunging downward. The blade struck with a sickening thud, embedding itself deep within the thick flesh. Yet it failed to penetrate fully. A chilling roar echoed from the depths of the corridor, a haunting cry that resonated with despair. Almost instantly, the blood-red tongue recoiled in panic. Unfazed, Lin Yi swiftly intervened with a sharp sword, ensuring the tendril was pinned to the ground. Dark crimson blood gushed forth, and the tongue stiffened, quivering as if it could sense its own agony. "What in the world is this?" Fong Wen queried, bewilderment etched upon his face. His eyes alight with curiosity. Lin Xiao, withdrawing her blade, retorted with a cold smile. "Let us cut it open and find out." With a decisive motion, she extracted the crescent blade and, pivoting her wrist, brought it down with force. The sound echoed like the cracking of chicken bones, and as black blood splattered, a large segment of the tongue was severed, the remaining flesh retreating in terror. The severed portion convulsed violently, and with a sudden eruption, a grotesque mixture of shredded flesh, internal organs, crushed bones, and undigested green leaves spewed forth, creating a nauseating scene. The stench was suffocating, and Fong Wen turned his head away, his stomach churning violently, as he vomited the remnants of his midday meal. Lin Xiao, having encountered more gruesome sights before, was unfazed. This was merely a triviality to her. As she stepped closer to inspect, a pungent, sour odor assailed her senses. Could it be that the blood-red tongue was a manifestation of the monstrous body? Just then, the entire building shook violently, a piercing roar reverberating through the air, a psychic assault. Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yi, and together they surged forward. "Little one, guard the door." Lin Xiao's voice echoed through the corridor. By the time Fong Wen turned his gaze back, the two had already vanished. "Boss, be careful," he shouted anxiously. "Stop fretting," she asked with Lord Lung. "She'll be safe." "Guard the entrance," old Zhou reprimanded sternly. Fong Wen was merely concerned for Lin Xiao. Was that a fault? At the end of the corridor lay a dimly lit office. Bang! Cold E forcefully kicked open the office door, causing a cloud of thick dust to cascade down. Lin Xiao tightened her grip on the curved blade and cautiously stepped inside. The modest office contained dozens of workstations, a simple desk and chair, a computer, and a landline phone. It was not difficult to imagine how cramped this space had been before the apocalypse, with dozens of people bustling about in less than 50 square meters, making phone calls, searching for information, and earning meager wages. This was the plight of the working class, toiling tirelessly for barely enough to make ends meet. And by the end of the year, little savings remained. The only joy in the workplace was gossiping. A faint whimper came from beneath the office window. A slight figure, with its back turned to them, crouched there, trembling. She wore a soiled white blouse, black high heels, and a knee-length black skirt, typical office attire. Both paused simultaneously. After several seconds of waiting, the woman continued to sob, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Lin Xiao exchanged a glance with Coldy. With a hint of reluctance, he spoke. "Miss, are you all right?" Upon hearing his voice, The woman's cries intensified, her voice trembling in a manner that evoked sympathy. However, Lin Xiyao felt a different sensation, excitement. The woman seemed to become even more agitated at Cold-ES words. "Miss, do you need assistance?" he continued. The woman trembled even more violently. In the next moment, she suddenly turned, revealing a bloodied mouth with a severed tongue dangling from it, resembling a ghastly specter. Her grayish-white eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, and her bloody abdomen was hollow. She craved sustenance. The woman lunged towards Cold-E, her elongated tongue extending at a visible speed. It was her. With a swift motion, the zombie leaped off the ground, its grotesque tongue drawing nearer to Cold-E. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. With a decisive swing, Cold-E moved, his figure a blur as he charged forward, his sword slicing through the air. In an instant, with a sweeping strike, the zombie's head was severed from its body. As the head fell, its grotesque tongue split into several segments, dropping to the ground. Lin Xiyao stood nearby, her spiritual energy radiating outward. At that moment, as Cold-E dispatched the zombie, Lin Xiyao let out a fierce shout. Above, a shadow surged downwards towards Cold-E. With a swift movement, Lin Xiyao activated her teleportation, gripping her curved blade tightly as she aimed a powerful strike at the shadow. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed. As Lin Xiyao landed, the shadow fell as well. A small child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, tumbled to the ground, clutching a doll in its hand. The child wore a tattered princess dress, stained with blood, and a tangled mass of black hair obscured its face. At first glance, one might mistake it for a human child. With a sudden jolt, the child abruptly lifted its head. A ghastly, pallid zombie visage was marred by a network of dark veins, its grayish-white eyes exuding a chilling, sinister aura, and a mouth filled with sharp fangs. The child zombie fixated its gaze upon Lin Xiyao, a slow, sweet smile curling at the corners of its mouth. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as the child zombie tightened its grip on the doll it clutched, swiftly yanking at its arm. A gust of wind surged through the air. Lin Xiyao sensed a sinister chill creeping up from behind her. In a flash, a bloodied arm lunged toward her back. She deftly evaded the assault. Thud! A headless female corpse, its neck a gruesome mess, gushed forth a torrent of black blood, its sharp claws reaching out mechanically towards Lin Xiyao. The scene was both eerie and terrifying. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. Wasn't this the very corpse that Lin Yi had just dispatched? How was it now animated once more? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the child zombie seated on the ground, whimsically toying with the doll, its youthful eyes brimming with excitement. Simultaneously, at the safety door on the 11th floor, a series of clicks echoed. In the stairwell, all the slain zombies began to rise, lurching awkwardly towards the safety door. What the hell? Fangwen exclaimed in horror. A zombie with a shattered head lunged at him, black blood splattering, flesh flying, and white brain matter coating him. This sight was more horrifying than any horror film imaginable. Fangwen stood frozen, stunned. This was the very zombie he had slain with his own hands, having even extracted a crystal from it. How could it possibly be alive again? In a critical moment, the Wind Wolf lunged forward, swiftly tackling the zombie. At the same time, the Red Serpent Beast and the Brown Bear Beast charged in. The beasts, with their simple-minded instincts, cared not whether it was human or ghost. If there was an attack, they would retaliate. Elsewhere, with a swift motion, Lin Xiyao swung her curved blade down upon the headless female corpse. An arm flew off, yet the headless corpse retaliated, ensnaring Lin Xiyao with its remaining arm. The child zombie wore a smug smile. Just then, a clang resonated, and the sound of the sword sang like a dragon's roar. Lin Yi's sword pierced through the back of the child zombie's skull. A piercing wail erupted from the child zombie, which thrashed violently for a moment before collapsing to the ground, the doll slipping from its grasp. Simultaneously, the headless female corpse attacking Lin Xiyao and the zombies in the stairwell suddenly fell to the ground. With a swish, Fangwen's blade struck empty air, his expression one of bewilderment. Why they stopped moving again. With a squelch, the sword was withdrawn, revealing a shimmering 5th-level crystal. Lin Xiyao inquired, puppet technique? Indeed, it is a power evolved by this child zombie, Lin Xiyao elucidated, sheathing his sword. He explained that the puppet technique is a rare psychic ability, and zombies possessing such a skill are highly sought after by the research facility. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Xiyao fell into contemplation. Puppet arts. The manipulation of corpses and puppets for combat. In other words, the ability to control zombies. Why does the Research Institute require zombies capable of puppet arts? In the next moment, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, they seek to control the Crimson Shadow. Noticing Lin Xiao's expression, Lin Yi understood that she had grasped the truth and spoke. The first generation of Crimson Shadows was successfully developed. Yet the researchers discovered that they could not be controlled at all, only confined. This was not their desire. Hence, the second generation of Crimson Shadows was created. Their first task was to erase the subject's memories, subsequently injecting them with mutated zombie blood to facilitate control. Your brother is one of the second-generation Crimson Shadows. Lin Xiao's pupils trembled slightly. The second generation of Crimson Shadows, having their memories obliterated, rendered them mere puppets. No wonder in the forest. Her brother did not recognize her, and even attempted to kill her. Who conceived such a research endeavor? Damn it, Lin Yi remarked, besides the Shun family. The other three prominent families have been covertly researching Crimson Shadows. Your brother is the most successful specimen from the Leaf family's recent studies. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao clenched her fists. The mercenary competition, Li Sangnan will participate, right? Yes, that's good. I shall remember this debt. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth as she picked up the raw stone from the ground and exited the room. Those wretches, who usually cower within the safe zone, do not dare to venture out. If revenge is the aim, then it shall be reckoned at the mercenary competition. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao heard Su Xiaoyang excitedly shout, "We have come to ally with you." Lin Xiao was somewhat pleased with Su Xiaoyang. At least he exhibited discernment. However, her base was not a place anyone could enter at will. "What can you offer?" Lin Xiao asked in a flat tone. The people on the rooftop were taken aback. Su Xiaoyang had not anticipated such a question, leaving him momentarily stunned. "We can undertake missions and scavenge," Su Xiaoyang replied eagerly. Yet, these endeavors did not pique Lin Xiao's interest. Her base had no need for mercenary tasks or scavenging. As the day waned, Lin Xiao tossed several ropes up. "My base does not require your presence. Do not return to Songxi ancient town." Upon hearing this, the group on the rooftop gazed at Lin Xiao in confusion. Among them were several intermediate mercenaries. It was well known that mercenaries were highly sought after. No gathering place would refuse them. Why did Lin Xiao not require their services? After throwing the ropes, Lin Xiao turned and departed with grace. "Wait," Su Xiaoyang called out. "I am willing to pledge my loyalty. I shall do whatever you ask of me in the future." "Captain, what are you doing?" The other mercenaries questioned in bewilderment. Mercenaries possess their own pride. "If this place does not welcome me, there shall be another that does." Lin Xiao turned back, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Anything can be done?" "Indeed." Su Xiaoyang nodded resolutely, declaring his sincere allegiance. He had brought all his possessions and family, exuding genuine intent. Such a declaration prompted her to consider him, for she had an affinity for the astute. Su Xiaoyang was indeed clever. Should he join an ordinary mercenary group, his identity as a mercenary would be advantageous. However, joining the base necessitated relinquishing that identity, requiring him to engage in arduous and unglamorous tasks. He must have comprehended this before making his statement. "What about you all?" Lin Xiao surveyed the others. Chapter 102. New members. The rest wore expressions of hesitation. Observing this, Su Xiaoyang spoke solemnly, expressing his respect for their choices. Should they choose not to join the tomorrow mercenary group, he would escort them to the nearest gathering place the following day, as their leader, ensuring their safe passage, regardless of the destination, was his ultimate responsibility. "Captain, I will follow you. I will follow you too. My life was saved by Lord Long. I am willing to go." Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Lin Yi and Lin Xiao, they resolutely decided to accompany him. Yet, Lin Xiao appeared unimpressed. "My base does not accommodate idlers. Regardless of who you are, everyone must work upon arrival. If you're resolute in your decision, come down. Time is of the essence." We cannot afford to linger in front of the building. Lin Xiyao allowed them to descend on their own while observing them. How we get down? Are you not coming to rescue us? In response to Lin Xiao's words, an admirer of Lin Yi spoke up, her tone assuming. Lin Xiao responded with a cold smile, raising her hand to check her watch. I will wait 10 minutes. Her stance was unequivocal. She was not a caretaker to attend to every detail personally. With the cautionary tale of Guo Qianqian in mind, those on the rooftop were apprehensive. Descending the building was simple, yet they feared encountering unforeseen dangers midway. Su Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. I will descend first. Lulu, if it is safe, follow closely behind. All right, be careful. Chen Lulu nodded obediently. In a swift motion, a rope was thrown down from the rooftop. Su Xiaoyang secured the clasp and began his descent. The others leaned over the railing, anxiously observing. Roar! In the shadows below, a dozen zombies craned their necks, fixated on the lively and tempting prey above, akin to koi awaiting feeding in a scenic spot. They howled with excitement. Delicious. Come to me. Bang. At that moment, a high-velocity bullet penetrated a zombie's skull. The mercenaries on the rooftop fired their weapons at the zombies below. Bang, bang, bang. With limited ammunition, each shot was precious. The mercenaries expended all their rounds to cover Su Xiaoyang's descent. Lin Xiyao stood on the well-lit street, nodding in satisfaction. Unselfish and possessing a spirit of teamwork, they were the individuals she sought. Swiftly, Su Xiaoyang had scarcely landed when a male zombie clad in sportswear sprang from the shadows. Its limbs moved with remarkable agility as it leaped into the air, lunging towards Su Xiaoyang with alarming speed. Brother, be careful. With a deft sidestep, Su Xiaoyang evaded the attack, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie sprawling before swiftly plunging his dagger into its skull. Come down. Having dealt with the zombie downstairs, Su Xiaoyang shouted towards the individuals on the rooftop. All right, hurry down. Several mercenaries directed the ordinary people on the rooftop to descend first while they held the rear guard. Everything proceeded with remarkable order, devoid of the chaotic scramble often seen in dire situations. The commotion outside roused the horde of zombies within the building, and a throng of them cascaded down from above. Su Xiaoyang gripped his dagger tightly, standing resolutely at the entrance. For every zombie that emerged, he struck it down, exerting every ounce of his strength to buy time for those on the rooftop. Brother, get to the sunlight, quickly. Su Shuang Wu get? His voice steady as he wielded his dagger. Chen Lu clenched her teeth and sprinted towards Lin Xiyao. Please, say my brother. Chen Lu's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice a pitiful plea. Fang Wen, unable to bear her distress, joined in the appeal. Boss, you allowed them to join. Let us go rescue him. Chen Lu nodded in agreement. Lin Xiyao glanced at her watch, noting 3 minutes remaining. Fang Wen, Chen Lu, how can you be so heartless? What's wrong with saving my brother? He has been eager to join your ranks. Lin Xiyao did not even spare her a glance. I have not begged you to join us. If you find it intolerable, you may leave. What a farce! To seek her protection while casting blame. Once again, the predicament they faced must be resolved by themselves. Offering them a rope was already a concession made in consideration of Su Xiaoyang. A minute later, Lord Lung. Could you please help them? The infatuated Lu Xini turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling with earnestness as she playfully sought his attention. Lin Xiao felt a shiver run down her spine. Did Lin Yi really fancy such women who indulged in flirtation? Get lost, came a cold reprimand. Lu Xini's hand froze mid-air, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lord Lung, I dare to touch me, and you'll die. Lin Yi's icy glare swept over her. To him, anyone besides Lin Xiyao who dared to approach felt unworthy. Lin Xiyao smiled slightly. Lu Xini was quite daring, attempting to entice Lin. She deserved some credit for her audacity. Meanwhile, Chen Lu's gaze remained fixated on Su Xiaoyang. In the final minute, for mercenaries descended from the rooftop, significantly alleviating Su Xiaoyang's burden. Though their abilities were modest, they displayed camaraderie, refusing to abandon their comrades in peril. This was precisely what Lin Xiyao valued, making them worthy of inclusion in the base. Assessment complete, Lin Xiyao declared. Lao Zhou, Fang Wen, go find 2 vehicles. Understood, they replied. The agile wind wolf beast nodded in understanding, leaping towards the building with brown bear and red serpent beast close behind. 3 beast pets leapt down to the ground floor, swiftly dispatching the horde of zombies gathered at the entrance. Following this, they expertly began to excavate raw stones. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. How formidable these extraordinary beasts were. Come on, why are you still dawdling? At that moment, 3 cars came to a halt before the crowd. For most of them, it was their first encounter with automobiles, their mouths agape in astonishment. Was such a grand reception perhaps a tad excessive? With a resounding roar, a black SUV sped away. 14 residents joined, thereby enhancing the strength of the Tomorrow base. Under the fading glow of the setting sun, the occupants of the vehicles gazed out at the picturesque scenery. Along the way, the landscape was enchanting. No wandering zombies, fierce beasts, or dense forests in sight. The car traversed a clean and spacious road, the expansive views accompanied by a refreshing air. Most of the people were astonished throughout the journey. Everything here was so novel, in stark contrast to the settlements they had known. Chapter 103. Increase in production, brother. Look, are those green beans? Chen Lu exclaimed, pointing in awe at a lush expanse of farmland. Rows of verdant vines were laden with tempting green beans. Can we eat those? Su Xiaoyang observed the meticulously planned vegetable and grain plots, seemingly far from wild. Perhaps. Wow, is it an arrow tower? Another person cried out. Look, there are walls, barbed wire, iron gates, and even a drawbridge. And there's a river too, my goodness. The vehicle arrived at the entrance of Han Mountain Village, and everyone gazed around in shock. Everything here felt surreal. As the drawbridge descended, the group entered the village, the dazzling light making it difficult to open their eyes. The raw stone protective shield signified absolute safety for those from the wasteland. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Was this paradise? A raw stone protective shield was a privilege reserved for the elite, and now they had stepped into it. Upon entering the protective shield, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated. The village, though small, featured neatly arranged houses, each quaint and meticulously maintained. In the center, a lantern glowed, casting a warm yellow light. This was the most beautiful and comforting sight they had ever witnessed. In their old settlement, they could only light oil lamps. Even mercenaries had no access to electric lights. At that moment, Ji Wansu emerged, her face radiant and her attire clean and fresh, standing in stark contrast to the weary and disheveled group. Wansu, these are the new residents. This is Su Xiaoyang, Lin Xiyao introduced. Yes, Brother Su, follow me this way. In the village, you can choose any house you wish to live in. Really? Do we need to pay? We have no money to buy a house. Indeed, is there a more affordable shantytown? If not, we can make a shelter, the anxious group inquired, their voices trembling. After all, in other settlements, the impoverished like them could only reside in slums. The houses in the safe zone, however, required monetary expenditure. Su Xiaoyang pressed his lips together, contemplating that he still had a few gold coins. Perhaps he could rent a place for everyone to stay for the night. Miss, can we rent a house? Upon hearing this, Ji Wansu laughed heartily, saying, there is no need for such formality. The houses here are freely available. At her words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. A free safe zone? What kind of celestial place is this? Subsequently, Ji Wansu, with a serious demeanor, declared from now on, we shall be one family. Here, there are no beggars or nobles. This village is our home, and building and protecting it is our duty. What about food? At this juncture, Lu Sini, with a rather unromantic tone, inquired, solely concerned about basic sustenance. We'll eat together. However, everyone must contribute. Yao Yao stated that we do not welcome idlers. Indeed, that is only right. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. It was merely work after all. Now, with an increase in the number of residents in the base, certain rules had to be established. As the population grew, collectivism became less applicable. Previously, when the base consisted of only a few individuals, they could share meals, labor together, and manage affairs collectively. Now, with over a dozen households in Shanshan village, there were always those who sought to shirk responsibility, hoping to partake in the benefits without toil. Thus, Lin Xiyao planned to establish a communal system to manage the base through a points exchange framework. The first step was to list all the tasks available at the base. The second step allowed residents to select their work freely to earn points. Finally, they could exchange these points for necessary items at the commune. For instance, in farming, long-term workers would be allocated a plot of land for cultivation. They would earn points through their labor and, upon harvest, surrender a portion of their yield to the commune, while retaining the remainder as a reward. Farming labor would yield 5 points daily, and for those lacking sufficient points, they could undertake short-term work at the commune to earn points, such as cleaning the village, transporting organic fertilizers, or moving grain. Short-term work would also yield points. In this manner, as long as the residents were diligent, they would not only meet their daily needs, but also have some surplus. Lin Xiyao established the detailed regulations and posted them in the base the following day for trial operation. She would manage and refine the system concurrently. Lin Xiao's intention was not to exploit the residents' labor, but to foster unity and diligence, enabling them to prosper and enhance the construction of the base. Upon reviewing the regulations she issued, the residents expressed no dissent and were filled with enthusiasm. In the future, all they needed to do was work to fill their bellies, free from fear and anxiety. Conversely, in other settlements, even after exhausting labor, they often went hungry. The superiority of their situation was undeniable. The commune of the base would be jointly managed by the Ji siblings, Feng Wu and Yi Chengwei, overseeing essential items such as grain, ingredients, daily necessities, medicines, gold coins, and raw materials. As long as the commune had it, the residents of the base could exchange for it. Having resolved the internal affairs, Lin Xiyao, accompanied by her team, undertook the transformation of several warehouses. With the autumn harvest approaching, the base's storage facilities might prove inadequate, and it would be a shame for the crops to rot in the fields. Lin Xiyao was so engrossed in her work that she felt quite dizzy, while Lung Yi basked in the sun on the rooftop with his 3 exotic pets, enjoying a leisurely day. As the gentle rays of the morning sun enveloped the scene, a wooden ladder was propped up against the house where Lung Yi resided. Lu Xini, undeterred, climbed up. According to her observations and inquiries over the past couple of days, Lung Yi had not taken a wife. He generally kept to himself and possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor. However, he was the most powerful and wealthy individual in the base. It was said that the protective shield for the base's raw stones was constructed by him, a true low-key tycoon. If she could marry Lung Yi, it would elevate her to the pinnacle of life. Lord Lung, her sweet voice rang out. Lung Yi lay on the rooftop, propped up on one arm, his eyes shut and brow slightly furrowed, disturbed from his slumber. How infuriating! The 3 exotic beasts, curious, opened their eyes, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Who is this woman? Pondered the brown bear beast. The wind wolf beast deemed it best to remain an observer. This girl is quite bold, noted the red serpent beast. They were not mistaken. Even they dared not make a sound while Lung Yi slept. Yet this girl had audaciously climbed up. Lord Lung, don't you get hot sunbathing on the rooftop every day? I have prepared some bayberry wine in my room. Would you care to sample it? Lu Xini spoke in a gentle tone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Lung Yi remained unresponsive, eyes still closed, ignoring her entirely. The 3 exotic pets exchanged glances between Lung Yi and Lu Xini, growing anxious. Would he not give a single reaction? This was hardly entertaining. The emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuchs were. Desperate to awaken him, the 3 beasts contemplated intervening but hesitated. Lengyi, Lord Lung, please wake up. Lu Xini called out, urgency evident in her voice, repeating her plea. Frustrated by her incessant buzzing akin to a fly, Lung Yi suddenly materialized before Lu Xini with a swift motion, his gaze icy and penetrating. He crouched slightly, his long fingers gripping her neck firmly. The 3 exotic beasts, eager for the unfolding spectacle, widened their eyes, fixated on the scene. What would Lung Yi do next? I have told you before, do not disturb me. His chilling voice echoed. Lu Xini's face flushed crimson from the strain, her eyes filled with terror. Lord Lung, I merely wish to invite you to taste the plum wine. The sheer aura of menace radiating from him left her trembling, and the grip on her neck made her feel increasingly vulnerable. Who could come to her rescue? You seek death. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed ominously, his grip tightening further. In that instant, Lu Xini felt a crushing weight on her chest, her face turning an alarming shade of dark purple as she struggled to breathe. She envisioned her great-grandmother beckoning to her. Xiaoyang, I entrust you with the defenses surrounding the grain processing plant. The barbed wire must be secure, and the wall must be constructed to the specified height. At that moment, a group of individuals approached. Lin Xiyao, clutching a stack of blueprints, walked while giving instructions. Upon hearing her voice, Lin instantly released his grip and stood up in a flurry, anxious that Lin Xiyao might discover his violent actions against her residents, which would surely infuriate her. The thought of being driven away made him shudder, and he nervously adjusted his clothing, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, consumed by guilt. 3 unusual beasts. No need to look further. This young Master Lung will undoubtedly become a submissive husband in the future. Ahem. Lord Lung. Finally able to breathe, Lu Xini covered her painfully aching neck, coughing distressingly while casting a sorrowful glance at Lin Yi. In the next moment, Lin Yi kicked the wooden ladder away. Stay away from me. With a thud, the ladder was sent flying, and Lu Xini fell alongside it, emitting a piercing scream. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and they looked up in astonishment. With a loud crash, Lu Xini landed heavily on the ground, covered in dirt and crying out in agony. Lin Xiyao glanced at Su Xiaoyang's group without bothering to check. Su Xiaoyang, you're truly embarrassing. Lu Kai, go see how your sister is. Realizing the situation, Lu Kai rushed forward. Sister, what are you doing? Xiao Kai, I think I've broken my waist. Woe is me, it hurts so much. What were you thinking climbing the ladder? You're so idle. Lu Kai grumbled, helping Lu Xini up with irritation. Everyone knew that Lin Yi detested being disturbed. Yet Lu Xini had to provoke him, and now she had fallen from above. Even if Lu Xini had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to bother Lin Yi again. She completely lacked understanding of tenderness and romantic nuance. Sobbing without tears, Lu Xini limped away, supporting her waist. Lin Xiyao, are we still going to Songxi Ancient Town? Aren't we clearing out the zombies? After they departed, Lin Yi leaped down from the rooftop, casting a lingering glance at Lin Xiyao, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Over the past few days, Lin Xiyao had been preoccupied with matters at the base, neglecting him, which stirred his ire. Lin Xiyao smiled lightly. It was understandable that Lin Yi felt resentment about being disturbed from his slumber. Perhaps you should sleep in the air raid shelter on the back mountain. After a moment's thought, she kindly suggested. In the past, no matter how busy she was, Lin Yi would always wait for her atop the village roof, basking in the sun. Now, with so many people in the village, it was indeed unseemly for him to be sprawled on the roof. Upon hearing her, the tension in Lin Yi dissipated instantly, and his mood lifted as he nodded in agreement. I'll wait for you in the air raid shelter. The back mountain of the base was a restricted area, and no one could approach the air raid shelter without Lin Xiao's permission. This was precisely why Lin Yi felt elated. From henceforth, the air raid shelter would become their exclusive sanctuary. Lin Xiao shook her head helplessly. In truth, Lin Yi was easy to appease. He cherished tranquility and disliked disturbances. Grant him a serene space, and he could sleep so soundly that one might question the meaning of life. Let us go. In the vicinity of the grain processing plant, the arrow tower and trap area must accelerate their progress. Having placated Lin Yi, Lin Xiao resumed her duties within the base. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. The defensive wall of the grain processing plant was nearly complete, and in a few days, the plant would commence operations. On this day, Lin Xiao took a team to clear the wild grass and vines from the processing facility. Suddenly, the wristwatches of several mercenaries emitted a series of beeps. Lin Xiao, puzzled, glanced at her watch. The Mercenary Guild had released a message. Dear mercenaries, the mercenary competition will commence on November 15th, with a preliminary round taking place at the Rock Lake Gathering Site. Please ensure your timely participation. Lin Xiao thought, November 15th. Merely 3 days away. It would be too late to reach the preliminary location now, wouldn't it? Oddly, Lin Yi placed great importance on this competition, Why had he not informed her in advance? Just as Lin Xiyao pondered this, a video call from Feng Wen came through. Boss, Lord Lung asked me to inform you that he has sent someone to participate in the preliminary round of the mercenary competition. We will directly enter the semi-finals in half a month's time. Lin Xiao nodded and ended the call. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang regarded Lin Xiao with an odd expression, hesitating to speak. What is it? Lin Xiao inquired. Su Xiaoyang looked around, unable to contain his curiosity, and leaned closer, whispering, Lin Xiao, Lung Yi is your shadow slave. Isn't he? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed in displeasure. What do you mean by shadow slave? She disliked the term. What kind of slave? Lung Yi is Lung Yi, not anyone's servant. Noticing her annoyance, Su Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback and retorted, You don't know? Lin Xiao was genuinely taken aback by this question. What was she supposed to know? Seeing her look of confusion, Su Xiaoyang explained, in the previous mercenary competition, Lung Yi was the shadow slave of the leader of the Starry Sky Mercenary Corps. He participated in the competition, so he is well aware of it. Zhu Mingxun? She asked. No, at that time, Chu Mingxian was not yet the leader. I believe it was Zhong Yonghui. Everyone felt it was a pity. If Lung Yi weren't a shadow slave, with his strength, it would be no issue for him to establish the strongest mercenary group and dominate the Eastern District. Lin Xiao grew increasingly perplexed. What does that mean? Su Xiaoyang, momentarily astonished, then elaborated, as for shadow slaves, it's a long story. After the first generation of the Red Shadow escaped from the research facility, the mercenary groups in the Eastern District organized a large-scale encirclement. Unfortunately, that battle resulted in heavy casualties among the enhanced individuals, and ultimately, the Eastern District's higher-ups had to negotiate for peace. They acknowledged the existence of the Red Shadow and ceased the hunt. But with one condition: the Red Shadow lacked identification and could not participate in mercenary tasks unless it was bound to a master. This is what constitutes a shadow slave. After hearing Su Xiaoyang's explanation, Lin Xiao's confusion deepened. The Red Shadow possesses formidable combat abilities. Why would it choose to depend on another? If she were the Red Shadow, she would prefer to forego an identity and live freely and elegantly rather than become a shadow slave. Noticing Lin Xiao lost in thought, Su Xiaoyang waved his hand in front of her eyes. After subduing the formidable legion, Zhong Yonghui unexpectedly passed away, and Chu Mingxian ascended to the position of commander. Recently, I learned that Chu Mingxian has also met his demise. Furthermore, I have heard that you are to participate in the mercenary competition, where the preliminary round is exceptionally brutal, eliminating 2/3 of the mercenary groups in an instant, while Lung Yi has permitted you to advance directly to the semifinals. Thus, Su Xiaoyang harbored his speculations. Lin Xiao nodded, suddenly recalling that since her awakening, she had not seen Qing. Could it be that Lung Yi dispatched Qing Yi to partake in the preliminary round? Never mind. Since Lung Yi has expressed such confidence, he must possess certainty. As for the shadow slave, Lin Xiao solemnly asserted that Lung Yi is not her shadow slave. To her, he is a vital member of Tomorrow Base. Su Xiaoyang awkwardly nodded in agreement. On the way back to the air raid shelter, Lin Xiao pondered over the matter of the shadow slave. This world is indeed unjust to the Red Shadows. They have endured inhumane suffering, surviving through life and death, yet remain unacknowledged by society. What exactly compels them to compromise? What lies within the mercenary competition that prompts Lung Yi to willingly assume the role of shadow slave? Outside the air raid shelter, upon hearing footsteps, Lung Yi slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, a glimmer of joy flickered in his gaze. Come inside, he beckoned. Lin Xiao opened the door to the shelter and stepped in, with Lung Yi following closely behind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The air raid shelter was Lin Xiao's sanctuary. No one else had ever entered. He must be the first man to step into her room. The thought filled Lung Yi with delight, and he could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Aside from the territorial rewards in the mercenary competition, what other prizes are there? Lin Xiao gently inquired as she entered the room. She hoped that Lung Yi would be forthright with her. All along, she had known that Lung Yi was using her as a pretext to enter the mercenary competition. After listening to Su Xiaoyang's words today, She finally understood why he had supported her throughout. If he were to join another mercenary group, he would inevitably become a shadow slave to compete. Yet with her, he need not endure such servitude, for she would ensure his participation in the competition. Reflecting on it now, many things began to make sense. He had invested money, effort, and resources, accompanying her in establishing the base and forming the mercenary group solely to partake in the competition. Lin Xiyao did not resent his secrecy. Conscientiously speaking, without Lung Yi's contributions, Tomorrow Base would not have flourished as it has. Moreover, considering the numerous times he had come to her rescue, why did she have to blame him? Her inquiry stemmed merely from a desire to ascertain Lung Yi's ultimate intention. Upon hearing her words, Lung Yi's body stiffened, and his expression turned cold. The territory gained from the competition will belong to you, he declared. Very well, she replied, understanding that if Lung Yi was unwilling to disclose something, no amount of persuasion would suffice. Further inquiries would be futile. I mean no harm. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Xiyao wearily leaned against the sofa and earnestly stated, Lung Yi, you are mine. I will protect you and stand by you, but I do not wish for you to deceive me. Lin Xiyao was fiercely protective. Is she not entitled to safeguard her own? However, she could not accept deceit. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, a flicker of shadowy light passed through Lung Yi's gaze. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately chose not to confess. Well, let us venture to Songshi ancient town tomorrow. 10 days may not suffice to eradicate all the zombies in the town, but we shall endeavor to eliminate as many as possible. All right, has Qingyi gone to participate in the preliminary rounds? Yes. Would you like to stay here? Sure. What did she just say? Lengyi pondered bimusit. Lin Xiyao smiled, appearing somewhat absent-minded. If you wish to stay here, feel free to find a room. I need a rest. With a dazed mind, Lung Yi exited the room, bewildered by the turn of events. The following day, Lin Xiyao entered Songshi ancient town for the 4th time, this time leading a group toward the old street. The old street was predominantly lined with single-story houses, and there were dozens of distilleries. Furthermore, the residents often brewed their own spirits at home. Thus, this area boasted an abundance of food supplies, with every household possessing a grain cellar, and Lin Xiao's home was located on this very old street. As she fought her way to her doorstep, a myriad of emotions surged within her. Let's take a look at home. She could never have imagined that one day she would not only pillage her neighbors, but also her own family's residence. You all proceed ahead. Be cautious, Lin Xiao instructed before pushing open her own door. The small courtyard was in disarray. The flowers and plants nurtured by her parents had all withered. The ground was littered with fallen tiles, bed linens, clothing, plastic bags, and various household items. Moldy corn and peppers hung from the eaves. Lin Xiao was uncertain whether this disarray was the result of a subsequent robbery or a hasty departure by her parents. As she opened the door to the house, a thick layer of dust and a foul mustiness assaulted her senses. The familiar furniture and scenes tugged at her heartstrings, evoking memories of her parents. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the central area of the main room, where an altar was set up, adorned with a black and white memorial photograph. The plaque read, "In memory of beloved daughter Lin Xiyao." The glaring black and white photograph was painfully striking. Goodness, she thought, is that truly how I appear? Lin Xiao's heart raced. Yet, in the next instant, a bitter wave washed over her. The presence of her memorial plaque indicated that, prior to the apocalypse, her parents had received news of her death. To lose a child before one's own demise, how devastating it must have been for them. Forgive me, dear parents. Your daughter has been unfilial, Lin Xiao whispered, her heart heavy with regret. Just then, Su Xiaoyang's voice echoed. Lin Xiao, what are you looking at? Lin Xiao waved her hand, causing the black and white photograph to fall from the wall, flipping over just in time to cover the plaque. However, the memorial tablet remained exposed. What are you doing here? What are you looking at? Su Xiaoyang, curious, followed Lin Xiao's gaze. Chapter 106. The Luo Family Goodness, exclaimed Su Xiaoyang, his eyes wide with terror upon seeing Lin Xiao's name. It's just a coincidence of names. Lin Xiao explained with a calm expression. Have all the zombies been eliminated? No. There are no zombies in this old street at all. The doors of every household stood ajar, and the yards were in disarray, suggesting a hasty retreat. After a moment of astonishment, Su Xiaoyang composed himself and reported earnestly, "They have fled." Lin Xiyao nodded. It was normal for people to flee in panic during a viral outbreak, yet the absence of any zombies was somewhat peculiar. Had this place been scavenged? Understood. Go see if there are any usable supplies and pack everything up. Be cautious. All right. After Su Xiaoyang departed, Lin Xiyao made her way directly to the grain cellar in the backyard. Upon opening the cellar, she found the food still intact. While gathering the provisions, she pondered with curiosity, strange. The supplies and food remain here. No one has come, so where have the zombies from the old street gone? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Hearing the noise, Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and she swiftly exited the cellar. With a thunderous crash, glass shattered everywhere as a zombie's head lunged through the window. Countless shards of glass embedded themselves in the zombie's face, yet it felt no pain. Its grayish-white eyes sparkled with excitement. The zombie desperately pushed its way inside. Lin Xiao tightened her grip on the curved blade, and with a flash of cold steel, the zombie's head was severed. With a swift thrust and pull, the zombie fell silent. Having dealt with the zombie, Lin Xiao glanced outside, her eyes filled with concern. At this moment, the sun blazed mercilessly. How had this zombie managed to breach the defenses in broad daylight? Furthermore, where had it concealed itself? Just as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, another scream erupted from outside. The ground trembled as she witnessed a dense horde of zombies surging toward the old street. Among the throng, 3 men and 1 woman were sprinting for their lives. How intriguing, Lin Xiao mused. No wonder I haven't encountered any zombies. They were drawn away by those 4 individuals. However, why are these zombies unafraid of the sunlight? Without further contemplation, Lin Xiao dashed toward the old street, where Su Xiaoyang and the others were still scouring for supplies. Upon seeing Lin Xiao fleeing in panic, the group was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, damn it, there's so many zombies, run! Su Xiaoyang exclaimed as he spotted the relentless tide of zombies rushing forward. He turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao's back, his eyes deep with contemplation. Run! Why are you standing there? Lin Xiao shouted, urgency lacing her voice. He hesitated for a moment before solemnly stating, "They are from the Luo family. You go ahead." With that, He swiftly dashed toward the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, the fleeing quartet was on the verge of being engulfed by the zombie tide. The leading man was the first to scramble onto the rooftop, with the others close behind. They had abandoned the ground, seeking refuge atop the rooftops. We cannot outrun them. We must consider an alternative. Lin Xiao paused, turning around in confusion. Ling Yi, known for his aloof demeanor, rarely intervened to save others. Why'd he act this time? At that moment, the woman grasped the eaves with both hands, and suddenly, a small green tile slipped from beneath her. She plummeted downward, flailing her arms in a panic. Below her was a throng of zombies, and a chill crept up her spine. This is it. The man on the roof extended his arm, attempting to catch her, but he was a second too late. In a critical moment, He leaped into the air, gripping the eaves with one hand while grasping the woman with the other. A true hero saving a damsel in distress. The woman looked at Yi in a flurry of panic, her eyes reflecting a fleeting surprise. Sunglasses and a black mask obscured his features completely. Who is this person? Get up here, a cold voice commanded. With a firm pull, Yi yanked the woman up and flung her onto the roof. However, the zombie horde below had already surged forward, their arms outstretched as they lunged for him. At that moment, Lin Xiao summoned her soul power, causing a dozen pebbles to rise into the air and shoot towards the gathering of zombies beneath the eaves. Boom! The pebbles detonated simultaneously, a tremendous fireball erupting as the zombie horde was blown apart, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Yi ascended to the rooftop. Flames soared beneath the eaves, and the few individuals on the roof gasped at the intense heat. A fire elemental ability user? Thankfully, the house wasn't destroyed. Go drive, he instructed. Understood. Su Xiaoyang immediately sprinted towards the vehicle. Lin Xiao's strength was formidable, He felt compelled to obey such a powerful ally without question. Boom! Soon, two vehicles approached, and Lin Yi and the others dashed across the roof. Lin Xiyao took a seat in the front passenger side and glanced back. An unending tide of zombies poured into the old street, blocking the way completely. A thin child zombie stepped atop the head of another, scuttling like a spider. In the next instant, the child zombie leapt forward, its emaciated body pressed against the wall, swiftly climbing onto the roof. Other zombies, witnessing this, attempted to imitate the feat, stepping on the bodies of their companions to leap upward. Upon observing this, Lin Xiao's expression tightened. These zombies not only showed no fear of sunlight, but also exhibited signs of intelligence. What exactly are they? Mutated zombies or a new breed? It seemed this Songshi ancient town would not be easily conquered. Clang, clang, clang. Drive. The group quickly jumped into the vehicle, speeding away before the tide of zombies could reach them. Roar. The horde of zombies pursued relentlessly from behind, their decaying mouths agape, clawing and scrambling. Lin Xiyao remained vigilant, only feeling a sense of relief as they approached the vicinity of the grain processing factory, where the zombie horde gradually dispersed. The questions in her mind only deepened. Finally escaped, but those zombies clung to them like leeches, impossible to shake off. The vehicle drove directly into the grain processing plant. As the doors swung open, a woman leaped out first. Upon confirming the surroundings were safe, she voiced her complaints. Zhao, you must not act recklessly next time. Quickly thanked the person. Following her, a man clad in a black combat uniform descended from the vehicle. He sported short black hair, with strikingly chiseled features, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that glimmered with an enigmatic shade of azure, complemented by a gentle smile that exuded friendliness. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, noting, he is indeed of mixed heritage. At that moment, Lin Yi also emerged from the car. With swift precision, the woman snatched off Lin Yi's sunglasses, revealing her crimson eyes. Lin Yi, I knew it was you. In the next instant, she reached out to remove his mask. Everyone present held their breath, expressions of astonishment etched on their faces. Did this woman possess no fear of death? Chapter 107. Journey together. Lin Yi seized the woman's wrist, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Locks, keep your sister in check. The man shrugged helplessly. It's been a long time. It became apparent that they were acquaintances. Lin Xiao understood now why Lin Yi risked his life to save them. The mere recognition of him by her fiery eyes indicated a bond deeper than mere friendship. The woman persisted in her attempt to unmask Lin Yi, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Luo Yinzhao, stop fooling around. Subsequently, Lin Yi released the woman, his tone frigid. Unfazed by his demeanor, the woman clung to him like a persistent adhesive. Lin Yi, thank you. It is truly fortunate to encounter you here. Luo Yinzhao exclaimed with delight, her azure eyes sparkling. Another admirer of Lin Yi, Lin Xiao noted. Lin Yi chose to ignore her, directing his attention to the man Locks. What brings you here? We came to the vicinity for a mission and inadvertently released the zombies from the research facility, Locks explained with a wry smile. The Luo siblings had initially undertaken a task, only to accidentally breach the research facility, unleashing its contained zombies. To their dismay, those zombies showed no aversion to sunlight, and thus, they had been pursued for 30 miles, eventually arriving at Songshi ancient town, where they encountered the others. Everyone suddenly understood. So the zombies were not from the ancient town, after all. Lin Xiao pondered Lox's words, 30 miles, observing their direction of flight. There's only a small chemical plant in that area. When did it transform into a research facility? Lin Yi too was witnessing such a multitude of sun-resistant zombies for the first time, his expression grave. Do you know why they're unafraid of sunlight? Lox shook his head in confusion. We were caught off guard as well. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The semifinals of the mercenary competition are about to commence. Shall we attend together? Then could you provide a shelter for a few days? Lox inquired. That would be inconvenient. Yi's elongated tone sounded almost petulant. Lin Xiao instantly felt a shiver run down her spine, wondering how Lin Yi could endure the antics of this brother-sister duo. One is affectionate, another is playful. Yet Lin Yi remains remarkably composed. "This place is quite secure. You may stay here overnight," he remarked, before turning to board the vehicle. Inside the car, Lin Yi elucidated that the four prominent families of the East District are the Shun, Gu, Li, and Luo families. Notably, the Luo family stands alone in their opposition to conducting research on zombies, dedicating their efforts primarily to the destruction of such research facilities. It was the Luo family that had detonated the Qi-Ing Research Institute years ago, thereby rescuing Lin Yi. Lin Xiyao nodded in understanding. It becomes apparent that had it not been for the Luo family, Lin Yi might still be confined within that research establishment. Such a debt of gratitude is truly deserving of repayment. Subsequently, Lin Xiyao inquired about the zombies. They originated from the Research Institute, likely remnants of experiments from the apocalypse, with their viruses having mutated, rendering them impervious to sunlight. Regardless, we must eliminate them in the coming days. Lin Xiyao nodded in agreement. To ensure the safety of the base, those zombies must indeed be eradicated. Fortunately, they have coalesced into a horde, all congregating in the old street, sparing the need for a prolonged search. 3 days later, all preparations were complete. A brand new armored vehicle made its way along the national highway towards the city. Lin Xiyao donned a pristine camouflage combat suit, designed to be fire-resistant, waterproof, reduce injury, and prevent scratches. Produced by the system, it was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. With such a flawless combat ensemble, Lin Xiyao felt a surge of confidence for the semi-finals of the mercenary competition. Once she accumulated sufficient points, she planned to provide each resident of the base with a combat suit, thereby assembling a formidable team. As for the armored vehicle, the points and original stones earned from the recent zombie eliminations were just enough to exchange for it. Upon learning that the semi-finals would take place in the city, Lin Xiyao wasted no time in making the exchange. The new armored vehicle boasted exceptional protection, offensive capabilities, remarkable agility, and astonishing speed. With an incredibly robust body equipped with flamethrowers, missile turrets, and reinforced spikes, truly a mobile fortress. The missile marketplace offered flamethrowers, while the engine required fuel support. These were merely consumables. However, for Lin Xiyao at present, such expenses were negligible. Setting off at 7 in the morning and arriving at the first assembly point by 5 in the afternoon, Lin Xiyao found herself amidst the teams from Lingdong and Qinxing. All familiar faces. By the time she arrived, a cluster of over a dozen vehicles of various kinds had already gathered. Large trucks, lorries, buses, and vans. Primarily larger vehicles collected from the roadside, accommodating more individuals and reducing costs for reaching the competition venue. Look, it's an armored vehicle. How impressive. I wonder which mercenary group it belongs to. Wow, that's amazing. The armored vehicle gradually approached the Qinxing gathering point, drawing envious gazes from several teams of the Lingdong base. It's from the Qinxing mercenary group. Rumor has it that Shun Outyan has developed a solar power generator. Could the occupant be the young master of the Shun family, Shen Nanxing? It seems fitting, considering the Shun family's reputation for intellect, that they could create such a formidable armored vehicle. Indeed. In hushed tones, the crowd engaged in quiet discussions, instinctively gravitating towards the armored vehicle, their intentions to befriend Shun Nanxing unmistakable. Suddenly, the vehicle's door swung open, revealing a woman with fair skin, a high ponytail, and clad in camouflage attire. Her appearance was crisp and decisive, yet her face was unfamiliar. The onlookers exchanged glances, awkwardly admitting their lack of recognition. For this competition, Lin Xiyao had chosen to bring Su Xiaoyang instead of Fong Wen and Old Zhou, while Lin Yi was shrouded in anonymity, making it difficult for anyone to identify him. They traveled incognito. Just then, 3 beast companions leaped from the vehicle, further astonishing the crowd. Each of the 3 individuals was accompanied by a beast companion, and such a grand entrance left everyone in awe. Truly, they embodied the essence of opulence. Owning beast companions and possessing an imposing armored vehicle signified the presence of a formidable mercenary group. Greetings, we are from the Lingqiang mercenary group. May I inquire which mercenary group you belong to? A curious individual approached, eager to engage and glean information about their backgrounds. Upon hearing that it was merely a small base, The person's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Only the three of you are participating in the semifinals? They asked incredulously. Indeed, our mercenary group is small, came the response. It became clear to all that this was indeed a minor base. Everyone understood that the semifinals were predominantly task-oriented, and greater numbers equated to greater strength. Thus, all mercenary groups would dispatch their elite members. The fact that the Mingri mercenary group had sent only 3 suggested they had merely 3 elites. The spectators quickly abandoned their aspirations to befriend them, realizing they were but a fade, grand in appearance yet lacking in substance. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Lin Xiyao dashed excitedly towards them. While Lux smiled gently, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. The latter frowned in displeasure, irritated at the unexpected encounter with the siblings. The Luo family's stronghold was not located here, indicating their determination to follow them. Could it be that you are Lin Yi from the Xingyao mercenary group? Someone exclaimed. No wonder they are so ostentatious. Aside from the renowned Qi Ying Lin Yi, who else could procure such an armored vehicle? The tide of opinion shifted, and the crowd began to murmur, their eyes fervently fixed on the trio. Lin Xiyao thought to herself, it's truly difficult to maintain a low profile. Chapter 108. The fiancé Lin Yi. Your eyes are exquisite. Why hide them? Lin Xiyao exclaimed as she rushed over, swiftly removing Lin Yi's sunglasses. In an instant, her striking crimson eyes were revealed. Lin Yi fronet in displeasure. The little princess of the Luo family was indeed audacious. Yet as the daughter of a benefactor, he chose to endure. It was Qiying. Upon seeing Lin Yi's crimson gaze, the crowd's earlier disinterest reignited, and they began speculating about Lin Xiao's identity. With an armored vehicle, beast companions, and shadow slaves, could they be members of one of the 4 prominent families? At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Lin Yi, exclaiming in astonishment that he was the strongest warrior from the previous competition, a shadow slave of Chu Mingxian. With that revelation, the crowd surged forward, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a frenzied fan gathering. Lin Yi, I am the leader of the Yongsha Mercenary Corps, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Lin Yi, if you become part of the Shunga Mercenary Corps, I will appoint you as the vice captain. In that moment, invitations poured in from all directions. Everyone was aware that Chu Mingxian was dead, and Lin Yi was now a free agent. Should he choose to join, the combat strength of the Corps would multiply several times. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao found herself pushed aside by the throng. A coveted prize, everyone clamored for Lin Yi's allegiance. Yet none were genuine in their intentions. They merely sought to possess the formidable power of the Red Shadow. The title of vice captain, though appealing in sound, meant subservience. In their eyes, an unranked shadow servant was unworthy of commanding a mercenary corps. Lin Yi was acutely aware of their thoughts. His gaze turned frigid, hands clenched tightly. A flicker of disdain glimmering in his eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Don't push. Lin Xiyao stumbled amidst the crowd, nearly losing her balance. Instinctively, Lin Yi caught her. Get away. He barked, and instantly, the frenzied crowd fell silent, a palpable aura of authority radiating from him. The onlookers were left speechless, terrified. In the next moment, Lin Xiyao proudly looped her arm through Lin Yi's, lifting her chin and declaring with haughty confidence that he would not join their corps. If he were to go anywhere, it would be to the Luo family, so they should abandon their petty schemes. The crowd murmured, realizing it was the Luo family. Who dared to compete with them for a person? Lin Yi, with a look of disdain, broke free, asserting, I will not go to the Luo family. His gaze swept across the crowd, searching for Lin Xiao's figure. He had no intention of going anywhere, but with her. On another side, hello, I am Lox, a friend of Lin Yi. Lox approached Lin Xiyao, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Miss Lin, it is evident that your relationship with Lin Yi is quite special. Have you considered granting him a title? Lin Xiyao, puzzled, raised her eyes. What do you mean? What title does Lin Yi need? Upon hearing this, Lox's expression turned icy. Miss Lin, you do not intend to take advantage of him, do you? Lin Xiyao was bewildered. Take advantage of Lin Yi? What are you talking about? If Lin Yi is with you, have you never considered giving him a proper status? Lox spoke with indignation, appearing to champion Lin Yi's cause. Lin Xiyao felt utterly confused and coldly replied, "What are you saying? Lin Yi is a member of my Tomorrow Mercenary Corps, a comrade, a fellow warrior. What more status does he need?" Lox's expression was one of surprise. "I'm not referring to that. I mean marriage. Grant him a true status by marrying him." A forced marriage? Was Lox out his mind? Why would she marry Lin Yi? The thought had never crossed her mind. Was this man jesting? Who decreed that those who followed her must marry her? What about Su Xiaoyang, Fang Wen, Fang Wu, and Yi Chengwei? Was she to marry all of them? What kind of logic was that? A harem of handsome men? Ridiculous. Lin Xiyao, incensed, turned away, only to meet another pair of icy crimson eyes. "Brother." In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced her chest, and a wave of profound sorrow surged within her. Lin Xiao's eyes reddened. Once again, that familiar feeling enveloped her, revealing the profound obsession the original self had for her brother. Each encounter with Lin Juanhao would involuntarily plunge her into sorrow, prompting tears to well up. Lox smirked coldly, suggesting, "If you have no intention of marrying Lin Yi, then spare him. A Zhao holds a deep affection for him." He continued, expressing his belief that Lin Yi's attachment to Lin Xiyao must have been a dying command from Chu Mingxian. As long as Lin Xiyao spoke, Lin Yi could be free. That was his true intention. Where Lin Yi chooses to go is his prerogative. "I have no authority to intervene," Lin Xiyao stated coldly. In the next moment, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses approached. Li Tsongnan, the one who had captured her brother for experiments, set fire to the slums and killed Chu Mingxian. A torrent of murderous rage surged within Lin Xiyao as she clenched her fists, exuding an aura of cold menace, her immense soul power surging forth. "Eliminate him. Avenge Chu Mingxian and my brother." Just as she prepared to unleash her soul power, a large hand suddenly grasped her arm. Lin Yi had arrived beside her, subtly shaking his head. Now is not the opportune moment for action. Lin Xiyao instantly regained her composure, silently retracting her soul power. Indeed, acting now would only lead her to confront her brother. The mercenary competition had ample time left. She would have plenty of opportunities to eliminate Li Tsongnan. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from behind. A convoy of vehicles sped toward them. "Look, it's the Shun family's motorcade. Shen Nanqing is here." Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Xiyao slowly turned her head. The black convoy halted not far away, consisting of 7 vehicles from which emerged 9 individuals clad in black uniforms, 7 men and 2 women. At the forefront stood a young man in his 20s, dressed in an expensive silver-gray suit, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. His handsome features adorned with a roguish smile, exuding an aura that commanded distance from strangers. The other 8 closely followed him. Among them, the 2 women bore striking resemblance to each other, their delicate makeup accentuating their beauty. Indeed, they were twins. The crowd surrounding Lin Yi, upon spotting the young man, rushed forward with eager flattery. "Young Master Shun, congratulations on becoming a level 2 enhanced individual. Your strength has significantly increased. We heard many have failed. Young Master Shun is truly fortunate. Is the old matriarch of the Shun family in good health?" A barrage of trivialities ensued. Shen Nanqing, visibly impatient, raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. At that moment, his gaze transcended the throng, landing on Lin Xiyao. "Everyone, step aside," he commanded coldly, striding forward. "What is happening?" The crowd murmured. Chapter 109, Semi-Final Sister. Upon reaching Lin Xiyao, Shen Nanqing greeted her nervously, feeling anxious yet eager. Finally, he was reunited with Lin Xiyao, and this time, he vowed not to lose her again. Lin Xiyao smiled gently, lifting her gaze. "Nanqing, you've grown taller." She was aware that Shun Nanqing had injected the enhanced gene serum, yet she was taken aback by the extent of his transformation. A towering figure standing at 6 feet tall has shed his youthful naivete, maturing significantly, with his features now fully developed. The assessment is complete. He is indeed a handsome young man. Shen Nanjing, feeling a bit bashful, scratches his head, realizing, this is the true me. Previously, he had taken growth inhibitors, causing his height and appearance to stagnate at the age of 12 or 13. It is rather pleasant to behold. Observing the lively conversation between two individuals, the expression on Lin Yi's face turns increasingly grim. The air is thick with an unmistakable scent of jealousy. At that moment, Lin Yi notices the three peculiar beasts lying nearby, a glint of cunning flaring in his eyes. With a swift motion, he approaches the wind wolf beast and gives it a gentle kick. "What's the matter, big guy?" he coldly inquires, attempting to drag Lin Xiyao away, claiming they need to relieve themselves. The three beasts, suddenly startled, break into a cold sweat, bewildered by such a flimsy excuse. They have no desire to answer nature's call. "Go now." A sharp command follows. The three creatures tremble with fear and immediately rush toward Lin Xiyao. The wind wolf beast is the first to grab hold of the hem of her pants, while the brown bear beast clutches the other leg, pulling desperately in opposite directions. "What's going on?" Lin Xiyao, puzzled, observes their urgency and apologetically tells Nanjing, "I must see what is happening. Let us continue our conversation later." "All right, soon enough." In the open space behind the convoy, the three creatures line up, squatting and blushing furiously. Lin Xiyao finds their behavior peculiar. Are they truly in need of a bathroom break? Yet, why are they pulling her along? Could it be that they're shy in the presence of a crowd? Meanwhile, Lin Yi stands with his hands in his pockets, casting a chilling gaze at Shen Nanjing. "Your place is over there." In response, Shen Nanjing's brow furrows with a cold glint. "What right does a mere shadow slave have to dictate my actions?" His demeanor is haughty, exuding disdain, a stark contrast to moments prior. Lin Yi smirks, responding nonchalantly, "Even a shadow slave can take your life." Young Master Shun would do well to temper his arrogance. Tension mounts as they engage in a verbal duel. "Who exactly are you?" Shen Nanjing steps forward, a formidable gust of wind swirling around him, raising dust and debris as a powerful energy surge hurtles toward Lin Yi. "What do you intend to do?" Shen Nanjing. Just then, Luo Yinzhao rushes forward, deftly wielding a short blade to neutralize the oncoming attack. With an anxious expression, she positions herself protectively in front of Lin Yi, glaring fiercely at Shen Nanjing. "So, it's a shadow slave from the Luo family," Shen Nanjing observes, clearly taken aback, his tone dripping with disdain. Luo Yinzhao, exasperated, stomps her foot and retorts loudly, "He is not a slave. He is my fiancé. If you dare to bully him, the Luo family will not let this go unpunished." "Luo Yinzhao, is he really your fiancé from the Red Shadow?" Shen Nanjing scoffs, incredulous at the Luo family head's decision to betroth her to a Red Shadow. "What a colossal joke! And you dare to flaunt it? Are you out of your mind?" In response to his taunts, Shen Nanjing dismisses the matter with little concern for Lin Yi, turning to Lin Xiyao instead. Luo Yinzhao, her face flushed with anger, erupts in a furious outburst. "Lin Yi is 100 times better than you, you growth-inhibiting, brain-deficient fool." "Silence. How dare you disrespect the young master? You seek death." At this moment, the 8 individuals accompanying Shen Nanjing followed closely behind, and the pair of twin women shouted fiercely, drawing their daggers with a swift motion. A confrontation seemed imminent. Shen Nanjing paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Cold Yi? To his astonishment, Lu Yinzhao's fiancé was indeed Cold Yi. 3 years prior, the Luo family had abruptly declared Li Yinzhao betrothed to a figure known as Qing, turning the Luo family into a subject of ridicule. Yet, no one had anticipated that this individual would turn out to be Cold Yi. The Luo family was truly calculating. "Xiao Shuang, Xiaoyun, stand down," Shen Nanjing commanded. Recognizing the necessity of preserving the Luo family's dignity, a conflict would reflect poorly on both parties. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's heart was momentarily unsettled. From a moment she laid eyes on the Luo siblings, Cold Yi's demeanor towards them had been markedly different. Coupled with Luo Ku's words, it became evident that the Luo family not only held a debt of gratitude towards Cold Yi, but also had a marriage pact with Li Yinzhao. Everyone, a deep voice resonated. As Li Tsangnan approached with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Lin Juanhao followed closely behind, ever vigilant in his protection. The crowd parted to make way for him. Upon reaching Shenanxing, Li Tsangnan produced 2 sealed envelopes. These contained the tasks for the semi-finals, young Master Shun. Traditionally, it has been the elder Madam Shun who selects the tasks, but this year, it falls to you. Please choose which one you desire. Inside the envelopes were 2 distinctly different assignments, outlining the content of the semi-final competition. The so-called semi-finals were essentially a confrontation between gathering places. The first gathering place to complete its task would emerge victorious. In the previous mercenary competition, the Lingdong gathering place had secured their entry into the semi-finals, while the Qinxing gathering place faced elimination. Consequently, all mercenary groups from Qinxing were also disqualified. Thus, the selection of tasks was of utmost importance. Shen Nanxing casually pointed to the envelope on the right. Once the task was chosen, the mercenary groups from both gathering places began to converge. Naturally, Lin Xiyao and her companions followed suit to the Qinxing side. In front of the gathered crowd, Shen Nanxing opened the envelope and scrutinized the task details, his brow gradually furrowing. The task involved entering the armed department in the city to locate the layout map. In a mere phrase, the spirits of the crowd plummeted. The city was vast, teeming with countless zombies, and most importantly, they were unfamiliar with the city's terrain, rendering the location of the armed department a mystery. This implied that they would have to scour the entire city, a perilous endeavor indeed. Lin Xiyao blinked, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Could it be mere coincidence? She was quite familiar with the city, her second hometown, where she spent 4 years of university. As for the armed department, she had a faint recollection of it. Observing the dejected expressions of the crowd, Shen Nanxing spoke up, "Do not despair. The Shun family possesses a general map of the city's terrain. I have also pinpointed a broad area for the location of the armed department. We will undoubtedly complete this task ahead of the others." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, disbelief washing over their faces as they turned to Shen Nanxing. Truly, it seemed the heavens were smiling upon them. "How shall we proceed?" Lin Xiyao inquired softly. The terrain map of the Shun family's market was hardly surprising, considering that old Madam Shun had shared the same university with her. "Sister, there's no need to worry. The headquarters will dispatch a helicopter to take us there," Shen Nanxing said, looking at Lin Xiyao with affectionate eyes. Truly, she was an enigmatic woman. Chapter 110. The semi-finals commenced. Lin Xiyao was uninterested in the thoughts of others. She had a peculiar feeling about the upcoming semi-final task. Was it the same in previous years' semi-finals? This uncertainty weighed heavily on her mind. Lin Yi nodded, reassuring her, "Do not fret. The tasks assigned during the mercenary competition vary each time. Last time, we were tasked with clearing a large chemical plant in the city." He refrained from elaborating further, but Lin Xiyao need not be overly concerned. He had already made arrangements for their escape route. The semi-finals were merely a formality. At that moment, a resounding roar filled the air. 2 helicopters gradually approached the assembly point. Teams participating in the mercenary semi-finals, please board. The Qinxing gathering will board helicopter number 1, while the Lindong gathering will board helicopter number 2. Following this, a loud mechanical voice echoed, playing repeatedly like a broadcast. The crowd at the assembly point looked up with excitement. Apart from Lin Xiyao and Lung Yi, everyone else gazed at the helicopters with delight and anticipation. "It's a plane," Lin Xiao noted, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Lung Yi, is this their first time participating in the mercenary competition? "Indeed," he replied. "What about the mercenaries from the previous competition? They all perished." Lin Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. Was the strongest mercenary merely the last one standing? "Do not worry. All you need to do is reach the finals. The rest will be taken care of by me." Reaching the finals would grant the mercenary group the right to divide the territory, though the amount was uncertain. Yet, it seemed that Lung Yi sought more than just that. What was his true desire? At that moment, the Luo siblings approached, persistently questioning him. Given the perilous nature of this mission, they did not wish for Lung Yi to face death. He shook his head, dismissing their concerns. Seeing this, the Luo siblings could only take their leave. "Lin Yi, I will await you at the Luo family residence." Lung Yi's gaze was profound. He had just clarified with Lin Xiyao that the so-called fiancé was merely a one-sided wish of the Luo family. He had never consented to such a bond. Soon, both helicopters descended onto the open ground, and everyone obediently formed lines to board. Before boarding, Li Tsangnan paused deliberately and cast a meaningful glance at Shen Naxing. Young Master Shen, this task is quite different from previous years. It is rather intriguing. Shen Naxing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? It was not until the plane landed again that Shen Naxing comprehended Li Tsangnan's words. Both teams had drawn the same task. This was indeed fascinating. Stepping off the helicopter, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. From this moment onward, they were rivals, needing to guard against not only the attacks of zombies, but also the ambushes from their opponents. Meanwhile, with two prominent families vying for the same task, was this a deliberate ploy to complicate matters for the Shen and Li families? Why must Madame Shen be so enraged? The bishop had long proclaimed that this mercenary competition would solely be determined by strength. What? Do you lack confidence in Shen Nanxing? As these words were uttered, several elderly gentlemen present began to mock. They were all venerable, with hair as white as snow, the patriarchs of their respective families. Survivors of the apocalypse, just like Shen Jia. At the head of the conference room, there was no one present, only a tablet resting upon the table. You see, my Nanxing is quite formidable. I am eager to see whether certain families will remain so nonchalant after the semifinals if they fail to reach the finals. There is no need for Madame Shen to worry about that. Suddenly, a commanding and venerable voice emanated from the tablet, silencing the room. We are not concerned with the results of the competition, but rather with the successful completion of the mission. The tasks in the city are particularly challenging, which is why two prominent families have been dispatched. Upon hearing this, Shen Jia's expression softened. All I wish is for Nanxing to be safe. Zheng Zheng, why you treasure your grandson so much? Why not simply keep him safe at the gathering place of the stars? It will be far more secure. With this remark, a discordant taunt rang out. Shen Jia cast a sharp glance in that direction, coldly retorting, Old Li, do not speak with such sarcasm. Are you unaware of your own family's standing? You have climbed to prominence on the coattails of women. Perhaps you should pay more attention to your son-in-law. The revelation of such an embarrassing truth incensed a frail old man, who leapt up in fury. Old Shen, you are courting death. The Li family has ascended by exploiting the resources of the Wu family, gradually encroaching upon their supplies to rise among the four great families. This is well understood by all, though none dare to speak it openly. Naturally, the patriarch of the Li family was enraged. Enough. Let us all remain silent and focus on the competition. The venerable voice resonated once more, tinged with a note of sternness, and the conference room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the large screen. The screen displayed multiple small segments, streaming the mercenary competition live. Thunderous sounds echoed as two helicopters took off from atop a towering building. The powerful gusts of wind sending everyone's hair into disarray. On the rooftop, Lin Xiyao discerned the situation in the city. City, a sprawling metropolis, once boasted a resident population of 30 million before the apocalypse. It was a place of immense value and prosperity, a dream destination for countless individuals. However, following the outbreak of the zombie virus, cities with larger populations fell more rapidly, and City was no exception. Fewer than 1 in 10 of its inhabitants managed to escape. At this moment, the sun blazed overhead. Beneath them, hordes of zombies converged, forming a veritable mountain of corpses. Countless more zombies lurked within the towering buildings. Terrified of the light, the roars of the undead reverberated through the air. With no viable escape route, how would they make their way to the armed forces? The sight of those sun-fearing zombies sent everyone into a panic. Lin Xiyao cast a cold, piercing gaze at the encroaching horde of corpses. Most of them were clad in tattered combat uniforms, their flesh long since decayed. In comparison to the lifeless cadaver that had endured for 60 years, they appeared almost fresh. These must be the mercenaries who had participated in the mercenary tournament over the years and met an unfortunate fate. This explains the presence of zombies unafraid of sunlight. Young Master Shen, should we consider a collaborative escape? As he observed the densely packed zombies below, Li Tsangnan, feeling a shiver run down his spine, leaned closer to Shen Nanxing and whispered his suggestion. You've hit a wall, Li Tsongnan retorted, sulking away. On the relatively small rooftop stood about 100 individuals, none daring to charge down first. They were all waiting for the other to make a move. Both parties were acutely aware of each other's intentions. The enemy remained still. So too would they. Scanning the vicinity, Lin Xiyao identified a weak point among the zombies. She retrieved several climbing ropes and a number of carabiners from her backpack. After securing the ropes, Lin Xiyao swiftly slid down from the rooftop. At this sight, Li Tsongnan felt a surge of frustration. It turned out that they had no intention of using the stairs at all, leaving him to wait idly. Chapter 111. Each for their own. Captain Li. What shall we do now? As more and more individuals descended upon the Chunxiang gathering place, the mercenaries from the Lindong gathering place began to feel restless. What else can we do? We head down the stairs. Each for their own. We cannot rely on others. We must fight our way down ourselves. With a roar, moments later, Lin Xiyao was the first to slide down. Just as she unfastened a carabiner, a bald zombie clad in tattered camouflage charged at her. Its body was riddled with wounds, a ghastly sight. The skin on its face had rotted away, and numerous maggots the size of grains of rice wriggled amidst the putrid flesh, emitting an overwhelming stench that could make one faint. In the next instant, Lin Xiyao drew her knife and slashed at the zombie. How revolting! With a swift motion, she dispatched the male zombie, and Su Xiaoyang's voice echoed from above. Lin Xiyao, behind you. Su Xiaoyang, with the brown bear beast slung across his back, shouted urgently. Zombies from all directions surged toward them. If they did not act quickly, they would be surrounded. Just then, the brown bear beast opened its massive maw and let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the ground trembled. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending the oncoming zombies flying. Its might surpassed even that of the lion's roar technique. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a tremor of fear and looked at the brown bear beast with newfound respect. Impressive. This creature must be no ordinary beast. Fortunately, the brown bear beast's roar had afforded them a moment's respite to make their descent. The wind wolf beast stood on the rooftop, ensuring everyone had left before it leaped gracefully from the high building. What is it doing? The crowd gasped. Is it trying to endanger itself by jumping down? In the next moment, a whirlwind enveloped the wind wolf beast, and in the blink of an eye, it descended to the ground with an elegance akin to the wind. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Incredible. Sister, you are truly clever. As Shun Nanqing slid down, his gaze burned intensely upon Lin Xiyao. He realized that Lin Xiyao was not only powerful, but also exceptionally intelligent, truly a master in her own right. Suddenly, the horde of zombies, shaken and disoriented, surged forward again, their murky gray eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. Let us depart from this place, Lin Xiyao said, her expression serious, as her immense soul power radiated outward, instantly mapping the surrounding terrain of the skyscraper in her mind. In the next moment, she dashed in a specific direction. Are we not going to eliminate the zombies? Keep up, Shen Nanqing urged hastily. The group hurriedly fled, with the relentless horde of zombies hot on their heels. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a cacophony of deafening gunfire erupted from within the skyscraper. Many zombies, drawn by the sound, turned and rushed toward the new target. A faint smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. Captain Li Tsongnan proved somewhat useful, creating a diversion that led away a considerable portion of the zombies, allowing them to escape unscathed. However, soon after, chilling screams echoed from within the building. Captain Li, help! As the dense mass of zombies ascended the stairwell, they collided head-on with the mercenaries descending. Bang! Bang! The leading mercenary found himself with nowhere to retreat, confronted by a throng of ravenous zombies. In the chaos, one mercenary tumbled down the stairs. Hee. One by one, the zombies lunged at him, and he was swiftly engulfed by the horde. They clambered over his body, voraciously devouring his abdomen, entrails, thighs, and arms. The air became thick with the metallic scent of blood, as more and more zombies surged toward the stairwell. Open fire! Captain Li Tsongnan commanded loudly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Bang! 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 With food as bait, the mercenaries effortlessly eradicated the group of zombies. Continue downward. A massive influx of zombies surged forth again. Li Xiaongnan's expression turned cold as he shoved a mercenary aside. Thud! No, please! The mercenary cried out in terror as he rolled down the stairs. Witnessing this, the others in the corridor felt a chill creep down their spines, their scalps prickling. Heartless, they thought. Perhaps next, it would be their turn to be cast away. What are you waiting for? Shoot, if it ensures our safe escape. Their deaths will not be in vain, Li Xiaongnan barked. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao led dozens of people running through the streets. The bustling metropolis was starkly different from a small county town. Every road was teeming with zombies unafraid of the sunlight, and even the shadows brimmed with their ravenous forms. And this was during the day. Lin Xiyao dared not imagine what this place would become under the cover of night, a veritable kingdom of the undead. As she traversed a long street, a stylishly dressed female zombie suddenly lunged out from around the corner. She donned a crimson spaghetti strap dress, adorned with white high heels. Her fingers painted with faded red nail polish, reaching menacingly towards Lin Xiao's head. Observing the tantalizing prey before her, the female zombie excitedly shook her head, her gaping maw oozing thick, black viscous liquid. A guttural growl escaped her lips, yearning for sustenance, fresh flesh, brain matter, warm blood. The mere thought elicited salivation. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao brandished her curved blade, delivering a decisive strike to the zombie's skull. The blade plunged deeply into one side of the creature's head with a sickening squelch. The tremendous force caused the zombie's head to lurch, resulting in a sharp crack as its neck snapped. Yet it persisted, tilting its head and lunging at Lin Xiyao with a ferocious bite. With a forceful kick, she sent it sprawling, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she sprinted towards a nearby residential complex. This flight was untenable. She needed to find a secure refuge before devising her next move. Chapter 112. Under surveillance in a desperate dash, she was pursued by a throng of zombies, emerging from vehicles and creeping from the foliage flanking the streets. Lin Xiao pushed her spiritual energy to its limits, finally reaching the entrance of the complex. Before her loomed a massive iron gate, firmly shut. The absence of sunlight-fearing zombies within the complex suggested it had yet to be breached. If she could enter without stepping into the shadows of the buildings, standing in the sunlight would at least provide her safety. Let us go, Lin Xiao shouted, bending her legs to leap upwards. In her school days, she frequently scaled walls to sneak out for fun, and this imposing iron gate posed little challenge. In a swift motion, she scaled to the top. Just then, a flash of red light caught her attention. She glanced cautiously towards the intersection ahead, where the traffic light surveillance camera seemed to flicker momentarily. It must be my eyes playing tricks, she mused. After 60 years, who would install surveillance in such a sprawling metropolis? Were they courting danger? Quickly, catch up. The zombies are coming. The mercenaries in the lead followed Lin Xiao over the gate and into the complex. However, a few lagged behind, perilously close to being engulfed by the horde. With a surge of spiritual energy, several small stones levitated and hurtled towards the advancing zombies. An explosion reverberated, sending a shockwave that scattered the undead. Those outside the gate halted in astonishment, turning to behold the chaos behind them. What are you waiting for? Move. On the island, everyone in the conference room stared in shock at the screen. Who is that woman? A fire elemental ability user? Remarkably powerful, remarked one. Mrs. Shun. When did such a formidable mercenary emerge from the Chen's star gathering? Indeed, we were unaware, another added. Mrs. Shun has kept her cards close to her chest. Shenjia focused intently on the screen, her brow furrowed in confusion. The Lin Xiao she knew was no ability user, merely an ordinary individual. Shenjia, arrange for this woman to come to the island. At that moment, an elderly voice emanated from the tablet. Shenjia felt a jolt of apprehension. In previous years, mercenaries dispatched to the island had vanished without a trace. The four prominent families had convened to discuss the fate of those mercenaries, who were likely taken for experimentation, given that only the most exceptional individuals were permitted to set foot on the island. Shenjia instinctively desired to refuse, but as the thought arose, she swiftly dismissed it. Yes, indeed. The elderly voice expressed great satisfaction at the Shun family's offering of a single Eastern research devotee rewarding them with an entire city. You may choose freely. Thank you, esteemed Bishop. Mrs. Shun, congratulations. The finals have yet to commence, and you have already secured a city. Indeed, Mrs. Shun is truly fortunate. As the words were spoken, envy-filled compliments erupted from the crowd in the conference room. One individual in exchange for a city, worth it, undeniably so. Contemplating this, any lingering guilt and turmoil within Shun Jia dissipated entirely. Bang, bang, bang. As everyone entered the community, a tide of zombies surged against the iron gate, battering it with tremendous force. The iron gate trembled violently as the zombies howled, baring their decayed, blackened teeth against the bars. Crack, crack, crack. Within mere seconds, many of the zombies lost teeth, bloodied remnants falling to the ground. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at the throng of zombies outside. Their scalp prickling with dread. Would this gate hold? Naturally, it would not. Let's find a safer location. Tonight, it seems we shall be staying here. Lin Xiyao turned and walked into the community, with the group following closely behind. Her earlier display of prowess had left everyone in awe, compelling them to follow her with unwavering faith. As for Shen Nanxing, he had no objections. He was pleased to see Lin Xiyao take the lead and issue commands. In the community courtyard, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, sunlight streamed down, casting elongated shadows from the buildings. Within those shadows stood a multitude of gaunt zombies, their grayish-white eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, hungrily fixating on the living beneath the sun. Roar! A reckless zombie lunged at the group, only to be swiftly obliterated in less than 2 seconds. Soon, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the villa at the back of the community. The villa, complete with a garden and swimming pool, was enclosed by a wrought iron fence, and most importantly, it was a standalone unit with relatively few zombies inside. Unlike the skyscrapers, which resembled pigeon coops, each containing their own horde, the geographical position was quite advantageous. Let us go. Having determined their target, Lin Xiao dashed towards the villa, with the others trailing closely behind. The gaunt zombies in the shadows moved in tandem with them. Boom! 10 minutes later, everyone leaped into the villa's garden. Just then, the anti-theft door swung open unexpectedly. A female zombie clad in silk pajamas burst out from the villa. Her face was grotesquely mangled. The left eyeball burst, a crimson mess, while the right eye was reduced to a hollow void. Her nose appeared to have collided with something heavy, sunken deep into her facial bones. The figure appeared fearsome and terrifying. It must be the mistress of this villa. After the female zombie lunged out, 7 or 8 grotesque zombies followed closely behind. With a fierce howl, 3 extraordinary beasts sprang forward, swiftly dispatching the zombies with ease. Following their leader, the others merely observed, effortlessly securing victory without lifting a finger. As they ventured inside, the 3 beasts expertly began to excavate the raw stones, while Lin Xiao made her way toward the villa. The disordered living room was stained with blood, littered with various objects, and the air was thick with a foul stench. In every corner, tufts of hair and shattered bones were smeared with dark blood. This was the lair of the undead. Search carefully in every nook and cranny, she instructed. Understood. The group of dozens proceeded with caution, meticulously scouring the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, a cold voice echoed from a room on the 2nd floor. Lin Xiao. She hurried upstairs. In the chaotic guest room, several surveillance cameras, installation tools, and oversized outdoor backpacks were strewn across the floor. Cold E stood nearby, his gaze penetrating. These items clearly did not belong to the villa. Kneeling down, Lin Xiao picked up a surveillance camera and examined it closely. Solar-powered, with real-time transmission. Could it be that they were being watched? Recalling the recent flash of red light, she cautiously released her soul power. Minutes later, as she retracted her energy, she spoke coldly. We are being monitored. Upon hearing this, Coldy raised an eyebrow. What should we do? Do not worry. We shall stay the night and discuss our next steps with the armed unit tomorrow. Chapter 113. The Humble Slave. Subsequently, the two descended the stairs together. Lin Xiao cast all the wire and tools she had discovered onto the living room floor. Noticing the exhaustion etched on everyone's faces, she gently urged, "Let's endure just a little longer." All doors and windows in the villa must be reinforced. Furniture that needs to be dismantled should be taken apart. And what must be moved must be relocated. We must ensure that we can safely weather the night. Everyone nodded and set to work. Even the three extraordinary beasts were busy. Time was of the essence, and the task was daunting. Everyone was to spend the night here. They had to defend the villa. Lin Xiyao used wire and wooden boards to fortify the windows on the first floor when Shun Nanxing approached with a pair of twin sisters. "Sister," she began, "didn't you fail to find Tagore's poetry collection last time at the library?" Shun Nanxing produced a copy of Gitanjali from her backpack. Lin Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned to face Shun Nanxing. "That was far too risky. Nanxing, please refrain from such dangers in the future." She smiled as she accepted the poetry collection, speaking softly. Shun Nanxing naturally took the wire from Lin Xiao's hands, working diligently, as she remarked. "I will do my utmost for anything my sister desires." Lin Xiao playfully poked his forehead. "You must act with more prudence in the future. Do not take unnecessary risks." "Understood?" Shun Nanxing grinned foolishly, "Yes. By the way, how is old lady Shun?" "She is well, sister, do not worry." "That is a relief." Lin Xiao took the poetry collection and resumed her work with a piece of wood. At that moment, she noticed the twin sisters standing behind Shun Nanxing, resembling stoic sentinels. Their expressions devoid of warmth, as frigid as ice. "What are you doing standing idle?" "You should be working," Lin Xiao remarked. "Our duty is to protect the young master." Shun Yun replied, while Shun Shuang added, "Naturally, we must accompany the young master." In unison, they asserted their purpose was to prevent anyone from intending harm upon him. Lin Xiao scoffed, "Have the two of you lost your senses? Who would dare to harm Shun Nanxing here? I do not tolerate idlers. If you refuse to work, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave and protect your young master from outside." Shun Yun's expression darkened. "On what grounds do you expel us?" "Simply because I discovered this place," Lin Xiao retorted. "Either work or get out." She was not one to indulge. Even her extraordinary beast had to contribute. "So why should these so-called bodyguards be exempt? What if we refuse?" Shun Shuang replied coldly, her slender fingers brushing against the weapon at her waist, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Are you prepared to resort to violence?" Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow, her demeanor resolute. "Then let us see." "Xiao Yun, Xiao Shuang, go and fulfill your duties," Shun Nanxing interjected, sensing the tension as he tightened the wire he was handling. The twins reluctantly acquiesced, and once they had departed, Shun Nanxing hastily explained, "They are collateral branches of the Shun family. I noticed their considerable abilities in the training camp, so I brought them with me." Lin Xiao smiled faintly. "That is unconvincing." Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What does the training camp focus on?" "It primarily hones combat skills, teaching how to eliminate zombies and extraordinary beasts," he replied. "Moreover, the Shun family not only operates a training camp, but also a school." Lin Xiao's interest was aroused. "A school? Are you saying there is an educational institution within the safe zone?" "Indeed. Not only is there a school, but the Shun family also boasts a plethora of educators. Nurturing minds and imparting knowledge is our family's duty. The tomes in the library are not comprehensible to just anyone." Shun Nanxing elaborated. Lin Xiao comprehended. "So, the Shun family is not only wise but also serves as the educational authority in this wasteland, with countless teachers dedicated to education. No wonder the Gu family dares only to confine the Shuns and refrains from executing a more severe course of action. If the Shun family were to be eradicated, within a few decades, the populace would largely revert to illiteracy, unable to recognize a single character, thus stifling any potential for research or invention." As Lin Xiao pondered, the wire in her hand was suddenly taken away. Lung Yi, emanating an aura of coldness, forcibly maneuvered her aside. "We can continue this discussion later. It is getting dark." A pungent scent, reminiscent of aged vinegar, wafted through the air, sour and sharp. Lin Xiao glanced at the sky, nodding. "You continue here. I shall head to the second floor." "Sister, I will accompany you," Shun Nanxing declared, eager to follow. However, Lung Yi swiftly blocked his path, stating, "Young Master Shun is quite attached." Seeing Lin Xiao ascend the stairs, Shun Nanxing refrained from pursuing her. a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he disdainfully remarked to Lin Yi, "I am well aware of your intentions. The lowly must possess the awareness befitting their status, and yet you do not even qualify as one of the wretched. What right do you have to vie with me?" Lin Yi's hands slowly clenched, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his crimson eyes, a ferocious aura erupting forth. "You seek death." Shen Nanxing smirked disdainfully, deliberately stepping forward. Leaning down to say to Lin Yi, "I am well aware of your intentions for participating in the mercenary competition. What? Do you wish for your sister to witness the brutal and bloodthirsty spectacle of Qi-ing ahead of time?" Upon finishing, a triumphant smile adorned Shen Nanxing's face as he stepped past. A wretched slave, reduced to dust, dares to compete with him for a woman. As the sun set, the sky outside swiftly darkened, the light within the villa dwindling. Crack! At that moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens. The zombies outside the villa howled, circling around the premises. Suddenly, strange sounds erupted from outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Captain Li, there's a villa here. Charge in." "Yes." A commotion ensued as the villa's front door was violently rattled. It was Li Tsongnan. What should we do? If they break down the door? Everyone stood tense, some anxiously speaking up. "Perhaps we should let them in. It's better than them breaking the door and risking our lives," Shen Yin proposed. The crowd found her reasoning sound, their gazes shifting to Lin Xiyao, seeking her opinion. "If we open the door now, we might still survive. We can worry about tomorrow's task tomorrow." Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, her voice chillingly resolute. "Whoever enters shall die." Boom! In the next moment, a powerful surge of soul force sent the mercenaries outside flying. "Captain Li, Shen Nanxing and his group are inside." "Damn it, Shen Nanxing, you're ruthless. Let us go." "To the adjacent villa," Li Tsongnan said sharply, charging towards another villa without hesitation. Chapter 114. Random mission soon. The outside fell silent. Li Tsongnan acted decisively, avoiding a stalemate with Lin Xiyao. He understood that prolonging the standoff would only bring them misfortune. Thanks to Li Tsongnan and his team's arrival, all the zombies were drawn to another villa, leaving Lin Xiao's location temporarily secure. "Let us eat something to replenish our strength and rest early. I will keep watch tonight." Lin Xiao felt uneasy in trusting her life to others, so she resolved to endure the hardship herself. "Lin Xiao, you wicked woman, what gives you the right to command us?" At that moment, Shen Shuang spoke up with discontent, laden with mockery. She aimed to make Shen Nanxing realize that Lin Xiao was a heartless and ungrateful woman. "Indeed, it's merely opening a door. We are all human. Shouldn't we support each other in times like this?" Shen Yin chimed in, her tone imposing. Lin Xiao lazily raised her gaze. Did these twin sisters leave their wits behind when they stepped out? Su Xiaoyang interjected, reminding them, "Don't forget, they are our competitors." "So what? Perhaps if we save Li Tsongnan, he might be grateful enough to forfeit the competition." Jiang Yun spoke innocently, prompting Lin Xiao to snicker derisively. How long had it been since she encountered such a foolish idealist? "Why not let you all out and see if Li Tsongnan will open the door for you?" The sisters glared fiercely at Lin Xiao, with Shen Yin defiantly asking, "What if Dean Li does open the door for us? What then? Indeed, do you think everyone is like you?" Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Then you might as well follow Li Tsongnan." "Enough, be quiet," Shen Nanxing interjected, casting a cold glance at the two. Immediately, the sisters lowered their heads, feeling aggrieved as they approached. "Young master, you are the heir of the Shen family. Why should you heed that woman's orders?" One sister exclaimed. "Exactly, we're looking out for you," the other chimed in, both women flanking him with expressions of distress. Shen Nanxing waved his hand dismissively. "I am willing. What is wrong with that? Just refrain from causing me trouble." The sisters fell silent at once. A torrential downpour soon began outside, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Lin Xiao stood by the window on the first floor. Suddenly, a bloodied handprint appeared on the glass. A drenched zombie pressed against the window, its gaping mouth revealing charred teeth that scraped against the glass, producing a chilling, grating sound amidst the rain. With a crack of lightning, the ghastly figure of the zombie was illuminated, rendering it even more terrifying. Lin Xiao observed coolly, her gaze fixed outside. In the deluge, hundreds of zombies surrounded the villa, howling and shaking the iron bars with frenzied movements, as if possessed by madness. Just then, Jiang Yun's fearful whisper broke the tension. "Sister, I'm afraid of the dark." "Do not be afraid," Jiang Shuang consoled softly. With a swift motion, she struck a match, and a faint light flickered to life. Suddenly, a wave of darkness surged towards the villa, a tide of undead rushing forth. Lin Xiyao raised her hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, swiftly extinguishing the flame while drawing the curtains closed. "What are you doing?" Jiang Shuang exclaimed, displeased. Lin Xiyao warned coldly, "If you create any light, I will throw you out to feed the zombies." "Why be so fierce? The villa across the way is lit as well," Shun Shuang retorted, though a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. For she certainly did not wish to be thrown to the undead. Lin Xiyao, uninterested in engaging with the ignorant, turned away and lifted a corner of the curtain to continue observing the situation outside. A dense mass of zombies surrounded the opposite villa, pounding relentlessly against the heavy iron gate. With a resounding crash, the gate finally succumbed to the pressure and fell, a dark tide of zombies flooding into the garden. The villa across the way was in peril. Just then, the security door of that villa swung open, and a shadow dashed out from within. The broadsword swung fiercely, its glint illuminating the shadows, while a pair of crimson eyes flickered with an eerie glow in the darkness. One man faced a horde of demons. The security door slammed shut once more. Witnessing Lin Xiyao, isolated and helpless amidst the throng of zombies, Lin Xiyao clenched her fists in anger. Was this the reason for Li Xiaongnan's audacity? The sound of flesh tearing echoed as zombie heads flew, their dark crimson blood staining the garden. As the Crimson Shadow, Lin Xiyao possessed formidable combat prowess, easily dispatching these ordinary zombies. Yet, he was besieged by countless undead. Even a lion must rest. Alone, he could not withstand the overwhelming numbers. Over time, his strength began to wane. Suddenly, a chilling flash cut through the air. A zombie's claw grazed Lin Xiyao cheek, blood streaming forth in an instant. Lin Xiyao quietly gathered her soul power. If she intervened now, rescuing him later would prove challenging. Once Li Xiaongnan learned of their bond, he would certainly not allow her to take him easily. Abruptly, a voice of caution from Lin Yi broke the silence behind her. Without needing further words, he could always discern Lin Xiao's thoughts. She had refrained from eliminating Li Xiaongnan, seeking an opportunity to rescue her brother first. However, she feared that if she hesitated any longer, Lin Xiyao would be devoured by the horde. "Do not worry. The Crimson Shadow is not so fragile," he reassured her. Words failed Lin Xiyao, leaving her with nothing to say. Gradually, she loosened her grip, suppressing the turmoil within her. Endure. She must persevere. The rain had poured throughout the night, and the man amidst the downpour fought relentlessly, resembling a deity of death. At last, the rain ceased. The sun began its ascent. Lin Xiyao, drenched in blood, drove his broadsword forcefully into a zombie's skull. In the next moment, he lifted his head, kneeling amidst a sea of corpses, his gaze fixed intensely in their direction. His blood-red eyes sparkled with a savage gleam, a slight smirk playing upon his lips. This was the Crimson Shadow, brutal, bloodthirsty, and a natural-born killer. "Were you afraid?" Lin Yi stood beside Lin Xiyao at the window, observing this scene, cautiously inquiring. As his words settled, anxiety gripped him, his heart racing uncontrollably. He feared Lin Xiyao might be terrified of the Crimson Shadow. "Why should I be afraid? He is my brother. What about the other Crimson Shadows?" He pressed, excitement mingling with hesitation as he contemplated whether to reveal the truth to Lin Xiyao. "Sister," at that moment, Shun Nanqing approached, concern etched on his face. "You haven't slept all night. Go take a rest." "No, wake everyone up. We are preparing to depart," Lin Xiyao replied, shaking her head in refusal. After a night's rest, everyone should have regained their strength. It was better to set out early to locate the armed forces and complete their mission. Meanwhile, Lin Yi seethed with frustration, wishing to bite someone. Shun Nanqing was truly an obstacle. In the next instant, a notification chimed in Lin Xiao's mind. "Ding! Random mission initiated." A level 6 mutated zombie has been detected nearby. Do you accept the mission? Yes. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she unhesitatingly accepted the task. 100 sets of combat gear, a helicopter, and scarce fuel tankers. Where could one possibly find such splendid rewards? It was not merely a matter of facing level 6 foes. She would gladly attempt to vanquish even level 7 zombies. Task accepted successfully. Immediately thereafter, a topographical map materialized in her mind, marked with a red spot indicating the location of a level 6 mutated zombie. That place was none other than the Municipal Armed Forces Department they were destined to visit. Ha! Lin Xiao almost laughed aloud. Yet another surprise awaited her. This system truly was a benevolent entity, delivering timely assistance just when she needed to navigate to the Armed Forces Department, along with an abundance of equipment. As she opened the villa's door, warm sunlight streamed in. The group gazed in horror at the sea of zombie corpses outside, turning to Lin Xiyao, who stood like a god of death amidst the carnage. A palpable fear gripped their hearts, rendering them silent and trembling as they cautiously moved toward the exit, wary of provoking that formidable figure. Upon leaving the community, they found the zombies that had once defied the light were either dead or scattered. No zombies remained at the entrance. Lin Xiao led her companions toward the building where they had descended the previous day. Captain Li, they have departed. Follow them, came a command. Subsequently, Li Tsangnan and his group stealthily followed suit. At the entrance of the building, Lin Xiao spotted a corpse that had been stripped of flesh. A chilling sight indeed. The bloodied skeleton bore unmistakable bite marks, and shreds of clothing littered the ground. These fragments look familiar, someone remarked. A hint of recognition in their voice. They belonged to mercenaries from the Lindong gathering place. Their demise was truly tragic, likely torn apart by the horde of zombies. Alas, it is a pity they lacked the strength to survive. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their sorrowful sentiments. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as she released a pulse of spiritual energy. Moments later, she scoffed softly. The depths of human nature can be truly terrifying. In the building's stairwell, every few floors lay a stark white skeleton, devoid of any remaining flesh, a grim testament to their fate. It was not difficult to surmise how Li Tsangnan and his group had descended. The brutality of the zombies and the bloodlust of the Crimson Shadows paled in comparison to the malevolence inherent in human nature. Lin Xiao, you have a tale? Cold, he whispered as he leaned closer to her. Let them follow. We must remain vigilant. Lin Xiao replied coldly, a profound smile playing on her lips. Let them come. I shall personally send Li Tsangnan to hell. Coldy nodded in acknowledgement. Throughout their journey, zombies occasionally sprang forth, but they were few and far between, lacking the overwhelming tide seen the previous day. With swift, chilling flashes of blades, the zombies were dispatched with ease. Trailing behind, Li Tsangnan observed Lin Xiao's knife techniques, silently acknowledging her formidable prowess. Concurrently, a sense of wariness towards Lin Xiao began to take root within him. Shenanching and cold, he could only stand behind her, listening to her commands. The woman's authority was unmistakable. Yesterday, they had underestimated her capabilities. An hour later, Lin Xiao arrived at the street where the armed department was located. Outside the entrance, a throng of zombies wandered, resembling vigilant guards on patrol. Lin Xiao and her companions concealed themselves in an abandoned storefront, gazing across the street. Should we charge in? Shen Nanqing inquired softly. Lin Xiao, her expression grave, shook her head. The system had alerted her to the presence of level 6 zombies nearby. She dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept from behind, causing the hairs on Lin Xiao's body to stand on end, accompanied by a nauseating stench. A scream followed. Sister, Jiang Shuang was abruptly seized by something gripping her shoulders, dragging her swiftly toward the dimly lit back door. Jiang Yun immediately lunged forward, grasping Jiang Shuang's feet tightly. Lin Xiao turned abruptly. In the shadowy storefront, a small man with a decayed scalp and exposed, bloodied skull fragments excitedly pulled at Jiang Shuang. His small eyes sparkled with a frenzied, lewd glint, his pallid skin clinging to his bones, emaciated and devoid of flesh, draped in a filthy, tattered robe. Aside from his rotting scalp, his facial features bore a striking resemblance to a human's, especially those small eyes, their grayish-white irises housing pupils the size of black sesame seeds. Let go of Jiang Xuan. Where did this man spring from? The mercenaries cast a cursory glance at the man in black robes before issuing a vehement command. He. The man in black emitted a series of bizarre cackles, and in the next moment, to the astonishment of all, he yanked with force. Bang! 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 The twin sisters slid rapidly across the ground, crashing into a pile of debris before disappearing through the back door. Everyone was left bewildered. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Chase him. That little scoundrel is audacious enough to snatch someone right in front of us. Damn it, let us take him down. The mercenaries brandished their weapons in anger and pursued towards the back door. Cold Yi's gaze was profound, echoing with the roars and scurrying of zombies on the street. Clearly, Shun Shuang's scream had attracted a horde of zombies from across the street. Lin Xiyao, what should we do now? Shen Nanqing asked, anxiety lacing his voice. Let us follow them. Lin Xiyao hesitated for a moment before stepping towards the back door. They had been exposed. Remaining in the storefront would only lead to being surrounded by the oncoming zombie tide. It was better to investigate the back door. She felt an unsettling peculiarity about that man in the black robe. If he were a zombie, he would not exhibit such lewd glances or possess black pupils. Yet, to deem him a survivor seemed even less plausible. Who could survive for 60 years in a city teeming with zombies? What on earth was he? Be careful. Noticing Lin Xiyao was pursuing, Cold Yi cautioned softly, hesitating as he glanced towards the armed department. Li Tsangnan was right behind them, having drawn away all the zombies outside the armed department. It was evident he would seize the opportunity to infiltrate the armed department and claim the mission objective. Thus, in the semi-finals, they were likely to be eliminated. However, when compared to the safety of Lin Xiyao, the competition seemed trivial. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi resolutely pursued. Chapter mo jam mo shao, mission obet bang, bang, bang. Moments later, a horde of zombies surged toward the storefront. The zombies tilted their heads, howling and frantically banging on the glass door. Seizing this opportunity, Li Tsangnan and his group stealthily slipped into the armed department. Observing the mass of zombies outside, a glint of cunning flashed in Li Tsangnan's eyes. Let's add a little excitement, a chilling voice echoed. Lin Juanhao, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly and swung his large blade with finesse. A sharp beam of light shot toward the glass door. With a crack, the already precariously hanging glass shattered into pieces. And in the next instant, the zombies rampaged toward the entrance. Li Gangnan Smirka. Shen Nanqing relished this gift. Let us go. In high spirits, Li Tsangnan waved his hand and dashed into the armed department. On another front, the mercenaries chased through a dark corridor, eventually arriving at an expansive clothing wholesale market. Before them stood a 5-story row of buildings, flanked by several other vacant structures, eerily silent and desolate. The storefronts were either still under construction or in disarray, with sample clothes yet to be displayed. It was evident that this wholesale market was newly built and had yet to commence operations, resulting in a scarcity of zombies in the vicinity. Having lost track of the cloaked man, the mercenaries stood bewildered, unsure of their next move. Damn, how'd that man run so fast? What now? I wonder how those two sisters are faring. The clothing market was vast. Searching each corner would consume considerable time. At that moment, Lin Xiyao scanned the empty market with a grave expression. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed from the 3rd floor. Lin Xiyao dashed toward the row of buildings. Simultaneously, the sound of zombies roaring behind them erupted. A dozen zombies at the forefront lunged at the mercenaries. Zombies! Hearing the commotion, Shun Nanqing halted abruptly, hesitating and turning around. A withered zombie, clad in short sleeves and shorts, leaped through the air, its gaping maw aimed at an unsuspecting mercenary engaged in combat with another zombie. Donjilund. With a crackle, a luminous sphere of lightning struck the zombie's head. It exploded with a resounding pop, and a plume of thick, charred smoke erupted from the neck of the short-sleeved zombie, which then fell to the ground, lifeless. Shen Nanqing had acted. A lightning elemental power user. Is this what a second-tier enhanced individual is capable of? Incredible. Throughout their journey, Shun Nansheng had remained silent, leaving the mercenaries curious about his abilities. Now, with a sudden display of power, he astonished everyone present. Shen Nansheng narrowed his eyes dangerously, dispatching the attacking zombie before turning once more, only to find that Lin Xiyao and the others had vanished from sight. After a moment of inner turmoil, Shen Nansheng resolved to stay behind, for this batch of mercenaries represented the most formidable strength of the Qinxing gathering place. Their loss was unthinkable. As for the three aberrant beasts, they had lagged behind and were now surrounded by zombies, unable to keep pace with Lin Xiyao. Hut, hut, hut. In no time, Lin Xiyao rushed to the third floor. Boss, Shen Nansheng and the aberrant beast haven't arrived yet. Should we wait for them? Su Xiaoyang panted, glancing back and realizing that the group had dispersed. There's no need. Lin Xiyao shook her head. She had a clear view of the situation below through her soul energy. For the moment, there was no cause for concern. Help! At that moment, a faint and feeble cry for help reached her ears. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed as she kicked open the door before her. Instantly, a thick stench of blood assaulted her senses. Before her lay a storage room, dimly lit, filled with mannequins, clothes racks, and drying poles. A quick glance revealed no sign of Jiang Shuang and her sister at the far end of the room. A sheer white curtain fluttered slightly, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Xiyao condensed her soul energy and cautiously stepped inside. Su Xiaoyang, eyeing the fluttering curtain, felt a chill run down his spine, as if the mannequins were staring at him, sending shivers throughout his body. Suddenly, a splash of crimson blood splattered onto the white fabric, causing it to billow upward. The sight that unfolded within made several of them widen their eyes in horror. The Jiang sisters were suspended high above, completely naked, their bodies forming a stark shape on two oversized clothes hangers. Their heads hung low, long hair cascading down, while their alabaster skin was marred by dark red viscous substances, both alluring and sinister. Su Xiaoyang's face flushed instantly, his eyes darting around, unsure where to look. Lung, he stared intently ahead. Aren't normal men supposed to avoid such situations? What about Lung Yi? They're still alive? Lung Yi spoke up the next moment. Drip, drip. Just then, several drops of bright red blood fell from Jiang Shuang's toes, capturing Lin Xiao's attention. Suddenly, a shriveled, blood-soaked head emerged, its face smeared with gore. Its malevolent eyes fixated directly on Lin Xiao. Heh. A sinister voice escaped its lips, thick, congealed blood oozing from the corners of its mouth, while a chunk of raw flesh tumbled from its jaws. Damn! The gruesome sight was enough to terrify anyone. Lin Xiao concluded that this man in the black robe was indeed the target she had been tasked to eliminate, the level 6 mutated zombie. Whoosh! A powerful surge of soul energy shot forth as Lin Xiao gripped her curved blade tightly and charged forward at lightning speed. With a sudden jerk, the black-robed man recoiled, causing Jiang Shuang, suspended on the hanger, to sway slightly. Lin Xiao's soul energy struck her chest with a resounding thud. Jiang Shuang fell to the ground face down, revealing a gruesome injury on her back. A vivid crimson scar extended from the nape of her neck to the base of her spine, the entire vertebrae grotesquely contorted. The flesh on her back was a chaotic tableau of mangled sinew and viscera, presenting a sight more horrifying than any crime scene. A chilling thought flickered in Lin Xiao's mind. It craved her skin, an entire human hide. How depraved! With a swift motion, she brandished her curved blade towards the man in the black robe. Hiss! A series of rapid hisses echoed around her. Lin Xiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the surroundings blurring and spinning. Her head felt heavy. This was not good. It was a mental assault. Alarmed, she activated her soul power shield without hesitation. Bang! In the next instant, a tremendous force surged toward her. The man in black had intended to seize Lin Xiao, but was instead repelled by the rebound of her protective barrier. Ding! At that moment, Lung Yi's long sword lunged directly at the man in black. Thud! The sharp blade pierced the man's chest. He let out a piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, the man retreated at incredible speed, freeing himself from the sword and leaping into the ventilation shaft, vanishing swiftly. Lin Xiao, are you all right? Lin Yi rushed to her side, lifting her into his arms. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiyao exclaimed, exasperated. She was not so weak as to require being carried. The soul power shield had mitigated a significant portion of the damage. She was fine. Lin Yi was baffled. He had clearly seen Lin Xiyao being struck. How could she be unscathed? Gagging, Su Xiaoyang retched behind them, managing to stifle himself momentarily, only to vomit again upon witnessing Jiang Shuang's horrific state. It was too sanguinary, too cruel. "Help me," Jiang Yun's feeble voice echoed, suspended in distress. She was still alive. Su Xiaoyang quickly covered his mouth and cautiously approached Jiang Yun. "Don't go near her," Lin Xiyao urgently intervened. "Boss, she is not dead yet." Su Xiaoyang paused, glancing back at Lin Xiyao. At that moment, Jiang Yun slowly raised her drooping head, her pallid face contorted in agony. "Help me." Her pitiful visage evoked a deep sympathy. Su Xiaoyang hesitated, torn. Were he on a mission alone, he would undoubtedly rush to save her. Yet now, with Lin Xiyao as command, he dared not disobey. Crack, crack, crack. A peculiar sound echoed, reminiscent of bones contorting. Suddenly, Jiang Shuang lunged towards Su Xiaoyang with blinding speed. Roar. The guttural growl of a zombie erupted. Jiang Shuang had mutated. How is this possible? Su Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had not witnessed Shun Fenglian's transformation firsthand, and thus he was unaware that this new virus could infect even enhanced individuals. Thud! Lin Yi's longsword swung out once more. As the blade approached Jiang Shuang, Jiang Yun suddenly broke free from her restraints and lunged toward Lin Yi, her face smeared with blood and her eyes resembling those of a ghoul. The sisters displayed an uncanny synergy. Swiftly, Lin Xiyao, who had been observing Shen Yun, took action. With two swift strikes, blood splattered as one of them dispatched a zombie, rendering the sisters motionless. Su Xiaoyang stood frozen in place, his heart racing with dread. That was a close call. Had he taken a few more steps forward? Even with Lin Xiyao and Lin Yi collaborating, they would have been unable to withstand the sisters' ambush. After eliminating the two, Lin Yi expressionlessly approached to excavate the raw stone. Su Xiaoyang was once again stunned. He had watched these two transform, yet they had rapidly condensed raw stone. Indeed, a second-tier one. This was not what he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's gaze was fixed on the vent. Su Xiaoyang, this is the map of the arm department, intended for Shen Nanqing. In the next moment, Lin Xiao tossed the map to Su Xiaoyang and unhesitatingly squeezed into the vent. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to follow. Lin Xiao, why are you so fixated on it? We have pressing matters to attend to. He inquired coldly as he crawled forward through the dusty, filthy duct. Rest assured, there is still time, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. The escaping sixth-tier mutated zombie was akin to a moving treasury. Why not pursue it? Lin Yi seeked in resignation. While others in the competition exerted their utmost to locate their objectives and raced against time to complete tasks, they, on the other hand, were not participating in the competition but were chasing after a zombie. Wait a moment. What is it? Do not speak. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated, causing the entire duct to tremble violently as an incredibly powerful sound wave surged forth, comparable to a hurricane. With a resounding crash, the duct collapsed, and Lin Xiao and Lin Yi fell straight down. With a thunderous sound, Lin Xiao landed atop Lin Yi, who tightly wrapped his arms around her waist. In this critical moment, he had become her cushion, shielding her from harm. Are you all right? They were pressed closely together and feeling the heat radiating from beneath. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked. The position was undeniably intimate, and she had not anticipated Lin Yi's sudden embrace. I will not perish, Lin Yi rasped, a hint of pain in his gaze as he stared intently at Lin Xiao. Shen Nanqing's appearance had instilled a sense of urgency in him. If he did not take more initiative, his long-held plans might come to naught. Was not all his scheming for Lin Xiao? If his plan succeeded, yet he lost her in the end, would he not be turning things upside down and incurring a great loss? With this thought, Lin Yi instinctively tightened his grip. From this moment forth, he would never let go. He was willing to share everything Lin Xiao wished to know, as long as she did not disdain him. Unaware of Lin Yi's inner turmoil, Lin Xiyao immediately released her soul power to survey their surroundings. In the next moment, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. They found themselves in a vast military warehouse, partitioned into several sections, including zones for fuel storage, armored tank parking, and military supplies. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in delight. Had they fortuitously stumbled into an arsenal? Over there, several new models of drones awaited, and countless firearms and ammunition lay within crates. Her heart raced with exhilaration. At that moment, she noticed a desiccated trail of blood on the dusty floor. There were zombies here. Instantly, Lin Xiao heightened her vigilance. Just then, a zombie clad in camouflage, its entire face rotting, leaped down from a tarp, lunging toward them. With a guttural roar, it sank its gaping maw into Lin Yi's arm, blood splattering everywhere. Surrounding them, the rustling of more zombies echoed ominously, and in the blink of an eye, they were encircled. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao brandished her curved blade, severing the zombie's head, causing a torrent of black blood to spurt forth. "Why didn't you evade?" she questioned angrily, pushing aside the decapitated corpse. Lin Yi managed a wry smile. "Are you not affected?" Lin Xiao paused, bewildered. Affected by what? In the next heartbeat, the encircling zombies lunged toward the ground with such speed that they left afterimages. Yet, Lin Yi's movements appeared agonizingly slow as he gradually released his grip and retrieved a long sword from the ground. Everything unfolded in a slow-motion spectacle. Suddenly, the two were engulfed by a wave of zombies leaping at them. Chapter 118, The Ultimate Victor Boom. An intense white light erupted. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Yi's eyes. Was this Lin Xiao's protective shield? The horde of zombies, unable to breach their impenetrable barrier, clawed and gnawed with their abyssal mouths. Yet they could not draw near. Every assault met the shield, an absolute defense. In the next instant, a powerful shockwave exploded, sending the surrounding zombies hurtling away from the two. Lin Yi was taken aback. This formidable force had seemingly left Lin Xiao completely unscathed. From a moment they fell through the ventilation shaft, he sensed they had entered a barrier, a domain that enveloped the entire warehouse. Within this realm, the zombies' speed and strength were magnified several-fold, while humans found their abilities shackled. This was why his actions appeared sluggish. An ordinary person would struggle to move at all. Why was Lin Xiao unaffected? Lin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment cross his handsome features, an unsettling sense of being a dependent. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao darted forward. The lurking level 6 zombies, sensing her approach, instinctively sought to flee. Cunning and cowardly, they resembled frightened mice, bold only in shadows, but the moment danger presented itself, their first instinct was to escape. As the 6th-level zombie turned, dust swirled violently around its feet, and in the blink of an eye, a cloud of dust enveloped it. A flicker of panic flashed in the zombie's eyes as it seemed to perceive countless sharp blades hurtling towards it amidst the swirling gray haze. In the next moment, a chilling scream erupted from the 6th-level zombie. Its pale, smooth skin was marred by deep, crimson wounds at exposed bone. In horror, it gazed at the scars on its arms and, overcome by a profound dread, it dashed madly towards the nearby wall, where several meticulously preserved human skins hung. The self-deprecating creature loathed its own decaying flesh. Since gaining consciousness, it had developed a disdain for its rotting exterior. Thus, whenever it encountered a living being, particularly a woman with fair, delicate skin, it would mercilessly extract their entrails, flesh, and skeleton. The 6th-level zombie extended its arm, seemingly on the verge of grasping the wall. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air as a sharp, curved blade plunged directly into its skull. Dark crimson blood gushed from its head, and disbelief filled its eyes. It had evolved to possess black pupils and was on the brink of transforming back into a human. Why? You are devoid of humanity. Your heart is rotten and black. No matter how much you resemble a human, you remain a corpse, Lin Xiao stated coldly as she forcefully withdrew the blade. With a semblance of understanding, the 6th-level zombie collapsed lifelessly. For 60 years, it had undergone countless evolutions, yearning to reclaim its humanity. yet she insisted it was still a mere corpse. With that, Lin Xiyao effortlessly dispatched the 6th-level mutated zombie. This was not due to the creature's inherent weakness, but rather because it had expended most of its power on an ineffective barrier. Unfortunately for it, that barrier held no sway over Lin Xiyao. Soul power, being a rare force, was seldom considered for confinement. Serendipitously, this allowed Lin Xiyao to easily eliminate it. Ding! Detected 1 6th-level crystal. Congratulations, host. You have completed a random task. Reward: Guardian Power 1, Tanker Truck 10, Helicopter 1, Combat Suit 100, Space Area doubled, and 100,000 points in the shop. Subsequently, a plethora of generous rewards filled her space. Lin Xiao's consciousness entered the space to inspect her bountiful gains. After a long absence, she was astonished by what she beheld. Her space was no longer a modest 20-square-meter room, but had transformed into a vast expanse, several times larger than a football field. With such capacity, accommodating a multitude of items was no obstacle. On the ground, a brand-new helicopter capable of holding 20 people rested alongside 10 large tanker trucks. Fuel was now at her disposal. However, a sudden realization struck Lin Xiyao. She did not know how to pilot a helicopter. This was indeed awkward. Her next step would have to involve finding a pilot. Otherwise, the aircraft awarded by the system would merely serve as a decoration. With this thought, Lin Xiyao reluctantly exited the space. As the 6th-level zombie perished, the barriers of the warehouse naturally crumbled, and Lung regained his strength. With a swift motion, his long sword danced through the air, its blade casting flickering shadows. In no time, he had eradicated all the zombies within the warehouse. Lin Xiyao, initially enveloped in melancholy, instantly beamed with joy at the sight of the warehouse brimming with supplies. It mattered not. The ultimate victor was always her. With a swift gesture, she summoned dozens of boxes of ammunition into her spatial realm. Another sweep revealed armored vehicles, tanks, surface-to-air missiles, drones, firearms, medical supplies, and military packs. Lung Yi slowly lifted his gaze and witnessed Lin Xiyao darting about with remarkable speed, making the resources at each location vanish into thin air. He shook his head affectionately, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This place must surely represent the final objective of the Eastern Research Society. The layout map of the armed division undoubtedly contained the precise location of this military supply warehouse. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon it by chance. It was preferable this way. Lin Xiyao could take everything, rather than allowing those individuals to benefit. In every mercenary competition, the semifinals involved the search for supplies or terrain maps. Weapons, food, and medical supplies could only be accessed in the finals upon the completion of tasks. Yet, the resources obtained through the mercenary sacrifices ultimately fell into the hands of the Eastern Research Society. Such inequity. The world was inherently devoid of fairness. Qi Ying had no desire to participate, but the suppressive agent awarded in the finals was essential for him. Thus, a vicious cycle was formed. Lung Yi aimed to shatter this cycle, compelling Lin Xiyao to partake in this mercenary competition. This time, he was determined to uncover the factory responsible for manufacturing the suppressants, preventing the Eastern Research Society from exerting control over Qi Ying. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the semifinals reached only to the entrance of the armed division. The situation inside remained unknown. In a conference room on the island, chaos erupted. Shun Jia, seething with rage, confronted the elder Li, accusing him of raising a treacherous grandson. Who could he blame for his grandson's lack of ambition? You shameless wretch, I will fight you. Madam Shun, please calm down. Master Bai, your family's team has been utterly annihilated by the horde of zombies. What? Chun Zepping retorted. You dare to resort to underhanded tactics. I will retaliate. The conference room descended into disarray. Not far from the island, on a small isle, an elderly man with silver hair, yet a vigorous demeanor, sat in a wheelchair, gazing out at the vast sea. Your Grace, the individuals in the conference room have begun to brawl, an assistant reported respectfully. A trace of derision flickered in the elder's eyes. This happens every year. Let them be. This time, it should be the Li family securing the layout map. Indeed, by the timeline, Li Tsangnan entered the armed division half an hour before Shen Nanqing, and he should have found it by now. Yes, that batch of weapons is crucial and must not be lost. Shi, you're to depart with the suppressive agents. Understood. The assistant respectfully took his leave. The elder's gaze deepened, murmuring to himself, "Soon I shall be freed from this weary and withered body." At the armed division, amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Xiyao, living up to expectations, discovered the layout map. Victory was within reach. Rather than departing the armed division immediately, he meticulously examined the map. An astute individual, ambitious and visionary. He would never resign himself to serving the Eastern Research Association. This time, he intended to uncover the true intentions behind the mercenary competition they purported to host. Soon, Lin Xiyao identified the weapons cache on the layout map. So that was it. A clever scheme indeed. He was eager to ascertain what weapons lay within. "Let us proceed," Lin Xiyao commanded, rolling up the map as he and his team moved toward the exit. "Captain, shouldn't we signal?" A perplexed mercenary inquired. Sending a signal would indicate mission completion, prompting headquarters to dispatch a helicopter for their extraction, a guaranteed entry into the finals. Why linger here? What was there to fear? Aren't you curious about what we are truly seeking? Lin Xiyao replied with a cold smirk, igniting the curiosity of his companions. Before long, they arrived at the weapons cache, while Shen Nanxing and his team, unfortunately, arrived too late. "Young Master Shen, what shall we do?" Despite Lin Xiao's provided terrain map, Shen Nanxing found himself a step behind. The semifinals had eliminated them, and the Eastern Research Association would show no concern for their fate. Without helicopter transport, they were left to languish in this zombie-infested city. "I am deeply sorry, everyone," Shen Nanxing lamented. "Our mission has failed." At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted. The office trembled violently, and a flicker of hope ignited in Shen Nanxing's eyes. Perhaps there was still a chance. "Let us investigate what has happened." In a mere quarter of an hour, Lin Xiyao had ransacked the weapons cache of all its supplies. Just then, she heard a strange noise from outside. Instinctively, she pulled Cold E back, retreating without hesitation. With a thunderous crash, the steel door of the weapons cache collapsed, and beams from numerous flashlights pierced the darkness. "Cold E, what are you doing here?" Li Gangnan exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief as he surveyed the empty warehouse. His blood pressure soared in an instant, and he questioned the very fabric of reality. Empty? How could this be? He had gone to great lengths to obtain the layout map, and had even used precious explosives to breach the door, only to find an empty warehouse? What a cruel joke. How fortuitous, Lin Xiao remarked with a chilling smile, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiyao. She had been seeking him out, and now he had conveniently presented himself. Time to settle old scores along with new ones. "Who are you?" Lin Xiyao glared fiercely at Lin Xiao, a murderous intent rising within him. This woman seemed to appear wherever he went. "My name is Lin Xiao." She stepped forward, speaking with deliberate calmness. This time, upon hearing Lin Xiao's name, Lin Juanhao's eyes showed no sign of reaction. Lin Xiyao, enveloped in confusion, fell into deep contemplation. Lin Xiao. The name lingered in his mind, as if he had heard it before. "Eliminate them," he commanded casually in the next breath. Regardless of her identity, Cold E must perish, and Lin Xiao must follow suit. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries behind Lin Xiyao felt a twinge of fear. After all, the opponent was the infamous Cold E. They could hardly be his match. Without hesitation, Lin Juanhao tightened his grip on the broadsword and charged toward Cold E. "You hold my brother back. I will take out Lin Xiyao first," Lin Xiao whispered. Time was of the essence. Finding a solution to the puppet control seemed implausible. She could only dispatch Lin Xiyao first, then incapacitate Lin Juanhao and whisk him away for further study. Cold E nodded, swiftly advancing forward. With a resounding clash, blade met sword, sparking flashes of electricity. Noticing the mercenaries behind him remained still, Lin Xiyao barked, "What are you all waiting for? Don't you want to leave this place?" The mercenaries, realizing the signal device was in Lin Xiao's possession, knew that if he chose not to take them along, they would be left behind to face the undead. They reluctantly complied. In an instant, a dozen mercenaries brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Xiao. It was quite shameful for a group of grown men to bully a young girl, yet in such dire circumstances, No one could afford to dwell on appearances. Lin Xiyao stood her ground, her gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on Li Tsongnan. These mercenaries were not her true targets. Suddenly, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Dozens of golden bullets ascended, hovering around her. The mercenaries, unaccustomed to such a bizarre occurrence, felt their hearts tremble, and a flicker of retreat began to surface. Li Tsongnan, witnessing the spectacle, jolted and shouted, "It's you!" Lin Xiyao, the woman who had escaped from his laboratory, was also an experimental subject personally delivered by Wu Min. He had even dispatched Lin Juanhao to hunt her down, only to face failure. In his investigation of Lin Xiyao, he inadvertently uncovered ties to Chu Mingxian, and everything clicked into place. At that moment, Li Tsongnan even suspected that his wife, Wu Min, had been slain by Lin Xiyao. "Indeed, I have come for vengeance," a chilling voice declared. Simultaneously, a flurry of bullets flew toward the mercenaries rushing at her. Lin Xiyao sprang into action, akin to a swift leopard, brandishing her silver crescent blade as she surged forward. "Vengeance? You think you can achieve that?" Li Tsongnan sneered, drawing his handgun from his waist. A disdainful smile playing on his lips, his gaze icy. He aimed, fired, and shot. No matter how skilled the mercenaries, they remained human, and no speed could outpace a bullet. In his perception, dealing with a mere mercenary required only a firearm, just as with Chu Mingxian, the strongest soldier, who had perished in flames. All mere nonsense. With a rapid succession of shots, Lin Xiao's form moved with such swiftness that only afterimages remained, and every bullet missed its mark. As Lin Xiao approached him with increasing speed, Li Tsongnan felt a surge of panic, losing the calm composure he once had. "Zero, come save me," he cried out in alarm, retreating frantically. Chapter 120. Entering the finals whoosh. Upon hearing Li Tsongnan's desperate plea, Lin Juanhao wasted no time in halting his offensive, turning swiftly to sprint towards him. He tightened his grip on the longsword. At that moment, Lin Juanhao exposed a fatal vulnerability. His nape, back, and heart were all ripe for a lethal strike. However, he hesitated. After all, he was his brother-in-law. This moment of indecision allowed Lin Juanhao to surge forward, leaping in front of Li Tsongnan. In the next instant, he swung the large blade in his hand, striking down mercilessly towards Lin Xiyao. Lin Xiyao, with the speed of a red shadow, reacted swiftly. Bang! The silver crescent blade barely managed to deflect the descending blade. Meanwhile, a wicked smile crept across Li Tsongnan's lips as he aimed his gun at Lin Xiyao. "Die, you wretched woman! Despicable!" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet sped towards Lin Xiao's head, intent on obliterating her. In this critical moment, a soul power shield rose, enveloping both Lin Juanhao and himself in its protective embrace. Absolute defense. The speeding bullet struck the shield with a resounding thud, falling harmlessly to the ground. Li Tsongnan stared in disbelief at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Impossible! Could it be that I have a fake gun? How could the bullet just drop?" Inside the shield, Lin Juanhao's bloodthirsty gaze suddenly became dazed, his grip slackening as he murmured to Lin Xiao, "Yao Yao, run." Upon hearing his voice, Lin Xiao paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. When Lin Juanhao had rushed over, there had been no hesitation in his strike, not even a hint of restraint. Why had he suddenly called her name? Was it the influence of the soul power? With this thought, Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes, a bold hypothesis forming in her mind. It was worth a try. If she could awaken Lin Juanhao's memories, it would be splendid. However, before that, she had to eliminate Li Tsongnan. Smack! Time was up. Just before the soul power shield shattered and vanished, Lin Xiao released her grip and dashed past Lin Juanhao towards Li Tsongnan. Whoosh! Without the resistance of the crescent blade, Lin Juanhao's large knife fell under its own weight. Simultaneously, as the soul power shield dissipated, his gaze turned icy once more. "Zero, come save me!" Li Tsongnan screamed in terror, trembling as he pulled the trigger at the rapidly approaching Lin Xiao. Click, click, click. To his horror, the gun was empty. Puffed. Lin Xiao raised her crescent blade high, and before Li Tsongnan's disbelieving eyes, she brought it down upon his head. Instantly, a portion of his skull was cleaved off, blood and brain matter sprang forth. Chu Mingxian, I have avenged you. With a swift motion, the descending crescent blade struck again. The remaining portion of Li Xiangnan's head soared into the air, severed from his body, with a fountain of warm blood gushing forth from the severed neck, splattering Lin Xiao's face. Li Xiangnan was dead, yet she felt neither the exhilaration of avenging a foe nor sorrow or joy. At that moment, her heart was heavy with profound longing for Chu Mingxian. Had it not been for Li Xiangnan's act of arson that engulfed the slums in flames, she and Chu Mingxian would still be nestled in their humble abode, enduring hardships, yet savoring a life of simplicity and happiness. Chu Mingxian would have remained by her side. It was all Li Xiangnan's fault. With this thought, Lin Xiyao glared, consumed with a desire to obliterate him. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of shock. Numerous beams of white light emanated from Li Xiangnan's corpse, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of youthful faces, countless in number. They appear to be no older than 12 or 13, their eyes naive and innocent, all gazing at Lin Xiyao. Thank you. A clear voice rang out, pure and untainted. Soon after, those youthful visages began to dissipate, not merging with Lin Xiyao, but vanishing like whispers in the wind. This was resentment. Those innocent faces were not souls, but manifestations of grievances, the spirits of the children Li Xiangnan had once harmed. What a calamity he was! So many children had perished at his hands. Merely severing his head was insufficient to quench her wrath. She envisioned shredding him to feed the dogs. As the thought took shape, Lin Xiao raised her curved blade, poised to deliver more strikes. Xiao, be careful! Cold Yi's voice rang out, piercing through the air, followed by a rush of wind. Lin Junhao's large blade swung towards Lin Xiao's back. The soul protective barrier had only just activated and was not yet available for use. A wave of dizziness washed over Lin Xiao. How could she have forgotten about Lin Junhao? Perhaps, subconsciously, she did not regard him as an adversary. In the next instant, with a swift movement, she teleported behind Li Xiangnan's corpse, ready to counterattack. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as Lin Junhao's blade pierced through Li Xiangnan's body and thrust into Lin Xiao's abdomen. She had not anticipated that Qi Ying would react so swiftly. The sensation was unbearable. Upon seeing Lin Xiao injured, Cold Yi shouted in alarm, his entire being radiating a cold, menacing aura, dark red veins rapidly crawling across his temple and the corners of his eyes. An overwhelming, destructive presence began to envelop him as he gradually lost control. I'm fine, Cold Yi, don't come closer. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as she focused on Lin Junhao, her lips parting to cast a soul-binding spell. With a resounding boom, a surge of potent soul energy erupted, striking directly at Lin Junhao's forehead. Against the formidable Qi Ying, the soul-binding technique was unlikely to succeed. She merely hoped that the spell's intensity would stir Lin Junhao's memories. As for the backlash, she would bear it. The overwhelming surge of soul power struck Lin Junhao's mind, causing him to clutch his head in agony and scream in torment. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the pain. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, suffering from a backlash of soul power, coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time, she had wagered too much, nearly exhausting her soul power, but thankfully, she managed to withdraw in time. Weakly, she fell back, only to be caught by Lung Yi at the last moment. Xiao, have you lost your mind? Is this self-harm truly worth it? Ling Yi admonishit, his heart aching for her, as the dark veins at the corners of his eyes began to fade. As long as my brother can remember the past and break free from control, it will all be worth it. I'm fine, just need to rest for a moment. Lin Xiao replied weakly. At that moment, Shun Nanxing arrived with others in tow. Sister, as Shun Nanxing discerned the fatal wounds on the bodies. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. Had Lin Xiao truly slain all these individuals? Such strength. Yet, could he truly hold onto a woman so formidable? In that instant, a seed of self-doubt sprouted within Shun Nanxing's heart. Blueprint. Boss, we've made it to the finals. Su Xiaoyang exclaimed with excitement as he rummaged through Li Xiangnan's lifeless body and retrieved a blueprint. The number of casualties doesn't matter. What's important is that the mission is complete, and we can finally leave this cursed place. Chapter 121. The final task. Look, Li Xiaongnan's avatar has turned gray. A cry pierced through the chaos of the conference room, which fell silent as all eyes turned toward the large screen. The disappearance of vital signs meant that Li Xiaongnan was dead. Impossible. Xiaonan. The head of the Li family stared intently at the screen, then slumped in despair. Li Zedong, now in his 80s, recalled witnessing his son's avatar turn gray here over 30 years ago. Now he was watching his grandson meet the same fate. Xiaonan, your grandfather should never have allowed you to participate in the mercenary competition, Li Zedong lamented, his voice filled with sorrow and regret. The other family heads exchanged glances, some filled with sympathy, others dismissive, while many remained indifferent, accustomed to the spectacle. Each year, at least half of the family heads left the conference room in tears. Some even carried out. Once you decide to enter the mercenary competition, you must be prepared for the worst. Lin Xiyao observed the screen, secretly delighted. She cared little for what transpired in the armed department. As long as her Nanxing was alive, that was sufficient for her. Ladies and gentlemen, the final list has been released. Congratulations to Chunxing, Xingho, Baichao, and the other 10 gathering places for making it to the finals. The tasks for the strongest mercenaries have been assigned to each gathering place. Please proceed to the Zihu gathering place to await your rewards. As they exited the warehouse, Shen Nanxing suddenly asked, Sister, why is this warehouse empty? Lin Xiyao, nestled in Lin Yi's embrace, replied, It was empty when we arrived. Were you not at the clothing city? Yes, we were pursuing a level 6 mutated zombie when it fell from above. Lin Xiyao pointed to the collapsed ventilation duct above. Shen Nanjing, with a mix of disbelief and understanding, inquired if they had indeed encountered Li Xiaongnan. It was perplexing how they had suddenly transitioned from the clothing city to the warehouse. Shen Nanjing smiled faintly, yet a wave of helplessness surged within him. They had even slain a level 6 mutated zombie? Such horror was unimaginable, due to their differing family backgrounds. The perceptions of Lin Xiao's strength varied greatly between Lin Yi and Shen Nanjing. Lin Yi was solely focused on protecting Lin Xiao, while Shen Nanjing contemplated more deeply. He aspired to match Lin Xiao's prowess, to surpass her in strength and capability. As a figure of authority in the wasteland, Shen Nanjing envisioned his wife as a formidable woman. However, he also harbored a reluctance for her to overshadow him in power. He was unaccustomed to being the weaker partner. In contrast, Lin Yi, being solitary, welcomed a strong wife who could assist him. From the armed department to the rooftop of the skyscraper, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Suddenly, a helicopter descended onto the building's rooftop. The semifinals had concluded. 50 mercenaries from the Lingdong gathering had permanently perished in the city, leaving only Lin Junhao to be taken away by Lin Xiyao. A notification chimed. Congratulations, the Qinxing gathering has advanced to the finals. The final task involves dispatching 3 mercenary teams to cleanse the first hospital, Jiehua chemical plant, and Xinxin incubator zombies. Please, young Master Shun, select 3 mercenary teams. On the helicopter, Shen Nanjing's wristwatch suddenly displayed several messages. The final task had been announced. Only 3 mercenary teams could participate. Gazing at the name of tomorrow mercenary team on his watch, he hesitated. Should he allow Lin Xiao's team to partake? If she were to become the strongest mercenary, wouldn't that widen the gap between them? Young Master Shun, you wouldn't be considering abandoning us and preventing our participation in the finals, would you? Just as he hesitated, Lin Yi's icy voice pierced through. Shen Nanjing trembled slightly, adamantly denying. How could that be? That's good. Quickly register, Lin Yi urged, his sharp gaze fixed upon Shen Nanjing's wristwatch. He had chosen the Qinxing gathering precisely for this opportunity in the finals. The semifinals were team tasks, while the finals required individual contributions, necessitating a recommendation from the gathering's head to participate. Thus, under Lin Yi's watchful eyes, Shen Nanjing reluctantly submitted the participation slots. Half an hour later, the helicopter arrived at Zihu gathering. Lin Yi carried Lin Xiao off the helicopter. The helipad was teeming with people, heads of families leading their mercenaries and household servants to welcome them. As they disembarked, all eyes fell upon Lung Yi. The bloodthirsty and ruthless Lung Yi was, astonishingly, cradling a woman? What was happening? Stepping away from the helipad, Lin Xiao's gaze was captivated by the grand Mongolian tents outside. On the vast grassland, she could occasionally spot herds of cattle and sheep. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Lin Xiao blinked in disbelief. She believed that the inhabitants of the wasteland either lived amidst dense forests, battling strange beasts, or struggled to survive in cities teeming with zombies. Little did she know, there existed a vast, sparsely populated prairie, devoid of monstrous creatures and the threat of the undead, where tranquility and peace reigned. Upon entering a yurt, Lung Yi gently placed Lin Xiao upon the soft carpet. "You are injured. I shall handle the matters of the finals. Remain here and do not wander." Kneeling before her, Lung Yi spoke softly. "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. I will accompany you," Lin Xiao replied, shaking her head in refusal, sensing an oddity in Lung Yi's demeanor. How should she put it? His sudden tenderness left her feeling somewhat disoriented. In the next moment, Lung Yi earnestly declared, "I am your crimson shadow. Fighting for you is only natural." What was he saying? Just as Lin Xiao was about to inquire, a sudden jolt shot through her heart. They were being watched. Without needing to probe with her spiritual energy, a mere glance around the room revealed the truth. Cameras were everywhere. Although she understood Lung Yi's intentions, Lin Xiao still felt uneasy. "You are alone. How will you compete in the finals?" At that moment, Qing Yi entered, accompanied by 4 robust young men clad in black attire, sporting sunglasses. Qing Yi turned to Lin Xiao and respectfully spoke, "Protect the leader." "Understood." Subsequently, Lung Yi donned his sunglasses with an air of charisma and stepped outside, followed closely by the 4 men. "What is going on?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Don't worry, leader. Simply await the title and rewards of the strongest mercenary. In essence, you shall triumph effortlessly." Lin Xiao found herself in Chapter 122, Shunjia Visits. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated. Fleeing the gathering place, entering Ban Mountain Village, establishing a base, heading to Chunxing, registering a mercenary group, and participating in the mercenary competition. Each step had been planned by Lung Yi. Suddenly, a wave of helplessness washed over Lin Xiao. She felt like a puppet, advancing step by step along the path laid out by Lung Yi. At that moment, a crackling noise erupted, and a large screen within the yurt illuminated. The 10 teams advancing to the finals had set off. Qing Yi then stated, "Lord Lung has drawn the mission to clear the first hospital." Lin Xiao nodded. Among the 3 missions, the hospital task was the most perilous. Before the apocalypse, hospitals were overcrowded. In the aftermath, they were overrun by zombies. Furthermore, surrounding the hospital, the streets swarmed with the undead, indifferent to light. These were mercenaries who had ventured to the hospital over the years, only to be bitten and mutated. Soon, a multitude of parachutes unfurled in the skies above the city, and Lung Yi and his companions descended directly into the horde of zombies. Lin Xiao watched in horror. Outside the hospital, a throng of zombies craned their necks, eagerly gazing at the food descending from the heavens, their ecstatic roars resonating through the air. The delivery had arrived. Moments later, the deployed parachute unfurled like a shroud, enveloping a vast mass of the undead. The team member carrying the parachute was swiftly engulfed by the horde. From a nearby yurt came the sounds of mocking laughter. "Ha ha, isn't that a death wish?" One jeered. "Oh, that person seems to be Lung Yi. Did he just meet his end upon arrival? He doesn't seem so impressive." Even the formidable Qi Ying was devoured by the zombie swarm during this mercenary competition, rendering it rather unremarkable. Not so fast. There's still another Qi Ying in the Gu family S team. I've heard that Shin Nanqing squad is also quite formidable. Listening to the discussions, Lin Xiao clenched her wrist in frustration. At that moment, the large screen was filled with a dense mass of zombies, making it impossible to spot Lung Yi and his companions. They landed right into the zombie horde. Surely, they must have parachuted down? Lin Xiao stared intently at the screen, unwilling to believe that Lung Yi could have met his demise in such a manner. A cacophony of monstrous growls erupted as the dark horde surged toward the parachute, their sharp claws scratching frantically. The sight was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Suddenly, a tear opened in the parachute, and a bloodied hand emerged from beneath it. Lin Xiao's heart raced. In the next instant, a powerful shockwave sent the surrounding zombies flying. The parachute was lifted away, revealing a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses, with not a single body intact. Just then, a zombie clad in a white coat leaped up, its decayed mouth gaping wide as it lunged at Lin Yi. With a swift motion, Lin Yi raised his arm, firmly grasping the creature's head. A resounding crack echoed as he crushed the zombie's skull, black blood splattering everywhere. The audience gasped in awe at this display of strength. In a heartbeat, the lifeless body was hurled aside, toppling a multitude of other zombies. Those clad in black, who followed Lin Yi, executed their movements with precision, relying solely on their brute strength to dispatch the encroaching undead without the use of any weapons. Look, that Qiying. During the fray, a pair of sunglasses slipped from one of the black-clad men, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that glinted with a chilling ferocity. Lin Xiao thought, could it be? The members of the Shadow Team are all Qiying. So, this mission should be a breeze. Even I lack the qualifications to participate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed in exasperation. 5 Qiying. Now, it's impossible to keep a low profile. Her gaze then shifted to the unconscious Lin Xiyao. And one more. 6 Qiying. Am I trapped in the den of Qiying? Wasn't it said that the red shadow is rarely seen? Just then, the flap of the yurt was lifted, and the silver-haired Shen Jia stepped inside, followed by 4 imposing bodyguards with robust physiques. Yao Yao, do you have a moment to chat? Shen Jia offered a warm smile towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao managed a wry smile. When did friends need bodyguards at their side? Madam Shen, please take a seat. What brings you here, especially when you're uninterested in the competition? Lin Xiao inquired softly. Shen Jia found a chair and sat down. Observing from here is just as good. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Jia surveyed the surroundings, her gaze lingering on Lin Xiyao for a few seconds. He had become quite the hot potato. Li Zhidong had just lost his grandson and was in mourning. If he sees him, Shen Jia hinted discreetly. Lin Xiao understood immediately. Lin Xiyao, as the red shadow of Li Tsongnan, had survived while Li Tsongnan had perished, and his presence here would undoubtedly lead the Li family to suspect a connection between her and the elder's demise. Lin Xiao smiled lightly. What is it that you wish to discuss? As the conversation shifted to serious matters, Shen Jia's demeanor became more solemn, a flicker of brilliance passing through her murky eyes. In this mercenary competition, Chunxing is bound to secure first place. Yao Yao, there will be numerous cities for us to choose from and substantial rewards as well. At that time, you should accompany me to select a city. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression sharpened. Where to? To the headquarters of the Eastern Research Association. Will others be attending? No, only the first-place winner can go. This is also an opportunity for you to establish rapport with the higher-ups, Yao Yao. You must seize it. Shen Jia's words resembled a lecture from an elder to a younger relative. Lin Xiao frowned, displeased. Flattery and sycophancy, the culture of fan circles. She had always scorned it, and her disdain had only deepened. Nevertheless, she replied, understood, Madam Shen, nodding obediently. Shen Jia appeared somewhat surprised, then smiled contentedly. Very well. After the competition, I shall personally summon you. By the way, do not bring your 3 beast companions to the headquarters. We wouldn't want to disturb the adults. All right. After seeing off Shen Jia, Qing eagerly cautioned the leader, you cannot go. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao shot him a warning glance, and Qing promptly fell silent. He almost forgot that their every move was being monitored. Qing, do you know any pilots? Xing Yibilinkit. Leader, why do you need a pilot? What if the Eastern Research Association rewards me with a helicopter? A pilot should be arranged in advance. At this, Qing silently raised his hand. Leader, I happen to have obtained a pilot's license in my spare time. Do you think I could do it? Absolutely. That is splendid. Lin Xiao exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Shen Jia's personal invitation surely harbored ulterior motives. Thus she would never attend the Eastern Research Association. Chapter 123. Preparing to escape Lin Xiao harbored her own plans while glancing up at the large screen. Lin Yi was still embroiled in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely that they would receive the rewards from this competition. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiyao was oblivious to Shun Jia's true intentions for luring her to the island. Her instinctive wariness prevented her from accompanying Shun Jia. Did she truly take her for a fool? Was the reward not to be claimed elsewhere? Why must they venture to the headquarters of the East Research Association, with the added restriction of leaving their beast companions behind? Was this not a veritable banquet of treachery? Where were Qingyi and Su Xiaoyang? Summon him immediately, Lin Xiyao commanded, secretly preparing for a retreat. 3 hours later, without any suspense, the mercenary corps was declared the strongest mercenary group. All those gathered at Zhe Lake awaited the mercenaries' return with bated breath. The mercenary competition had concluded. Meanwhile, representatives from the East Research Headquarters had arrived at Zhe Lake to preside over the subsequent award ceremony. With a thunderous roar, a helicopter descended gracefully. Xinjia, leaning on her cane, radiated vitality as she stood aside. Soon, a throng disembarked from the aircraft, led by a young man with fair skin and gold-rimmed glasses. "Assistant Qi, you have arrived," Shun Jia exclaimed, hastening to greet him. "Qi," she flashed a gentle smile. "Congratulations, Madam Shun. This time, Qinxing has secured first place. In the coming year, the Shen family's financial and material resources are sure to double." Upon hearing this, Shun Jia beamed broadly. "I appreciate your kind words, Assistant Qi. Please do enter." Qi nodded, his gaze drifting toward Gu Qingzhou, who stood silently nearby, his expression darkened by a tinge of anger. "Young Master Gu, what seems to be the matter? Am I not welcome?" Gu Qingzhou quickly suppressed his ire. "Not at all, Assistant Qi. Please come in." Indeed, the Gu family has also achieved commendable results, securing second place. Qi remarked. "Yes, young Master Gu should be pleased," he continued as he advanced. Gu Qingzhou, head bowed, listened to Shun Jia's jibes, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. That old crone, relying on Qinxing's first-place win, she not only coerced me into surrendering Shen Outyin, but also had all my people at Qinxing eliminated. And regarding the evolution data, no substantial findings have emerged. In this instance, I have lost both my lady and my men. She is indeed formidable. Madam Shun, how is the arrangement for the requested individuals by the esteemed bishop progressing? It has been arranged, came the reply. When the time comes, we shall select a few outstanding mercenaries to accompany us. Very well, Shun Jia replied with a smile, though her heart was shrouded in darkness. The quality mercenaries at Qinxing were already scarce. If more were to be taken, the Shen family would become a mere paper tiger. Her greed was insatiable, not content with merely acquiring Lin Xiyao, but desiring her mercenaries as well. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao had already seized the opportunity to escape to an open area while the others were preoccupied with the arrival. "Yes, it should be soon," Qingyi anxiously remarked, glancing toward the helipad. "Lin Xiyao, why are we fleeing?" Su Xiaoyang inquired, his expression one of confusion, lost in the haze of the situation. They had clearly secured first place. What was the need to run, even foregoing the award ceremony? This indicated they could obtain greater rewards. Why then would they not attend? Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for words. She sensed that Shun Jia's invitation was highly unusual, and her intuition urged her to flee quickly. After all, supplies were of little worth compared to one's life. Qing Yi spoke up, revealing that the headquarters of the Eastern Research Society was situated on a remote island. Each year, during the mercenary competition, the society would select a group of outstanding mercenaries to ascend the island, but none had ever returned. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang felt a pang of reluctance, expressing his desire to stay behind, suggesting they could claim their rewards before departing. Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively, insisting that if they had made the decision to leave, they should do so decisively. Hesitation would only lead to complications. Thus, she urged them to move. In the next moment, Lin Xiao raised her hand, and a magnificent silver-white helicopter materialized before them. Its grandeur was breathtaking. Su Xiaoyang and Qing Yi stood frozen in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. How had such a large aircraft appeared without a sound of landing? Was this truly a helicopter, not a mere illusion? Su Xiaoyang blurted out in astonishment. Lin Xiao, unfazed, retorted that it mattered not whether it was an illusion, so long as it could fly. She urged them to lift her brother aboard. Qing, prepare for takeoff. Right? Qing replied, still in shock, his face reflecting disbelief even as he took his seat in the cockpit. Setting aside questions of where this aircraft had come from, the sheer spectacle of its sudden appearance was enough to leave him bewildered for quite some time. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyao was readying herself for a hasty escape. Lord Lung, the esteemed matriarch Shun requests your presence. Lung raised an eyebrow, his piercing crimson gaze narrowing dangerously. Who dared to obstruct him? The matriarch says you have worked hard. An assistant Qi has brought what you desired, urging you to collect it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lung scanned the crowd, but did not spot Lin Xiyao. I'll go take a look. It's merely a matter of collecting something. It shan't take long. He proceeded towards the Mongolian tent of the Shun family, accompanied by a shadow team. Captain, trouble is brewing. Lucen has sent word that they are heading to the Shun family's tent. Soon, Qing received a message on his wristwatch from someone in the shadow team. Weren't you instructed to warn them against going? Lin Xiyao said, her voice tinged with frustration. The communication disruptions were exceedingly inconvenient. I did send the message, but Lu San didn't see it. Never mind, I'll go check it out. Make sure he doesn't harm anyone. Lin Xiyao glanced at Lin Juanhao, feeling uneasy as she entrusted him with this task. She was uncertain whether he would recall everything. If he awakened in a violent rage, it would spell trouble. Better to keep him restrained for now. Qing, await my signal. If anything goes awry, you must depart first. Understood. After issuing her instructions, Lin Xiyao raced towards the gathering at Zay Lake. Aru. The wind wolf beast howled as it watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure, eager to pursue her. Thud! In the next instant, it collided heavily with the cabin door, stars dancing before its eyes. The captain has given orders. You're not to follow. Don't cause chaos. Get back and take your seats. Su Xiaoyang shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, what a foolish wolf. Chapter 124. Unforeseen consequences. A piercing scream echoed through the air. At the center of the Zihu gathering place, for men clad in black tightly clenched their hands, their faces etched with concern. They contemplated forcing their way inside, yet hesitated. Could Lord Lung possibly be in peril? Do not fret, one among them said. Consuming the suppression liquid entails immense suffering. We should not recklessly barge in and cause trouble. Just then, an unusual movement occurred, and a sharp command rang out. Lu San, with keen eyes, unsheathed his curved blade, remaining vigilant. In the next moment, the air rippled, and Lin Xiao's figure materialized seemingly out of thin air. Where's Lung Yi? The woman before the four men appeared to be their leader. Lin Xiao was in a state of urgency. Time was of the essence, and she found herself hindered by four sluggish men. Forget it. I shall seek him out myself. With a wave of her hand, she intended to rush into the yurt, but was halted by one of the men. Captain, Lord Lung is not in a position to see you at the moment. Indeed, another chimed in, the Shun family and those from the East Research Society are inside. It would be ill-advised for you to intrude. Nonsense. If we do not go in soon, Lung Yi's life may be at stake. Lin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. Just then, Lung Yi's agonized cries echoed once more, followed by a sultry female voice drifting from within. Lung Yi, are you in distress? Allow me to assist you, shall I? Oh, do not be anxious. We have the entire night ahead of us. The woman's soft gasps and the sound of fabric tearing conjured suggestive imagery. Is this what you refer to as inconvenient? Are the Shun family and the East Research Society merely indulging in lewd spectacles? Lin Xiao glared, her irritation palpable. The four men exchanged glances, their anxiety evident as they nervously tugged at their ears. The earlier atmosphere had been far from this. That is not. Lu San attempted to explain, but faltered, unsure of how to articulate it. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and commanded, step aside. In the next instant, she furiously swept aside the door curtain and charged inside. The scene within was utterly unsightly. Lung Yi lay rigidly on a fur-covered bed. A voluptuous woman clad in a revealing nightgown writhed upon him, her movements beguiling. Lung Yi's face was flushed, a look of indulgence plastered across it. The woman continued to entice him, her motions becoming more fervent. Lin Xiao thought to herself, what the hell? I was worried that Lung Yi might be in danger. And here he is, indulging in pleasures. The next moment, the four men awkwardly followed her in, casting hurried glances at the scene on the bed, their faces turning crimson as they averted their gazes. Who permitted your entry? The woman on the bed, sensing their intrusion, voiced her displeasure, slowly lifting her head. Her striking crimson eyes locked onto Lin Xiyao. Upon recognizing her, the woman's expression clearly registered surprise. Why is there another woman? Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. Polluted? Misaya. We shall leave immediately, Lu San mumbled, his gaze lowered, speaking timidly. Observing this, Lin Xiyao raised an eyebrow. The woman on the bed was a crimson shadow and was acquainted with the four shadow guards. This implied she was also an old acquaintance of Lung Yi. Did this mean she had interrupted Lung Yi's intimate moment? Very well, you may leave. The woman gracefully waved her hand, not holding a grudge, her delicate, fair palm brushing against Lung Yi's solid chest. A pleasant sigh escaped him immediately. Lin Xiyao glared furiously at the man on the bed, an inexplicable anger surging within her. Damn, that insufferable man. The four retreated, and seeing Lin Xiyao standing still, Lu San stepped forward, intending to pull her away. At that moment, a hissing sound erupted above them, as a cloud of pale yellow smoke and white powder suddenly descended. Caught off guard, the four figures of Qi Ying had no time to evade. This is bad, it's poison gas. Lu San's panicked voice rang out. You didn't even glance their way, merely stating coldly, Lung Yi, you shouldn't have brought the shadow team to compete. Although the Archbishop acknowledged Qi Ying's existence, he did not wish to see them banding together and had ordered their elimination. Sigh. I must admit, I feel a twinge of regret. The poison gas from Dongyan will cause immediate death upon inhalation, and even Qi Ying cannot escape its fate. Thus, in Ye's eyes, Lu San and his companions were already as good as dead. As for Lin Xiyao, Ye regarded her as inconsequential, merely an ordinary person. Even if the poison didn't kill her, she could easily crush her. If only you had followed me into the Gu family back then, we would have surely become an enviable couple, blessed by the gods. Ye mused wistfully, her pale hand reaching for Lung Yi's neck. In the next moment, Lung Yi suddenly opened his eyes, grasping her neck in a swift motion. Aya, do you intend to kill me? A cold glimmer flickered in his crimson eyes. Aya's gaze hardened as she seized his wrist in retaliation. I do not wish to kill you. The Archbishop merely wants to take you to the island. As for the others, before she could finish her sentence, a jolt of alarm surged through Lung Yi, prompting him to glance toward the entrance. In the thick smoke, there was no sign of movement. Where are they? Seizing the opportunity, Aya broke free from Lung Yi's grip, casting a puzzled look toward the smoke. How strange. Where did the shadow guard go? She clearly. Just then, the air rippled. Lin Xiao's figure appeared above the bed, a flash of blade light slicing through the air as her sharp curved dagger aimed directly at Aya. With a clash, Aya barely managed to evade, the dagger striking the bed. Who are you? Lin Xiao demanded. Both Lung Yi and Aya spoke in unison. Lin Xiao shot a cold glare at Lung Yi, tightening her grip on the curved dagger as she advanced toward Aya. Though Aya was part of Qi Ying, Lin Xiao's combat prowess surpassed hers by several levels. With a soft sound, after several exchanges, the sharp dagger plunged directly into Aya's heart. The fight concluded with a flourish as Lin Xiao withdrew her blade and turned to leave, her movements seamless. Lung Yi gazed at Aya, who lay in a pool of blood, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ever since Aya aligned herself with the Gu family, he could no longer see her clearly. After the mercenary competition victory, he had come here to retrieve the suppressive liquid, handed to him by Aya herself, and without a second thought, he had consumed it. Little did he anticipate that just as he was about to leave, Aya had unleashed a poison powder upon him. What? Are you still reluctant to depart? Then you may stay here with her, Lin Xiao said coldly, sensing the silence behind her. Still wanting to linger in the warmth of the bed, she thought. No, Lin Xiao, cold, he exclaimed anxiously, attempting to rise from the bed. However, as he exerted himself, he tumbled to the floor. In the next moment, Lin Xiao furrowed her brow. What have you consumed? Cold, he was burning with fever, his breath erratic, utterly devoid of strength. This was clearly a sign of poisoning. Lin Xiyao was exasperated. Both the East Research Society and the Shun family harbored ill intentions. How could he eat just anything? Chapter 125, The Suppressor Liquid. The virus suppressor liquid was the prize of the mercenary competition, essential for the Red Shadow, yet they never allowed it to be taken away. Even if one emerged victorious and claimed the reward, the suppressor liquid had to be consumed on the spot. Such was the rule of the competition. Lin Xiyao supported Cold E as they made their way out of the yurt, scolding them for their lack of restraint. Don't you know how to take it by force? Cold E managed a bitter smile. If I were to seize it, the East Research Society would surely withhold the suppressor liquid in the next mercenary competition. Lin Xiyao realized that the East Research Society controlled the Red Shadow through these suppressor liquids. However, the Red Shadow was indeed in a pitiful position. The rewards earned through their own merit could not be taken away. They were subject to the whims of others. If the East Research Society were to add something lethal to the suppressor liquid, claiming their lives would be all too easy. They were perpetually at the mercy of others. It was hard to fathom how Cold he had endured all these years. Are Lu San and the others all right? She wondered. They are outside, Cold he replied, struggling to suppress his discomfort. We cannot take Lu San's suppressor liquid. It remains in the hands of the old matriarch Shun. Just then, Lin Xiao's wristwatch beeped, and upon answering, she heard Qing Yi's anxious voice, Captain, we have been discovered. A large number of mercenaries are heading our way. You must leave at once. Lin Xiao calmly issued orders, recognizing that the presence of such a large helicopter in the grassland would inevitably attract attention. She had initially calculated their escape time, but did not anticipate the complications arising from Cold Yi's condition. There's no time to retrieve the suppressor liquid. We must prioritize our escape, she stated. Stepping out of the yurt and gesturing, a brand new armored vehicle appeared at the entrance. Who will drive? The four survivors, still on edge from their near escape, were momentarily speechless at this astonishing sight. We all can, Lu San responded first, scanning the surroundings warily. His immediate instinct was to protect Lin Xiao's secret. Such a capability was nothing short of astounding. Lin Xiao nodded, entering the vehicle and speeding away from the Zhe Lake gathering. The surrounding cameras had long been disabled by her, allowing her to recklessly unveil the secrets of her space. A thunderous roar erupted as a green armored vehicle raced across the grassland towards the exit of the Zhe Lake gathering. Simultaneously, helicopters in the grassland roared into the sky. Both directions echoed with an unusual noise. Xinjia and She were accompanied by a multitude of mercenaries, uncertain which direction to pursue. Could it be that Lung Yi had escaped? Xinjia, panting heavily, chased after assistant Qi, questioning why they were not pursuing Lin Xiao. What significance does a mere mercenary hold compared to Qi Ying? The priorities were blurred. Qi Shi, with a grim expression, reprimanded her. It's not. Xinjia, choked with anger, decided to halt her pursuit. Just moments ago, Qi Shi had fervently sworn to capture Lin Xiao, yet in an instant, she had changed her stance. Great-grandmother, how could you allow my sister to disembark on the island? Are you out of your mind? Upon learning that Qi Shi intended to deliver Lin Xiao to the island, Shen Nanqing shouted in exasperation. What can I do, Xinjia? Lin Xiao is specifically sought after by the esteemed bishop. I do not care. I will never permit you to send my sister to the island. Xinjia sighed helplessly. Helicopters? How could they possibly have helicopters? In contrast to the frantic Xinjia and Qi Shi, Gu Qingzhou remained remarkably composed. He gazed skeptically at the sky, watching the diminutive black speck grow distant. Lost in contemplation, helicopters were not possessions one could easily acquire. How had Lin Xiao managed to transport a helicopter to the prairie? Could it be that they had pilfered one from the Zihu gathering site? Gu Qingzhou murmured to himself. The individual had already fled, leaving no means of verification. Nonetheless, he committed Lin Xiao's name to memory. Thunderous roars soon filled the air above the Zihu gathering site as two vintage warplanes ascended, chasing after the speeding armored vehicle. Boom! Boom! On the vast, desolate prairie, bombs rained down from the heavens, causing the ground to tremble with the relentless cacophony of explosions. The green armored vehicle fought desperately for survival amidst the barrage of artillery. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, realizing that this could not continue. The endless expanse of the prairie left the armored vehicle with no place to hide, completely exposed. As Lin Xiyao pondered an escape route, a sudden cry escaped Lin Yi as he curled up in agony, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and bit into his own arm, blood filling the vehicle with a thick, metallic scent. Dark crimson blood gushed forth as Lin Yi writhed uncontrollably. "Sir!" The man seated beside him leaned in to investigate. In an instant, anguished cries erupted from him as Lin Yi, in a frenzied state, lunged at the man, sinking his teeth into his shoulder. Blood sprayed wildly. "Lin Yi, what are you doing?" The man in the back seat yelled in pain as Lin Yi, resembling a famished zombie, ravenously gnawed and drank deeply from the blood. A sudden headache overwhelmed her. With a sharp clap, Lin Xiyao propped herself up and struck Lin Yi on the head. "What on earth have you consumed? Release me at once." Swiftly, she grasped Lin Yi's jaw and forcefully pulled him away. Veins of a deep black hue appeared around his eyes, and his bloodied mask appeared both mesmerizing and terrifying. With great difficulty, having tasted the thrill of bloodshed, cold, he was abruptly pulled away. He turned his head, mouth agape, attempting to bite Lin Xiyao. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Lin Xiyao retaliated. Momentarily stunned, cold, he ceased all movement, and a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. The four occupants inside held their breath, incredulous as they gazed at Lin Xiyao. Once the venom within their bodies erupted, it induced an excruciating agony, akin to being devoured by innumerable ants, compelling them to lash out at everything around them in a frenzy of destruction. This torment was known only to them, to avoid harming others. They occasionally resorted to biting themselves or their companions. Yet, Lin Xiyao dared to slap the esteemed cold, seemingly unafraid of provoking his wrath. Another resounding slap followed. "Be quiet," she coldly commanded, raising her hand once more, ready to strike until he fell silent. Such audacity was characteristic of cold, had it been anyone else, she would have struck with a blade. After receiving 2 slaps, cold, he became subdued, no longer daring to bite indiscriminately, his eyes glistening with tears, his handsome face ablaze with pain. "This is no way to treat someone," he lamented. Chapter 126. Thoroughly consumed, cold, momentarily quelled by Lin Xiao's slaps, fell into silence. However, the piercing pain continued to crash over him in relentless waves, and he clenched his teeth, enduring the torment. Suddenly, the armored vehicle shattered through the protective barrier at the exit of Zay Lake Base, fleeing into the open. "If we remain in this vast expanse of grassland, escape shall be impossible. Does anyone know the terrain around here?" Lin Xiyao inquired, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I do. A few dozen kilometers ahead lies the Red Lake Forest. Once we reach the forest, we can find cover and evade the bombardment from the aircraft." "The forest? Excellent. But given the distance, we may not last that long." Lin Xiyao pondered, formulating a plan. Moments later, from a low-lying area on the grassland, 5 identical armored vehicles surged forth, each racing in different directions. The 2 chasing aircraft circled above, indecisive. One became 5. "What now?" "Chase Coldy," Chi commanded with calm authority. Hearing this, Chi seethed, "You fools, annihilate them all." Beside him, Shunjia ominously reminded Assistant Chi, "The bishop desires them alive." Cold, he had ingested the modified suppressive serum. The bishop wished to ascertain more. "Do not instruct me on how to perform my duties, Chi," she retorted sharply, interrupting Shunjia's words with a fierce glare. Shunjia's expression darkened, and he fell silent, disdainful of the assistant's arrogance. With the targets dispersed, the 2 pursuing aircraft became flustered, their bombardment scattered, granting Lin Xiyao a fleeting chance for escape. Half an hour later, one armored vehicle breached the forest's edge first. After stowing the vehicle away, Lin Xiyao supported Cold as they sought refuge in a concealed cave. The situation with Lin is dire. The points accumulated in the mall are insufficient to exchange for the virus suppression serum. She must find a place to rest briefly and devise a method to either neutralize or at least suppress the poison afflicting Lin. Deep within the cavern, Lin Xiyao selected a corner seemingly at random, laying Lin down as she fell into contemplation. She currently possessed only 800,000 mall points. Yet the serum demanded 1 million. She was short by 200,000. How could she increase her points? Slaying zombies or mutated beasts? That seemed implausible. Where could she find such a multitude of zombies in a short span? Expanding her territory? That too was unfeasible, as the zombies and beasts within her current domain remained unpurged, rendering expansion impossible. The only option left was to exchange for raw stones. However, her storage space was emptier than her own visage. Where could she procure raw stones? At that moment, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon Lin Yi. His forehead was now marred with a web of dark veins, resembling threads that continuously extended, faintly tinged with crimson. Time was of the essence. Surely, Lin Yi must possess raw stones? With this thought, Lin Xiao approached him, her hands frantically searching his person. Lin Yi, where have you concealed the raw stones? Bring them forth. Lin Yi was caught in a tempest of ice and fire. He strained against the overwhelming agony, and Lin Xiao's relentless probing ignited a feral desire deep within him. Suddenly, he felt something within him explode, crashing against his fragile will. Found it! Within mere seconds, Lin Xiao unearthed a leather pouch from Lin Yi's waist, brimming with raw stones. With a swift motion, the pouch vanished from her grasp. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile graced the corners of Lin Yi's mouth, a flicker of madness glimmering in his crimson eyes. Then, without warning, Lin Yi lunged at Lin Xiao, forcefully pinning her arms down as he mounted her. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Panic flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes at the sight of his bloodthirsty gaze. Could it be that he intended to bite her? She was solely focused on saving him. With a roar, Lin Yi opened his mouth wide, leaning down just as the mask he had worn slipped away. The enigmatic veil was smoothly lifted, revealing a familiar handsome visage that left Lin Xiao utterly stunned. Zhu Mingxun, she gasped in disbelief. Lin Yi was none other than Zhu Mingxian, but she had tested him on numerous occasions, and the scars on his back were unmistakable. How could this be? Why had he feigned death? Why conceal his identity? What was he hiding from her? In an instant, a myriad of questions surged within Lin Xiao's heart. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Lin Yi's gaping maw was already descending upon her. In a swift motion, Lin Xiao extricated her right hand, thrusting it forward. With a resounding clap, a brown pill was propelled directly into Lin Yi's open mouth, dissolving instantly upon contact. In response to Lin Xiao's escape, Lin Yi completely lost control. The combat uniform on her chest was violently torn apart, revealing a vast expanse of tender skin. In this moment, madness consumed Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Xiao stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. Her combat attire was crafted by the system, impervious even to the grasp of zombies. Yet Lin Yi effortlessly tore through it. In the next instant, a powerful ability erupted, forming a massive water sphere that enveloped the two of them. As the sphere formed, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her. Her breath became erratic, and the soul power within her gradually dissipated. Panic-stricken, she struggled. What was this? A personal barrier? Just then, icy lips pressed against Lin Xiao's. A chill seeped in her mouth. Her body softened. This familiar sensation. Fragmented images flashed through her mind, in a bathtub filled with cold water. She had torn off Lin Yi's mask and kissed him fiercely. It turned out that long ago, she had initiated that kiss. Lin Yi lifted his head, his crimson eyes ablaze with desire. Yao Yao, he murmured, his gentle voice tinged with a fragile, indescribable pain. He leaned down again, holding Lin Xiao tightly, as if he wished to meld her into himself, fervently kissing her, his heated breath nearly consuming her. The cave was a whirl of passion. It was not enough. Again and again, Lin Yi relentlessly entwined with Lin Xiao. Outside the cave, Qi Shi and his companions searched the forest for a day and night with no results. After an indeterminate period, Lin Xiao wearily opened her eyes. A mere movement sent waves of pain through her body, as if she were falling apart. Her waist felt as if it might snap. Memories of the previous night's frenzy flooded her mind. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed as she turned to glance at the man sleeping beside her. The dark strands on Lin Yi's face had vanished, revealing his handsome features, exquisite profile, and steady aura. Lin Yi, Jehu Mingguan. Who are you really? Lin Xiyao involuntarily lifted her hand, tenderly caressing Lung Yi's face. What was she doing? This man had deceived her and taken everything from her. It was already merciful not to kill him. Why was she still here? With that thought, Lin Xiyao rolled over, retrieving a combat uniform from her space and donning it with deftness. Having composed herself, she stealthily made her way towards the cave's exit. Just then, a warm voice called out behind her, Yao Yao, where are you going? You think you could just walk away after everything? She turned around in frustration. Lung Yi lay languidly on the ground, propped up on one arm, his long purple hair cascading over his smooth, firm chest, an enchanting sight. His deep black eyes sparkled like stars. Lin Xiyao froze in surprise. Purple hair and black eyes? In an instant, she understood the reason behind Chu Mingxuan's feigned death. He did not wish for her to discover he was the Red Shadow, but she had already surmised it. Was it for such a ridiculous reason? Cold-E stared intently at Lin Xiyao, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as his fingers subtly moved, causing a stream of water to burst forth. Buhelin numero. Yao Yao. Are you in such a hurry to leave because you were dissatisfied with my performance last night? His warm breath brushed against her ear, while his icy fingertips glided over her skin, sending shivers coursing through her body. Enchanting, Lin Xiyao lifted her gaze to Cold-E and coldly remarked, should I call you Cold-E or Chu Mingxian? Her expression was clearly discontented, tinged with resentment. Cold-Yi's heart sank for a moment. In the next instant, he shamelessly closed the distance between them, their ears nearly touching, and murmured, with someone as exceptional as you, how could a lowly crimson shadow like me ever be worthy? His chilly kiss landed on Lin Xiao's neck, and upon hearing his words, she was momentarily taken aback. A lowly crimson shadow? Was that how he regarded himself? In Lin Xiao's eyes, both Cold-E and Chu Mingxian were formidable figures, and such a notion of inferiority was unacceptable. At that moment, a ripping sound echoed as her combat suit was torn anew, causing Lin Xiyao to grit her teeth in frustration as she struggled against Cold-E. My combat suit. Be good, Cold-E gently coaxed, his cool lips brushing against Lin Xiao's neck, his breath quick and fervent. Be good? It's very expensive. Lin Xiyao pushed against him with all her might, exasperated. He had already ruined her most costly combat suit last night, and now this. What peculiar obsession did he have? Fear not, I shall compensate you with 10 sets tomorrow. Yao Yao, whatever you desire, I shall grant you even my life. Cold-E lifted his head, his voice husky with promise, his deep, gentle gaze capable of drowning one in its warmth. In the next instant, Cold-E thrust his waist forward. Ah! A startled cry escaped her lips as the temperature within the cave abruptly rose, the air thick with an intimate atmosphere. Beep! The combat suit has been detected as torn. Would you like to repair it? Uncertain of how much time had passed, the system's query echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. If it could be repaired, that would be ideal, she thought, knowing her combat suit had cost a fortune. Yao Yao, what would you like to fix? A soft inquiry brushed her ear. Lin Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, a handsome face coming into view. She widened her eyes in surprise, raising her hands to push Cold-E away. But alas, her strength was insufficient. Yao Yao, are you still unsatisfied? Cold-E seized her hands, grinning playfully. Cold-E, Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she feigned annoyance. We are still in flight. You must exercise restraint. Beast, she thought, feeling ensnared by him. Cold-E nodded, his laughter crinkling the corners of his eyes. Let go of me, Cold-E. In the next moment, Lin Xiao found herself lifted by Cold-E, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing her to gasp. It was only then she realized Cold-E had already donned his clothing. His black coat enveloped Lin Xiao snugly as he carried her out of the cave. Just as they were about to exit, all remnants of the torn clothing vanished from sight. System, how did it end up in such a state? To mend the situation, considerable effort is required. Release me. Yao Yao, you worked hard yesterday. I will hold you close. Cold-E affectionately remarked. Just as Lin Xiao was about to retort, she suddenly heard several faint breaths. Lord Cold, my lord. At the cave entrance, for members of the Red Shadow bowed respectfully. A wave of heat rushed to Lin Xiao's face, and she immediately fell silent, burying her head in Cold-Yi's embrace. How embarrassing. How did they arrive outside the cave? Would they come? This is mortifying. How is Qi Shi? There is no trace of your whereabouts. He is preparing to return. Ziying is with him. Coldy nodded, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This time, he was determined to locate the lair of the Eastern Research Society, as well as the laboratory for the suppressants. What about Shunjia? Upon hearing this, Coldy's expression turned icy. His corpse has been delayed, but others. Boom! At that moment, a helicopter slowly descended, sent by Qing Yi to retrieve them. The group naturally had no objections and followed Cold Yi onto the aircraft. Meanwhile, although Lin Xiyao had destroyed the nearby surveillance, Gu Qingzhou remained undeterred, squatting in the monitoring room, searching through all the footage for any clues. Finally, he paused. Due to the distance, the camera captured only a blurred image. A figure appeared out of thin air. Judging by the silhouette, it could only be Lin Xiyao without a doubt. Gu Qingzhou was stunned into silence for several seconds. A teleporting soul eater? Has a new soul eater emerged? This revelation filled Gu Qingzhou with excitement, his heart racing. Go, quickly investigate it, Qinxing. We must locate the whereabouts of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. Chapter 128. All for you. Just then, a figure staggered into the monitoring room. She was disheveled, drenched in blood. The cold wind blew, causing her blood-soaked hair to dance, revealing a pair of alluring crimson eyes. A chilling breeze swept through. An attendant, turning inadvertently, caught sight of this eerie and terrifying scene. Ah, ghost! The person screamed in fright, trembling uncontrollably. How dare you? This is a restricted area. Hearing the scream, a mercenary turned around, his heart racing, and shouted fiercely. Woo! The figure raised her bloodied hand, emitting a bone-chilling whimper. Drip! In the next moment, a drop of dark crimson blood fell from her palm. The mercenary, swallowing hard in fear, recalled that Gu Qingzhou was still present and mustered his courage to charge forward. Damn it, stop your ghostly antics. Bang! The mercenary kicked the person away. A scream pierced the air. The mercenary drew his long knife, aiming to strike her down. Go Hong, halt! Gu Qingzhou felt an unsettling familiarity in the scream and called out. At his words, Gu Hong's blade came to a halt. See who she is. Yes. Gu Hong took a deep breath, slowly approaching the figure, lifting her long hair. My goodness, it is Iya. Upon recognizing the figure, Gu Hong was instantly struck with terror, scrambling backwards in a state of panic. Wasn't Iya supposed to be dead? He had personally buried her. How could she be alive? The mere mention of Iya's name caused everyone in the monitoring room to go weak at the knees. It was as if they had encountered a ghost. Gu Qingzhou felt a shiver run down his spine, but as he discerned Iya's words, he immediately urged. Iya is still alive. We must help her up. Moments later, he inquired, Iya, did Lung injure you? Iya lay on the soft couch, her complexion pale, her chest bound with bandages, her breath faint. Had it not been for her unique condition, her heart positioned on the right side, Lin Xiao's blade would have surely sent her to the underworld. No, it was Lin Xiyao. Iya replied coldly, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. At this revelation, Gu Qingzhou's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the true threat was not Lung Yi, but rather Lin Xiao lurking behind him. It was laughable that the Eastern Research Society remained oblivious, believing Lin Xiao to be merely a formidable mercenary. This time, he would strike first. On the plain, Lin Xiao nestled in Lung Yi's embrace, succumbed to a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, 2 days had passed. The air was filled with the sounds of roars and screams, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains, echoing intermittently. Lin Xiao, alert, sprang up, and upon surveying her surroundings, a hint of confusion crossed her features. This was her room, but why were there such distressing sounds? Had zombies breached the shelter? Determined not to linger, Lin Xiao dashed toward the source of the noise. In the innermost chamber of the shelter, she discovered 5 men bound by thick iron chains. Each man bore the marks of struggle, their bodies marred with gruesome wounds, blood staining the chains as it dripped down. What on earth was happening? Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment, her gaze landing on one of the men. Brother? How could Lin Juanhao be here? Hearing her voice, Lin Juanhao suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes glinting with ferocity. Yao Yao, run! In the next moment, recognizing Lin Xiao, He fought against the pain and his bloodthirsty instincts, rasping out, "You must go." At that moment, Lin Xiyao also recognized the other 4 men bound alongside him. They were members of the Shadow Team. "So, this was a result of the zombie virus activation? Yao Yao, you're awake?" came the gentle voice of Lin Yi, who promptly draped a coat over her shoulders. "Why did you run out barefoot?" he said with an affectionate expression, and before Lin Xiyao could respond, he scooped her up in his arms, completely disregarding the 5 men in the room. Seeing this, Lin Xiyao glared fiercely at Lin Yi, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Damn it, put my sister down." Lin Yi's gaze was tender, fixated on Lin Xiyao, as if he could never gaze upon her enough. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed at Lin Yi's actions. Had they succumbed to the effects of the poison? In order to protect the residents of the base from harm, they were confined within the air raid shelter. Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow and nodded, recognizing that this confinement was not a long-term solution. "It's merely temporary. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Chensing gathering site," she reassured, noticing Lin Xiyao as concerned. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyao looked up. "Are you implying that with the administration of suppressants, they'll be fine?" "Indeed," Coldy replied. Lin Xiyao, with a hint of melancholy, murmured, "Unfortunately, I lack sufficient credits otherwise." "Yao Yao?" Coldy inquired, perplexed. "What credits?" With a sigh, Lin Xiyao explained, "That inferior suppressor is ineffective. It only exacerbates the toxins in their bodies. If only I had enough raw stones." At that moment, Coldy interjected, "Yao Yao, I possess raw stones." "Not enough. I require a substantial amount." "I shall provide you with all I have," Coldy offered, relinquishing his entire fortune accumulated over more than a decade. He pulled out a large box from beneath the bed, leaving Lin Xiyao astounded. Inside lay a treasure trove of gleaming raw stones, all of grade 3 or above. She had never realized that such wealth was concealed within her air raid shelter. "When was this box moved here?" Lin Xiyao asked, bewildered. Coldy smiled. "Is this sufficient? If not, I shall procure more tomorrow." "These are raw stones," Lin Xiyao exclaimed. "I nearly lost my life for a single grade 2 stone. How could Coldy so casually present an entire box?" "This is enough, more than enough." With the raw stones in hand, the suppressants required for the 5 Crimson Shadows were readily exchanged. After taking the suppressants, the 5 exhibited no adverse reactions, and soon their crimson eyes transformed into deep, black orbs. "My lord, this suppressant is 1,000 times better than those of previous years." "Indeed," came the reply. "There are no negative side effects. The bloodthirsty impulse within them has been swiftly subdued. This medicine is truly remarkable." Lin Xiyao felt a surge of joy within her heart. Naturally, being a product of the system, it was of superior quality, incomparable to those inferior suppressants. "I also have an antidote that can eliminate your toxins, but it requires a considerable amount of raw stones." Lin Xiyao glanced at the box on the floor. "A full box of grade 2 stones should suffice." "What did you say? You can cure our poison?" Lucen asked incredulously. "Of course," she replied. The others were skeptical. "Is it even possible? We are infected with the zombie virus. How could it be cured?" Silence enveloped the room as they wrestled with doubt, yet a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts. "A box of raw stones, you say?" "Yao Yao. Tomorrow we shall eliminate the zombies in Songshi Ancient Town," Coldy declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 129. The autumn harvest. The zombie virus had tormented them for years, leaving them in a state of neither living nor dead, long ungoverned and exploited by the powerful. If there were a chance to be cured, he would willingly part with not just a box of raw stones, but even 10 boxes to give it a try. Lin Xiyao nodded in agreement. The zombie menace in Songshi Ancient Town has yet to be eradicated, and Lin Yi's willingness to lead the Qi-Ing team in the extermination effort is indeed fortuitous. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's declaration, the members of the Shadow Team nodded in agreement, silently vowing to begin accumulating primordial stones from this day forth. Consequently, the Shadow Team set forth to eliminate the zombies in Songshi Ancient Town. "I assure you, as long as there are sufficient primordial stones, the toxins within you can undoubtedly be resolved," Lin Xiyao solemnly promised. The Shadow Guards were instantly invigorated, their eyes shining with fervor and determination. "Kill zombies. Seize primordial stones." Lin Xiyao gazed intently at Lin Xiyao, a wave of unfamiliarity washing over him. Is this truly his timid sister, who once trembled at the slightest provocation? Noticing Lin Xiyao gaze, Lin Xiyao gently patted Lung Yi's shoulder, signaling him to let her down. Lung Yi, you lead them outside first. Lung Yi cast a glance at Lin Xiyao and nodded slightly. The reunion of siblings naturally brought forth much to discuss, and he felt it inappropriate to linger. Though he yearned to remain by Lin Xiao's side at all times, true affection necessitates respect and the granting of personal space. Once they departed, Lin Xiao smiled softly. "Brother, Yao Yao," he responded, and at the sound of her voice, Lin Xiyao could no longer contain himself, rushing forward to embrace Lin Xiao tightly. What was he thinking? This is his sister. Years without his protection must have made Lin Xiao's life exceedingly difficult. It is only natural that her character has evolved. It's all right now. Lin Xiao reassured him, holding him close and gently patting his back, soothing him with the promise that all past troubles have faded and brighter days lie ahead. Lin Xiyao eyes glistened with unshed tears as he affirmed, "From now on, I will be here. No one will ever bully you again." In that moment, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having a brother. At least someone cared, someone would protect her. They conversed for quite a while. Since being sold to the laboratory, Lin Xiao's memories had become rather hazy. However, he recalled vividly the events leading up to his abduction. He had indeed sought employment, only to be betrayed by a so-called friend. The mastermind, Li Datong, is already dead, Lin Xiao stated coldly, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in her eyes. Lin Xiyao was taken aback. From a young age, Lin Xiao had been timid, too fearful to even crush an ant. He could hardly fathom the changes in her since his disappearance. A wave of regret and sorrow flooded Lin Xiao's heart. It was all his fault for not protecting his sister. "Yao Yao, I will never leave you again," he vowed. The following morning, Lung Yi and the 6 others headed directly to Songshi ancient town, even taking refuge on the outskirts as the vanguard in the battle against the zombies. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao meticulously organized the personnel at the base. The shadow team consisted of 6 members from Qiying, with Lung Yi as the leader and Lin Xiyao as the deputy leader, forming the most formidable squad within the base. The Yang team, comprising 8 mercenaries from Anyuan, was led by Su Xiaoyang, who managed mercenary tasks and the construction of defensive structures. The Xian team, consisting of 7 members from Chu Mingxuan's former unit, was commanded by Fang Wan, who oversaw all matters within the base and community, including logistics, storage, and daily operations. Lastly, there were the residents of the base. The relatives of the Anyuan mercenaries number in the dozens, tasked with the cultivation, livestock rearing, and processing operations at the base. Ultimately, Lin Xiao established a specialized unit known as the Qing Team, which currently comprises only Qingyi. This team primarily consists of pilots and drivers, as both aircraft and helicopters necessitate skilled aviators. The Qing Team also seeks to recruit additional members, with Qing Yi appointed as the captain, entrusted with selecting and training residents from a base. A comprehensive categorization of personnel is underway as the base is gradually taking shape, though it still lacks medical staff, educators, researchers, and other essential roles. These sectors will be supplemented in due course, with Lin Xiao maintaining absolute authority over all teams. As autumn harvest season approached, the time had come to gather the crops. "Everyone, come and lend a hand," Lin Xiao called out early in the morning as she made her way to the planting area. Fang Wan, accompanied by all the residents, including the mercenaries from the Yang team, busied themselves in the fields, harvesting rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. As the leader of the base, Lin Xiao felt it imperative to observe this significant event. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Huang Huzi, wielding a sickle, promptly emerged from the rice paddies. Age has caught up with me. I can no longer bend my back," he lamented. Lin Xiao chuckled. "Where's the bending? You're just being lazy." Caught in his own thoughts, Huang Huzi smiled sheepishly. "A businessman like me has never engaged in such labor. It's beyond my capabilities." "What about the situation on the Qinxing side?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Rest assured, all traces have been meticulously erased. Upon receiving her directive, Huang Huzi immediately surmised that Lin Xiyao was facing difficulties. Otherwise, she would never part with the hard-earned general store, which was her prized possession. Thus, he hastily sold off the store's inventory and discreetly transported the stockpiled food away. As for the mercenary guild, Huang Huzi managed to sever ties, erasing all records of the Tomorrow mercenary group. Lin Xiao nodded appreciatively, acknowledging his resourcefulness. Indeed, experience prevails. Don't call me that. It sounds like a pet name. Huang Huzi retorted, visibly displeased. He then composed himself and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Gazing at the golden fields, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. "How about converting the general store into a grain shop?" "A grain shop?" Huang Huzi's expression shifted in surprise. "You mean to sell grain?" "But grain is hard to sell. The poor cannot afford it, and the rich have no need for it." Lin Xiao shook her head in disagreement. "Old Huang, are you aware that during this mercenary competition, all gathering places received allocations from the city?" Huang Huzi nodded, prompting Lin Xiao to continue. "So, do you think they will launch a counteroffensive into the city and settle there? Or will they simply seize the supplies and depart?" Without hesitation, Huang Huzi responded, "They will undoubtedly take the supplies and leave. To inhabit the city and establish new defenses is no simple task, and they must first cleanse it of the zombies." Indeed, Lin Xiao mused softly. She realized she had misjudged one aspect and had come to comprehend the true intentions of the Dongyan society. The denizens of the wasteland had become complacent, long since relinquishing their fantasies of the city. What they received was merely a meager collection of supplies. And this was the prevailing sentiment among all. The Eastern Research Society capitalizes on this opportunity, eliminating zombies in populated areas and subsequently establishing their research stations. Much like the secret chambers she had discovered, such as the electronics factory, in a gathering place, several hundred mercenaries can simultaneously mobilize to clear a large factory of zombies without difficulty, once they have eradicated the undead and removed the necessary supplies. The members of the Eastern Research Society will install surveillance and create hidden rooms within. When a new wave of zombies infiltrates the electronics factory, they become subjects of study. Each evolution is meticulously documented, and, intriguingly, the researchers from the society may even subtly influence the situation behind the scenes. As the autumn harvest approaches, how will they manage the situation when the organization sends personnel into the city to seize resources? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the bearded man pondered for a moment before applauding in agreement. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Winter is fast approaching, and even if the safe zone has ample reserves of grain, it will be challenging to sustain an entire winter. At that point, those in power will have no choice but to pay exorbitant prices for food. This business opportunity is ripe for exploitation. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, eager to open a grain shop immediately. Yet his thoughts only grazed the surface. Lin Xiao gazed skyward, musing, "Yes, winter is nearing. With the relentless snow and absence of sunlight, what will happen to the famished zombies that have endured hunger for an entire year? They will ruthlessly assault human strongholds, leading to wave after wave of zombie tides, facing both the bitter cold and the threat of the undead. This winter will be arduous indeed. Lin Xiao, where shall we set up shop this time?" After a moment of silence, the bearded man could not restrain his curiosity. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao replied, "The Leaf family. If we are to exploit someone, let it be the most arrogant and our adversary, the four great families. We shall make our move against the Leaf family first." "The Leaf family? That is a fine choice. It was a bit far from here. I will make preparations and set off immediately." The bearded man was action-oriented. Once a target was confirmed, he was ready to proceed without delay. Lin Xiao waved her hand, urging him to be patient. "This time, let Qingyi take you there." "Qingyi? By helicopter?" "Yes. Ha, splendid. I won't have to traverse mountains and valleys as a porter anymore." The bearded man laughed heartily, but Lin Xiao inadvertently noticed a few strands of white hair at his temples. Over the past 6 months, he had endured much hardship. "Old Huang, this time, hire a couple more assistants so you won't tire yourself out too much." Hearing Lin Xiao's heartfelt words, the bearded man was somewhat taken aback, feeling touched. Yet he waved it off nonchalantly. I'm still capable. By the way, speaking of hiring, that girl from the G family mentioned yesterday that she wanted to accompany me to see the shop. At this, Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow. Yuvensu? Yes. Understood. Lin Xiyao nodded. In recent months, she had spent little time at the base and was unaware of how Wansu was faring. With this in mind, Lin Xiyao made her way towards the hillside village, as she had rarely visited the planting area since the management of the Fangwu commune due to health reasons. By now, Wansu should have delivered his meal. Gee Wansu, I told you to leave. Why are you so shameless? Do not bother me. The angry shouts of Fangwu echoed as Lin Xiyao entered the village. With a slight furrow in her brow, she pondered how, after all this time, Fangwu still treated Wansu in such a manner. Soon, a petite figure dashed out of a house, sprinting towards the back of the village. Observing this, Lin Xiyao hurriedly followed. Ji Wansu had reached the bamboo forest behind the village, where she hid among the trees, weeping loudly. Hearing the sound of Ji Wansu's deep sorrow, Lin Xiyao felt a pang in her heart. Wansu. Startled, Ji Wansu looked up, and upon seeing Lin Xiyao, she hurriedly wiped away her tear-streaked face. Yao Yao, why are you here? Lin Xiyao sat beside Ji Wansu and gently replied, I heard from the old man with a yellow beard that you wish to accompany him to the shop, so I came to inquire. Can I really go? Yes. Wansu, what I said yesterday was just in anger. If I truly leave, what will happen to my brother and Fangwu? Ji Wansu spoke cautiously. Lin Xiyao cast her a glance and softly asked, How are things between you and Fangwu? Quite well. Lin Xiyao retorted. Well enough to come to this bamboo forest to cry every day. That's not it, Yao Yao. I just... Ji Wansu desperately attempted to deny it, but as the grievances of the past 6 months flooded her mind, words eluded her and tears streamed down her cheeks. Ji Wansu refrained from detailing how Fangwu treated her. All her frustrations coalesced into a single lamentation. Yao Yao, am I truly so useless? With a sigh, Lin Xiyao wrapped her arms around the weeping Ji Wansu. She recalled the first time they met, when Ji Wansu wore a brilliant smile, radiating optimism despite the harshness of life. Yet now, alas, the hardest debt to repay in this world is that of human emotions. Wansu, whatever decision you make, I will support you. My only wish is for your happiness and joy. Lin Xiyao spoke softly. Wansu, I thought time would heal everything. I believed Fangwu would improve, but I did not foresee that the longer I stayed by his side, the more he loathed me. Ji Wansu sobbed, pouring out all her grievances. She did not mind caring for Fangwu even if he were to be crippled. Yet, his disdain extinguished her belief in persevering. It's all right. Wansu, the world is vast. You can explore beyond. There are many ways to make amends. Let's not burden ourselves, shall we? Lin Xiyao encouraged. All right. The following day, Ji Wansu departed with the old man, heading to the gathering place of Misty Huazhong, the stronghold of the Li family. The autumn harvest continued. Fangwu finally found peace, as no one troubled him anymore. On the 5th day of the harvest, most of the grain had been collected, and the granaries overflowed with rice, chicken, duck, fish, meat, and vegetables. What a bountiful season it was. Even as winter approached and cold winds threatened, she felt unafraid. Good morning, Chief of the Base. Good morning, Chief. Chief. After surveying the progress of the autumn harvest, Lin Xiyao proceeded to the greenhouse area, where the residents worked enthusiastically, greeting her warmly. In such frigid conditions, utilizing greenhouses for cultivation proved to be the most advantageous choice. After the autumn harvest tasks were nearly completed, Lin Xiyao dispatched several residents to construct greenhouses here. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the forest, followed by a tremendous crash at the defensive wall. The 5-meter-high barrier trembled violently, sending dust billowing into the air. What could possess such immense power? Lin Xiyao quickly focused her mind, entering the control room to monitor the situation outside the wall. The surveillance footage revealed a colossal adult brown bear beast relentlessly charging at the defensive barrier. Drones immediately engaged the beast, but were swiftly swatted away by its massive limbs, rendered inoperative. Little one, Xionglu. Lin Xiyao swiftly summoned the nearby beast to rush towards the defensive wall. After dispatching the drones, the brown bear beast renewed its assault on the barrier. At that moment, a white figure leaped over the wall, lunging at the brown bear beast. With a fierce howl, the wind wolf beast soared forward, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it pursued the brown bear beast, ready to tear into it. As the brown bear beast retreated, throwing punches and exuding an overwhelming aura, Lin Xiyao vaulted over the wall to witness the two beasts locked in a fierce struggle. Upon recognizing the brown bear beast's features, Lin Xiyao couldn't help but frown. It bore a striking resemblance to Xionglu. The latter stood beside her, now nearly 2 meters tall, having shed its previously endearing demeanor for a more menacing visage. Just as the wind wolf beast was fiercely biting down, Xionglu suddenly charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. The wind wolf beast was sent flying, emitting a pitiful and anguished cry. It had been betrayed by its ally. In the next instant, the wind wolf beast crashed heavily to the ground, trembling as it stood, its eyes glowing with a faint green light, signaling the impending unleashing of its ultimate move. Two foul bears must be dealt with, Lin Xiyao interjected, interrupting the wind wolf beast's attack. The crimson serpent hissed reproachfully at the aggrieved wind wolf beast. "You foolish creature, can't you see? It's one of your kin. How can you not recognize it? Being of the same kin matters little when compared to the bond forged through life and death," retorted the wind wolf beast. Nearby, the two brown bear beasts, one tall and one short, stared intensely at each other. Moments later, Xionglu charged at the brown bear beast, emitting a low whimper. Lin Xiyao began to piece together the identity of the brown bear beast. In an instant, Xionglu leapt into the arms of the brown bear beast, weeping like a child. The brown bear beast, too, could not conceal its sorrow, and they cried out in unison. Witnessing this, the wind wolf beast felt utterly perplexed, while the crimson serpent was moved to tears. Soon, Xionglu composed itself, casting a reluctant glance towards Lin Xiyao, the conflict evident in its eyes. Lin Xiyao waved her hand gently. "Go on." Reluctantly, Xionglu began to approach Lin Xiyao, only to be halted by the brown bear beast, which regarded her with unmistakable anger and suspicion. It did not trust humans. Xionglu a conflicté d'expression, torn between his attachment to Lin Xiyao and his fondness for the two beasts. However, his father had come personally to retrieve him. Lin Xiyao, wishing to alleviate Xiong Li's dilemma and recalling the words of Bear Mother, reluctantly acknowledged that the brown bear could provide superior care for Xionglu and teach him invaluable survival skills. After much internal struggle, Xionglu ultimately decided to follow his father, the brown bear, leaving Lin Xiyao to watch until he vanished from her sight. "Let us depart," she finally said. "If your kin come for you, you may leave as well." Upon hearing this, the wind wolf immediately clung to Lin Xiao's leg, playfully refusing to leave. The base offered ample food and drink, along with raw stones to absorb. Who would be foolish enough to leave such comforts? The red serpent echoed this sentiment, insisting, "I shall not depart, no matter what." As the month drew to a close, the biting cold of early winter arrived. Lin Xiyao took the opportunity to reinforce the base's defenses one last time before the onset of winter. On the first day of November, a cold front swept in, plunging temperatures below freezing. Snow began to fall, heralding the arrival of winter. Lin Xiyao distributed a batch of down jackets, thick quilts, and various warming items to the residents of the base free of charge, determined that her people would not suffer from hunger or cold. The residents were profoundly moved, and the leaders Yang, Xian, and Qing were left speechless with gratitude. Not only did they receive down jackets, but each was also given 2 sets of combat uniforms, with an ample supply of weapons and ammunition. "Captain Yang of the mercenary team, we cannot thank you enough," they expressed. "We are so fortunate to have come to the Tomorrow base with you. These jackets and weapons are beyond our wildest dreams." The mercenaries felt a surge of appreciation, while the residents, even those who were not mercenaries, found their lives significantly improved. The warmth of down jackets, gloves, and thick quilts was unimaginable. Merely having enough to eat was a blessing beyond measure. Lin Xiao's generosity earned her the unwavering affection of the residents. They would gladly toil under any conditions at the Tomorrow base, even to the point of exhaustion. As heavy snow fell, The zombie threat in Songshi ancient town remained, yet it had diminished significantly and posed little danger. At this moment, Lin Xiyao reclined comfortably in the air raid shelter, lounging on the sofa. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed in, and a figure darted towards her like lightning. Yao Yao, a hoarse voice filled with longing called out. Lin Xiyao quickly moved aside, and Lung Yi missed his target, collapsing onto the soft sofa. Yao Yao, after such a long time, do you not miss me? He transformed into a clingy pup, lunging once more towards Lin Xiyao. Lin Xiyao, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed her temples but softened upon seeing the weariness etched on Lung Yi's face, allowing him to embrace her. A chill swept across Lin Xiao's lips as Lung Yi sought her affection with urgency. Ahem, how improper, she remarked. Lung Yi, you insufferable wretch. A single light cough was swiftly followed by a torrent of vehement curses. Lin Xiao, recognizing the familiar voice, hastily pushed Lung Yi away, feeling a profound embarrassment and wishing for a hole to hide in. Brother, Lung Yi, release me at once. Lin Juanhao stormed in, seizing Lung Yi and pulling him aside. Lin Xiao slowly raised her eyes, only to find the members of the shadow team gathered at the doorway, their expressions rife with curiosity as they observed the commotion. Alas, my illustrious reputation, ruined, Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. After a considerable ruckus, Lin Juanhao finally pulled Lung Yi far enough away to cease the tumult. What is the situation in Songshi ancient town? Lin Xiao inquired softly as she settled onto the sofa. There's still a few thousand zombies remaining. The heavens are not in our favor. But if we had a few more days, we would surely eradicate the zombies in the ancient town, he replied. It's all right. You have all worked hard. Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively, her tone calm, as she gestured toward the coffee table, where several sets of battle attire, down jackets, and warm supplies materialized. How has the collection of raw stones fared? She asked. We have only gathered one box, Lung Yi replied, forcing down the restlessness within him as he presented the fruits of the past half-month. The question of who would receive the antidote posed a dilemma. Chapter 132. Awakening abilities. Gazing at the 2 bottles of pale blue potion on the table, every member of the shadow team exhibited an expression of yearning. The antidote. They craved it. To consume, it would mean liberation from their identities as red shadows. No longer would they be subject to bloodthirsty rages or external manipulations, nor would they endure the excruciating pain that had tormented them. Despite their fervent desire, none dared to voice their requests or make a move to seize it. All eyes turned to Lung Yi, for with only 2 bottles of antidote, they awaited his decision. After a brief silence, Lung Yi spoke. These 2 bottles of antidote shall be given to Lu San and Lin Juanhao. Upon hearing his words, the 3 who were not allotted the potion briefly displayed a hint of disappointment, yet their faces bore no trace of resentment. Lin Juanhao's expression flickered with surprise. He had never anticipated that Lung Yi would prioritize him. Lu San felt similarly. Then, Lung Yi continued. Given Lu San's advanced age and the diminishing time frame since the outbreak of the virus, it is prudent to administer the antidote to him first. Does anyone object? The group lowered their heads in silence. Lung Yi proceeded. As for Lin Juanhao, without Lin Xiao, we could not have procured the antidote even with the raw stones. Thus, it is only right that he receives the antidote as well. Do not despair. I assure you, the poison within your bodies can be cured. At this, the members slowly raised their heads. Indeed, as long as Lin Xiao was present, they would ultimately find a way to purify themselves. Yes, we trust Lord Long, Lin Juanhao acknowledged, realizing he was benefiting from Lin Xiao's influence. Nevertheless, he held a deep admiration for Lung Yi's manner of handling affairs, as he too was in need of the antidote. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Lin Xiao distributed the antidote to the 2 men. Lu San was the first to consume it. However, within a minute, he began to convulse violently, spewing black blood as he succumbed to a frenzy. In the next moment, Lu San, in a fit of madness, lunged towards his companions, a scene reminiscent of a viral outbreak. For a brief instant, several members of the Red Shadow cast a wary glance at Lin Xiao. Cold, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao, leading Lu San into an empty room to restrain him first. Lu San flailed and bit wildly, his crimson eyes gleaming with an eerie light, completely bereft of rationality, more frenzied than ever before. He clamped down on a red shadow member's shoulder, refusing to let go. With a thud, the frenzied Lu San was kicked away. Cold, he then placed his foot firmly on Lu San's head. Lu San thrashed violently, arching his back beneath Cold Yi's foot, his face pressed to the ground as he rubbed it frantically. Quick, came a sharp command. The others swiftly produced iron chains, skillfully binding Lu San and dragging him out of Lin Xiao's room. Seeing Lu San's bloodied face sent a chill down Lin Xiyao spine. So this is how he was taken away. How brutal. Lu San was confined within a cage, screaming and shaking the iron bars violently, the veins on his face bulging. This visage bore a resemblance to Cold E from that night, utterly deranged. If the virus could not be suppressed, he was likely to become a mere shell of his former self. The members of the Shadow Team appeared anxious, fists clenched tightly. Such an occurrence could only indicate that the antidote was ineffective. Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow. Wasn't the system supposed to be able to cure all toxins? Just then, the crimson hue in Lu San's eyes gradually faded, giving way to a deep blue that began to suffuse his pupils. Look, what is happening to Lu San? Lin Xiyao exclaimed, pointing at the cage. The group turned their gazes upward. A deep, resonant roar followed, and a torrent of water erupted from the cage. Boom! A deluge surged forth. Cold E pulled Lin Xiyao back quickly, raising his hand to conjure a protective energy shield. The room was drenched, leaving everyone but Lin Xiyao and Cold E soaked to the skin. As the water receded, they once again turned their attention to the iron cage, where Lu San wore a mischievous grin, his azure eyes glimmering with a light blue glow. My poison has been cured. Not only that, but I have also acquired water-based abilities, Lu San proclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The group stood frozen in disbelief, and moments later, several members rushed toward the cage with exhilaration. No way, the toxin is really gone? Damn it, Lu San, you soaked me. Incredible. He truly awakened his abilities. What a miraculous elixir. The members of the Shadow Team buzzed around the cage, as if witnessing a rare phenomenon, their excitement palpable. Open the cage first. Then we'll see. The crowd urged eagerly. Once released, Lu San approached Lin Xiyao, dropping to one knee. Base Commander, thank you. Your grace of rebirth is beyond repayment. From now on, if you direct me east, I shall not dare to go west. Through fire and water, wherever Lu San is needed, just say the word. Observing her devoted subordinate, who is eagerly professing loyalty, Lin Yi appeared displeased and surreptitiously pinched Lin Xiao's bottom. What are you doing? Lin Xiao exclaimed, taken aback by his brazen behavior. Lin Yi whispered, just wait and see, my dear. These hands of mine will inevitably be swayed by you. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that the antidote would prove to be so remarkably effective. Subsequently, both Lin Xiao and Lin Yi turned their attention to Lin Xiyao. I will enter the cage on my own. No need for you to kick me, he stated, willingly stepping inside and gulping down the antidote. Lin Yi sheepishly replied, how could I dare to kick my brother-in-law? Soon enough, Lin Xiyao began to exhibit symptoms of the corpse poison, but after detoxification, he awakened his earth-based abilities. This further validated that the antidote Lin Xiao had procured not only neutralized toxins, but also stimulated the latent powers within the Qiang. This miraculous potion was indeed extraordinary. With these two enhanced individuals, the combat strength of the Tomorrow base would surge significantly. Once the detoxification concluded, the group excitedly gathered around Lu San and Lin Xiyao to glean knowledge from them. Meanwhile, Lin Yi lingered beside Lin Xiao, lamenting, had I known the efficacy of that potion, I should have used it myself first. You performed admirably this time. Showing humility, Lin Xiao commended him. Is that so? Then may I visit your chamber tonight? He inquired, only to be met with a laugh and a resounding no, followed by a loud thud. Came a cry of distress. The group turned to see that Lin Xiao had already exited the room, leaving Lin Yi nowhere to be found. What just flew out? Someone asked, puzzled. I don't know, came the reply. Lu San, Is the detoxification process painful? They were all primarily concerned with the detoxification journey. No one seemed to care about Lin Yi's whereabouts. Chapter 133. Zombie tied outside. Snowflakes danced in the air. The air raid shelter remained temperate year-round, with Lin Xiyao often nestled in her room, enjoying the serene moments as the Tomorrow base welcomed its first new year. Thanks to the shelter's exceptional insulation, the fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse thrived splendidly. It was yet another bountiful harvest season. Residents donned their down jackets, busily tending to the greenhouse and livestock, weathering the cold snap with ease. However, life was far less favorable in other gathering places. Due to the rewards of this year's mercenary competition, the affluent in the safe zones, alongside mercenaries, had shifted their focus entirely to urban plunder, believing that the abundant cities would yield far more resources than the forests. To their dismay, the food and snacks they scavenged were mostly spoiled and expired, with only a meager supply of edible stored grains available. This directly resulted in a significant reduction of winter provisions across various gathering locations, yielding a substantial loss. Meanwhile, the lives of scavengers in the slums grew increasingly dire, with many succumbing to starvation. Ding ding. Lin Xiyao, the Li family has begun to purchase grains in bulk, offering quite a favorable price. Should we consider selling some? Lin Xiyao shook her head. Let us wait a few more days until the Li family finds themselves in dire straits. The man with the yellow beard hesitated. But I heard that the Li family is organizing a trading fair, inviting people from various gathering places to sell surplus grains. In this situation, who possesses surplus grain? The Eastern Research Society. The act of harvesting the chives is indeed clever. By organizing a mercenary competition, not only can they expand their research facilities, but they can also seize the opportunity to plunder the wealth of various families. Such a shrewd calculation. We need not worry about selling our grain. By the way, Old Huang, set up a porridge station and prepare rice porridge daily to distribute freely to the impoverished in the slums. Huang, taken aback, responded, doing good? Yes, it is a charitable deed. The lives of the poor matter as well. Now that Lin Xiyao possesses the means, every little bit helps. In whose name? The Tomorrow base's? Just then, a long arm encircled Lin Xiao's waist. Lin Yi embraced her from behind, sleepily peering over. Huang's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Lin Yi, bare-chested and appearing in Lin Xiao's bed, was something he could witness? In your personal name or that of the grain shop? Lin Xiao concluded, hastily hanging up the phone. Lin Yi, I am occupied. Xiao, is there anything more important than us having children? Lin Xiao nearly exploded in frustration as Lin Yi's icy lips pressed against hers. Women fear clingy men. Since removing his mask, Lin Yi has been persistently attached to Lin Xiao, undeniably needy. His cold demeanor is merely a fade, his composure a pretense. His true nature is that of a clingy person. On this day, Lin Xiao emerged from the air raid shelter, standing on the loft, gazing out over her territory. The formidable city walls and ominous arrow towers stood resolutely against the wind and snow, with a vast array of stable greenhouses unwavering amidst the storm. A satisfied smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. Though her domain may be modest, it suffices to sustain over 100 individuals in the base. Suddenly, the system's alert tone resonated. Ding! A large-scale zombie horde has been detected, advancing towards the base. The zombie horde is approaching. Lin Xiao's figure vanished from the loft, reappearing atop the arrow tower. Thunderous rumblings echoed in the distance. A dark torrent surged from the east, a massive wave of zombies converging from every city, gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Like a mudslide, they poured towards the western forest. Even from such a distance, Lin Xiao could feel the ground tremble beneath her, a formidable pressure filling the air. Attention, all residents of Tomorrow Base, please evacuate immediately to the air raid shelter. Soon, Lin Xiao's voice resonated through the base's loudspeakers. Residents, bring your supplies and valuables, and head to the air raid shelter. Members of the Shadow Team and Sun Team were instructed to rush to the warehouse to transport the stored grain. The Xian Team and Qing Team members immediately proceeded to the breeding farm. What is happening? Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the arrow tower, anxiously inquiring. See for yourself. Is that the zombie horde? Lin Xiao's expression turned grave. Indeed, judging by this situation, the horde will reach Banshan village within a day. Such a large-scale horde has never occurred in previous years. What's transpired this year? Regardless, let us take precautions. Lin Xiao cast a pained glance at the defenses of her territory. After much effort, the base had finally shown some signs of improvement. If a horde of zombies were to sweep through, it would be reduced to ruins once again. Despite all her calculations, no one could have predicted that after eliminating the nearby zombies, such a vast horde would emerge from other cities. A day later, a dark tide of zombies surged near Songxi ancient town. With a few remaining zombies in the town, this horde did not head towards Banshan village, but instead charged directly into the forest from the side of Songxi ancient town, perfectly avoiding any confrontation. Whether it was luck or fate remained uncertain. The earth-shattering roars of the zombies echoed across the sky. Along the way, zombies from every corner converged towards the sound. A massive throng that surged like tumultuous waves. Their bodies were covered in snowflakes, resembling snowmen as they moved mechanically and slowly forward. At the forefront of the horde stood a giant zombie over 3 meters tall, wielding a massive iron hammer, its eyes murky and beast-like, radiating a fierce glimmer. On its forehead, a vertical eye swayed with crimson pupils, surveying everything around it. It was a level 7 zombie king. The moment Lin Xiao beheld the giant zombie, her heart quivered involuntarily. Who would have thought that this overwhelming tide of zombies was instigated by a level 7 zombie king? What were its intentions? The densely packed horde of zombies, with their heads cocked and exhibiting strange gaits, pressed relentlessly into the forest, leaving no living creature in their wake. In the Lintong gathering area, upon receiving the news of Li Xiangnan's demise, Chen Kai swiftly led the Xingyao mercenary corps to seize control of the safe zone. A long-cherished ambition had finally come to fruition. He had ensnared Chu Mingxian, enduring humiliation while surviving under Li Xiangnan's reign. At last, Chen Kai had ascended to power. The Lintong gathering area was finally in his grasp. In this wasteland, survival was the name of the game. Let them bask in the limelight. The conflict between the clam and the snipe would only lead to their demise. Captain, it's bad. A massive horde of zombies is approaching our gathering area. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai, who had been indulging himself, froze in shock. He immediately sprang to his feet and rushed outside. Where is it? How can there be zombies? He had already reached the entrance of the slum. Standing on the villa balcony, he gazed outward, his face paling in an instant. A vast mass of zombies loomed, densely packed, with an estimate of over 10,000. Captain, what should we do? Hu Zhong looked at Chen Kai in terror. He had been a veteran of the Xingyao mercenary corps and had chosen to follow Chen Kai when Chu Mingxian had feigned death. After only a few days of good fortune, panic set in. Chen Kai, flustered, stammered, You hold them off for now. I'll gather my things and escape. We must buy some time. Chapter 134. Lack of insight. Hu Zhong looked at Captain Chen Kai in disbelief. Are you planning to abandon us and flee alone? Our loyalty to you is unwavering. In our pursuit to secure your position as the leader, we would not hesitate to turn against former comrades. I never implied that you should not accompany us. I merely need to gather my belongings. Hurry, take your people and hold the fort. Chen Kai forcefully pushed Hu Zhong outside and rushed into the bedroom, opening the safe. Weapons, raw stones, gold coins, these items must be taken. Indeed, there are also bread, biscuits, and rice in the kitchen. Watching Chen Kai focus solely on himself, Wu Zhong felt a chill of despair wash over him. If Chu Mingxian were still here, he would have rallied everyone to fight to the death. At the very least, he would have ensured everyone's retreat. But ultimately, they made the wrong choice. This Chen Kai is not worth following. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of malice flashed in Hu Zhong's eyes as he slowly withdrew his pistol. Bang! A shot rang out, and the women screamed, fleeing the villa. Chen Kai collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Hu Zhong. Hu Zhong, you have betrayed me. Do not forget who carried you out from the pile of corpses. Hu Zhong replied with a cold smile. Chu Mingxian saved you countless times. Did you not betray him as well? Why? Is it all for these possessions? The zombies are coming, and you cannot take them with you. Chun Kai desperately gathered the scattered raw stones and gold coins into his arms. Even in death, he could not bear to relinquish his wealth. Hu Zhong revealed a sorrowful, self-deprecating smile. I am not like you. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and Chun Kai lay motionless. Half an hour later, wails echoed throughout the gathering place. The Lindong gathering place had been completely annihilated. A relentless tide of zombies surged forward. It was not until the horde receded from the mountainside village that Lin Xiyao emerged from the air raid shelter, once again standing atop the Arrow Tower to survey the scene. The dark mass of zombies flowed like a river, splitting into numerous streams, each rushing in different directions. Lin Xiyao furrowed her brows in confusion. What could this mean? Why were they dispersing? Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. This was not a mere outbreak of zombies. They were drawn by the scent of the living. Revenge. This was the zombies' revenge. Lin Xiyao thought in horror. They possess awareness. Or rather, those leading the horde are conscious beings. Are they intent on exterminating all humans in the Eastern District? This is dire. At that moment, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted southwest, where the Li family gathering place was located. Huang Huzi and Ji Wansu were still there. Without a moment to lose, Lin Xiao quickly dialed Huang Huzi's number. Beep, beep, beep. No signal. The call could not connect. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lin Xiao leapt from the Arrow Tower, exclaiming, Qing Yi, take me to the Wuhua gathering place. Commander, in this weather, it is risky for a helicopter to take off. Find a way. I must reach the Wuhua gathering place as soon as possible, Lin Xiao stated with unwavering authority. The fates of other gathering places do not concern her. However, she must ensure the safety of her people. Team Yang, follow me. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao decided to leave a few members from the Shadow Team behind. With their protection surrounding the base, she felt a sense of reassurance. As they boarded, Lung Yi rushed in with 2 strange beasts, his expression filled with melancholy while the creatures gazed up with eyes full of grievance. Yao Yao, are you truly abandoning us to undertake the mission alone? Lin Xiao, preoccupied with her thoughts, responded curtly, since you're here, just take your seat. What's wrong? Noticing her demeanor, Lung Yi immediately subdued his expression, his voice turning grave. Wansu and Old Huang might be in trouble. Lung Yi gently attempted to console her. Do not worry too much. After all, they're not in the slums. The mercenary guild will ensure their safety. I hope so, Lin Xiao thought anxiously, her brows tightly knitted. It was her oversight. She had neglected to inform Old Huang to evacuate upon discovering the zombie tide yesterday. Soon, the helicopter ascended, flying towards the southwest. Xiao Wu, Wansa might be in danger. Aren't you going to check on her? Brother, even if I went, I couldn't help at all. Observing the dejected expression on Feng Wu's face, it was clear that worry filled his eyes, yet he chose to evade it. Sigh. Feng Wen sighed softly. Xiao Wu, if you miss Wansu, you will regret it for a lifetime. Feng Wu managed a faint smile. Brother, I have no regrets. I'm not in a position to provide her with happiness. She deserves someone better. Is that so? If one day you see her nestled in another man's embrace, will you truly not feel pain or regret? Xiao Wu, think it over. There is still time. Feng Wen earnestly patted Feng Wu's shoulder before turning to leave. Feng Wu lowered his gaze, despondent. Let us in to take shelter. We beseech you. Please open the door. At the fog gathering point, hundreds of mercenaries stood outside the safety zone, fervently pleading, with some even breaching the protective barrier, banging desperately on the closed gates. The zombie tide had already surged into the slums, and in less than half an hour, it would breach the mercenary guild. Allowing them entry now would still be timely. The head of the Li family had issued orders for all mercenary groups to exert their utmost efforts to exterminate the zombies. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the city walls. Why should we be the ones to eradicate the zombies? Indeed, we contributed to the protective barrier. Let us in. Dissenting protests resounded throughout the safety zone. Wansu, we must leave here. Observing the situation, Old Huang decisively pulled Ji Wansu away. The only way to survive now is to rush into the safety zone. Uncle Huang, where are we going? The store has a grain warehouse. We can hide there for a while. Do not worry. Lin Xiao will come to rescue us. Do not think about it. The people from the slums are merely an appetizer. The head of the Li family is counting on the mercenaries to engage in a deadly struggle with the zombies. He will not open the door, old Huang remarked with a scoff. Once the mercenaries exhaust the zombie strength, the head of the Li family will dispatch the guard team to annihilate this wave of zombies. This is what they call sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. At that moment, the voice from the wall rang out once more. Everyone, the head of the family has declared that for each zombie killed, a reward of 1 pound of rice will be given. For 10 zombies, a reward of 10 pounds of rice, and so forth, with a promise not to go back on his word. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries outside the safety zone fell silent, contemplating the incentive. Rewards, especially rice, sparked a glimmer of interest among them. All right, I shall undertake this task. However, our family must seek refuge in the safe zone. Indeed, as long as the safety of our loved ones is assured, these mercenaries are willing to fight with fervor. The gates of the safe zone cannot be opened, so let them hide beneath the city walls, which are relatively secure. Upon hearing this, Ji Wansu halted in her tracks, her face alight with excitement. Uncle Huang, we can hide by the city walls. Oh, you foolish girl, he replied with a sigh. If the Li family truly wished to protect them, they would not allow them to hide beneath the walls. We must hurry. Uncle Huang, resigned, regarded the naive girl, aware of her susceptibility to deception. Remember, relying on others is no match for self-reliance. Chapter 135. The rescue of Ji Wansu. However, when the cellar was initially constructed, the design of its door allowed it to be locked only from the outside. If the cellar door were not secured, the zombies lurking outside would surge in at any moment. Wansu, you must remain here, and above all, do not make a sound. Wait for Lin Xiyao to come for you while I secure the door, Uncle Huang instructed, a flicker of determination shining in his eyes. Aged and weary, he wished to grant the opportunity to survive to the younger generation, believing it to be the noblest sacrifice. No, Uncle Huang, you cannot go out, she implored. Please listen to me. I have but one request. Take care of the white rat for me. With a heavy heart, Uncle Huang reluctantly placed the creature into Ji Wansu's arms. Old friend, do not be picky about your food. Be obedient. Suddenly, the chilling cries of the undead and their mournful wails echoed around them. The cacophony of footsteps grew ever closer, causing the cellar to tremble, with dust cascading down. The horde of zombies had breached the mercenary guild. Time was of the essence. Resolutely, Uncle Huang climbed out of the cellar. Uncle Huang, just as the door was about to close, a flash of white darted out. Uncle Huang, both moved and exasperated, exclaimed, "Why did you come out?" At that moment, a tall, gaunt zombie lunged at him, claws bared. Swiftly, the white rat sprang into action, deftly leaping and using its sharp claws to strike down the approaching undead. Little White. Uncle Huang turned, watching the rat land, anxiety flooding his heart. Yet, in the next instant, he was rendered speechless. Behind him loomed a mass of zombies, their grayish-white eyes glinting with a ravenous hunger as they lunged toward him with ferocity. Despair washed over Uncle Huang, and he closed his eyes. There was no escape. Drip, drip. Streams of vivid crimson blood began to seep through the cracks above the cellar. Uncle Huang. Ji Wansu stifled her cries, tears streaming down her face. Uncle Huang had willingly sacrificed himself to save her, and she could not utter a sound. Bam! Bam! Charge! Kill! The shouts of the mercenaries erupted above, accompanied by the crack of gunfire and the growls of zombies. The chaos above intensified, and Ji Wansu curled into a corner, her eyes red and helpless as tears flowed freely. When a helicopter arrived, the foggy gathering place had already devolved into a mountain of corpses. The once radiant crystal shield now dimmed. Wails of anguish echoed from below. Lin Xiyao felt a tightening in her chest as she gazed at the dense swarm of zombies, reminiscent of ants. Had she arrived too late? The base leader believes the safe zone remains intact. Huang and the others should still have a glimmer of hope. Su Shuang spoke solemnly. Lin Xiyao furrowed her brows. Moments ago, she had received a location from Huang, which was not within the safe zone, but rather amidst the throng of zombies. Regardless of the circumstances, she had come this far. She had to investigate. You need not descend. I shall go alone. As her words fell, Lin Xiyao hoisted her parachute pack and leaped from the helicopter into the fierce currents of air. Yao Yao, Lin Yi shouted, following her plunge. Captain, what should we do? A member of Team Yang inquired anxiously, watching the two leap one after the other. Su Xiaoyang glanced below and responded. The base leader fears we may not withstand those zombies. That jumping down would be a futile sacrifice. Everyone, follow their lead and be ready to assist the base leader. He then pointed to the open area outside the slums. The zombie tide had surged beyond the safe zone, and the zombies left behind in the slums were fewer after the onslaught. Stay close to me. Understood. Soon, several white parachute packs unfurled gracefully in the air. Awoo! The wind wolf beast howled anxiously. Had they forgotten there were still two beasts aboard the helicopter? The closer Lin Xiyao descended, the more alarming the scene became. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the streets were teeming with zombies, leaving no safe landing spot. At that moment, she spotted a rooftop, remarkably close to her destination. Lin Xiyao maneuvered her parachute toward the rooftop. Roar! Roar! Many zombies, drawn by the scent, tilted their heads upward, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they spotted Lin Xiyao, mouths agape in a cacophony of roars. A pie from the sky, they yearned to cease their struggles, merely wishing to lie back and wait for the pie to drop into their mouths. Whoosh! Whoosh! Unfortunately, the two parachutes landed sequentially on the rooftop. How did you follow me? Lin Xiyao asked, astonished, as she removed her parachute, gazing at Lin Yi. How could I not follow you? Lin Yi's tone was icy, visibly angered by Lin Xiao's reckless venture without a word of warning. What else could he do but accompany her? Even if you turn to bones, would you still marry me? Even if you turn to ash, I would still marry you. Lin Xiao replied, very well. There is no time for such discussions now. Let us move. The streets below were teeming with zombies, and the rooftops offered the only semblance of safety. Fortunately, the mercenary guild's buildings were all single-story, with close spacing between them. The two dashed across the rooftops, the frenzied roars of the zombie horde below following their every move. Suddenly, a gaunt, filthy female zombie leaped onto the rooftop, blocking their path. Dressed in tattered spaghetti straps, her exposed skin bore the marks of countless bites, and her decayed wounds had long since dried. A ferocious female zombie bared her abyssal maw and lunged towards the two individuals. Just as she was about to close the distance, droplets of moisture materialized in the air. With a sharp sound, the droplets shot forth at high velocity, piercing through the zombie's skull. The two, undeterred, continued their frenzied sprint. Upon reaching the rooftop of a grain storage, they leapt down. With swift precision, they dispatched their foes, one with a knife, another with a sword. Lin Xiyao and Lin Yi, their combat prowess nearly invincible, found these ordinary zombies to be mere trifles. Before the cellar, a horde of zombies feasted upon the remains of a corpse, the scene grotesquely drenched in blood. Lin Xiao's heart surged with indignation as she beheld the scattered white fur and the bloodied bones of a rat. The realization struck her. The gnawed remains beside it belonged to Huang Huzi, known for his inseparable bond with rodents. Rage coursed through her veins. How dare they take his life? A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her. In an instant, her eyes reddened with fury, brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Just moments ago, Huang Huzi had shared laughter with her, and now he was gone. The only thing in her gaze was a fierce desire for vengeance. How could you dare to kill him? One powerful attack after another unleashed, leaving the zombies outside the cellar utterly defenseless, obliterated before they could even react. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao detected faint breaths emanating from within the cellar. Ji Wansu was trapped inside. With a decisive nod, Lin Yi forcefully kicked open the cellar door, rescuing Ji Wansu from her plight. However, the commotion attracted a swarm of zombies. Yao Yao, Uncle Huang. Ji Wansu sobbed uncontrollably, filled with terror and guilt. Wansu, we must leave this place at once. With no time to spare, the three of them sprinted towards the open area outside the slums. At that very moment, a majority of zombies surged toward the city wall, leaving hundreds of mercenaries to meet a grim fate, devoured by the horde. Their family members had unwittingly become bait for the relentless undead. Help! Don't come near us. Master, save us. The dense throng of zombies lunged at the panicked crowd, who fled in terror, only to be overtaken by the grotesque and decaying creatures. The scene outside the city wall was nothing short of hellish. Suddenly, the gates of a safe zone swung open with a thunderous crash. Explosions erupted as cannon fire rained down upon the advancing horde. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught. The Lee family's guard had intervened, not out of compassion for the ordinary citizens, but rather because once the bait was exhausted, the zombies would turn their ravenous attention towards the safe zone. Damn it, I knew that old fox from the Lee family had ulterior motives. How could he feign such kindness? He has been lying in wait, using us as bait to reap the benefits. Curse you, old witch, your day of reckoning will come. Amidst the chaos, a voice of cursing echoed beneath the city wall. As Lin Xiyao sprinted forward, she abruptly halted her steps. Coldy, you take Wansu and leave immediately. Lin Xiyao, what are you planning to do? She turned and dashed toward the city wall. Just as the frantic Cold E shouted in anger, unable to stop her. Cold E, perhaps you should pursue Yao Yao. I'll be fine, Ji Wansu timidly suggested, suddenly feeling an icy chill sweep over her. So cold. Silence. Were it not for your friendship with Lin Xiyao, I would end you right now. Cold E seethed through clenched teeth, grabbing Ji Wansu and propelling her towards the open ground without a hint of compassion. You are a burden, a useless hindrance. If Ji Wansu's presence causes Lin Xiyao any harm, I will ensure she pays the price. Ji Wansu turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. This is bad. Cold E is furious. Moments later, Su Xiaoyang and his men were embroiled in a fierce battle on the open ground. Su Xiaoyang, take her and get out now, a frigid voice commanded. The next instant, a scream pierced the air. Ji Wansu soared through the air like a projectile, flung by Cold E. He tossed her aside as effortlessly as one would discard an object. Did he not fear that she might die from his throw rather than the zombies? Oh dear, I have never encountered such a man. Is Lin Xiao aware of Cold Yi's heartless brutality? Meanwhile, below the city wall, a man held a baby tightly in his arms, retreating against the backdrop of roaring flames. Could he ultimately escape death? Despair enveloped him as he cradled the child. Just then, whoosh, a series of slicing sounds echoed through the chaos. Amidst the gunfire and the growls of the undead, a figure soared into the air, heading toward the walls. Lin Xiao, the man exclaimed in joy. She has come. We are saved. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, scattering the zombies that stood before Lin Xiao. Old Huang, how wonderful! Lin Xiao rushed to the base of the wall, eyes gleaming with excitement as she beheld the unscathed Old Huang. Tears streamed down Old Huang's face. Within a single day, he had escaped death twice. Overwhelmed by a mix of despair and joy, he struggled to find words. Boom! At that moment, a shell exploded outside the city wall, shaking the ground violently, sending countless fragments crashing down upon the horde of zombies. The Lee family had destroyed the wall. Were they attempting to crush the zombies with boulders? Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xiao and Old Huang were teleported to safety. Old Huang, is this child your illegitimate son? Now temporarily safe. Lin Xiao gazed curiously at the infant in the swaddling cloth, whose face was flushed and who wailed loudly. Ah, yes. No, no. Old Huang clumsily attempted to soothe the baby, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Lin Xiao, can I raise him? Lin Xiao nodded. As the shopkeeper and a skilled earner, how could she refuse such a modest request from Old Huang? Yet, she found it perplexing. Old Huang had never been known for his kindness. Why would he choose to take in a small child? Observing the confusion in Lin Xiao's eyes, the man with the yellow beard sighed and spoke. The child's father perished in an attempt to save me. You refer to the area outside the cellar? Indeed. At that moment, a horde of zombies surged forth, and I believe my fate was sealed. Unexpectedly, in that dire hour, a frail man charged recklessly into the throng of the undead. He declared that had it not been for the grain shop providing porridge, he and his child would have long succumbed to starvation. In his endeavor to shield me, the yellow-bearded man, choked on his words. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a weight settle upon her heart. A small act of kindness can elicit a profound response. Due to the benevolence of the yellow-bearded man, the man had resolutely placed himself in harm's way. Yet, upon further reflection, She resolved to treat him with utmost kindness moving forward, gently patting the yellow-bearded man's shoulder. She spoke softly. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the man's helplessness, despair, reluctance, and inner turmoil. Who among the living does not wish to survive? Yet he and his child could not endure. He chose to barter his life in exchange for the yellow-bearded man's compassion, hoping to secure a fleeting chance at survival for his child. After all, the yellow-bearded man was the proprietor of the grain shop. Should he survive this zombie onslaught, his child would no longer have to worry about sustenance. The battle against the zombie tide continued, and the guard squad suffered substantial losses, having destroyed a significant portion of the city walls before finally vanquishing all the undead. This precarious victory was achieved at great cost. Lin Xiyao, along with the yellow-bearded man, rejoined the others, their rescue mission accomplished. Lin Xiyao, here is the invitation to the Leaf Family Trading Conference. She was handed an ornate envelope. It is scheduled for 7 days hence. However, given the current circumstances, it seems few gatherings will be in attendance. Lin Xiyao pondered as she accepted the invitation. The recent zombie outbreak had caught many communities off guard, resulting in severe casualties. Small enclaves faced near certain annihilation. Yet the 4 prominent families and some larger communities were likely to endure, much like the Leaf family. Therefore, the trading conference would undoubtedly proceed as planned. I shall remain, Lin Xiyao instructed. Very well. Soon, a helicopter descended onto the open ground, whisking away Su Xiaoyang and the others. Only Lung Yi and 2 exotic beasts remained. Master, I just witnessed a helicopter take flight, the assistant beside the Leaf family patriarch quietly reported. Indeed, I saw it as well. Perhaps it was a rescue party from another family. Instruct the team to clean up the battlefield. All corpses must be incinerated, and preparations for the trading conference in 7 days must be made, the patriarch commanded solemnly. The recent wave of zombies had inflicted severe losses on the Leaf family, depleting years' worth of ammunition, destroying their fortified walls, and leaving their food supplies to last no more than 10 days. The community's inexpensive labor force had also been significantly diminished. The Leaf family found themselves cornered, desperately hoping for salvation from the impending trading conference. Ah, the assistant replied, in such circumstances, would the Danyan Association send aid? Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Leaf family furrowed his brow. The Danyan Association is known for appearing as saviors, seizing the opportunity amidst calamity. Just wait and see. They will undoubtedly arrive. In the depths of his thoughts, Elderly harbored suspicions that the current zombie tide might be the machinations of the Eastern Research Society. Chapter 137. The Space Ability User. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a colossal, snow-white wolf beast raced through the blizzard. On its back sat two individuals bundled up tightly. Weren't we supposed to remain at the misty gathering for the trading event? Where are we headed in such a fierce storm? With 7 days until the trading event, an unsettling feeling gripped me. This zombie tide seemed rather peculiar. Let us follow it and see. Suddenly, as they conversed, a decayed arm emerged from the snow ahead. A zombie, its face pallid beneath a blanket of snow, awkwardly raised itself with a stiff motion. It abruptly opened its murky gray eyes, releasing a guttural roar, its gaping maw widening ominously. In that instant, a frenzied glint ignited in its eyes as crimson blood trickled from the corners of its mouth, propelling it towards the winged wolf beast. Delivery has arrived. To their astonishment, in the brief moment of respite, fresh prey had unwittingly presented itself. How fortunate! The winged wolf beast flashed a cold glare, unleashing a powerful blade of wind. In an instant, the zombie's head was cleaved in two, dark crimson blood splattering across the ground, revealing a second-tier crystal that fell to the earth. Lin Xiyao reached down to retrieve the crystal, praising the winged wolf beast. My little one is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the small red snake nuzzled against Lin Xiao's arm in displeasure, feeling equally impressive, though it was merely cold. Half a day later, the frigid wind carried an overwhelming scent of blood, while the snow was littered with severed limbs and splattered, vibrant red stains. Little one, halt! Lin Xiao suddenly commanded, and the speeding wind wolf beast skidded to a stop. What is it? There are people ahead, Lin Xiao replied, her expression alert. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi remarked, there should be a small gathering of over 1,000 individuals ahead. Could there be survivors? Lin Xiyao shook her head. I am uncertain. But does a gathering of merely 1,000 warrant a diversion of the zombie tide to annihilate it? Or is it merely a coincidence? Let's go take a look. Lin Xiyao dismounted and began to advance towards the gathering. As they drew closer, the scene in the snow became increasingly horrific. Scattered were the gnawed, blood-stained remains, with grotesque bones laid bare, the ground soaked in deep crimson, and pieces of flesh, hair, and disfigured entrails scattered about. It was utterly brutal. Just then, a loud thud resonated ahead, as if a heavy object had fallen. Lin Xiyao pulled Lin Yi swiftly behind a tree trunk. Though he was puzzled by the need for concealment, the softness of the hand he held brought him quiet joy. In that moment, a woman appeared in their line of sight, swathed in a heavy down jacket that made her resemble a dumpling. She exuded an air of arrogance. Her gaze filled with disdain regardless of where it fell. You all hurry up. I'm freezing to death. Yes, several respectful voices echoed in response. Soon, from men clad in black, their eyes a fiery red and their faces devoid of expression, emerged carrying several large bags. The red shadows. Lin Xiyao felt a jolt in her heart, while a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yi's cold gaze. To her surprise, even in this remote and impoverished settlement, she encountered 4 red shadows. What were they searching for? The second young lady, everything is already here. With a soft hum, the woman leisurely approached a towering pile of burlap sacks. In an instant, the mound of burlap vanished as if it had never existed. Lin Xiyao gasped. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. Space manipulators. Having traversed the wasteland for several months, this was the first time she had encountered another space manipulator. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Lin Xiyao might have thought she was the only one in the world possessing such an ability. Who were they? After gathering the supplies, the woman accepted a handkerchief from one of her companions and disdainfully wiped the dust off her gloves. The food in these small settlements is truly scarce. To have to come here personally for such a meager amount is quite unfortunate. While she wiped, she muttered her grievances, and the 4 men beside her remained silent, like automatons. Lin Xiyao pondered. Are they taking advantage of the chaos? Following in the wake of the zombie tide, waiting for the settlement to fall before looting the supplies? The woman replied, so dull, so uninteresting. It's about time. Let us head to the Wuhua settlement. Discarding the handkerchief, she turned and walked toward the settlement's exit. At that moment, Lin Yi lightly nudged Lin Xiyao. They are from the Dongyan Association. Lin Xiyao raised an eyebrow. Do you know them? No. Their combat uniforms bear the Dongyan Association's insignia. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's mind sparked with insight. The outbreak of zombies, the destruction of the small settlement. Was someone trailing behind to scavenge the food? Could it be that the Dongyan Association, lacking supplies, concocted such a cunning scheme ahead of the upcoming trade fair? How hypocritical. A mischievous smile curled on Lin Xiao's lips. If they succeeded in seizing this batch of food, she was curious to see how the Dongyan Association would manage to win over the various families afterward. Leaning close to Lin Yi's ear, Lin Xiao whispered her plan. Lin Yi, blushing, felt a flutter in his heart, a trace of frustration flickering in his eyes. He was being used as a pawn, yet there was no choice. He had to indulge his woman. In a flash, Lin Yi appeared magnificently before the woman. As she recognized him, her eyes lit up. Lin Yi? Ha ha! What a stroke of luck. I never imagined you would escape to this place. Father has been searching for you everywhere. Seize him, the woman excitedly commanded, exuding an air of confidence. To her, with the red shadow's advantage of 4 against 1, Lin Yi was as good as captured. With a crisp sound of a sword unsheathing, a blade of light shot toward the 4. Lin Yi was the first to strike. The 4 men swiftly drew their weapons and charged toward him. Chapter 138. The trade fair amidst the swirling snowflakes and the glint of blades. Lin Yi stood resolutely against the assault of 4 red shadows, showing no signs of faltering. At that moment, the wind wolf beast joined the fray, its target clear as it lunged at one adversary, gradually forcing that individual back towards the periphery of the battlefield. With the odds now 3-1, the pressure eased significantly. Lin Yi brandished his long sword, swiftly dispatching one of the red shadows, causing a dramatic shift in the tides of battle. Observing this turn of events, the woman clad in a down jacket bit her lip in frustration. Without hesitation, she abandoned a few of her companions and fled into the woods. The outcome was already determined. She had not anticipated the terrifying strength of Lin Yi, nor the presence of such a formidable beast at his side. Fortunately, her snowmobile was parked not far away, and upon her escape, she would certainly have her father send reinforcements to encircle Lin Yi. Soon, the woman caught sight of the snowmobile. Freedom was within reach. Just then a cool, feminine voice pierced the air. "This path is mine, and this tree is also mine. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." "Who?" The woman halted, her gaze darting around with caution. In an instant, Lin Xiyao leaped down from the trees, cradling the crimson serpent beast, a mischievous grin adorning her face. "This beautiful lady wants to pass through here? A fee is required, you know." "Impertinent. Do you know who I am? You dare to rob me?" The woman seethed, nearly spitting blood in her fury, her voice sharp as she glared at Lin Xiyao. She was in the midst of a desperate escape, and now this audacious individual had appeared. Truly, it was a case of the weak being bullied by the strong. Lin Xiyao smiled coldly, regardless of who wishes to pass. "Payment is mandatory. You're seeking death." Seeing Lin Xiao's brazen demeanor, the woman could no longer afford to conceal her whereabouts. She retrieved a handgun from her space and fired decisively. Bang! A bullet hurtled towards Lin Xiyao with alarming speed. However, in the next moment, a blinding white light erupted, a searing flame surging towards the woman. "Ah!" The woman screamed, instinctively retreating and flailing her arms in panic. Has it exploded? Just then, a heavy object landed on her shoulder, accompanied by a hissing sound that sent chills down her spine. Stopping in terror, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. "Ah, snake!" she shrieked. As she prepared to jump back, Lin Xiao's voice rang out. "I advise you not to move. If you make a single move, my little red will immediately sever your neck." As her words fell, the crimson serpent beast opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs as its blood-red tongue flicked menacingly against the woman's fair skin, a blatant threat. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao unscathed, the woman's pupils contracted in shock. She realized she had encountered a formidable opponent, unfazed by bullets and accompanied by a mystical beast. This was not a foe she could contend with. With pursuers behind her and a roadblock ahead, a tremor coursed through her body, and her tone softened. "W, what do you want?" Lin Xiao fixed her gaze intently on the woman, disappointment flickering in her eyes. "Pathetically weak. It seems you're not a Soul Devourer, merely an ability user with spatial powers. Now the toll, please. I, a member of the Eastern Research Society, demand to know how you dare to confront me." Lin Xiao feigned surprise as she spoke. The Eastern Research Society? Observing the woman's agitation, her composure finally steadied, and she proudly lifted her chin, proclaiming, "I am the beloved granddaughter of the Grand Bishop of the Eastern Research Society. My father is Qi Wenbo, the head of the Qi family. Surely, you fear him. So why do you not step aside promptly?" Lin Xiao pondered, stroking her chin. The Grand Bishop of the Eastern Research Society, the Qi family? Yet another prominent lineage. This woman's standing was extraordinary. Should she be considered as a hostage? As Lin Xiao remained silent, the woman, growing increasingly irate, shouted, "Vile woman, step aside immediately." She presumed Lin Xiao's silence stemmed from fear of the Qi family, completely disregarding Lin Xiao's warning. The woman raised her firearm once more. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the crimson serpent swiftly severed her artery. A torrent of warm blood gushed forth. "Ah, save me! Help!" The woman screamed in agony, gradually collapsing as she clutched the gaping wound on her neck. She had never anticipated that the serpent upon her shoulder would actually strike her. In an instant, the pristine snow was stained a vivid crimson. Lin Xiao gazed with regret, casting an accusatory glare at the serpent. There was no need for further contemplation. The woman was undoubtedly beyond saving. The serpent retorted, "Did you not say that if she moved, it would end her life? All necessary information has been extracted." Lin Xiyao unsheathed a curved dagger, delivering a final blow to the woman. Just as she sheathed her blade, a loud pop erupted, and a bulging burlap sack erupted from the woman's body. Lin Xiao swiftly grasped the serpent and teleported to a safer distance. Bang, bang, bang. Like a shower of fireworks, a plethora of supplies burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the woman was buried beneath a mountain of goods. Lin Xiao looked on in astonishment. What just occurred? Her intention was to compel the woman to relinquish some supplies. But she never anticipated that her death would trigger such a spatial explosion. A delightful surprise indeed, a veritable bounty of resources. The burlap sacks were filled with provisions. But that was not all. There were raw stones, firearms, ammunition, melee weapons, bread, winter clothing, shoes, snowmobiles, chips, and access cards. Lin Xiao reached out, gathering all the exploded resources into her spatial storage. This was an extraordinary profit, not to mention the food. Just a few bags of raw stones would suffice for her to exchange for 2 vials of antidote. Little did she expect that slaying a spatial ability user would yield such rewards. Yao Yao, are you unharmed? Upon hearing the gunfire, Lin Yi felt uneasy, concerned for Lin Xiao's safety, and hastily concluded the battle. Mefine. The hall is quite substantial. Let's depart. Have you uncovered the woman's identity? She is a miss of the chief family, the granddaughter of the Grand Bishop. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened. You killed the bishop's granddaughter? The Crimson Serpent did. The serpent chimed in. Why must I always bear the blame? 3 days later, the trading event hosted by the Li family commenced formally. Treading upon the soft red carpet, Lin Xiao, adorned with a white mask, affectionately linked arms with Lin Yi as they entered the venue. Lin Yi donned a dark green mask, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Do not be disheartened. It is not as if you were wearing a green hat. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, saying, You speak of a golden mask, yet you insist I wear this wretched green one. A green mask is seldom donned, and I can easily spot you among the crowd. Lin Yi continued, Well, I suppose that is a valid reason. Amidst the onslaught of the zombie tide, the grand banquet hall was sparsely populated with masked guests. However, numerous attendants adorned in kipeos moved about. The opulent decor and warmth of the room clearly indicated the wealth of the Li family. Soon, the trading conference commenced. The head of the Li family, with unsteady steps, ascended the stage and proclaimed in a booming voice, Welcome, esteemed heads of households, to the Misty Waz gathering. We are honored to have Mr. Qinan, the second heir of the Qi family from Dongyan, in attendance. As his words echoed, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Lin Xiao surveyed the scene and quickly discerned that this was no mere trading event. It was a grain procurement assembly. Everyone hoped that Dongyan would provide some grain, even at an exorbitant price. Unfortunately, the Dongyan family was also devoid of supplies. Second Master, is there any news? What is happening? Have we established contact? The servant shook his head. Continue to reach out. Yes. At that moment, the head of the Li family fervently invited Qi Nan to the stage. Qi Nan, with palms clammy from anxiety, feigned calmness as he approached, a faint smile gracing his face. Thank you, everyone. This trading conference is a directive from the esteemed bishop, and I have brought what you all desire. Though Qi Nan spoke with a cheerful demeanor, a bitter anxiety gnawed at him. He feared that should the heads of households discover he had brought no grain, they might devour him alive. The audience erupted into a cacophony of applause upon hearing his words. Grain has arrived. Finally, we have grain. Excellent. I knew the bishop would not abandon us. Wonderful. I have not eaten for 3 days. Hearing the crowd's desperate cries, a flicker of guilt crossed Qi Nan's eyes, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Never mind. Let us stall for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first present the latest scientific breakthroughs from the Dongyan family. As Qi Nan pressed on, the audience expressed their discontent. What are you showcasing? We want grain. Yes, bring forth the grain. Do not fear that we cannot afford it. Indeed, a chorus of voices joined in, the loudest among them being burly figures who appeared to flaunt their wealth. Witnessing this, the Heavenly family glared at the rowdy individuals with disdain. Just because you possess a bit of money does not make you wealthy. Look at your uncultured demeanor. Enough. Be quiet and allow Qi-Nan to finish, he admonished, his expression stern as he tightened his grip on his cane and stomped the ground with force. This is the Li family, not a place for your insolence. Those who do not wish to participate in the trading conference may leave at once. His authoritative warning silenced the crowd. Qi-Nan cast a grateful glance toward him, and then instructed his assistant to bring forth a large iron chest onto the stage. At this moment, Lin Yi leaned closer to Lin Xiyao and whispered, Qi-Nan, the second master of the Qi family, has a penchant for delving into peculiar and extraordinary subjects. Lin Xiyao nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the iron box on the stage sprang open, revealing a large glass display case. The audience was puzzled. What could it be? Could it possibly contain a living beast? Meat? We can eat meat. Lin Xiyao rolled her eyes in exasperation, relieved that she had hidden the wind wolf beast in the forest. This group of people seemed to be so starved that they were delirious, their cravings for meat blinding them to reason, as they would leap at anything that resembled food. Suddenly, the curtain of the glass display case was drawn aside. Before everyone appeared a female zombie dressed in a maid's outfit, with a ghastly pale face and delicate features. Its neck was shackled by an iron chain, and fear glimmered in its grayish-white eyes as it cowered in the corner of the display case, shrinking back incessantly. The crowd gasped in surprise, then cautiously edged closer. It was indeed a rarity, a zombie that feared humans. Accustomed to bloodthirsty and vicious zombies that would pounce at the slightest provocation, the sight of this timid and docile creature piqued everyone's interest. Even Lin Xiyao, filled with curiosity, unconsciously stretched her neck to observe the zombie in the display case. Why is everyone so captivated by a mere zombie? A sardonic voice interjected. Lin Xiyao thought to herself, someone is feeling jealous again. Ladies and gentlemen, how would you like to possess such a gentle and obedient creature with formidable combat skills and a remarkable capacity for recovery? Qi-Nan spoke, successfully igniting the curiosity of the crowd. Pet? What does that mean? Are we to consider zombies as pets? Isn't that courting disaster? Someone exclaimed. Indeed. Who knows when they might turn on you? Lin Xiyao felt that this was sheer folly. 60 years ago, dogs were humanity's most loyal companions and the most cherished pets. Guarding homes and providing companionship, some even regarded them as family. Pets were never known to harm their owners. So, why can't we treat zombies as pets now? If we treat them kindly and nurture them, they could become our most loyal companions, even saving our lives in times of danger. On stage, Qi-Nan spoke passionately, his enthusiasm palpable. The audience erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. This is sheer nonsense. I know what concerns you all, he continued confidently. Let us speak through facts. Turning to face the crowd, he called out, Shaoli, do not be afraid, stand up. As if it understood, the female zombie obediently lowered its gaze and trembled slightly before rising to its feet. It really stood up. Can he actually control zombies? This is incredible. The audience was once again astir with astonishment. With a triumphant smile, Qi-Nan instructed Shaoli squat. Without a hint of resistance or hesitation, the female zombie complied and squatted down. Now crawl over slowly. Excellent. Now open your mouth and show everyone your fangs. The female zombie obediently opened her mouth, revealing sharp, blood-stained teeth. Astonishing. Can she truly command the zombies to comply? How did Qi-Nan accomplish this? Following the demonstration, the audience displayed expressions of envy. A pet zombie is far more impressive than a mere beast companion. Taking such a creature out would undoubtedly turn heads. Someone inquired, Professor Qi, how did you achieve this? Qi-Nan responded with a faint smile. We have implanted a chip in the zombie's brain, which suppresses its ferocity and compels it to obey human commands. Of course, its bloodthirsty nature cannot be altered. They still crave raw flesh and blood. But what if it accidentally bites us? We certainly do not wish to become zombies. A concerned voice echoed in the crowd. Qi-Nan explained with a smile, we have already considered this issue. The primary concern is the fear of contracting the zombie virus. I assure you, the pet zombies sold by the Dalian Association are virus-free and pose no risk of contagion. However, seeing is believing, so I will demonstrate shortly. With that, Qi-Nan signaled her assistant, who understood and nodded before approaching a qipao-clad attendant in the audience. Could it be that the Dongyun Association has developed an antidote for the zombie virus? After all, the virus suppressants have been in research for several years. Indeed, those in the red shadow have fought fiercely over these suppressants, which indicates their efficacy. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air as the assistant dragged a terrified attendant onto the stage. "What are you doing? Silence her!" The head of the Lee family bellowed angrily. The attendant immediately covered her mouth, trembling as she was brought to the display case. Ladies and gentlemen, whether or not one can become infected will be revealed through a simple test, Qinan stated, glancing at the attendant. In the next moment, the assistant opened a small window on the display case, forcefully pushing the attendant's arm inside. Overwhelmed with fear, she trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The zombie within the display case, seemingly famished, lunged at the window, sinking its teeth into the attendant's arm. "Ah, help! No!" she screamed in terror, desperately pleading for assistance. Nevertheless, the audience remained indifferent, choosing to ignore her cries, who would concern themselves with the life of an attendant. Lin Xiyao frowned in displeasure. Moments later, a piece of flesh was torn from the attendant's arm by the zombie, exposing a bloody wound for all to see. Blood gushed forth, further inciting the zombie's frenzy as it howled and lunged again. The assistant quickly shut the window. The bitten attendant collapsed to the ground in agony. All eyes were fixated on her. 1 minute passed, then 2, and then 10. The attendant showed no signs of mutation, aside from the bite wound darkening slightly. "Take her away for bandaging," came the order. Qinan spoke with satisfaction, then smiled and turned to face the crowd. Everything had been confirmed. The maid had not mutated. At that moment, all fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, owning a zombie pet is no longer a mere fantasy. The city is teeming with zombies. From another perspective, this signifies that we can select stronger and more formidable zombies, be it a level 5, 6, or even a level 7 zombie king. All it takes is to implant a chip into their brains and voila. A resounding applause erupted. The crowd was captivated, eager to possess a high-level zombie pet. Only Lin Xiyao fixated on the maid being led away. Although she showed no signs of mutation, her gaze was hollow, resembling that of a puppet, devoid of consciousness. Something was amiss. "Professor Qi, how much do the chips cost? Are there well-trained zombie pets available? Do we need to make a reservation?" The crowd inquired eagerly. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Lin Xiyao pondered, is the docile obedience of the female zombie merely an act? Zombie pets are available by reservation only. Due to the rarity and high cost of the chips, we only accept reservations for level 4 and above. The price of the chip is 100 level 4 crystals. The moment the price was announced, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The cost seemed exorbitant. 100 level 4 crystals could ensure the safety of a small settlement for an entire year. Trading for zombie pet was hardly a wise decision. "Professor Qi, what level is this female zombie?" At that moment, the head of the Lee family approached the display case. "Level 4. I'll take her." Upon hearing this, Qinan appeared troubled. That was the most obedient zombie he had personally trained. "Huh, I cannot wait any longer. I want this one in stock. I'll offer you 120 crystals." "Very well," Qinan replied with a smile. "Delivery will be in 1 month. Those interested can register with Assistant Shun. Do remember to pay a deposit." The allure of zombie pets was undeniable. Many from various settlements rushed to the side. "Yao Yao, do you sense something amiss?" "Yes." Lin Xiyao nodded, keeping her thoughts to herself. It was a matter of mutual consent. If the Li family sought their own demise, why should she intervene? Soon, the display case was removed and the trading resumed. Qinan found himself at a loss. He had prepared only zombie pets and had intended to assist the Eastern Research Association in selling food. But now there was no food to sell. What to do? "Professor Qi, do you know how much food the Eastern Research Association is selling this year? How much can be made available?" Seeing Qinan's prolonged silence, the head of the Li family had no choice but to inquire. The esteemed leader of the church said 1 level 4 crystal exchanges for 1 pound of food. Qinan stammered. "What? Are you saying 100 level 4 crystals can only be traded for 100 pounds of food? That is outrageous. Last year, the same amount of crystals could exchange for 500 pounds. Upon hearing Qinan's pricing, despair clouded the faces of all present. This year's prices were simply too high. The head of the Li family was left aghast, biting his teeth in frustration. Indeed, it was a case of taking advantage of the chaos. However, there was no alternative. After all, only the Donyan Association had provisions at the moment. I require 1,000 pounds, declared the head of the Li family first. The higher the price, the less stored grain the Donyan Association could afford to distribute. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to procure it, and it would be wise to seize 1,000 pounds at once. Li Leaguai, you have already taken the zombie pet. Must you now also seize this grain? The Shun family demanded 2,000 pounds of provisions. The Gu family requested 3,000 pounds. The red and blue gathering sought 500 pounds, 300 pounds, 800 pounds. In a frenzy, the crowd clamored, rushing to the stage with their coin pouches in hand. Chi Nen appeared distressed, encircled by the throng, nearly on the verge of tears. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. The grain must be pre-ordered. It will arrive in 37 days. What? Pre-order? Did you not bring any grain with you? One voice cried out. We can't last 3 days here, let alone 7. Indeed, Professor Chi, hand over the grain you have. Another added. Upon hearing Chi Nan's words, the crowd nearly wrested him from one another's grasp. Hey, please be civil. I have no choice. Without current provisions, I can only take pre-orders. Chi Nan, pulled and tugged by the crowd, wore an expression of anguish. Rip. A burly man tore Chi Nan's clothing, bellowing ferociously. Are you toying with us? Panic surged through the crowd. A pre-order was simply unacceptable. This was life-saving sustenance. Many had arrived here after days of hunger. To inform them there was no grain available and that they must pre-order was utterly absurd. The residents of the gathering could scarcely wait. I cannot help it, please stop. Curse it, liar. If you do not produce the grain, believe me, I will end you. Hand over the provisions. In an instant, chaos erupted on the stage. The feeble Professor Chi nearly risked being torn apart by a group of robust men. The heads of several prominent families, aware of the Donyan Association's might, refrained from physically attacking Chi Nan, instead standing aside with somber expressions. The Li family could not endure for another 3 days. The Shun family was in the same predicament. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. I possess grain. With a swift hush, the crowd fell silent, turning toward the source of the voice. Seated at the foot of the stage was a woman adorned with a mask. Her hair was styled in a bun, and she wore loose camouflage attire. Though her face was concealed, her bearing suggested she was of no ordinary background. Young lady, do you truly have grain? Lin Xiyao nodded lightly, her voice clear. I have current stock. What's the price? I require 1,000 pounds. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the head of the Li family was the first to rush forward. Step back. Just state your offer from up there. The price is the same as his, and no pre-order is necessary. Lin Xiyao raised her hand to prevent the crowd from surging toward her. Others chimed in, is this really happening? I want it. Me too. Given the comparison, the same price with no waiting involved, payment exchange for goods, naturally led them to choose Lin Xiyao. Those who wish to acquire it, follow me. The grain is in the warehouse. Chapter 141. The head of the Li family is killed. Before long, the crowd followed Lin Xiyao to the Lin family grain shop. Old Man Li asked in astonishment, Are you the owner of this grain store? Of course. Old Man Li continued. After the zombie died, his men searched the cellar and warehouse of this grain store. Not a single grain of rice was found. Is she truly unaware or merely toying with us? Contemplating this, the head of the Li family sternly reprimanded. Nonsense. Do you comprehend the consequences of trifling with us if you cannot produce any grain? Lin Xiyao, disinterested in his tirade, turned to Lin Yi, instructing, bring a table over. Then, she casually pointed to a man. How much grain do you require? 300 pounds, the man replied, perplexed. Excellent, place the money on the table, and I shall fetch your grain. With that, Lin Xiyao strode into the store. The exchange of money for goods was straightforward. Any argument was futile. Once she presented the grain, their doubts would dissipate. A few minutes later, Lin Xiyao returned, shouldering 2 bulging burlap sacks. Thump! Inspect the quality of the grain over there, she declared, placing the sacks on the ground. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Is this truly grain? With trembling hands, the man unfastened the sacks and glistening, Round grains of rice spilled onto the ground. Heavens, it's rice. Is it edible? Hurry, test it. Toxin level 0, no toxins present. It is safe for consumption. The man eagerly scooped handfuls of rice for testing, each result confirming its purity. Incredulous, he realized he had procured such superior grain. It was well known that in previous years, the East Research Society sold only unshelled old grains, but Lin Xiao's offering was pristine white rice. What a windfall! Purchasing higher quality goods for the same price was exhilarating. Thank you, young lady. I shall frequent the Lin family grain store from now on. Lin Xiao replied with a gracious smile. I am glad to have satisfied my customers. Witnessing Lin Xiao produce such fine rice, the crowd surged forward, eager to make purchases. The head of the Li family, witnessing this scene, turned pale with anger, standing aloof at a distance. He regretted questioning and threatening Lin Xiao, now uncertain of his next move. Master, the Li family is out of grain, the steward reminded him helplessly as others secure their supplies. Once the crowd thinned slightly, the head of the Li family approached, his pride intact. I want 3,000 pounds of grain. With a thud, 3 heavy sacks of raw stones were dropped onto the table. Lin Xiao raised her gaze. I'm sorry, the premium rice has been sold out. Are you deliberately targeting me? The head of the Li family trembled with rage, shouting vehemently. Ah, dear head of the household, you have wronged me. The premium rice is indeed sold out. Lin Xiao patiently explained. Miss, the premium rice may be gone, but do you have any second-rate grain? Someone inquired. Lin Xiao nodded. In her space, there were still over 10,000 pounds of grain seized from the East Research Society. The reserves from those smaller settlements, while low in toxins, were naturally of a lesser grade than the toxin-free grain. Really? How much does it cost? I'll take 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing this, the crowd that failed to seize the grain once again surrounded Lin Xiao. Oh, please don't crowd. Old patriarch, if you're not buying, step aside and don't occupy space. Who said I'm not buying? The new round of grain grabbing saw the head of the Li family being pushed to the side by the throng. Patriarch, what should we do? If we fail to secure grain again this round, the steward said anxiously. What else can we do? Hurry and grab it. The old Li patriarch forcefully shoved the steward and desperately squeezed into the crowd. In this wave, Lin Xiao profited immensely, exchanging the raw stones of grain for spatial credits, more than sufficient to trade for 4 vials of antidote. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the trade fair. Regardless of the circumstances, the Li family must extend our hospitality. Tonight, I shall personally host a banquet to treat everyone. After finishing his grain purchases, the old patriarch began to boast, generously announcing his intention to treat all. The steward beside him could only shake his head in resignation. The old patriarch glared at the steward with a fierce look. What are you sighing about? This is called social etiquette. They have traveled far and wide to come here. Out of respect for the Li family, how can we not offer at least one meal? Yes, the patriarch is indeed skilled in the ways of social grace. Yet he seemed to forget the times when everyone had to tighten their belts in the absence of grain. That evening, the Li patriarch set up a dozen tables in the banquet hall to host everyone, with Lin Xiao in attendance. A lavish spread of sumptuous dishes awaited. Boss Lin, please come in. The old patriarch greeted with a rosy glow. Oh, why are you still wearing masks? How can one eat like this? Noticing that the two were still masked, the old patriarch inquired, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. What's wrong? Are you ashamed? Could it be that you fear being recognized? No worries. We will remove them during the meal. All right, Xiaoru. Please show our esteemed guests to their seats. Heeding Lin Xiao's words, the old patriarch did not press further and quickly instructed before turning to greet others. Professor Qi, welcome. Esteemed guests, this way please. A maid led Lin Xiao and her companion inside. The dining table was set with a few vegetarian dishes, plain steamed buns, and millet porridge. The fare was sparse, devoid of any richness or oil. Lung Yi wore a face of disdain, remarking that even the 2 exotic beasts had better rations. This is hardly sufficient. Why are we here? Of course, to watch the show. It was peculiar that the old patriarch had not brought out his zombie pet to flaunt. Are you referring to that zombie pet? Upon hearing this, Lung Yi inquired, lowering his head. Yes, I am 100% certain that the zombie in the showcase is not merely level 4. Moreover, its actions do not seem to be controlled by a chip. It appears to possess consciousness. Lin Yi frowned. If it has consciousness and can play tricks on Qinan, then its level must be at least 7. Boom! Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Impossible! A level 7 zombie king? How could Qinan not notice? What if it is intentionally concealing its strength? Chapter 142. Watching the show. If that is the case, why aren't we fleeing immediately? You're relishing the spectacle. Aren't you? Lin Yi said with a doting smile. Regardless of what Lin Xiyao may proclaim, even if she were to declare that the world is on the brink of destruction, he would still believe her. Why flee? The Li family has yet to pay for the transgressions committed against you and your brother. The painful memories of her brother's suffering under Li Songnan's tyranny caused Lin Xiao's gaze to turn icy. Moreover, she had discovered that the initial phase of the Crimson Shadow Research Initiative was launched with the substantial backing of both the Li and Gu families. Following this, Li Songnan, having exploited connections, participated as an ordinary researcher. Years later, he emerged from the Research Institute to establish his own facility in the Lindong Enclave. She vowed that those who had harmed Lin Yi and her brother would not escape retribution. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Xiyao, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Are you contemplating an assault on the 4 prominent families? How so? Lin Xiao retorted with an arched brow. Given Lin Yi's capabilities, avenging his grievances should prove manageable. Yet, she sensed an underlying hesitation in him, as though he were holding back, which allowed the 4 families to continue their oppression. It's nothing. Lin Xiao, can you promise me not to touch the Luo family? After a brief pause, Lin Yi spoke up. The Luo family? Are you reluctant to part with the Luo family's betrothed? The mention of the Luo family brought to Lin Xiao's mind the peculiar Luo siblings, igniting within her a surge of unnameable ire, causing her tone to grow colder. No, it's not that. Years ago, it was the patriarch of the Luo family who saved me, and I vowed never to harm them. Let us discuss it later. Lin Xiao lost interest in continuing the conversation and swiftly changed the subject. At that moment, the sound of conversation from the adjacent table caught her attention. Have you heard? The Shen family is set to ally with the Gu family through marriage. A marriage alliance? Is it Shen Nanxing? Indeed, did you not notice? At this trading conference, the heads of the 3 major families have not attended. Only their branches are present. I've heard they are preparing for the wedding. So soon? Which daughter of the Gu family is to be wed to Shen Nanxing? The Crimson Shadow, Gu Jia. Upon hearing such explosive gossip, Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and her expression grew grave. Wasn't he Gu Jia dead? She had personally pierced Gu Jia's heart. There was no conceivable way she could still be alive. Lin Yi too appeared pensive. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. It's terrible. The head of the family has died in his chambers. A maid rushed into the banquet hall, her face pale with panic, shouting loudly. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. What nonsense is this? Wasn't he the head of the Li family just welcoming guests at the entrance? How could he be dead so suddenly? Are we to eat in place of funeral? What are you saying? Captain Li, it's true, the head. Step aside. Come with me to see for yourselves. Li Xingyan forcefully pushed the maid aside and, accompanied by several bodyguards, hurried out of the banquet hall. The heads of the families, intrigued by the unfolding drama, followed closely behind. Let us go. The show is about to commence. Lin Xiao tugged at Lin Yi, eagerly pursuing the unfolding events. Lin Yi thought to himself, Lin Xiao truly guessed correctly. Indeed, something has transpired. In the Li family patriarch's bedroom, several servants lay collapsed at the entrance, paralyzed with terror. Li Xingyan swiftly approached the door, gripping one of the servants by the collar, his expression fierce as he interrogated them. Captain Li, we are equally in the dark. After the head of the family entered, we remained stationed outside, yet he has not emerged for an extended period. None of us have ventured inside. I assure you, absolutely not, the servant proclaimed loudly. Could it have been that zombie pet? At this thought, Li Xingyan instantly redirected his fury towards Qinan. With a darkened expression, he turned and lunged at Qinan, delivering a heavy blow to his face. Thud! Did you not assert that the zombie pet would not attack or harm humans? In that room, There was only the head of the family and that wretched creature. Li Xingyan roared in anger. Qi Nan, dazed and seeing stars, could not utter a single word. Observing this, Qi Nan's assistant rushed forward anxiously, pulling at Li Xingyan with great force. Release the young master. Captain Li, please calm down. It is utterly impossible for a zombie to have killed the head of the Li family. Indeed, we must first ascertain what transpired within, someone advised. It was only then that Li Xingyan, still seething with rage, relinquished Qi Nan and charged towards the bedroom. Young master, are you all right? The assistant, filled with concern, helped Qi Nan up, noting his swollen cheek and the blood at the corner of his mouth. Their young master was a fragile scholar. How could he withstand Li Xingyan's might? I am fine. I need to see, Qi Nan insisted. He had to discover what had happened to his zombie pet. Upon entering the room, a strong scent of blood assaulted their senses. The elderly Li lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. A glass display case occupied the most prominent position in the room. Under the stench of blood, the female zombie grew increasingly agitated, continuously ramming her head against the glass. Blood. Food. Delicious food. Roar. The female zombie's eyes gleamed with a predatory ferocity, her mouth agape, revealing a set of sharp fangs. This scene bore no distinction from the zombies outside. Yet, at that moment, no one paid her any heed. All eyes were fixed upon the head of the Li family. He wore a black and gray traditional robe, his cane fallen to the side, and a deep knife wound marred his neck, one that pierced to the bone. A single stroke had claimed his life. It was evident that this was not the work of a zombie. Do you all see? The zombie remains confined within the display case. It could not possibly have been the one to kill him. Qi Nan eagerly clarified, pointing at the knife wound. He knew his pet best. If it were truly responsible, the head of the Li family would bear bite marks, not a stab wound. Professor Qi makes a compelling argument. But who, then, could have taken the elder's life? The crowd murmured in agreement. I shall uncover the identity of the murderer, Li Xingyan vowed. You, go and investigate whether the intruder entered through the window, he commanded in a chilling tone. The Li family's bodyguards immediately sprang into action, searching for any trace within the room. However, the outcome was disheartening. Captain, the window is intact, and there are no signs of it having been opened. The bodyguard reported after a few minutes. No traces? That is inconceivable. Have you thoroughly investigated? We have examined it multiple times. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan clenched his fists, his face turning a shade of ashen. It could not have been the female zombie, nor was the window ajar, and no one had entered. So, who could have been responsible for the master's demise? A murder in a sealed room? The crowd was enveloped in perplexity. How peculiar. Could it be that the head of the Li family had taken his own life? Upon further reflection, that seemed implausible. He had no reason to end his own life. Truly, it was a riddle that defied comprehension. Lin Xiyao scanned the surroundings. As a police academy student, she possessed a keen and analytical insight, quickly discerning the anomalies present. She looked up and noticed a gap in the ceiling that had not been properly sealed. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy quietly emanated, seeping into the crevice above. Within the dark and constricted space, a suffocating sensation enveloped the atmosphere. A frail figure was hunched on the ceiling, clutching her arms tightly, appearing to be in great agony. Lin Xiyao immediately recognized her. It was the maid who had just been bitten. Her complexion was deathly pale, and dark veins were beginning to surface on her face and neck. She was undergoing a transformation. It seemed she still retained some semblance of reason. But why had the maid only begun to mutate after such a delay? Simultaneously, Lin Xiyao confirmed another unsettling fact. The female zombie in the cage was indeed extraordinary. It appeared that the unfolding spectacle might soon turn perilous. Lingering any longer could invite danger. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiyao tugged at Lung Yi's hand, preparing to withdraw. Captain Li, I believe I can assist in apprehending the culprit, Qi Nan suddenly interjected, exuding confidence. Li Xingyan turned to him immediately. I apologize for any offense caused earlier, Professor Qi. Can you truly identify the murderer? Qi Nan smiled serenely. Indeed, the head of the Li family was slain, and the only witness in the room was it. We can inquire of it. He raised his hand, pointing towards the zombie encased in glass. The crowd murmured in astonishment. In that instant, Qin stepped forward, gazing gently at the female zombie. Xiaoru, remain calm. Please tell me, who killed the head of the Li family? Or how did the murderer gain entry? If you can point it out, I shall reward you with a generous portion of fresh meat. What do you say? His soothing voice coaxed the zombie, and gradually, she grew quiet. Astonishingly, Professor Qi truly had the ability to soothe the zombie. Could it possibly comprehend his words? Surely it had not awakened intelligence. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted into lively discussion. Lin Xiyao turned her gaze in curiosity, only to see the female zombie slowly raise her pale hand, her fingers trembling slightly as they began to point upwards. Impressive, Lin Xiyao thought. She truly understood what Qi Nan was saying. In the next moment, the corner of the zombie's mouth curled upwards, abruptly pointing directly at Lin Xiyao. A feral roar erupted, the female zombie's eyes glinting with cunning as she fixated on Lin Xiyao, exuding triumph. In an instant, all eyes turned towards her. Framed for a crime she had not committed, Lin Xiyao could hardly fathom that the blame was being thrust upon her. What did that female zombie mean? Was it her? Captain Li, those individuals are wearing masks, clearly indicating that they have something to hide. They are highly suspicious. Indeed, I believe we should interrogate them, or at least compel them to remove their masks. The crowd immediately turned against them. Lin Xiyao exclaimed, "A pack of wretches." When purchasing supplies, they call me Miss Lin or Boss Lin with such cheer, yet when trouble arises, they turn their backs, eager to trample on you. Gentlemen, please remove your masks, Li Xingyan stated darkly, placing his right hand on his waist. Should either of them attempt to flee, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Lung Yi let out a cold laugh. What do you think you are? A mere interloper. Do not expect me to show you any courtesy. In an instant, Li Xingyan drew his handgun, aiming it at the two. Simultaneously, the crowd, now on high alert, brandished their weapons. It was evident that they had come to trust the accusation made by the female zombie. A myriad of gun barrels were trained on Lin Xiyao and her companion. Any movement on their part would result in them being riddled with bullets. Lin Xiyao raised an eyebrow, sensing manipulation at play. Was the female zombie attempting to incite the crowd to execute her, providing her with an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos? Something felt amiss. If her suspicion was correct, the 7th-level zombie king could easily evade capture from the glass display. It had no need to resort to such drastic measures. What was its true intention? Ladies and gentlemen, why would you place your trust in a zombie? I am merely a businessman. The head of the Li family is my esteemed client. I have no motive to harm him. Furthermore, it was the patriarch who personally welcomed us into the banquet hall. Once we entered, we did not leave. How could I have harmed him? Lin Xiyao explained amiably. Upon her reminder, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of discomfort, a flicker of strangeness crossing their eyes. Indeed, how could they so readily believe the words of a zombie? It was peculiar. In that fleeting moment, it seemed their minds had ceased to reason, solely focused on drawing weapons to eliminate the suspicious individuals without discerning the truth. This was exceedingly strange. At that moment, a guard rushed in, panic evident on his face. Captain Li, it's bad news. The zombie horde is upon us again, converging on our location. The crowd, upon hearing this, wore expressions of bewilderment. What? Again? Are you out of your mind? Wasn't he the horde from the misty Huazhu gathering annihilated? A burly man demanded angrily. How unfortunate is this misty Huazhu gathering that it faces wave after wave of zombie hordes. It is true. This time, the horde is flowing in from the forest. The guard trembled as he explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Flowing? Did that imply that several zombie hordes from the forest were converging here? Good grief. Just one horde had nearly led to the downfall of the Li family. Now, multiple hordes were gathering. Without a moment's hesitation, cries of run erupted, as everyone disregarded who had slain the elder Li, hastily fleeing outward. A deafening roar reverberated through the room. The floor trembled, glass shattered, and a large section of the ceiling crashed down. A maid, hidden within the ceiling, fell to the ground. Suddenly, the heavy bedroom door slammed shut. A chill ran down everyone's spine. How had the door closed? No matter, we must flee. Amidst the chaos, a piercing scream echoed. A man, in a state of panic, was tackled to the ground by the maid, desperately pleading for help. The maid, akin to a rabid dog, fiercely pinned him down, sinking her teeth into his neck. "Help me," he cried out. The maid's sharp fangs severed the man's carotid artery, a gaping wound erupting with arterial blood spraying forth. It was then that the horrified onlookers realized the maid had transformed into a zombie. The man, eyes wide with terror, gazed at the fleeing crowd as his neck began to tilt at an unnatural angle. Moments later, he slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of ashen, zombie-like eyes. He had mutated. With a powerful thrust, he cast off the zombie maid and lunged towards the retreating group. Chapter 144. Escape from the Lee family. Bang. 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 The crowd retreated while firing their weapons. However, the mutated man dashed through the hail of bullets, tackling one of them with incredible speed and strength. The zombie, having downed the man, raked its claws across his abdomen. The man curled up in agony, struggling and screaming as crimson blood gushed forth. In the next instant, the zombie opened its cavernous mouth and sank its teeth into the man's neck, tearing and devouring him. Witnessing this, Lin Xiyao furrowed her brow. How could a newly transformed zombie be so ferocious? Meanwhile, the female zombie in the glass display sat calmly on the ground, watching the gruesome scene unfold with a look of enjoyment. "What should we do, Yao Yao?" asked Lin Yi, drawing his sword. "Run," Lin Xiyao urged, pulling him as they teleported out of the room. What else could they do under such circumstances? Would they really risk their lives for those people against the zombies? "Yao Yao, are you not concerned about the level 7 crystal?" Lin Yi lamented as they raced down the corridor. The level 7 zombie king was a rare find. If killed, it could yield substantial points. "There's no time. Survival is our priority," Lin Xiyao declared decisively, dialing Qing Yi's number. "Come to the Misty Hua gathering point and pick us up quickly." "Understood." 10 minutes came to reply. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the room. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiyao and Lin Yi vanished. The level 7 zombie's expression transformed from calm to utter madness. A prize catch had inexplicably slipped away. It had fixated on Lin Xiyao and Lin Yi, sensing their potent aura, an enticing feast indeed. In haste, Lin Xiyao burst forth from the corridor, confronted by a scene of utter chaos outside. The streets were teeming with fleeing guards, while blood-soaked zombies mingled with the panicked crowd, frantically pursuing the living. Numerous lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, drenched in crimson. The tide of the undead had indeed surged forth. There was no time to linger in the slums. Lin Xiyao could only sprint towards the helipad behind the gathering area. Just as Lin Xiyao was transmitting her coordinates to Qing Yi, a fallen human on the street trembled violently and rose once more. One after another, they stood up, their bodies slick with blood and their murky eyes ablaze with a thirst for carnage. In an instant, the recently deceased surged towards Lin Xiyao from both sides of the street. The rate of mutation was alarmingly swift, and this zombie horde was markedly different from the last. They feasted solely upon the living, showing no interest in devouring corpses. Lin Xiyao could not entertain the notion that their lack of appetite for the dead stemmed from overindulgence. The only plausible explanation was the presence of a higher-tier zombie exerting control over them, perhaps even a level 7 zombie. Lin Xiyao recalled the colossal zombie she had encountered at the base. The realization struck her like a thunderbolt. 2 level 7 zombie kings. The pressure mounted instantly. She propelled herself forward, sprinting at full speed towards the helipad, her pace akin to that of short-distance champion. She had never pushed herself so hard, even during races at school. Indeed, latent potential awaited its awakening. "Yao Yao, slow down. There's no time to slow down, hurry," Lin Xiyao shouted, unleashing her soul power. A tremendous force radiated from her, swirling around her like a miniature cyclone, sending any approaching zombies flying. Lin Yi followed closely behind, his eyes alight with wonder. Is it possible to utilize abilities in such a manner? He had always believed that Lin Xiao's unleashed soul power was merely an ability. Suddenly, as they reached the helipad, a helicopter descended gracefully. The timing was impeccable. "Withdraw." As a dark mass of zombies thundered towards the helipad, the helicopter ascended once more. Lin Xiyao exhaled a sigh of relief. They had escaped. However, just as she began to relax, the helicopter jolted violently, spiraling uncontrollably downward. Commander, the aircraft is out of control. It appears to be experiencing interference. Qing Yi's frantic voice echoed through the cabin. Lin Xiao flung open the cockpit door, peering down through the chaos. The fierce winds rushed in, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Below, atop a towering building, a zombie clad in a maid's outfit threw its head back, howling frantically at the sky. Is it a sonic interference? Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, her expression grave. In the next moment, she acted decisively, unleashing a torrent of soul power directed at the rooftop. With a resounding impact, the soul power struck the female zombie, and in an instant, the helicopter stabilized, no longer plummeting. Qing Yi deftly maneuvered the aircraft, ascending triumphantly. At last, they had evaded their peril. The aircraft distanced itself from the fog-laden gathering, and Lin Xiao meticulously confirmed that no danger lingered before sealing the cabin door. Once again, she had evaded peril, while the female zombie wore a grim expression, with anger flickering in her eyes. Just then, a towering 3-meter giant zombie leaped onto the rooftop and embraced the female zombie in a fervent hug. Excitement and joy marked their reunion, as the two level 7 zombies clung to each other like lovers. Through her spiritual perception, Lin Xiao witnessed this scene, and a chill ran through her. Level 7 zombies not only possessed intelligence, but had also developed emotions, an unprecedented occurrence, and certainly not a harbinger of good fortune. Yao Yao, she mused. The Li family is likely doomed this time, facing total annihilation. Indeed, by mere happenstance, she had eradicated the Li family without exerting any effort and had amassed a substantial portion of their wealth. This outcome was, in some respects, satisfactory. What is your perspective on this zombie outbreak? Coldy inquired solemnly. Lin Xiao calmly elucidated. The outbreak is likely connected to that female zombie. After she was captured by Qinan, the male zombies rallied and initiated the horde, searching relentlessly. This also clarified why the horde had bifurcated into numerous streams upon reaching the forest. How did Qinan manage to capture the level 7 zombie king? Lin Xiao pondered, turning to Cold E with a smile. The torment of the corpse poison had plagued Cold E for years, and now that it could be alleviated, he should feel relieved. At her words, a flicker of joy illuminated his gaze, yet it dimmed almost instantly. First, let the members of the Shadow Team be cured of the poison. I shall remain unaffected for now. Why? Lin Xiao asked, perplexed. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Host, Cold E has already consumed an antidote, albeit a subpar one, leaving residual corpse poison in his body. Should he take another antidote, his abilities will dissipate. Are you suggesting that Cold Yi's water-based abilities were awakened due to the antidote? Precisely. Lin Xiao contemplated this revelation. System, are there still Soul Devourers in this world? After a brief pause, Lin Xiao asked in a low voice.